Let's dive into a world where dungeons rule, and the older and more dangerous they are, the more powerful the ancient artifacts inside become. Because of that, instead of feeding their people, kingdoms are constantly racing to conquer these dungeons and claim their legendary treasures. And this greedy guild is no exception. A clueless private sees a glowing flower and tries to touch it, until a voice suddenly warns him to stop before his whole body swells with poison. He quickly pulls his hand back after his comrade smacks him on the head for being so incredibly reckless. Every artifact hunting team needs a professional, and this time, they hired our main character, Steve Atelier. The arrogant leader of this crew wears shiny golden armor that basically screams mommy's boy. When they halt at a dark entrance oozing black smoke, Steve smirks, confidently declaring this is indeed one of the oldest, most ancient dungeons in the entire kingdom. The golden-haired commander nods, thoroughly pleased with the news. Gather the troops and prepare the gear because we are heading inside immediately. The captain, Bandstock, stutters in disbelief, asking if he really means right now. The commander nods, explaining that a 2-week trip is more than enough time for them to secure the loot and head back home. While watching them talk, Steve wonders who this spoiled commander's father actually is to afford a massive personal army and still have enough cash to hire an A-tier explorer like himself. But hey, Steve has absolutely no reason to complain as long as the gold is good, even if this terrifying A-rank dungeon holds horrors that he cannot even begin to imagine. But with an army this size, success seems more than guaranteed. Now, watch this. As they step inside, Steve uses his level 7 pathfinding skill to instantly map out the absolute shortest route to the dungeon core. This is exactly what makes an A-tier explorer so valuable. Next, he activates level 6 animal instinct to sharpen his senses, using sonar and vibration detection to basically unlock a literal third eye in the dark. This is how Steve earns his paycheck, but since normal people can't see these magical wavelengths, the soldiers just stare at him in pure confusion. Doubt creeps in, but one soldier whispers that Lord Jero wouldn't hire a fraud, so they should probably just trust him. With the path clear, Steve signals that he'll take the lead, but he warns them to keep their eyes glued to the ceiling. As Bandstock and his men look up, their flickering torches illuminate hundreds of razor-sharp spikes hanging right above, just waiting to impale them. Steve noticed this because with every step he took, he heard the creaking of hidden wall gears, a classic trap in these ancient ruins. Trust me, you'd hug the walls too, knowing the floor pressure plates trigger those traps. The soldiers find his logic bizarre but incredibly convincing, so they follow as Steve guides them along the stone walls. Quietly disarming every trap along the way, Steve finally leads them to the main chamber, where the legendary guardian awaits to protect the treasure. For an explorer, this is the final hurdle to overcome, and honestly, the sheer size of it makes Steve sigh in exhaustion. Is this it? Bandstock doesn't hesitate for a single second, immediately shouting at his men to form a tight defensive line. He then turns to Steve, asking how they summon the beast. Steve tosses a small pebble into the darkness, triggering a deafening roar that echoes through the tunnel as everyone waits with racing hearts. A massive green head covered in white fur emerges, its glowing eyes sending a wave of absolute panic through the soldiers. It is a deadly Tarasque. The beast roars, shaking dust from the ceiling as Captain Stock quickly orders the front line to push forward. They raise their shields against a torrent of roaring flames, while Stock yells orders from the safety of the back line. Do not let it break our line. Deploy the shield wall. Their level 6 shield wall blocks both physical and magical attacks, successfully holding back the Tarasque's devastating breath of fire. Behind them, the archers desperately try to target its mouth. They take position, but the blinding fire, extreme distance, and intense wind pressure make taking an accurate shot almost entirely impossible. Stock grits his teeth, realizing they need pure sensory perception to hit the mark, and the master of perception here is Steve. So he frantically signals Steve to use his skills to target that roaring mouth, screaming at the explorer to make his move. Can you hit it or not? Steve curses internally at this absolute madness, but his professional A-tier pride refuses to let him back down. Determined to try, he raises his crossbow and activates his trusted animal instinct skill once more. The arrow flies straight down the beast's throat, leaving even Steve stunned by his own insane marksman skills. As the beast shrieks in agony, Captain Stock warns everyone to stay focused because the real battle is just starting. As it wildly thrashes, Steve dives away, leaving us on the edge of our seats wondering how they'll survive this monster. Alright, you and I are jumping straight into a battle as he frantically signals Bandstock, but their arrows just bounce off the Tarasque's thick hide. As panic sets in, the beast seizes the opening and violently strikes down several more soldiers. Growing desperate, Bandstock orders his men to block it with shields, but the Tarasque has already spotted Steve, the one who shot an arrow into its mouth. While he screams in terror, the shield-bearing soldiers rush forward to shove the massive monster back. With the beast dazed by a sudden stun effect, Bandstock seizes the moment and somehow slips right behind its massive back unnoticed. He fiercely slashes its left eye with a war cry, sending the colossal Tarasque crashing down onto its back. struggling to stand up. Banstock signals Jero to deliver the final blow, who charges forward with his polished, high-grade sword to slash deep into the Tarasque's neck. After slaying the beast, Jero smugly raises his sword as his men cheer. "We won. We actually killed it." Steve stands dazed after watching them slay a temple guardian, but his mind quickly races to the legendary artifact. Following them deeper into the dungeon's core, Jero starts probing Steve with questions. Rumor has it that despite being a rank A adventurer, you have never cleared a single dungeon by yourself. Is that true? Steve stays dead silent because that question hit him right where it hurts the most. Knowing the temple guardian was what stopped Steve from ever reaching the center, Jero asks, "What do you think of your very first artifact?" Everyone looks up to see a skull-shaped ring floating in mid-air, radiating a highly powerful, eerie blue glow. Steve is completely spellbound, whispering, "That is insane." Now watch closely as Jero leads him right to it. "Why don't you try touching it?" Steve is tempted, wondering if this guy isn't afraid he'll just steal it. But Jero is oozing confidence. Over half his squad survived, and if Steve even tries to run, his head is coming off. Tempted by the artifact and Jero's dare, Steve reaches out to touch the ring. But nobody expected a massive, 1,000-volt shock of electricity to instantly blast him. The crowd watch in horror as the shock literally peels Steve's flesh away, and nobody even tries to help. Finally, Steve's charred, shriveled body collapses onto the dirt. Staring down, Jero coldly mutters, "Sorry about that." Looking at that smug face, Steve is filled with pure rage. He was just a tool. These artifacts overflow with dark energy and are never easily tamed by humans. Steve's hot tears flow, rolling down his charred, agonizingly burnt flesh. Jero casually stomps his boot onto Steve's hand, gripping the artifact, saying they will never forget his help, before ordering Banstock to go check on it. Banstock inspects the relic and confirms the curse is finally broken. Jero crushes Steve's arm under his heel, brushes off his knees, and calmly orders everyone to prepare to move out. Here is where things get crazy. As Jero grabs the ring, strange veins erupt from it. The skull opens its mouth, plunges onto Steve's arm, and uses dark tendons to fuse his severed limbs back together. Suddenly, Steve's entire body begins rapidly regenerating, as fresh skin grows to cover his exposed, burnt flesh. Sensing danger, Banstock strikes with his sword but cannot pierce Steve's body, and even their arrows bounce off uselessly. Jero grinds his teeth in fury, seeing this power go to Steve, who suddenly floats high up into the air. Meanwhile, the dungeon walls crack a clear sign the artifact has been claimed. Banstock panics and tries to drag Jero away, but the prince remains obsessed. Banstock pulls out a teleportation scroll to escape, but Jero stands before Steve, his blood boiling with pure rage. He went through hell to get this ring, only for Steve to absorb it. Just as he draws his sword, Banstock grabs Jero to pull him away. Jero screams Steve's name in absolute, mind-shattering fury. Meanwhile, Steve plummets into the abyss as a system alert announces that the Mortem relic has accepted Steve Atelier as its partner. Days later, he weakly crawls out from a stream. Coughing violently, he collapses onto the riverbank, feeling an agonizing pain as if his very body is being ripped apart. But a faint blue glow catches his attention, and he looks down at his arm to see the Mortem ring, totally bewildered. He only remembers that bastard Jero tricking him into touching the ring, unleashing that deadly shock. By all accounts, Steve should be dead. Suddenly, a giant skull spirit projects from the ring, speaking directly to him. "That is right, you did die, Steve Atelier, my pathetic partner." Meanwhile, back with Jero, veins pop on his forehead, as only he and Banstock made it out alive. Losing both his men and the treasure, Jero falls to his knees, screaming, "Damn it all." Banstock pats his shoulder, telling him to stay calm. But how can Jero keep his cool right now? He immediately turns his anger onto Banstock. "Why did you use that scroll?" Banstock is completely dumbfounded. If he hadn't, his brainless boss would be buried under tons of rubble. Panting heavily in rage, hearing Banstock call him Prince only rubs salt in his deeply wounded pride. "My older brothers already know I am commanding these troops, which is exactly why I could not afford to lose a single soldier. But how will he explain this? If he claims Steve resurrected from a charred corpse, his entire family will laugh in his face. Let's see how this unfolds. All right. You and I are starting with a mystery about that ring, which is definitely no ordinary parasitic relic, because it moved in a highly unusual way with its dead owner's corpse. Even Bannock has never seen such a relic before. If it isn't parasitic, then what on earth is it? It is a symbiotic type, Jero explains while massaging his temples, dealing with his slow-witted subordinates. Relics are usually split into two main categories, and the most common ones are the independent type. Most relics are independent, basically acting as simple tools that obey their master's every command. However, parasitic types are on a completely different level of power. Once the owner kicks the bucket, a parasitic relic is destroyed along with them. But those are just the common types. Symbiotic ones are incredibly rare. These legendary items have the unique power to resurrect their owners at will. Banach finds this explanation highly logical based on what they saw, but he still doubts Steve could ever survive inside that collapsed, dark dungeon. To him, the kid is definitely dead. Zero hopes for the same, but he still orders a wanted bounty for Steve to be posted in every town they passed, keeping the reward low so it doesn't attract too much attention. Meanwhile, Steve is lying down, questioning his life choices. He's not even married yet, but already got a ring. Now watch closely. Steve tries to use his animal instinct, but this sassy ring is not having it and literally zaps him to a crisp. Furious and in agonizing pain, Steve snaps back at the ring, only for its spirit to emerge and scare him half to death. I used my soul recall passive skill to save you, and after doing all that heavy lifting, your body is currently suffering from total paralysis. Paralysis? Soul recall? Steve is completely lost. The ring shoots him a highly judgmental look, basically mocking him and explaining it's because you've run out of energy, you useless, good-for-nothing idiot. That's when Steve finally blurts out the classic line, asking, "What on earth are you?" The ring introduces itself with grand dignity, demanding that Steve memorize its glorious name. "My name is the Relic Mortem." A short while later, they chat as they walk. Steve is curious if other relics also possess a conscious mind like it does. Relic Mortem arrogantly snaps back, saying not a chance. Despite its toxic attitude, Steve still feels lucky that they can at least communicate. He wonders how many unique skills Mortem can actually perform. From what Steve knows, every tool usually comes with just one unique skill. If he could somehow sell this ring for a massive fortune, that would be amazing. Mortem calmly replies, "If I'm fully functional, probably around 40. Hearing this, Steve is so shocked he accidentally lets go of the cliffside. He wanted to sell it just moments ago, but absolutely not now. The absolute maximum number of skills and spells a human can master in a lifetime is 10. Even with special gear, you might reach 20. Steve scrambles back up, his attitude instantly turning extremely humble before Mortem's sheer greatness. "So are there any skills I can use right now?" Mortem nods, but explains it ran out of mana while resurrecting Steve, so they must wait for it to recharge. And the fastest way to recharge it is simply by talking to it. As Steve struggles to climb up, he starts chatting with Mortem about mana. But watch out, because this is where the ring casually drops a massive bomb. Steve has exactly 12 hours before he drops dead. Steve gets hit with another massive shock, but thankfully, he manages to keep his grip on the cliff. Steve yells back at Mortem, demanding answers. "I thought you revived me already. Are you lying, or is this literally hell?" Mortem then explains that if it dies, Steve lives, and as long as he stays alive, it won't disappear either. But if it runs out of mana, both of them are doomed. Now, Mortem turns deadly serious, asking, "Did you really think you could return to life without paying a price? If you want to survive, get moving." After who knows how long, Steve finally escapes the dark cave and sprints through the forest, cursing Mortem the whole way. Mortem has no choice. After all, it is just a free spirit who has absolutely no idea what pressure even means. "I was sleeping peacefully until you came and woke me up. Since you're struggling this hard to survive, I'll grant you the power you desire." Steve's arm is instantly engulfed in Mortem's dark energy. It opens a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth and bites his arm, while constantly whispering, "But remember, just because you woke me up does not make you my master. The one who has to fight for survival is you, not me." Steve is already getting sick of this non-stop chatterbox, but of course, it refuses to explain the most crucial part, how to actually recharge its mana. Apparently, low-level monsters or cursed items are Mortem's favorite snacks. In short, Steve has less than 12 hours to hunt down some beasts, while dealing with an annoying voice constantly counting down the seconds in his ear. Steve hopes there are plenty of monsters lurking around this dark cavern. He tries to use his animal instinct to locate them, but his paralyzed body makes him as helpless as a normal human. Left with no choice, Steve does it the old-fashioned way. Following tracks on the ground, he notices deep claw marks on trees and a familiar, rotten stench. Steve is absolutely certain it's a giant wolf. Sure enough, a giant wolf chewing on fresh meat comes into view, and with only 1 minute 30 seconds of paralysis left, things are looking up. According to Mortem, paralysis kicks in whenever it has no mana. Steve sits still, waiting for his paralysis to wear off. Luckily, it's just one lone wolf. A moment later, his paralysis ends, and trust me, you and I are dying to see if they have any real attack skills. Alright, let's watch Mortem channel his air bullet, firing compressed wind at extreme speeds to boost damage. It is basic battlefield magic for any wizard, but there is a catch. Mortem can only fire it once. Stit gets a massive headache, telling himself to focus. With only one shot, he must aim precisely for the heart or lungs. If it hits, the beast goes down and they can finish it off. Stit raises his hand, warning Mortem not to shoot until his signal. Mortem absolutely hates being bossed around by this so-called master, so ignoring Stit's signal completely, it instantly triggers the skill. A massive blast of air rips forward at lightning speed, tearing a giant hole through the wolf and snapping nearby trees in half. Stit stands there dumbfounded. Is this an air bullet or a literal wind cannon? He stares blankly at the mangled corpse of the giant wolf. The sheer power of that blast was stronger than a giant's fart. Now the smug ring starts bragging. I am no cheap magic accessory. You should shut your mouth and just shoot instead of hesitating like a coward. Knowing he cannot win this argument, Stit gives up and uses his devouring curse on the giant wolf to refill Motem's empty mana pool. Meanwhile, watch closely as the royal family begins to gather. Under King Badirus, there are three main princes, the eldest, Raptors, followed by Anfet, and finally, Jero. Since Raptors is the firstborn, he was naturally appointed crown prince, prompting the other two to constantly try to outshine him to steal that throne. In this world, collecting powerful ancient artifacts is the ultimate way to secure high status. But right now, Jero behaves like a completely reckless, corrupt prince. On the journey back, he is unusually silent, making Banstock wonder what stupid scheme his boss is cooking up. Jero then mentions the fortune teller Khan, a loyal pawn of Prince Anfet. Curse that double-crossing scammer. I put too much trust in a temporary ally, even if there really was a curse placed on that ring. Yet they kept the most crucial detail about the ring a total secret, leaving Jero unsure if it was an honest mistake or sabotage. So he can only swallow his bitter anger and head home. Seeing his boss spiral into deep overthinking, Banstock tries to calm him down. Do not worry too much, Prince. You already have immense combat experience on the battlefield, right? You will surely handle this situation just fine. Jero might be a beast in battle, but politics is far deadlier, and even after all these years, he still cannot get used to it. Without Banstock by his side, Jero would have kicked the bucket long ago. Meanwhile, Stit is once again stunned by Motem's high-level skills. The wolf's soul gets completely drained, but the ring remains unsatisfied since a single giant wolf only recovers 15% of its mana. When Stit starts complaining, you can bet the ring snaps right back, forcing him to shut his mouth. But Stit only worries about how many times he can cast skills with that small amount. Plus, since he stole the artifact, Jero's men are definitely hunting him down. Therefore, his immediate priority is finding a safe place to hide out. Stit heads back to town to retrieve the gear he left behind before entering the dungeon, but two guards are blocking the entrance. If he shows his face, he is getting arrested instantly. But looking around, Stit spots some valerian flowers, and a clever plan pops into his head. First, he sparks a fire. If he maximizes the potency of the Fremen's powder, it will create a powerful sedative to put humans to sleep. Stit covers his nose, letting the thick smoke drift toward the two guards. The moment they notice the strange smell, their eyes grow heavy and they collapse. Witnessing Stit's clever trick, even the ring has to praise him for using his brain. Stit finally gets his chance to gloat in front of Motem, bragging that he is a seasoned adventurer. But walking through town, he spots a familiar face on a wanted poster. It looks exactly like him, framing him as a thief. Stit angrily crumples up the poster, while Motem mockingly laughs at him. Either way, he is in massive trouble now, turning into a highly wanted government criminal overnight. Once he retrieves his gear, Stit prepares to leave. If word spreads, surviving in a normal village will be impossible. Weighing his options, he sighs deeply. At least he still has Motem to help him escape this kingdom, but running away like a beaten dog leaves a bitter taste. Motem sneers and asks, "So you want revenge then?" Stit nods, saying anyone in his position who does not seek revenge must be a literal saint. Motem chuckles as this whole situation gets much more interesting. If that is your goal, then I will help you. You should know you are incredibly lucky, because with me, you will be absolutely invincible. Stit glares at Motem, thinking, what is this ring bragging about when it can only cast 4 skills? Motem then explains that its devouring curse eliminates eternal curses and sources of evil. However, its overall strength and magic pool depend entirely on the amount of mana it successfully absorbs. As for the rest, Stit will have to figure it out himself. Connecting the dots from Motem's clues, Stit asks, "So do you devour artifacts too?" Stick with me to find out. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the moment. Motem shows Steve his hoard of swallowed high-tier artifacts, demanding they collect more together. Motem promises to make Steve's revenge his own. Steve immediately thinks of that weakling Jero one massive blast, and that guy will be blown to pieces. Just like that, Steve's burning drive flares right back up. Is he for real? If he does, as told, he can crush Jero with his own 2 hands. Sensing that deep rage, Motem grows larger, completely enveloping him. It is going to show Steve what it feels like to finally crush his enemies. Meanwhile, at a tavern, some guy is looking for info, asking Danton where he can buy a decent pet beast on a budget. Danton just whistles while wiping a glass, telling him that rare beasts can only be found on the black market. The guy groans, knowing that place will completely empty his wallet. Danton is about to recommend a skilled adventurer when he suddenly spots a brand new wanted poster sitting right there on the counter. He picks up Steve's wanted poster, looking completely shocked. Wait, Steve. What kind of trouble did this guy get into? Meanwhile, Steve is sneaking around for shelter when he stumbles upon a secret passage to a village. He is sure they smuggle all the best gear in there like a hidden black market. Pay attention here, because Mortem is highly annoyed. Why waste time trying to sneak into this village when they could just dive into the dungeon right now? Steve calls him an absolute idiot. If they want to survive a dungeon, they need a last-second escape scroll. Going in empty-handed might get them the artifacts, but it will get them killed. Mortem recalls the scroll Bach used back in that deep dark dungeon. While it is incredibly useful, people fear it will be used for evil deeds, making these scrolls highly restricted and hard to buy. Luckily, Steve has already figured out a solution. After lurking around for so long, he has finally discovered the village's secret passage. Steve knocks on the small wooden door blocking a hole in the wall, and suddenly, a voice echoes from the inside. The fish that goblins eat is freshwater perch. Steve has absolutely no clue what is happening, and the voice inside gets annoyed by his silence. It turns out that secret passcode is 3 months old. Recognizing the familiar voice, Steve can only smile sheepishly. He apologizes to Danton for not visiting often. Danton immediately lunges out, wrapping him in a massive hug that nearly suffocates him, complaining that Steve forgot the passcode. If Danton had not been guarding this spot today, Steve would have been done for. Steve gasps for breath, thanking him. I know what you are thinking. Why crawl through a hole? Well, Danton laughs too, remembering Steve usually marches right through the front gate. Either way, they are finally reunited. So Danton invites Steve back to the tavern for a celebratory drink. Steve just wants to sit down and rest. Danton asks about the wanted poster, curious if Steve was really desperate enough to steal. Steve sighs at how fast news travels. He dumps his pile of collected loot onto the table, ready to sell. Gather round, everyone. Vitality claws from the great wolf and top-tier fur, grab them now before they are all gone. Letting the customers inspect the goods, Steve turns back to Danton to ask about the price of those escape scrolls. Hearing they cost 600 crowns, Steve sighs, asking for a loan. He plans on selling his loot, but that will take some time. Danton chuckles and teases him, flat out saying no. Steve's face completely drops, prompting a smug Danton to ask how many he needs. Steve quickly replies, demanding at least 4 scrolls and promising to pay him back within 2 days. Danton agrees to the loan but wonders why Steve does not just pay 400 crowns to clear his wanted status. Just thinking about that wanted poster makes Steve furious. The princes of this kingdom are absolute trash, and they totally conned him. After all, Steve has his pride, and 400 crowns is not nearly enough to buy back his shattered self-esteem. Danton laughs, offering to hook him up with a cheap scroll dealer. He then asks if Steve needs anything else. If he wants new gear, Danton tells him to ask Clyde over there and put it on his tab. Steve asks Danton to pack some food, then approaches Clyde. He slams his fist onto the table, shouting Clyde's name. The old man wakes up, reeking of cheap alcohol as he speaks. He asks who is picking a fight. Steve winces, trying to dodge a terrible smell of booze and weeks of not bathing. Instead of fighting, Clyde bursts into tears, crying that his prices are insanely cheap but nobody is buying his gear. Steve is speechless looking at the shining gear. Clearly, the locals just do not recognize real quality when they see it. He makes a proposal, asking Clyde which of these weapons he is most proud of. Hearing this, Clyde immediately sobers up, thinking he made a sale. Steve warns him that he is not buying anything expensive. Clyde cannot go lower, but offers to let him test it out first. Steve explains he needs something highly practical for dungeon crawling, prompting Clyde to excitedly rummage through his stash. Clyde explains that matching a weapon to his build is crucial for efficiency. Looking at Steve's massive, muscular frame, he tosses him a divine hammer. Mortem just laughs, pointing out that most dungeons have incredibly tight spaces. How on earth is Steve supposed to swing that giant hammer? Steve nods but suddenly yells in surprise. Mortem warns him to quiet down, reminding him that only Steve can hear his voice. Trust me, you do not want to miss what is coming next. Let's dive back in as Mortem turns to Clyde, who clearly has zero basic magic knowledge. These weapons are top tier, and Steve is shocked that Mortem is talking way more than usual. He is even showing actual interest in this gear, prompting Mortem to proudly boast that he is a legendary artifact. Naturally, his vision beats any mere human. Sensing the exact structure of these items, Mortem tells Steve to grab that sword over there. Use it right, and you will never want another weapon. Steve picks up the massive, chunky short sword to inspect it, realizing this thing is far from ordinary. Once fully geared up, Steve finally ventures deep into the dark dungeon. But nothing could prepare his mind for getting brutally jumped by a massive swarm of monsters. No matter how many he slays, endless glowing red eyes keep flashing in the darkness. Steve signals Mortem, who unleashes a spell that obliterates almost all of them. Mortem rushes forward to devour the curse, suddenly growing 2 extra skeletal arms. Steve figures all that leftover energy is being used to develop the artifact's new limbs. With the monsters cleared, Steve takes his pickaxe deep into the cave, mining the glowing lapis lazuli stones. However, With every single step he takes, he uncovers yet another deadly trap. Now watch closely while examining these rare trap parts. An eerie, distant roar suddenly echoes through the cavern. Steve asks Mortem to light up the dark. Catching sight of what lies ahead, he gasps, "Damn, this is pure madness." A massive crystal lizard monster crawls right towards Steve, opening its giant jaw to unleash a deafening, bone-shaking roar. Steve finally remembers that in a cave so rich with mineral deposits, this hideous crystal beast was bound to show up. The beast suddenly puffs its cheeks not to look cute, but to spew a wave of toxic, slimy sludge directly at Steve. He dodges, but stray droplets splash his face, burning painfully. Even his arm begins smoking like grilled meat from the acid. Seeing him grimacing, Mortem mocks him. "What are you afraid of? You have auto-revive. You literally cannot die." The auto-revive skill quickly heals the painful acid burns on his skin, erasing them completely. But even with infinite retries, Steve knows this beast is no joke. This monster uses acid to dissolve deep minerals, and its crystal-plated hide is incredibly tough. Just half of its raw strength is enough to leave Steve heavily scarred. Mortem bluntly tells Steve to just give up. Trying to force a kill here is a total dead end. Unleashing gas cartridges inside this narrow cave will only collapse the passage. Steve wanted to use explosives, but with Mortem's warning, he has to back away to dodge the monster's relentless attacks. But wait, then Mortem suddenly says good job, completely throwing us off. He tells Steve to draw that sword from Clyde. If you are too stingy to use it now, you will be fighting the Grim Reaper with it next. Steve does not hesitate for a second. He draws the sword, slots in the engine cartridge, and charges head-on, ducking right under the beast's claws. Then Steve unleashes an explosive upward slash, completely shattering the ground beneath them. While the completely confused monster looks around, Steve vaults directly over its head, reversing his heavy blade for a lethal downward plunge. The beast suddenly whips its head around, but Steve's blade strikes first. The tip slams into the thick crystals on its head but fails to pierce through. The monster's massive claws prepare to rip Steve completely to shreds. Mortem screams to fire it right now. Steve presses the trigger on the hilt, causing the blade to violently extend, piercing and completely shattering the beast's crystal skull. Steve drops back to the ground, tightly clutching his arm, which is trembling from the impact. So this is how you actually use this crazy weapon. But the sheer force was so immense, the blade is now wedged deep inside the monster's head. Mortem happily devours the residual curse from the corpse, while Steve can only stand there and sigh in regret. The gas cartridges powering this sword are incredibly rare, and he only has 4 canisters left in his inventory. Clyde built these canisters to be extremely durable, but a hard impact might still crack them. Suddenly, Mortem remarks that something feels incredibly off, immediately catching Steve's attention. He senses an ominous shift but cannot quite put it into words. However, he warns Steve that charging into another battle right now is a terrible idea. Annoyed, Steve thinks Mortem is just looking down on him, but right then, a bizarre cry echoes through the cavern. Another massive crystal lizard is charging straight toward him like it is running a marathon. Steve swears, knowing he cannot waste his remaining canisters, but winning without them is impossible. The beast swings a heavy, devastating fist. Unlike the first, this second beast prefers brute physical force over spitting acid. Just then, Steve spots a massive opening, where its protective crystals are completely missing. Steve decides to gamble everything on a single thrust, but things are never that easy. The crystal beast whips its massive tail, sending him flying backward. Steve pushes himself up, trying to shake off the daze. And trust me, this beast has way more combat experience, especially with that massive 8-meter tail whipping around. Still, compared to the legendary Tarasque, these lizards are just geckos. Steve lunges forward to clash blades, but after a single heavy impact, he immediately regrets that thought. Stick with me, we're jumping right into a brutal fight where Steve is getting absolutely wrecked by this beast's tail. Seeing Steve struggle, Mem curses out loud. "You idiot, I told you to be careful. Something is off about this beast." Steve realizes the true power of this mineral reserve after a few clashes, but he's confident that every monster has a weak spot. Out of nowhere, its giant hand lashes forward and grabs Stit by the face before he can even react to that insane speed. Mem keeps yelling in his ear, screaming for him to wake up and stop dreaming. Normally, goblins never fight with human-like intelligence, but Steve stays completely confident, claiming he already has a master plan ready to go. He tightly grips the Freeman's powder in his left hand. What happens when he mixes it with the Firefly powder in his right? It's not just a fancy trick, but a devastating blow to its weak spot. The blinding light from the explosion forces the monster to let go. In the next split second, Steve drives his blade right toward its gaping mouth, absolutely sure of his victory. Now, pay close attention here. A red alert suddenly flashes, detecting 95% body abnormality. Mortem screams Steve's name in pure panic, but a violent, fiery explosion completely drowns out his voice. Following that terrifying blast, Steve's body somehow regenerates, growing back his limbs and head. Mortem starts yelling in frustration, giving him a massive headache. You only warned me after I touched it. But more importantly, what is that thing? It turns out to be a mineral, possessing an artifact far stronger than a mineral reserve. To put it simply, someone inside this dungeon altered its body to make it this bizarre. Even Mortem has no idea what kind of trick they used. Stid is left confused, wondering if he really has to face such terrifying monsters from here on out. Mortem shrugs it off, asking if he's scared. But Stid's eyes burn with determination, claiming he's only afraid of having nobody left to fight. Even after activating his beastly instinct to navigate, Steve gets absolutely zero feeling or premonitions. Walking a bit further, they spot a human skeleton completely covered in crystal ore. In reality, it's a dormant monster that barely reacts to intruders. Mem warns Steve to just ignore it. If they mess with it, the thing might explode just like the last one. Stid agrees it makes sense and walks right past. But only 3 steps later, the skeleton begins to shake and prepare to blow. That jump scare completely catches Mortem off guard. The blast sends Steve crashing down into an entirely different tunnel. Luckily, he was far enough to escape serious injury. Mortem warns him to stand up as slowly as possible. You might think he'd be careful, but Steve completely ignores the warning. His eyes are glittering like crazy as he stares at the glowing, rare minerals right in front of him. He gets incredibly excited, imagining how much cash he can make by selling all of this. As he reaches out to touch a nearby rock, strange sparks fly off it, confirming Mortem's worst fears about this place. He can clearly feel a bizarre magical energy slowly filling up the entire atmosphere inside this deep dungeon. The deeper they go, the thicker it gets, making Mortem's nose react with absolute irritation. Based on the 2 monsters Steve just fought, it is clear that the creatures in this dark dungeon are extremely sensitive and highly explosive. It is likely this bizarre magical flow warping their bodies and turning them into these unstable freaks. Judging by how the rocks reacted when Steve touched them, everything in this dungeon is affected. Hearing this, Steve feels like he's walking straight into a massive minefield. Just when things seem bad enough, Mortem drops an even worse warning on him. Because the magic density is too high, their healing skills won't work easily here. Steve finally notices the dark bruises still lingering on his arms. To make matters worse, Mortem notes that this unstable environment means their escape scrolls are likely completely useless too. Normally, they would track the magic flow to find a safe zone to activate the scroll. But since the magic is leaking heavily, they have to push deeper. Stid thinks they are trapped, but Mortem reveals the only way out is to eliminate the source. Even though Mortem has no idea who or what this culprit is, he basically just wants Steve to dive deeper into danger. Fortunately, Steve is on the exact same page. After walking a long path, he stands before a giant door. Finding the culprit in this massive place seemed impossible, but there's a good chance they are waiting right behind this very door. Pushing the door open, a glowing orb floating on a strange stone pillar catches Steve completely off guard. Mem quickly speaks up, explaining it is the core of a giant spirit. Can't you feel it? That is a pure, magical artifact. A Zin is a spirit born from raw magical power and death energy. It is a mindless cluster of elements that lives only to destroy everything. It is basically a walking natural disaster. But Steve cannot comprehend why such a powerful artifact is sitting inside its core. Suddenly, an overwhelming force blasts it backwards. Seeing this, Mortem finally puts all the pieces together. This guardian is the root cause of everything. He fused directly with the artifact, releasing his own chaotic magic to infect the entire dungeon. And trust me, you and I are looking at a giant, ticking time bomb. Alright, stick with me, because Steve realized this was his ticket out if they could somehow defeat this monster. Suddenly, the gatekeeper hurled explosive stone shards right at him. Steve swung his sword rapidly, deflecting them before they detonated. But then, one glowing golden stone stood out from the rest. A second later, it exploded violently right in his face, prompting Mortem to scream warnings. This area was packed with volatile magic, meaning any trigger would cause massive explosions. At this rate, if Steve did not get out immediately, everything around him, including his own body, would be blown to pieces. Steve gritted his teeth. That damn ring always shared critical details at the worst time. Suddenly, the gatekeeper slammed both hands onto the ground in a bizarre stance that made Steve freeze. Energy was surging directly into Jean's soul, charging up for something massive. This time, Mortem sounded dead serious. He yelled, "If you want to live, run now." Suddenly, massive beams of light erupted from Jean's soul, blasting directly towards Steve. He barely managed to dodge the devastating cannon-like onslaught. Having just fired, Jean's soul was smoking hot. Steve saw his opening and rushed in to attack. His entire body was solid stone, but the joint seemed to be his weak spot with the thinnest armor. A stray boulder zipped over, blocking Steve's sword, before stopping dead in mid-air. It instantly reversed course, smashing straight up into Steve's jaw. He collapsed onto the ground as the stone returned to the gatekeeper. Steve wiped blood from his mouth, completely clueless on how to actually damage this guy. Seeing Steve refuse to flee, Mortem finally told him to target the artifact at his center. Since his core was fused with that artifact, Steve could disable him by using his devouring curse to absorb all the magic power. Steve gritted his teeth. That was easy to say, but just getting close meant getting blasted away by flying boulders. Having fully recharged his magical energy, the gatekeeper unleashed that devastating beam once again. Steve countered head-on with an air bullet, asking Mortem if they could pierce him. Mortem sighed, warning there was no way, and urged him to dodge. So Steve threw himself to the side. This time, the beam split into multiple directions, launching a relentless assault. While Steve was still dazed by the lasers, the giant fist of the gatekeeper materialized before him. Cursing loudly, he leaped away. Since ranged and close attacks were both useless, Steve had to gamble on one final, crazy move to see if he could break through. Seeing Steve close in, the gatekeeper blocked him instantly. Frustrated, Steve slammed his sword down, knowing he had to unleash his ultimate trump card. He triggered an explosive syringe, but it failed to pierce the incredibly thick layer of stone. As Steve stood there cursing his luck, a massive stone fist swatted him right back to where he started. Steve clutched his head in agony, frustrated that his air bullets were useless. Mortem sighed, reminding him of what he had already ignored. Let's pause here. In this weird magic zone, Steve's spells were severely weakened. Just as he dragged himself up, another barrage of explosive rocks rained down. He struggled to block with his sword. The gatekeeper waved his massive arms, throwing even more rocks to bury him alive. Seeing him collapse, even Mortem grew worried, asking if he was okay. Steve felt like he was throwing eggs against actual meteors. Right then, the Guardian's fist loomed over his left side. Ignoring the danger, Steve focused entirely on finishing his internal speech. If I cannot even survive this, how do I ever expect to get my revenge? Fired up with sudden determination, he launched himself forward like a rocket, believing he could do this. All his attacks had been useless so far, but Glide's weapon was the sole thing capable of stopping this beast. If Steve could target that tiny crack, he would shatter his defenses. Triggering an explosion on his blade, he forced the giant to pull back. The monster stared at his smoking hand in confusion. Steve pulled out his very last explosive syringe, betting everything on this. He just needed to jam it right into the crack, but the Guardian suddenly raised both hands, catching Steve completely off guard. The giant began spinning at insane speeds like a tornado, forcing Mortem to scream his usual warning to snap out of it. Get moving. Steve tried to unleash his primal beast instincts, but he was simply too slow to dodge that high-speed cyclone attack. Left battered and covered in deep wounds, Steve collapsed onto the floor. Mortem hated seeing him get beaten, but it seemed Steve's body was reacting. Distinct blue sparks of electricity began crackling wildly across his arm. The mutation was starting. Steve weakly asked Mortem how much time he had left. Mortem estimated 3 minutes, but in this critical state, he only had about 1. Steve's eyes flashed that was plenty of time for one final strike. Even if his body and weapon shattered from this ultimate attack, these few remaining minutes were enough to cause absolute chaos. He leaped high into the air straight through the dust cloud, aiming right for the Titan. Seeing this gamble, Mortem screamed in panic. What are you doing, trying to commit suicide? Steve was highly annoyed, but he strategically used the ring's air bullet to propel himself far above the Guardian's head. The gatekeeper stared in absolute confusion as Steve soared directly above his head, and trust me, we're about to see if this distraction plan pays off and successfully triggers his core. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the action. No matter how fast that beast swings, his core is exposed. Steve charges, driving his sword deep into the stone giant before triggering a massive explosion. The plan seemed flawless, but the blast only leaves a minor crack on the monster's body. Stone bombs rain down in retaliation. Seeing Steve move like an idiot, Mortem frantically screams at him to get moving. Steve tunes out all the noise, silently cursing as the terrifying reality of his own death flashes before his eyes. He refuses to believe a 20-year-old guy who has never even been in a relationship is going to kick the bucket today. Suddenly, Steve feels something hard in his pocket. He pulls out a sharp crystal spike and raises it high. Mortem panics, thinking Steve is trying to commit suicide. But instead, Steve drives the crystal straight into the gatekeeper's skull. A massive blast erupts, leaving Steve smoking like barbecue. The skin on his fingertips is literally blasted away, exposing raw flesh. Yet, a spark of hope remains in his eyes. The gatekeeper's vulnerable core is now completely wide open. Steve raises his hand, giving Mortem a massive feast. The swirling vortex of cursed energy is instantly sucked into the beast's bottomless stomach. With the gatekeeper finally slain, Steve limps back to the surface, clutching his badly cracked sword. His body suddenly feels incredibly light. Outside the dungeon, Mortem's healing speed is insanely fast, and his physical mutation completely stops. Steve sits up to inspect his injuries. He counts his six-pack to make sure everything is intact before checking his system stats. Both his wild instinct and curse-devouring skills have leveled up. Improving wild instinct is usually a complete nightmare, making this an incredibly lucky jackpot for him. Suddenly, everything goes dead silent. You might wonder why. Well, Mortem hasn't said a word this whole time. The moment Steve calls out, a barrage of system notifications flashes before his eyes. Mortem's mana limit jumped from 100 to 150, upgrading Air Bullet to Air Blast. The Chaos skill is now unlocked. It looks like Mortem actually grows stronger by consuming relics. But why is all this crazy progression happening at the exact same time? And it gets crazier. Stored mana has surged past 8,000, and a whole list of previously locked elite skills is suddenly revealed on his screen. Steve has absolutely no idea how to use these abilities. He really needs Mortem to wake up and explain them to him. The beast probably needs to finish its upgrade before it can speak again. Steve wonders if other artifacts are as stubborn as Mortem. If he can secure more charged relics that absorb raw mana, his physical power will skyrocket even further. With nothing to lose, Steve decides to risk a physical upgrade. Now, pay attention to his options. He can only choose between Cursed Devourer and Cursed Aura. Both names sound incredibly sketchy, and honestly, Steve does not want to touch either of them. But he has to suck it up and pick one to complete the binding process. Later on, Steve drags his exhausted body back to Clyde's workshop to get his shattered weapon reforged. He carefully lays out the broken fragments of his sword on the table. A tense, awkward silence fills the room as they both stare at the ruined blade. Steve scratches his head, explaining that the sword saved his life. Then, Clyde unexpectedly says thank you. The old blacksmith bursts into tears, promising to rebuild the blade stronger than ever, which completely catches Steve off guard. Since Clyde is so motivated, Steve gladly offers his support, handing over various trap components and rare monster drops he scavenged from the dungeon. He also hands over a deposit of 3,000 credits, requesting that Clyde upgrade the weapon and add mechanical cylinders to it. Leaving the workshop, Steve heads straight to Danton's tavern, where the owner welcomes him back like family. Steve gives him a sarcastic smirk, asking if he's upset that the lucrative dungeon was completely destroyed. Danton nods, already profiting from the salvaged minerals, and tries to invite him to the black market. But Steve politely declines to go rest. Watching Steve walk away, Danton sighs and mutters to himself, wondering if the rumors are actually true. Did this kid really clear that entire dungeon completely by himself? Upstairs, Steve collapses onto his bed, totally exhausted. He looks at his ring and calls out to his partner. Mortem slowly responds with a lazy, tired yawn. The beast complains about feeling groggy, but its physical form now looks far more menacing and dangerous than ever before. Slightly intimidated, Steve asks if there is any way to preview a skill before actually activating it. Mortem nods. Since their first contract, its system had been completely reset, sealing away all of its original abilities. Yesterday was the first time the beast consumed a real relic. Its basic Air Bullet skill had no path for normal evolution, but now, it has evolved into Air Blast, adapting into a custom-tailored power, designed specifically to match Steve's fighting style. Steve is still confused about the actual difference, but Mortem is not giving him any clear answers either. No matter the name, the power remains. Mortem tells Steve to start training, as some things simply cannot be explained in words, but the beast feels like it forgot something vital. Well, Steve is not curious, and that is where we leave our heroes. You and I are about to watch Steve figure out his crazy new Curse Aura skill, but Mortem promises to explain everything during their next dungeon raid. The little companion is clearly dying to see the new skill, asking when they are leaving, but Steve is not having it. First, he needs to pass out and recover his energy. Night falls, but loud noises shatter the quiet. Outside Steve's room, Danton bangs furiously on the door, sounding completely panicked. "Steve, something terrible happened. Wake up." They rush downstairs and Steve freezes, his eyes wide with sheer shock at what he sees. Cly lies on the table, eyes shut tight, his face covered in brutal bruises and cuts. Danton quickly signals a helper to bring something over. A customer apparently found Cly unconscious in a dark alleyway and carried him straight to the tavern. Danton pops the cap off a bottle of dark red liquid and pours it directly onto Cly's face. Steve freaks out, asking what the hell he is doing. Alcohol is not going to save him right now. But a second later, Cly's face heals completely, instantly changing Steve's mood. Whoa, what is that? How much does that cost? Of course, it's insanely expensive, but if not now, when else would they use it? After recovering, Cly finally wakes up, sounding dazed and confused. Wait, where am I? Who even am I? Is that Steve and Danton? Steve immediately presses him about the bastards who beat him up. Cly racks his brain and remembers something about Dirk's crew. Hearing that name, everyone in the tavern frowns and sighs in unison. Oh, not that guy again. Steve has no idea who this guy is. Danton facepalms and sighs, calling him a total idiot. According to Danton, Dirk is a trash-tier human who loves harassing people. But since he hasn't done anything major, everyone just ignores him. Danton once humiliated him in public to teach him a lesson. So, he probably targeted Cly just to get revenge on Danton. They didn't just beat up Cly, they also stole all the money Steve gave him, mumbling something else too. He's friends with that bastard too. I'll report him and beat him down myself, or I'll never get over this anger. Just hearing the word report makes Steve go pale. Pay attention now, because he is grabbing his coat to hunt down Dirk and his little gang. Along the way, Mortem curiously asks if he's angry. Hearing the teasing tone, Steve seriously tells the little guide to cut it out. He wants to use his fists so he won't feel guilty. Mortem thinks he wants to kill them, but Steve is far more logical. Killing everyone who annoys you makes you no better than a beast, but you still can't just let things slide either. Steve activates his newly upgraded Beast Instinct skill to track down Dirk. Meanwhile, Dirk is desperately reporting Danton and Steve to 2 town guards. But the guards don't seem to buy his story. After all, in this village, Danton is as good as they come. Besides, banging on his tavern door in the middle of the night without any real proof is just plain ridiculous. Dirk grinds his teeth and heads back to his crew. They don't get why he's so obsessed with the 400-crown bounty on Steve. That's barely enough for food anyway. They should just leave. But Dirk isn't satisfied with their small haul. He's determined to catch Steve and use this chance to humiliate and beat up Danton for revenge. And right on cue, Steve appears in the flesh. I know what you're thinking, somebody is about to get their teeth kicked in. Spotting Steve, Dirk sneers and turns to his crew, saying, "See, that's the guy I was talking about." Steve mockingly thanks the 3 idiots, saying it's been a long time since he fought regular, fragile humans. A mustached thug furiously grabs his shirt. Instantly, Steve snaps his wrist and hurls him away before he can even react, casually flexing his hand as if he's just warming up. Dirk and the black-haired guy grow furious at the provocation. The black-haired thug pulls out a nasty knife. Before he can even use his weapon, Steve leaps up and drives a knee straight into his face. The thug flies backward, blood spraying from his nose like a broken fountain. Still completely brainless, Dirk charges forward with pure, foolish rage. Fight with everything. Our target is 400 crowns. But a sudden, vicious uppercut from Steve completely rattles his brain. He waits for him to fall back down before delivering a thunderous second punch. What's wrong? If you want to capture me, you actually have to beat me first. Spitting blood, Dirk wonders how Steve got this terrifyingly strong. But Steve isn't done having fun yet, so he won't let him pass out. He pulls out a recovery potion stolen from Danton and pours it over Dirk. Mortem realizes Steve's sadistic plan and giggles. Wow, you really have a wonderful personality, don't you? The next morning, Danton makes breakfast while sharing some fresh rumors. Word on the street is that Dirk's crew was seen limping around, absolutely beaten to a pulp. Wonder what happened last night. What do you think? Steve just sits down and stretches. Me? Oh, I just did a little morning exercise. Right then, Cly rushes in to announce he finished upgrading Steve's sword. After some fine-tuning, the blade is now much more compact and looks incredibly sleek. He made the tip heavier and added tripwires for extra firepower. Trust me, you and I are going to love seeing this thing in action next time. Alright, you and I are about to see how 2 straight guys like Steve and Danton get their manhood questioned by a slender sword. After showing it off, Side awkwardly pulls out some syringes. Because they require a special gas, he couldn't find enough alchemists or dwarves to produce more. In the end, he was only able to make 4 of them. Knowing Steve won't be back for a while, Cly writes down a list of ingredients in a recommendation letter, so Steve can have another expert craft them. Danton even promises to tip off other black market branches about Steve to help keep him in touch. Steve hooks the lightweight blade to his hip, thanking them both. Cly chuckles slyly and says, "Wait, you at least have to name it before you take off. It is a one-of-a-kind weapon, after all." But picking a name is a real struggle for someone as indecisive as Steve. Luckily, Mortem already had a name ready, the Infiltrator. Meanwhile, at Brandon Castle in the Kingdom of Venia, Jero and Banstock have finally arrived. The moment he collapses onto the sofa in exhaustion, there is a knock at the door. Jero frowns in annoyance. Who could that be? It is him. Second Prince Anfet struts right in. Seeing Jero politely greet him, he just dismisses it, telling him to cut the pleasantries. So, was it worth it? Knowing Anfet is here because of his recent little raid, Jero goes completely pale. Anfet smirks, listing off all of Jero's major offenses, leaving the front lines illegally, leading an entire army astray, and raiding a Grade A tomb without imperial permission, are all highly unlawful. If the Emperor finds out about this, he will definitely hold Jero fully responsible. Using this leverage, Anfet blackmails Jero into handing over the artifact, leaving Jero clutching his head in utter helplessness. But pay attention here. Anfet suddenly tells Jero to keep his mouth shut when the Emperor calls, promising to provide a fake alibi. If Jero slips up, things will get incredibly complicated. Anfet then tosses him a filthy bundle, telling him to bring it along when their father summons him. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Jero is summoned. As soon as he arrives, he immediately kneels before the Emperor. The Emperor nods and begins questioning Jero about where he has been for the past 2 weeks, noting his long absence. Standing nearby, Anfet speaks up first, explaining that when Jero heard about the Goblin Rebellion in the southwest, he rushed to suppress it before reporting back. It was a completely unavoidable situation. The woman standing on the other side is Henrietta, the general of the First Prince's Western Front. She is highly suspicious of how the Western Army knew absolutely nothing about armed goblins in the southwest. Yet Jero, a northern border guardian, managed to go there and stop them. Frowning, Anfet calls upon Conrad to activate the prophetic ability of the artifact in his hands. This magical orb can reveal events across the land, which Anfet had already warned Jero about beforehand. The rebels had actually planned to infiltrate a Grade A dungeon to steal a powerful artifact. If Jero had not intervened, things would definitely not have ended so well. You and I both know how sensitive people get over artifacts, and as Jero starts wavering, Anfet strikes right at the core. Are you actually suggesting that we should have followed standard military procedures and wasted precious, highly critical time? With Henrietta effectively silenced, the king asks for specific details. Jero desperately tries to stick to the script Anfet prepared for him. Except for Deputy General Banstock Bredfield, the army I led was defeated. However, I managed to successfully destroy the artifact. Claiming it was a parasite, he chose to destroy it rather than let it fall to the enemy, before pulling out the bag Anfet gave him. Anfet quickly chimes in, adding that Jero even brought back the enemy general's head as solid proof of his victory. Jero then pulls out the severed head of a goblin. After confirming it is indeed a goblin, the Emperor says, "As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. Go and rest." Watching everything play out so smoothly, Anfet cannot help but smirk, knowing Jero now owes him a massive debt. Meanwhile, right by a crystal-clear stream, Mortem speaks up with clear annoyance. "How on earth can you eat something that looks like a condensed frog finger?" Steve stares at the beautifully roasted fish, then gives it a judging look, while Mortem continues to complain as the boy happily eats. "Anyway, I have noticed that the further southwest we travel, the fewer signs of life we see. Does that have something to do with our destination?" Steve explains that the area is deserted because the very last goblin village lies hidden deep inside the vast southwestern forest. They are nothing like humans, completely forbidding any outsiders from coming near. But on the bright side, Steve can use his skills without being noticed, making it the perfect playground to test out some dungeons. Still, Steve knows it won't be easy, as rumors warn of the extreme dangers within the Goblin Kingdom. At that moment, a young man is sprinting desperately through the thick forest. Even though his legs are completely giving out, he refuses to let them capture him. Suddenly, an arrow flies from behind and strikes the young man, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. A group with long, pointed ears drops down. As they prepare to finish him off, a sharp, authoritative voice stops them, and trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Stop. We are going to keep this one alive. All right, you and I are heading deep into the southwest mountains of the Venus Kingdom, inside the Forest of Darkness. Steve looks around, wondering what kind of nightmare he has stepped into. Honestly, even Down or Raban would have a tough time finding their way here. Steve touches a tree, realizing he has zero knowledge about this area. Plus, you cannot exactly eat artifacts for survival. The suffocating density of the woods is completely throwing off his sense of direction. The thick canopy completely blocks out any view of the sky, making navigation impossible, even with a map. No wonder they call it the Forest of Darkness. Suddenly, a mysterious voice chimes in, asking if whining will make things any better. Realizing the truth, the voice mockingly asks if this famous explorer is actually lost in the woods. But then, Steve spots a man suspended over some rocks in the middle of a pond. He mutters, wondering if the figure is even human. Steve brings him down and offers him some water, telling him to open his eyes. Seeing the stranger unresponsive, he cannot help but feel worried. With a heavy sigh, Steve admits he just cannot leave him like this. Just then, Mortem appears and tells Steve to move. Steve asks why, and Mortem replies that if he wants to play with the dangerous water monsters, he will not stop him. Watch closely as these terrifying water monsters rise from the deep. Steve stares in horror, realizing those floating bones belong to people who tried saving this man. Seeing how they were corroded, he knows staying still means certain death. Steve raises his fist, determined to fight. A small spark of flame suddenly ignites as he readies his counterattack. Chanting a quick spell, Steve creates an air bomb that blasts the monsters. In an instant, they are blown to pieces, turning back into harmless water. Without losing a second, Steve quickly hoists Patterson onto his back and runs. But since they are made of water, they instantly reform to block his escape. He has to find a way to stop them for good. Steve places his hand directly into the water where they stand, realizing they are just liquid. If the wind stays calm, victory is his. Launching his counterattack, Steve asks how they like this. He unleashes a barrage of magical projectiles, aiming straight at the liquid enemies. A low-tier status effect triggers, which immediately activates a devastating chain reaction, striking up to 5 targets at once. Channeling lightning through his hands, Steve sends a high-intensity electrical surge through the water. The monsters are temporarily fried. A voice echoes in his head as Steve sighs in relief, confident the creatures cannot catch up to them now. Beside him, the unconscious traveler slowly blinks his eyes open, groaning and asking where they are. Shocked to wake up in a completely unfamiliar place, he asks in confusion if they are no longer by the lake. He thanks Steve for saving his life, but noting his sudden shift in attitude, Steve comments on how fast he recovered. Steve turns to question him. "I know what you are thinking, but let us hear Patterson out. Why on earth was he tied up there anyway?" Patterson asks if Steve is seriously clueless. In this forest of darkness, who else would capture humans alive without immediately ending their lives? Steve puts the pieces together. He clarifies the situation, asking if it was the elves. Patterson continues, explaining they were heading to the capital to deliver a shipment on time. He asks why Steve would venture into such a dangerous place. They had no choice but to cross this dark forest, only to get ambushed by elves. Remembering the horror in the water, Steve asks if those floating remains were his friends. Patterson puts on a fake show of grief, crying that he could only watch the horror unfold. Those brutal elves bound him tight and left him hanging over that cursed lake. They killed everyone who tried to save him. Accepting the story, Steve tells him they are only a short distance from escaping this forest. He promises to guide Patterson out, leaving him to find his own way back to the village. Patterson acts worried, trying to exploit Steve's kindness by saying how deeply grateful he is for the help. Steve activates his listening skill, murmuring that he is ready. He closes his eyes to map out their escape route. His sharpened instincts immediately pick up on something bizarre about this place, making it feel entirely different from any normal forest. The deeper they venture, the quieter the wildlife becomes. But he knows louder noises will guide them to the exit. Opening his eyes, Steve confidently tells him it is time to move. Steve takes the lead to guide them out, calling back to Patterson, who mutters in response. Suddenly, a flurry of arrows rains down on them. Steve raises his sword to block, while Patterson collapses to the ground in sheer terror. Steve angrily demands they show themselves. Silently, several figures descend from the treetops, landing gracefully right in front of them. Elena steps forward, coldly demanding they hand the man over. Unafraid, Steve snaps back, asking what happens if he refuses. Seeing his stubbornness, her warriors draw their weapons. They wait in silence for Elena's command. She draws her bow, warning him she will not ask a third time. Steve calmly tells her she is completely mistaken. Gripping his sword tight, he warns her that he is not actually the one standing in her way. If she wants to fight, she should just bring it instead of talking. Mortem tells Steve that without him, Patterson would have been sold out. "Honestly, you and I both know Steve has got one crazy ride ahead of him. Let's dive into this intense standoff." An elf warrior steps out, asking if they want to die, while Elena keeps her bow fully drawn. Seeing things are getting out of hand, she lowers her bow, suggesting that peace might be a better option than brute force right now. Steve gasps in shock, while the elf warrior beside her turns around in sheer surprise, completely caught off guard. Elena interrupts, stating they are not mindless monsters who just go around stealing the lives of innocent people. Being misunderstood so many times is already annoying enough. She glares at her subordinates, warning them to keep their mouths shut. They reply in unison, "Yes, ma'am." Elena then turns to Steve, asking if he actually knows why they are demanding that man. Steve had absolutely no doubts about the man he just saved, so he simply answers that he does not know. But now she is going to explain. Terrified of being exposed, Burson stutters, asking if Steve really believes these filthy elves. Steve finds this incredibly annoying. He sighs, telling Burson to shut up, while Elena demands to hear Steve's side of the story first. She asks what he heard from that man, her chilling laughter suddenly echoing through the quiet forest. She mockingly laughs at Burson's big talk, while he breaks into a cold sweat, absolutely terrified that his lies are falling apart. Elena invites them to follow her. Steve grabs Burson, who panics, as the elf promises to show them something very interesting. Now pay attention to this scene. Elena leads them to an overturned carriage with wooden crates spilled everywhere, triggering Steve's suspicion. Looking closely, he hesitantly asks what this is, while Elena stares at the carriage. She notes this is the carriage Burson mentioned, asking Steve how he feels about it. Steve suddenly notices the tire tracks are completely off. He looks toward the exit of the forest, pointing out that if they were truly fleeing deeper inside, the wheel tracks would lead inward, not outward. Instead, they are pointing straight out. Elena calmly remarks that this is only the first interesting discovery. Glancing at a sweating, terrified Burson, Elena suddenly leaps down into the pond they passed earlier. Burson nervously warns her about falling in, but Elena ignores him, searching the water, asserting she has every right to do so. Showing zero fear, she casually throws up a severed human hand, so severely corroded that the bare bones inside are completely visible. She continues, saying this is the second interesting thing, asking Steve if this looks like their friend's hand. She explains to Steve that until now, innocent travelers crossing this forest have never left behind horrific things like this. You and I both know what this means. Steve grits his teeth in pure rage, realizing Burson played him for a fool. Grabbing Burson tightly, Steve growls that there is absolutely no excuse left for his lies. This is clearly the work of slave traders. Left with nothing to lose, Burson sneers, asking what Steve is going to do. He demands why Steve, a fellow human, would side with filthy elves instead of him. But Steve answers with a devastating punch. Furious, Steve screams at him to shut his mouth, glaring at the slave trader with eyes that could tear him to absolute shreds. If you were so righteous, you wouldn't have hidden it. Do not dare act all high and mighty when you lack real confidence. Burson collapses to the dirt, completely shell-shocked by that insanely powerful punch as he spits out a broken tooth. Steve scoffs at the idea of humanity's side. Elena watches him, asking what he plans to do now. Now that he knows the brutal truth, Steve stands in silent conflict, completely speechless as he tightly clenches his fists. Elena watches closely to see what Steve will do next. Kneeling on the ground, Burson flashes a sinister smirk and suddenly runs for his life. Elena's guards immediately shout, "Let us handle this." An arrow pierces Burson's shoulder, making him scream in agony, yet he desperately keeps running. Elena calmly draws her bow, shooting his leg and sending him crashing to the dirt. Steve wonders how she could so easily hit a target moving at such a high speed. The shot hit the most painful spot imaginable, piercing right through the bone. Elena walks over and steps on him. Trembling in agonizing pain, Burson begs for his life, raising his hands in surrender. He frantically promises that if she spares him, he will disappear forever and live a quiet, obedient life. There is absolutely no sincerity in his voice. Turning to Steve, Burson begs the adventurer to save him, reminding him that they are both humans after all. He promises to do whatever Steve wants, but hearing these desperate pleas from a filthy slave trader, Steve remains completely silent as Burson keeps begging. Elena draws her bow to fire. Burson screams for mercy, but she intentionally misses, casually remarking that her shot slipped. Wiping her arrow, Elena admits she actually expected Steve to save the man since they are the same species. Steve looks at her and replies that they were indeed comrades, but only until Burson decided to deceive him. Besides, he admits he has a short temper, so stopping her now would just be a massive display of hypocrisy. Elena aims her bow at Steve, asking if he understands her duty to eliminate intruders. "Trust me, you and I cannot miss what comes next. Stick with me, we are diving right into a deadly battle." Steve calmly replies, "Of course, because I know exactly how terribly the Vis treated the elves." Enraged, Elena fires her arrow, but Steve has zero intention of dying here. He says, "But I also have my own hidden motives." Suddenly, the arrow gets teleported right behind Steve, completely missing him. Elena instinctively steps back, thoroughly on guard. She wonders what this is, seeing that he did not even move. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Staring at Steve, Elena wonders if he is a mage, since she failed to notice it earlier. Steve immediately activates his defensive skills, triggering a passive ability that automatically heals his physical fatigue and wounds. His active skill, Crosswind, generates a massive blast of air from his core to deflect and neutralize incoming projectiles. Amazingly, the longer he uses this skill, the more his magical power surges. Elena realizes what is happening, suspecting his ring is actually a magic item. She shouts to her subordinates that he shows no natural magic reaction. She doubts if he is really a mage, yelling at them to keep attacking. She claims they will force his magic out and make him rely on that artifact. And her subordinates quickly reply and spring into action. Two of them aim their bows, activating their exploding bullet level 5 skill, a guided type attack that concentrates high explosive force on the target. Steve watches his targets warily as he activates the ring again, closing his eyes to release his true powers. Activating his crosswind skill, Elena's subordinates widen their eyes in sheer shock as both arrows completely bend around Steve, slamming into the tree behind him. Now, pay attention here, Steve is totally unfazed. He wonders why on earth he even needs to explain his goals to them anyway. Refusing to accept this, Elena fires a rapid barrage of arrows and snaps back. She yells that they must show they do not kill without a valid reason, while the magic ring warns him not to waste his mana. It tells him that even if his magic increases, his limit is only about 125 to 150, but Steve replies that he knows. With just a single sword, Steve effortlessly blocks their fierce attacks, realizing that they are only targeting his head, which makes it pretty easy to defend. Trying to break out of their encirclement, Steve grunts to himself that he cannot just stay on the defensive forever. He says if he takes a direct hit, he will only lose a limb or two. But Mortem snaps back, asking what he is thinking. Deciding he has no other choice, Steve activates his ring again as the skull Mortem goads him to show them what he has got. An intense air bomb erupts, tearing through the ground and obliterating everything in its path. Though Elena's subordinates manage to dive away just in time. One subordinate turns and warns Elena to be careful, but in the blink of an eye, Steve vanishes and reappears right in front of him, delivering a powerful kick. Steve sends the subordinate crashing hard into a tree. Elena thinks it should be impossible to cast other spells while channeling a magic tool, wondering if that ring is an actual artifact. You and I can see Elena's brain short-circuiting here. Steve glares at his ring, confirming her suspicion, making her shudder that he is like a cursed being. She fires another arrow, but Steve easily dodges. Elena grits her teeth in fury and screams that a goddess like her cannot be defiled. Steve whispers to Mortem that her words sound like a curse directed at them, but the skull chuckles that Steve's face deserves to be cursed. As Steve stands there surprised, Elena suddenly leaps high into the air, shocked. He remains completely distracted, ignoring Elena as she dives in to shoot, confusedly asking Mortem who she is aiming at before turning around too slow. Mortem warns him that she is aiming at him, but the arrow already flies forward, striking an unprepared Steve as he helplessly asks why. From a bird's-eye view, the brutal clash between Steve and Elena continues to intensify, the atmosphere growing incredibly tense and suffocating. Taking advantage of his distraction, Elena lodges a spinning arrow directly into his chest, sending an agonizing pain spreading rapidly throughout his body. His healing skill activates, automatically recovering his stamina and mending his wounds. Watching him closely, Elena realizes that he is actively regenerating, as a bright light erupts from Steve's wound and forces the arrow out. Terrified by his healing, Elena quickly draws her bow and fires another rapid shot, which Steve blocks just in time, though the arrow pierces his arm instead. This painful shock finally wakes up his mind, making him realize that he has been taking these opponents far too lightly. Steve realizes he let his guard down despite knowing his foe is a deadly elf, while she watches him block her arrow so easily. Elena thinks his abilities are no joke, knowing that even a perfect shot might not guarantee a hit against this monster. Ready to retaliate, Steve unleashes his airbomb skill as the skull in his hand begins to radiate a brilliant, blazing fire. Seeing him initiate his spell, Elena reacts instantly, drawing her bow to fire a counter arrow to disrupt him. Unbelievably, Elena's shot completely neutralizes his airbomb in midair, leaving Steve utterly speechless as he wonders how this is possible. Can a single arrow really shut down an airbomb like that? And is that even possible? Steve thinks, flashing back to the mechanics of his airbomb spell. First, he has to gather his mana to form a core, and only through that core can he unleash its full destructive power. If a physical attack disrupts that core before the process is finished, the mana scatters, completely canceling out the spell and causing it to fail. But as you and I know, theories do not always work out. Alright, stick with me. We are about to watch this elf pull off a shot so precise, she can target a speck of dust on an energy ring in under 2 seconds. Mortem the relic watches her draw her bow, analyzing her every move. This girl definitely is not your average elf. Without wasting a beat, Sist draws his sword and goes on the offensive, charging right at Elena. My thoughts exactly. Sist yells as he leaps forward, unleashing a massive, crushing blow that Elena barely manages to dodge. Sist grips his hilt tighter, and his blade clicks with a heavy metallic sound. Crackle. The ground where his blade struck suddenly explodes with devastating force, sending debris flying everywhere and proving to Elena that this is no ordinary weapon. Sensing he is still holding back, she uses wind-like speed to leap far out of his attack range. She fires a clean shot, but Sist reacts instantly, dodging the arrow with a swift crosswind technique. Elena grins. He can bend wind trajectories? Fine, she will just rain down enough arrows to take his head off. Now, pay close attention. Elena's eyes lock onto the shiny ring on Sist's finger. That tiny target is her next move, and she is about to use her ultimate technique. With her bow fully drawn, she aims straight for his head, waiting for Sist's massive fist to swing close enough. She finds her opening and releases, aiming straight for the ring, but Sist is way too fast, closing the distance and almost landing a fatal blow first. Elena barely slips away in time, but Sist just flashes a cocky, confident smile. No matter how legendary an elf's reflexes are, they are completely helpless while airborne. Sist lunges forward, grabbing her tightly in midair and leaving her totally cornered. Sist leans back and headbutts her hard, yelling about his perfect intuition. The brutal blow knocks Elena out cold instantly. Elena slowly opens her eyes, only to see her captor sitting nearby and complaining about having to fight humans. Man, that was exhausting, Sist groans. Haven't worked that hard since my childhood master trained me. Hearing this, Elena stares in shock. Wait, what? She looks down in absolute panic, realizing both she and her subordinates have been tightly bound by this guy. She glares at Sist, demanding to know his true business in their forest, and if he intends to harm his own people. Look, I have zero interest in meeting elves, Sist sighs, and I definitely didn't come here looking to pick fights with anyone. Then, his eyes turn incredibly cold as he warns her that they better be prepared to pay a very heavy price. Sist's terrifying glare makes Elena bite her lip in pure fear as he warns her never to play with his life again, dumping out her bag of rations. But then, He surprisingly just picks up a tiny magic stone and asks if they can call it even. I was so hungry, I thought I'd pass out mid-fight. Sist laughs. Elena stares in shock as he adds that taking this tiny amount shouldn't be a big deal. Why the shocked face? He asks while unfolding her map. Oh, by the way, I should probably mention something else. I only came to this forest for the dungeon. Sist grins internally, realizing this map means he won't get lost anymore. He packs his gear, telling her he needs the map and will totally give it back the next time they run into each other. Elena tries to protest, begging him to wait. But Sist is already walking away, waving goodbye with a casual farewell. Elena screams uselessly for the human to get back here, while Sist happily examines his new map from a safe distance. Following the directions, he finds a massive tree, realizing that without this map, he would have spent hours walking in circles. Beneath its roots, he spots something unexpected. A dark, eerie cave opening leading straight down into the earth. Spoken like a true, reckless adventurer, Mortem comments dryly as Sist cautiously steps into the pitch-black abyss. Sist notes that usually, dense forest vegetation cannot grow anywhere near a dungeon due to the overflowing magical energy. Suddenly he stops. Wait, this makes no sense. Mortem chimed in, asking what could possibly be so surprising. I've never seen a dungeon literally overrun with trees. Sist replies, running his hand over a wooden root until ding, a system window flashes, warning him that he lacks the proper authorization to access it. You and I both know a system lockout won't stop him. Sist adapts instantly, raising his sword in one hand while preparing a skill with the other. Let's try this instead, Sist whispers, activating his animal instinct skill as he closes his eyes to listen. Pulsing blue sound waves flood the cave, bouncing off his blade to map out the layout through sheer auditory visualization. I guess you never have to worry about starving as an adventurer, Mortem chuckles. Just when did you learn to mine dungeon ore? Since I was 12 years old, Sist replies, using his blade to probe the dark path ahead as they venture deeper. If you can do what you love and still put food on the table, why wouldn't you? He continues bantering with the relic as they walk, but despite going deeper and expecting something to jump out, they find absolutely nothing but massive, twisted roots. If there were actual monsters down here, my skills would have picked up their heartbeats by now. With all your experience, you should really watch your mouth, Mortem warns. Sist just chuckles, but you and I know things are about to get wild. Alright, you and I are about to watch Steve face a giant, terrifying monster made of tangled roots, while Mortem curiously jokes, who is that? Being too big must be tough. Steve asks in shock, what is that? Mortem stares at the giant entity and replies, that is the rot riggers. Then he corrects himself. Actually, it is Rue. Surrounded by the monster's creeping roots, Steve warily looks around and asks, so, is having deadly roots everywhere just a normal thing here? Mortem warns him that it is best not to touch them, but the roots instantly strike back, aggressively launching themselves to attack Steve. Surrounded on all sides, these wooden beasts can move around, but since they have no hearts, they do not feel a single thing. Even so, you have to stay highly alert around these monsters. Well, that is another useful lesson learned. Now watch closely as Steve counters the roots. The horde of monsters attacks from all sides, forcing him to spin around just to dodge. He remains completely calm and unfazed. Steve is not panicking at all, even though the sheer number of these monsters looks overwhelming. He immediately slashes forward, severing the roots one by one before sizing them up. Turns out, they are not so tough after all. The moment Steve lets his guard down, the roots ambush him from behind. They charge straight forward and completely restrain him, prompting Mortem to dryly tease. Ah, can't you say anything else? Now, the creepy roots begin to slither and invade his body. Steve gasps, what is this? While Mortem watches in shock. That is exactly why I told you not to touch it, Mortem says, as the sharp roots begin burrowing deep into Steve's flesh. Steve panics, yelling, is now really the time for a lecture? Wait, this thing is sucking my blood. Oh my god, it is draining me. More roots wrap around his body, acting like hungry serpents as they fiercely squeeze the life out of him. Steve realizes this red root is actually pretty dangerous, feeding on human blood to survive. He painfully grits his teeth as the vines squeeze tighter and tighter. Just when you think he is finished, Steve activates a skill to break free, summoning Crosswind as a sudden gust of wind bursts out. Instantly, the roots are blasted right off his body. But his hands are now covered in painful puncture wounds left behind by those bloodthirsty parasites. Oh ho, the ring on his hand comments. Nice job using that skill at the exact right moment. Any later, and you would have turned into beef jerky. Healing his wounds, Steve snaps back. Why are you calling me jerky? One slip-up and you are easy prey, Steve mutters, noting that he must be extra careful from now on. He then conjures a glowing fireball in his hand. He has never faced a plant like this. Suddenly, a system screen pops up, displaying the fire activation skill, flame creation, and orbit control. After storing up energy and boosting his power, Steve unleashes a devastating fire fist that completely surprises even him with its raw effectiveness. With just that single fire punch, he completely incinerates the massive root monster. The blast even clears a path for Steve. The ring mutters, beyond expectation, it managed to absorb all of that magic. Steve confidently declares, "Very well, I am going to crush you." But after the monster's defeat, a sudden explosion inside the tree hollow teleports Steve back outside. Steve turns to glance at Glyda, and a system screen suddenly flashes before him. The magical artifact stat of Memento Mortem increases from 150 to 250, though 2 active skills have been cancelled. Steve is absolutely thrilled. A system alert pops up, showing 1 artifact has been absorbed, bringing his current mana to 4,564. Next is Devourer Artifact 1 at 7,000 mana, and Synchro Artifact 2 at 45,000 mana, along with Corpse Artifact 2 at 45,000. Reading this, he gasps in shock. A massive magic deficiency? Steve stares down at his ring with deep concern. While Steve is busy studying his newly acquired powers, Elena suddenly materializes right out of nowhere behind him. Steve reacts instantly, spinning around with a raised fist. "What is this? Are you seriously back again?" Steve swiftly draws his sword, pressing the blade against Elena's neck. Elena quickly speaks up. "I did not come to fight." Sheathing his sword, Steve mutters, "Well, I honestly thought you came for another round of fighting. So why are you here? To take back your map? I already told you I would return it when I am done." But Elena suddenly drops to her knees. "I did not come for the map. I do not care about anything else you carry, but please, just return one specific thing to me." Confused, Steve stammers. "Wait, return what?" Elena replies, "My necklace." Steve pulls a chain with a glowing purple gem from his pocket and asks, "You mean this?" Elena replies with sheer joy, "Yes, that is it." Just then, Elena's subordinates finally catch up to her, shouting in panic, "My lady, are you all right? We begged you not to wander off alone." They then glare at the necklace in Steve's hand, asking, "Why is that in a human's hands?" For some bizarre reason, Elena immediately delivers a brutal punch straight into her subordinate's stomach. He groans and collapses in pain, looking up in sheer confusion. "Lady Elena." After putting them both in their place, Elena lets out a sigh. Steve watches them with utter confusion. Modem chimed in. "Well, they finally showed up, wondering what on earth is going on here." Elena quickly turns back to Steve, kneeling to beg, "Please, just give me back that necklace. You can keep literally anything else." Steve frowns, questioning her. "You know this is incredibly reckless, right? What if I forced you to do something terrible? What if I were evil?" But Elena trusts him, and honestly, you and I both know that a guy who says that is no villain. Alright, you and I are about to see if this guy is truly a hero or a monster. I mean, he even saved other people. She recalls when she was about to eliminate Patterson, there is no way he could be a bad guy. Holding up her necklace, he asks in disbelief, "Wait, you actually think that? And what even is this necklace? Is this thing really that important to you?" Elena remains dead silent. Sid looks at the necklace and shrugs, "Fine, keep your secrets. I'll return your precious keepsake." But of course, he's making a deal, and it comes with one condition. Elena demands, "Just spit it out. What do you want me to do?" Sid reveals his ultimate goal to wipe out every single dungeon inside this forest. Elena gasps in shock. "Wait, what?" He is literally using her desperation to force her into helping him. "Help me, and once we are done, I will hand this right back to you." Staring at her necklace, Elena silently agrees to the deal. She accepts. Meanwhile, we see a heavily scarred hand, tightly clutching a tiny piece of paper. "I will be gone for the next few days. If the elder asks, just tell them I am patrolling somewhere far away. Postscript, no need to worry about me." Elena's mind drifts straight back to her childhood memories. "Ever since I was born, the Yang village has been my home, where my grandmother raised me and taught me everything. Her most important lesson was about human nature, how people are driven entirely by pure greed, never hesitating to commit the most evil acts. And to be honest, every single human traveler she ever met in this forest, they were exactly like that." Watch closely as she follows behind him with her lantern, realizing he is the first human who is actually different. Sid glances back, breaking a sweat as he bites his lip. The awkward silence is practically suffocating him. Suddenly, a voice rings out in his head. "You two literally tried to kill each other, and now you're acting like best friends? Talk about awkward." He grumbles a quick response to Mortem. Turning back to Elena with a nervous sweat, he awkwardly reaches out and says, "Sorry for forcing you along like this." Elena's reply completely throws him off. "You might be a bad person, but maybe you are a good one too. Don't you get it?" Then, she suddenly remembers something and asks, "By the way, what is your real reason for destroying dungeons? No matter how obsessed humans are with relics, there is no logical reason to raid dungeons deep inside this forest." Sid scratches his head, looking ahead. "Well, there are plenty of dungeons outside this forest too, you know." He frowns and sighs. covering his face with one hand. But to be honest, it is complicated. I'm not even sure how to explain it. Holding her lantern, Elena listens and decides not to push any further, simply giving a soft nod. 4 days later, Sid is rappelling down a rope inside a dark cave, complaining. And yeah, I know what you're thinking, this cave isn't even that deep, but getting in is a massive pain. What a brutal cliffside. As he slowly slides down the rope wrapped around his waist, a strange rustling sound echoes right next to him. Seriously, dungeons are always packed with surprises. Startled, he turns his gaze toward the source of the noise. Dodging a massive insect, he leaps sideways, driving his sword into the wall to stabilize himself. Wait, are we fighting bugs now? He pulls his blade free, facing a hideous giant bug. Without hesitation, Sid drives his sword straight into the beast. If I can just sever its leg joints, it's game over. Pinning the bug to the ground, he looks back at Elena with a clueless face. Hey, are you all right? She frowns in deep suspicion, shouting, Watch out. Right in front of her stands a monstrous giant ant. It is a massive, towering ant. Screeching furiously, the beast charges directly at her, but Elena leaps high into the air to dodge it. Elena unsheathes her curved crescent blade. Soaring gracefully, she lands a flurry of rapid slashes on the giant ant before landing safely on her feet. Before she can even catch her breath, her eyes widen in shock as another ferocious beast drops down. It roars savagely, putting her on absolute high alert. But out of nowhere, Sid lunges in, delivering a heavy kick that sends the bug flying. Great, another one. The monster is blown backward, struggling desperately to keep its footing on the rocky ground. It screeches in pure rage, but then, 2 more giant bugs crawl out from behind it, jaws snapping hungrily. Sid summons a glowing sphere of energy, shouting back at Elena, Hey, get back! Suddenly the monsters freeze, locking their eyes onto him. Raising his hand high, a voice inside his head commands, Burn them all to ashes. With a simple gesture, a massive inferno erupts directly toward the beasts. The raging wall of fire engulfs the giant bugs completely. Within seconds, they are swallowed by a sea of flames. Elena can only watch in absolute awe. Staring in disbelief, she thinks, What on earth is this? Was this guy actually just playing around when he fought me? Sid sighs, rubbing his hands together. Man, that smells delicious. As the fire continues to incinerate the monsters, Elena stares at the ashes and asks, Just how many different skills do you need to acquire a single relic? He rubs his neck, sounding unsure. Well, I don't know for sure. Probably around 10 skills, give or take. Then he asks, But they're definitely dead, right? Trust me, you and I are about to find out. Elena explains that this creature sacrificed its body to stop the fire. Honestly, you and I have to admit that's pretty impressive. Steve kicks the monster's carcass, amazed that a beast could do this. He then explains, a bit late, that this dungeon is called Small Bing. As she can see, most monsters here are insects, specifically giant ants. Except for a few, they all have rock-hard exoskeletons. Steve reaches his hand toward the dead insects to take a look. Visualizing the skill, a bright glow erupts from his hand, beaming straight toward the bugs. Elena watches in utter shock. Staring intensely at Steve, she asks if all ancient artifacts possess bizarre skills like that. Taken aback, he hesitates before telling her that is definitely not the case. Is it really that strange to make you keep staring at me like that? Elena nods, her brow furrowing as she explains that channeling true magic is completely different from releasing raw energy. Steve gathers energy to form a glowing blue orb as she continues, explaining that it even carries the essence of a soul. Clenching his fist, Steve stares at the glowing skull ring. He explains that these monsters are capable of absorbing an artifact's power. Even as a harmless corpse, it can still occasionally devour entire magical artifacts left behind by unsuspecting adventurers. Elena pauses in deep thought, asking if he is absolutely sure they are harmless. Without waiting, she turns back toward the cave. As she walks away, Steve stares at his ring. Pay attention, because even Mortem mocks him for thinking just like her. He quickly denies it, catching up to Elena. Then, out of nowhere, Steve whispers a question to the skull ring. He asks if the ring actually trusts him. The skull ring casually replies that it has no other choice, making Steve curse in frustration. Muttering a curse, Steve complains about how things get more complicated the deeper they go. Elena quickly explains why. Because of this treacherous layout, even the powerful elves find it nearly impossible to conquer this place. Suddenly remembering something, Steve asks her to wait while he tests a skill, slashing his sword against the nearby rock wall. Closing his eyes, he casts a spell to sense his surroundings. He snaps his eyes open, completely stunned by what he feels. Steve sees massive insect shapes crawling out of the deep shadows, whispering in fear. They stand there as he sends out sonic sound waves to map out the cave. He realizes utilizing sound waves is the key to navigating. Man, this is the most complex dungeon yet. The scratching sounds of those giant ants are overlapping throughout the intersecting pathways. Frowning, he senses countless creatures moving at once, realizing it is going to be incredibly difficult to master this layout. Elena calmly explains that the dungeon structure is so chaotic that no explorer has ever mapped out the entire place. Clearing it normally is impossible. Steve bites his lip anxiously, wondering what on earth they are supposed to do now. Suddenly, they hear a sound and freeze. Elena urges him to hide, but we're both wondering where they can actually go. Steve complains that there is nowhere to hide, but before he can finish, she lunges and wraps her arm tightly around his neck, choking him. Steve gasps as Elena throws her cloak over both of them, keeping him in an uncomfortably tight chokehold. She whispers for him to be quiet, as something massive suddenly charges straight toward the pathway where they are standing. Two giant ants pass by carrying a pupa. Underneath the cloaking item, Steve whispers, asking how they cannot see them. A system notification pops up to explain. The level 5 camouflage cloak skill is currently active and fully functional. It blends them directly into the surrounding terrain to conceal them, but moving around will slowly drain its powerful camouflage effects after 5 minutes. It requires 30 minutes to fully recharge. Mortem suddenly appears, suggesting they can use the pupa to navigate. The ring explains that following the direction of the pupa will lead them straight away from the fire's source. Steve looks at the ring skeptical, asking if a pupa can really show the way. Mortem boasts that it is a brilliant idea. Steve asks what kind of creature this pupa comes from, and Mortem explains that it actually develops from a caterpillar. So this caterpillar must be born from the queen. If we are entering the queen's nest, security will be incredibly tight. The queen will be surrounded by elite guards. There is a very good reason they are called giant ants. Steve suddenly realizes the genius of this strategy, noting that if they follow the worker ants carrying the pupa, it will lead them straight to the queen. Mortem reminds him to move quickly and get going before more worker ants swarm the entire area. Inside the eerie cave, once the ants leave, they sit down to discuss the plan, and Elena agrees it is a brilliant idea. However, this ancient dungeon has existed for a very long time. There is no way others have not thought of this before. If it were that simple, wouldn't the elves have cleared it long ago? Mortem scoffs, saying it is easier said than done. With ants guarding every path, a few dozen elves stand absolutely zero chance. Steve sighs sarcastically, muttering, "You talk a big game for someone who can't even see." And that's where we leave them. "Stick with me," Mortem speaks up, mockingly trying to comfort them. "How could a few dozen elves ever defeat them? We will get through this." Suddenly, a massive explosion completely rocks the cave. Steve raises his hands, conjuring blazing fireballs in his mind. Then, another massive explosion suddenly rips through the cavern. Elena uses her camouflage cloak as a shield to protect them. Looking at his ring, Steve says, "Awesome, we are almost there, right?" Mortem replies, "It is still far, keep moving." With a serious look, Steve grips his sword and slashes straight at the giant ants. Bow in hand, Elena aims directly at the giant ants. She swiftly and decisively releases a flurry of deadly arrows. Together, they battle the massive horde of giant ants. Blazing flames completely incinerate the oncoming wave of monsters. With absolute determination in his eyes, Steve unleashes his fire to wipe out the ants on one side. Elena is not slacking off either. She continuously fires her bow at the other ants across the dark cavern. Steve frowns at his ring while she cleans her weapon, muttering, "There are way too many of these ants." He figures they can sneak around using Elena's stealth skills, combined with his own ability to detect any sudden movements. Mortem speaks directly into Steve's mind, asking, "So, are you unhappy?" Steve stays quiet, closing his eyes to focus. Steve snaps his eyes open, staring deeper into the cave, filled with thick, killing intent. "No, I feel something nearby. Pay attention here," Steve suddenly announces they are finally close, just a little further ahead. Elena holds up a mysterious ring radiating dark energy. Frowning in confusion, she slowly touches it and asks, "What is this?" "This is..." Suddenly, she gasps out in pain and drops the ring. "This is elven craftsmanship," Elena explains. "It must belong to the victims who became food for those caterpillars. They never had the chance to return home to their families." Mortem pops up and says, "Well, since nobody is using these left-behind items anyway, we should definitely take them. We might need them to activate the Sea Aura skill." Steve closes his eyes, remembering the cursed ring absorbing green energy. He realizes that unleashing powerful skills like Sea Aura requires collecting heavily cursed artifacts just like these. "It feels wrong to just steal from the dead like this," Steve says, pointing at the items scattered among the cocoons. "Elena, if no one is using this, can we just take it?" Elena hesitates, completely unsure of how to respond, stammering, "Well," frowning in absolute disbelief, Elena asks, "Are you seriously out of your mind? These items are cursed. They could literally kill us." Steve waves his hand dismissively with a confident smirk. "I have protective artifacts, so we don't need to worry about that." Feeling helpless, she sighs. "I have no idea what you are planning, but..." Watching him gather the cursed items, she adds, "Since you are so fearless, just do whatever you want." Mortem eagerly replies, haha, I will use them wisely, let us pick them all up. Steve's face darkens as he clasps his hands, wearing a highly mysterious smirk. Let's pause here because as they step forward, a shocking sight completely stuns them, and Steve speaks up first. Well, anyone can see that the dungeon artifact is sitting right in the middle of those damn ants, right? Deep inside the dark cave, a massive queen ant with a giant swollen belly sits protected by 2 guard ants. The terrifying queen stares directly at them and let out a menacing growl. Elena draws her bow, aiming straight at the queen. No time to hesitate. Suddenly, the surrounding eggs begin to twitch, freezing them in place. From inside those pulsing eggs, baby ants begin to hatch as their creepy little legs start poking through the shells. Those sharp legs immediately lash out at them, forcing Steve to duck low while Elena leaps backward. Staring in absolute shock, Steve mutters, "No way." Suddenly, dozens of other eggs begin to hatch all at once. Pointing in panic, he asks, "Are they really all moving right now?" Suddenly, a loud noise from behind makes them spin around, and Elena warns him, "Steve, the ants from behind are swarming us too." A massive wave of ants crawls rapidly toward them. Steve grits his teeth as veins pop on his face, realizing they are completely trapped by ants from all sides. Desperate, he summons a massive wave of fire and hurls it straight at the queen ant. "We must take down the queen." Using his firepower, the newly hatched ants burst out to shield their queen from the flames. Stunned, Steve thinks, "What?" They are already forming a protective wall for her. A look of pure worry spreads across his face. Mortem chuckles mischievously inside his head, saying, "Haha, this is getting interesting. But there is still a way to handle this." Watching the ants shield their queen, Steve smirks. "All right, let's test this out." He begins chanting, activating his new skill, Sea Aura. With a loud shout, he extends his hand and blasts the cavern roof, causing massive rocks to collapse. An air bomb. The giant ant's path is completely blocked by the fallen boulders. Turning back to the queen, Steve says, "Great, let's use this to wipe them out." Then, he calmly glares at the growling giant ants that are locking eyes with him and quietly says, adjusting his ring with a smirk, Steve promises that every single damn ant here is about to get absolutely destroyed. "Trust me. You and I are about to find out how a cursed sword radiating dark energy beside skeletal remains can be a player's ultimate weapon." Steve knows these cursed items are incredibly dangerous, since they can drain your stats or even infect you with deadly diseases. Aside from dungeon researchers, absolutely no one dares to touch them. Steve clenches his fist with a dark grin. Thanks to Mortem suppressing the curse, he can wield them without any side effects. Curse Aura is a skill that releases and channels negative energy. They both warily watch the giant ants as Steve plans his move. But that power is a double-edged sword. Steve suddenly warns Elena, leaving her completely startled and confused. "Elena, do not step ahead of me. Just stay right there." He removes the band from his palm, squeezing it tight. Aura, a massive wave of black energy erupts from him, forcing the ants back. The dark aura targets the queen directly, making her tremble as she desperately holds on. The surrounding ants are not so lucky, collapsing to the ground in agony as Steve falls to his knees. Covered in sweat and gasping for air, Steve mutters, "This power is insane, but am I even using it right?" Mortem appears and replies, "Exactly like that. Now, tell her to finish things up." Steve calls out to Elena, "Hey, Elena." She looks back at him, completely dazed. Steve, his face deadly pale, forces out his words, "Kill the queen. I cannot hold this forever." Understanding the situation, Elena nods. "I got it." She draws her bow, aiming straight at the queen ant. "Take this, you ugly bug. Pay for what you did." She releases the string, sending 2 arrows whistling through the air straight toward the queen. The arrows pierce the queen's body, making her shriek in pain. Hearing her cries, the other ants screech in pure rage. They charge forward on their massive legs. Steve quickly regains his footing, pulling Elena back and wrapping his arm around her. "Stay right here." Now pay attention as crackling blue lightning suddenly erupts from his body. With a sly smirk, Steve unleashes chain lightning, leaving Elena totally speechless. "I have never met anyone as reckless as you," she mutters. Steve casually shrugs while manipulating a strange, floating heart. Behind them lie the shattered carcasses of the giant ants. "Well, I really have no excuse for that," he admits. Steve looks down at his hand, staring at the skull ring. The artifact's magical power is steadily rising. His stats are rising too. Suddenly, a mysterious paper appears. Snatching it, he smiles. Well, that is the second dungeon officially cleared. Moving on, they are trekking through a dense forest. 3 days later, Steve asks, "Is there only one dungeon left?" Elena nods. "Yes. It is the oldest dungeon in this entire forest, and easily the most dangerous one." Steve smirks, glancing at Mortem. "Do not worry about a thing. Compared to before, I have gotten way stronger." Mortem warns him to watch his mouth, but let's pause here because Elena's next warning about the elves is what we really need to hear. Confused, he asks about the elves. She explains that this entire region is known to be elf territory. Since they have not run into any elves yet, tracking their movements is next to impossible. From now on, you absolutely must listen to everything I say. Elena suddenly holds her hand out to stop him. What is wrong? He asks, as she touches a track on the ground. These tracks look quite old, she mutters. But do you actually know what made them? Steve asks, curious. Is that not just a deer footprint? Steve asks. Elena looks grave. It looks similar, but it is not. This is a strider's mark. As Steve stares at the track, Elena explains that the Striders are an elite reconnaissance force of the deep forest elves. They are the absolute best of the best, blessed with incredible innate skills. When it comes to tracking, nobody beats them. Anyone in that group is a monster. Steve pauses, thinking, true, but I have never even heard of these Striders before. If they are so legendary, why are they unheard of among humans? Elena frowns with deep worry. Anyone who actually learns about the Striders never makes it back alive. Steve stands there, completely speechless. Elena glances back, warning him. If you fight them head-on, you will lose in an instant. But if they decide to snipe you from a distance, you will die without ever knowing where the shot came from. Now that you know, we must act fast and stay alert. As they keep walking, Elena continues searching. Noticing her deep in thought, Steve asks, "What is bothering you now?" Sensing something off, she whispers, "It is too quiet." She frowns as a heavy silence falls, noting that not a single animal is making a sound. Steve shrugs, acting completely unfazed. What is so weird about that? It is always pitch black and dead silent in the deep woods anyway. He quietly activates his skill, animal instinct, using it to scan the surrounding forest for any signs of life. This is incredibly bizarre, he thinks. I cannot sense a single movement. Meanwhile, Elena keeps a highly guarded watch ahead. Someone seems to be playing mind games with us. We need to pinpoint their location. Why are they keeping their distance instead of attacking? Why would they do that? Trust me. You and I are going to want to see what happens next after Elena activates her level 4 enemy detection skill to pinpoint their target. Alright, you and I are diving right into a crazy encounter. She suddenly opens her eyes as danger alarms blare in her head, sensing a threatening red aura wrapping around her. Elena spins toward him, screaming a desperate warning. But it is too late. Something blasts right past his shoulder, leaving a massive, bloody wound. Sit gasps in pure agony, staring down at his deeply pierced shoulder. He collapses to the ground as she rushes over, just as another arrow thuds into a nearby tree. From the dark bushes nearby, two mysterious figures silently watch their every move. Sit's eyes widen in sheer shock and agony as he stares at the massive hole in his shoulder. Elena frantically calls his name as he lies completely motionless on the ground. Suddenly, another arrow streaks toward her leg, forcing her to instinctively raise her arm to defend herself. Out of the shadows, Jester and Isaac step forward, Jester mocking, "Hello, Elena, long time no see." Elena snaps in anger, demanding to know what they are doing. Isaac frowns, firing back that they should be the ones asking her that question. Jester smirks, casually explaining they are just on patrol, then asks why she dared bring a human into elf territory. Elena grits her teeth, cursing them internally for causing trouble inside her own patrol zone. Isaac draws his bow, his voice cold as he declares it is enough. But his eyes suddenly widen, glaring forward as he snaps at how shameless they are. "Elena, do you even realize the massive crime you are committing right now?" Elena steps forward, shielding the unconscious boy on the ground and snaps back. "You people understand absolutely nothing." With absolute determination in her eyes, she explains he must reach Rechi, and she is only escorting him there. Now watch closely, because Jester rummages through Sit's bag and pulls out a glowing necklace, questioning why a guardian is protecting a common relic thief. Humans truly are disgusting creatures. Jester sneers, standing up to glare at Elena. Reminding her she was once a guardian, Jester suddenly appears right behind her. Startled, she spins around, asking when he got there as he coldly asks if she remembers this relic. They head toward the elf village, with Jester carrying the unconscious boy on his shoulder. Carrying the boy with one hand while resting the other on his hip, Jester playfully asks Elena why she is not happy to finally return home. Elena snaps at him to shut his mouth, but Jester just stares down at Sit in sheer confusion. He lost blood the entire way, yet he is still alive. Elena turns to Jester, warning him that if he knew this human's true worth, he would change his attitude instantly. Annoyed, Jester asks what nonsense she is talking about. He challenges her to speak like that in front of the elders, especially her own grandmother, before Isaac irritably cuts them off. "We both saw that coming, right?" Isaac warns them to stop as Elder Bellinora suddenly appears, praising the two for a job well done. Standing behind her, the two scouts greet her, while Bellinora welcomes Elena back, praying for the guardian relics to protect her. Elena remains dead silent. The elder then shifts her gaze toward Sit, asking who the unconscious man Jester is carrying could be. Jester answers that he is the thief who stole the sacred relic of the guardian, even attempting to blackmail them with it. They tracked him down in a nearby human settlement, and they brought him back to be thoroughly interrogated. Bellanora frowns in confusion, questioning the relic, but wonders how the thief could possibly still be alive. Gesturing to Sit's severe wounds, Jester admits they are not entirely sure, pointing out that his bleeding arm is actually starting to heal itself. He should have died from massive blood loss, yet his heart keeps beating, prompting the elder to thoughtfully turn away. She orders them to stop his bleeding and lock him in the cave until they decide his ultimate fate. She then commands Elena to follow her. While Jester obeys, Elena follows with a heavy, gloomy expression on her face. Following her into a private chamber, Elena listens as Bellanora slowly walks ahead, warning that the wretched dungeon is rapidly slipping out of their control. Protecting just the village is already pushing their limits. Elena gasps, shocked the dungeon has grown so incredibly massive. Its dark energy is spilling into the surrounding areas, and just days ago, a young elf was dragged straight into the abyss. They are in a crisis where even the elite seekers cannot contain it, as the dungeon rapidly expands its corrupt territory. Their village can only hold it back for so long. The elder tensely points out that during this massive crisis, Elena did not just lose the relic, but also aligned herself with a human, leaving her completely speechless. Elena protests that nobody is taking this threat lightly, insisting that even Lady Olivia would agree with her actions. Meanwhile, inside the dark cave, Mortem desperately urges Sit to wake up, who groans in pain as his head throbs. Distant voices echo through the walls, chanting to kill and punish the human, leaving a disoriented Sit wondering where he is. Mortem comments that he is finally awake, before filling him in on everything that happened while he was unconscious. The entity explains it could mend his flesh but could not wake his consciousness, advising him to listen closely to the situation. Mortem warns that the arrow was nearly fatal, and that he only cheated death 4 days ago. Trust me, you and I are about to see if his luck has finally run out. Steve looks shocked. 4 days? Let's see where this goes. This is the elves' interrogation chamber, where humans face judgment. A powerful voice echoes through the room, demanding complete silence. Human, is it true that after entering the dark chamber, you stole the sacred relic Elena was tasked to protect? Steve immediately worries about what happened to Elena. Mortem tells him to look right, and Steve glances over with a sigh of relief. Well, at least she's being treated better than me. Mortem replies he wouldn't count on that. Steve then recalls the mysterious necklace. A relic? Could it be that necklace? Steve speaks up, confirming it. The moment he admits it, the entire crowd starts whispering in panic. This reaction makes Steve uneasy. Wait, is that thing really that incredibly important to Elena? Bellanora looks down from her seat. Did you use that pendant to force Elena to follow you through the forest? Is that true? Steve calmly confirms it. The elder presses on, demanding to know his true purpose in the forest. Was it to capture our people as slaves? He quickly denies it, explaining his actual goal was to destroy the forest dungeon. Now pay attention to how everyone reacts, because this completely stuns Jester and Isaac while Elena keeps her head down. Bellanora demands, if that's the truth, answer me. How many troops and supplies did you bring? Where are they currently located? And what is your plan for them? She continues, demanding to know what mind control skill he used. Steve breaks a sweat, replying that he has nothing like that. The surrounding crowd is left dumbfounded, wondering if this guy is joking. Did he clear the entire dungeon all by himself? Why should we believe the words of a lowly human? All humans are dirty liars. Bellanora then issues an order, calling for Jester, who steps up right in front of Steve. Smiling with pure confidence, he warns the human that he should start speaking the truth while he still has the chance, casting a deeply threatening glare at him. This definitely isn't typical behavior for an elf, but Steve gets on guard immediately. Jester sneers, maybe beating you the human way is the only way to get a confession. Let's see if you can survive. After Jester delivers a heavy punch straight into Steve's stomach, the boy clutches his gut in agony. Elder Bellanora watches them from above and speaks, turning her attention back to Elena. Now, I will begin questioning the accomplice. Elena, first of all, why didn't you ask the tribe for help when the relic was stolen? While Jester unleashes a brutal, one-sided beatdown on Steve, the elder keeps demanding to know. You've got to wonder, why did she submit to a human's threats so easily? Elena silently reasons that the moment the Guardian reports a stolen relic, the entire tribe would be held responsible for the massive loss. Even so, she respectfully explains that she genuinely believed his mission to destroy the dungeons would benefit their entire elven tribe. Recalling his incredible combat skills, she explains that, whether he was bluffing or not, he did indeed destroy 2 dungeons completely on his own. Bellanora raises her voice in pure anger, turning sharply to emphasize her point. We are also here to defeat dungeons, and you of all people should know how crucial an army is. Even as Jester lands a brutal kick to Steve's face, she continues, if what you are saying is actually true, meaning you witnessed every single action of his, do you know how much military force and supplies he prepared? Meanwhile, a battered Steve watches closely while gathering his energy. She firmly declares that there were no troops and no supplies at all, only the two of them. Suddenly, a voice calls out her name. Elena's grandmother speaks up, demanding to know what on earth happened to make her show so much sympathy for this human outsider. She quickly tries to explain. That is not it, Elder. Everything I said is the absolute truth. Suddenly, Elena stops talking and locks her gaze onto one specific spot. Isaac reports in complete shock as the spectating elves start murmuring in disbelief, wondering what is happening. More and more elves look on in utter disbelief at what is unfolding, shouting that the human has not fallen down yet. Mortem manifests and wraps around Steve, asking what he is trying to show them. Is this how humans fight? A notification screen pops up showing his counter-reaction skill at level 1, with proficiency scaling based on combat focus and impact point. Steve says excitedly, "Let's fight like this without any breaks. Watch out, because you might be the one hitting the floor first." Jester sneers in response, "Let's see about that." Meanwhile, Elena calmly explains to the Elder, "Elder, just as I mentioned earlier, this is exactly how he conquered those dungeons." She continues speaking, as those two prepare to charge at each other, explaining that his power allows him to absorb raw energy directly from dungeon relics and spirits. Mortem speaks to him, saying that even for a skill, this one is an absolute perfect match for him. He feels a massive surge of power, realizing an air bomb would easily end this battle using only a fraction of his mana. Steve pauses to think, noting that starting a massive riot here won't do any good for him or Mortem. Bellinora asks if Elena realizes what she is saying. "Trust me, you and I cannot miss what comes next. Alright, let us dive into a world where choosing your own powers seems totally impossible. You are going completely against the fundamental laws of this world," a voice echoes. "Sir, who actually dared to make such a crazy suggestion? If that is the case, order them to release the beast." The elders gasp in shock, and Elena's grandmother asks, "A monster?" The leader calmly speaks. "If Elena is telling the truth, we can test it right now." "Is that right, Elena?" She slowly nods. "Exactly." Suddenly, a loud shout echoes. Down in the arena, Jester throws both his hands up in surrender, calling out to Steve, all right, calm down. I am genuinely thrilled here." Steve raises an eyebrow, asking, "What are you planning to do?" Untying his hands, he asks if he wants to test a new move. Confused and curious, Steve wonders, "What is it?" Once freed, his jaw drops at the sight. Heavy steel doors slowly grind open as deep, terrifying roars echo from the darkness. A colossal beast stands right before Steve, catching him completely off guard. "Wait, me?" As the monster shrieks, he instantly recognizes it. It is an armored bear. I had absolutely no idea they managed to tame a creature like this. Elena's grandmother asks anxiously, "How are we supposed to handle this thing?" Isaac replies, "Is this not a bit too extreme?" "Not at all. If what Elena says is true, this is practically nothing." Elder Bellinora steps forward, solemnly declaring, "Human, go ahead and prove your worth to us." Steve whispers to himself, "Right, in the end, I just have to win." Still, fighting that monster barehanded is a bit crazy. He shows his hand to Mortem. "But look at my arm. Was it not chopped off by those elves? Maybe the curse kept the bracelet on." Mortem answers, "It only hides itself whenever you do not want to see it." Steve gasps in surprise. "It can actually do that?" Mortem nods. "Exactly. Now get yourself ready." He summons a fireball, muttering, "Let us see, even against a wild beast. With this power I am definitely going to win. Watch this." He launches his magic immediately, sending the blazing fireball flying straight at his opponent. The spell flies true, hitting the armored bear dead on. But as the thick smoke clears, Steve grinds his teeth. "Damn it. Just look at that ugly face." Mortem agrees. "Yeah, no argument there." Steve prepares his next attack. Take this. A massive pressure wave erupts from his palm. Air bomb. The highly concentrated shockwave rushes straight toward the giant beast's ugly head. The monster itself is stunned by Steve's sudden technique. Yet, despite taking a direct hit, the armored bear stands firm in the arena. Spectators in the stands are completely blown back by the residual pressure of the air bomb, screaming in sheer terror. What is that? The massive beast shakes its head, trying to clear its mind after that blast. Steve watches in utter disbelief. How is this monster still standing? Don't blink, because the furious beast raises its massive claws to strike. The giant fist smashes exactly where Steve was. Fortunately, he leaps high into the air, charging up a brand new spell on the fly. Eat this. Golden lightning crashes down, striking the armored bear. Isaac watches in pure disbelief, gasping. How is this even possible? Oh, the way he manipulates magic. Jester is equally terrified. This makes absolutely no sense. He is not wearing any magic channeling gear, yet he casts spells effortlessly. How? Down in the arena, the scorched, blackened beast growls in agonizing pain. Every single elder watching from the high balcony stands completely stunned by his raw power. Elena keeps her hopeful eyes locked on the stage, The armored bear glares at its scorched wounds. Mortem warns him, "You need to heal up. Your mana is running dry. I know what you are thinking, but continuing this is extremely dangerous." Steve calmly nods. "I know. It seems my mana is almost gone." He speaks with total confidence, a smirk on his face. "But this is more than enough. Bring it on." Steve charges straight toward the armored bear as it swipes its claws down. He swiftly maneuvers, dodging the lethal strike by a hair. Suddenly, razor-sharp blades of wind materialize out of thin air right behind the monster. Like lightning, Steve leaps high behind its back. Seizing the perfect opening, he unleashes a spell that catches the beast off guard. Fireball. Steve's powerful flames engulf the creature head-on. Yet, despite the blistering pain, it opens its massive jaws, trying to swallow him whole. Unexpectedly, Steve grabs its tongue and jaw with his bare hands. Pulling its tongue out, he smirks, "The inside of your mouth. Is it as tough to conquer as your armor?" His devastating final strike obliterates the beast, bringing a sudden end to the duel. Curse Weaver. Jester and Isaac stare in complete shock. Unbelievable. Even the surrounding elves cannot believe their eyes. How is this even possible? Bellinora stammers in fear. Is this some kind of heresy? He is a monster going against the natural order. The elder firmly snaps. "Watch your words." She whispers, "Do we even have any other choice left? This is the absolute last chance we have. There is simply no one else." Elena's grandmother looks dizzy, hiding her face in sheer embarrassment as she apologizes for doubting him. Elena quietly asks, "What is our next move?" She sighs, "We have no other choice. And trust me, we are about to find out." Elder Bellinora demands, "Human, what is your name?" "All right, you and I are jumping right in," as Steve Atelier calmly introduces himself, leaving the elder questioning his true motives. "You literally risked your entire life just to prove what you are capable of. But first, answer me this: why did you steal Elena's sacred relic in the first place?" Steve quickly explains that he had no idea it was a sacred relic, let alone any intention of stealing it. The elder glares at him and declares that if he truly wishes to challenge the Bloodwood, they will not stand in his way. "However, do not expect us to provide you with any essential supplies." Mem speaks up as Steve stands there completely speechless. "She really hates you." Suddenly, Elena firmly interjects, saying she will go with him. Her grandmother immediately shuts her down, absolutely refusing to allow it while Elena tries to reason with her. But the Bloodwood is on a completely different level compared to regular dungeons. Elena keeps pleading, arguing that no matter how skilled Steve is, sending him alone is suicide. Bellinora cuts her off, reminding her that while she claims to speak for the people, she is still responsible for losing the relic. She then turns to Steve, bluntly stating that she dislikes having to say this, but Elena cannot accompany him. Mem exposes the truth: the elves simply refuse to send their precious kind into a highly dangerous dungeon. They are far craftier than the dwarves. Steve lets out a dry sigh, admitting he cannot blame them for thinking that way. He knows trying to convince them is completely pointless, yet Elena remains stubborn. But suddenly, Steve speaks up, telling her to just stay put. Elena is shocked, but "Stick with me." Steve calmly reminds her that his artifact grows stronger with every single dungeon he conquers. Pointing directly at her, he declares that he is far stronger than when they first met. "Do not worry. He is not as weak as the elves assume, and he is not planning on dying anytime soon." Bellinora then orders Jester to return his weapons. She asks if he needs any assistance, to which Steve requests some potions, and she agrees to handle it. Deep in the forest where the Bloodwood resides, a booming voice commands the troops not to let it cross the boundary line. Nausea draws his bow while commanding the squad to block it. Arrows fly, tearing through the monster's thrashing tentacles as a panicked elf shouts, "How much longer until reinforcements arrive?" Suddenly, a desperate warning screams out for the commander to watch out. He shrieks in absolute shock as powerful tentacles wrap tightly around him, while his terrified squad members scream for Commander Nausea. The monstrous beast sprouts smaller, vicious tendrils, squeezing harder to completely crush Nausea's body. Suddenly, a massive blast shatters the surrounding tentacles. A fireball. An elf cheers in pure relief, shouting that reinforcements have finally arrived. The rest of the squad rejoices, thinking they can finally catch their breath. But their jaws drop when they see Steve walking right behind Jester. "Why is there a human here?" Nausea demands, baffled by how he reached this deep. "This zone is extremely deep and deadly." Isaac steps forward and coldly warns everyone that he will sever the limbs of anyone who dares touch this human. Baffled, Nausea asks Jester why the elite forces are working alongside a human and using that kind of bizarre magic. Trust me, even Jester is totally lost, sighing that he has no clue. Still confused, he adds that the elder mentioned this human might actually be their absolute last ray of hope. Steve turns around and waves goodbye, casually telling the pointy-eared elves he is heading in, while back in a sunny, warm room. Elena asks in complete disbelief why she was stopped, pausing briefly before raising her voice in frustration at her grandmother. "Rest of draft." Her grandmother sternly replies, Did you really think I would let you go to the redwood? No way. Reminiscing, she explains. Do you know what I have left after losing my son and daughter-in-law to the bloodwood? It is you, my only granddaughter. She sadly replies that their people are dying. Elena imagines the innocent elves desperately fighting on the front lines and speaks up. If our frontline soldiers fall, not only will the elves face total extinction, but this entire forest will turn into a dungeon. She sighs, questioning that if they truly want to unleash Steve Atelier's full power, should they not support him completely? Her grandmother replies knowingly, asking Elena if she honestly believes she is the right choice for this mission. Clutching her face in deep sorrow, she forces the words out. Stop lying to yourself. Ken is dead and the bloodwood will never bring him back. Elena painfully asks herself if she is truly in denial, when a commanding voice suddenly cuts in, telling them to stop. It is Elder Bellanora speaking. Now is not the time to argue. They must always prepare for the worst, and this situation is no exception. She seriously analyzes the crisis. No matter how strong that human is, they will be in deep trouble if he fails, requiring a flawless backup plan. Elena's grandmother hesitates. A backup plan? Does she mean to do that again? To Elena's utter shock, the elder calmly announces that she will go this time. Looking down in deep sorrow, she whispers that while she is nothing compared to Ken, it will at least put the elves' minds at ease. And that is where we leave Steve, stepping over Bones as he heads deep into the dungeon. All right, you and I are stepping into a terrifying dungeon as Mortem warns Steve about the horrors ahead. Yeah, I can smell blood in the air. Even worse than our first dungeon, Steve says before curiously asking, Hey, do you know anything about these dungeon plants? It casually replies, I don't even remember these things existing. Despite having no memory, Mortem warns him that these plants must be highly dangerous in this bloodwood dungeon. Don't touch anything, just keep moving. It keeps nagging him, warning that if he dies from poison, they will be forced to part ways right here. Covering his nose against the unbearable stench of blood, Steve replies, Yeah, I get it, but I didn't exactly sign up to explore a nightmare like this. Still unsatisfied, Mortem asks, So, are you just going to quit right here? I thought you had a real plan when you rushed in here. And didn't your pathfinding skill work perfectly back in the first dungeon? Looking at the chaotic scene ahead, Steve confidently replies, I can use that skill in any wood attribute dungeon. I already cleared one, and we've arrived at the exact spot. Did you really think I came here without a plan? Do you have any idea how much experience I have? Steve says, drawing his sword. The roots spread all the way here because they feed on an underground river. He violently stabs his sword down into the tangled roots. Now pay attention, because the underground river created a massive sinkhole beneath Steve's feet, and he is about to drop straight into the unknown. Steve lands inside the sinkhole and remarks, See? Just like I told you. But the sight ahead stops him dead in his tracks. An underground river runs between massive roots, with strange cocoons hanging ominously in midair. They look horribly familiar. The water below has turned a putrid, unnatural color, and the foul stench makes Steve realize something terrible. Inside those cocoons hanging from the massive roots are actual human beings. They are completely drained, looking like mummified corpses. Instinctively, Steve approaches to inspect the bizarre pods and mutters, judging by the rot filling this chamber. Everything inside these pods is. Suddenly, Steve triggers his level 1 auto-reflex passive skill. It gives him a small chance to massively boost his reaction speed during a surprise attack. Steve slashes the cocoons open, shouting angrily at the hidden master of this cruel domain, You won't let me ruin your feast without a fight, will you? Well, I have no intention of becoming your dinner. Suddenly, a shadow creeps toward him. Meanwhile, the survivors fall from the severed cocoons, though it seems they will need a moment before they can wake up. Steve rushes over to one of them, shaking him and saying, Wake up. You and I can feel his absolute terror as the survivor slowly wakes up. Steve asks if he knows where he is, but the man just screams in panic. The Bloodwood Dungeon. Why is there a human here? We are all going to die. Without hesitation, Steve slaps him hard across the face and snaps. Shut up and calm down. You are not dead yet, so stop crying. Don't let a few overgrown weeds terrify you. Even after Steve's harsh wake-up call, the man is still trembling in fear. Calmly pulling out a magic scroll, Steve tells him, Take this. It is a return scroll. Once everyone wakes up, use this to teleport them out of here. I have to go. Terrified that Steve might abandon him, the man quickly grabs him. He clutches Steve's clothes, desperately pleading, Wait, we have to save him. Steve looks at him, completely confused. What are you talking about? I cut down all the cocoons. The man quickly cuts Steve off, insisting, No, there is still one more. Desperately, the survivor continues. He is the sole reason any of us are still alive. I can't leave if he is left behind. Still confused, Steve asks, Wait, who is this guy? The man gasps, Lord Dranoa. Cut to Dranoa, who weakly opens his eyes. Unlike the other prisoners, he is held in a separate chamber, his entire body ruthlessly pinned down by thick, piercing roots. Hearing a strange sound, Drainoa thinks to himself, haven't they taken enough? Are they still trying to drain my life force? I have reached my absolute limit. I cannot give any more. Carrying the survivor on his back, Steve quickly locates Drainoa. The man cries out in pure relief, Lord Drainoa! Then he freezes, horrified by the roots piercing the old man. Even Steve can't help but gasp at the brutal sight. Damn, that looks incredibly painful, Steve mutters to the man on his back. All right, get down for a second. Steve sets him down and rushes toward Drainoa, warning, this might hurt a bit. The survivor groans in pain from being dropped and yells back, you brute, be gentle with him. But Steve has already freed Drainoa, leaving the survivor to carry the weak old man out. If you have breath to complain, start carrying him out. Steve quickly instructs him, use healing magic to treat him, not potions. Potions will only worsen his condition. Seeing the man freeze up, Steve snaps, move, hurry. The others are waking up. He carries Drainoa away, but trust me, you and I are dying to see what Steve does next. Stick with me, because things are about to get absolutely crazy. With Lainuo carried off, Wu Ming turns to Moteng. Is Lainuo really the person I think he is? Moteng replies, who else could it possibly be? Watching him weakly carry Lainuo away all on his own, Moteng can't help but feel anxious, asking, is it really safe to send him out there like that? I bet he has a return scroll too, Wu Ming says. True, but he won't attack if he retreats with the others. Moteng looks doubtful, are you sure? Wu Ming confidently replies, absolutely, I can feel it. The dungeon boss behind that wall is practically begging to meet me, and it is driving me crazy. Wu Ming triggers his airstrike skill, blasting the wall to pieces. Wu Ming steps through the dust. Bloodwood, he says. So this is why they call it that. The bloodwood is a massive, twisted tree with a human-like shape embedded inside its trunk, reeking of blood and looking absolutely terrifying. It actually feeds on raw blood for nutrients. Shocked by this gruesome sight, Wu Ming mutters, I never imagined such a terrifying plant could exist. Suddenly, the human figure lets out a bone-chilling roar. Feeling the pressure, Wu Ming asks Moteng if he has any info on this beast. Moteng replies, it is a subspecies, probably similar to the ones growing above this dungeon. Wu Ming charges straight at the bloodwood, ready to strike. Moteng warns him, it is fused too tightly to the artifact, so I can't see what it is. Right now, it is just a hideous abomination. Wu Ming agrees as he runs. Let's just call it what it is, an abomination. Now, don't blink. Watch what happens when he launches his next strike. Suddenly, the roots twitch. He realizes they aren't lifeless wooden parts, these things are fully sentient. Those annoying roots form a perfect defense, blocking his blade. Wu Ming touches down and immediately readies his next big skill. He fires a fireball, hitting the bloodwood directly, but Wu Ming gasps in shock. What? Blood hands? The bloody hands weave into a massive wall of roots, easily protecting the tree from his attack. Wu Ming breaks into a cold sweat. This monster is too strong. None of my attacks can pierce it, and even lightning is useless since it's a tree. Moteng nods. Yeah, that makes sense. The bloodwood smirks in pure mockery. Moteng warns, the master of this dungeon has ruled the forest food chain for centuries. Defeating it won't be easy. Even Lainuo was defeated by this bloodwood, so it is definitely a nightmare. Moteng keeps explaining the brutal history of this plant. This is definitely not the first time it has captured a powerful mage and drained their entire energy supply. Even if you didn't notice, its massive power actually makes perfect sense. Wu Ming slashes repeatedly at the blood hands. Was that captive a mage? As the tree counters, he realizes, that explains why these roots are so ridiculously powerful. He barely blocks the devastating counterattack from the bloodwood. You and I know he's in serious trouble. Even with his passive skills active, this bloodwood is just too overwhelming. Wu Ming can't hold out much longer. This thing could actually kill him. Just then, an image of him being impaled by sharp thorns flashes by. Wu Ming keeps slashing at the blood hands. Was that guy seriously a mage? With his clothes torn to shreds, his fighting spirit never wavers. Wu Ming thinks, I have only been fighting plants in this dungeon, meaning I can't absorb any proper combat energy. Thinking fast, he reaches into his back pocket and pulls out a glass vial filled with a strange liquid. Wu Ming pops the cap and drinks. I need to save energy and heal. The bloodwood looks shocked. Wu Ming smirks. Don't get cocky, you're just a massive lump of energy. But then, he notices the hideous creature is actually laughing. Shocked, he mutters, is it actually laughing? No way. That absolute bastard. Wu Ming begins connecting the dots, starting with those unusually massive roots. It completely ignores the basic guardian instincts just to protect this deep dungeon. Its influence goes way beyond normal, creating those bizarre giant sacs. There isn't a single monster left in this entire place, except for these carnivorous plants. It can even mutate its own body to capture prey and secure a long-term, steady source of nutrients. Could it possess an ego? That sounds ridiculous. The Bloodwood keeps grinning creepily, making Wu Ming curse under his breath. The longer he looks, the creepier it gets. It successfully baits Wu Ming into unleashing his Tempest skill. The annoying vines snap completely under his pressure. Furious, he yells, "How dare a low-level monster like you laugh in my face?" Wu Ming breaks free, determined. "Come on then. I'll rip you apart even if it's the last thing I do." The Bloodwood relentlessly surrounds him. Wu Ming unleashes Tempest, setting off an automatic counter-reflection. Wu Ming lowers his head, face hidden. Standing amidst the giant roots, he murmurs, "Look at that. I guess plants can get angry too. If I let these massive vines surround me like this, I'll have enough leverage to counterattack." He scoffs, right? But if you plan to slice them down into thin, tiny branches, it's going to hurt like hell. The Bloodwood screeches in fury. Wu Ming preps his next move. Honestly, he wanted to test this on Tixiong, but with too many eyes on him, that's where we'll leave it for now. You and I are about to watch Steve pull off the ultimate skill fusion right here. Sword Dance is activated, and even before the strike is fully unleashed, a massive tremor rips apart every single sturdy root of the Bloodwood tree. It grits its teeth in agony. Steve covers his eyes from the intense heat, leaving the Bloodwood completely helpless. Mortem urges him to keep shooting while there is still a chance, and Steve unleashes a relentless barrage. Mortem warns him that this won't completely disable the beast, but Steve leaps into the air to strike anyway. A few seconds of paralysis is plenty, but Mortem snaps back, calling him arrogant and asking for his plan. Steve spots the weakness of the Bloodwood tree and says, "Look closely. Its body is made of massive, powerful vines, but there must be one specific vital core it needs to protect." Steve confronts the beast head-on and throws a heavy punch, smirking and asking if it is still laughing. The monster bites down hard on Steve's fist, but he mocks it, wondering how a faceless creature could do that. Furious, he declares it's over, while the cursed tree unleashes its dark, toxic energy. Seeing Steve trapped in the beast's jaws, Mortem doubts that cursed energy is enough, prompting Steve's confident reply. "Of course I can," he gasps, as Jero's spectral face appears to channel extra power into his body. "Stick with me here." Steve is ready to unleash every drop of power he has, even if he has to die all over again. The Gluttony Fist. By activating the Devouring Curse, he absorbs the energy of a cursed item to boost his Fireball and Inferno skills, unleashing a scorching wave of fire that turns his target to ash. This is his most powerful Inferno yet, but meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Bellanora demands to know the current situation inside. Is that human alive or dead? Captain Nausea respectfully replies that they have no way of knowing the truth. He went in a while ago, but there has been absolutely no sign of life. Disappointed, Bellanora mutters that it went exactly as she expected, and she steps forward to suppress the weakened Bloodwood tree herself. Captain Nausea stops her immediately, pleading with her not to make such a reckless move. Just as he warns her, a group of people emerge from the dungeon, with their leader carrying Lord Dranoa on his back. The guards draw their bows on the strangers, but Captain Nausea quickly orders them to stand down. Jester can't believe his eyes, telling Captain Nausea that these are the missing elves, leaving Bellanora and Elena completely speechless. Elena rushes to guide them to safety, while Captain Nausea trembles as he realizes the human is still alive. Elena spots Lord Dranoa lying motionless on the ground and immediately runs over to his side. Elena cries out in tears for her father, while Captain Nausea struggles to believe it, whispering that the human actually succeeded. Lord Dranoa weakly looks at his family, while Bellanora and Elena burst into tears of relief, seeing that everyone is finally safe. Just then, the soldier who carried Lord Dranoa out of the dungeon delivers some urgent news. "Captain Nausea, I know this is out of line, but please send a rescue team back into the dungeon. But pay attention to this part: that mysterious human took on the danger all alone, saved every single one of us, and rescued Lord Dranoa." He drops to his knees, begging the captain to save their benefactor, since they even used his return scroll. No matter how strong he is, a normal human cannot possibly survive that kind of place on his own. "I beg of you, please save him." But right then, a massive explosion rumbles from the dungeon entrance. Everyone turns to look as someone screams about the dungeon collapse, and a panicked Bellanora immediately urges Captain Nausea that they must rescue the human. Without wasting a single second, Captain Nausea orders Jester and Ida to move in immediately. At that exact moment, a fully healed Steve casually strolls out of the dungeon, calmly asking Mortem if his left hand is finally fixed. He complains about the weight, leaving Mortem totally exasperated over how badly he must have damaged his arm for it to take this long. Captain Nausea is the first to spot him, shouting that the human has actually returned. Steve just looks around in confusion, while the rescued elves jump for joy at his safe return. They cheer for their savior, celebrating that the cursed Bloodwood tree is finally destroyed, and everyone is completely safe now. They all cheer, "We are free." Meanwhile, Banstock warns Prince Jero that he has stayed near the northern border for too long and should leave as soon as the royal soldiers arrive. But the stubborn third prince quickly rejects this advice. "Wait a minute, Banstock. I need you to stay here to handle something for me. Slightly confused, Banstock simply nods in agreement, before Prince Jero hands him a highly classified letter with an incredibly serious look on his face. Check out this letter and trust me, you and I are going to want to see what is written inside. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a new dungeon mystery. Jero tells him a spy in the Gan Kingdom discovered it and sent word. Hearing this, Banstock is still trying to process Jero's plan, hesitating before asking a question. So, what exactly do you want me to do? Jero immediately responds with a dead serious expression. Gather a few elites from your special task force and retrieve this holy relic right now. Since this dungeon sits on Gendian territory, it could spark a massive international conflict. Be extremely careful and do not get caught. Banstock nods, fully understanding the mission. Carrying his royal aura, the prince mounts his horse and tells Banstock that he is heading to the northern border first. Meet me there once your task is complete. Banstock bows, accepting the prince's orders. As the scene shifts, pay attention to these two. Steve and Elena are trekking through the woods, dead silent. The air between them is heavy. To break this awkward tension, he finally speaks up and says, "Hey, I am not trying to judge, but is it not dangerous entering a human village looking like that? Your ears and that face paint?" Elena panics for a split second, but quickly recovers and reassures him, "Do not worry. With this mark, I look like a regular human to strangers, even if it is useless against those who already know who I am." Steve listens, his mind flooding with questions. Is this some kind of secret elf magic? Then again, he probably should not be surprised. After all, they can even predict the exact movements of dungeons. As these thoughts flash through his mind, Steve remembers what Renoa once explained regarding the deep secrets of the elves. Some elves are highly sensitive to energy, just like our Renoa clan, allowing them to see the flow of power. He added that sometimes, energy pools so heavily in one spot that we cannot even look directly at it. Renoa continued, explaining that this is exactly how a dungeon is born. Confused, Steve asks if that means a new dungeon has just appeared. Renoa confirms it, while Mortem chimes in, saying that at least nobody will be there to block their path. It won't be long. We need to clear it before anyone else finds out, Steve replies, before Elena suddenly pulls him back to reality. You and I both know she has motives. Elena asks to tag along, which leaves Steve absolutely stunned and visibly confused by her request. Huh? Steve thinks to himself. She is so old-fashioned. Who actually goes out of their way to pay back a debt for their villagers? Steve puts on an arrogant smirk, finding the whole thing hard to stomach. Trying to ease his frustration, Mortem points out that an elf's unique skills could actually be quite useful. Steve weighs Elena's combat abilities. Sure, she is mostly a long-range fighter, but her overall skills are actually pretty impressive. She has typical elven agility, incredible archery skills, and can even locate newly formed dungeons. Elena cuts through his deep thoughts, hesitantly asking what lies in this direction. Steve answers her, explaining that a small village lies just ahead of them. We will rest there before traveling for another entire week. Just as he finishes speaking, the village finally comes into view. It looks incredibly grand, far from a tiny village. Steve tells Elena to stay behind him at all times. Even if you look human, people will still keep a close eye on your movements. Mortem interrupts yet again, asking a question that leaves Steve completely frozen. Are you not being a bit too confident? Did you forget about your bounty? Steve responds. What? You think people will recognize me from that picture? I am not wearing those clothes anymore. His clueless answer leaves Mortem highly skeptical, muttering that he still does not understand humans. At the gate, two guards block their path, asking for his name. Steve quickly gives his reply. Brian Gosling. Hearing this fake name, Elena is highly confused. The guard then turns his attention to her. And what about the lady with you? What is her name? Elena hesitates for a second before stuttering. Elena Gray. The guard looks slightly puzzled, but quickly brushes it off. Huh? Just do not lose your entry pass. He hands Steve the pass and wishes them a good day. Once through the gate, they officially enter the village. Steve is highly pleased with her quick thinking and praises her, saying that was not bad at all. Unlike his proud expression, Elena looks incredibly anxious. Steve, I have a question. Steve replies back with a casual, huh, what is it? She directly asks why he lied about his name, catching him completely off guard. Once again, Mortem proves to be the smart one. Did you just realize? You idiot, you never told her you are a wanted man. Hearing Mortem, Steve's entire attitude shifts instantly. Damn it, I totally forgot. Steve quickly suggests. Well, let us go inside, and I will explain everything. Inside a tavern, after hearing his story, Elena yells out in anger, Liar, trust me, you and I can see Steve scrambling hard to explain himself. Alright, you and I are diving into a story where a heavy silence falls between our two leads, contrasting with the noisy tavern. Steve sighs, telling her that her voice is a bit too loud compared to the forest. Elena admits her mistake, and Steve tells her to get used to it. Sliding his beer over, He says they will be traveling together like this, so she should try it. Elena ignores his words, completely focused on the beer instead. Driven by pure curiosity, she decides to take a drink. So Elena picks up the mug and gulps it down greedily, but she quickly pays the price for her reckless decision. She immediately spits it out, gagging at the bitter, burning sensation in her throat, feeling like she just drank dirty water. Seeing her react, Steve wonders if she hates it, while Mortem says he knew this would happen. She groans, wondering how humans can drink this stuff. Steve tells her it is time for business. After calmly explaining his story, Steve wraps it up by stating that is the sole reason he came here. Elena seems to understand, hesitantly asking if he actually received a reward because of him. Steve replies to her, murmuring that he thinks so. He adds that since it is a personal matter, she can return to the forest if she dislikes it. Elena stays quiet. She tells him his desire for revenge is completely justified, suddenly flashing back to their very first meeting. Back then, Steve openly admitted he regretted letting her see his true, dark nature. He told her he had to become either a madman or a hypocrite just to stop her. Elena finally realizes that must have been what he meant during their initial encounter. She notes that he even saved her entire race from extinction. Under the sacred name of Drawa, she vows to repay this massive debt, and says her people feel the same. Hearing this, Steve sighs, realizing he simply cannot say no to someone so fiercely determined. Before he can even respond, Elena quickly continues speaking. She warns him that fighting a king is no joke, also asking about his ring. But watch closely, Steve suddenly cuts her off and whispers for silence. It turns out he was eavesdropping on the neighboring table, overhearing that royal guards are currently flooding every road in the kingdom. Another patron at that table replies, explaining it is likely due to the massive surge in local bandits. These bandits only target cargo, and potentially people, striking when travelers let their guard down, leaving them with absolutely nothing upon waking. He warns his companion to be extremely careful. Having overheard this, Elena quietly warns Steve that this could be a major problem. With guards patrolling every road and unknown dangers lurking deep within the forest, she anxiously asks what his next move will be. Steve has no immediate plan and feels completely overwhelmed inside, though he forces himself to shrug it off with an indifferent reply. Just then, an official announcement echoes outside, calling for all citizens needing basic travel supplies to gather around immediately. A soldier steps forward, announcing that one of their most vital trade routes has recently suffered a highly critical security incident. He adds that while troops have been deployed to handle the situation, fully securing the area will take quite some time. Therefore, wealthy merchants with hired guards are instructed to pair up with travelers who have none. He tells them to form groups sharing destinations. Hearing this, Steve smiles with absolute triumph. I know what you are thinking, and yes, he definitely found his perfect opening. Deciding to see who would fit his needs best, Steve immediately takes action, approaching a nearby merchant to strike up a conversation. He politely asks where they are heading, causing the young man to look up in surprise. The man replies they are traveling toward the capital of Gendia Kingdom, asking if Steve is headed there. Steve excitedly asks if he can tag along. The man hesitantly admits he has already joined another group, suggesting that Steve ask their leader directly instead. He introduces the leader as Fakwa Feish, a famous merchant. Glancing over, Steve sighs heavily, instantly labeling him a miserable, greedy snob. Upon hearing their explanation, Fakwa snaps in clear frustration, asking what they want. Fakwa rants that he only agreed to hire their specific team, refusing to add anyone else. The young man scratches his head nervously, whispering that onlookers are watching. Fakwa turns to Steve, asking if he is an adventurer. After Steve confirms it, the merchant thinks for a moment before reluctantly gesturing for them to follow. He warns them to keep up and protect themselves during the trip. The young man thumbs up, inviting them along. Steve feels relieved. And trust me, you and I both know it won't stay this easy. Departing early as sunlight pierces the lush green forest, the friendly companion decides to strike up a casual conversation. He politely asks what Steve does as an adventurer. Since they are hitching a free ride, Steve decides to answer honestly, explaining that they specialize in dangerous dungeon exploration. They make a living by selling rare relics recovered from deep inside those dungeons. The man smiles, admitting that makes perfect sense, and confesses he always wanted to become a brave adventurer himself. He scratches his head, sharing that a goblin arrow to the knee in his youth ruined his dreams, which Steve immediately understands. Steve warns goblins are dangerous in packs, while Elena warily scans the forest. Alright, let's jump in. Steve had already warned Elena that she is the quickest to sense danger. He suspected something would happen on day one, asking her to keep an eye out for anything unusual. Confident as always, Elena nodded and told him she had it covered. By nightfall, the rich aroma of roasting meat drifted from the campfire. Steve and Elena sat side by side, enjoying the warmth. The rest of the caravan scattered to rest, some warming themselves while others prepped their weapons. Elena spoke up, noting that everything seemed completely normal so far. Steve agreed, hoping things would stay this peaceful. But just as he spoke, a guard suddenly collapsed to the ground, catching them completely off guard. Panicking, Steve gasped. He caught a strange scent in the air as his body began to stagger. Elena frowned, wondering what was happening. It was a sleeping powder, and it had already spread. At this rate, they would all die. She immediately leaped high into the trees to escape the toxic cloud. Looking down from her branch, she spotted a mysterious group stealthily approaching, instantly wondering if they were assassins. One of the intruders spat out a curse, demanding to know why the hell they had so many mercenaries guarding them. Bernard stared at the shiny crest on Farkas, noting that everything that Fat Target owned was bound to make them a fortune. Turning to his boss, he asked if they should take it all. But the leader calmly replied no. Glaring at the sleeping Farkas, the leader declared he was only targeting that pig. He then reached down and grabbed a roasted meat leg off the grill. He ordered his men not to touch anyone else, and they quickly complied. It turned out this ruthless band was led by none other than Garrett. Taking a massive, delicious bite of the meat, he began barking orders to his crew as usual. Now pay attention, Garrett orders his men to grab all the drugs they can find and leave absolutely zero survivors. But as Bernard turns to move, he hesitates. Bernard warned his boss about a problem, making Garrett look over in shock, wondering why that guy was still moving. Steve was trembling, barely keeping himself from passing out. Garrett ordered his men to finish him off, and the thugs charged in. Steve shook with pure rage, gritting his teeth in anger. He easily blocked the first bandit's strike, quickly dodging aside to avoid the blow. He growled, demanding to know how they dared to use magic for theft and murder. With a swift counter, Steve slammed a fist straight into his face. Seeing his ally get blown away, Bernard immediately charged in next. Steve's eyes turned ice cold. He spun on his heel, landing a devastating punch on Bernard and shouting at him for trying to challenge him. The impact broke Bernard's nose, knocking him out cold. Catching his breath after dropping the duo, Steve panted, demanding to know if that was all they had. The remaining bandits froze in sheer terror. One of them stammered, wondering how Steve was still standing when the sleeping spell was active. Unbeknownst to them, Steve actually possessed a level 1 anti-magic passive skill. It automatically weakened any harmful spell targeted at him, cutting their negative effects by 20%. You and I both know that a 20% resistance buff is huge. Shaking off the fatigue, Steve panted to Mortem, asking if this incredible power was the result of his Bloodwood upgrade. Mortem replied, explaining that while it was not a physical form, their bond had grown much stronger, which meant he was becoming superhuman. Steve glared, muttering that he hated hearing that, making the spirit snap back. Mortem huffed that it was his line. Realizing they were outmatched, the thugs cried out to Garrett, begging him to handle the situation. Garrett was absolutely stunned. He never expected anyone could resist this spell, demanding to know what was going on. Sal, their short mage, trembled in fear as he cast his spell, desperately trying to answer. Sal squealed that his skill was working perfectly, and that Steve was the one with the problem. Annoyed by the setback, Garrett demanded to know who he was. Garrett demanded to know how Steve avoided the spell, and if he was a mercenary, adding they would leave as soon as they grabbed the valuables. Steve coldly repeated Garrett's words back to him, telling him not to make things more complicated. Then Steve asked if he expected him to just stand by. Garrett chuckled, admitting he had a point, and sighed. Saying it was time to end this, Garrett's body suddenly vanished into thin air like mist. Caught off guard, Steve did not realize Garrett had already closed the distance. Suddenly, Garrett materialized out of thin air, delivering a brutal kick that sent Steve flying backwards several yards. Steve gritted his teeth, painfully dragging himself up, realizing this guy could vanish at will in the light mist. Giving him no time to recover, Garrett vanished into the fog once again. Unaware of the danger closing in, Steve tried to speak, asking what he was doing, but a devastating kick slammed straight into his face. He collapsed onto the ground, knocked out cold. Seeing him down, Garrett finally exhaled in relief. Cursing under his breath, Garrett noted how tough Steve was for resisting Sal's magic and still fighting back. Sal was exhausted, urging him to hurry up. Garrett smirked, admitting he underestimated Steve, but there was one more thing he wanted. Sal was shocked by the request. Garrett pointed at Steve, ordering his men to drag him along, leaving them completely stunned. Sal protested, warning about their base, but Garrett cut him off. Stick with me, we are about to find out where they take him. All right. You and I are starting in the trees with Elena, who watched everything. Worried about his sudden disappearance, she keeps her eyes glued to Garrett laughing below. She wonders if he is just a common thief, completely baffled as to why he would mention Atelier. Seeing Steve slung over a masked goon's shoulder, she makes a quick decision she has to follow them. The forest at night is dark and freezing. Mortem grumbles, asking why he passed out from lack of oxygen when he has him. You always let your guard down around normal people. Steve argues helplessly, what was I supposed to do when he just vanished? I was basically a human punching bag. There is not much I can do when someone suddenly pulls out dark magic. Mortem sighs and complains, muttering that Steve still does not understand what fighting together really means. Steve snaps back, asking why he does not just manifest and fight instead of complaining. Suddenly, a hot cup is placed down as someone asks, "What are you muttering about?" Steve snaps, warning him not to let his guard down just because they are in a tent. The other guy laughs. "Aren't you worrying too much?" A hand reaches out. "Sorry, but that is not what I want to hear. Let me introduce myself." He offers a friendly gesture. Pay attention here, because Garrett introduces himself with a serious offer. "My name is Garrett. Join my crew. I am a true patriot who loves this kingdom. Think of me as a rogue leader who actually serves the people." Steve grumbles internally. "A patriot of a joke, country like Venia?" He casually replies, "And my name is Brian." Garrett keeps his hand extended and laughs. "It seems the more I talk, the less interested you look. Let me get straight to the point." He makes his pitch, while his men shout in protest that Steve is refusing. "Do you think I am stupid? Why would I join a gang of outlaws who want to be the king of thieves?" Garrett frowns, warning him to watch his mouth. "We are open outlaws, but we do not rob honest merchants. We only steal from corrupt elites and give it back to the common people." Steve remains stubborn, muttering that theft is still theft. Bernard steps up, asking if they really need to recruit him against his will. Lord Garrett replies, "Of course, my intuition is never wrong." He then gives them a quick example. "Bernard, you were just a street beggar when we found you, and look at you now, an incredible agent." Bernard, the masked goon, feels a bit offended by his leader's blunt phrasing. "What do you mean, beggar?" Garrett ignores him, turning to Sal, their short-hooded mage. "And our shy little Sal here, you taught yourself magic and became an absolute genius of a mage." He slams the table, asking, "And who made all of that possible?" His men immediately reply, "You did, my lord." Garrett laughs triumphantly. "But wait, you and I know this peace won't last." An arrow suddenly whizzes right past his ear. Feeling a sharp sting on his ear as blood begins to drip, panic suddenly washes over him. Shouts echo through the camp as 2 more arrows snuff out the torches. A panicked goon screams, "My lord, we are under ambush." From the shadows, a mocking voice sneers, "Your security is pathetic. Do you really expect to rob places like this?" Garrett's crew panics, shouting over each other in confusion. "Who's there? Show yourself." But only deadly arrows answer from the dark. Steve smiles, impressed. Meanwhile, Elena senses something is off as Garrett leaps up, frantically telling his men to check their wounds. Suddenly, a chair clatters to the ground. Steve has already used the chaos to slip away. Garrett whips around. "You had backup?" "Up in the trees," Elena calls out. "This way, hurry!" Seeing her drop down, Steve asks in disbelief, "There were so many guards back there. Did you take them all out?" Elena replies coolly, "They are dealt with." Passing the knocked-out guards, she notes they won't be moving anytime soon. Steve looks at them, silently thinking, "Those poor bastards." They run for a while, fully convinced they have finally lost their pursuers. But Garrett is already hot on their heels, panting heavily from exhaustion. "Hey, you guys are way too fast." Steve let out a deep sigh. "Wait, shouldn't you have run in the opposite direction?" Elena also wonders, "We took the fastest shortcut. How did he catch up?" Gasping for air, Garrett gasps, "If I can't convince you, I can't just let you leave. You know too much." Steve completely loses his temper at this ridiculously stubborn leader. "Don't be so persistent. Just drop it. Enough is enough." Before Steve can even finish, Garrett makes his move, launching himself forward. He charges directly at Steve and Elena, forcing them both into an immediate clash. Steve throws a punch and Elena swings her staff, but Garrett turns completely translucent, phasing right through their attacks. Steve gasps. He slipped past. Elena stares in shock. "Not again." Suddenly, Mortem screams, "Watch out, your stomach." Garrett instantly reappears right in front of Steve, delivering a brutal kick to his ribs. Steve quickly triggers his auto-reflect defense. His defense works, blasting Garrett back. Shocked, Garrett narrows his eyes and asks, "Can you see me? Trust me, you and I need to see what comes next." "Alright." You and I are jumping right in as Mortem spots a weird gem on Garrett's shoulder. It is a sacred relic that lets him swap physical and mental states, which is why he is flickering like a ghost. Steve recalls Garrett vanishing into thin air and mutters, wondering what on earth these physical and mental states even mean. Mortem warns him that the naked eye cannot keep up with this guy, urging Steve to follow instructions. But just as Garrett is about to vanish for another strike, Sale and his lackeys suddenly crash the scene. They found him. While Steve warily scans his surroundings, Mortem's voice suddenly rings in his head, guiding him. "Watch out." A punch lies right where Steve stood, but he barely dodges backward by activating his windburst skill. Mortem calls out his open flank. Steve counters instantly, digging a heavy hook straight into Garrett's right ribs. Taking a brutal hit, Garrett grunts in pain. Steve wastes no time and screams for Elena. She instantly hurls 3 daggers, forcing Garrett to use his vanishing trick again just to survive. Now pay attention here, because Sale is watching in total shock, wondering how anyone can read Garrett's moves. Garrett unleashes a barrage of rapid attacks, but Steve cleanly blocks a heavy kick. Sale whispers in absolute disbelief, asking if any normal human could ever react like this. He even watches Steve throw a devastating counter, launching a brutal rising uppercut targeted right at Garrett's chin. Garrett barely dodges it at the last second. Sale panics, realizing Steve is actually getting faster and sharper as they fight. Trembling, Sale raises his hand to cast a spell, realizing he has to step in and help his master. Suddenly, a rock flies out of nowhere. It smashes right into the face of this pint-sized mage. His lackeys scream in panic, but Elena just calmly tosses another stone in her hand. She warns him to stay out of this fight. Sale drops to the ground, prompting his furious men to take matters into their own hands and charge her. Planning to capture her, they rush in. But Elena does not flinch, instantly activating her wind gust magic to throw off their balance. A powerful gale erupts from Elena's body, slamming directly into the advancing enemies. The wind is so fierce that Garrett's men can barely stand. They grit their teeth, shocked she can use magic too. You can see Garrett getting distracted by this, looking back at his struggling crew in pure disbelief. Right then, Fagwell appears and points them out, shouting that these are the bandits who raided their supply convoy. Steve is relieved to see reinforcements arrive, as Merchant Fagwell orders his hired mercenaries to attack. Furious about the previous ambush, the mercenaries are eager for payback, shouting for the bandits to prepare themselves. Steve's face turns pale as the merchant's reckless order targets everyone. Seeing the mercenaries he traveled with charge forward to attack, he waves his hands frantically, screaming that he is on their side. But they do not slow down, charging with even more bloodlust. Steve curses these idiots for being so blinded by rage, casting a frustrated glance at the angry merchant standing in the rear. He realizes that in the darkness, Fagwell has completely misunderstood the whole situation, but running away now will get him branded as an accomplice. With things turning out like this, Steve reaches for his hilt, knowing he has no other choice. He swings his blade, reminding himself this is pure self-defense. Nearby, a painful groan cuts through the chaos as Sale struggles to open his eyes. Finally waking up, he rubs his bruised face and gasps, trying to figure out what is happening. Garrett asks if he is all right, while Sale gazes out at the chaotic brawl unfolding before them. The mercenaries are locked in combat with their men, prompting Sale to quickly report to his leader. He explains that the merchants they robbed this morning somehow tracked them down, bringing a massive group of heavily armed reinforcements. He points toward a giant armored warrior twice the size of a normal man, easily tossing their allies aside. Normal weapons are completely useless against that monster, leaving magic as their absolute last resort. Garrett anxiously asks if his mage can handle it. Sale raises his hands to cast, promising his leader he will try his best as he begins channeling a powerful spell. He activates a level 3 slowing spell to reduce the target's movement speed by 30%, though resistance is possible. Glowing golden hands materialize from the ground, desperately dragging the armored giant backward. But the restriction barely lasts a second before a sudden force shatters the magical hands entirely. Sale gasps in horror that the giant has a magic-negating barrier. Garrett looks on in dread, realizing their enemies are fully prepared and armed with extremely expensive, high-grade equipment. Drawing a dagger, Garrett notes that at least the giant is the only one wearing heavy armor. Deciding to handle the giant himself, Garrett vanishes into thin air while ordering Sale to support the rest of the crew. The small mage is left stunned, pleading for his master to wait. And that is where we leave things, as Garrett climbs the giant's shoulders to plunge his blade down. Trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next. His dagger clangs against the giant warrior's thick metal helmet. Damn it. No damage. Garrett curses under his breath and stick with me, because this guard is just the first obstacle. But before he can strike again, the giant warrior raises both massive hands, smashing Garrett straight in the face and shoulders. And then, he brutally slams Garrett flat onto the ground. As the giant raises his fist for a final blow, a voice suddenly yells, "Get down!" Steve leaps in just in time, unleashing a burst of magic fire onto the giant. Garrett gasps, his eyes wide. What is this magic? As the magical flames engulf him, the giant screams, "It is too hot." Nearby, Mortem smirks. Did you seriously think your cheap anti-magic armor could trick me? Nonsense. But looking at you, you seem to be enjoying this. When the flames fade, the giant drops to one knee, leaning on his massive blade to stay upright. Gripping his sword, he forces himself back up. Steve observes, that is a huge sword, but normal fighters cannot swing it without leaving massive blind spots. The giant slams his blade into the ground, but Steve easily slips to the side to dodge. Flashbacks of his past battles rush in, and he sighs. Did you think this is my first time fighting a giant like you? You are just a massive target. I am used to this. Now watch this part carefully as he trips him, because one swift strike is all it takes to bring you giants down. Then he signals Elena to make her move. Jumping down from the trees, her slender arms locked tightly around the giant's thick neck. Gritting her teeth, Elena unleashes her full strength and slams the giant into the ground. His head cracks open, and someone screams in panic. Pushing himself up, Garrett asks, "Why are you fighting so hard all of a sudden?" Steve grumbles in annoyance. "They mistook me for one of your gang members, so escaping was not an option." He turns and extends his hand, explaining, "Besides, I cannot stand the Venetian family anyway. This lets me help you while crushing them." Then, he unleashes a brutal skill. Blazing green lightning suddenly surges out of Steve's hands, striking the mercenaries and paralyzing them all in an instant. Farquaad stands dazed, watching his entire elite squad completely lose their ability to fight. While Garrett and Sally stare open-mouthed as the paralyzed mercenaries drop their weapons and collapse, Garrett quickly snaps out of it, yelling to his men, "What are you waiting for? Bind them!" Faint light filters through the dark forest, illuminating the mercenaries who are now tied securely to tree trunks. But Farquaad's furious voice still echoes through the dark woods. "You brainless adventurers colluded with these thieves. This is exactly why I refuse to work with such uneducated trash." Steve punches the tree right next to Farquaad's head, instantly terrifying the merchant into silence. Now let's listen closely as Steve speaks up. "Why blame me for getting dragged into your mess?" Garrett confronts Farquaad with a serious glare. "How did you find us anyway?" "I erased every trace." The merchant snorts coldly and turns away, refusing to speak. Garrett grits his teeth in frustration at this stubborn guy. Suddenly, Sally notices something, looking up at his leader hesitantly. "Boss, could it be?" Garrett mutters. "What?" As if realizing what Sally means, Garrett reaches deep inside his cloak to search, whispering, "There is no way." Garrett pulls out a small badge, remembering he swiped this exact item off of Farquaad earlier. It is radiating a faint pulse of magic. Seeing this, he curses. "Damn it, who still uses tracking crests? They are extremely expensive, single-use, and incredibly rare to find these days." Steve casts a sleeping spell on Farquaad before speaking. "This is why we told you to let us handle the rare items from merchants. This mess is what happens when you just grab whatever you see." Garrett defends himself. "How could I know he would be this obsessed?" He clears his throat. Either way, Garrett tosses a water flask to Steve and commends them. "Great job, both of you." This catches Steve off guard. While the young mage gulps down the water, Garrett takes the chance to ask, "Didn't you say you are sick of them too? Do you know about the history in Venya?" Finishing his drink, Steve lets out a sigh. "You are not entirely wrong. But what exactly do you plan to do? Spark a coup?" Garrett watches his crew finish binding Farquaad's mercenaries. He confides, "Yes, I think so. The Venetian family fell apart a long time ago. By exploiting the neighboring kingdom's fears, they racked up massive debts while squeezing dry both their own citizens and allies. Filled with righteous fury, Garrett declares, I cannot stand by and watch our nation crumble." Gesturing to the snoring, drooling Farquaad, he explains, "This guy is one of Venya's biggest financial backers. He funds the military at the northern border, and in exchange, he enjoys tax exemption in Venya. I told you, I do not steal from ordinary folks." Steve listens thoughtfully. "It seems we share a common goal, but your path will take far too much time." Garrett frowns. "What?" Steve shrugs. "Just my personal opinion, forget it." With that, Steve turns to leave. "So, am I free to go, or do you plan on stopping me?" Garrett asks if he will report them. "Offended," Steve snaps. "Do I look like a snitch? I have far more important things to worry about." Garrett laughs. "Then go. The enemy of my enemy is a friend. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You and I will want to see what happens next." "All right, you and I are diving right back in," as he turns to his crew, announcing that they have nothing left to do there. They are moving out, so everyone needs to pack up. Departing in 1 hour, Sale sighs, wishing they could have stayed just a bit longer. Hearing the quiet groans, Garrett tells them to stop complaining before turning around with a warm smile to offer Steve a handshake. Looking at the hand in front of him, Steve smiles, though he hates being called Brian by this guy. Honestly, he silently admits he has zero desire to work with this guy. Ultimately, he decides to shake Garrett's hand anyway, saying that if fate allows, they will meet again, all while whines and complaints echo through the forest. They have been walking for a while now, asking if they are close, when Elena suddenly stops, points ahead, and says this is the spot. Steve stops right behind her, genuinely impressed that she can actually locate a hidden dungeon like this. He steps forward to examine the entrance, noting that it looks exceptionally clean and smooth since it is a brand new dungeon. Heading inside, they start pathfinding, with Steve stretching his hand forward to feel the flow of energy and guide their way. Suddenly, Elena spots something and shouts monster, as Steve watches the creature scramble away and immediately calls out to her. It is just a goblin, the perfect starter monster for a new dungeon. As he turns to ask her a quick question, he asks if she has ever fought a goblin, and she cautiously replies that she has seen them in packs while traveling. Hearing this, he turns his head and calmly warns her that he does not know about forest goblins, but she must be extremely careful with the ones in here. Now, watch closely. Steve suddenly throws his hand out to stop Elena, startling her. Drawing his sword, he kneels in front of a hidden trap, noting that while it looks poorly made, it is actually a highly lethal trap, prompting her to ask with deep suspicion if a goblin could really make something like this. Hovering his blade near the trigger wire, he explains that goblins are surprisingly expert craftsmen when it comes to lethal traps. He gently cuts the wire, adding that avoiding their traps is the only way to survive. Right on cue, a horde of armed goblins rushes forward, proving his point, as the angry creatures open their mouths and charge straight at him with pure rage. With a calm smile, Steve casually raises his hand and summons a fiery ball, shouting out "Fireball!" An explosive blast of flames immediately engulfs the goblins, and as he uses his skull ring to absorb their lingering spiritual energy, he issues a strict warning. Dungeon goblins are incredibly dangerous, he says, leaving Elena standing there completely speechless by his overwhelming display of power. The scene shifts to a mysterious pendulum swinging gently back and forth in the darkness. After a few swings, an invisible force abruptly stops the pendulum, prompting its owner to call out to it. Using the device is Millie from the Special Forces team, staring intently at it while recalling her instructions. You and I both know how these missions go. Fewer monsters and a weak boss make this the perfect time to grab the artifact. Behind her are two other members of the Special Forces, Emmerich and John, actively debating the situation. While the timing is great, John asks why they lack a pathfinder, only to be told those experts are extremely hard to find. Besides, they do not even need a pathfinder for this specific mission, a point that Emmerich reluctantly agrees with. That is true, but right then, Millie raises her hand to cut them off, sensing something unusual. Leaning down to inspect the severed wire, she realizes the trap was intentionally dismantled, wondering if some highly intelligent monster was responsible for clearing it out. Holding the cut ends, she gasps, realizing they did not trigger it with their bodies, as the cut is far too precise. It is too clean, prompting Raymond to chime in and admit he also felt something was off from the start. Even for a new dungeon, they have not encountered a single monster, not even a basic slime, leaving Emmerich looking absolutely stunned at what lies ahead. He senses something is in there, as a scene of complete devastation unfolds right before their eyes. They find scorched goblin corpses everywhere, all completely incinerated, causing Millie to grow dead serious and question what kind of force could do this. A newly formed dungeon cannot spawn fire-type monsters, meaning there is definitely someone else inside with them. And just as she says that, we cut to Elena and Steve easily bypassing the dead goblins to advance deeper. They must hurry to secure the relic first, knowing that whoever is ahead of them cannot have gone too far yet. A rough hand touches a massive sealed door, opening it to reveal an inner chamber that leaves Elena staring in utter amazement. It looks like the dungeon boss, prompting Steve to frown and softly reveal that its name is Agui. The terrifying beast glares at the intruders as Steve warns her that if they cannot destroy its 9 eyes simultaneously, they are in deep trouble. Staring at this giant, even our MC is sweating, but let's see how he handles this. While he calculates his moves, the boss hurls a devastating fist forward, but Steve quickly leaps onto its arm to dodge the strike. He slams his hand onto the beast's arm and roars, "Strike!" Instantly, a violent storm of lightning erupts, striking the monster and sending it into a painful, agonizing scream. The monster's deafening shriek echoes all the way to Millie's position. Standing behind, Raymond frowns deeply as she urges him to hurry up. Emmerich's expression also turns dead serious when he hears what she has to say next. They've run into the dungeon jailer, and just as she says it, they arrive to find someone else is already there. Millie pauses, catching her breath in tense disbelief as she stares at the scene, wondering if it's really them. Even without knowing who they are, Elena doesn't hesitate, already drawing her bow and locking onto her target. Watching their flawless combat, Millie panics inside. With skill like that, they must have wiped out the goblins, but we still have to secure the sacred relic. Making up her mind, she gives a cold, calculated command. "Raymond, get ready to snipe." Hearing her order, Raymond is momentarily stunned. "Are you serious?" But he quickly readies his bow and asks for the target. Millie points right at Saint, commanding him to lock onto that man first so they can deal with the demon themselves. Raymond draws his bow, triggering his system interface, activating level 4 pierce shot, boosting his penetration power to the absolute max. Next, level 3 auxiliary aim activates, maximizing his accuracy and projectile speed, making his shot completely immune to external forces like gravity, wind, and air resistance. Now here's the part where he hesitates, thinking, "I don't know who you are, but it's nothing personal, goodbye," as he fires straight at Sweet. Sensing the lethal danger at the very last second, Steve leans back with insane reflexes, dodging the arrow beautifully. Raymond can't believe his eyes, utterly shocked. He actually managed to dodge that? How is that even possible? Stain locks onto him with a terrifying, murderous glare. As a massive blast of fire surges back at them, Emmerich leaps forward to tackle him out of the way, screaming, "Raymond!" They crash hard onto the ground. Rolling over, Raymond frantically checks on his partner. Are you okay, Emeric? Steve, standing in the smoke, demands in a voice dripping with pure bloodlust. Who the hell are you? He steps closer, radiating an oppressive aura. Don't bother trying to lie to me. Did you really think I wouldn't recognize a human? Am I right? But before they can answer, a mysterious voice speaks, describing the arrow as carrying pure, murderous intent. Staring at the monster in front of him, Raymond's mind races. Did he just cast a fireball? He looks back at the scorched ruins behind them. That means every single goblin turned to ash out there was wiped out by this one guy alone. He stares in sheer terror, thinking, this guy is extremely dangerous. And trust me, Steve isn't about to play games while they stay silent, raising his hand to threaten them. Not talking? Bolts of lightning strike Emeric directly, making him cough up blood. A panicked voice screams out his name. Emeric! He struggles desperately, holding up his magical shield to protect Raymond behind him. Motem's voice echoes in his head once more, warning him that the shield contains magic. Steve looks back in confusion. What do you mean? What can it do? Motem immediately explains. It can absorb energy and then release it directly outward from the shield's surface. Steve frowns, asking for clarification. So you're saying my attacks are completely useless against it? The spirit quickly refutes that. No, your raw power far exceeds the shield's maximum absorption capacity, meaning every attack of yours will still deal damage. How dare he try to block me with a cheap spell like that? It's not even a sacred relic. Emeric grits his teeth, realizing this guy is a total monster. Suddenly, the giant beast, riddled with 1,000 arrows, lets out a piercing roar. The deafening shriek interrupts them, forcing two figures to leap back out of the way. One of them shouts out, "What now?" Elena jumps back towards Saint, demanding to know what those intruders want. Steve, keeping his offensive pressure up, replies in annoyance, "I don't know who they are, but they are definitely blocking my path." Hearing this, she immediately decides they need to take them down first. "Let me help you." Hearing her offer, Steve raises his leg to kick off, ready to agree. "Got it, I'm dropping down." With that, he delivers a brutal kick to Emeric's shield, yelling, "Fire!" Immediately following Steve's command, Elena draws her bow and releases. A single arrow splits into a massive deadly barrage, raining down heavily from above. Just in time, Millie leaps in, slicing the arrows out of the air while shouting, "Stay calm. We'll take them down one by one." Elena's eyes widen in absolute shock at this display. Meanwhile, Stay remains completely calm, staring at her weapon and identifying it as a whip sword. After slicing through the entire barrage, Millie immediately whips her blade straight forward. The flexible blade wraps tightly around Stay's body, catching him completely off guard. "What?" Without wasting a second, she screams out a command. On her cue, Emeric charges forward, slamming his heavy shield straight into Sweet. Seizing this perfect window, Raymond fires another arrow right at him. Perfect. He's wide open. We can't let this chance slip. At that moment, Steve grits his teeth, veins bulging on his neck. Wind. Breaking free with sheer force, he roars his final word, and trust me, you'll want to see this tempest. Let's jump right in as Raymond suddenly looks up to find thousands of arrows overhead. What? Is this magic too? Luckily, he quickly dodges the raining arrows. Gritting his teeth, he turns around and grumbles in frustration, saying he might lose at this rate. My combo strikes keep getting blocked by that woman, he mutters, glaring directly over at where Steve and Elena are standing. Steve demands answers, asking who they are and why they are targeting him. As the silent task force refuses to speak, Motem answers for them. Would they really spill secrets to their enemy? Asking this, the creature suddenly appears right by his side to question him. They seem highly trained. Do you have any ideas? Steve breaks a cold sweat, blankly replying that he has absolutely no clue. I seriously can't think of anyone who wants me dead. But suddenly, Zero crosses his mind, making him frown and consider a theory. Unless. No, I made sure to stay hidden. No magic should be able to track someone all the way to a place like this. Or maybe they want the relic, or boss loot. While Steve is lost in thought, Millie quickly coordinates a new plan with her comrades. Change of plans, Raymond and Emeric. You two handle that guy, while I take care of the girl. Raymond and Emeric reply in unison. Got it. Suddenly, Agui roars loudly behind them, causing Elena to turn around and warn that its strength has fully recovered. Steve quickly chimes in, noting that it is completely furious. Right after that, a loud battle cry echoes through the air. Let's go. At that moment, watch closely now, Millie swings her sword with insane power. Elena reacts instantly, raising her bow to block the strike. With every heavy slash, she is forced backward until she ends up right beneath the Agui beast. Immediately, the monster opens its massive jaws and begins charging up energy. It then unleashes a devastating sphere of power directly at her position. Currently locked in a fierce duel with Emeric, Steve yells out in worry, shouting Elena's name. Emeric parries his sword away, mockingly challenging him to try getting past them first. Seeing his path blocked, Steve clicks his tongue in deep frustration. Steve quickly leaps backward to narrowly dodge another deadly slash from his opponent. Aiming his ring forward, he charges his power and snaps in annoyance, telling them to mind their own business and solve their own problems. Immediately, he fires an energy blast at Emeric's shield, shouting out his technique. Holding his ground with the shield, Emeric desperately signals his teammate. "Hurry up, Raymond." Behind him, Raymond channels his energy and draws his bow back tight. The fired arrow streaks forward, grazing Steve's face and leaving a cut. The windstorm effect is still highly active. Annoyed by their seamless teamwork, he wonders if they are already used to fighting together. These guys are way more troublesome than expected. His gaze turns cold and menacing, realizing he must take them down first before he can even think of helping Elena. On the other side of the battlefield, a heavily injured and exhausted Elena gasps for air. Right in front of her, Millie is also looking pretty beaten up, panting heavily. And yeah, we both saw this coming. That massive beast catches Elena's eye as it gathers power to attack again. She quickly unleashes her signature move, Gale Burst. The two massive attacks collide, creating an absolute explosion of energy. Defending herself, Millie stares at the raw force in complete disbelief. Wind mixed with fire? Her rhythm is definitely built for long-range combat. As the smoke finally clears and Millie scans the area, Elena suddenly blindsides her from behind. Elena delivers a powerful, bone-shattering kick right into her opponent's ribs. She coldly warns her opponent not to assume she lacks close-quarters combat skills just because she carries a bow. Millie barely blocks the kick and slowly replies, "Same here." Her steel boots pivot with a heavy scrape as she speaks. "I am not going down that easily either." Clenching her hands into tight fists, she prepares to launch a brutal counterattack in this intense close-quarters brawl. In the blink of an eye, Elena takes a direct punch straight to the face, while Millie also eats a nasty punch in return. They blast each other back simultaneously from the double blow. Instantly, Millie shoots out her whip sword, embedding it deep into the wall. Using the momentum, she leaps high and launches herself at Elena. She spins for a devastating kick, but luckily, Elena manages to block it. Seizing the moment, she tightly grips her bow and immediately strikes back. She bashes the bow directly into Millie, causing her to grunt in pain. Millie grits her teeth and winces, scowling deeply. Suddenly, she swings around and wraps her whip sword around Agui's tusk. Seeing this wild move, Elena tenses up and braces herself. Millie lands gracefully right on top of the Agui monster's head. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light flashes, instantly catching her attention. She looks at Steve's lightning in utter shock. Is he using that electric skill again? But the energy density is way higher than before. She quickly screams out a warning, shouting at Emeric that he is planning something and they have to stop him. Millie abruptly cuts herself off, cursing under her breath as she realizes he has already been completely knocked out. Damn it! Without a second of hesitation, she uses her sword to command Agui toward him, absolutely determined to stop him. Seeing the giant beast lumbering toward him, Steve is stunned. And trust me, we'll have to wait and see how he survives this massive blast aimed right at him. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the action as Steve grits his teeth, screaming internally. Why are they blocking me again? He unleashes Gale Strike, calling down a massive vortex of wind energy that wraps around him. Millie struggles, raising her arms to shield herself from the sheer force of the storm. Even the wounded Emeric grits his teeth in agony, forced to endure the brutal impact. Seizing the moment, Steve shouts, "Elena, strike now!" Instantly, an arrow flies straight toward the demon's head. With a wet splatter, the bloody arrow pierces deep into the ground behind them amidst a deafening roar. Raymond curses under his breath, blood dripping from his forehead as he yells to his ally, "Damn it, Emeric, save Millie!" Hearing the cry, Emeric quickly reacts, looking over at his teammate engulfed in flames. "Got it, get up, Millie." When she lies motionless, he freezes. Steve glances over, only to realize the power from her body is being drained by the shield. Ignoring the distraction, Steve swings his sword back toward the monster, struggling to break free. He mutters, "Thanks for waiting on my ultimate skill." With that, his body blurs, vanishing as he leaps forward. Steve jams his blade right into the gaping maw of the Agui beast and whispers, "Detonate." A sudden sharp blast shatters its head into tiny pieces. He thrusts his hand forward, channeling his dark energy, and yells, "Devouring curse!" The monster dissolves into a dark mist, sucked directly into the ring on his finger. With the job done, he lands softly and looks back. Watch closely, because this is where Steve proposes a plan to Elena. "Can you secure the relics in the other rooms while I finish off this squad here?" Hearing this, Elena looks deeply concerned and hesitant. Is it really necessary to go that far? They will be buried in this dungeon once we claim the sacred relic anyway. His next question leaves her completely speechless. "Do you actually know how I managed to survive this long?" Steve flashes back to the moment he fell into the abyss, saying, "I only survived because Jero let his guard down. I refused to repeat his mistake and leave any openings." With that, he steps closer, raising his sword with absolute resolve. Do not hate me. You guys are the ones who started this. Although Emmerich closes his eyes, bracing for the end, his hands tightly squeeze two bizarre devices emitting a strange hum. Suddenly, a thick, blinding cloud of smoke erupts, completely swallowing the entire area. Steve scowls at the fog, thinking, what is this smoke? But watch this. Raymond instantly screams to seize the moment. Emmerich, run. Do not let them take it. Before the words even fade, Emmerich scrambles to his feet and bolts. Watching him flee, Steve shouts in a panic. Elena, guard the relic. That is what they are after. Meanwhile, Raymond draws his bow from behind, muttering, it is now or never, as he aims directly at a distracted Steve. My body is in no shape to fight, but from this distance, just die. Suddenly, an arrow flies from behind and strikes him clean in the head. In sheer shock, Raymond gasps. Even through the smoke, he glares at Elena, the one who fired the shot, spitting out his final curse. Damn you. Seeing him cough up blood, Steve quickly shouts, Elena, run. Internally, his mind is racing, wondering, would they really sacrifice their own comrade just to achieve their objective? As he speaks, Elena leaps forward to hunt down the fleeing Emmerich. With fierce determination in her eyes, she vows, I will never let them escape with it. The system suddenly chimes, activating the stride skill to extend her running steps for maximum speed. Thanks to the boost, she surges forward, closing the gap in a flash. Witnessing this insane speed, he grits his teeth in absolute shock. Suddenly, Elena spins and hurls two blades at Emmerich. As he raises his arms to block, Steve dives low, charging ahead and shouting, grab the relic! He eyes the glowing ring floating right in front of them and urges, we will escape immediately after. Glaring at him through half-open eyes, Emmerich snarls to himself, you bastard, I will never let you have it. He reaches out wildly towards Steve, determined to block him, refusing to let him pass so easily. Blocked once again, Steve is absolutely furious, his blood practically boiling. He glares back, shouting, still resisting? Why can't you just give up already? Spinning around, he unleashes his magic, releasing a massive burst of flame, screaming, fireball! Caught off guard, Emmerich takes the spell directly to the chest, as blazing flames instantly consume his entire body. Steve seizes the chance to flee, while the roaring fire burns Emmerich alive, forcing an agonizing shriek from his lips. Ah, damn it, he curses internally. Finally reaching Elena, she reaches out her hand, ready to pull him up to safety. As Emmerich's consciousness fades, he whispers, forgive me, Lord Bazok, everyone, I am so sorry. Severely charred and battered, the inferno slowly devours him. Slipping away, his final thought echoes, I failed to complete it. His eyes go completely dark. Trust me, you and I won't forget his final moment as falling debris buries him alive. Alright, you and I are diving back in just as night falls over this quiet, desolate forest. The moment they escape, the entire place collapses. Having teleported out with Elena, Steve is left panting heavily, while she is also completely exhausted and drenched in sweat. Steve looks around at the ruins and asks, who on earth were those guys? Why would they risk their lives like that? Elena frowns, stepping in to calm him down. Calm down. Do you remember what the archer yelled out? She vividly recalls the archer, his face covered in blood, screaming with his final breaths. Emmerich, run, don't let them have it. After thinking it over, Elena adds, based on that, they must be hunting for the holy relic. Hearing that, Steve quickly pulls the artifact out to inspect it. A holy relic, so this is their target. Steve stares intensely at the artifact, analyzing every little detail, and asks the ring spirit what he thinks. The dark, misty creature just sighs with a deeply disappointed look. Are you seriously asking me that? Do you even have a brain? How good can a freshly spawned dungeon item possibly be? Hurry up and let me eat it, Steve pouts, staring at the bracelet in deep hesitation before suddenly strapping it onto his own wrist. Mortem instantly goes from shocked to absolutely outraged. Hey, what are you doing? Steve looks down as he recalls his past discoveries, answering quietly, nothing. I was just thinking. Every single holy relic we have found up until now, I never got to test because you just kept absorbing them. Suddenly, the bracelet erupts in a blinding flash, releasing waves of fluctuating magical energy. Steve feels the power surge, completely taken aback. Now pay attention here, because as he stares in absolute awe, all the item's secret stats start flashing right into his mind. It's called Bar. Seeing him bind it, Mortem snaps in fury. You shameless punk! How dare you use another relic when you already have me? The spirit glares at the bracelet on his wrist and barks, once a holy relic merges with a host, I can't absorb it anymore. Did you seriously not know that? Steve shrugs off the anger, teasing Mortem with a playful grin. Hey, I'm just taking precautions. Relying only on you is way too risky, you get it, right? It's only logical. Mortem fangs, highly insulted by the jab. A system notification pops up, confirming the relic bar has bound to form a new artifact. Elena, standing nearby with her arms crossed, asks, "So, you're not letting him absorb it this time?" Sty bends down, picking up a few pebbles from the dirt. He replies, "Yeah, I actually want to test this thing out." Steve tightly grips one of the stones, quietly activating the newly acquired enchantment skill. You and I both know how rare enchantment is, so of course Elena's eyes go wide. Staring at the glowing stone, she gasps, "Is that enchantment?" Sty admires the stone, watching tiny arcs of electricity crackle around his hand. "Yup," he says. "Absorbing it would have been a massive waste." "What do you think of this skill?" Elena lowers her gaze, instantly analyzing the tactical advantage of combining this power with other weapons. It temporarily charges an object with raw magical energy. I've heard you can turn an ordinary dagger into an item equivalent to high-tier magic weapons. From everything I know, mastering this kind of magic is insanely complex. How on earth did you pull it off so effortlessly? Sty smirks with satisfaction, raising up his newly adorned wrist. "See? I told you. The stronger I get, the easier handling these relics becomes." He glances down at the Mortem ring on his finger and adds, "And that goes for you too, right?" Sty reassures Mortem to keep him from acting up, saying, "Look, it doesn't change the fact that you're still my best relic, so just calm down." Mortem scowls, letting out an annoyed huff before finally dropping the matter. Cutting to another area, the clear sky and a sparkling stream flowing under the warm sun create a beautiful, scenic view. A man sitting with his back against a tree trunk enjoying the scenery spots them and waves. "Ah, you two finally made it. Hello, it's you two, right?" Sty smiles happily as he replies, "Yup, we're counting on you." Elena watches them, deeply curious. "Who is this guy? Do you know him?" Sty pauses, trying to find the right words. "He's a guide, of sorts." He then unfolds a map to double-check their direction. "If we just keep heading north from here, we will reach a mountain called Old Jack, and it's right next to one of the largest mining cities on the entire Sentikma continent, which is exactly where we need to go." Elena watches closely, still highly confused, but the city you mentioned is in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Steve is looking around, scanning for something nearby. Wait, there's something to find first. He spots it. There it is. Sty excitedly calls Elena over to look at the ground. Sneaking into Sentikma is incredibly difficult because the security there is extremely tight, meaning they have to take a secret route. Buried below is a lovely small box containing gold coins and two neatly arranged stones. Elena picks one up, utterly confused. "Why on earth did you hide these here?" Sty shrugs off the question, explaining they are keys to pass through. Elena presses him, demanding, "The keys to what?" The guide grabs his cart's rope with a grin, calling them lucky. "And trust me, you and I don't want to miss what happens next. Alright, stick with me because fewer people use this route now, making it a tough squeeze." The driver pulls back the curtain, urging them inside. They both freeze at the sight. "It is way too small," Stit mutters, but the man cuts him off instantly. "Do not even complain." Elena, however, sees things differently and nods in agreement. Human culture is pretty fascinating in tight spots like this, she thinks. The driver shrugs, muttering that this is actually a relatively spacious ride. Stit's mind goes completely blank, his face burning red as Elena climbs in. He quickly tells himself he needs to focus on getting more tools. The wheels turn and they set off. But after a while, a harsh voice from an inspection checkpoint halts them outside. "Halt. What kind of carriage is this?" The driver calmly hands over a paper, saying it is just a cargo manifest. The guard reviews the manifest. Low-grade mining explosives, digging equipment, and hand lanterns. He tells them they can pass after signing a few forms. "Thank you," the driver replies. After what feels like an eternity, his sudden voice from the front startles the two inside. "Hey, we are here, you two can come out now." Huddled under the blankets, Stit and Elena quickly throw off the cover. Blushing with sheer awkwardness, Stit grumbles. "Looks like we made it. Let us get out of this thing." They poke their heads out, staring down at a bustling, lively underground city. Their guide steps up to introduce the place. "Welcome to Sentikma. Since you took the secret route, you should probably head straight to the tavern first." Warm golden lights and rowdy chatter fill the air. At a corner table, a man speaks up. "So, you are the rumored Stit. Danton told me about you. Now, pay attention to this guy. He's a bald old-timer with a scarred eye, puffing a cigarette as he introduces himself as Bantaza. I'd normally give you a proper welcome, but you picked the absolute worst time to arrive." Stit can only stare back, completely confused. "The worst time?" Elena glares at her drink, visibly annoyed, while Bantaza begins to lay out the grim details of their situation. Recalling the recent chaotic, bloody clashes, he sighs. Over the past few days, vicious monsters have been completely overrunning the mines. Because of that, every single soldier in the territory has mobilized to reclaim the zone. Bantaza pulls out a wanted poster with Stit's goofy-looking face on it, chuckling. "If you actually had a brain, you wouldn't be causing trouble and showing your face." "Quite a portrait," Stit mutters, glaring at him. "Do not worry. I do not plan on staying in this place for long. Taking a quick sip from his cup, he asks when the black market blacksmiths and alchemists are scheduled to arrive. Bantaza looks at him blankly. Are you serious? I don't think you grasp the reality of this situation, kid. Around them, the other tavern patrons whisper excitedly. Bantaza leans against the bar, his tone turning serious. Every blacksmith here is swamped making gear for the military. Now that the army is involved, nobody has time for your personal requests. I know what you're thinking. What was the point of even coming here? Stit panics, asking what these merchants even sell. Blasting explosives and mining gear, the old man sighs wearily, leaning his head on his hand as he looks at him. Look, blacksmiths love crafting custom gear over mass-produced military junk. But right now you have to face reality. They are swamped with massive military orders. During times like this, you do what you must. I only pass along information. Growing desperately impatient, Stit leaps up and leans right across the counter, startling the old man with his intense urgency. I get it, but I can pay more than enough. Is there absolutely anyone you can introduce me to? Bantaza sighs at his stubbornness. Glancing at Stit's gear, he relents. Fine. I will ask around for you, but do not get your hopes up. Someone might try to take advantage of this chaos and charge you an absolute fortune for their services. Fast forward a few days later, and Stit is completely drained of energy, slumped over the table and groaning in despair. I have the cash, but nobody wants it. What about my journey? My revenge? Suddenly a soft voice speaks up from behind. Still no news? Elena smiles, walking over to him. She shows off her outfit, noting that it actually fits quite well. Human clothes are pretty restrictive, but thanks anyway. Suddenly, a loud shout echoes through the tavern. Hey Stit, I have news. He quickly looks up as two heavily cloaked strangers approach. Stit stares in surprise as Bantaza steps forward to introduce them. Even though they are buried in work, these two agreed to help you. You owe them a drink later. A blacksmith and an alchemist? Stit's eyes widen in absolute shock as he repeats their titles in pure disbelief. Seeing his stunned face, one of the figures pulls back his hood. What is wrong? Have you never seen a dwarf before? You humans always get so easily confused when it comes to dwarves and blacksmiths. He formally introduces himself while the muscular girl behind him smiles. I am Casper, the alchemist, and this young lady is the blacksmith. I am Lottie, the girl beams. Stit stands up to shake hands, still totally dazed. I am Stit. Elena quietly giggles nearby. Casper shakes his hand. All right, Stit, you and I are about to find out just how bad things really are. All right, you and I are dropping right into a massive gear up where countless craftsmen are working day and night to supply a literal army. The black market is still completely locked down. Steve stands with hands on his hips, staring down at Bantaza. He flashes a thumbs up in approval as Casper keeps talking. Still, someone has to do this dirty work to keep the economy moving, right? Casper asks him with a dead serious look. First, tell us exactly what you need, and then we will see about helping you out. Steve reaches back and pulls out his massive longsword. Well, for starters, do you think you could take a quick look at this? A friend of mine forged this. The second Casper and Letty lay eyes on it, their jaws drop in absolute shock. Casper blurts out, Huh? While Letty mumbles, a sword. I have seriously never seen anything like this before. They pick it up, spinning it around to examine the balance. Their verdict? This is definitely no ordinary weapon. Steve sits back with clasped hands, thinking deeply while Letty holds up this unique monster slayer blade, completely mesmerized by its bizarre design. The blade is crafted from incredibly complex components, yet it remains remarkably sturdy and highly durable. It actually uses pressurized gas to trigger massive explosions. Whoever forged this must be an absolute master blacksmith. Remembering the blue gas canisters and the small note inside his bag, Steve listens as Letty admits, Honestly, I have no clue how your friend even produced this gas. Besides, these materials are super rare. But then, a voice suddenly cuts in, and you'll want to hear this. Casper picks up a tiny metal component and asks, Why don't you try using gunpowder as the explosive trigger for this weapon instead? Staring down at the paper, he adds, It is way more destructive than gas, much easier to find, and a whole lot safer to transport. Only downside is the cost. Steve lifts a massive pouch of gold with a smug smirk and replies, Do not worry about that. Oh, and can you upgrade my armor? I want something crafted from tough leather. Hearing this, Casper looks a bit taken aback. Leather armor? Honestly, I don't think that's even viable in this market. Leaning back in his chair, he asks, What do you think, Letty? Hands on her hips? Letty scoffs. Sure, I can handle that. It is way easier than stitching a saddle. But there is one catch. Raising a single finger with a smirk, she adds, You find the hide yourself. Do that, and I will stay up all night to forge your gear. Steve immediately slumps in utter despair, letting his head hit the table while cursing his terrible luck. Where on earth am I supposed to find monster hide in a mining town? Across the counter, Bantaza just chuckles at him. Good question. There are beasts in the mines, but they are mostly made of solid stone. Suddenly, Steve's eyes light up as he remembers something. Steve leaps to his feet, desperately asking, "Wait, what about that monster you mentioned yesterday near the mine? Is that one made of stone too?" Wiping down a glass, Bontaza recalls the gruesome, deep gashes on the surviving miners and shivers as he speaks. Judging by the state of the survivors, they looked like they were brutally ripped apart by some savage, wild beast. Even after their wounds healed, the scars looked absolutely grotesque. But since I have never actually seen the thing myself, it is hard to say. Seeing Steve's creepy, maniacal grin makes the bartender's skin crawl. "You know what's coming next, right?" he asks. "You aren't hunting that thing, are you? It might not even have hide." But Steve just shrugs. "Only one way to find out, I'll have to peel it off myself." Bontaza tries to warn him, explaining that even the city guard couldn't stop it. That is exactly why they are gathering a multi-nation army right now. Steve rests his chin in his hand, letting out a soft chuckle. "Relax. The whole point of upgrading my gear is to make sure I survive. I am not about to do anything reckless. Besides, as a dwarf, I know you understand the value of solid armor protection." Hearing that, Bontaza finally sighs in relief. Fine. If you are that determined, you should go talk to him." Bontaza nods, glancing over at an old, completely wasted man sleeping peacefully at a nearby table. He reveals the guy as a Sentikma city guard, making him a goldmine of reliable information for everything happening in the area. He is also a vital link in the black market. Why not pick his brain? He was the first to warn us about the beast. Suddenly, a booming voice completely shatters the sleeping guard's beautiful dream. "Excuse me, sir, but allow me to buy you a drink." The old guard stares blankly at the massive, foaming mug of beer, utterly confused. "What do you want?" Steve gets straight to the point. "I need to know everything about the monster in the mine." The old man sighs in sheer exhaustion. Not this again. Cheeks flushing red with irritation, the guard snaps. "I am not talking about that. It feels like literally everyone only comes to me to ask about that damn thing." Steve just stares back with a dead serious, sincere expression. "I'm not asking this for fun," Steve says quietly. "You witnessed the exact state of those slaughtered miners, didn't you?" The guard's face immediately turns pale. Gritting his teeth, he slams his fist on the table and roars in pure anger, completely freezing Steve in his tracks. "Yes, I saw it. I stood there utterly useless, watching unarmed innocent people get ripped clean in half by its savage claws. Then I ran away like an absolute coward, failing my duty as a warrior." "Are you satisfied hearing that?" Fed up, Bontaza storms over and punches him square in the face. "I need you alive. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what happens next. All right. You and I are diving into a wild hunt where an old man reveals their target is a terrifying manticore. Breaking out in cold sweat just speaking its name. He visualizes the beast with wings and a scorpion tail, asking in disbelief, "A manticore? You mean those monsters from the Cattle Desert? What on earth is a manticore doing here in the Jack Mountains?" The old man recalls the horrific scene, trembling as he speaks. As they dug deep inside the mine, a massive wall suddenly collapsed. The falling debris injured dozens of workers, and then, a manticore with razor-sharp wings lunged right out at us. In the blink of an eye, his comrade was torn apart, blood spraying everywhere in a gruesome mess. The guards did not even have time to react before being slaughtered. It is a massive, freakish beast, with a wild predator body, giant wings, and a venomous tail. But pay attention here, Sid actually gets incredibly excited hearing this. He thinks to himself, a manticore has massive bat-like wings and a lethal scorpion tail, making it the absolute perfect target to gather rare crafting materials. He wants it. "Thanks for the info. Here is your reward." The old man leans back against the wall, bowing his head while struggling to adjust his heavy arm guards. He asks, "Do you seriously plan on hunting it?" Sid chuckles, scratching his head. "Yeah, I actually really need some high-grade monster hide right now." The old man lets out a heavy, helpless sigh and gives a stern warning. "Fine, there is no stopping reckless adventurers or danger-seeking warriors like you anyway. But let me warn you beforehand that beast hide is as tough as solid steel." He pushes the money bag back across the table. "Keep your coins. I did not tell you about this monster just to watch you go commit suicide." Flustered, Sit quickly waves his hands to reassure him. "Hey, it is totally fine." He points a finger at himself, grinning. "I am way stronger than I look. Besides, I never planned on just chasing a manticore around." Suddenly, a tiny spark of green lightning crackles at his fingertip. The old man stares, completely lost on what Sit means. "That beast is as powerful as a dragon? You young punks are all talk." Sit just smiles, focuses, and snaps his fingers forward, letting the lightning erupt. Out of nowhere, a small metal pillar materializes right in front of him, giving the two old men a massive fright. They gasp. "Wait, what is this?" The old man's eyes go wide. "Are you a mage?" Beside him, Bantaz can't stop staring in awe. No wonder the kid was so confident. Sit just humbly blows the smoke off his fingertips. He shrugs, replying, "Not exactly, but I can definitely defend myself. You don't mind if I head out now, right?" The old man frowns with worry, sighing. "All right, listen. You are going to need a secret path to sneak into that mine, correct?" He offers. "If you let me, I can set up everything for you." Cut to later, where Sit and Elena find themselves covered in filthy, foul-smelling sewer slime, letting out a miserable groan. You and I can practically smell this through the screen as Sit and Elena pinch their noses. "Is this seriously the secret path? A sewer?" Elena grumbles. "Well, at least we completely bypass the guard patrols stationed all across the city. Everything is slimy, with skeletal remains scattered everywhere." Mortem, the skull, speaks directly to Sit's mind. Yes, the beast has definitely been here. Sit stares at the gruesome scene and sighs. "Oh man, we literally just stepped inside and it is already a total disaster." He extends his hand, activating his animal instinct ability, all while holding his breath and tightly covering his nose to block out the stench. The sickening stench of rotting flesh and guts is unbearable, but Mortem calmly reassures him, "Just keep your cool." Sit gazes down at the heavy tracks pressed deep into the muddy ground. "Look at those footprints. They are all heading in one direction." Suddenly, Elena spots a severed arm wearing a ring lying nearby. She calls out, trying to stay positive, "At least we should be safe here. Look over there." Sit recoils as he stares closely at the blackened, decaying hand. It is a completely severed human arm. His eyes turn cold as he looks down at it. Could this belong to one of his guards? Sit remembers the old man's words back at the tavern. "I only have one request. Please bring back whatever belongings you find of my fallen comrades." Elena picks up the ring, gently slipping it into the leather pouch at her waist. "At least we found something of theirs," she says. Sit nods. "Exactly. Keep your eyes peeled. We might find more." He takes the lead while Elena closely follows behind him. "Let's go this way." As they walk, Sit questions his companion. "Do you know anything about these beasts?" Mortem grunts in surprise. "Huh?" Sit asks about the manticore again. "I have only heard rumors." "Is it true they can shrug off both physical and magical attacks?" "That is completely unfair." Mortem answers, "They are highly resilient. But of course, even beasts like this have a weak spot. The wing joint connecting to the shoulder is the thinnest, most fragile spot on its body. That is where a physical strike deals maximum damage." Nodding, Sit replies, "I will definitely keep that in mind." With that settled, the two continue moving deeper into the dark cavern. Elena spots a pile of shattered weapons and fresh bloodstains, whispering, "Up ahead looks like a complete war zone." Sit asks, "Do you think the manticore caused all this?" Mortem grunts, "Well, no other monster in this area is capable of such destruction." Sit kneels to inspect a dropped item, wondering, "That's true, but why?" "Trust me. You and I are about to find out." "Alright, you and I are jumping right into a monster fight where a sudden, terrifying roar shatters the silence." Mortem senses the danger and warns him that the beast already knows they are there, waiting for him to step inside its territory. While it is not quite as deadly as a dragon, it is still a high-tier threat that normal hunters would never dare to face. Steve lets out a tired sigh, muttering about how terrifying this is, but Elena refuses to back down. She tells him not to worry, claiming her grandmother's brutal 8-hour training sessions were way worse, instantly flashing back to those awful memories. "Wake up, Elena. It is only the beginning," she recalls, while Steve asks in shock if she survived 8 hours of absolute terror. Mortem wonders what kind of nightmare that elf lady put her through, while Steve slaps his own face to get his head in the game. Steve reminds himself he is trying to take down an entire empire, so we can't watch him freeze up before a single beast. Mortem mockingly agrees, saying even if Steve loses an arm or both legs, he will keep him alive, so there is nothing to fear. Steve snaps back, telling him not to treat him like a doll, before pulling out some wire and promising he won't die in this filthy place. Elena asks if he has a solid plan. She warns him that a simple trap might not be enough to bring down such a monster, but Steve keeps setting it up with a strange confidence. He explains this iron frame should stall the manticore for a moment, and in this fight, every little advantage counts. They are risking their lives, after all. Once the trap is set, he draws his dagger and tells her he will lure the monster back to this spot. She tells him to be careful, while Steve steps forward with a confident, curious grin, eager to see just how tough this beast really is. Gripping his blade tight, he readies his magic and creeps deeper into the dark cavern, knowing the beast could strike at any second. Mortem suddenly gasps, pointing out a high mound of dirt right ahead of them with a strange, glowing object resting right in the middle. Steve wonders if it is an egg, and Mortem confirms it, noting that manticores only lay eggs once they reach 50 years of age. Stunned by the rare find, Steve realizes that securing this egg means he won't have to worry about money for a very long time. He stands there counting his riches, completely unaware that a pair of glowing eyes is locking onto him from the shadows directly above. Mortem warns him to forget about the egg and worry about saving his own skin instead. Right on cue, the monster dives down, opening its massive, fanged jaws wide to swallow Steve whole in a single, devastating bite. Luckily, Mortem shouts a warning just in time, allowing Steve's survival instincts to kick in so he can barely dodge the attack. A terrified Steve tries to thank his companion, but before he can finish, Mortem screams at him to watch his back. He rolls out of the way, narrowly avoiding the sharp claws of the manticore, while quickly drawing his dagger to defend himself. Mortem notes that the beast knows its egg is indestructible, while the furious manticore stands its ground, letting out a terrifying growl as it glares down at its target. He panics, realizing he is dealing with a venomous tail and lethal acid attacks. With sharp fangs and deadly claws, there is absolutely no way he can defend himself against all of these threats at once. Knowing he is outmatched, he does the only smart thing and runs for his life. The manticore immediately gives chase, leaping into the air with its massive claws extended, letting out an earth-shattering roar as it closes the gap. Steve spins around while running, launching a powerful combination of arc fire and his signature fireball magic. The two devastating spells merge together, flying straight toward the oncoming manticore. You and I both know basic magic won't easily cut it, and Mortem screams in panic as the beast shrugs off the flames, piercing the blast with its poison tail. Steve watches two venomous needles slam into the dirt right next to him, crying out in utter horror at the attack. He cannot believe it shoots venom, but Mortem urges him to keep casting, since magic is still better than fighting with a blade. With no other choice, Steve follows the advice, unleashing wave after wave of intense fireballs to keep the beast at bay. Mortem yells that the monster cannot hold out forever, forcing the frustrated manticore to keep raining poison down from a distance. Steve gets grazed by the flying acid, wincing in intense pain, as Mortem warns him that this highly corrosive liquid can dissolve absolutely anything on contact. Steve looks ahead and screams for Elena to take her shot, and she immediately draws her weapon, ready to strike. A razor-sharp projectile flies through the air, heading straight for the manticore's eyes. But the attack barely scratches the beast, doing absolutely zero damage, though Elena refuses to give up as she keeps firing, realizing its tough hide is incredibly difficult to pierce. Arrows rain down like crazy, but the manticore easily bats them aside and charges forward. But as it charges, the beast suddenly trips over the wire Steve set up earlier. The trap wraps tightly around its massive body, sending it crashing to the ground, while Steve tells Elena he will handle the rest, charging a massive spell. He screams, "Fireball," unleashing a massive blast of smoke and debris, leaving you and me wondering if the beast is truly dead. Elena stands ready, her grip tight on her bow. Steve signals the perfect moment, and trust me, you do not want to miss this. The manticore is completely cornered by a relentless rain of fire and arrows. Suddenly, its entire body tenses up in sheer, boiling rage. It swings its massive wings, blowing everything away with a deafening roar. Seeing this, Elena gasps, her eyes wide with absolute horror. Steve yells, "I will handle close combat. You keep your distance." Hearing that, she does not hesitate for a second and quickly agrees. As the manticore raises its hand to rub its eyes, Steve charges forward, thinking to himself, "This is my chance. The wing joint." With that thought, he drives his dagger deep into the beast's shoulder connection. That is not where I aimed. Shocked by the sudden stab, the monster screeches in agony, throwing its head back. Next second, its glowing red eyes lock onto Steve. It slams its rock-solid head forward, smashing him hard into the stone wall. Fresh blood coughs out from Steve's mouth. She screams, "Steve!" Terrified, Elena gasps, "Is he okay?" Luckily, Mortem quickly jumps into action, casting a healing spell. Recharged by the magic, Steve drags himself back up on his feet and wheezes. "Do not worry. I can still fight." Mortem warns him, "Do not rely on healing magic too much. It only keeps you standing, but it is not actually curing you. If your internal organs are damaged and bleeding, you are as good as dead." Despite the grim warning, Steve feels zero fear. He looks up and mutters, "It is fine, totally worth it." Look closely. His sword is still embedded deep in the beast. The blade is jammed right inside the wing joint. He smiles, letting out a sigh of relief as he speaks. "That is exactly what I aimed for." Mortem urges him, "Then end this quickly. That sword is your only remaining close-range weapon." Steve raises his hand high, declaring, "High risk means high reward, and this is not the first time the odds are stacked against me." Right then, a surge of blue lightning erupts outwards. The electrical discharge wraps around the manticore, delivering a direct shock that makes it shriek. Grinning, he thinks, "Yes, it actually worked." Mortem notes, "The current is flowing right through the sword into its body. Finally, you did some real damage to someone." Overwhelmed by the massive voltage, the monster's strength drains away, its loud roars dissolving into feeble whimpers. Steve is completely exhausted from channeling his mana. Gritting his teeth, he prays, "I knew this would be tough, but the longer this drags on, the worse my chances get. Please, just die already." Watch closely now, as the manticore's expression suddenly darkens with terrifying, sinister intent. It throws its neck back, roaring at the sky. From the tip of its tail, bubbling yellow venom begins to seep out. The manticore fires lethal streams of venomous spikes directly at Steve and Elena. Thankfully, Steve and Mortem spot the threat instantly. Working together in perfect harmony, they unleash a powerful explosive counterattack to completely blast back the incoming venomous needles. Mortem warns, "There is acid everywhere, let us try again." Nodding, Steve closes his eyes and clenches his fists tight. Suddenly, the manticore lunges forward, swinging its massive, sharp claws. From a safe distance, Elena draws her bow, aiming straight at the beast. It is completely focused on Steve, totally unaware of her presence. Right as its heavy claw slams down, her arrow hits the target. But just like before, the attack does absolutely nothing to it. Sensing the annoyance, the beast turns its head toward Elena. It whips its poisonous tail right at her, while she remains unaware she is running out of arrows. We both know they need to wrap this up fast. Meanwhile, on Steve's side, he notices the lethal danger immediately, his face filled with sheer panic. Without a second thought, he dives forward, grabbing Elena and pulling her away right before the blow lands. Staring at the shattered ground where they just stood, Steve fumes in anger. That tail is starting to seriously piss me off. He snaps, "Elena, stay low and cover me." Hearing this, she quickly nods. "Got it." Glaring at the manticore, Steve swears, "Damn it, it took that hit." The monster still looks completely fresh, like the battle has not even started. He wonders, why on earth is it acting like nothing happened? Mortem appears, urging, "Trust me, that attack definitely hurt it. You just need to land one more solid blow." Steve sighs, "I wish I brought my magnifying lens." Dodging another wild swipe, Steve grunts, "With that gear, I could have easily blown a massive hole through it." Mortem snaps back, "Forget about that now. Just focus on the threat right in front of you." Hearing that, Steve raises his hand to channel a massive blast of electricity, thinking, "Let us see if you can survive this one." With a roar, he fires the ultimate lightning attack directly at the beast. His face is a mix of terror and desperation as he waits for a miracle. But yet again, the manticore flaps its huge wings, effortlessly dispersing the electricity. Stunned by the sight, Steve stares wide-eyed and curses. Crap, how is that even possible? The massive beast still stands tall, staring forward with cold, menacing eyes. Suddenly, its vision blurs, and its giant body collapses to the ground. Utterly drained, it lies limp as a massive cloud of dust kicks up. Seizing the moment, Steve leaps forward, shouting, "It worked." But as we end things here, he fails to notice the venomous tail striking him from behind. "Alright, let's jump right into this." Mortem yells out a warning to Steve about the tail, just as Elena's clutch arrow strikes the monster. She strikes a cool pose and says she backed him up, forcing even Memon to praise her skills. "Nice job, Elf. Even though I know you can't actually hear me." Steve pulls out the rusty shovel he picked up earlier, declaring that anything can be a deadly weapon if you just try hard enough. He jams the shovel straight into the manticore's wing, declaring the wing is his now, before violently ripping it off in a massive spray of blood. The beast screeches in agonizing pain, baring its sharp fangs, while Steve stands close, his ears ringing from the deafening noise. Covering his ears, he endures the piercing scream and keeps his eyes half open, refusing to give up because he is not done yet. With that thought, Steve unleashes a powerful punch straight into the monster's head. That brutal display completely stuns Mortem and Elena, but Steve does not stop. Immediately channeling a raging fireball skill, he strikes repeatedly, shouting for his fireballs to unleash, forcing the helpless manticore to collapse under the relentless pressure. Seeing his opening, Steve delivers a final, shattering fireball that looks ready to melt the earth itself before he finally stops. With blood coating his face and limbs, he looks down at the defeated monster, its body now roasted with a massive hole through it. But pushing his limits injured his own arm, leaving Steve trembling in pain while Elena quickly rushes over to check on his condition. He barely responds, saying that at least he is still breathing. She pulls out a red potion, instructing him to apply it on the wound and drink down whatever is left. He quickly smears the medicine on his arm and chugs the rest, while Memon appears to praise his performance, calling the final blow highly impressive. Pay attention here, because even Elena is in disbelief, claiming she helped stun the beast, while Steve exhales a breath of relief, asking if they actually won. "Is that thing really dead?" She nods, admitting it is hard to believe. Smiling at her, he suggests they quickly skin the beast so they can finally leave this place behind. But before he can finish his sentence, the tail of a manticore suddenly whips right in front of him, making him gasp as he looks at the charred body. He tries to focus on skinning the beast so they can depart, but suddenly freezes, covering his face in absolute shock while asking what is happening. Seeing his sudden, terrified expression, Elena and Mortem immediately ask him what is going on. Steve quickly tells them it is nothing, walking closer to the massive monster's corpse to peer deep inside it to see what is there. His face falls in disappointment, realizing there is not a single trace of any corpses the beast had eaten. Mortem agrees, pointing out how strange it is that after eating so many victims, the beast has an empty stomach. No matter how much he replays the scene, Steve still feels that something is seriously wrong. He recalls finding countless traces of human bones inside the dungeon, yet this monster's belly is bare, leaving only that single egg they found behind. The moment he mentions this, Elena and Mortem put the pieces together, gasping in shock about the egg. Right at that exact second, the deadly tail of another manticore suddenly lunges directly at Steve's face. Watch closely here, because the venomous stinger is inches from his eye, and he has absolutely no time to react. At the absolute last second, Elena rushes in and kicks the deadly tail, narrowly deflecting the strike away from him. Steve is thrown back violently, crashing into the dirt with blood pouring from his head, as he worriedly calls out Elena's name. But now Elena is in deep trouble, as the enraged beast immediately pivots and targets her instead. Its tail whips forward and wraps tightly around her throat, choking her as she desperately tries to pry it off. But her strength is fading fast, and the grip only tightens, cutting off her breath as her face contorts in pain. Witnessing her in mortal danger, Steve forces himself up, clenching his fist as he prepares to trigger an explosion. Blasted by the impact, the monster shrieks in pain and drops Elena heavily onto the dirt. The situation is turning desperate as Steve regrets his mistake, realizing he should have known there were two beasts the moment they saw that egg. Standing right before him is a second, far more ferocious manticore, an absolutely massive female that dwarfs the male they just killed. Without a second of hesitation, she rears back and slams her paws down, fracturing the stone floor beneath them. With debris flying everywhere, she charges forward like lightning, slamming her rock-hard head straight into Steve. The attack is too fast and sudden for him to block, and the brutal impact sends him coughing up a mouthful of blood. His broken body is sent hurtling backward through the air, straight toward the lethal stinger of the female's waiting tail. Steve gets skewered clean through, a wave of agony washing over him as he grits his teeth to endure the excruciating pain. And as lethal poison starts pumping into his veins, you and I are left wondering how he will survive this nightmare. You and I are jumping right into the action as Elena panics, and Steve warns her to stay back. He remembers tavern rumors about a terrifying manticore with torn wings, wondering if this beast is the exact same one. With a quick thought, Steve raises his hand to summon a glowing fireball, hoping it will do the trick. The fire engulfs the beast, but the impact blasts Steve straight onto the ground. Mortem quickly warns him to get back up before he gets crushed. Remember, my healing magic only keeps you on your feet, it does not actually cure your wounds. Its burning acid is way too powerful for you to handle. Elena rushes forward to shield him, desperately telling him to pull himself back together. With a shaking voice, he says he is fine, but she needs to stay back. He urges her that they must retreat and find another way to fight. But right then, Elena notices something terrifying and quickly turns her head to look. The manticore's tail whips in from the side, moving way too fast for her to even react. Her bow is instantly shattered to pieces as the heavy impact sends her flying face first into the dirt. Watch closely now, as dust explodes around them and a bleeding, injured Steve screams out her name in pure desperation. Mortem tells him to at least drink his potion to stop the acid. Steve quickly downs the remaining medicine, frantic to know what happened to Elena. Elena lies completely still on the cold ground, not moving a single muscle. Mortem replies she is still alive, but warns him to kill this beast immediately. Steve interrupts the spirit, tightly gripping his sharp dagger. He knows they are all dead if he fails. He has to kill it. The beast seems to understand, glaring back at him. Its eyes burn with absolute fury. Growling loudly, it shoots a lethal stream of poison directly at Steve without a moment of hesitation. Not about to get hit, he raises his hand, channeling a powerful blast of wind magic. He blows the toxic projectiles back. Mortem promises to block the attacks, urging him to focus entirely on his strike. Nodding, Steve raises his magically enhanced sword, activating his powerful enchantment spell to boost his attack power. He charges straight toward the incoming tail, telling himself that no matter how massive this beast is, it still bleeds like any other creature. That means its sensory organs are its biggest weaknesses. Just as the tail crashes down, a sudden gust of wind magic launches Steve high into the air. You and I both know that thick dust cloud is the perfect cover to blind this giant beast. The monster desperately rubs its irritated eyes. Seizing the opening, Steve grips his dagger and prepares to deliver a fatal strike. Like lightning, he slashes his blade clean through its wings, spraying blood everywhere as the beast roars in absolute agony. Steve kicks off its body with brutal force, shouting that he is not finished yet. Before the beast can react, he drives his dagger straight into its left eye. But suddenly, the monster's remaining eye begins to glow with a blood-red light. The beast snaps its jaws around Steve, delivering a devastating, agonizing bite. Mortem instantly casts his recovery spell to save Steve, causing his massive wounds to seal up. Steve just smirks, his face darkening with a truly terrifying expression. The manticore senses something is seriously wrong, sweating in pure fear as it looks around. An explosive force suddenly strikes the beast, forcing its mouth open as it flings Steve off to the side. Steve is covered in deep cuts from head to toe, but they magically heal right before our eyes. Lying on the dirty ground, Steve starts laughing like a complete madman. Thrilled by the sheer terror on the monster's face, he mockingly asks what is wrong. "You ugly, giant beast." With a sinister look, he sneers, asking why it looks so terrified now when it was so confident just a few minutes ago. All talk and no action? Elena groans as her eyes slowly flutter open. She sits up with great exhaustion, prompting Steve to immediately ask if she is able to stand. Dazed, she asks if she passed out and what happened to the manticore. Suddenly, a look of pure shock washes over her face. Staring at the beast, she wonders if the mighty manticore is actually terrified of Steve. Steve's voice suddenly snaps her out of her thoughts. Holding a sharp dagger in one hand and a shovel in the other, he grins and tells her that their prey is still alive. Sensing his bloodlust, Mortem warns him that he is almost entirely out of mana and that he cannot keep this up. He only has one final shot. Hearing the warning, Steve simply smiles and replies that it is enough. Holding his knife out, Steve promises this fight will not last much longer. Without breaking eye contact with the beast, he asks Elena to lend him a hand. Hearing his invitation, she quickly nods and replies with absolute certainty. A strange light glows, filling the beast with dread, and trust me, you and I can hear its silent screams. Blinding blue energy erupts from the sword in its eye, forcing the manticore to scream out in sheer agony as the power explodes. Stick with me, we are diving right into the heat of battle as Steve grits his teeth, aiming his sword straight through the monster's eye into its brain. Suddenly, the manticore goes quiet and crashes lifelessly to the ground. Seeing this, Steve realizes it might just be playing dead or about to wake up. Seizing the opportunity, he charges forward immediately. Steve swings the heavy shovel in his hands, landing a devastating blow right into the manticore's other eye. The beast shrieks in absolute agony from the pain. Steve quickly shouts out an order, telling Elena to slice off its deadly tail. Hearing him, Elena dashes swiftly toward the back of the manticore. Without wasting a single second, she cleanly severs the tail with one decisive strike. The severed tail hits the dirt. Steve immediately lunges toward it, picking up the heavy, poison-tipped limb and raising it high above his head. Now pay attention to his next move. If this beast is the ultimate predator of the dungeon, he will slay it with its own weapon. The moment his thoughts clear, he drives the sharp tail straight into the manticore, pinning it to the ground. The razor-sharp tip of the tail plunges deep into the beast's flesh. Steve steps back, staring down at the lifeless corpse. Mortem appears right behind him, radiating an intense aura, and says, "We finally did it." The scene shifts to a lavishly decorated room, buzzing with the quiet whispers of onlookers. "Hey, what is he carrying? Who is that guy? Look, it is Bontra." He and the crowd behind him stare in utter shock. He gasps, "Oh my god, is that a real manticore? From Mount Jack?" Staring at Steve and Elena hauling the massive pile of bloody remains, Bontra asks in disbelief, "Are those really all of its body parts? Does this mean you actually defeated that legendary monster by yourselves?" Still catching his breath, Steve replies, "Yes, there was a male and a female hunting together. The female probably left its egg there because of a wing injury." Steve then pulls out a massive egg, making Bontra gasp in shock. "An egg!" With a calm expression, Steve smiles and admits, "This is actually my first time seeing one too." Steve pulls out a pouch with a $sign on it and says, "Oh, and here is your compensation for the info." But Bontra quickly cuts him off. "No, keep it." Steve is completely caught off guard by Bontra's words and blurts out, "Wait, what?" With a joyful, satisfied grin, the old man replies, "Just seeing this is payment enough. I will be bragging about this for years to come." Steve watches helplessly as Bontra argues with the eager crowd trying to touch the massive pile, shouting at them to get their hands off. Shaking it off, Steve walks over to a table where a two-horned old man is sitting and hands him something. "Here is yours." The old man looks up, confused. "Huh?" Peering inside the bag Steve brought, the old man asks in surprise, "What is this?" Steve suddenly bows his head and says, "I am sorry." Steve rubs the back of his neck awkwardly. Most of them had nothing left on them, but I tried to bring back as much as I could. Hearing this, the old man quickly replies, "There is no need to apologize. Honestly, I should be the one thanking you." Tears stream down his face as he chokes out, "At least now I have something to give to their families. Telling them what actually happened brings me so much relief." Seeing the two-horned old man finally find some comfort, Steve cannot help but crack a warm, gentle smile. Night falls, bringing with it a lively and bustling atmosphere as people chatter excitedly. "Hey, I heard you found a manticore egg. Where is it?" Casper stares intently at the massive egg, murmuring in utter disbelief. "Is this really it? I've only heard rumors about these before." Lottie holds up a thick piece of hide, admiring it enthusiastically. "Look at this leather. It is incredibly tough and sturdy." Bantra sits down opposite of Steve, glancing over at the giant egg, and raises his voice to speak. Listen up, everyone. I do not mind you looking, but do not go running your mouths about this to anyone. If anyone brings trouble to my doorstep over this, I swear by the god of the underworld, I will hunt them down to the depths of hell. Steve listens to Bantra's warning, letting out a playful smirk. Now that is what I call excellent customer service. But I am surprised I did not have to pay much for these two manticores. Let's pause here. Look at Lottie holding up that ruined leather, laughing because he has no idea how brutal the fight was. The hides are heavily damaged, though honestly, keeping the leather intact is the absolute last thing you worry about when fighting a manticore. Look at this. It is practically a miracle that you even made it back alive. Steve silently agrees. Yeah, if I had wasted time worrying about preserving their hides, I would have been killed in a heartbeat. Casper turns to him. Oh, by the way, that sack on the table is the leftover gold from upgrading your gear. Hearing this, Steve opens the sack and gasps in sheer amazement. Wait, there is still this much left over? Lynn chimes in. I left your sword at the workshop, so you can pick it up tomorrow. As for the armor, it will take about 3 days if we start working on it tonight. Steve asks curiously. Does it not usually take way longer to treat and dry monster hides? Hearing his question, she proudly gives him a thumbs up and says, If you are just an amateur, do not underestimate the craftsmanship of Sentik Ma. Taking advantage of the moment, Steve speaks up. Actually, I have a problem. Elena holds her broken bow in deep sadness. Trust me, you and I cannot wait to see how they rebuild it. Alright, let's dive back into the story, as Sid asks, Can you fix my bow? Lottie bluntly shuts him down while Elena stares at the broken pieces on the ground. No, she replies. Looking over the shattered remnants, she explains that the damage is just too severe, and they absolutely have to craft a brand new one. She adds that the craftsmanship on this bow is incredibly advanced, so she is not entirely sure she can recreate the exact same materials again. Recalling how Elena used her bow to block a heavy blow during battle, Sit feels deeply guilty and says, I am so sorry. This is all my fault. Her expression is melancholic, yet she still tries to comfort him. It is fine. It is just an old bow my grandfather gave me. I knew this would happen eventually. Inside his mind, Sid is absolutely panicking. He clutches his head and frantically asks Mortem, Did she just put extra emphasis on the word grandfather? Sensing his intense anxiety, Mortem seizes the chance to smirk and mockingly replies, Yes, she totally did. He then notices Elena's ears drooping down and whispers to himself in confusion, Wait, what does it mean when her ears fold down like that? Sid assures her, First thing tomorrow morning, we will go find a blacksmith, and I will get you a much better bow. Hearing this, Elena nods politely and softly says, Thank you. She turns to leave as Sit wishes her a good night, but then Mortem suddenly speaks up. Hey, Sit, the companion calls out, and Sit instantly snaps back. What is it? Mortem strokes his chin, asking, Do you really think we will find one around here? Not really caring, Sit quickly brushes him off and replies, Can you please shut your mouth? I'm trying to think here. Now, watch closely as the scene shifts to a field bristling with sharp wooden spikes at the northern front of Benicia. Zero, clad in full armor, stands among the massive logs and barks out orders. We must rebuild the wall as quickly as possible. We have to be completely prepared for the next wave of monsters. His soldiers, carrying heavy timber, shout back in unified obedience. Climbing up the wooden scaffolding, he mutters to himself, These damn beasts just keep coming at us from every single direction, yet we are not receiving the supplies or the reinforcements we desperately need. Taking a seat at his desk, Zero sighs in deep frustration. Absolutely nothing is going according to plan. Suddenly, a loud voice echoes inside. Brandon Castle has established contact with us once again, sir. He responds with pure exhaustion. I am in absolutely no mood to hear their useless excuses or meaningless talk right now. Tell them I am busy. But an anxious soldier rushes in, holding a glowing purple orb, and insists, Sir, this time is different. Zero narrows his eyes and asks, Who is it? The purple orb on the table suddenly speaks. How have you been lately, my lord? Recognizing the voice, Prince Jero instantly changes his tone. Vanstock, you called at the perfect time. I was wondering if something had gone wrong. On the other end, Vanstock recalls the strict orders that Prince Jero had given him previously, to take the elite royal guards and secure the ancient artifact as fast as possible. Now, he speaks with a very hesitant voice. Well, my lord, there is a minor issue. Do you recall sending a special force to retrieve the artifact from that dungeon weeks ago? Zero rubs his head, guessing. Let me guess. They returned completely empty-handed. You and I know that is bad, but Vanstock replies, Actually, it is far worse. As he speaks, the screen shows what the search party discovered. I sent a team to locate them, and they reported the entire dungeon has been completely destroyed. This shocking news catches Zero completely off guard. What? He gasps, before demanding furiously, Does that mean someone claimed the artifact, and my own royal guards have betrayed me? But Vanstock quickly reassures him, showing images of ragged, impoverished orphans alongside a mysterious scroll wrapped in a truly creepy and terrifying dark energy seal. He insists, "Of course not, my lord. Every single royal guard was handpicked from helpless orphans with absolutely nowhere else to go. And even if they wanted to turn against the royal family, there has never been a single traitor among them to this day." Clenching his fist, Zero glares at the communication orb. "I know how much you trust these guards, Vanstock, so I will not question their loyalty. But this is not just about a missing artifact. My entire royal standing is on the line." An image of his rival, Anfet, flashes through Zero's mind. He covers his face, muttering, "There is no telling what my brother will do if he finds out. Locate them immediately." Vanstock salutes and replies, "Understood, my lord." The scene shifts to a thick, juicy hamburger, served on a surprisingly elegant plate as a voice suddenly breaks the silence. "Hey boss, how many weapon shops are around here?" Bontra looks up and asks, "Are you trying to find a replacement bow for that young elf girl?" Wolfing down his burger, Sit eagerly asks, "Do you think I can actually track one down?" Bontra sighs, "Honestly, I am not so sure. I mean, of course you can buy a weapon, but finding something that can truly replace her unique bow won't be easy at all." Bontra crosses his arms with a serious expression. It seems like that weapon carries immense sentimental value for her. Besides, elves absolutely despise anything sourced from dungeons, so she probably won't like any gear crafted by locals around here. Sit quickly wipes his mouth and stands up, saying, "All right, I am heading out. I will get her a bow even if I have to check every single pawn shop and armory in this city. Thanks for the meal. Let's see if he succeeds. All right, you and I are jumping right into a wild chase because the shopkeeper just told Steve he is way too late to catch his girlfriend." Steve gasps in utter shock, demanding to know when she left. Bantaza strokes his chin and replies, "She woke up way before you did and asked how to get out. She can probably handle herself, but this neighborhood is crawling with shady creeps. If you're actually worried, you'd better go chase after her right now." Steve instantly hurls his dirty napkin straight at Bantaza's face. Annoyed, Steve snaps, "Why didn't you even try to stop her? And she's not my girlfriend." Watching the boy rush out, Bantaza can only chuckle to himself. "Right, she's definitely sharper than you. Guys are always the absolute last ones to realize what's right in front of them." Arriving in the bustling town filled with countless stalls, Steve looks around anxiously, wondering where on earth she could have wandered off to. Pulling a dark cloak over his shoulders, Steve suddenly freezes with a look of pure panic. "Wait a second. I just realized something terrible. I never actually explained how currency works here to Elena. I really hope she's not getting completely ripped off right now." Floating right by his ear, Modem remarks, "Quit worrying about her. She is way more cautious than you'll ever be." Suddenly, a slimy voice catches Steve's ear. "Pay attention here, because we're about to see some creeps trying to invite Elena for a drink." Turning his head toward the noise, Steve spots a group of shady thugs surrounding Elena, throwing greasy pickup lines and smirking at her. "Come on, sweetheart, I really know a great spot. Just forget about that weapon shop." Squinting at the crowd, Steve mutters, "Is that actually Elena?" Right on cue, Modem whispers in his ear, "Well, aren't you going to save her?" Steve ducks behind a wall, anxiously wondering if she can handle 3 grown men all by herself. Suddenly, something unbelievable catches his eye, making Steve gasp in complete shock. What on earth is she doing? Elena is absolutely not having it. With overwhelming force, she slams one of the thugs headfirst straight through a wooden barrel. Grinning at the chaos, Steve chuckles. Of course, I should have known she'd cause a scene. Beside him, Modem notes those guys stood zero chance. As Steve steps out of the shadows, one of the remaining punks glares at him and snarls, "Who the hell is this guy?" Steve just offers a casual smirk, pointing to himself as he replies coolly, "Don't mind me, just pretend I'm not even here." Infuriated, the thug charges forward, shouting, "You looking for a fight?" Steve effortlessly dodges his wild swing and delivers a devastating counterpunch straight to his jaw. After that clean uppercut, Steve serves a buy one get one free punch. Let's pause to appreciate how incredibly satisfying this beatdown is. He lies there whimpering, tears streaming as blood and spit spray wildly from his broken nose. The last thug shivers in absolute terror, but before he can run, Elena rushes in and delivers a savage kick, snapping, "What are you staring at?" Her powerful kick sends him flying backward, crashing into the dirt and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Dumbfounded, Steve smirks and asks, "Hey, you doing okay?" Hearing this, she turns to him with a slight frown. "Were you actually worried about me?" Flashbacks of her past battles flash across her mind. Elena sighs. "During our last fight, I wasn't strong enough to defeat those enemies. I am actively trying to fix my weaknesses." Meanwhile, Steve stands off to the side, quietly observing her. Adjusting his hood, he analyzes her moves, thinking she actually has some solid training. Elena then speaks up, "Come on, let's go somewhere else." Walking down a narrow alleyway, Elena breaks the silence, curiously asking, "So, What exactly are you doing out here anyway? Steve shoots her a look and replies, I was about to ask you the same thing. Stepping ahead, he adds, I was searching for you, obviously. Why did you wander out here all alone so early in the morning? Elena looks down with a hint of sadness. As elves, we believe old keepsakes hold deep value. So, before sunrise, I buried my grandfather's cherished bow in a safe, peaceful place. Her emotional confession pierces straight through Steve's chest. Grandfather, bow, buried. Whispering next to him, Mortem says, sounds like she is trying to make you feel guilty. Elves are clearly way smarter than you. Clutching his chest, Steve mutters, yeah, I guess understanding her will take some time. Together, they stroll past various local shops. Elena quickly clarifies, actually, I ended up burning it instead. Although, it was quite difficult to find a quiet, secluded spot, so I decided to search for a brand new bow in these nearby shops, instead of heading back to the inn. Steve looks utterly bewildered. Wait, what? But when I asked around, all the shopkeepers said nobody had stopped by. She explained softly, I was worried people might realize I'm an elf if I walked inside and talked directly to the owners. A flashback shows her. Peering through the windows from the street, Elena says, to stay safe, I only browsed from outside. But I didn't see anything that caught my eye. I was just about to head back when those creepy guys suddenly blocked my path and approached me. A look of pure helplessness washes over Steve's face as he realizes that is exactly what went down. You and I both know Steve has a soft spot for her. He promises to find her the perfect bow, while Mortem sighs, asking if he is serious. Stick with me here. Where on earth can you find a replacement for a bow that means the world to her? Annoyed that he's poking his nose into their business, Steve warns, you better stay out of this. But Mortem instantly snaps back. Stop copying me, that's my line. While wandering around, a strange-looking shop catches his eye, and Mortem pipes up, hey, let's check this place out. Stepping inside the shop, both he and Elena find themselves completely surrounded by all kinds of weapons. Looking around in surprise, Steve murmurs, well, I guess since this is a mining town, they would have all kinds of rare items on sale here. Hello, is anyone home? While Steve calls out, Elena notices a weapon rack and stares quietly at the bows. As Elena picks up a bow to inspect it, Steve notices her curiosity and asks, what is it? Did you find something you like? Elena sighs deeply and answers, but the wood they used is all wrong. The wood used for the core of this bow is literally screaming in agony. Hearing her say that makes Steve sweat drop she can actually hear them? Don't worry, there will definitely be better bows in other cities. But Mortem smirks and cuts in, telling Steve he will never find a fitting bow for her. Just then, the shop owner steps down from an upstairs room, apologizing. Sorry about that. I was crafting a few things in the back. Are you looking for something special? As the owner walks over to a table, Mortem's voice suddenly echoes in Steve's mind with an urgent warning. Wait up, Steve. There is a lot of junk in this shop, but I bet there are some real hidden gems. Now watch closely. Steve looks at him skeptically, wondering if spirits see things differently. Tell me, what do you see? Suddenly, an item resembling a dagger's hilt manifests right in his hand, followed by Mortem's absolute assurance. This is perfect for your friend. Steve stares at it in total confusion, muttering, huh? What is this? Later, inside a lively tavern, Steve and Elena sit together, chatting. He sighs looking at her, while she beams with pure excitement. That's a huge relief. I'm really glad you found a weapon you actually like. Me too. Steve then shoots a side eye at Mortem with utter contempt. It's actually a pretty incredible item. I mean, it literally channels your energy to shape itself into whatever weapon feels most comfortable in your hands. My skill is way more impressive. Meanwhile, Elena is absolutely thrilled. Humming happily, a brilliant idea strikes her. Thank you so much. I'll call it Ricordacho. You already named it? Suddenly, Steve's face contorts in discomfort. Wait, ever since I picked these rings up in the shop, sweating bullets and gritting his teeth, he stares down at the rings on his fingers. I've been feeling kind of strange. My body feels incredibly heavy too. He mutters to himself. I thought I chose items that wouldn't draw any unwanted attention. Mortem acts like he just won the lottery, grinning as he pats Steve's head. The sweet scent of dark energy and death. I love it. Feels so good. Now you're finally starting to look like someone worthy of being called my friend. I don't like this. You see that creepy dark energy swirling around him? Yeah, it's starting to seriously get on his nerves. Elena turns to him and asks, so, when do we hit the road? Steve replies, Mortem says my new gear is activating, so we'll head out once we manage to unequip them. Deep inside a quiet forest, a sudden blood-curdling scream echoes through the trees. Arg! A green monster is instantly sliced clean in half. It's Steve, taking them down one by one with a sharp, lethal gaze. Looming right in front of them is a massive green beast with razor-sharp fangs. Wait, is their boss a giant goblin? We are getting pretty close to Gallentown now. Whoever rules this territory clearly hasn't been doing a good job defending it. Steve quickly coordinates a battle plan with Elena, saying, "I'll draw the leader's attention. Can you handle the rest of them?" She completely agrees with his plan and immediately launches an attack with her bow. Got it. Thanks to her flawless archery, one beast drops instantly, but another enemy charges at Steve, weapon raised, aiming straight for his face. The weapon strikes right at his chest, but Steve blocks it in a flash, looking back with a cocky grin. Man, this gear is awesome. This manticore skin is definitely doing its job. From now on, I'll call this my ultimate armor. Grinning from ear to ear, Steve summons a sudden surge of raw power. And now, it's my turn. The monster's face turns pale with fear, leaving a battlefield littered with hundreds of defeated foes. "Are you okay?" Steve asks, after using a devastating move to crush the leader. "This is nothing," Elena replies, finding it too easy. "So, is our goal for the next location really about teaching those corrupt, greedy lords in the town a serious lesson?" "Exactly, that's the plan." Knowing their next target is highly promising, Steve can't hide his absolute excitement. "We'll save the townspeople and cut off one of the royal family's most valuable streams of income. Plus, I heard something pretty interesting from my friend Danton." Yes, Danton had leaked some crucial intel about the royals to him. "Have you heard, Steve? A lord named Bowden has started hoarding massive amounts of cash." "Wait, isn't Bowden the lord of Gallentown? Why the sudden greed?" "Rumors say he's hoarding every ancient relic he can find right inside Gallen. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens now that they've finally arrived." "All right, let's dive in and find a place to stay. Down a quiet street. Something seems to be happening, please." "No, sir. It looks like a classic case of extortion unfolding right before their eyes. If you take this pig, my family will have absolutely nothing left. Please, I beg you, let us keep it." A soldier yells back at the poor man, shouting for him to shut up because everything he owns belongs to the Lord, so stop complaining and hand over the pig. Seeing this, Elena is ready to jump in, but Steve immediately stops her from doing something reckless. She looks at him with pure confusion, asking why they shouldn't intervene when this is so clearly wrong. He tells her to wait and assess the situation first, as the soldier heartlessly walks off with the pig, leaving the family in tears. Steve walks up to the crying farmer and pulls a shiny coin from his pocket, holding it out to the man. "We are looking for a place to stay, so would you mind renting out a room to us?" The grateful farmer welcomes them inside with a warm meal, making Steve wave his hands and say they did not have to do all this. The farmer insists it is the absolute least they can do, explaining that they have been extorted like this for years now. In the beginning, it was just a small increase in fees for basic things like using the local water source. But then came the ridiculous fines and tolls. The old man lets out a heavy sigh, wiping sweat from his worried brow. With nowhere else to go, they had no choice but to stay completely silent or try to live in hiding. Steve understands their struggle. Making a living is tough, and being able to trade freely is barely even an option anymore. Elena is absolutely furious at how cruel those people are, muttering that these farmers have it even worse than she did as a poor orphan. She wonders why soldiers are looting farmers in the first place. Because if the Lord makes that much money, paying his troops shouldn't be an issue. The old farmer continues to describe their miserable daily struggles. Things were fine until the ridiculous taxes started, but soon after, even the soldiers had their pay heavily cut for some strange reason. Steve thinks it over, feeling annoyed because the greedy Lord probably spent all that tax money on his own personal hobbies. How should I handle this situation? If the Lord is hoarding that much wealth, he must have hidden it somewhere completely out of sight. Suddenly, Steve asks the old man a question that catches him off guard. "How do you know so much about the troops?" "The tavern in town," he replies. Since the soldiers always drink and gossip over there, Steve's eyes light up with a grin. "A tavern?" It turns out all the best intel comes from a pub, so he asks for one more favor. Now we cut to a loud, chaotic tavern where someone shouts that our guy is surprisingly strong. An older man walks in with a group of soldiers behind him, clearly looking like a person of high authority. "I have never seen you around here before," the high-ranking man notes, while a defeated guard complains that he cannot believe he lost an arm wrestling match to a stranger. Steve acts excited and clenches his fist, laughing as he claims to be a local mercenary. "I just do whatever job feels right for me," Steve says, which makes the noble laugh heartily as he finds himself completely intrigued by this unique mercenary. "We do not see many guys with your kind of spirit around here," the older man says. "Can I buy you a drink?" Steve gladly accepts, admitting he could use a strong glass after dealing with those terrifying monsters earlier. The old noble is visibly shocked to hear this, pointing out that there shouldn't be any monsters nearby. Shrugging with a tired look, Steve says it might just be normal goblins around town, but he unfortunately ran into their leader. The noble crosses his arms and explains as Steve lets out another exhausted sigh. "A goblin leader, huh? I can respect that," the older man says, asking if he managed to beat them, but pay attention to Steve's hilariously fake smile here. "Beat them? I barely managed to escape with my life back there." "I was hoping you could give me some advice," Steve says, making the flattered noble wave his hands around in pride. Haha, you still have so much to learn as a mercenary. You will have massive problems if you cannot even handle a tiny little goblin. He continues boasting loudly about his own past glories. Back when I was your age, he coughs proudly. Sitting at a table cluttered with messy empty bottles, they just gave me orders and I did it. If you just have the right gear, defeating a leader is easy, the man says, letting his deep frustration slip as the alcohol kicks in. He slams the table with a scowl, shouting that all the money in this region is wasted on buying useless magic artifacts. Why doesn't he use that money to pay us first? Hearing this, Steve's eyes gleam with sudden interest. The noble is definitely getting drunk, and Steve realizes this is his perfect chance to throw out the bait by mentioning his own artifact. Steve reveals his magic bracelet, and trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this heist plays out. You and I can't help but sigh with Steve as those greedy lords show their obvious desire. Are they honest or just stupid? Their faces make it painfully obvious what they are plotting. Out of nowhere, that rich guy laughs, sweat dripping down his forehead. Haha, do not worry, I know how the Lord spends. He would probably buy an artifact even if it was buried in trash. He is desperate to seize this chance to buy the artifact, his face practically glowing with raw excitement. If you want in on this trade, head to Lord Chelsea's castle. The Knight Commander usually handles those kinds of deals. Ah, thanks. Steve walks out of the tavern, holding his head and sighing in exhaustion. This is going to take a while. Elena had been waiting outside for ages, but Steve feels super embarrassed. The info he gathered is barely useful at all. Did you find what you were looking for? Steve scratches his head, looking completely flustered. Oh, sorry about that. I tried to slip away, but it turned into a massive drinking party. He walks home with Elena, constantly talking about everything that went down in there. My God, those soldiers can seriously drink. I honestly have no idea how you humans can easily digest that incredibly bitter burning liquid. Under the quiet night sky lit by lamps, Elena speaks up. Hey Steve, I have a bad feeling. But don't blink, because Elena's sharp instincts immediately pick up on a major threat. We are being watched. I noticed too. Why do they even bother hiding? Steve channels his raw energy into a stone, preparing to strike. I can hear them clearly. With zero hesitation, he hurls the rock toward their stalker with terrifying, explosive force from a mile away. He purposely misses the stalker's face, smashing the rock right into the wall next to him, scaring the absolute crap out of him. Steve fiercely demands the shaken spy reveal himself. Show yourself. Who are you? But it is not just him. A whole group of armed thugs steps out from the shadows. Let us keep this simple. Hand over the artifact and get out. Before he can finish, Elena delivers a brutal kick straight to his face. She drops from the sky like a meteor, landing a devastating blow that leaves the remaining thugs utterly helpless. Steve looks completely terrified by her overwhelming power. Holy crap. She did not even let the poor guy finish his sentence. Well, I was going to attack them anyway. But seriously, how on earth did I manage to beat Elena in the past? Meme finds this hilarious and immediately starts teasing him. She reminds me of you, honestly. And hey, you only won because of me. Do you honestly think you could ever beat her in a prolonged head-to-head battle? Elena is absolutely shredding them while they chat. All right, I get it. Now let us get in there and help her out. They brawl for so long that the moon rises high in the sky. Just as expected, every single stalker lies beaten to a pulp. Even that rich guy from the tavern is here, getting absolutely thrashed. Yet, they still refuse to give up their goal. All right, I know what you are thinking. Who is the mastermind? Well, before they answer, the thug gets kicked right in the face. Steve sends him flying 3 meters with a single blow. Oops, my bad. He then gets deadly serious and interrogates them. You set up this ambush mere minutes after I left the tavern, and you even prepared these matching black uniforms. You must have planned this from the very beginning. Steve locks his razor-sharp gaze onto the soldier with the mustache. But if you ask me, I highly doubt a bunch of hopeless amateurs like you could ever design a plan like this. Give me your hand. Steve suddenly grabs the soldier's finger, leaving the man completely confused and terrified. I have a job to do, but since I am a nice guy, I will give you a single warning first. You better tell me what I want to know while I am still feeling generous. Steve squeezes his finger, threatening him fiercely. Or starting tomorrow, you will be eating with your other hand. Terrified and in agonizing pain, the thug quickly confesses their leader is Lord Chelsea. Steve looks at him in utter shock. What? Sweating profusely, the captive spills every single detail. Lord Chelsea ordered us to do it. Lord Baden has spent way too much money buying up artifacts, so Chelsea had us rob anyone bringing them into this territory. Steve raises an eyebrow, highly skeptical of this explanation. So they are not even keeping them? Wow, these guys are really not the brightest. Where are those stolen items being stored? You had better tell me everything you know. Completely defeated, one of the thugs falls to his knees and begins to sob. We do not know everything either. He desperately pleads. telling Steve the honest truth about their secretive leader. Lord Chelsea is extremely paranoid about information leaks. He never shares his secrets with low-ranking soldiers like us. We have nothing left to tell you. Steve rubs his chin, deep in thought. Well, if you really do not know anything else, there is no reason to let you go. Hearing this, Jim instantly panics and screams out a brand new lead. Wait, there is something highly suspicious. Suspicious? To save his skin, Jim spills his theories to Steve. Apparently, there is a well near Lord Baden's military base, an abandoned well with tons of meat dumped inside. Stick with me, because things are about to get really dark. Stick with me, because our main character easily spots a massive lie here. What? You actually expect me to go down there and dig through a pile of rotting meat? Are you trying to trick me with useless information? He quickly defends himself, his face dead serious, as if telling the absolute truth. It is not useless at all. The meat they throw down the well is fresh, and they even toss wild animals in there. Steve pieces the clues together, but it is still a messy, confusing puzzle. Why on earth are they dumping food down a well near the Lord's manor? The Lord hoards relics, and there is food down there. They are using a monster to guard their treasure. That is exactly the kind of dirty trick these bastards would pull. The scene shifts inside the Lord's castle. A sudden knock on the door interrupts his quiet moment. Come in. A very elegant man enters and bows. You must be exhausted from patrolling the base so early in the morning. Not at all, my lord. Chelsea has arrived to discuss some matters. Have you heard back from the first prince yet? Hearing this, the lord lets out a sinister smirk. No need to rush. He says we are the perfect addition to his relic collection and seems highly enthusiastic. The lord constantly obsesses over valuable relics, wanting to add them to his hoard. He is especially interested in the newest relic. In his letter, he emphasizes how eager he is to lay his eyes on that specific item. He better be ready to pay a massive price, because that single relic is worth far more than the other two combined. Now pay attention, because the plan these two are cooking up is incredibly dangerous. It is highly detailed and guaranteed to work. Soon we will deliver it to the capital, and then we are set for the rest of our lives. Stay alert, and make sure no unexpected issues get in our way. Yes, of course, my lord. Another morning arrives in the quiet town. And bright and early, Steve is already preparing for his next big move. We must strike tonight. The soldiers we captured yesterday are all tied up in the corner. If Chelsea and his men are as sharp as they claim, they will realize their soldiers are missing very soon. Steve looks bored while brewing potions during his talk with Elena. We have to break into that hidden vault by the end of today, at the very latest. How do you think we should break in? Do we really climb down that creepy well? Steve looks casual, but his mind is racing. Since those guards are protecting his precious relics, I bet there are plenty of deadly traps waiting down there. You and I can already guess the absolute horror Steve is picturing inside that dark well. I am not sure what is down there, but right now, it is our fastest and safest option to reach the vault. Elena eagerly joins in on the planning. You are probably right about the traps, but since we do not have any information about what is down there, how do we know what to prepare or what gear to bring along? Steve swirls his potion vial, offering a sharp piece of deduction. Well, first of all, whatever monster is guarding that vault is definitely a living creature. Since it needs to eat, and we know it consumes meat, it must be a predator. So, preparing some bait will definitely work in our favor. The potion begins to smoke and glow slightly. She met it intently, realizing the only remaining issue is escaping afterward. He bluntly asks Elena for assistance, and she listens closely. That is where I need your help. I need you to create a distraction. 1 hour after I sneak inside the castle, use whatever method you think works best to draw them away. She grows worried because his plan sounds incredibly dangerous. Going in alone? You cannot possibly handle that monster all by yourself. Are you worried I will just get in your way? Steve remains confident, comforting Elena. Do not worry. Drawing them away is a key part of the plan. That is why I need you on the outside. If this is going to work, can you do this for me? Hearing Steve's sincere words, she feels a rush of joy and confidence. Consider it done. Not a problem at all. Night falls once again in complete silence. Steve is keeping watch when suddenly, something heavy drops right next to him. It turns out Elena caught a wild pig and dragged it over. This is even better than I expected. Great job. Steve slowly pulls out his freshly brewed potion. The scent of fresh, warm blood will easily mask the smell of the sedative. Steve injects the drug into the pig, while Elena scouts the perimeter to check the guards. Right now, they are outside the castle, ready to execute their plan. The place is heavily guarded, although there are fewer sentries patrolling the walls. Steve hoists the massive pig onto his shoulders, eyeing the ramparts. All right, see you in a bit. A short while later, he is completely exhausted from carrying a heavy pig up the stone wall. Note to self, never try climbing a massive castle wall with a giant animal on my back again. Steve assesses the situation very quickly, using his sharp observation skills. While many guards patrol the outer grounds, security inside the castle seems a bit more relaxed. Suddenly, the dark well appears right before his eyes. This is definitely the exact well they mentioned. Trust me, you and I are about to find out what terrifying monster is waiting down below. Let's check this out. Steve looks straight into the pitch-black well, completely gagging at the foul stench rising up. Yeah, that stench. It makes him hesitate to jump down. It is definitely the smell of dumped monsters, including one massive beast waiting below. I am starting to seriously regret this decision. Meanwhile, Mortem stays right next to him, nagging him to take action and jump already, telling him they need to get down there despite how utterly foul and heavy the monster stench is. Steve feeds the pig to quiet it, muttering that they need to hurry down before anyone spots them. All right. A powerful voice suddenly cuts through the silence, startling Steve. Is there anything unusual going on? It is just Bowden patrolling the grounds and questioning the sentries. Do not worry, Commander. Everything is as quiet as usual. As usual, you say? He sneers, nitpicking the soldier's words with an incredibly arrogant expression. Are you expecting to rest on duty? I am honestly surprised you have not been fired yet with that attitude. He quickly walks away while Steve is left holding his breath, heart pounding rapidly. We must double the guard patrols around the outer walls starting tomorrow. We cannot allow any slip-ups before we leave this capital city in 3 days. Understood, sir. While Steve is hiding, a special skill suddenly gets triggered. Now check this out. Automatic reflex temporarily boosts his reaction speed, making this incredible skill arrive at the perfect moment right now. And that is not even all this skill can do. Watching Bowden walk away, they definitely seem on edge, even if it is not a war zone. The guards are clad in full heavy armor. Honestly, it is surprising that no rebellion has broken out. Do the citizens not know how to stand up for themselves? That question continues to linger in Steve's mind. True, and I do not get why they are so desperate to collect artifacts, especially after locking them in the vault. He and Mortem hunker down inside the well shaft, waiting for the monster to eat the drugged food and fall asleep. How much longer do we have to wait like this? Just hold on. The food went down, but it will take a little while for the strong sedatives to fully kick in. After standing in the pitch-black dark for what feels like eternity, they decide they have waited long enough. Time to drop down. Steve lands smoothly at the bottom of the well, realizing that the awful stench has vanished. Maybe my nose just got used to the stench because it is not so bad now. But as he looks ahead, his face completely freezes. Look at that. A massive, terrifying beast is sleeping right in front of Steve, and the system instantly pulls up its data. It is a bweep demon, a creature native to deep swamps. How on earth did they manage to bring it here? That took some serious skills that money cannot buy. All right, let us move. Steve carefully slips past the sleeping beast. The sedatives are strong, meaning they have a few safe minutes. We would have been eaten alive if we had not fed it first. Mortem is left both terrified and amazed. How the hell do normal people come in and out with monsters like this guarding the place? They probably use a control device. Or maybe there is a secret passage hidden somewhere. That massive beast definitely is not a pet. Watch your step. Steve uses his magic to light the dark path ahead. Oh, is that it? The security door is locked with a surprisingly cheap-looking padlock. Talk about a cheap security measure. But when you think about it, nobody could ever get past those swamp monsters to make it this far anyway. Steve skillfully picks the lock, opening the door with ease. Let us see what treasures the greedy count is hiding in here. Inside is a massive, glittering vault filled with endless, priceless riches. Wow, look at all of this gold. But Mortem tells him to ignore it and look straight ahead. Mortem points to a large pedestal standing in the center, covered by a deep red cloth, looking incredibly valuable. Steve cautiously approaches the pedestal, pulls off the cloth, and gasps at the legendary, highly powerful weapons hidden inside. So this is where he hid them. Honestly, I am a bit disappointed. This dagger and helmet are not that great. Then hand them over to me. As Mortem equips the gear, they instantly unlock their true power. The energy limit of Memento Mortem jumps from 850 to 3,250, unlocking powerful skill upgrades and the new Tesla active skill. Steve grins, highly satisfied with the massive power boost. Awesome, our energy capacity has skyrocketed. No more worrying about running out of juice. With 5 artifacts used, their energy is now at 9,760. These items are incredibly useful. The next skills to unlock are Synchro and Sizer, costing 45,000 energy each. And that is where we leave Steve, sighing as he realizes upgrading all these skills is going to take some serious grinding. But wait, there is still one more. Mortem quickly points out another artifact left behind. Let us dive into this scene where he finds a glowing bottle. Wait, is that an artifact? Mortem, explain to Steve how these artifacts actually work. No doubt about it. Not all artifacts have a solid shape. Some of them can actually exist as gases or even liquids. Hearing that, he quickly tries to pop the lid open. It hurts his hands, but the thing does not budge at all. Man, this is tough to open and we cannot just break it. We will have to figure it out later. He packs up the artifacts on his back and prepares to head back. totally forgetting about the giant guardian beast that has just woken up behind him, towering and terrifying. Steve draws his weapon to strike. Dang, a charm spell. He still charges forward anyway. Now look at this. His sword lands a heavy, crushing blow on the beast, making it roar in pure agony. Steve quickly unleashes another attack, but the monster retaliates with a heavy swipe that sends him flying. Luckily, his guard was up, but he is furious now. Shoot, these blows are incredibly heavy. There is no way we can keep blocking them with just this sword. He raises his fist. Fighting two of them at once is way too hard, so he has to take down one first. Only empty air. Why did Steve's skill fail to activate? The beast takes advantage of the opening and strikes. He turns to Mortem, totally confused about what just happened. Hey, what is going on here? Why did the magic fail? You are the one in charge here. Mortem breaks a sweat, saying he just noticed it. He thinks there are magic-blocking meteorite fragments embedded in these cave walls. Far too tiny for anyone to spot. Unless you look closely, but they are clearly working. Wait, is that the metal they use for magic-suppressing handcuffs? Steve dodges the attacks while gritting his teeth in frustration. So that is what Count Bok-din spent everyone's money on. What an absolute scumbag. Steve looks at the giant monster. Fighting beasts inside a cave lined with magic-nullifying crystals is literally the worst. He gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. No wonder this entire country is broke. Meanwhile, Elena is watching silently from a distance. She sighs, grips her massive bow tightly, and prepares to provide some heavy long-range cover fire. She aims her bow toward the sky, activating her special skill. Active skill. Constant velocity level 3. It ignores gravity, letting long-range projectiles fly at a fixed speed over incredible distances. Elena smiles to herself. I am not used to giant bows like this since they are usually Ada's thing, but this one should do the trick. Without hesitation, she lets the arrow fly. The buffed shot tears through the air with insane speed, moving too fast for anyone to even see its shadow. It slams directly into the fortress wall, sending the guarding soldiers into a sudden, panicked frenzy. You can see her smirking as she watches them panic. No way they can spot her from 1,500 paces away. She gets more excited by the second. Knocking another arrow, she realizes she is starting to absolutely love this weapon. With deadly projectiles raining down out of nowhere, the panicked guards sound the alarms and scream that they are under attack. Chelsea rushes out in a panic, yelling at them to stop standing around and find the enemy. But the arrows keep raining down relentlessly. The scattered troops lose their minds, scrambling around in absolute chaos. They complain it is too dark to see anything. Chelsea snaps back, telling them to hold defensive formations and guard the perimeter. Up on the wall, a soldier holding a shield suddenly spots something odd. He freezes up, his eyes widening in shock. He immediately alerts the rest of the squad. They realize the attacks are coming straight from the forest and quickly adjust their focus. A worried Chelsea orders to leave only necessary guards inside, sending the rest to hunt down the shooters and kill them if they resist. Right then, Bok-din runs up to demand answers. Chelsea, what on earth is happening out here? He warns the Count that it is dangerous and to go back inside. Meanwhile, the castle gates swing wide open. The commander yells for everyone to stay alert and raise the drawbridge the second the troops head out. He orders them to lock the castle down, but Elena, watching coldly from her high tree branch, whispers that she cannot let them do that. A system notification pops up. It displays her active skill, penetrating shot level 5, which heavily boosts her power to pierce through thick armor and monsters. In an instant, she releases the drawstring, sending a powerful shot flying straight for the gate. On the wall, that massive steel chain gets completely shattered by her arrow, sending the heavy drawbridge crashing down with no way to raise it again. The terrified guards scream out that the drawbridge is completely broken, and that is where we leave them, with Elena sighing at how hard it is to maintain her bow's crazy energy. You and I are jumping right into a brutal underground brawl where Steve is fighting for his life, and the rest is up to him. Steve nimbly leaps from side to side, desperately yelling out for his partner to do something already. Is there really no skill we can use here? Mortem snaps back, asking what Steve expects him to do. Right on cue, the giant monster slams its fist down, shattering the ground and sending rocks flying everywhere. Mortem appears, explaining that energy is blocked here and even he cannot do anything to bypass that rule. But then he adds that this is actually a great opportunity, making Steve scoff since Mortem is not the one fighting. Mortem sighs and asks if the whole reason he upgraded his weapon was precisely to handle brutal situations exactly like this one. Steve spins around, stepping right onto the monster's massive back, admitting he was just thinking the exact same thing. In a flash, he maneuvers right behind the beast, leaving it completely confused and unable to track his movement. His hand tightly grips his blade, his sharp eyes locked onto the giant target standing directly below him. Now watch closely. Steve drives the blade straight into its neck, leaving it screaming in pure agony. He grips the hilt and unleashes the payload, causing a massive, violent explosion that blows the beast into a bloody mess right on the spot. Even Steve is completely blown away by this power, wondering if this is really gunpowder made from fire salamander bone ash. It is incredibly strong. Mortem chimes in, reminding him that the dwarf really upgraded his sword. Steve begins rummaging through the monster's carcass, muttering that the blast could have easily taken his own arm off. Right then, another beast charges out from the shadows at breakneck speed, aiming to crush him in one strike. Luckily, he leaps out of harm's way just in time, thinking about how easily that weapon could backfire and take off his arm. He definitely does not want to end up shredded by those razor-sharp teeth. With that thought, Steve slides another round into his blade's hilt and charges right back at the towering monster. Sensing the sudden noise, the alert beast quickly whips its head around to look behind. Spotting Steve charging, it opens its massive jaw and unleashes a ferocious, wind-blasting roar that forces him to push through immense pressure. Gritting his teeth in frustration, his eyebrows furrow as he prepares for his next move. As it lunges, Steve nimbly slides flat onto the ground to dodge, his eyes widening as a perfect opening appears. Seizing the moment, he thrusts his blade straight into its soft throat, sending dark blood spraying everywhere. With one brutal motion, he drags the blade from its neck down to its belly, killing it instantly. You and I both know how satisfying a clean kill is, and Steve finally sits back with a sigh of relief. Wiping the foul blood off his face, he groans about the horrible stench, admitting he didn't want things to get this messy. Mortem materializes, pinching his nose and teasing Steve about looking like an absolute train wreck. Laughing it off, Steve looks over at the neatly stacked bags of gold and declares it is finally time to grab the loot and go. As he reaches for the bags, he reflects on the looming food crisis. Hoisting the gold onto his back, Steve sighs that it failed to activate, prompting Mortem to ask if he is just talking to himself. Besides, they still have to escape this well and sneak past a swarm of heavily armed guards. Steve chuckles, pointing out that since they already bypassed the toughest defense, there is absolutely nothing left to fear. He adds that he has a brilliant plan to stick it to that corrupt, black-hearted count, promising to reveal the details to Mortem once they make their escape. He wonders aloud if Elena is holding up fine, but quickly brushes it off as they continue moving forward. Steve insists there is nothing to worry about, while Mortem dryly comments on his weird confidence regarding traps. Right on cue, Steve reaches out and flips a concealed lever built right into the rough stone wall. He points out that only absolute amateurs would hide such an obvious artificial lever on a natural stone wall. As the mechanism activates, the rock face shifts away to reveal a hidden door, leaving Steve criticizing its high cost. He watches it swing open, complaining about how much taxpayer money they wasted building such an unnecessary secret passage. Wasting no time, Steve steps through the door and finds himself in a gorgeously decorated, brightly lit room that feels completely out of place. He gasps in awe, realizing the tunnel leads straight into the castle, finally letting him breathe some fresh, clean air. Suddenly, frantic voices shout that the bridge is broken, forcing Steve to duck into the shadows to hide. Panicked soldiers scramble past, wondering what kind of madman would dare to attack a castle in the middle of Benea. Did Elena actually pull this off? You and I will find out next time. Let us jump right in as Steve closes his eyes, activating his animal instinct skill to scan the area. A status window pops up, showing his active skill, Animal Instinct, which maximizes his sensory limbs and boosts his hearing to pinpoint enemy voices. His vision instantly zooms out, allowing him to scan the entire area and search every single corner of the dense forest. Steve spots the castle walls covered in Elena's arrows, realizing the enemy's primary way of attacking relies heavily on bows and arrows. Their exact numbers and identities remain a mystery, but these are definitely not your average, ordinary foes. He commands the system to alert him immediately, but then his eyes widen as he realizes Elena is already making her move. Leaping straight out of the window, he wonders how she managed to pull off such a massive distraction. With the guards completely scattered, he moves freely until he suddenly stops right in his tracks, spotting a lonely horse nearby. Muttering that it has been ages since he last rode, Steve mounts up and blasts right past a clueless soldier. The startled guard clutches his head in absolute shock, but by the time they all realize what is happening, Steve has already breezed through the main gates. Now, watch closely as the panicked guards start screaming that they have spotted an enemy heading right over there. He is fleeing with a huge bag of loot. Stop him now. Amused by their frantic panic, Steve grins, planning to ride straight to the nearest town, when suddenly a loud voice calls out his name from behind. Steve quickly turns around in surprise, only to find that it is actually Elena calling out to him. Impressed, he praises her brilliant distraction, while she eagerly asks if the job is finished, prompting his quick reply. He explains they are only halfway done, causing a worried Elena to warn him that the enemy is gearing up for a chase. She asks if he plans to fight, but Steve just flashes a confident grin. Declaring they will head straight to the village instead, the duo finally arrives at a remarkably peaceful and quiet town. Steve asks her to hold onto the heavy sack for a moment, leaving her clutching the massive loot as he runs off. He instructs her to wait for his signal, and then execute the plan they discussed just moments earlier. As he walks, he conjures a tiny spark that quickly erupts into a massive fireball, shooting it high into the sky to illuminate the entire area. He projects his voice, commanding all the mistreated townspeople to step outside of their homes immediately. Startled by his booming shout, the villagers slowly open their doors to peek outside. He calls out that this is their absolute best opportunity to escape the cruel, oppressive tyrant, leaving the gathered villagers in total disbelief. They stare out into the open streets with wide eyes and dropped jaws. Pointing his hand toward the sky, Steve urges anyone wanting a fresh start to leave this town, then yells to Elena, who immediately hurls the massive bag of treasure high into the air. Watch what happens as Steve fires a sharp wind blast directly at the airborne bag. The pressurized air bullet tears the sack wide open, sending glittering gold and silver coins raining down all over the stunned crowd. Staring at the sparkling gold, a bewildered old man can barely believe his eyes, shakily asking what on earth is going on. Suddenly, Chelsea shows up, demanding to know what they are doing while realizing that is the Count's stolen castle treasure. He and his guards quickly surround Steve, sneering and asking him who the hell he thinks he is. Steve calmly replies that it is no big deal, pointing to himself and stating he is simply returning the wealth to its rightful owners. He asks if they have an issue with that, which completely enrages Chelsea, who points his finger and commands his guards to capture Steve alive right now. But Steve has no intention of backing down. He just smirks and points ahead, remarking that dealing with weaklings like these is honestly way too easy for him. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashes a devastating ice wave that launches razor-sharp icicles at them, making the terrified soldiers scream that he is using magic. Without stopping, he waves his hand and warns them that nobody is going anywhere until every single villager has safely escaped the town. He casually mentions he could easily wipe them out if he wanted to, while the soldiers find their feet completely frozen solid. They panic as they realize they cannot move a muscle, while Steve playfully asks if killing them would really be the right path. He mounts his horse to leave, casually instructing them to deliver a small message once they finally manage to thaw out. He tells them to warn that greedy noble that if he ever pulls a stunt like this again, he will be the next target. By the next morning, deep within a lush, densely wooded forest where the early sunlight filters through the branches, Steve is frantically rubbing himself with wild grass, complaining about smelling like dust devils and desperately trying to scrub off the horrible stench. He claims these wild plants are supposed to be great for deodorizing, asking if he smells even a tiny bit better now. And that is where we leave them, with Elena sighing while we both know this is definitely not the last time our hero gets into trouble. Alright, you and I are joining our heroes just as they have cleared the kingdom's outer dungeons. Now it is time to head straight for the heart of Benea. And as Stit says this, he reaches into his pocket to grab something. He says he just remembered finding something pretty cool, making Elena gasp. She thought he had already given all the dungeon loot to the villagers. Stit pulls out a glass vial filled with a glowing liquid, admitting he has absolutely no idea what to do with it. Elena asks him to wait, wondering what he means. Stit explains he is sure it is an artifact, but since he cannot open it, he has not checked inside. But the moment he stops talking, Elena casually pops the lid right off. Stit is completely shocked, asking how she did that. She calmly points out a tiny hidden switch on the cap. Pay close attention here. Stit immediately turns the vial upside down to inspect the artifact, but suddenly, his eyes widen in complete shock as he gasps out loud. He instantly thrusts the bottle toward Elena, telling her she can have this one. Elena freezes in surprise, staring back in total confusion. Stit cheerfully explains that it is a rare physical enhancing artifact, and it is going to be incredibly useful for her. It is amazing, and he had been wanting to give her a really great artifact anyway. But seeing her blank reaction, he asks if something is wrong or if she simply hates it. She softly mutters that it is nothing. He encourages her to just close her eyes and gulp it down, even if he cannot promise it will taste good. Suddenly, Mortem pops up and calls Stit an idiot, asking if he forgot their very first meeting with her. Back then, even the mere mention of artifacts made her look completely disgusted. Hearing this, Stit suddenly flashes back to the painful look on Elena's face. He realizes his mistake, but Mortem explains that is how elves naturally react to these cursed human artifacts. She almost lost her entire family to those dungeons. Did Stit seriously think she would ever want to use one? Panicking, Stit waves his hands frantically, apologizing to Elena and promising he never meant to force her into this. Elena just sits there in quiet sadness, secretly thinking about how her combat abilities are still nowhere near Stit's. She looks back at her natural magical talent from before. She could only cast a few basic spells, and she never once managed to gain the upper hand during their battles against humans in those dark dungeons. Plus, during their clash with the Manticore, she even ended up losing her bow. The more she dwells on it, the sadder she gets. You and I can see her dilemma. She wants to help him, but if she is always helpless when it matters, is she really an asset? Stit calls her name softly. Elena. Suddenly, she snatches the vial from his hands, declaring she will drink it. Stit quickly waves his hands, telling her she does not have to force herself since he completely understands her doubts. She does not need to force herself, especially since the other elves might never forgive her for using it. She cuts him off, telling him to be quiet. She wants to help him, refusing to remain a useless burden on his journey. He insists she is not, but she asks him to promise one thing. Looking at the vial, she says if her people turn against her, he must take full responsibility for her. Hearing this, both Stit and Mortem stand there completely frozen. Before they can even process it, Elena chugs the entire vial in one go. Stit is completely stunned, his eyes wide as he asks how she feels. He asks if she is okay. Taking a moment to catch her breath, she says she can feel it flowing inside her. It is sharpening all her senses and purging every toxin from her body. So this is the legendary elixir of life. Stit smiles, suggesting it is just her body adapting to the powerful artifact. But suddenly, she flinches, crying out in sudden pain. Elena clutches her arms, groaning in sheer agony. She tightly grits her teeth against the overwhelming wave of pain as sweat begins pouring down her face. Stit suddenly remembers that he had to go through this exact same agonizing process before. He urges Elena to stay calm and take deep breaths, explaining it is just her body adapting to the parasitic artifact. She trusts him and tries to steady her breathing, keeping her eyes shut tight. But the agony is too much, and she completely collapses onto the ground while Stit screams out her name in panic. Swept into a pitch-black void of consciousness, she wonders what those strange noises are, echoing all around her from every direction. Her newly enhanced ears can hear the breathing of the tiniest insects. Even her nose is picking up the scent of distant forest trees. And through her fingertips, she can feel even the smallest microscopic specks of dirt. Fluttering her eyes open, she feels as if her entire body is overflowing with raw sensations before sitting up to massage her aching head. She admits she feels like throwing up, making Stit ask if she is feeling any better now. He tells her the fatigue is normal until she learns to control the artifact, urging her to ask for help. Suddenly, Elena mutters that she can smell him. Crying inside, Stit scrubs himself with herbs, and that is where we leave our heroes today. Her nose must be super sensitive now. Meanwhile, you and I are cutting to the Benicia Palace. Raptors reads the letter in his hand, growling that this idiot needs to think before writing another message to him. Otherwise, he growls, angrily crushing the paper, promising to personally chop the man's head off, while the soldier salutes in fear. Understood, sir. Suddenly, a massive giant of a man steps into the room, asking what the prince is reading. Handing the paper over, Raptors tells Mar to see for himself. Raptors is the first prince of Benicia. Standing right next to him is Mark Dowell, the legendary giant of the East. Reading it, Mark asks, "Is this the annoying noble who keeps bothering you?" The prince replies, "I only tolerated that useless fool because he promised to send me rare artifacts. Why would anyone waste time on him?" Mark continues, pointing out what the letter says. "Someone stole every single artifact." Raptors scoffs, muttering that he never expected much from that useless noble anyway. Useless trash like him can never get even a single thing right. Frustrated, he continues, "What absolutely rages me is that some bastard stole those rare artifacts, which were meant for my collection. This is a direct, personal insult to my face. Now pay attention here." Mark asks if he should track the thief down, while the prince demands absolute blood for this royal humiliation. "I do not care who he is. I will hunt him down and make him pay even if it kills me." Spinning around, Raptors points his finger straight at Mark's face, delivering a cold command. "Mark, I am putting you in charge of hunting this thief down. If he resists, kill him. Just make sure the job gets done." Mark bows and responds, "I will do my best to bring him back alive if possible, my lord." Meanwhile, back with Steve, we hear him shouting at his horse, warning that its stubbornness is going to get them both killed. As the horse wildly thrashes, Elena gently reaches out, stroking its neck to calm it down. Surprisingly, this actually works. Steve glares at the smug beast, muttering, "Oh, so you listen to her but not me?" The horse snorts in response. Elena smiles and says, "I haven't visited the mountains in years. It is truly beautiful." He asks curiously, "Beautiful? I know your senses are completely overloaded right now, but can you even see anything?" She replies, "No, but I feel everything, and I love it." I know what you're thinking. Even Steve is shocked by this. Sighing, he pulls out a map, saying they need to take this hidden path to avoid being followed. Staring at the rickety bridge ahead, he admits this area is far more dangerous than he originally anticipated. "We cannot take the horse any further." Hearing this, Elena suddenly raises her hand, telling him to wait. Slightly pulling down her blindfold, she whispers that she hears flapping wings. Stunned, Steve closes his eyes to try and listen too. He thinks, "Is this animal instinct? I cannot hear a single thing even with my skills fully active. How is she picking up such a faint sound in this huge valley?" Her senses must be incredibly overpowered now. As Elena continues to focus on the distant sounds, I hear a monster's roar and faint human voices. It sounds like they are being brutally attacked right now. Turning to Steve, She asks if they should help, noting it could really get complicated if those are foreign soldiers. He replies, "We have to save them. Regular town soldiers wouldn't get lost in a deadly place like this. Besides, trained town soldiers would easily protect themselves." But staring directly into the thick, blinding fog ahead, he anxiously wonders how they can fight an enemy they cannot even see. And if this bridge collapses, we are completely dead. Pulling out her bow, Elena whispers, "Steve, do not move. It seems the monster has already heard us." She draws her arrow back with perfect tension, leaving Steve completely awestruck by her cool composure. Her expression is deadly serious. As she grips her bow, one of her eyes glows a brilliant crimson, unleashing the new skill she unlocked after drinking that potion. In an instant, she fires the arrow at absolute lightning speed, followed by a deafening, painful roar echoing through the valley. Steve asks in shock if she actually hit it. Sighing in relief, Elena replies that the travelers know they are here and seem friendly. Peering through the thick mist, he asks, "So they are not royal soldiers?" Clutching her arm, she trembles and says she doesn't think so. Steve asks what's wrong, noticing her sudden pain. Staring at her arm, she says she is just getting used to this power, and they can move once her mana stabilizes. Crossing that bridge together, they reach the other side, only to find the ground littered with gruesome monster corpses. Several heavily injured people are scattered around, desperately shouting for bandages and healing potions to treat the wounded. As they yell for recovery potions, our duo looks at the deformed monster corpse. "Trust me, you and I are left absolutely speechless. All right, you and I are jumping right into a crazy battle where a massive attack suddenly rains down on our group." The guy next to him adds, "But we are the only ones here. Who even fired that?" Right then, Steve and Elena walk up and ask, "Excuse me, we are explorers, and we were just wondering if you guys need any help with this." Seeing them approach, they gasp in pure shock. "Huh? Wait a minute, what are you guys even doing out here?" Hearing that, he sighs, instantly recognizing that annoying voice, when suddenly Garrett appears with a bright, cheerful grin on his face, waving his hand and shouting, "Hey, look over here. I didn't expect to see you so soon." Steve replies, annoyed, "Are you crazy? Get lost. What do you want now? What are you even doing here anyway?" But Garrett doesn't seem to care, walking over to pat his shoulder. "I get it. You still don't want to join my gang, right? Honestly, I kind of like your stubbornness." Garrett turns and suggests, "Come on, we haven't seen each other in forever. Let's head to my hideout and catch up properly. We can also discuss the possibility of us working together." Hearing this, Steve asks back angrily, "Wait, what? Working together? Stop talking nonsense." Garrett then looks over at Elena and asks, "Hey, are you okay? I barely even recognized you in this crew. You're even covering your eyes." In response, she just stares at him with an icy glare, not saying a single word. "Now, pay attention here." Steve looks at Mortem and whispers, "I thought she wasn't used to her new power yet, but did she already use it? She won't even need to hide herself like she usually does anymore." Mortem replies, "High intelligence really makes a huge difference in how fast someone adapts to using artifacts." Steve asks back, "Wait, are you trying to tell me something here?" Mortem continues, "What I mean is," but just as it says this, Garrett cuts it off. "Come on, we haven't caught up in ages. Let's go to my hideout and talk there." After traveling for a while, they finally arrive at his base, and the place is incredibly lively. "It's a little noisy, isn't it?" Garrett explains, "My crew is currently busy rebuilding the suspension bridges. This spot is actually the perfect place for a secret hideout. We just need to clear the paths first." Steve says with genuine admiration, "Oh, I guess that's not bad. Is that why you were hunting those monsters earlier, just to clear the way?" Garrett replies, "Yeah, monsters are everywhere here, so it's super easy to find food. They honestly taste just like chicken." Hearing this, Elena covers her mouth and coughs softly. Seeing her reaction, he turns his head in surprise and asks, "By the way, what brings you guys out here anyway?" "You and I know Steve is super cautious." He warily asks Garrett, "Do you even care about where we're going anyway?" Garrett chuckles and replies, "Calm down, my friend. I know you're not exactly thrilled to see me, but listen, I don't know where you're heading. But if you want to explore this area, we need to work together, right?" Hearing this, Steve casually asks, "Huh? Why is that?" He explains, "But you see, the only way to get around Regia Valley is by using those swing bridges or the tunnels inside the old abandoned mines. But recently, some bridges collapsed from wear and tear, and the tunnels are completely blocked off by hordes of monsters." Steve finally sees the logic and asks, "So you're saying we have to rebuild the bridges first to cross?" Garrett cheerfully replies, "No need to worry about that. Not all of the bridges are totally destroyed. We can fix the ones with intact frames super fast, but I need your help with something else." Steve lets out a heavy sigh and murmurs, "Yeah, I think I know exactly what you want. All right, fine." With that, Steve raises his hand into the air, summoning crackling bolts of glowing lightning while thinking to himself, "Electric wave." A system screen pops up, describing it as an attack that fires a wide-range electric shock with a small chance to stun and paralyze. This skill is perfect for wiping out large groups of enemies in a specific area. Meanwhile, a swarm of monsters has gathered up in the sky. They are humango bird monsters. As they hover in the air, a sudden flash of lightning shoots toward them, sending them into a panic. That devastating lightning bolt came directly from Steve, lighting up the entire sky. The bird monsters are instantly roasted alive without even a chance to fight back, their charred bodies raining down to the ground. Watching this unfold, Garrett is absolutely horrified, thinking, he is even stronger than the last time we met. What on earth has he been doing? Meanwhile, Steve is just as shocked by the raw power of his own skill. This attack is way stronger than Arc, but it drains 1/5 of my energy. I better be extremely careful, otherwise I will knock myself out. Just then, Elena approaches and asks, "You look exhausted, should we take a quick break?" He replies, "I am fine. This is actually the perfect chance for me to test out my new skills." Creating a small spark of electricity, he says, "Let's finish this. Support me." Looking up, she warns, "At 1,300 paces, they are flying straight toward us. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss this next part." Steve immediately points his finger and says, all right. Let's jump right into this madness," as Steve unleashes a massive bolt of lightning straight into the sky, vaporizing those annoying bird monsters instantly. But as the charred bird corpses rain down, something incredibly creepy begins to emerge from the shadows. Elena's sharp eyes catch it immediately, and she warns the group that something else is out there. Sure enough, a horrifying fanged beast shows up, roaring like absolute mad. The roar is so incredibly loud that Elena, with her sensitive ears, collapses to the ground in sheer agony. Steve asks if she is all right, but there's no time to rest. A swarm of half-human, half-bird monsters suddenly fills the sky. Everyone screams in panic, "Harpies!" Garrett and his men rush over, weapons ready, declaring they won't just stand by while Steve does all the heavy lifting. Steve unleashes a blast and yells at them to back off because this next attack is going to be massive. Hearing that, Garrett orders his men to fall back and protect the civilians, realizing Steve has a plan. Steve just smirks arrogantly, ready to show everyone exactly what he can do when he is fully charged up. Now watch closely as he unleashes a massive electric shockwave, sending those screeching harpies straight into a world of pain. Their bodies are instantly fried to a crisp, eyes rolling back in pure shock. Everyone else just stands there completely frozen, jaws dropping at the absurd display of power. Garrett murmurs that this is exactly why he wanted Steve on his team. He quickly turns to his men, ordering the combat units to sweep the entire area and eliminate any surviving monsters. Seeing Steve panting, Garrett asks if he overdid it. Steve replies that he is fine, just feeling a little dizzy from using so much power. Garrett glances at Elena and asks if covering her ears is enough, noticing she is still pretty shaken by all the noise. Steve sighs with relief and thanks him instead. With the threat cleared, Garrett rallies the crew, shouting that it is time to get back to work and rebuild those bridges. 2 days pass in a flash, and the bridge is finally fully reconstructed. Garrett tells him that without having to worry about monster attacks, they finished way ahead of schedule thanks to his help. Steve smiles, admitting that Garrett's crew actually works incredibly fast. He adds that if they keep this up, this place might actually become a decent home for everyone. Garrett hands him some bread, grateful that the dynamic duo cleared the monsters so they can work in peace. Now they can finally keep building here without any constant interruptions. Normally, they had to run for their lives whenever monsters showed up, often getting absolutely nothing done all day. Steve, however, skeptically asks if they will truly be fine after a couple of days. But we both know monsters always return, making those bridges completely useless in the end, right? Garrett smiles, explaining that the adult humangos only hunt every 10 years, giving them plenty of time before the next attack. Steve points out that those creatures are not their only threat. They have run into all kinds of dangerous beasts over the past 2 days. Garrett replies that since they built a solid shelter, survival is just a matter of patience and time. If they can just hold out a few months, they will establish a proper trade route and a safe haven where they can collect tolls from travelers. Suddenly, a panicked scout runs up screaming that they have a massive problem. Garrett turns around, demanding to know what could possibly be so urgent. He asks what could be so important that he abandoned his post, but Sal insists this is no joke. Sal warns that their stalkers have returned. Hearing this, a grim Garrett immediately orders his men to grab their gear. Garrett and Sal bolt toward the canyon. Steve, however, just sits there calmly chewing on his bread, noting that things look serious. Elena anxiously asks if they should follow them to help. Steve stuffs his face, waving his hand as he tells her it is better if he goes alone. He advises her to stay behind and keep an eye on things here. Elena nods in agreement. A bit later, at a fog-shrouded canyon, Steve and Garrett look down as Steve asks if those are the hunters. Garrett quietly confirms that those are indeed them. With a deeply worried expression, Garrett explains that once they split up, They will face endless waves of enemy warriors hunting them down in a deadly game of hit and run. Looking down, the enemy numbers are clearly far greater than anything they have faced before. To make matters worse, they brought along some highly dangerous allies, and Garrett immediately notices the prominent red flag waving high above their ranks. Garrett mutters that their leader is bad news. Back at the hideout, he slams his fist on the table, declaring the worst has happened. He explains that while his scout spotted the hunters first, the enemy group is completely furious this time around. They have even gone as far as hiring ruthless mercenaries to wipe them out once and for all. They're too dangerous to mess with, leaving us with one massive cliffhanger. What do you think Steve will do next? Alright, you and I are jumping right into a chat about this mercenary group called Dress. Garrett asks if I've ever heard of them. Steve bluntly replies, never. They must be incredibly confident to name their squad after a dragon like that. Garrett explains they are very popular, especially their leader, Got, who has tons of nicknames like the Dragon Slayer and Dragon Breaker. Elena asks out of curiosity, a Dragon Slayer? Why would someone of that tier just be a run-of-the-mill mercenary? Garrett replies, don't get fooled, it's just a self-proclaimed title. He has never actually slain a dragon. It is all for show. Even so, one thing is absolutely certain: the ancient artifact we have is extremely dangerous. Surprised, she asks, his artifact? Garrett answers, yes, it is called Spiratus. It can absorb any object from its surroundings and fire them out like bullets. Elena gasps, doesn't that sound incredibly impressive? He explains, the real issue here is its raw destructive power. Every single shot is as strong as a cannon blast. Plus, there are no ammo limits, since literally anything can be used as a projectile. Depending on the user's skill, you can even fire off shots while on the move. From what I heard, he once took down an entire castle alone. Hearing this, Mortem appears and scoffs, as if anyone couldn't do that. Steve chimes in, you sure seem to know a lot of details. Garrett sighs and replies, they just make way too much noise. They have an emblem, a dragon name, and dragon weapons. I only know what I gather from rumors. Now, pay close attention here, because there is only one real reason why God hasn't launched his attack on us yet. They still haven't pinpointed our exact location. They want to be absolutely sure, so we don't catch on and escape. Hearing that, Steve gets lost in thought, thinking if God is even half as good as they say, running away is their best bet. He points at himself and asks, am I really supposed to be a part of this little feud between you and those pursuers? Garrett nervously laughs it off. Well, of course, you are our strongest member, Steve. What would we even do without you? Steve sighs helplessly. I was going to help you regardless, but couldn't you have tried to be a little more careful? I only need to worry about this Got guy and his goons. Can't you just hide and assassinate him? You have that tool to make people look stupid, right? Garrett snaps back angrily. What do you mean, stupid? If doing that was actually possible, we wouldn't even be having this meeting right now. Just as he says that, Mortem suddenly materializes and adds, he is telling the complete truth. His artifact's ability is to transmit words. Frankly, a living person entering the astral realm completely breaks the laws of the universe, so of course there will be consequences. The more time passes, the more intense pain his physical body suffers. I know what you're thinking, Steve is totally lost too, so he demands they explain this in simple terms. It explains, the longer a living human stays in the spirit realm, the more physical pain they suffer. Steve sighs. Was that so hard to say? Elena turns to Garrett and asks, what can we actually do now? He answers, well, we have a few options here. We have plenty of hunting bows, but rushing in to attack will just give away our position. Steve asks, what do you think, Elena? Is a sniper shot from here too tough? She replies, it's not just the insane distance. The dense forest completely blocks our line of sight, and if we miss, we'll be at a huge disadvantage against that cannon. Steve turns to Garrett and asks, what about you? Steve, can't you just make everyone fall asleep like you did to us before? Garrett explains, their mercenary title isn't just for show, they are fully geared up with anti-magic equipment. Steve smiles and says, then we have our answer. Garrett asks in absolute shock, what are you planning? Do you actually have a plan? He replies, we have a highly useful weapon and a decent shield right here. All we need now is a rock-solid birdcage to wrap this up. Garrett gets even more confused, blurting out, what on earth are you talking about? Who even are you at this point? Steve displays a sly, sinister smirk on his face as he laughs. Hard work always pays off in the end. Meanwhile, back at the mercenary camp, a frustrated voice yells out, how on earth did those guys manage to slip away again? Just when we thought we finally had them cornered, a massive, heavily bearded man bursts out laughing and says, no need to worry, we are hot on their trail anyway. He raises his beer mug and shouts, let's wipe out those mountain bandits before tomorrow morning and wrap up all our delayed quests. Let's drink to that until then. Just like that, they celebrate wildly together. The nearby soldiers watch them and begin whispering to each other, we spent a massive fortune on those mercenaries. Are we really just going to let them slack off like this? The other soldier replies, they have a flawless track record. Guard the camp within a 3-layer perimeter and be extremely careful with campfires so the enemy doesn't spot us. The soldier quickly replies, understood, sir. And as we leave off, Gut pulls out his ancient artifact and gently asks if it is hungry too. With that, he slams it violently into the ground, muttering, time to eat. The devastating impact instantly shatters the earth, cracking it open all around him. All right, stick with me here, seeing this. The soldiers gasp in terror. That artifact is eating. Truly, like master, like beast. Quiet. Gorg chugs his wine while his artifact happily munches on dirt. Taking a huge gulp, he wonders, where the hell is Jim at a time like this? Drinks just don't taste the same without him babbling by my side. Before he can even finish his sentence, a familiar arrow shoots out from the shadows at lightning speed, flying straight towards Gorg himself. Luckily, his artifact bites the arrow in half, saving his life. Startled, Gorg looks up and snarls, is this an ambush? Now, pay attention here, his panicked men yell. Commander, are you okay? But Gorg leaps up and barks, it is just one arrow. Find where it came from. As he says this, he suddenly freezes and looks down at his feet, noticing his frozen breath. Right behind him, his subordinates are already frozen solid, completely unable to even move. They scream in terror, boss, it is ice magic. We can't move. Sensing the danger, Gorg looks around anxiously and asks, who is there? Damn. Meanwhile, beside Steve, Elena speaks up, I aimed for his head. His reaction speed is seriously insane. Garrett adds, you can never underestimate an experienced mercenary. Then he blinks. Wait, what? Are you leaving already? Hearing this, Steve cracks his knuckles and replies, well, since our stealth attack failed, there is no point in hiding anymore. Besides, my plan was never to fight from a distance anyway. All right, let us go. With that, he leaps directly into action. Garrett yells, I bet that bastard has a massive search party. Keep us safe, girl. Back with Gorg. His eyes widen in utter shock at the sight before him. Steve and Garrett have suddenly materialized right in front of him. He bursts out laughing and sneers. Well, finally showing yourselves? You damn thieves? Gorg stomps his foot hard to shatter the ice beneath him while grinning. Good to see you, my dear friends. Raising his artifact, he sneers. You are the rats who escaped from Leah Lane, right? Just the two of you? Hearing that, Garrett smiles and replies, well, I think so. 2 is plenty for you, and honestly, I prefer the term righteous lawbreakers. Steve glances sideways and adds, I am no thief either. I am simply an associate. An associate? Whatever, I really do not care about that. Gorg roars, throwing his head back with a manic laugh. Who you are doesn't matter. All I have to do is break you, and it'll be over before you know it. The second Gorg stops talking. Steve instantly draws his sword and starts chanting a quick spell. Blue lightning instantly crackles around his blade. Steve leaps high into the air, bringing his sword down with a fierce slash before Gorg can even react. But the boss is quick. Just as the blade reaches his face, he raises his arm to block the blow. Instantly, Gorg swings his other arm up, clenching his fist. He throws a massive punch straight at Steve. It is a devastating blow, but luckily Steve dodges just in time, making Gorg grind his teeth in pure frustration. Seizing the opening, Garrett draws his weapon and silently lunges for a sneak attack from behind. But the moment his blade strikes Gorg, it is completely stopped by his incredibly tough, heavy armor. Uninjured, Gorg glances back with a wicked grin. The sight of his absolute defense sends a shiver of terror down Garrett's spine. Before Garrett can even process this, Gorg raises his fist and slams it down with earth-shattering force. Gorg's eyes go wide as he stares in surprise at the empty ground. It turns out that at the final critical moment, Garrett had managed to escape using a swift decoy. Seeing that, Gorg wonders, is that move another artifact's power? He grinds his teeth with suspicion, realizing these guys are definitely not some low-level amateurs. Right as he thinks this, a hail of arrows rains down from the sky. Gorg quickly leaps backward to dodge the attack. Gorg grinds his teeth in panic, realizing there is another sniper, the same one who shot at him first. While he is lost in thought, Steve suddenly appears right in front of him, sword raised. I know what you're thinking, how did he close the distance so fast? Before Gorg can react, Steve's sword drives straight into his chest with a deafening, explosive boom. An incredibly massive explosion erupts on impact, violently blasting Gorg backward through the air like a rag doll. Groaning in agony, he clutches his chest and coughs up a mouthful of blood. Seeing their invincible boss blasted back, his terrified soldiers scream out in panic. Co-commander. Even Garrett stands there in absolute shock, completely unable to believe his own eyes. After landing that devastating blow on Gorg, Steve slowly descends to the ground, standing right before the fallen mercenary. Steve mentally notes, if he took that blast head-on, shouldn't there be a hole in his chest? Did he use the secondary explosion to jump back and cushion the impact? Sensing Steve's gaze, Gorg glares back with a sly smirk and grunts. That's a pretty interesting weapon you've got there. With that, he unleashes his favorite artifact at Steve with a roar. Trust me, you won't want to miss what's next. Let me show you something cool. As Gerg pulls his ace, Stet instantly plans a counter. Let's see how this unfolds. Stet leaps back, using a frozen mercenary as a shield. Sweat dripping down his face, the trapped grunt screams, "Commander, please do not shoot." Gerg pauses and mocks him. "I see you came well prepared, but do not think this is all I have got up my sleeve." Without wasting a single moment, Gerg's massive body leaps high into the air. Cocking back his fist, Gerg strikes from above. Seeing the devastating blow coming, Stet raises his arms to block it. The sheer force of the impact knocks him back several steps. Gerg's face darkens, his eyes dripping with pure murderous intent. He has no intention of letting Stet walk away from this alive. Charging forward immediately, he aims his powerful artifact straight at the young hero. Hidden in the bushes, Elena waits for the perfect moment to snipe him. But she cannot get a clean shot, realizing he is just too close for comfort. Garrett stands nearby, sighing deeply with anxiety, asking himself a tough question. When should I jump into the fray? Suddenly, Mortem appears and warns. His title is not just for show, you know. He is deflecting an advanced weapon easily, and his close combat skills are at their absolute peak. But watch closely, Stet is not backing down. Gripping his sword tight, he says, "Save the compliments for after the fight." With that, he swings his blade right at the muzzle of Gerg's artifact. The impact forces Gerg's hand back, leaving him completely off balance. Glaring at him, Stet wonders, if regular weapons do not work, how about some magic instead? Going all in with absolutely nothing left to lose, he immediately fires a powerful spell straight at the commander, yelling for it to rise. Caught completely off guard by this sudden magic attack, Gerg's eyes widen in sheer astonishment, but his panic vanishes instantly. Smirking, he raises his strange artifact and absorbs the entire magic attack like it was nothing. Now the tables are turned on Stet. He mutters, "This guy is way tougher than I expected." Gerg laughs hysterically. "I bet you have more than one relic on you, and that is definitely a magical artifact." Charging forward, Gerg sneers, "I have dealt with countless arrogant punks like you before." Seeing him rush, Stet agilely leaps backward to dodge. Watching this incredible fight unfold, the surrounding mercenaries cheer with excitement, shouting for their commander to crush him. Safely dodging the heavy strike, Stet kneels on the ground, pointing his hand forward. "So you are a seasoned mercenary, huh?" Gerg looks slightly surprised. "What? Another lightning spell? Have you still not realized that my Spiratus can easily block that?" He mockingly adds, "But I have to admit, you are not a bad thief." Stet shows no fear. Instead, he just smirks you, and I know he has got a trick up his sleeve. Gerg aims his weapon directly at Stet again. "Out of respect, I will personally give you the tragic end your arrogance deserves." With that, Gerg slams a devastating blow straight into the earth, shattering the ground and completely obliterating the surrounding ice. Thanks to that massive explosive shockwave, the other trapped mercenaries are finally freed from their frozen ice shackles. Glancing back at his recovery squad, Gerg asks, "Can you slackers finally move now?" Grabbing their weapons, the grunts eagerly shout back in a furious rage. "Thanks, Commander. How dare you use us as meat shields? I will kill you." Before they can even finish, Gerg cuts them off, roaring, "Stay the hell out of this." Veins popping on his face and eyes burning like fire, he warns, "I am done playing around. Do not interfere unless you want to be sliced into pieces." Terrified by his overwhelming bloodlust, the mercenaries scramble away in a hurry, stuttering back, "Yes, sir. Understood, sir." Once they clear out, Gerg runs his hand over his artifact, smirking. "Now, let us start this over." Stet is not about to stand there. Like a flash of lightning, he leaps high and swings his sword down at Gerg's weapon. Gerg laughs, "You are choosing melee combat against my cannon? That is a terribly stupid move." Gripping Stet's arm tightly, he grins maliciously. "The longer this machine runs, the further your meat shield is going to fly." Unfazed, Stet's eyes burn with supreme confidence as he fires back a reply. "You should worry about your own mercenaries right about now. I am a great leader. I do this for a living. Sucks for you, but you are already in my cage. You are already locked inside my birdcage." This completely baffles Gerg, his face blanking out in pure confusion. "What did you say?" Before he can finish, a sudden scream echoes, making him whip his head around. Is that magic? Right behind his back, his entire squad of grunts has been totally wiped out, writhing on the cold ground. They scream, "Something is here, move aside." Gerg grinds his teeth in sheer fury, thinking, is this even more lightning magic? Is there another mage hiding? Seeing Gerg's panicked face, Stet smiles. "Too late to look back now, because you and I both know you are completely trapped." Hearing those words, Gerg screams out in pure horror. "No! Alright, you and I are about to watch some absolute chaos unfold. How on earth did these bandits get such a powerful ally?" Right where Gorg was standing, a massive, dome-shaped magic cage materializes. locking down the area so tightly that not even a fly can escape. Steve mutters coldly, "If you take even a single step out of this cage, you will be roasted alive." A system notification pops up, confirming the activation of the Tesla skill, which conjures an automated orb that shocks any enemy in range. The duration of this deadly orb depends entirely on the mana consumed and the number of times it discharges. More and more magic cages manifest, completely surrounding the enemy soldiers and their minions. The trapped goons scream in absolute panic. "Commander, we cannot escape because of these bizarre floating spheres." Realizing he let his guard down and fell into a trap, Gorg trembles with fury, his voice dripping with venom as he roars, "You worthless piece of trash." But just as he yells, a thunderous barrage of footsteps echoes from right behind them. The bandits quickly scheme among themselves, shouting, "We have no choice but to take down the caster. Stay put, Commander, we will handle this." With weapons drawn, they charge in to ambush Steve from behind. As they yell, "We will handle this," the danger creeps closer by the second. Steve cannot react in time to this unexpected flank. But don't blink, because Garrett flashes in like lightning to shield Steve's blind spot. Raising his hands to intercept Gorg's men, Garrett shouts back, "Do not worry about this side, I have got you covered." Single-handedly, he tears through the remaining goons without breaking a sweat, slamming their heads straight into the hard ground. Garrett sighs in utter disappointment, complaining, "Seriously, why am I the one wasting my time cleaning up these toasted small fries?" Just as he says that, one remaining minion charges straight at him, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Die!" Before the attacker can even swing, 3 arrows pierce the wind at hypersonic speed, dropping him dead on the spot. Left speechless by the display, Garrett stares at the arrows pinning the dead bandit, thinking to himself, did she seriously aim directly for his joints? Elena's flawless precision leaves him completely amazed. Man, she is seriously pretty terrifying. Garrett locks his arm around another thug's neck, grunting, "Anyway, I will deal with these guys. And do not get the wrong idea over there. Pint-sized." Steve playfully points behind himself, asking, "Did you hear that?" Humiliated and enraged, Gorg grinds his teeth as his entire body shakes with fury, cursing, "You miserable, wretched bandits." He suddenly unleashes a powerful strike directly at Steve, screaming, "Do you people have absolutely no sense of honor? Why don't you fight me fair and square?" Hearing this, Steve retorts, "Fair and square?" Expecting that in a life-or-death battle is nothing but an open invitation to your own funeral, as he conjures a massive energy orb aimed directly at Gorg. Seeing Steve launch the attack, Gorg refuses to back down and sneers, "It is useless. Your weak skills cannot do anything to me." He calculates silently, "There is always a cooldown after using a major skill, so I will strike right at his weak point." Now pause for a second, because Steve's air sphere is swelling larger, radiating a blinding light as he commands, "Air bullet." Instantly, a colossal, devastating blast of compressed air surges directly toward Gorg, leaving him with absolutely zero time to react as he desperately braces himself, gasping in terror. What is this? What is going on with this absurd level of power? His feet are forced backward, sliding across the dirt. How did he suddenly become this powerful? This is impossible. He suddenly recalls Steve's previous attacks, realizing Steve deliberately held back his power to force this direct confrontation. Everything was calculated from the start, but by the time he finally figures it out, it is already too late. Steve commands Garrett to charge, and Garrett leaps forward like a bullet. He delivers a brutal dropkick straight to Gorg's chest, sending him flying backward as he screams in pain. Capitalizing on the opening, Steve swings his fist to trigger his signature move once again. Air bullet. Gorg crashes violently into the solid stone wall behind him, his mind spinning with endless questions. Who is this monster? What kind of bizarre weapon shatters heavy armor like this? Lightning magic that only legendary mages should possess, and a skill that completely neutralizes my cannon without wasting a single bullet. He is right. This is no time to hold anything back. With that, he gathers his strength and roars, "Fine, I will show you the power of my Spiratus." But before he can even launch it, the Tesla orb closes in. Startled, his eyes fill with sheer dread as he looks up, thinking to himself, what on earth is that? Before he can finish, countless lightning bolts strike him, forcing an agonizing shriek from his throat. Seeing this, Steve watches with a satisfied grin as his brilliant strategy pays off. Within seconds, Gorg collapses onto his knees. Battered and utterly broken, Gorg looks pitiful as he stares blankly, unable to believe this reality. A cold blade is slowly drawn and pointed straight at his face, making him wonder, a sword? Am I really going to die? Me? Dying like this, unable to even lift a finger, despite holding the ultimate weapon? This is unacceptable. Sensing an impending danger, Mem suddenly materializes and yells out, "Hey, get out of the way!" Conjuring a powerful whirlwind, it blasts Steve to the side, just barely dodging a colossal, devastating cannon shot. As the blast streaks past and impacts, a massive explosion erupts. "Stick with me," because we are about to see what happens next. Alright, let's jump back in. Steve still has no clue what is going on. Thinking in absolute horror, wait, how can a single cannoneer pull off something this insane? Right then, a storm of stray bullets keeps flying everywhere, fired blindly by that madman. Got in every single direction. He is completely out of control, screaming like a lunatic as he fires wildly. Seeing things spiral out of hand, Garrett yells, "What are you going to do about this?" Steve shields his face, shouting back, "Hold on, this was never part of the deal." But God is completely lost to madness. He points his giant cannon everywhere, howling like a rabid beast. Suddenly, a flash of light streaks through the air, diving straight into the mouth of his cannon before he can even react. The barrel instantly jams. Got blinks in confusion, staring down into the weapon and wondering what on earth just flew inside. And right there, wedged deep inside the cannon barrel, is nothing other than a single arrow blocking the entire path. Terror strikes him. His eyes widen as he freezes on the spot, right before the cannon explodes, blowing him straight into the afterlife. Elena steps down, calmly muttering that losing your cool when wielding a heavy weapon like that is a fatal mistake. With a freezing stare, she adds, "It is basically the same as throwing your own life away." As the heavy smoke clears, revealing Gott's precious artifact rolling on the dirt, Elena looks at it and speaks up. "Let's pay close attention here." She tells the other two to move in on the remaining thugs and wrap this up, bringing the chaotic fight to a peaceful end. Just like that, morning comes at Garrett's camp, with the workers shouting out to one another, "Hurry up, we are almost done rebuilding." Steve walks over, stretching his arms with a tired sigh, glad it is finally over. Elena asks Han with worry if Steve is overworking himself by standing guard right after a major battle, but Steve says it is just good exercise for a handyman. Hearing this, Bo asks if they are leaving now, and Steve replies, "You did great." "Yeah," he adds. "Go speak with the commander after you rest up, and make sure to take that woman along with you." This sudden request leaves both of them completely stunned and confused. After a short while, Steve heads over to Garrett's tent and asks why he called him in. Recognizing the voice, Garrett looks up and answers, "You are pretty early. Did guard duty take up too much of your time? I have something important to discuss, so give me a second." This only makes Steve even more curious as he asks what kind of nonsense he is planning to ramble on about this time. "Oh, those guys?" Garrett explains while lifting up a tightly wrapped heavy object. "I disarmed every single one of them and sent them straight into a forest packed with dangerous monsters." Steve silently thinks to himself, no wonder those beasts were so quiet. Just then, Garrett places the mysterious artifact got used earlier onto the table with a thud. "I know what you are thinking. Is this a gift?" Looking at the strange item on the table, Steve asks with zero excitement, "What is this?" "Consider it charity," Garrett chuckles. "Still, I do have a conscience. I cannot just stay in your debt forever, you know. Without your help, we would have been forced to flee this area to escape our pursuers. I believe you deserve this, especially since nobody among us can actually wield it." Intrigued, Steve asks him what he really means by that. Garrett tells him to just watch. Finishing his sentence, he picks up the artifact and slips it directly onto his own hand. The ancient relic instantly shifts, resizing itself to perfectly fit the wearer's hand. He explains that this artifact likely alters its size and shape based on the type of ammunition the wielder wants to shoot. Got loved firing cannonballs and had the raw physical strength to handle the insane recoil, so the weapon expanded to fit him. After listening, Steve speaks up. "I guess firing giant rounds like that is a total waste. But is that not exactly like us?" Mortem manifests and asks what if he gives it to the elf, making Steve curiously ask if Mortem does not want to devour it instead. First it was the Amrita, and now this. Why are you suddenly being so incredibly generous? The spirit answers, "I realized during the battle with the Manticore that you are right, but if you want to make that elf useful, you need her to step up. Think of this as a solid investment." Mortem's words make perfect sense to Steve. But even if that is true, how is this weapon going to be of any help to Elena? Can she even use a weapon other than her bow? The spirit replies, "Just hand her the spiritus first." Following Mortem's detailed instructions, Steve does not hesitate. He immediately turns to Elena and calls her over. "Elena, can you put your bow down?" He continues, "Try equipping this first." Confused, she asks him what he is planning to do. Instead of answering, he tells her to hold her bow. Elena's hand slowly fuses with the mysterious new artifact as Steve curiously watches. "So, how does it feel?" Startled, she replies that it is actually much lighter than it looked at first. He explains that if she holds it this way, she can easily use it as a shield during close combat encounters. Plus, it generates ammo so she won't need to carry arrows. "Trust me, you and I are about to see her turn everything around her into deadly bullets." Alright, stick with me because we are about to watch Garrett marvel at a genius play, saying her skills make her the absolute best person to use this tool. "Are you guys taking it?" Steve asks, holding a stack of papers. "Absolutely. What are these papers then? For me too?" he asks, staring at the pictures on the sheets. Looks like a guild quest sheet, right? Garrett replies. Ah, that is not for you. It was in Good Game's bag. He is highly experienced, so he has tons of these. But as Steve flips through them, his eyes widen in pure shock. What is this seal? Garrett runs over to take a closer look, muttering, is this a direct request from the Veneer family? The client is the second prince, Anfit Messer, an escort mission for giant supply wagons heading to the northern front. The details state the quest is cancelled if they are not present exactly at the scheduled departure time. Steve asks, the northern front? I thought that bastard Jero was in charge of this. Where exactly is the route they are taking? When is the departure? Garrett answers that the road runs north from Redlock and passes straight through the capital. But hours have passed already, so the supply convoy must have left by now. Steve looks serious, thinking to himself that if he can hijack those massive supply wagons, it will put a ton of pressure on Jero. With that in mind, he asks, how long is the mission? Can we use that to calculate where the cargo carriages are right now? Garrett replies that a massive transport like this is bound to move slowly for safety. It looks like they have prepared for 20 to 22 days. Pointing to the map, he adds, they definitely plan to pass through Lazia Canyon and reach the capital over here. Hearing that, Steve grins and urges him to go. Now, pay attention here. Garrett completely freezes up in total confusion. What? Steve cheerfully holds up the map, saying, you said you did not want to owe me, right? So help me out. Garrett asks how on earth they are supposed to catch a transport that already left. Steve replies, we can cut straight through the canyon and intercept them before they hit this route. The more he plans, the more excited he gets. This is our perfect chance to seize their supplies. Seeing his face, Garrett can only give a forced laugh. Are you actually serious? He continues. The thing is, it might look short on the map, but if we take your proposed path, we have to cross an area crawling with monsters. We will never make it there on time if we wander into that place. Steve asks curiously, why are there so many monsters around here anyway? Garrett explains, it is the oldest cave in Lycia. The beasts crawling out of there cannot even be compared to normal monsters. The ones we fought before were just weaklings kicked out by intense competition. It is basically an S-class danger zone. I think we have a real problem. Steve smiles excitedly. If it is just a cave, then I will handle it. Lend me one of your guys. Now, we both know that look means trouble, and Garrett feels a bad vibe, asking why he is so excited. Are you planning to clear that entire cave? Cut to the cave entrance, where terrifying monsters are lurking in the shadows. Steve speaks up and asks, do you see anything we should watch out for? Bernard replies, not much, but the closer we get to the cave, the stronger the vibrations in the ground feel. He asks next, anything else? He says, other than these weirdly gathered storm clouds overhead, I see nothing unusual. Hearing this, Steve looks up at the sky with deep focus. He thinks to himself, not a single drop of rain fell the entire time he was here, yet there are thick clouds near the cave. With a nod, he pats Bernard on the shoulder and says, thanks. Keep up the good work. He answers, I will let you know if anything goes wrong. Saying this, Steve quickly leaps down below to think things through. An unknown earth tremor. The only monster capable of causing this, Mortem chimes in, is likely some type of giant deathworm underground. Hearing that, he recalls a monster from before with a sigh. He looks annoyed. Is it a rock eater? I always get stuck with the tough ones. But there is a chance. The canyon is packed with marble, which they love, and they leave random sliding tracks from traveling under the earth. He sighs, getting even more depressed. The outer armor of a rock eater is immune to almost all metal and magic. Just as he says this, a sudden noise catches Steve's attention. He glances to the side, wondering what that loud sound could be. A loud crash? It turns out the noise is coming from Elena. With a single strike, she completely shatters a massive stone slab. Surprised, he mutters, Elena, what kind of skill did she learn to pull that off? Mortem replies, that is what we call real archery. She is a true bowmaster. Normal bowmen cannot smash solid rock with their arrows. Elena pulls her bow back with a serious look, breaking another obstacle. Seeing this, Steve is confused. Is she planning to move again? And that is where we leave it. Let's watch closely and see how she handles this next. Stick with me, we are about to see Elena do something crazy. Steve gasps in shock as she draws her bow, condensing a strange energy around her hand without a single arrow. Just like that, a solid, physical arrow forms right in her grip. Steve realizes her secret. She is condensing the dust and impurities in the air to make this. It looks incredibly powerful, but suddenly, he breaks into a cold sweat and mutters in utter disbelief. Wait, isn't that basically a giant spear? How is she going to shoot something that solid? Unbothered, Elena aims directly at her target. She releases. The projectile screams through the sky, tearing a massive hole straight through the clouds with terrifying power. Steve stands frozen and stammers, admitting that while it is amazing, he doubts he could ever control that kind of force. He raises his hands in surrender, walking over to her. Elena overheard him and shrugs, saying that was actually the easy part. Sweat pours down Elena's face as she holds her head, exhausted. She explains that trying to multitask 3 things at once is brutal for anyone, turning to Steve to elaborate. Still, she knows she is the only one who must master it. Before asking Steve if he prepared his own task, Steve nods quickly, mentioning he was just about to head out to gather some essential materials and invites her to tag along. Elena agrees, stepping away to pack. Soon, they arrive at a dark, ominous cavern entrance, making Garrett look visibly nervous. Damn, this place looks terrifying. How does a massive, creepy gap like this even form naturally? He admits he will never understand dungeons like this, wiping his brow as he turns to check on Steve. Garrett points out that Steve looks completely exhausted. Steve just yawns, explaining he stayed up all night gathering items they needed. Assuring him he will be fine, Steve shakes off the fatigue and hypes himself up to face the cavern. Garrett nods, explaining that taking this shortcut through the cave will let them quickly catch up to the supply wagons ahead, assuming they survive. Garrett nervously chuckles, admitting he is already regretting the shortcut now that they are standing at the entrance. Steve is speechless. Steve sighs, reminding him to stay back, but Garrett tries acting brave. Garrett jokes he will be the first to run if danger appears. Steve can only roll eyes at his cowardice. As the trio steps into the abyss, the soldiers behind them shout words of encouragement, wishing their commander good luck. They cheer for a successful path clearing, while Garrett boldly waves goodbye, promising he will return safe and sound. Steve impatiently tells him to hurry up, shoving the heavy barricade out of the way. Garrett and Elena follow close behind, gazing around in awe. It is pitch black inside. Suddenly, a sudden movement in the shadows makes Garrett panic and yell at the top of his lungs. Meanwhile, Steve and Elena calmly activate light crystals, revealing the path. Garrett tightly grips his hilt, impressed by their composure. They are true veterans. Steve scans the cave, but his expression suddenly hardens as he senses an eerie presence ahead. Now pay attention, because the energy in this cave is bizarre. Steve suspects it is an S-tier dungeon, suddenly whispering 65%. Garrett and Elena exchange confused glances, prompting Steve to explain the terrifying math behind his words. He explains that standard adventurers estimate the survival rate in an A-tier dungeon is around 65%, but this place feels way more sinister. Garrett nervously asks what the survival rate is for S-tier dungeons, and Steve's answer leaves him utterly horrified. The base rate is 15%, but if you meet the boss, it drops to 1%. Keep your guard up, Steve warns. He also warns his companion Mortem, promising to protect him, but the spirit casually tells him to relax. Telling him to stay calm, they venture deeper. Suddenly, right behind them, 2 glowing magic circles materialize high in the air. Mortem shouts a warning, alerting Steve to watch his back, prompting the young warrior to spin around instantly. A system notification flashes, activating his auto-reflex skill to temporarily boost his reaction speed. As massive stone pillars crash down toward them, Steve reacts in a flash, pulling Elena and Garrett out of harm's way. Gritting his teeth, he mutters that he knew this place was way too quiet. Looking at the magic circles, summoning those boulders, he realizes they just triggered a magic trap. Garrett catches his breath, terrified, while a shaken Elena gasps, wondering how she missed this threat despite using her Amrita. She asks how it was possible to miss the danger and fail to avoid it. Steve explains that magic traps are completely undetectable by normal senses or energy flow, which is why so many adventurers die here. Mortem smugly takes the credit, boasting that only his eyes saw it coming. Steve rolls his eyes, muttering whatever. Garrett looks around nervously, asking Steve if he is absolutely sure they can even press forward. You and I both know Steve is not about to turn back now. He grits his teeth, aiming forward, shouting air bullet. A powerful blast of wind erupts, completely shattering the massive stone wall ahead and carving a wide pathway. Garrett gasps in awe. Honestly, we have to admit blasting the traps is a genius. Alright, you and I are about to watch Steve confidently take the lead. Let's go. Mortem warns him to stay alert. Sure, it is effective, but if you blast every single thing in your path, you will collapse this cave or completely drain all your mana. Steve shrugs and completely brushes the warning off. So what? Are we supposed to dig a tunnel underground or what? I do not have a better option. Mortem patiently explains the harsh reality of their current situation. These magic traps activate by scanning the life force radiating from living beings. So, if you can completely mask your own life signature, those deadly traps will never even detect your presence. You still have those special rings hidden under your gloves, do you not? Steve looks down in surprise at the cursed rings wrapped around his fingers. Of course, I always keep them on. Suddenly, a massive surge of dark energy erupts through his hand, causing intense pain. The cursed aura is activating. The system alerts him that his cursed aura skill is active, allowing him to transfer item curses directly onto nearby enemies. Garrett watches in sheer horror as a strange, dark mist envelops Steve. Whoa, what is that? Are you okay? This is creepy. Steve grits his teeth, fighting through the physical agony. Masking my life force by using negative energy from these curses? I think I am finally getting a pretty good deal out of this. He gasps in pain, trying to reassure them. I am fine. Let me just test something out. Suddenly, he stumbles forward, leaving his companions watching in complete disbelief. Wait here for a second, because you and I need to watch where he goes next. Moten watches with high expectations. There is a massive magic trap right ahead, so go step inside. Steve sighs heavily, murmuring that it is easier said than done, before stepping directly into it. He closes his eyes, bracing himself and waiting for the trap to trigger. But absolutely nothing happens to him. Steve gasps, surprised. It actually worked? Moten confidently nods in agreement, while Garrett watches the whole thing with absolute confusion. Hey, what exactly are you trying to test here? Overjoyed, Steve immediately gestures for his companions to come closer. Haha, get over here, I found a brilliant way through. Inside the dark cave, a faint purple glow envelops them, followed by heavy gasps of pain. Steve reassures them, admitting it might feel a bit creepy, but this is easily the safest way for them to cross. Garrett nods, gritting his teeth against the pain. Well, if the resident expert says so, I guess this counts as easy. Even though I have no idea what your version of easy is. Steve warns him it is far too early to start complaining. The trio approaches a massive cavern deep inside the cave system. Garrett gasps in shock, wondering what that giant thing is. Those are tracks from stone-eating worms. You and I know things are about to get wild as Steve leaps first into the pit. My pathfinding compass is pointing directly toward the very back of this cave. The other two quickly jump down right after him. Steve pours a glowing purple liquid onto Garrett's blade. Confused, the warrior asks about the purpose of this magma flower extract. Steve explains the details. It is basically a powerful acid that easily melts solid minerals and tough metals. Garrett watches the fizzing vapor rise from his blade, questioning whether putting acid on their weapons is actually a good idea. Steve reassures him, promising it will not damage his weapon, before going on to explain the unique nature of this flower. The magma flower secretes acid to break down nearby materials for nutrients, but it only dissolves specific elements, leaving weapons untouched. Steve gently takes the sword back and carefully wipes off the remaining drops of purple liquid. This special plant grows in the Leia Canyon, making it perfect for dealing with stone-eating worms that consume similar rocks. Steve then turns to Elena. If you apply this directly to your arrow tips, they will gain the same corrosive traits. Elena takes the bottle and complies. This allows your arrows to pierce right through the monster's tough shell, though the effect weakens with each consecutive shot. So, keep your attacks to a minimum. Our main goal is simply to reach our destination safely. After helping them, Steve kneels down and slams his palm hard against the ground. Magical paths immediately light up, guiding them safely into the dark cavern. Suddenly, the cavern floor begins to shake violently, catching them completely off guard. Garrett nervously tightens his grip on his sword hilt. What is happening? Elena scans the darkness, senses on high alert. Something massive is approaching. Steve smirks with anticipation. If they are coming directly to us, it saves us the trouble of hunting them down. A colossal stone-eating worm bursts straight through the cavern wall, charging at them. Steve slaps his palms together, channeling mana to fight back. He urgently shouts to his companions. Remember the plan? Get out of here. I will hold this beast back. Understanding his cue, the two immediately retreat. Meanwhile, a freezing blue vortex of energy begins swirling in Steve's palm. He shoots a beam of frost, freezing the massive worm instantly. He loudly screams for his allies to get out of there. Run. The beast thrashes wildly, instantly shattering the ice, holding it back. Furious, it charges directly toward Steve. He leaps back, barely dodging the blow. With the monster this strong, trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next. Alright, we're diving right back in as that monster worm lunges, baring its razor-sharp teeth at its prey. A warning voice alerts Steve just as Elena appears right behind him, raising her bow and aiming directly at the massive beast. She releases a powerful arrow that grazes past Steve, flying straight toward the oncoming worm. The arrow completely shatters the beast's giant mouth, making it shriek in agonizing pain through the cave. Stit watches in shock, stuttering. Now that's a great shot. Sensing extreme danger, another worm quickly digs into the ground to escape, and the rest of the massive horde instantly follows suit. Stit watches their retreat with pure frustration, muttering, "Are these damn cowards seriously trying to tunnel away right now?" A spell activates. Suddenly, a giant worm bursts from the ground, launching a surprise attack through a thick cloud of dust and debris. Steve reacts instantly, slicing the massive worm clean in half, sending its severed body writhing in absolute agony. The remaining worms rush forward in unison, opening their gaping jaws to tear Stit to pieces. Suddenly, a strange green aura erupts and wraps around their massive bodies as Garrett charges in, savagely slashing at the giant worms. The powerful green energy flares wildly around him as he glances back at Stit, shouting, "I thought you said we should keep it low-key." A worm seizes the moment of distraction to strike, prompting Stit to frantically yell, "Move! Get out of there!" They both sprint to escape the giant monster's deadly trap, rushing back toward Elena, who calmly draws her bowstring and targets the beasts. Pay attention here, because Stit yells out a frantic plan to his team as the massive worm horde closes in. "Just keep running." They charge toward a heavy stone door nearby. "Close the gate, fast." They scramble inside just in time. Stit and Garrett throw their weight against the door to shut the beasts out. The monsters roar, slamming violently against the stone gate. After a while, the noise fades, prompting Garrett to ask, "Is it over?" Steve remains on guard. "Too early to drop our guard," Steve warns, finally scanning their new surroundings. "Wait, do you see that thing over there?" He stares at a frozen statue standing in the distance, muttering in disbelief. "No way. Is that the gatekeeper?" Steve nods, absolutely certain of his call. Garrett tenses up, tightly gripping his weapon and preparing for an imminent clash. "Is that really the cave guardian? It's just sitting there. Why isn't it moving?" Steve whispers, carefully assessing the situation. He picks up a small stone from the ground, muttering, "Let's test this guy out," before tossing it right at the statue. The stone clinks against the ice, but the statue remains motionless. Then, out of nowhere, its stone mouth curves into a deeply sinister, menacing grin. "I know what you're thinking, and yep," Stit senses the trap too, screaming at everyone to watch their step. Before he can finish, a massive blast of icy energy erupts, forcing Stit to desperately block a barrage of razor-sharp icicles. Fireball! A blazing burst of flame erupts, instantly shattering the Guardian's sharp ice attacks. Escaping the deadly trap, Stit wipes a streak of blood from his mouth, staring ahead. "Alright, let's see just how tough an S-Class gatekeeper really is." Stit lands firmly on his feet, as shattered shards of the Guardian's ice shower the ground all around him. Feeling the pressure, he realizes the beast is launching high-level attacks without even moving a muscle. Why is it still sitting there, completely motionless? Is it just playing with us? Or maybe it's just messing with us? Suddenly, he shouts a command to Elena. "Elena, back me up from the rear." Understanding the plan, Elena instantly repositions herself as Stit turns his attention over to Garrett. "Garrett, we take it head on. This is a real tomb boss we're dealing with." Garrett breaks a cold sweat, muttering, "Great. I'm absolutely terrified." Elena slides into position, pulling back her bowstring, ready to provide cover fire for the vanguard. Sensing the threat, the cave guardian finally begins to move. Stit charges forward, gathering pure energy into his palm to form a blazing fireball. He hurls the roaring projectile straight at the enemy. Fireball! The blazing sphere streaks through the air, successfully drawing the giant guardian's attention. A sudden wave of freezing energy erupts from the beast, stopping the fireball cold. Instantly, an absolute blizzard of freezing ice sweeps across the cavern, completely extinguishing the flames. No longer holding back, the massive guardian finally stands up to confront them, head-on. Suddenly, Stit ambushes the beast from its blind spot, throwing the massive guardian slightly off guard. He draws his blade to strike, but sharp ice spikes suddenly erupt from the ground behind him. Hearing the threat, Stit quickly pivots in surprise. The same move again? But before the ice can hit, a brilliant streak of light pierces the air toward the boss. Elena's arrow strikes the guardian dead on. With the monster momentarily distracted by the hit, Stit seizes the opening and drives his blade close. He swings with all his might, aiming directly for its head. But the guardian just smirks, grabbing the incoming blade barehanded right at its neck. Gripping the sword with terrifying force, the monster traps Stit right in front of it, channeling deadly freezing energy straight through the blade. The frostbite quickly creeps up, freezing Stit's arm solid and leaving him crying out in agonizing pain. Is he getting frozen? Stick with me, because Garrett suddenly lunges from behind, swinging his blade to save the day. Stick with me, it can't even react as it takes the full force of his blade. Suddenly, air currents bind the cave guardian, locking it in place. Steve silently praises the plan that was a perfect distraction. Immediately, he breaks free from the guardian's grip and leaps back, shouting, "Great job!" Meanwhile, Garrett suddenly flashes right in front of the beast, pointing his sword at its neck. The blade drives straight into its throat. Yet the cave guardian remains completely unharmed. It grabs the sword with its bare hand, stopping it dead. Garrett grits his teeth, unable to pull his weapon back as terror grips him. "My God," he cries out internally. "This is pathetic. Can I really not even buy him some time?" The cave guardian suddenly clenches its fists, channeling magic as razor-sharp ice spikes erupt all around its body. With energy blasting outward, it transforms into a terrifying sphere of frozen needles. Watching this, Steve feels a surge of panic, remembering what happened earlier. He just drove his blade into its head, and the thing didn't even flinch. But then he recalls its reaction. When he aimed for its head earlier, it actually dodged his piercing strike. Realizing this, he starts casting his magic. A dark sphere named Tesla conjures in his hand. He silently confirms his theory that means the beast is actually terrified of this attack. Using both hands, he hurls the twin spheres at the cave guardian. He quickly yells a warning to his nearby ally. "Garrett, watch out!" Elena seizes the perfect moment to release an arrow. The cave guardian takes the full brunt of her powerful shot. Its legs twitch as it tries to escape the danger. Suddenly, one of Steve's dark lightning spheres ambushes the beast from behind, both spheres close in, discharging high-voltage currents through its entire body, paralyzing it so it can't counterattack. Steve charges in for the finish. It's working. But pay attention here, just as the monster is stunned, he freezes in absolute shock at what this beast does next. He quickly unleashes a flash of light to strike the guardian a wind blade. But the cave guardian breaks free, firing a sudden shard of ice that impales his leg. Staring at the bleeding wound, he feels his anxiety spike. He never expected it could still fight. Though trembling in agony, Steve forces himself back up. Just one more strike, that is all I need. The leg injury severely limits his movement, but he desperately needs to land a full-force blow. Gritting his teeth, he puts everything into one final charge. Steve rushes forward with his blade, completely catching the cave guardian off guard. He points his sword straight ahead, executing his counter. After delivering the blow, he breaks into a cold sweat, anxiously waiting for the beast's reaction. Elena stares at him with bated breath, her tension highly palpable. Garrett is equally worried, anxiously following her gaze. He hesitantly whispers, "Did we do it?" Right then, massive cracks begin to splinter across the Guardian's head along Steve's slash mark, and right after, a sudden blaze ignites, spreading rapidly across its head. This shocking sight makes both Steve and Garrett widen their eyes. The fire erupts, swirling violently around the cave Guardian, while radiating intense magical heat. The beast is consumed instantly, leaving only a charred, motionless corpse. Steve thinks it's finally over and sighs in relief. But wait, we both know it's never that easy, and his hands clench in sudden panic. Oh no, the fire is spreading way too fast to escape. Fueled by a sudden gust of wind, the flames roar and engulf the entire room. Terrified, Elena quickly shields her face from the scorching embers. Oh my god, where did this fire come from? She stares at the burning guardian, wondering, is that really the same cave guardian from before? Did it transform or evolve? What on earth is happening? Looking around, she suddenly leaps down from her sniper position in pure shock. Wait a minute, where are the other two? Suddenly, a painful scream echoes right beside her. Elena looks over at Garrett, who is clutching his wounded shoulder in agony, and asks coldly, "Oh, so you're okay? But why are you alone?" Garrett pants heavily, explaining, "He used the wind pressure of his ultimate skill to blast me out of the fire." He recalls the moment Steve grabbed his collar tightly, channeling a powerful blast of wind directly from his arm. With a massive gust, Garrett was blown completely clear of the raging inferno. Now, he sadly continues his story. "When I opened my eyes, I was already lying here." He stares back toward the charred guardian burning in the fire, but I wasn't too worried because of him. Gritting his teeth, he places absolute trust in Steve's abilities. He will definitely make it out. Suddenly, Garrett turns pale with horror as he notices something bizarre in the heart of the flames. He is shocked to see Steve covered in severe wounds, trapped inside the raging vortex of fire. No, this can't be. Did he sacrifice himself for me? Elena follows his gaze and gasps in sheer terror, seeing the devastating state Steve is currently in. The intense shock leaves Elena completely numb, trapped in an endless void. What is happening? I can't hear a single thing. I can still sense Amrita, but Zit's heartbeat is entirely gone. Is he really dead? I should have stopped him. Once again, I'm just watching helplessly. Tell me, is this really where our hero's journey ends? Alright, let's jump right in. Tears stream down her face in self-blame. I'm sorry, Stet. As the flames die down, Stet lies there completely motionless. Garrett quickly raises his voice, seeing Elena completely spaced out. Hey, wake up. This is definitely not the time to be zoning out. Failing to wake her up, Garrett has no choice but to quickly draw his sword, ready to fight back. Damn it, she has lost her will to fight. This mission is a total failure, and now we just need to escape. He stands there incredibly tense, facing the charred monster that is currently evolving and growing even more powerful. Even Garrett is completely unsure if they can escape this beast. How on earth are they supposed to avoid its deadly flames? And even if they escape this room, what about those flesh-eating stone monsters waiting right outside? Seeing the Tomb Guardian suddenly launch an attack, Garrett frantically tries to think. No, I shouldn't be worrying about that right now. What am I even doing? We have to move immediately. Meanwhile, the Guardian charges up a strike in its palm. Suddenly, a faint blue aura wraps around Stet. The sudden commotion on his side snaps Elena out of her daze. Meanwhile, Garrett is under immense stress as he goes head-to-head with the burning Guardian. But pay attention here that blue aura around Stet is actually healing all of his critical burn wounds. Even death couldn't stop you, thanks to your passive skill. As the blue aura envelops him, Mortem asks if he's okay. Are you finished? Stet quickly wipes the blood from his face and snaps in frustration. Damn, that really hurt. I never wanted to experience that feeling ever again. Right then, the Guardian shapes its hand into a razor-sharp blade, aiming directly at them. With a wicked, sinister grin, it charges straight toward them, completely cloaked in raging, roaring flames. Stet clenches his fist with pure determination as a fierce aura surges through his arm. Windblade. He effortlessly deflects every single hot, fiery blast from the Guardian. Charging forward, Stet's face is flushed with sheer rage and popping veins. That might have been my second death, but I've got more energy than ever. Even the Guardian is stunned by his overwhelming aura. Fierce wind gusts slash forward like razor blades. Windblade. Stet quickly leaps backward, clearing out of the danger zone. Moving as fast as the wind, he easily evades the Guardian and retreats back to his ally's side. Picking up his dropped sword, he curses the monster. He then looks down at his shredded clothes and groans in annoyance. You burned off all my damn clothes. Seeing him alive and well, Garrett can only scream in absolute, wide-eyed disbelief. What are you anyway? Are you even human? Meanwhile, Elena's cheeks turn red as she bites her lip in frustration. Their shocked faces leave Stet feeling super awkward. He tries to smooth things over. Sorry, I didn't mean to mess with you guys. You and I know there's absolutely no time for this, as Garrett cuts him off. Explain later. She glares at their fierce enemy, pulling everyone's focus back to the real threat. We need to deal with this Tomb Guardian first, Garrett anxiously pipes up. Look, I know taking down the Tomb Guardian is our priority, but which one are we supposed to start with? He tensely continues. Is it even normal for a single tomb to have two guardians? Right now, two menacing guardians are glaring straight at them, one made of fire and the other of pure ice. Stet frowns deeply, completely lost on what is happening. Two guardians? What is actually going on here? He asks himself with growing anxiety. I've never seen this happen before. Something is seriously wrong. In that case, you two deal with the ice monster. He instructs his team. I will handle the fire one myself. We must keep them far apart. With that, he charges at the Guardian, leaving Garrett completely horrified. Are you insane? Isn't it way too dangerous to face it alone? Stet completely ignores Garrett's warnings, rushing solo toward the fire beast. Ice Wave. He fires a massive blast of absolute sub-zero energy straight at the Guardian, but with a blazing shield of fire, the beast easily blocks his icy strike. Stet scowls, determined to crush the beast. He begins focusing his raw power directly into his palm. Even if our standard skills fall short, let's show this monster who is boss. Cadaver. A mystical light gathers around his hands as dark energy from his rings fuses together. Cadaver absorbs dark energy directly from cursed items, boosting his power to a whole new level. Mortem quickly chimes in with a warning. If we use up 2 items, we'll only have 5 left. Rainford active skill, Ice Cascade. It floods the area with relentless waves of ice and snow, wiping out everything in range. A massive wave of freezing ice violently sweeps across the vast chamber. The fiery Guardian instantly channels its magic, unleashing roaring, intense flames to block Stet's freezing strike. However, Stet's icy wave completely surrounds its body. Stet quickly shouts out to his teammates. Garrett, Elena, hold them back for me. And that's where we leave it. The searing flames scorch Stet's hand. But this agonizing pain only fuels his fighting spirit for the next round. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a brutal duel as he channels energy into a small orb in his palm. Sty slams a cave guardian into the ground, yelling to his team, keep them pinned down for me. Hearing this, Elena raises her bow and aims her arrow straight at the enemy. She releases a storm-like arrow, flying straight at the other guardian, while Sty locks his focus onto the beast pinned beneath him. Alright, he mutters, glaring down fiercely. Ice energy gathers in his palm, swirling into a small, freezing vortex. It is just you and me now. Meanwhile, the Ice Guardian struggles, desperately trying to catch the arrow Elena just shot. The beast gasps as a sudden aura closes in, and Garrett appears out of nowhere, landing multiple slashes on it. Caught off guard, the monster cannot block. Yet, incredibly, Garrett's strikes fail to leave even a single scratch on its skin. He grits his teeth in pure frustration. This thing is rock solid, but he still has one final trump card. Giving him no time to plan, the Guardian counters, launching a barrage of massive ice spikes directly at Garrett. Roaring in fury, the monster unleashes a relentless assault, until a sudden, fierce arrow strikes it, catching the beast completely off guard. The arrow pierces straight into its head, leaving it writhing in sheer agony. Elena quickly screams to give Garrett the signal. Now watch this part, because Garrett instantly takes the cue. He blitzes forward like a gust of wind, closing the gap. Realizing his blade is useless, he drives a brutal knee strike directly into its chest, forcing the beast back several paces. Clutching its chest, the monster staggers back in pain. Pushed to its absolute limit, it unleashes a savage, furious roar. The Guardian charges Garrett, swinging its razor-sharp arm like a blade, sending him flying violently off to the side. Tracking its path, Garrett screams a desperate warning. Watch out. Elena freezes in absolute terror as the beast targets her. Freezing air wraps around her, and tiny ice crystals sprout from the soil. Then, a massive, jagged icicle tears through the ground, aiming straight for her. Elena nimbly ducks to the side, barely evading the lethal strike. Garrett grits his teeth, his mind racing for a solution. Damn, we can't defeat this beast if we do not find a way to work together. Suddenly, a massive wall of ice erupts from the ground, blocking his view. Oh my god. The cave guardian strikes again, transforming its arm into a massive, jagged blade of solid ice. It leaps into the air, driving its icy blade down toward Elena. She stays completely calm, raising her shield to block the devastating blow. The guardian smashes down hard on the empty space right before her. Elena holds her ground against the shockwave. Instantly, she pivots, raising her knee to deliver a heavy, direct strike. Her kick shatters the ice block on its arm into a million tiny fragments, and she immediately blurs away, leaving her position behind. Reappearing directly behind the guardian, she cocks her fist back, ready to unleash a heavy punch straight at its head. Now pay attention to this twist, because as she strikes, the cold air suddenly spikes. Elena freezes in shock. This energy is stronger than ever. The cold is so intense her hand goes completely numb, leaving her whole body paralyzed and unable to move. Thousands of ice spikes erupt from beneath her. Seeing the danger, Steve screams at the top of his lungs. Garrett, pull Elena out of there. Garrett moves in a flash, shielding Elena with his body before pulling her away from the danger zone. A massive, fiery explosion erupts right at the cave entrance the second they escape. As the blazing fire burns down, it leaves behind a thick, suffocating cloud of smoke. Emerging from the smoke, a giant rockworm opens its massive jaws, lunging to attack whatever is inside. The Ice Guardian grits its teeth, staring in sheer disbelief at this sudden monstrosity. Before it can even react, the massive worm slams down on it. Garrett looks over at Elena, checking on her. Just take a deep breath. It is completely normal to feel dizzy after your first teleport. The rockworm snaps up the Ice Guardian in its massive jaws, leaving the remaining Fire Guardian completely frozen in shock. Steve shouts to draw its attention away, yelling, "Where are you looking?" He lands a heavy strike from behind. "I am right here." Morton appears, cheering with pure excitement. "Thanks for the massive buff. Can you seriously crush solid steel with your bare hands now?" He adds eagerly, "Do not back down. Keep putting pressure on him." Hearing this, Steve delivers a crushing punch right to the Guardian's chin. An explosive uppercut lands flush, leaving the massive monster stumbling backward. Channeling power back into his fist, Steve prepares to end this fight. He violently pins the beast to the dirt and unleashes an absolutely brutal barrage of heavy punches. But suddenly, he freezes, noticing something strange happening to its body. Seeing deep cracks splitting open its hide alongside waves of boiling steam, he realizes Mantico's skin is literally burning as the temperature rises. Exploiting his brief distraction, the Guardian's hand erupts into a flaming sword, slashing directly across Steve's arm and forcing a painful scream from his throat. "Ah, do not get careless," Morton warns. "It will strike back the second you let down your guard." Desperate, Steve unleashes a wave of freezing ice energy, blasting the Guardian far away from him. Hit by the blast, the beast staggers back with a frozen arm. As Morton watches, we are left wondering what went wrong. This is bad. All right, you and I can see Steve is treading carefully here, realizing he is not the only one feeling uneasy. The cave guardian recovers instantly, grinning as it stands back up to face him. Mortem begins to explain the situation in detail. Not only is it immune to opposing elemental damage, but it does not show any signs of weakening. In fact, its raging flames are only growing stronger by the second. Steve frowns, feeling the mounting tension as he mutters, "Maybe my approach was wrong. Time to hit it again, but this time with everything I have got." Raising his hand, Steve unleashes his power, casting Fireball in his mind. The gatekeeper watches closely, completely caught off guard. The beast leaps back to avoid the incoming blaze. Mortem raises an eyebrow in suspicion, while a frustrated Steve gasps. Did he actually just dodge that? Suddenly, a thought strikes him. Wait, could this be the exact reason why the fire user split up from the ice user? Memories of the attack flash through his mind. The gatekeeper's smug look makes sense now. Their temperature spikes the moment they draw further apart. The beast tenses up, launching ice spikes that tear through the surroundings. Is this icy one acting as a cooling agent for the other? With a plan in mind, Steve channels his mana to build momentum. He is going to keep blasting this thing until it drops. He hurls a blaze directly at the monster. Another fireball hits, forcing the trembling gatekeeper to grit his teeth and shield itself. Keep your eyes on this. Steve's pupils shrink as he realizes the trick. If he keeps them separated while raising the heat, they can win. Reaching out, he expands his magic. There is no time to waste. This battle needs to end right now. In a fit of rage, Steve unleashes a sudden storm of raw mana. The vortex wraps around the gatekeeper, making it scream in agony. He locks in, gritting his teeth to control the mini black hole. The gatekeeper thrashes wildly, trapped inside the crushing magic vortex. Suddenly, Steve gasps as cracks appear on the vortex. The monster unleashes a wave of fire, shattering the magic and blasting it back. The raging flames engulf Steve, bringing him to his knees. Ignoring the surrounding mana, the fire beast charges straight toward his icy counterpart. Dodging the flames, Steve screams out, "Garrett!" The ice beast is trying to shield the fire one. "Don't let them group up." Garrett anxiously grits his teeth, watching them draw closer. "Easy for you to say. What am I supposed to do from all the way back here?" His eyes dart to Elena. "Quick, lend me that thing." Grabbing the firearm, Garrett grips it tight and fires, instantly feeling the heavy recoil. "Is this how you use it?" The blast knocks the ice beast further back, leaving the fire elemental furious. The monster shifts its target and charges directly at him. Garrett winces, clutching his arm. Ugh, the heavy recoil makes it so hard to aim. But wait, we're about to see Elena step up to shield him, desperately hoping her magic can hold them back. She conjures a fierce gust as a system panel pops up, an active upgrade skill, transforming gale winds into a massive tornado. It blows away foes with a massive blast of air, though it rarely affects targets outside its range. A wild whirlwind erupts, completely blinding everyone while instantly snuffing out the incoming wall of flames. Even Elena is stunned by its raw power. Could this be the influence of Amrita? The howling wind extinguishes the gatekeeper's flames, blowing him back several meters. Before he can recover, Steve leaps forward and stomps him down. "Enjoyed your little moment of hope?" Shoving a black hole spell directly into his face, Steve mutters, "All right, it is time for you to die." Violent mana surges and erupts like a cyclone, shredding his sleeves as the gatekeeper screams in absolute agony. The beast screeches as Steve pushes even harder. As the dust and residual magic settle, both guardians lie completely motionless. An incoming ice spike halts mid-air, instantly losing its edge as it melts into harmless drops of water. Steve stands up amidst the fading magical energy as both gatekeeper clones slowly dissolve into nothingness. He sighs deeply, while Elena looks over, clearly worried. Garrett lets out a tired smirk. This time, it's really over. Slowly, a heavy silence washes over the entire dungeon. What is next? Do we just take the artifact now? Steve puts his hands on his hips, scanning the area only to find absolutely no exits. I think the barrier cracked, revealing the relic. The item this dungeon boss was guarding is definitely the tomb's artifact. Garrett looks up, surprised. So that is the artifact? Fine, let's grab it and get out of here. I want to leave this place as soon as possible. Steve picks up the artifact, examining it closely. What exactly is this? Suddenly, a strange ripple of energy pulses from it. The radiating energy intensifies, leaving Steve with an uneasy feeling. Hey, what is wrong with this thing? Right then, Mortem starts glowing brilliantly. Hey, are you still asleep? Elena freezes as massive mana spills out, while Garrett trembles with anxiety. What on earth is happening? Steve clenches his fist, barely enduring the two opposing forces surging through him. Hey, what the hell are you doing? He asks through gritted teeth. Why are you suddenly casting a corrosion spell? Damn it, what is happening? Ugh, my head. Steve collapses onto the cold ground, sending Elena and Garrett rushing over. Outside, a torrential rain pours down as pitch-black clouds swallow the sun. Everything is washed away in the endless downpour. Inside a tent, Garrett sits resting with his eyes turned toward the heavy sky. Nearby, a hooded figure, the carriage driver, and another stranger sit around a table dimly lit by a single flickering candle. With everyone lost in silence, someone quietly grabs a bottle from the table. Garrett suddenly stands up to head outside, startling the carriage driver. Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see where he's going next. All right, let's jump back into our story, where a half-eaten loaf of bread sits under a flickering candle. Suddenly, a voice calls out, asking if she is inside. Hearing Garrett, Elena gasps, completely caught off guard. Turning around, she tells him to enter. Garrett holds a bottle, lifting the curtain as he asks how she is holding up. Garrett hands her the bottle with a warm, caring look. He warns her that while she wants to help Steve, she needs self-care too. This drink is for you. He has been out for 5 whole days now, and there is no telling when he will wake up. Elena stays completely silent, staring at the simple bed where Steve lies frozen. He looks like he is locked in a deep, endless sleep. Hesitating, Elena quietly whispers that he is actually slowly improving. She worries that although he has a long way to go, he is already stronger than day one. Elena peers inside, seeing a stream of dark magic flowing through Steve. It fills her with dread to witness that sinister black energy still flowing relentlessly throughout his body. Thinking back to the moment Steve made contact with that mysterious power source, she falls into deep speculation. He collapsed because his body simply could not handle that alien force. He absorbed all of it directly from that dark artifact. Now pay attention here. Garrett crosses his arms, sighs, and warns her that they cannot waste any more time. They have waited 5 days already. Delaying the plan further means missing their only shot to secure the goods from the brigade. Elena suddenly speaks up. Bowing her head slightly, she admits there is a way to speed up his recovery, but she is not sure if it works. Garrett opens his eyes wide in absolute shock, asking, "What? Really? Why did you not tell me sooner?" Elena shrinks back slightly, forced to admit that she has never dealt with a situation like this before. She did not want to rush into forces she does not fully understand, fearing it might only make things worse. Elena gently touches her own arm, feeling that strange energy flowing inside. She hesitates, admitting she wanted him to heal naturally, but waiting any longer will completely ruin their plans. Therefore, she is going to step in and heal him right now, using every ounce of her power. Garrett nods in agreement. Standing with hands on his hips, he decides to let her awaken Steve since it sounds like their best shot. They will prepare a carriage to carry him along. Leaving immediately gives them a real chance to catch up with the brigade. Garrett waves goodbye, slipping through the curtain. He tells her he is counting on her, leaving Elena to rub her hands and take a deep breath. Watch closely as Elena uses her own magic, cleansing the corrupt dark energy currently coursing through her arm. She realizes that to conquer this dark magic, she must gather pure energy to block it off completely. Recalling how she unleashed her powers during that past battle, she focuses all her strength and places both hands on Steve's chest. A bright wave of magic begins to gather. Grimacing and sweating profusely, she pours absolute focus into the critical healing process. Although massive amounts of magic stream from her hands, Steve remains completely motionless. Elena desperately urges herself to move faster. Meanwhile, in a mysterious void, nothing exists except a pitch-black sky decorated with faint, twinkling stars. Fragments of shattered memories slowly drift back into Steve's mind. He wonders where he is, and what his own name even is. What was he doing before this? He vaguely remembers setting off on his journey, completing quests, fighting hard, and meeting brand new friends. Strangely, he also remembers every single hardship and victory encountered during that grueling and dangerous adventure. Steve wonders who he really is, as a sudden vision flashes of an old man placing a hand on his chest, smiling warmly. Deeply confused, Steve panics as chaotic memories pile onto each other in quick succession, revealing a strange, unfamiliar room. He slowly recognizes it, followed by a hazy memory of a 3-person squad, though their faces remain completely blurred. Steve wonders whose memories these actually are. Next, a figure appears speaking, standing right in front of 3 other individuals. All 3 of them exhale deeply. Immediately after, they drop to their knees before the mysterious person to show absolute respect. Just like that, the fractured memories vanish without a trace. Elsewhere, inside a room filled with scrolls, gentle morning sunlight warms the entire room, shining on a man with light blonde hair who is slumped over his desk. Suddenly, he jolts awake. Ayan raises his head, rubbing his forehead with a deep frown, wondering when on earth he fell asleep. Peering through his fingers, his eyes go wide with shock. He gapes at 3 faint silhouettes shimmering within the light, filled with pure disbelief. Ayan cannot believe his eyes, bursting into a stunned, joyful laugh. He looks at the creations before him. A muscular, red-haired young man immediately cheers out, declaring that he finally succeeded. Beside him is a sturdy old man, unable to contain his excitement as he shouts the same thing, followed by a beautiful elf girl who is equally thrilled. Ayan stares blankly at his creations before clenching both fists in absolute triumph to celebrate. He created life, but why are they completely frozen? Trust me, you and I will find out next time. Trust me, you'll love this. A mysterious creator points his magic forward, deciding on a name Desha. Pointing at the elf girl, he begins carving her name into the air, saying, "Your name is Desha, a kind and gentle elf." Instantly, she comes to life. She gasps, opening her eyes wide with terror and confusion. Next, he points at the old man beside her. "You are a strong, upright dwarf." Instantly, the old man awakens, gasping for air, looking around in utter confusion. Next, Ibon writes the final name. "Your name is Kane. You are a strong and resilient person." The young man immediately opens his eyes, drawing breath like a human. Ibon smiles, saying, "Welcome to the world." He proudly introduces himself. "I am your creator." Hearing this, all 3 immediately drop to their knees to show their deepest respect. The red-haired youth asks earnestly, "Please, master, tell us your name." The creator simply smiles. "My name? I am." But the memory suddenly cuts off there, leaving his final words completely lost in silence. 500 years later, pay attention, because this is where our story truly starts. An armored warrior steps onto the rocky ledge, sheathes his sword, and sighs. "It has been so long since I was last here." The dwarf elder is there too, grinning widely as he greets him. "Hey there, long time no see, you idiot. How many years has it been anyway?" Annoyed, the youth gets right in his face. "What? Idiot? You are the real idiot here. You look totally ridiculous in that armor. Didn't father teach you anything about fashion? The old dwarf plays dumb. And what is up with that weird glove anyway? The dwarf scowls. Oh, look who decided to become Mr. Grumpy today. He grins, throwing a heavy punch to challenge him. How about a quick fight to see who ends up on top? Not backing down, the young warrior gleefully hoists his glowing weapon onto his shoulders. Sounds like a plan. I am not leaving here until I teach you a proper lesson. Both of them charge up, ready to clash. Suddenly, a sword flies out of nowhere as a voice calls for Cain. Desha frowns at them. What on earth do you two think you are doing? This is father's land. If you want to fight, go somewhere he cannot see. Cain laughs nervously, scratching his head. Come on, we were not actually going to fight. Eston mimics him, nodding quickly. Exactly. Why is it that you always manage to terrify us every single time we meet, Desha? You are always so stiff. Desha turns and walks away, with the two guys rushing to catch up. Hey, wait for us. Their playful banter echoes all the way back to the cabin, where they call out to their beloved creator. Inside, the old man starts in surprise. Let's pause and appreciate his warm, beaming smile as he welcomes back his beloved creations. He asks, long time no see. How have you all been? Inside their childhood home, a deeply apologetic voice speaks up. Please forgive us, Father. We really should have visited you much more often than this. The old man chuckles, guiding them inside. Smiling warmly, he says, I know you all have busy lives out there. There is absolutely no need to apologize. Stepping inside, the three of them look around the room. Staring at the absolute mess, they are totally speechless. It is a bit untidy, but make yourselves at home. Let me fetch some fruit, the old man says. Desha sighs, frowning. She raises her hand, casting a quick cleaning spell. You really should clean up more. Father, have you even dusted once since we last visited? The old man chuckles at her remark. Haha. Honestly, I stopped caring about housekeeping ever since I started living by myself. All of the cluttered items begin to lift off the ground, floating gracefully under Desha's magical control. In the blink of an eye, the entire room is transformed. Books fly back to the shelves, leaving the space beautifully organized. As the last few items arrange themselves, Cain sits down, sighing helplessly. Come on, Desha, we haven't seen Father in forever, and all you do is clean. Yeah, why are you so obsessed with cleaning? Though, I have to admit, it does look much better now. Cain just stares blankly, completely speechless, while their master calmly continues to peel an apple as if nothing is happening, still directing her magic. Desha glares back coldly. Keep complaining, and I might just clean you out of this house too. Eston snaps back in frustration. Excuse me? How about I rearrange your pretty face for you instead? Hearty laughter fills the tiny cottage, bringing it to life once again. And with that, another memory begins to surface. 500 long years have passed since the creator first breathed life into his three children. Of all his incredible abilities, the trio inherited his gift of creation the absolute most. Every single one of them holds an immense power of their own. Eston stands atop a high stone ledge, gazing down at the cascading waterfalls and villages. Just like their father, they all yearned to design new life. They began shaping creations in their own image, with Desha building a peaceful woodland town among the ancient trees. Before long, the barren world was teeming with life. Cain sat cross-legged, watching his bustling town thrive below him. Before long, they were worshipped as literal gods, and we can easily see why. Suddenly, a gentle question pulls them back to reality. So, how has life been lately? Their father grins, adding, It feels like we haven't caught up in centuries. Let's dive into this world as Cain spins his chair, asking, You already know what humans are like, right? They are pretty much like 3 years ago, farming, building shelters, and lately, keeping busy dealing with those monsters. Desha and Eston stay quiet, closely watching their father's reaction. As he asks about the beasts, Eston sips his water and continues. About 50 years ago, strange creatures suddenly appeared and started attacking everything in sight. We have no idea where they came from, and their numbers just keep growing every year. Glancing at the gear scattered across the floor, the old man mutters, I see, so that is why you brought those weapons. Just a few centuries ago, technology like this didn't even exist. Cain chuckles, saying, We don't really have to use them, but by law, we still have to lead the way. He turns toward a neatly stacked pile of scrolls, asking curiously, By the way, Father, you still seem as busy crafting as ever, huh? Desha also glances over at the old man relaxing in his chair. Hearing the question, the old man replies, Well, yes, indeed. Eston reaches out, picking up one of the scrolls with a curious grin. So, what are you making here? The old man instantly flashes next to him, slaps his hand, and snatches the scroll back. Smiling, he warns, Hands off. Nursing his stung hand, Eston asks in shock, Huh? Why? Why is that? Well, watch closely, because the old man keeps his creations mysterious. He smiles, saying, I will tell you when it is done. Until then, it is a secret. Anyway, I really want to hear all about your own creations and achievements. After all, you are their leaders. As evening starts to fall, bright lights continue to illuminate the outside of the house. With the teacups now empty, a soft, grateful voice breaks the silence. Today was truly wonderful, Father. Desha smiles, pulling on his gloves. Sadly, the kids are waiting for me, so I must go. Eston, now fully geared up in his armor, waves his hand with a warm grin. It was great seeing you, Father. You should come visit my place in a few days. The old man laughs in response. Haha, I will definitely make a trip over as soon as I finish this research project. Suddenly, the old man turns. Do you have to leave too? Startled, Kane looks up. Ah yes, I should probably get going as well. As their voices fade into the distance, the old man stands completely still, silently watching them go. Once they are gone, he rushes inside and slams the door shut. He leans his back against it, looking utterly exhausted and drained of strength. Slowly, he collapses onto the floor. With his head bowed, his face darkens as cold sweat pours down his body. A long time passes, but his condition does not improve at all. Let's pause here. Why is he sweating so heavily as he whispers? That was close. Meanwhile, under a bright moon illuminating the forest, Garrett and the others are riding hard without stopping. Inside the carriage, Elena is desperately trying to heal Steve. Right behind them, masked figures and the rest of the crew transport the heavy cargo. Feeling anxious, Garrett keeps glancing back at the carriage, unable to shake his deep unease. Inside, Elena unleashes a massive wave of magic, channeling it directly into Steve, who remains completely motionless with no sign of waking. Grimacing, Elena bites her lip and strains, sweat pouring down her face. Suddenly, the skull ring on Steve's finger begins radiating a bizarre, dark energy that spikes at an alarming rate. A sudden blast of power erupts from the ring, forcing Elena to quickly jump back in shock. She shields herself, her eyes filled with extreme caution as black magic fiercely pulsates all around Steve. Elena cautiously reaches out again, using her own magic to actively suppress the ominous dark force. Placing both hands on his chest, she relentlessly channels her power to hold the corruption back. Panting heavily, she is completely covered in sweat. She wonders in confusion, because usually, energy flows naturally like water or wind. Yet, this energy resists being absorbed as if it has its own consciousness. No, that is impossible. What am I even thinking? Seeing Elena gasp for air, Garrett grows increasingly anxious. He peers in, asking, Hey, any progress? Is he showing any signs of waking up? Elena keeps working. Without even looking at Garrett, she stays entirely focused on healing Steve. She says, Do not pressure me. This is extremely difficult. Garrett feels a bit awkward. Turning away, he continues steering the carriage while awkwardly scratching his cheek, muttering, Right, carry on then. Guess I will just talk to myself. The carriages keep pressing forward at full speed, ignoring the dark night and the eerie, dangerous forest surrounding them. A crew member gently takes the reins, telling Garrett, Boss, you should get some rest. Letting go, he replies, Ah, thanks. Before climbing back inside the carriage, leaning against the wall, he asks if she is okay. Elena is wrapped in a blanket, dozing off against the wooden frame. Waking up with a start, she rubs her groggy eyes. Still visibly exhausted, she mumbles in a half-asleep voice, I am fine. Garrett sits on a nearby crate, his voice full of genuine concern. It has already been 8 days. I know my talking might tire you, but do not push yourself too hard. Elena returns to Steve's side, insisting, I am really fine. Garrett sighs heavily. Come on, Brian. He stares at Steve's pale, unconscious face. And trust me, you and I are both holding our breath for what comes next. All right, stick with me, because we are diving straight into chaos. Garrett wakes up to sudden panic. Sir, there is a strange noise coming from the forest nearby. Garrett pokes his head out of the carriage, completely confused. He asks the tiny driver, Wait, what is that sound? The driver is also incredibly anxious. Suddenly, a bizarre wind, or rather, a mysterious, fast-moving shadow streaks through the forest at an absolutely terrifying speed. It sends leaves and branches flying everywhere. Garrett, feeling the tension, tightly grips his sword to defend himself. He loudly warns the group, Something is out there, be careful. Right then, a glowing magical bull suddenly charges out of nowhere. It runs alongside them, slamming repeatedly into the masked man's carriage, forcing him to scramble up and grab his weapons. Panic sets in. Garrett yells out to everyone, We are under attack! Get ready to fight, now! The chased carriages dash forward at full speed. Someone screams in absolute terror. Wait, sir! That direction is highly dangerous. A sinister voice echoes from the shadows. Well, well. What do we have here? What a delightful little surprise. A massive, muscular woman steps down from a bizarre vehicle powered by strange energy. She smirks and says, You are actually way more handsome than your wanted poster. Now pay attention here, because the sharp-eyed guy inside the carriage sneers, We wondered if it was you. Looks like we were right. Garrett glares at them, on high alert. He coldly demands, Are you guys after the bounty on my head? The muscular fighter with a scarred eye laughs and replies, "Not exactly. We are, act- we are actually looking for the Gazot mercenaries." In the distance, a cargo carriage bearing a prominent dragon emblem speeds down the road. Their leader continues, "A legendary mercenary group like that does not just vanish without a trace." Garrett grits his teeth, sweating profusely as his wariness peaks. Garrett is completely bewildered right now. How the hell did they manage to catch up to us? His enemy looks at him, grinning with pure triumph. "It does not matter if you lose an arm or a leg, as long as you are still breathing. So you had better do exactly as we say. And let me make this clear. Leave him to me." Instantly, the thugs waiting behind the vehicle leap forward into action, while the sharp-eyed man inside just sits back, silently observing everything. A black-clad assassin lunges with his sword straight at Garrett. Garrett struggles to grip the carriage frame, trying desperately to stand and fight back. Suddenly, a javelin flies through the air, stabbing the attacker in his side. He grimaces, loses his balance, and crashes heavily onto the ground right beside the carriage. You and I both know backup is key here. The masked ally standing at the front brandishes his weapons, shouting, "We will cover you!" The other driver does his absolute best too, pulling hard on the reins to keep the wild carriage under control. 3 swordsmen on Garrett's side charge toward the enemy, screaming, "Sally, drive us closer, get us right next to them." The sharp-eyed man inside gets annoyed. He raises a hand glowing with eerie blue magic and mutters, "Do not do anything stupid." From his palm, a dense black smoke emerges. It quickly solidifies into a mystical crow with wings shining in a bright, vibrant blue light. He commands, "Go." The magical crow instantly launches forward, soaring straight toward the target. It slashes across the arms of the incoming swordsman, leaving them groaning in agonizing pain. Garrett's eyes widen, his mouth hanging open in sheer shock. Can he actually control spirit beasts, he wonders, before quickly shouting to his comrades who are trying to attack, "Do not worry about me. Pull the carriage back. You will all get hurt if you get too close." The enemy leader laughs with amusement at Garrett's concern. "Ah, how very thoughtful of you." The sharp-eyed man recalls the crow back to his hand, frowning silently. Suddenly, he flicks 2 fingers to the side, altering the flow of his glowing magical energy. Garrett senses the danger and quickly looks over. The magical crow, surging with intense power, suddenly swoops right past Garrett's arm. Unable to dodge in time, he instinctively raises his arm to block, even though he is currently in his invisible state. Garrett winces and groans. Suddenly, he realizes, "Ah, so that is how they tracked me down." Hearing his voice, the crow instantly snaps its head back toward him. It wraps its body into a dense ball of energy, locking Garrett in place. The sharp-eyed mage begins to lose his patience. He mutters, "What an annoying technique. My spirit beasts are draining too much mana, so go ahead and pin him down for me." The leader smirks deviously. "Sounds like fun." Suddenly, another assassin clad in black leaps right onto the roof of Garrett's carriage. Garrett looks up in shock. The enemies call out to each other, "Let us see what kind of monster he really is." Garrett leaps onto the roof to face them, starting to unleash his own magical energy as even more enemies swarm the carriage. They are ready to strike at any moment. Swordsmen and spear wielders alike tense up, preparing for an intense clash. They slash repeatedly at Garrett, but his body acts like a phantom, letting their blades pass right through him. The enemies are completely stunned. Garrett thrusts a dagger, sending his spectral arm straight through an enemy's face, leaving the thug absolutely paralyzed with shock. The thug stares in absolute disbelief at the translucent arm passing right through his own head. In that split second, Garrett presses his blade against the assassin's neck. His body slowly materializes as Garrett glides past them. And trust me, you and I are about to see him end this entire fight in a blink. All right, you and I are jumping right into a fight where the bad guys are already panicking and changing plans. His partner anxiously whispers, "Who goes first then?" But the other guy goes completely silent. Dual-wielding his long daggers, Garrett growls with absolute fury. "You wanted to take me alive, didn't you? Well, go ahead and try it, you arrogant bastards." Tassa watches the standoff and laughs, calling out to her men, "Hey, geniuses, stop chasing him around. Why don't you take a look inside that carriage instead?" Her words startle Garrett right in the middle of battle because he realizes she has figured something out. He must be protecting someone inside. Inside the carriage, Elena is biting her lip, desperately using her magic to heal Sid. Panic flashes in Garrett's eyes. Glancing at Tassa, he curses, "Damn it!" while the other 2 thugs quickly realize the truth. Smirking slyly, one of them stays behind to hold Garrett off, while the other leaps onto the roof to break into the carriage. They move too fast, leaving Garrett staring in shock. Peering inside, the cloaked thug grins triumphantly as he spots his target. Suddenly, a sharp noise makes him snap his head back. Elena flinches too, but she keeps pouring her energy into healing Sid, ignoring him. Now, pay attention here. Watch how Garrett suddenly blazes in, utilizing his magic power. With a brutal kick, He smashes the assassin's face, sending blood flying. The thug crashes backward, gritting his teeth in absolute disbelief. He screams, "How the hell?" Garrett tightens his grip on his dagger, warning fiercely, "Attack me all you want, but I won't let you." Before Garrett can even finish, the other thug on the roof aims his spear right at Garrett's arm, casting a temporary binding spell to freeze him. The enemy shouts, "Now!" Garrett quickly pulls his arm back, twisting his body to dodge the strike. Damn! With a few lightning-fast moves, Garrett slashes the guy across the back, sending him plunging down from the roof. Elena shivers at the brutal sight. Rubbing his shoulder, Garrett anxiously calls out to her, "I am so sorry. I did not mean to drag you into this mess." Right then, another masked thug charges at Garrett's blind spot with insane speed. Elena acts fast, ripping out the dagger still embedded in the fallen enemy's chest. She hurls the blade straight at the assassin's face, forcing him back. Garrett grits his teeth, spinning around in sheer panic. He watches the enemy crash hard onto the dirt road, falling far behind. Forcing a smile, Garrett looks back at Elena. Nice throw. Elena's face, however, is incredibly tense and angry. One hand keeps healing Sid while her other arm remains frozen in her throwing stance. Tassa refuses to watch anymore and enters the fray. She sneers mockingly. "You two look so incredibly fragile." With a twisted laugh, she tells them they're playing dirty. Honestly, can you believe her audacity? The hooded youth gets anxious, warning, "Watch out, she's planning something." Garrett mutters in agreement as the surrounding magic energy starts violently fluctuating. The aura gathers into a single point, and with one devastating swing, she completely slices off the carriage's roof. Everyone screams. As the wooden ceiling gets shredded above them, Garrett and Elena frantically shield their heads with their arms. Biting his lip in pure terror, Garrett snaps his head toward Elena. "Listen, I'll go hold that witch back. Can you wake him up while I buy us some time?" Elena presses both hands down, pushing her mana to the absolute limit to revive the unconscious Sid. "We are in serious trouble." Elena grits her teeth as fresh blood leaks from her mouth, thinking, "It's still way too early." Gripping her massive weapon, Tassa radiates a swirling torrent of crimson magical energy. She sneers at them with pure mockery. "Did you really think you could stop me? You're forgetting that we've been going incredibly easy on you." To Garrett, Tassa looks like a towering giant bringing down a devastating strike, lightning crackling violently all around her. She barks, "All we need is your head." Garrett turns pale, cold sweat drenching his body as he stares in complete disbelief. He curses silently. "Oh no, is she actually strong enough to swing something that heavy? If I try to block this, I am dead or permanently crippled." Garrett remembers Elena is still desperately healing Sid inside. He struggles with the impossible choice. If I dodge this, the carriage will be completely obliterated with them inside. Damn it. Clutching his wounded shoulder, the magical aura around Garrett begins to fade. He mutters to himself, I am so sorry." Accepting his grim fate, Garrett stops channeling his magic entirely. In bitter pain, he thinks, "Everyone, please forgive me." Garrett looks up at the massive, terrifying attack falling straight toward his face. He completely lets go of everything, bracing himself to face his inevitable death. Suddenly, a colossal pillar of energy erupts out of nowhere. It slams right into the carriage, blasting the nearby enemy vehicles high into the sky. Garrett's eyes widen in sheer shock. He has no idea what's happening. And trust me, you and I are just as stunned as Elena right now. A quiet voice breaks the heavy silence, whispering, "My bad." Sid breathes out a trail of smoke, his eyes blazing with fury and absolute power. Let's dive in as raw, overflowing magic surges through our hero. Sitting in a dark pine forest, the group is resting, lighting a campfire to keep warm while eating. That is when Garrett speaks up, saying he never expected they would reach their meeting spot this early. "Your timing was perfect, but how on earth did you take out all those pursuers with a single blow?" Steve looks at his arm. "Honestly, I had no choice given the situation." Then, he asks, "By the way, who even were those people chasing us?" Garrett answers, "I think they were actually after me. I have heard of mercenary bands that specialize in hunting down wanted criminals. They must be one of those groups." He then adds, "By the way, you should really treat her better. She was ready to sacrifice herself if you did not wake up." Garrett warns Steve while looking at the peacefully sleeping Elena. Steve listens and smiles. "You are right. I definitely owe her one this time." Garrett says, "Either way, we need to wait right here for the caravan to figure out our next move. So, get as much rest as you can." He waves goodbye to Steve, saying, "If this job succeeds, it will benefit a lot of people. Just get some sleep." Steve waves back. But pay attention here, as his hand starts glowing. He decides it is finally time to get some real answers. The ring on his hand begins to glow, prompting Steve to ask what it truly is. He continues, "I am not talking about the dream, but that black artifact from before." Suspecting something is off, he demands, "Why did you absorb it?" The ring remains silent, making Steve shout in anger, "Answer me!" That is when a sudden voice appears, declaring, "You are not ready yet." Annoyed, Steve replies, "So you do know something. If you keep hiding things, how can I ever trust you or work together?" The ring falls silent once again, leaving Steve feeling completely helpless and frustrated. He cannot recall ever seeing that garden, the house, or those people. It cannot be real, the only race that still believes in God. Steve remembers Elena drawing her bow with pure, murderous intent. How could Destra, the Earth God, be so utterly repulsive? Danton also warned that if anyone dared to disturb him with this matter, he swore by Exxon, Lord of Hell, to drag them to the deepest abyss, if he absolutely had to. Steve is doubtful. Connecting the dots, he wonders about the elves and the dwarves, Destra, the elf deity, and the dwarf god. If those two actually exist, then the final one must be the god of humans. Steve clutches his head, realizing he might have actually seen the gods and the supreme creators themselves. But just then, Elena suddenly interrupts his deep train of thought. Steve quickly rushes over to check on her. "I am so glad you are awake. How are you feeling?" Startled, Elena steps back and replies, "I am fine, really." Steve smiles. "Thank you for waking me up. I truly appreciate it." Elena shyly turns away, muttering, "Do not worry about it." From a distance, Garrett calls out, "Hey, you two lovebirds. Now that you are awake, get over here." Steve is stunned. Lovebirds? That idiot. Meanwhile, Elena blushes from the teasing and quickly clears her throat to hide it. Steve follows Garrett, placing his hands on his hips. "What is it?" Garrett replies, "I am not sure how much time we have left. We need to come up with a plan as soon as possible." Garrett pulls out some binoculars and says, "Take a look." Now take a look with Steve as he peers into the distance. "Is that the caravan we have been waiting for?" Garrett nods. "Yes, it is still pretty far, but considering how long we have delayed, they will be close in no time." Garrett suggests that the scouts he sent out yesterday should return any minute now, so they must prepare. He draws some abstract plans, making Steve quite skeptical. "I do not plan on attacking, but do you even understand this layout?" Garrett replies, "We have much more experience than you think. We get each other." Suddenly, a scout runs up to report, and Garrett speaks. "Speak of the devil, my man is back." "How is the caravan?" Bernard pants heavily. "Sir, it is not looking good." Garrett points a branch at him. "I knew robbing a military caravan would be tough, but is it really that bad? What exactly is the issue?" Bernard takes Garrett's branch and starts drawing lines on the ground. "First, we cannot even get close to them." Garrett is shocked. "What? Why?" Steve notes they really do understand each other. Bernard continues, "They have an Akura's controller. They will spot us if we get within 1,000 paces." Steve asks, "An Aku what?" Elena chimed in, "An Akura's. It is an incredibly intelligent avian monster, with vision as sharp as an elf's. But I had no idea they could actually be tamed." Garrett replies, "They can be, but you must train them from the moment they hatch, and they only remain loyal to a single master. Plus, being extremely rare, they possess an absolutely massive detection radius." Steve crosses his arms with a sigh. "Is there any other problem?" He then glances over at Elena. We can clearly see her arm is trembling. An Akura's is worth a fortune, but Steve is totally confused by this. Who even cares how much they are worth anyway? Bernard explains, "Normally, the absolute best way to protect a caravan is deploying teams of mages for both offense and defense, utilizing mana detection skills." "That is true," Steve agrees. Bernard continues, "Stick with me, we might actually have a good shot if the caravan's security team is vulnerable, has their gear packed with dyspolium." Garrett thinks, then replies, "You are right, but if they are already using dyspolium, it will also weaken the effectiveness of whatever magic they throw at us. It is our only option," Elena offers. "Leave that part to me. 1,000 paces is nothing to me." Saint stops her. "No way. You need to rest instead of pushing yourself too hard." Elena reassures him, "I am strong enough to take down a bird. If you are worried, I will fire just one shot and come right back." Saint sighs. "You are too stubborn." Garrett shrugs. "Well, I am not stopping you if you are that determined. Honestly, without your sharpshooting skills, we will never even get close to them." Feeling uneasy, Saint has no choice but to agree. "Fine, just one shot then," Elena says. Garrett nods, already mapping out the most optimal strategies. "If we eliminate that bird, we gain a massive strategic advantage." Then he turns and asks, "What about the dyspolium?" "We are not entirely sure yet. We need a plan." Saint smiles confidently like it is nothing, raising his ring with a smug look. "Even with dyspolium, I can still trigger my magic." At dawn, the caravan sets off on their journey. Benedict looks down from his horse. "Tired yet? We have been riding non-stop from south to north. Everyone must be exhausted," he continues. "But we must reach the northern tip as fast as possible. The mission ends once we deliver these materials. Just a bit further." Thao replies with a firm, "Understood, sir." Suddenly, an eagle swoops down from the sky, diving straight toward Benedict. It lands precisely on the leather glove he had already held out for it. It perches there perfectly. Watching from behind, Thao whispers, "What an incredible creature." The other soldier replies, "You think so? It is highly dangerous and tough to train, but extremely loyal and an absolute master at hunting." They admire the eagle on Benedict's arm, praising its beauty and utility before he feeds it and lets it fly off again. Now I get why people breed them. Suddenly, mid-flight, the eagle plummets from the sky, crashing right in front of Tao. He stares in utter disbelief. What on earth? An arrow has pierced its heart, leaving it gasping and trembling on the dirt. A shout rings out. "Ambush! Weapons out! Take your positions!" Benedict freezes in absolute shock. What? An attack? Who would be stupid enough to target a royal caravan? Now pay attention, arrows rain down, catching these elite soldiers off guard. Those tips are coated in dyspolium to easily neutralize mages. The raiders leap out of nowhere, slashing through the royal guards and painting the ground with blood. Benedict watches in horror as his entire unit gets slaughtered. How is this even possible? He looks at the battlefield. Wait a second. Are they using artifacts? Cold sweat drips down. Artifacts run on dark energy, not mana, which is exactly why their dyspolium is completely useless here. Panicking, he orders his men to regroup, push forward to assist the cavalry, and defend the rear. Suddenly, a voice screams, "Sir, we are in deep trouble. Someone is hitting us from behind, and I think it is a mage." The ring on Saint's finger sneers, "Fools. They can shoot all they want, but it won't do a thing. You and I both know what happens next." Saint marches toward the royal guard as their nervous line forms up. "Don't panic. If we close the gap, we can take him down with our dyspolium-coated weapons," Saint says coldly. "You want to say something?" He raises his ring toward them. "Yeah, don't worry. This won't even take 5 minutes." He mutters, "You are being cocky again." Without another word, Mortem releases his terrifying dark power, shooting beam after beam straight into the soldiers. It pierces through them like pure light. And a split second later, the soldiers instantly lose consciousness. The last soldier alive looks at his comrades in shock. What is happening? Then, a sudden attack strikes him. His head flies off as he joins his fallen allies. The surviving guards panic, completely overwhelmed. What is going on? "Oh, check this out," Saint says. One of the dead guards is possessed by Mortem's power, muttering, "Move it, idiots," shocking everyone. What kind of monster is inside him? The possessed soldier smiles, holds his sword to his own neck, and brutally ends his own life. The remaining guards look around frantically. What just happened? Why are they slaughtering their own comrades? After absorbing the dark object and meeting the requirements, death acts as the catalyst to unlock a brand new skill. This soul possession skill releases death energy from the ring, allowing him to take over other bodies and control them completely. It is simple but terrifying for a few hours. He can freely possess anyone. The helpless commander screams, "What are you doing?" Saint steps forward. "What do you think? We are just taking back what you stole." He channels power into his enchanted sword. Sweating helplessly, the soldier stares at Street. "Trust me, you do not want to miss this." "All right, let's jump right into this madness." Steve slashes his opponent in one strike, blood splattering everywhere as a spirit possesses someone behind him. The spirit smirks, saying, "I had no idea having a body would be this convenient." Steve sighs and asks, "Why are you so shocked? Have you really never thought about having your own body before?" At that moment, an arm wraps around Steve's sword as Mortem admits, "Sometimes, when you make me worry, I actually consider stealing your body." Mortem and Sty lock eyes, both of them sharing a smirk. Sty asks, "And you think I would let you?" Then, he brutally finishes off his target. Mortem laughs, boasting, "You definitely have the guts to fight. Just stand back and watch, kid. I want to enjoy this feeling as much as I can." Steve smirks, replying, "It is a strange feeling." Meanwhile, Benedict sweats, gritting his teeth. What is going on? I must get the cargo out first. Who is that ghost-like figure out there? Garrett slashes a soldier's shoulder, leaving the others stabbing nothing but his empty afterimage. Even though a spear pierces Mortem, he still unleashes a counterattack, completely crushing the enemy soldiers. Benedict watches, wondering why his own soldiers are slaughtering each other. Now, pay attention here. Thao draws his sword in absolute rage, watching the bandits slaughter his allies and raid the carriage. He screams out, "Lord Benedict, please give us the order. They will steal everything if we do nothing." Benedict suddenly leaps down from his horse, taking Thao completely by surprise. Benedict commands, "First, we need to regroup the army." Drawing his sword, he blitzes toward Garrett, who gasps in shock as the commander charges straight at him. Benedict strikes with a heavy slash. Garrett barely raises his blade in time to block the incoming blow. Garrett grits his teeth, struggling against the overwhelming pressure. He is too fast. Benedict swings another lethal strike, forcing Garrett to desperately leap backward. Benedict frowns, realizing the danger. Is he retreating to activate an artifact? He instantly accelerates, closing the gap before Garrett can react. Leaping into the air, Benedict winds up a powerful kick, muttering, "I will not let you." The jewel on Garrett's cloak begins to glow, but it is already too late. Benedict's foot makes solid contact. Benedict delivers a devastating kick, blasting Garrett backward as pain flits across his face. Garrett slams hard against a tree root, gasping in agony. Damn it, he attacked before I could even trigger the cloak. You and I can feel the tension as Benedict charges again. Their swords clash, metal shrieking as both men struggle in a deadly lock. Benedict glares in absolute fury, roaring. Are you trying to destroy the kingdom? Do not forget who you are stealing from. Sweating heavily, Garrett struggles to hold him back. Sabotage? The Benesian royals have plundered the people for centuries. Even the elves know it. Do you honestly think you can rob citizens just to fund your path forward? You only do this to satisfy your own greed. Benedict grits his teeth. How dare you? Just then, Thao charges in. Benedict yells, Thao, capture him. But when Benedict looks back, he freezes in shock. Thao swings his sword at Benedict, forcing his own commander to desperately block. What are you doing? Thao possessed by Mortem musters. Oh, you blocked that? Mortem reveals his presence, having full overwhelmed. Hello there. Benedict trembles in disbelief, whispering Thao's name. Stamping his foot down, Mortem lunges forward. An immense arc of energy slashes down from above, leaving Benedict stunned. What the hell is this? A massive explosion rocks the entire forest. Benedict stands there, unable to believe what just went down. Impossible! As dawn breaks in the forest, Steve leans against a tree, breathing heavily. Thank goodness the battle lasted under 10 minutes since activating that crazy skill. If it went on any longer, things would have gotten extremely dangerous for him. Garrett holds a flask, tossing it over to Steve. I was wondering where you went. I had no idea you were over here throwing your guts up. Did that skill make you sick? Catching the flask, Steve sighs. Yeah, it did not help. Have you and your men wrapped things up yet? Nearby, the men secure the cargo on the carriages. Garrett answers. They are doing great. Thanks to you, the enemies did not dare touch us. So, are we done here? Chugging the water, Steve nods. Yes, we both got exactly what we came for. Garrett grins. Why do you ask? Do you want to keep working with me? Steve scowls instantly. Not a chance. Garrett bursts out laughing. I guess this is where we part ways then. I am heading back to Greya. This whole job took way longer than expected, so I need to hurry. Steve finishes his drink, sighing heavily. What about the caravan? The screen shifts, showing poor, cloaked citizens struggling to survive under dilapidated shelters. Garrett replies, I will deliver these goods to those who need them. Too many people in this kingdom are helpless and starving. We have a long journey ahead. It is time to set off. Garrett points behind him toward Bernard. I have already asked Bernard to escort you, and he will wait to take you anywhere in the capital. Meanwhile, a weary Elena rests in the carriage. Garrett adds, that young girl looks pretty exhausted, so why do not you let us handle the rest? He cheerfully asks, so, do you know where you are heading next? Steve pauses, thinking, before replying. Well, I suppose. The screen shifts to the busy capital. Inside a mansion, Raptor sits on a sofa, deep in thought. A voice asks, Raptor, going out again? Trust me, you do not want to miss what comes next. Let's dive into this royal drama as he chuckles at his guest. Well, look who it is. Why don't you sit down and have a drink with me, little brother? Anfet stands there, confused, staring at the freshly poured glass and wine bottle resting on the table. He mentions it is a 95 Anskill vintage, smelling incredibly expensive. Anfet takes a seat opposite him, completely serious, and says, I am not here for a drink. Cut the small talk. How many did you find? Raptors goes silent, pondering. Resting his chin on his hand, Raptors closes his eyes and replies, Only 3. I was not very lucky. Gazing at the sword on the wall, he smiles. I gave 2 away to some low-ranking royal guards, but kept this one because it looked pretty cool. Anfet sighs, closing his eyes in sheer disbelief. Raptors, please stop handing out priceless relics to random people. A flashback shows a warrior struggling as raw relic energy forces his muscles to bulge. Anfet warns that to keep this royal war from getting worse, even if they are banned from hoarding relics, he, as the eldest, must set an example. A hand grips the sword as Raptors scoffs. You worry too much, brother. I only keep the actually useful ones. He draws the relic blade, crackling with static electricity, and asks with a playful smirk on his face, Do you want one? Anfet stays dead serious, firmly gripping his own relic staff as its orb glows with pure energy. I do not need another. This single relic is more than enough for me. Raptor sinks back into his chair, taking a sip and sighing. So, have you heard any juicy rumors lately? How is our little brother Jero doing anyway? Anfet replies calmly. He is doing fine, living a quiet, peaceful life. Apparently, he visited recently without telling a soul. Pay attention here, because Raptor suddenly sets his glass down and mutters, well, that is not what Idrin said. Leaning forward, his expression turns dead serious. Are you absolutely sure nothing out of the ordinary happened? Anfet raises a hand and sighs, picturing his younger brother, saying that is all he knows. Secretly, he realizes Idrin is acting incredibly shady. Raptors just sits there, deeply lost in thought. Benia has 3 princes. To the public, they look like loving brothers. But behind closed doors, a toxic cold war is constantly brewing. And in this silent war, Raptors holds the ultimate advantage. As the crown prince, he stands surrounded by mountains of gold. He has the ultimate claim to the throne, flanked by his 2 trusted advisors, with loyal powerhouses like Idrin and Mar by his side. He holds total control over the kingdom's vast resources. Meanwhile, his 2 younger brothers, Anfet and Jero, are forced to stand in his shadow. I know what you are thinking. Are they just going to take this? Well, look at their faces. They are definitely plotting something. Unwilling to truly submit, both younger brothers handle Raptors in their own distinct ways. Jero flat out ignores Raptors, openly turning his back on the crown prince. This drives the eldest brother crazy. After all, as the youngest, Jero barely has a shot at the throne. We see Jero standing in a military camp. Despite his young age, he was sent to the frozen northern border, forced to train and fight in extremely dangerous conditions. But as for Anfet, he plays a completely different game. Cunning and calculated, he plays the supportive brother, lurking in the shadows while keeping himself perfectly safe. By managing the royal treasury and acting as his brother's trusted advisor, Anfet paints a picture of ultimate loyalty, always standing right behind him. Behind the scenes, he secretly hones his skills, quietly securing his own power. He has absolutely zero intention of obeying his brother, yet his face remains perfectly calm and cooperative. But then, Raptors breaks the silence, his expression shifting into something genuinely terrifying. You are not planning to betray me, are you, Anfet? Anfet quickly raises his hands, laughing innocently to play it off. Of course not. In reality, even though the 2 younger brothers compete, they both know getting rid of Raptors is priority number 1. They have every reason to team up. Anfet stands up, saying, I shouldn't take up any more of your precious time, brother. He turns to open the heavy door. Raptor sits in silence with his eyes closed as Anfet adds, I must be going. Throwing a polite smile over his shoulder, Anfet says, next time, the drinks are on me. Raptor silently watches him walk away. Meanwhile, our story shifts to the dusty outskirts of northern Benea. Elena wakes up in a moving carriage to a strange herbal scent. Riding with her are her companions, Steed and Bernard. Holding the reins, Bernard looks back at Elena and reassures her, we will reach Ken very soon, and get the medicine you need. Meanwhile, Steed ponders the sudden boom in drug sales. Trust me, you and I are not ready for what is coming next. Let's see why Stetch wonders how that Garrett guy found out about this. Elena lets out a tired sigh, still looking exhausted as she weakly replies, I'm fine, her voice sounding completely hollow. Mortem appears in Stetch's mind and warns, I can see it through her mana flow. She is far from fine. Stetch agrees silently. Then why don't you try creating a bow? Stetch suggests. Elena holds a faintly glowing artifact and channels her magic into it. 2 streams of power erupt from both ends of the grip. Suddenly, Elena grits her teeth in sheer pain, her hands shaking until the flowing magic completely dies out. Clutching her trembling arm after the failed magic channeling, she lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh. Witnessing this, Stetch warns her, see? If you keep pushing yourself like that, you will lose your magic forever. You are forbidden from doing anything until you are fully recovered, so just rest up. Elena looks frustrated, gritting her teeth in silent exhaustion. Later on the carriage, Stetch asks Bernard, do you know how much further it is? We are almost there, Bernard replies. Suddenly, the driver calls out, announcing that their destination is finally in sight. Pay close attention here. Before them lies Caden, a small town protected by a fortress wall, where citizens are busy going about their daily lives. Stetch looks toward the town and murmurs, that was one long ride. Is this the place you wanted to bring us? Thank you so much, and please pass my deepest gratitude along to your master. Bernard smiles warmly and replies, do not mention it. Compared to everything you did for us, we are the ones who should thank you. Stetch stares into the distance, wondering if he should reveal his real identity, since they still think his name is Brian. Right then, Bernard calls out, we have arrived. As the carriage rolls through the bustling, crowded streets of the town, Bernard says, if you need anything at all, just let me know. My master ordered me to fulfill all your needs before I head out. But suddenly, Elena collapses, her entire body shivering violently. Both Stetch and Bernard whip their heads around in pure shock. Stetch rushes over, dropping to his knees to check on her. Is she really this sick? As Elena lies unconscious on the floor, Mortem's voice echoes. I was wondering how she endured such an abnormal flow of energy. Turns out, she was just putting on a tough front. We both know how stubborn she is, but Stetch grits his teeth as Mortem scolds him for completely missing her act. Seems you two do not understand each other well. Jumping straight off the carriage, Stetch sprints down the street like the wind, screaming, stop the carriage and wait here. I am going to find some medicine or herbs. He runs as fast as he can, his face incredibly grim over her critical condition as he desperately thinks to himself, A standard potion will not be enough to fix her mana flow, but surely this town has some special medicine that can save her. Looking at the storefronts ahead, he realizes this was the exact reason they came. He skids to a halt, slamming his hand onto a counter, which completely startles the old herbalist. He frantically demands, "I need a potion to restore mana, right now." The old man stammers in shock. I do not have any." This only makes Stetch roar in absolute anger. "What do you mean? Caden is famous for rare medicines, so how can you not have a mana potion?" Sweating nervously, the helpless old man raises his hands and answers. "That is true, we have all basic remedies, but right now, absolutely no one in this town sells mana potions." Stetch grits his teeth in pure disbelief. Suddenly, an elderly woman approaches from behind, her voice catching him completely off guard. "This is a quiet, peaceful town," she says. "You should not be running around causing such a scene. I know it is hard to believe that a town renowned for medicine has no mana potions, but he is telling the truth." Showing a lush, forested hill, with a massive waterfall cascading down the center, the old woman continues speaking. "The danlai flower, which is the key ingredient, only grows on the rocky summit, but these days, nobody can go up there. Just a few months ago, every harvester who went looking for it returned completely empty-handed." Looking thoroughly confused, Stetch asks, "So if I manage to harvest those flowers myself, will you brew the potion for me?" "Well, of course I would," the shopkeeper answers. "But how do you plan to do that?" "It is far easier said than done." Standing nearby, the old lady adds, "I would not recommend it either. It is a completely useless endeavor." Stetch immediately turns toward the forest, his cloak billowing as he takes off with fierce determination, declaring, "Just wait there. I will be right back." As Stetch makes his way through the dense woods toward the mountain, he wonders, did someone wipe their memories of that place? How should I know? Mortem replies inside his head, "If nobody remembers, how could I?" Suddenly, Stetch's eyes darter to his right. Scattered across the rocky terrain and thick bushes are countless rare herbs hidden within the forest surrounding the town of Caden. Suddenly, two dark shadows zoom past the very path he just walked, moving at blinding speed. And that is where we leave it with Stetch, sensing the threat and locking in for a fight. Stick with me. Our protagonist quickly reaches down and grips his sword, ready to strike down whatever is blocking his path. A green shadow flashes through the trees right behind Steve, sending dry leaves showering down wherever that beast glides past. Meanwhile, he remains on high alert. Closing his eyes to sense this strange new presence, he is unaware that a massive green monster has appeared right behind his back. He can tell it is incredibly fast and massive. Suddenly, from high above, something launches down at him with extreme speed. Here it comes. A sharp point drops from the sky, aiming straight for Stay's head. Shocked, he looks up to see a giant claw slamming its razor-sharp tip into the dirt, causing a massive explosion that tears the ground apart. Fortunately, Steve reacts in time, leaping high into the air to dodge the lethal point before landing safely nearby. Gripping his sword tightly, standing right before him is his attacker. He casually rests his blade on his shoulder and asks with total calm, "Strange. The townspeople never mentioned anything like this." Suddenly, a loud roar echoes as a giant monster spider, with deadly sharp legs, appears directly in front of Sweet. Its 6 eyes glow blood red, drool dripping from its fangs as it hungrily eyes its next meal. Still standing tall with his sword resting on his shoulder, he murmurs, "I never expected to find a Gosokni here, but how is that possible?" The Gosokni screeches and charges forward, thrusting 2 of its deadly legs straight at Saint to catch him off guard. Ducking low to dodge, he lunges forward as the beast's missed attack slams into the earth, sending out a shockwave that shatters the ground. Having avoided the giant spider's thrusts, Steve maneuvers quickly around and charges directly toward the center of the beast. Watch closely gripping his sword, his other hand channels massive energy to unleash a devastating strike. Gritting his teeth, he unleashes a punch with his ring hand, the keepsake of Mem glowing with green energy, as he yells for the beast to take this. Strong gales sweep through the forest, shaking the giant trees. A massive energy explosion erupts, sending powerful shockwaves vibrating through the entire forest. Stain grunts in exhaustion after finally defeating the monstrous Gosokni spider. He sighs with relief, looking at the absolute devastation left by his attack. Where the energy blasted through, trees are shattered, the earth is torn apart, and the Gosokni's dead body lies covered in a lingering green energy that leaves its flesh deformed. Saint sheathes his sword as Mem floats above and speaks. Mem remarks that this monster is highly unusual, to which Steve replies that they usually hunt in massive packs of hundreds, making him wonder where the rest are. Now think about this. He says they only came here to find some Dalai stones, but if we do nothing, it is only a matter of time before these beasts destroy the entire town. His face turns dead serious as he ponders. How did nobody notice this threat sooner? Suddenly, he flinches as his senses pick up on an immediate danger. An arrow flies straight at him, but having already sensed it, he swiftly catches it mid-air with his bare hand. He thinks, "An arrow? A system notification screen pops up, activating his automatic reflection skill, allowing him to deflect basic projectiles. Steve demands, "You better start talking before I blow you away." Up in the trees, the green-hooded archer trembles, horrified that his assassination attempt failed. Standing on a high branch with his bow, the archer grips his quiver in sheer shock. He panics, wondering how on earth this guy caught a speeding arrow with his bare hands. He is extremely dangerous. Grasping his own wrist, Scene channels a massive amount of energy straight into his fingertips. Preparing to fire, he launches a lethal wind bullet skill, roaring, "Answer me right now." The blast flies at the archer with a deafening boom, shattering the tree trunk and sending him crashing heavily to the ground. A voice growls, "How dare you?" The hooded archer grits his teeth, breathing heavily with Steve's cold blade pressed firmly against his chest. Steve tells him to look up, but the archer looks down in absolute surprise instead. Staring at Sit, standing below in frustration, Steve mutters, "An elf?" Sit grits his teeth and snaps back, "How could a lowly human defeat me?" With a long sigh, Sit mutters, "It has been ages since I met someone like you." Steve recalls what he knows about elves, especially how their skin turns pale white when they go on high alert, and their deep, absolute hatred for humans like him. Steve steps closer to Sit, keeping a tight grip on his sword. "Hey, get up. I will act like you never tried to kill me. Just tell me what is going on in this forest." Sit stares back at him, completely dazed and silent. Crossing his arms, Sit explains, "Listen, my elf friend is extremely sick, and I need to reach the mountain peak to find ingredients for medicine. The townspeople down there claim that anyone who climbs up here loses their memory. Do you know who is behind that?" Sit glances down as if realizing something. Suddenly, he vanishes into thin air right before Steve's eyes, leaving him to shout, "Hey, wait!" Sit had quickly escaped into the tree canopy. Mem asks Steve in confusion, "Why are you just standing still? Couldn't you have frozen his feet if he tried to run?" Steve lets out a heavy sigh. "I do not want to go around terrifying people before I figure out what is happening, but that elf is unbelievably fast. And that's where we leave it in a grand palace." A sudden voice booms, "What did you just do?" "All right, stick with me here." As Jeet looks down nervously, stammering, "I saw a human in the woods." "So," hearing that, Myriad snaps in anger. "So you just shot him without warning me first?" Git stands frozen under the watchful eyes of the other elves. He pleads, "I had no choice. You would understand if you actually saw him yourself. He crushed a Gosakni with just a sword and basic magic. What business does a guy like that have in our forest?" Myriad closes her eyes with a sigh. "I see. Did you kill him?" Zit shifts his gaze, looking awkward. "Well, that is the problem." Furious, Myriad grits her teeth, steps up, and slaps Jit across the face. She screams, "Things would not be this bad if you had just finished the job, but you let him escape? Are you trying to ruin an entire month of my hard work?" The other elves whisper in despair, "Oh no, this is really bad." Watching Zit hold his bruised face, Myriad keeps shouting, "Why do you think I wiped their memories and drove them out? If that human sets foot in here again." Steve slowly walks down the steps, asking, "Then what?" Now pay attention, because the elves absolutely panic as he invades their hideout. Cleaning out his ear, he calmly says, "Go on. I really want to know why you are wiping everyone's memories." Myriad freezes in total shock, completely paralyzed by his sudden appearance. Steve speaks up, "What is wrong? Cat got your tongue?" Myriad glares in anger and instantly channels her mana to prepare an attack. Activating her Windblade skill, a sharp vortex of air forms in her hand as she lunges straight at Steve. Steve casually remarks, "You elves really have a short temper." His expression hardens as he tracks her movements. In a flash, he grabs her wrist, completely shutting down her attack. Myriad darts her eyes back and screams, "Shoot!" On her command, the archers in the back release a volley of arrows at Steve. Steve closes his eyes and unleashes his own wind magic. A massive tornado erupts, engulfing the entire room and shocking the elves. Steve easily blocks the headwind with his arm. Jit gasps, "What on earth is this?" Myriad stares at Steve in disbelief, wondering, "But how?" Steve grips Myriad's hand firmly and says, "You stand absolutely zero chance against me, so just listen." Pointing back toward Jit, he adds, "As you can see, he is still standing. I did not come here to hurt you." He continues, "I will leave peacefully if you just answer my questions. Why do you have to make everything so complicated?" Myriad snaps back, puzzled. He does not speak the human tongue. How can he answer if he cannot understand a word you say? Mem whispers to Steve, "You have basically been talking to a brick wall." Steve frowns in irritation. Releasing Myriad, Steve sighs at this complete waste of time. Rubbing her sore wrist from his tight grip, she asks, "What do you mean? Are you not an assassin sent by the humans to wipe us out?" Raising his hands in mock surrender, Steve adds, "If I wanted you dead, this entire building would already be dust. Anyway, now you know I am here. Since nobody understood me earlier, let's start over." You and I are finally getting some answers as they sit down to talk. Myriad nods. All right, I get it now. Steve lets out a heavy sigh, saying, though it is pretty hard to believe a human befriended an elf, he thinks to himself. Myriad then speaks up, questioning him. So what? Are you accusing me of lying to you? Can you tell me the name of that elf? Myriad asks. Steve replies, Elena, as her face flashes in his mind. He repeats her full name, Elena Renoa. The elves in the back gasp in shock, whispering her name. Steve turns around, startled, and asks the crowd, do you guys know her? The elves whisper anxiously among themselves, wondering how this human could possibly know that name. How is this possible? Myriad cuts in, yelling, wait, let me get this straight. Your sick friend is actually Elena? What happened to her? Was she attacked by someone? Startled, Steve hesitates before replying. She just pushed herself way too hard. He thinks, I cannot tell them it was because of me. He then adds, anyway, can you answer my question now? He nudges his sword forward as a silent threat, demanding, if you really wiped the villagers' memories, please tell me why. Myriad quickly waves her hands to explain. Do not misunderstand us. We never attack anyone unless we are directly threatened first. We only want to protect ourselves from intruders. Steve lets out a sigh, glancing over at her. Myriad gets the hint and says, I will deal with him later. She continues, we honestly mean no harm. We just want to keep everyone away from the mountain because some terrifying monsters are currently nesting up there. Recalling the giant spider monster, Steve thinks, so the rest of them are still up there? If that is true, then these elves are actually protecting the townspeople. Realizing this, he prepares to leave, waving goodbye to Myriad as he walks away. Fine, I will believe you. But I am in a rush, so I have to go. Myriad gasps. Are you going to fight those monsters? Are you insane? Steve turns back with a smirk. Didn't your scout already tell you? Trust me, those monsters are in for a rough time. All right, you and I are about to see Steve leap straight out the window, shouting back, those spiders are nothing to me. The elves stand there staring at Steve's departing figure in utter shock, completely speechless. After a long silence, Myriad finally speaks up. This might be our only chance. Hearing this, another elf quickly turns to Myriad and asks, what exactly do you mean by that, Myriad? We absolutely cannot let anyone get near that cave, or our entire plan will completely fail. Myriad calmly replies, think about it. We cannot keep them away from there forever. She grabs her trusty sword and continues, I am going with him. If we do not kill those Gosakni, it is only a matter of time before they devour the townspeople and us. Myriad walks over, grabs Steve by his collar and says, let's go, Steve. Startled, he asks, wait, what? Me too? And just like that, the two of them head out. Myriad tells Steve, of course you are going. Then, she turns and calls back to the other elves, the rest of you guard this place. We will be back soon. Steve stands alone in the mountaintop forest, her hands on his hips, waiting for the hidden spider monsters to ambush him. He mutters to himself, shouldn't I have run into a few spiders by now? Those two from yesterday must have just been strays. Suddenly, a massive spider monster lunges forward to attack Steve. Instantly, he draws his sword and impales its massive head, making it shriek in agony. He unleashes a wind spell, his glowing blade unleashing a vortex that tears the monster apart. Its shredded remains rain down onto the forest floor. Steve quickly casts a reverse wind spell to blow all the disgusting pieces far away. Right after, another spider monster pops up right in front of Steve. He glares at it, wondering, wait, another one? These things must have left their pack. Why are they hunting alone? Suddenly, the beast spits a nasty yellow liquid directly at him. Steve immediately recognizes this yellow fluid. It is just like the one sprayed by the mineral reserve monster. He realizes it is pure acid. Now, watch closely here as Steve leaps high to dodge the claws and hovers above the spider. He suddenly spots a mysterious light flashing from deep within the bushes. Steve turns his head to look, wondering, what in the world is that shiny object? Suddenly, an object is thrown to block the spider's strike before it can hit Steve. Landing on the ground, he sighs. Are you kidding me again? Drawing his blade once more, he mutters, more elves? He instantly swings his sword, slicing clean through the thick undergrowth. Steve blocks Myriad's path with his blade and demands, you and that kid from earlier, what are you two doing out here? Myriad quickly replies, we came to help you. Cutting her off mid-sentence, Steve snaps, no thanks, I do not need any of your help. Charging energy in his hand, Steve blasts a powerful shockwave backward, completely obliterating the spider monster that was creeping up behind him. He tells them coldly, stay away from me. You are only in my way. Myriad stares in absolute shock, thinking to herself, he just took that beast down with a single blow. Steve turns away and tells them, Elena is a completely different story, but I just met you two. I do not have time to train you from scratch, so just go back home. Myriad looks down, saying, Elena is indeed rare. Finding someone who learns this fast with such incredible combat support skills is almost impossible. She continues, I understand why you feel that way after working with her. And yeah, you and I can see this memory of Elena really hits him hard. Looking toward the majestic mountaintop ahead where a giant waterfall cascades down, Myriad continues, anyway, those Gosokni built their nest right in the flower garden you are heading to up there. Crossing her arms, she looks at Steve and adds, I admit you are powerful, but even you cannot solo an entire nest of Gosokni without damaging the precious Donlai flowers growing there. Steve stays silent, stretching his hand out to cast his devour spell on the fallen spiders. Still focusing on absorbing the remaining essence of the spider beasts, he finally asks, so, how exactly do you plan on helping me? Myriad answers, we will let you fight the Gosokni, while we secure the Donlai flowers for you during the battle. But as she finishes speaking, she is utterly stunned by what Steve is doing. She thinks in disbelief, is he actually absorbing that monster? Sucking the last of the energy into his hand, Steve mutters, this should work. His mana pool had just increased thanks to his devour skill. Steve clenches his fist, capturing the very last shred of spiritual energy. Seeing this, Myriad adds, I must admit, I am surprised. I have never met a human before who does not despise elves like us. Is that why Elena travels with you? How did you two even meet? Glancing back, Steve replies, you sure have a lot of questions, do you not? It is a pretty long story. If you want to know, ask Elena yourself once she recovers. But what about you? Why are you helping me? Is it really just for Elena's sake? Myriad looks down, her voice tinged with sadness. That is not the only reason. She remembers her forest home being overrun by those giant spider beasts. She says, our people lived in that forest long before the townsfolk ever arrived. Horrific memories of her comrades being brutally slaughtered by the giant spiders flash through Myriad's mind. But once those monstrous Gosokni invaded our beautiful forest, our peaceful lives quickly fell into ruin. Every single one was incredibly strong and overwhelmed us, so we decided to starve them out. Now, you and I watch as she and her two siblings make their way toward the town. Trust me, you'll want to watch as she explains how those Gosak spiders rarely leave their territory. We chose to protect the town from the spiders, even going as far as erasing their memories. Mortem appears right next to Steve, noting that these guys are incredibly cautious. Steve lets out a heavy sigh. So those wandering spiders I ran into, were they just starving? Myriad replies, it is far from a perfect plan, but it's the only option we have right now. Just as we were stressing over what would happen next, they got too hungry. She looks at Steve, who's listening intently, and adds, and then, you showed up. You are our absolute last hope to escape this nightmare. The scene shifts inside a massive mountain cave, where a glowing sword radiating immense power suddenly appears on screen. That is Steve's sword. He goes absolutely wild, delivering brutal, bone-shattering strikes directly to the monster spiders' heads. Meanwhile, Myriad uses her own magic to clear out the remaining threats. She blasts away the thick webs blocking the cave entrance. Seeing these creepy webs everywhere, Steve grits his teeth in pure annoyance. Myriad stays focused on clearing the path. But Steve's sword gets tangled up. Furious, he grumbles, damn it, this place is absolutely covered in webs. But while his guard is down, a massive spider readies to strike him from above. Spotting the danger, Myriad screams, watch out. Without a moment's hesitation, she thrusts her hands forward, manipulating the environment to shield him. Instantly, a massive stone wall erupts from the ground to block the beast. Stopping it dead in its tracks, she triggers her piercing rock skill to crush the enemy. Steve turns around to look at the shattered remains of the monster spider and asks Myriad in utter shock, are you actually a witch? Sighing exhaustedly, Myriad admits, it burns through way too much mana. I try to save it strictly for emergencies, so it is not very useful during prolonged battles. Steve glances over at Myriad and nods. Got it. So it is not very practical when we are facing a massive horde like this. Watch closely right here, the stone wall behind Myriad suddenly explodes. She spins around in absolute shock as a bolt of lightning strikes out of nowhere. The crackling lightning wraps around the spider, leaving it twitching and screeching in pain. Seizing the perfect opening, Steve charges straight at the beast. He thrusts his hand forward to cast a spell, shouting aloud. A raging vortex of wind erupts, slamming head-on into the spider and shattering it to pieces. He looks back at the person behind him and asks, wait, blue lightning? The one who cast that lightning was her brother, who looks a bit flustered, wondering if he just got in Steve's way. Steve speaks up, saying, hey, your little brother is surprisingly useful. Myriad looks at the damage, admitting he has talent but is just too fragile. Sit smiles and replies, well, I am definitely glad to hear that. He then cracks his knuckles, preparing to make his next move. Steve speaks up, you two clearly know how to fight, so, can we pick up the pace and move a bit faster? Steve summons a blazing aura of fire around his body, warning them, you guys better brace yourselves. before shouting at the top of his lungs, "Fireball!" Instantly, the entire mountain begins to shake violently. A massive explosion rips through the cave, bursting outward like an erupting volcano. We both knew that was overkill as Steve, Myriat, and Sit leap out of the smoke. Myriat screams in terror. Their cloaks and clothes are completely singed. She glares at Steve, snapping, "Hey, you almost blew us to pieces too." Sit grits his teeth, nursing minor burns while whispering, "He is insanely strong." Steve calmly replies, "Like I said, I do not want to waste time. Besides, you two are not exactly weak either. You can handle it." He then looks around. "By the way, is this the place?" At the peak stands a tower-like structure built directly into a cave. Steve sighs. "I honestly expected a beautiful flower garden up here." Suddenly, the shrieks of approaching spider monsters echo nearby. Steve looks down, sighing. "So, you guys are hiding from us?" He mutters. "But all I see are creepy webs." Moments later, the three land safely. In an instant, a horde of spiders surrounds them, screeching with pure, threatening malice. Sit looks nervous and whispers to his sister, "Myriat, maybe we should turn back." Myriat glares at him. "Say another word and I will hit you first." Steve, however, just smiles with pure excitement. "Man, this place is packed." He then points ahead. "Hey, quit arguing and look over there." He looks toward a web near the cave entrance where a spider is guarding some flowers. "Is that the Dalai flower?" Myriat looks over and confirms, "Yes, but reaching it is not going to be easy." Steve summons a surging purple aura around his body and smiles. "All right, you two focus on grabbing that flower and leave the rest of these pests to me." As the dark purple light wraps around him, Steve unleashes a massive wave of oppressive energy, his cursed aura skill. This incredible cursed cloak technique envelops him in dark energy, instantly weakening any enemies standing near him. Mortem is instantly reminded of the last time Steve unleashed this magic alongside Elena and Garrett. He notes Steve hasn't used this since then, adding it seems way easier to control now. "Stick with me to see what happens next." So, you and I see Mortem appear to tell Steve he has upgraded his gear, prompting Sid to ask if it is from that creepy black object. Mortem replies, "Probably." Steve drops into a low combat stance with a smirk, saying he has absolutely no complaints. He suddenly rockets forward, leaving Myriad utterly stunned as she wonders how he can control such massive amounts of dark energy. The screeching spider monsters immediately lunge to attack Steve. Steve's dark cloak slowly transforms into a pair of massive wings. Spreading them wide, he proudly asks the beast if this is how the power is actually supposed to be wielded. The spider monsters panic at the sight, trembling as the sheer pressure of his dark energy completely overwhelms them. Suddenly, the oppressive force of his dark magic slams them to the ground. Steve lands lightly, letting out a sigh with a confident grin. "Haha, take that, you damn bugs." That sinister, pitch-black energy gradually blankets the entire mountain peak. The spider monsters collapse, completely drained of strength and shivering on the ground. Steve barks, "Now is our chance." Startled by Steve's shout, Myriat quickly calls out to Sid. "Let's move, Sid." He fires back. "If anything happens to us, it is totally your fault." The giant beast guarding the cave entrance roars in fury. Myriat rushes toward the glowing flowers, realizing this monster must be the queen and leader of the pack. It proves incredibly tough even after taking a hit, rearing back to viciously launch itself straight at Myriat. But watch closely right here, a sudden electric shock stops the monster's strike dead in its tracks. Sid fires off his shocking spell to distract the beast, allowing Myriat to seize the moment and slide right under its massive legs. She grabs her weapon and activates her electric whip skill, conjuring a crackling lasso of pure lightning to bind the beast. She loops the whip around a stone spire above the cave entrance, and Sid watches as she successfully scales to the top. He silently prays for her not to look back as he draws his bowstring tight, firing a shot straight at the beast. The arrow strikes home but does absolutely zero damage. Glaring furiously at Sid, the monster screeches and unleashes a deadly volley of razor-sharp spines directly at him. Sid is completely dumbfounded by the sight, frantically wondering how a spider can shoot needles like a machine gun. The spines fly towards Sid at breakneck speed, forcing him to shield himself as they rain down upon him like a deadly storm. The beast suddenly freezes in shock as Steve appears, casting a powerful wind spell to sweep the deadly barrage far away. The giant spider leaps into the air, madly charging right at Steve and Sid with pure murderous intent. Supporting from above, Myriat dives straight down toward the raging beast, extending her hand to cast her next spell. She grabs the air and pulls upward, shouting, "Stone Spire!" And a jagged rock immediately impales the giant spider queen. As it screams in agony, Myriat spots the rare flowers below and quickly drops down right next to them. She yells, "I will grab the flowers. Head back to the forest before the rest of the horde catches up." Steve furiously snaps back, refusing to run, which honestly scares Sid a bit. You and I know he is about to go completely wild here. Unleashing a violent tornado from his palm, he screams, "Rising wind!" as the howling gale pushes the stunned beast backward. Not stopping there, Steve conjures a massive vortex of flames, roaring. Fireball! The fusion of wind and fire magic turns into a raging firestorm, a blazing tornado that completely sweeps the spiders away. The monsters scream as they are burned to ashes. Myriad watches in absolute disbelief, wondering how a human could wield such terrifyingly powerful magic. Who on earth is he? Myriad and Sid scramble deep into the cave to escape Steve's devastating area of effect spell. She looks back in sheer awe, thinking she can still feel the intense heat radiating from the ground even inside the cavern. What kind of monster is he? Myriad wonders as she and Sid bolt further into the darkness. The devastating firestorm completely incinerated over half the horde. Suddenly, a massive object crashes down from above, with an earth-shattering boom that shakes the entire mountain. An enormous, terrifying beast emerges from the thick smoke, roaring in absolute fury. Sid stares at it in total panic, muttering, "Damn it! There is not even a single burn mark on him." Mortem appears, explaining only a tomb guardian could survive that. "This is bad," Steve mutters, quickly eyeing the defeated spiders on the ground before yelling, "Devour curse!" He instantly absorbs the monster's spiritual energy, casually adding that his own flame spell was so powerful he almost ended up roasting himself alive too. Mortem shrugs. "That does not matter. The real issue is that my magic did not work at all." The spirit grumbles, annoyed that his spell could not kill a single, stupid spider. Steve sighs in total frustration. "Is that seriously all you care about? We almost got killed here." He reaches deep into his pocket to pull something out, casually adding, "Well, fighting high-tier monsters always brings some wild surprises. Let us not stress over it." He pulls out a mysterious vial of red powder with a devious grin. "If magic fails, we will just..." Mortem recognizes the glowing salamander powder, and trust me, you and I are in for an explosive next episode. Let's dive into this wild fight. Mortem recalls his last battle, exclaiming, "That spider blocked a roaring firestorm." Chris just unscrews his sword hilt and pours the powder right in. Chris adds, "Don't sweat it, I checked its armor. Last time was just trial salamander powder, but it's way better to test things out before actually using them." Holding his newly modified sword, Chris prepares himself. Mortem clears his throat, grumbling, "Those stubborn dwarves can never get things right." Chris charges at the giant spider, shouting, "All right, let's do this. Quit your whining." The spider spits deadly acid straight at Chris. Swinging his blade, he conjures a gust to block it, roaring, "Wind slash." The beast is stunned by how easily he deflected its attack. Seizing the opening, Chris leaps high, aiming his sword's tip dead at the monster. The blade thrusts down rapidly, but the spider reacts instantly, using its massive claws to parry Chris's sharp sword. He is genuinely shocked to see his powerful strike get blocked so effortlessly. Chris grits his teeth, thinking, "Damn it, I have to pierce its shell and end this in one blow." He thrusts his fist forward and shouts, "Wind bullet!" A powerful blast of wind erupts, propelling him backward and safely away from the beast. Chris lands gracefully on his feet. Mortem calls out, "So you just need something strong enough to tear it open?" Chris asks, "Got any ideas?" And Mortem replies instantly, "Ice." Chris blankly asks, "What?" The old man snaps, "Hurry up, get ready, now pay attention." Without hesitating, Chris channels his magic and roars, "Ice wave." But internally, he's thinking, why ice of all things? Just then, Mortem immediately casts a follow-up wind bullet spell. Their combo creates freezing ice pillars. Razor-sharp shards rain down relentlessly, leaving Chris completely amazed. Oh, this freezing storm unleashes countless shards of all sizes, easily shredding skin. Mortem yells, "Fire!" Chris instantly gestures, directing the storm of icy daggers straight at the monster, slicing its flesh and making it shriek. At long last, the bombardment successfully cracks open its heavy shell. Seizing the moment, Chris charges, thinking, "This is my chance." He aims his sword straight at the spider's head and strikes. A blinding blue beam erupts from his blade, blasting the monster head-on. A devastating, fatal blow. Staring at the destruction, Chris recalls Casper, completely impressed. That alchemist is really on another level. With that final strike, the spider's head is completely vaporized. His blade glows bright red under the immense, shattering force. Chris thinks, "I can't believe he actually handed me something this dangerous, even if I asked." Mortem notices something strange. "Chris, look at its belly." Hearing this, he quickly glances down at the spider's stomach. He is stunned by what's inside. As a pile of ancient artifacts spills from its gut, you and I can see why, Mortem muttered. No wonder a normal beast was this strong. Chris steps closer, picking up an artifact. Did it devour some explorers who were carrying these relics? He tightly grips the relic, smirking in triumph, as our scene shifts over to a cozy little log cabin. Sitting by the bedside, Chris hands the medicine over to Elena, saying, "Here, drink." Seeing her hesitate because of the bitter smell, he urges, "It's a miracle tonic made from velvet antler and special orchids. Bottoms up." Hearing that, she slowly drinks every last drop from the cup. Finishing it, Elena lets out a long sigh of relief. Chris smiles warmly, genuinely happy to see Elena's condition starting to improve bit by bit. Standing up to leave, he turns back at the door to bid her goodbye, saying, "Get some rest now. Fully recovering will take time. See ya." Elena silently waves her hand goodbye. Bernard is waiting outside, and as soon as Chris walks out, he asks, "How's she doing?" Chris replies, "She is okay. Thanks for watching over her for me." Bernard nods, then breaking the news. "By the way, you have 2 visitors." Chris freezes, already guessing exactly who they might be, but he still asks anyway, "Visitors?" Right then, standing just outside the door, Myriad and Shed are already waiting. Peering into the quiet room, Myriad suddenly goes completely silent, while Shed mutters in absolute awe. "So this is human civilization." Chris spots them, sighs, and asks, "What are you two thinking? Just wandering into a human town like this? I know you used magic paint on your faces, but it is still way too risky." Later, leading them in, Myriad marvels, "Look at you, you are a remarkably honest guy, Chris." Her unexpected praise makes him sigh in annoyance. "What? Are you saying you didn't trust me all this time?" His sharp comeback makes her quickly explain. "No, it is just that you never really know what's true until you get to see it with your own eyes." Hearing that, he asks, "Then how do you know Elena?" She looks nostalgic for a moment and replies, "She is like a sister to me, despite our bloodlines." Then, she begins explaining, "Our elves from Ken and the Dark Forest elves have maintained a close connection for a very long time. Because of that ancient history, she and Elena became incredibly close friends. As the chief's daughter, Elena is a great diplomat and very popular. Trust me, you and I will want to see what happens next. Stick with me here." Those peaceful days came to an abrupt end when a mysterious, ancient tomb suddenly materialized deep within the Dark Forest. The power radiating from the tomb grew so intense that we elves could no longer contain it. That was when things took a tragic turn. Shortly after, Elena lost her father, sending everything spiraling out of control. We eventually lost all contact with them, including Elena herself. Hearing Mirius recount the story up to this point, Steve realized they were talking about Khan, whom he had rescued a century ago. Perhaps it was best to let Elena tell them herself. But as they talked, Elena's ears suddenly twitched in response. She slowly opened her eyes, softly whispering Miria's name. The voice startled Myriad, causing her wooden chair to scrape loudly against the floor. Overwhelmed with joy at finally reuniting, the 2 girls threw their arms around each other in a tight, emotional embrace. After a moment, Elena asked in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Watching them, Steve let out a sigh, helpless, yet secretly happy. Suddenly, Steve grabbed Sid and dragged him outside. Inside the warm, sunlit room, a soft, gentle voice broke the silence. "When I heard humans were wandering around here," Elena said sadly, "I honestly thought you had already left this forest. Myriad, I didn't hear a single thing about you." Seeing her friend so downcast, Myriad quickly began to explain everything. "Since settling down so suddenly risked drawing human eyes, we grew a special territory where magical herbs could thrive near their borders, doing absolutely everything we could to prevent any humans from entering our sacred forest." Having explained that, Myriad now had a burning question of her own. "But enough about me, what about your story? Why on earth are you traveling with a human?" Elena gasped at the question. Now, pay attention here. Whatever Elena told her next inside that cozy wooden room left Mirius in complete and utter shock. He rescued Khan too? He is far more extraordinary than I imagined, conquering that ancient tomb entirely on his own. Staring at the magical runes inscribed on Elena's hand, she could barely believe her eyes. So that was why she followed him to repay her debt. She also realized Elena was now using an ancient artifact. Elena blushed furiously, stammering, "Well, mostly." This flustered reaction immediately triggered a massive misunderstanding, causing her friend to shriek in sheer disbelief. Confused by whatever wild thoughts were running through her friend's head, Elena desperately tried to deny it. "No." The sudden burst of giggles from both girls carried all the way outside, catching Steve's attention. Laughing until tears welled up, Myriad teased, "Well, you can like whoever you want. I am honestly relieved it is that human guy. By the way, Sid is absolutely going to freak out." Standing outside, Sid heard his name mentioned and stood there in complete, clueless confusion. Ignoring his confusion, the girls continued their happy chat. "You and I can see how thrilled Myriad was to finally catch up on all the gossip. You won't be staying in one place for long, right?" Elena sighed deeply, replying, "I don't think so, even though I'm really not sure where we'll head next." After a bit more talk, Myria stood up, pulling her hood back over her head and whispering, "I understand. Well, I hope we meet again someday. You are always welcome to visit us back in the forest, anytime." Feeling a bit saddened by the farewell, Elena softly replied, "Definitely." The door opened, and Steve, seeing Myriad step out, asked, "So soon? How is Elena?" Myriad quickly replied, She is fine. She seemed completely back to normal by the time we finished speaking. Suddenly, she looked at him and demanded, Steve, you are the most trustworthy person I know, so I need a promise. Make absolutely sure nothing bad happens to Elena while she is repaying her debt to you. Steve shrugged helplessly. Elena never owed me a single thing, to be honest. I won't stop her if she ever decides to leave. His easygoing attitude left her quietly reflecting. She wondered how things would play out, seeing how he either knew absolutely nothing or was just pretending to be completely clueless. Brushing the thoughts aside, she asked about his next move. So, where are you heading now? He shook his head. I'm not sure. I haven't decided. My only goal was getting here to make sure Elena got cured. Hearing this, Mirius offered a grim warning. Is that so? I'd advise against heading north. Things are getting pretty bad up there. Her words left him curious. The north. 2 days later, with birds chirping in the forest, Steve and Elena set off together. Before leaving, he didn't forget to bid his friend farewell. Thanks for guiding us this far. Take care of yourself, and say hello to Garrett for me. Later, Elena broke the quiet to ask, where to next? Another tomb raid? He smirked playfully. Nope, I am entirely done with tombs. This time, we are heading straight to Batenba. Hearing the name of the place he wanted to visit, she said with deep worry. Batenba? That human port city? But we could run into serious trouble if anyone recognizes us there. Despite her persistent warnings, Steve remained absolutely stubborn, insisting they still had to go. Hidden somewhere inside that bustling port city was a highly critical person, likely hanging around one of the local spots. Someone Steve absolutely had to recruit for his grand future plans, and that target might just be a young man with a long scar across his face, holding a blood-stained red cloth. Sky stared intently at the wanted poster in front of him. Steve, 400 crowns? Suddenly, he slammed his dagger right through the parchment. His murderous aura surged instantly. With eyes burning with deep hatred, he muttered, that cowardly traitor, trust me, you're going to want to see what's next. At the same time, Steve is thinking what we're all thinking. He'll find that guy no matter what. Myriad sternly warns him, I will stop you if you head north. Things are getting bad up there lately. This leaves Steve completely baffled as he mutters, the north? The scene shifts to the northern front. A soldier screams, fire, as artillery rounds launch and deafening explosions echo everywhere. They must stop the invaders before they breach the front lines. But what are they actually shooting at? Turns out it's a massive monster. Their attacks barely scratch it, meaning they're just wasting all their ammo. Fortunately, a sharp commander notices this and screams that throwing bombs is useless. In response, the giant monster launches a fierce counterattack, raising its massive fist to strike. The soldiers freeze in pure terror. But just as hope seems lost, a mysterious figure rushes into the fray. The beast slams its fist down with crushing force. But in a flash, someone slashes its arm, sending a shockwave of pain through the roaring monster. The hero who delivered that strike is Prince Jero. Standing tall, he declares, good job, everyone. I'll take it from here. Seeing him stand before them, the soldiers cheer with joy, shouting that the prince has finally arrived. One young private asks in confusion, wondering if that attack was magic. Another soldier laughs, asking if he's seriously never seen it before. Now, pay attention here. That's Prince Jero's legendary sword. And trust me, there's a lot more to it than meets the eye. The weapon is an ancient combat relic called Gomera. Meanwhile, the wounded beast is absolutely furious, snarling with pure rage. Jero carefully analyzes its movements as the ancient Gomera blade begins to glow, radiating intense spiritual energy. With a single fluid motion, he unleashes a lightning-fast slash, striking the beast so hard it howls in agony. Pressing his advantage, Jero charges forward with a war cry, delivering a fatal, decisive strike that splits the monster clean in half. With the giant beast defeated, Jero gracefully lands back on the ground. He looks up, his eyes locking onto a glowing orb floating inside the dissolving monster. He mutters, is that its core? Without waiting another second, Jero raises his sword to strike the floating core, absorbing its power into Gomera. Seeing this amazing feat, the soldiers burst into ecstatic cheers. They shout, long live the prince, as the monster disintegrates. Yet, one recruit is left standing there completely stunned. He wonders if the prince just absorbed its core, staring at the ancient sword and muttering that he has never seen such a magical weapon before. As the dark clouds clear, a soldier approaches Jero, praising his incredible strength and calling him a true martial genius. He offers to host a grand feast with drinks at the barracks, but the prince coldly declines the invitation. He tells them he just wants to rest alone and demands not to be disturbed. They salute and comply in unison. Later, deep inside his tent at the northern outpost, Jero sits in the shadows as a sinister dark energy radiates from his body. He's gasping for air, sweating bullets and shaking. You and I can see he's barely holding Gomera's dark power back. Suppressing the volatile blade is clearly tearing him apart, but after a brutal and agonizing struggle, he finally lets out a heavy sigh of relief. Meanwhile, on the brightly lit streets of Baden, Elena is walking in the shadows alongside Steve. Both of them are heavily cloaked like thieves. Elena nervously whispers, asking if he actually knows where they are going. Staring anxiously at a nearby wanted poster, she warns him that the longer they linger, the higher their chances of getting caught. Steve stays completely cool, replying that with his extensive experience in the criminal underworld, crowded cities like this are actually the safest place to hide. With that, he flashes a hidden signal light across the water, which is instantly spotted by someone waiting on the opposite shore. The cloaked figure across the shore wonders if that was the signal. Elena looks at Steve in confusion and asks what he just did. Sitting down with a heavy sigh, Steve tells her to just wait. Suddenly, a raspy voice echoes from the darkness. Asking what he has stumbled upon, a rugged, scarred man rows his boat closer, gasping in sheer shock when he recognizes Steve. He ties up his boat and immediately begins mocking him, saying he never expected Steve to break his promise of never returning. Steve doesn't even bother arguing, dryly pointing out that the old man is still the same annoying chatterbox he's always been. He demands a ride, adding a cold threat that he'll simply hijack the boat himself if the old man refuses to help. The heavy silence of the night is broken by the old man's defeated, frustrated sigh of compliance. He grumbles that this is no way to talk to someone you haven't seen in ages. Later, as he rows Steve and Elena across, he speaks up. He asks if it has been 13 or 14 years, wondering what forced Steve to break his vow. Steve remains entirely silent. Realizing he won't get answers from Steve, he turns to Elena, asking how such a grumpy bastard managed to drag her along. But instead of getting a friendly answer, he is suddenly greeted by a raging fireball conjured right in his face. Terrified, he quickly calms down and nervously laughs, noting that they've certainly picked up some scary new combat tricks. Steve calmly shuts him down, and that's where we leave them, heading silently into the dangerous unknown. Get ready, because you and I are jumping into a wild story. If you want, I will shove this down your throat, Steve growls, but the man just laughs. Then, his voice turns deadly serious. You are a cold-blooded fool who abandoned us all back then. Ignoring this scarred, bearded guy, Steve just sighs and asks, "Where is Sky?" "I came here to see him." Hearing that name, the man exhales deeply. "You are wrong, kid. You are going to have a hard time finding him." His deep voice echoes in the night. "Everyone in this city is waiting for the day you get punished. Maybe then, you will finally see Sky again." With that, he quickly rows his boat away, leaving Steve and Elena standing all alone on the dock. Steve watches him disappear into the dark. He turns to Elena. "Sorry, we are in Baden 3. Stuff like this happens all the time." Elena shrugged. "So what? This is not exactly my first time dealing with this." Steve scratches his head. "Fair point. Glad you understand," Steve says. He looks around at the dark streets, thinking to himself that he cannot believe it has been 10 years. This place has changed so much. Suddenly, Elena spots something on the side of the street. "Steve, I think I found something. Now watch closely here." Steve looks on with absolute shock as Elena approaches a wall covered in wanted posters. She rips the poster off the wall to inspect it. "Is this the guy you are looking for?" Steve takes it. "Yeah," he mutters, staring at the sketched face on the paper. "It really is Sky." He is completely stunned. 1.2 million? Since when does he have a scar on his right cheek? What happened since I last saw him? Elena snaps him back to reality. "Is it not time you tell me who this is? Who is he, and why do you need him?" Steve hesitates, looking embarrassed. Elena is starting to lose her patience. "Spit it out. I have been following you blindly this whole time." Steve looks down. "I grew up in an orphanage. Back when I would do anything for cash, I met this guy." Staring at the poster, he whispers, "Sky Wunken." Steve begins to recount his past, remembering his first meeting with Sky. Neither of us had anywhere else to go. We became fast friends. Pretty soon, we started gathering all the other outcasts in the area. To survive in this city, we had to work together. We came from different places, but we shared one goal, so we made a pact. Steve looks nostalgic as he continues his tale. We wanted everyone to stop looking down on us. That was our dream. But we both had very different ideas on how to actually achieve it. I wanted success, so I saved every penny to join a tomb expedition crew. But Sky went another way. Sky wanted raw power to protect what mattered, so he constantly searched for ways to grow stronger. Then one day, he showed me hundreds of pounds of gunpowder. While I was saving to escape, Sky was building a massive bomb. He wanted to blow up the warehouse and the city. We had a massive fight, and I left town alone. And just like that, their bond shattered. Pretty sad, right? Steve looks down, clearly hurting. He tells Elena, "I hate to admit it, but that loud guy was right. No matter if Sky was right or wrong, I was not there when he needed me most." He adds sadly, "That is probably why everyone here hates me." Steve pauses, then lets out a heavy sigh. "Anyway, staying here won't solve anything. Let us go." They keep walking, but the path gets quieter and more deserted. Moss covers the crumbling walls, and there is not a single soul in sight. Following behind him, Elena complains, "I think I am starting to smell." Covering her nose in disgust, she asks, "Have you even been this way before?" Steve looks down the alley. He replies, "A long time ago, but I know this place well. It has not changed. This narrow street is exactly the same. No reason for it to change anyway," he mutters. Elena, still plugging her nose, asks, "So you lived here?" Steve keeps walking without answering directly. He just mentions how Sky always had a knack for this. "We searched everywhere to keep the kids safe, but this city is just full of terrible people. That is why." As he speaks, Steve approaches the wall and places his hand directly onto a brick carved with a strange, hidden symbol. Sky made a safe haven for everyone. Pressing the brick, the wall suddenly slides open, revealing a hidden, secret door. Elena stands there completely speechless. She follows Steve inside, stopping right in front of the massive door. She whispers, "Are they still inside?" "I think I hear voices," Steve shrugs, not entirely sure himself. "Really?" He pushes the door open, and they step inside. 3 thugs sitting inside immediately spot them. Shocked, one of them gasps, "No way," as whispers quickly fill the room. Steve just waves, saying, "Long time no see. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next." "All right." You and I are diving straight into the action as this furious thug orders his gang to hunt Steve down. Steve stays completely chill, sighing as he says, "Look, I really don't need any special welcoming party, okay?" With that, he swings. His first punch hits the bearded guy, sending him flying backward even though he blocked with both arms. Terrible panic sets in as the guy gasps for air in a massive cloud of dust. "I can't breathe." The crowd is absolutely terrified. They're all left asking themselves, "What the hell? How did he knock that beast out?" Steve yells out, "If you want some, come get some," while focusing magical energy straight into his enchanted fist. He charges forward, unleashing a blitz of attacks. One guy gets his jaw shattered, and the next takes a direct hit to the face. They scream, "How is this possible? It's a complete beatdown." He's just throwing hands while they suffer. Thinking, isn't he just some basic Tomb Raider? The bearded thug sits frozen in shock in the background, unable to comprehend how this kid became so insanely powerful. Meanwhile, upstairs, another man is absolutely boiling. A long scar stretches across his face as Sky grumbles about his idiotic crew. He slams his door open, rushes to the staircase, and looks down to yell, "Hey, you bunch of morons. Now watch this." He starts cracking his knuckles and screaming about the noise. But then, he completely freezes when he sees who's downstairs. He mutters, while Steve replies, "Long time, Sky." Now, Sky has a massive 2 million Kurong bounty on his head, and his past was pure tragedy. He was born in the harsh central slums of Grelok. His mother, La, was so beautiful that nobody believed she came from the slums. Despite their brutal poverty, she kept smiling, until a corrupt nobleman stepped in and ruined her entire life. That noble had everything he ever wanted and grew bored of his luxury, so he slipped into the slums for cheap thrills. That's when he targeted La, and Sky was born from that dark encounter in the slums. Despite the hardship, Sky had 10 years of pure maternal love, until tragedy struck when he turned 10. One fateful day, he walked home only to find his beloved mother bleeding out under the blades of brutal assassins. Her blood completely soaked the floor, yet with her very last breath, she forced herself to look at her terrified son by the door. Her final words to him were simply to run. Sky obeyed, sprinting blindly into the dark, too panicked to ever look back. Even as pouring rain drenched the streets, he used every ounce of strength to escape that nightmare. Right after he left, the entire slum population was brutally massacred. A dark truth he only learned years later. Sitting by the roadside watching the crowds, his eyes grew ice cold as he rebuilt his life with one single goal: bloody revenge. Eventually, he gathered a crew in the Borden slums and founded his very own gang. Using his underworld connections, Sky finally tracked down the monster who sent those assassins after his mother. It was Duke Marcus Crossford, his own biological father. After discovering his son was alive, the Duke wanted to erase his shameful secret forever. Disgusted by the sheer cruelty of the nobility, Sky's hatred for them burned deeper with every passing day. Then, word reached him that Duke Crossford was planning to visit Beedon. He plotted an assassination using a massive bomb, but when it failed, they were split up. Ultimately, the authorities cracked down hard on Sky's gang, enforcing strict limits on them. Crazy backstory, right? None of this was ever revealed before. But now, let's get back to this long-awaited reunion between Steve and Sky. Standing on the stairs, looking down at the absolute chaos and spotting his old friend, Sky asks, "Is that really you?" Steve replies, "Long time, right?" But unlike their calm reunion, the bruised thugs below are crying out to Sky. One thug yells, "Boss, don't just stand there, do something." Sky simply asks, Do what exactly? Another agrees, glaring with pure rage as he snarls. He's right. We can't let that traitor escape. Sky seems torn, twirling a lock of hair in deep thought. On the other hand, Steve is getting a bit tense. Steve smirks, wondering if they're about to go one-on-one, but Sky makes his move before he can even think. Saying he has made up his mind, Sky suddenly pulls a gun on Steve, who reacts in a split second. Steve unleashes a wind cutter technique to slice the bullet midair, leaving Sky utterly shocked. Wait, what? I used sun so you couldn't dodge. Did you learn some new trick? How did you deflect that? Steve snaps back. You idiot. Is this how you greet an old friend? Shooting him straight in the face? Trust me, you and I don't want to miss what happens next as the second round chambers. Alright. You and I are jumping right into a reunion that brings back memories but also some serious rage. Sky continues, declaring that he is going to shoot first and talk later, promising to host a welcoming party only after he has blasted a fresh hole right through him. When Mortem appears, it is clear this is no ordinary gun, and it will do far more damage than just poke a single hole. Facing Sky like this, Steve grits his teeth in anger, demanding to know what he created this time. Before even finishing his sentence, Steve lunges forward and yells at the stupid bastard. While Sky is too shocked to react, Steve is already flying right above his head. The nearby henchmen quickly rush in, screaming and unleashing attacks as they desperately try to protect their boss. There is no telling what that bastard Steve will do next, so they must stop him before he gets close. Suddenly, an arrow from Elena flies through the air, striking the leader. The sheer impact of her shot knocks the entire squad down. That is when Elena speaks up with a cold warning, telling them not to move as she draws a second arrow. Stay still or I will end you. On the ground, one of the fallen thugs groans, wondering who this girl is. She is actually pretty hot. Hearing this, the blonde thug nearby snaps back, telling him to focus on the fight. Now, pay attention here, ignoring the chaos. The duel between Steve and Sky intensifies as Steve combines his shockwave and ice abilities for a massive overhead strike. Sky stands frozen, shouting to ask what he is doing, before instantly aiming his gun and firing at the lunging Steve. Steve uses his wind-cutting technique once again to dodge the bullets, forcing Sky to curse inwardly. Damn it, I cannot even land a single hit on him. At that moment, Sky senses something is off. The ground and his feet are completely frozen. Sky panics, thinking of ice, just as Steve closes the distance right next to him. Sky grits his teeth, wondering where he learned that technique, but before he can find an answer, Steve punches him straight in the chest. The devastating blow drops Sky to his knees in utter disbelief, but ignoring his shock, Steve points his blade right at his face. Steve speaks with absolute resolve, telling him to yield, since brute strength has never beaten him and never will. Do you have anything else to say? Sky hangs his head, closing his eyes to reply. Just like when you almost killed me 14 years ago? Is that why you returned? To finish me off? The two remain frozen in place after that final clash. Sky continues, telling Steve that if that is why he came, he should stop complaining and just get it over with. Surprisingly, hearing this makes Steve look completely baffled. What are you talking about? He sheathes his sword, stating that is not why he came. Wait, trust me on this. Steve actually came to help Sky realize his dream, leaving Sky completely shocked, asking if he plans to blow something up again. Steve flatly denies it, calmly stating he plans to kill the prince. Hearing this bold claim, the henchmen watching from the side are completely stunned, and even Sky is speechless, thinking it is just a ridiculous joke. Still unable to believe his ears, Sky looks at Steve and asks if he is joking, leaving everyone in the room frozen in shock. The subordinates on the ground begin whispering among themselves, and the blonde guy remarks that Steve has changed a lot since they last met. The bearded thug next to him mutters that Steve was never like this before, and it is not just the thugs. Even Sky, who is still sitting dumbfounded on the floor, is no better off, asking Steve if his hearing is failing him. In a hesitant voice, Sky mutters that Steve has gone completely crazy, but Steve just reaches out to pull him up. Ignoring the comment, Steve asks if he has lost his mind, saying that attitude does not sound like Sky at all. Sky responds with a deeply skeptical look, asking once more if he is truly serious, still appearing highly doubtful about the whole crazy plan. Steve pulls Sky to his feet, and as their hands clasp, it feels as though the old bond between them is finally being restored. Sky mutters, saying he wants to see his plan. Once everyone finally calms down, Steve begins to recount his history with the royal prince and the things he endured. The third prince, Zero Messer, has caused countless problems. Steve recalls entering the ancient tomb, where the prince led the way while he and the escorting royal guards followed closely behind. With treasure lining both sides of the corridor, Steve explains how the prince acted as if the ancient tomb already belonged to him. He used me, Steve says, his voice breaking as he remembers how his own skin was brutally peeling off back then. He adds that he was almost killed, recalling a level of pain that nothing else could compare to. Lying on the floor with tears streaming down, Steve was left all alone, his entire body covered in horrific wounds. Hearing this painful tale from his old friend, Sky facepalms in a mix of pity and disbelief, sighing deeply. Man, you are not very quick on the uptake, are you? You wasted 10 whole years to finally understand how I feel. Sky sits down opposite Steve, asking if he and that girl are trying to pull off this insane plan with just the two of them. Sky whispers, asking what he was thinking. And that is where we leave them, with Steve looking completely relaxed. All right, you and I are jumping right into a wild negotiation. Steve crosses his arms, demanding to know if Sky will help him, while Sky nervously ruffles his hair in deep thought. Sky falls back into his signature nervous habit, twirling strands of hair around his finger while processing the crazy proposal. Finally, he asks Steve, "What do you want from me?" Steve answers without hesitation, "Your skills and your entire crew." Sky flinches, his brow furrowing as he gasps, "Are you actually this foolish, or are you just playing brave?" He then sighs, "You should know I'm being extremely generous by even considering helping you. So, what's your master plan?" Sky stares intently, warning, "I get that you want payback, but opportunities don't just fall from the sky." "Ready for this exact moment," Steve replies. "Are you familiar with Fort Gambini on the western front of the northern battlefield? You and I are going to team up and seize it." The massive fortress instantly flashes in Sky's mind, standing towering and imposing on top of a jagged, treacherous cliffside. He is completely dumbfounded, frozen in shock. But that heavy silence lasts only a second before a roaring laugh bursts through the door, echoing all the way downstairs. That sudden explosion of laughter makes Elena and Sky's entire crew look up toward the second-floor room in total confusion. Meanwhile, the two men inside the room keep their intense conversation going. Now watch this, because Sky literally loses his mind laughing. He wheezes that he's never heard anything more ridiculous, and that Steve is officially out of his mind. Hearing his friend's brutal reaction, Steve is left utterly speechless. With a deadpan face, he snaps, "No way, I've never been more serious in my life. What are you thinking?" Steve mutters under his breath, calling him a jerk. Sky still shakes his head, arguing that sitting on top of that massive, vertical cliff makes it an absolutely flawless stronghold. Sky has all the intel on this place. He starts laying out the architectural designs, describing every single defensive detail with extreme precision. He forcefully reminds Steve that there's only one way in, not to mention an ancient tomb resting right beneath the fortress. An ominous, dark energy constantly leaks from that tomb, making the fort's defenses practically unbreakable. So, how do you expect to take it? Steve confidently shares his master plan. They will disguise themselves as a traveling caravan and walk right through the front gates. Sky completely rejects the idea, groaning, "Don't be stupid. They won't just let random merchants wander inside like that. Plus, even if we sneak everyone in, we'll just end up surrounded." But Steve doesn't seem worried about that at all. Smiling, he replies, "An elf I met recently spotted some activity around that northern tomb, and she gave me some crucial advice." Steve recalls Myriad's warning that something was brewing in the northern tomb. Once again, Sky is completely stunned by his claim. Sky asks, "You're talking to elves now?" Thinking of the tomb's dark energy, Steve continues, explaining that a swarm of monsters is scheduled to gather near the fortress very soon. They will be entirely focused on raiding the ancient tomb, leaving them distracted. That's when we blend in. I know what you're thinking, and Sky is just as skeptical, but Steve assures him they won't even unload the cargo, keeping them completely safe inside. Hearing this, Sky leans back and crosses his arms, demanding to know how he can be so sure. Steve smirks, "Because I recently ambushed a supply caravan heading straight to the north. They must be starving inside that fortress, making it the perfect time to strike." Sky's eyes widen as he gasps, "Wait, you're the one who cut off their supplies." Steve chuckles. News travels fast. Sky presses on, asking, "All right, so what's your next move once you actually secure the fortress?" Steve answers, "Jero's forces are camped nearby. They're the perfect cannon fodder to clear out that tomb for us. If we use the ancient tomb as bait, they will happily jump straight into the trap." Sky isn't as thrilled as Steve, pointing out that Jero might just slip away. But Steve looks at him like he just heard the most ridiculous joke on earth. He grits his teeth in anger, his ring radiating intense power as he clenches his fist tightly. Steve sneers, "Escape? When that coward sees me, he won't be running anywhere." Sky eyes him and whispers, "What's with that ring?" Sky chuckles, "With that insane amount of confidence, you clearly know something I don't. Though you'll probably be the first one to run. All right, my crew and I are putting our lives on the line for you. We'll do whatever it takes for a shot at turning this rotten kingdom upside down." With the plan fully settled, Sky gathers his crew to break the news, and right on cue, they erupt with wild excitement. One guy even screams that they're finally going to get revenge on those idiots. They're literally jumping on the tables, cheering at the top of their lungs because if Sky approved, they actually have a shot. Steve and Sky watch the chaos unfold, highly impressed by the raw energy. But something else surprises Steve even more. He turns to Sky in awe, asking, "Man, They really trust you as their leader, don't they? Hearing this, Sky yells down to quiet the rowdy crowd. All right, settle down and get back to your posts. The room goes dead silent. Sky barks, we're going to raid that supply caravan. Grab every scrap of food and medical supplies you can carry. The crew eagerly shouts back, demanding to know when they move out. Sky cautions, don't rush it. We can't move yet. Who knows if their boss is watching? Trust me, we're in for a crazy ride. All right, you and I are jumping right back in as Sky warns that Iron Henrietta, the prince's top attendant, will notice any large shipments through Beedon. Outside, moss-covered old houses line the quiet street, though a few pedestrians are still seen walking by here and there. Sky continues, saying, besides that, we don't want people spotting an entire caravan moving in broad daylight, so we can only leave tomorrow night. Shrugging on his coat, Sky gets a look from Steve, who asks, where are you going? Fully dressed and ready, Sky replies, to the workshop. I've got a pile of high-grade explosives that just need a quick tweak to be useful. I plan to use them. Otherwise, it would be a total waste. And one more thing. Sky suddenly grabs the hilt of Steve's sword. Startled, Steve yells out, but he is too late to stop Sky from drawing the blade. Sky admires the weapon with sheer fascination. I've wanted a closer look at this blade since day one. Does it have any explosive elements? Staring at the sword, Steve responds, I never once thought of comparing a blade to explosives. Who made it? Steve replies, a dwarf named Kin, but you shouldn't ask. Intrigued, Sky fires back. You actually know a dwarf? Watch closely here. Sky gets a thoughtful look, then suddenly dashes into his room and slams the door, leaving Steve shouting in confusion. Hey, what are you doing in there? Steve yells. Sky's voice echoes from behind the locked door. You're gonna love this. Just wait. Staring at the closed door, Steve yells out helplessly. Hey, if you ruin my sword, I will literally kill you. Sky answers back calmly. Yeah, shut up, Sky replies, adding a warning of his own. Keep quiet, or your sword might not survive this. Left entirely alone, Steve sighs to himself. What should I do now? I feel like the only guy here not doing anything useful. The massive door suddenly swings open, and Elena walks inside. Steve is genuinely surprised to see her back so soon. Oh, I thought you went out for a walk, Steve says. Back so soon? Did anyone bother you? Elena silently pulls down her hood. Don't worry about me, Elena replies. She pauses, looking directly at Steve. Since when did you plan to go through with this? Elena continues in a low whisper, and yet you didn't tell me. I don't know what Myriad said to make you want to go to Bina, but I never expected you to raid a whole fortress. I overheard the guys talking. Seeing how upset Elena is, Steve raises his hands in defeat. I didn't have a choice, he explains. Without Sky's help, my plan to take that fortress would be impossible. I wanted to keep it a secret until I was absolutely sure. He hesitates, but now I realize I really should have told you sooner. Keeping her head low to hide her expression, Elena whispers. So, if this plan succeeds and you deal with the prince, is that the end of everything? Standing right in front of Elena, Steve looks at her and replies with uncertainty in his voice. I suppose so. Faced with his answer, Elena is left speechless. Finally, she mutters, I see. But Steve quickly adds, actually, there is something I need to tell you. Steve's words catch Elena completely off guard, making her ask, what is it? Sweating nervously, Steve says to her, our journey is almost over. Don't you think you've more than repaid your debt to me by now? Besides, Khan must be worried sick about you. Hearing this, Elena's face turns sour, showing pure anger and annoyance. Furious, Elena storms out, slamming the door behind her with immense force, leaving Steve utterly bewildered by her sudden outburst. Suddenly, Mortem appears and asks, so, are things finally over between you and that elf girl once this is finished? Steve sighs deeply. Over? This isn't a fairy tale. No matter how this plan goes, we're going to be fighting an entire kingdom. But you and I know how he feels. When you've got nothing left to lose, nothing is a threat. Mortem speaks up. I expected that, but I have a feeling. Watching Elena walk away, Mortem adds, she has no intention of stopping. Cut to a dry, rocky mountain pass. The air is stifling hot, and there isn't a single soul around for miles. Along the road, Steve calls out to Sky, sounding anxious. Hey Sky, check it again just to be safe. We're not going to run into any trouble, right? Sky pulls back the curtain and looks out. What? Are you nervous because things are going too smoothly? This isn't my first time handling this kind of job. Yeah, I get it. Steve snaps back in frustration. I just want to be sure. What did you do to my sword? Sky gives him a look of pure contempt. You call that thing a sword? I didn't break it, so stop whining. Glaring at Sky, Steve asks dryly, so what did you do to it? Sky replies, I rigged it for the enemy troops. Wait, what? Steve gasps. Sky explains, it is a one-time use, only for emergencies. Still unable to wrap his head around it, Steve presses on. But what exactly is it? Sky says, I poured 14 years of experience into this, so only use it in an emergency. With that, he shuts the curtain, and we leave him to rest. Too hot to talk. Just focus on driving now. Let's dive into this scene as Sky heads inside. This time, Steve is actually furious, letting some harsh words fly. Honestly, this guy never changes. Deep in thought, Steve asks Mortem if he knows what it is. Mortem answers his question, explaining that he believes the object is wrapped in a layer of magic. He coated the outer protective shell with sorcery, leaving me completely unsure of what that magical layer actually does. Steve seems pretty bitter, questioning himself about what on earth that guy is trying to do with his own weapon. Mortem continues, asking if they aren't friends. He probably wouldn't make something to kill you, but you still need to be extremely careful. I have no idea how it operates, but judging by what I can see, I'm certain it's something incredibly powerful. Hearing Mortem's warning, Steve still looks highly skeptical and asks if this thing could actually pose a serious danger. Mortem replies that it probably won't kill anyone. Meanwhile, up on the fortress walls, two exhausted, breathless soldiers are heavily sighing to each other. Demit, I know the northern front is a total mess, but what are the higher-ups in the center doing? Are they trying to let us starve to death here? It's been almost 2 weeks. The other replies, telling him not to despair and waste his energy. Suddenly, one of them gets startled by something. Now watch closely as a carrier pigeon suddenly appears, flying straight toward them. Who on earth could be sending a message now? The guard sighs, claiming letters don't matter when they need food. He mutters to himself that this is a really bad omen. Having completed its mission after flying a long journey, the messenger bird smoothly lands right on the hand of the waiting leader. As soon as the leader reads the letter, he looks visibly panicked. This leader is named Angela, and he immediately shouts out for everyone to assemble. Once the soldiers gather, Angela announces that the monster count in the Gambini catacombs has finally reached its critical limit. Because of this, they must choose soldiers for their 426th battle. Hearing this, Nicholas suddenly freezes. Nicholas is deeply troubled, realizing he must report that the supply train vanished without a trace. Suddenly, Angela raises his hand, breaking his train of thought and making him jump slightly. Angela calls out, postponing the selection and dismissing the squad for now. Hearing this order, the soldiers look completely baffled and uneasy. Are they really going to fight again so soon? How much longer can they survive? Are the supplies even coming? Nicholas and Angela head inside the tent. Angela silently worries about their desperation, knowing the troops can't handle any more bad news. Once inside, Angela asks Nicholas how long their food reserves will last. Nicholas is left speechless, unable to find an answer. Angela continues, saying they must handle the urgent issue first by assembling a squad to head straight into the catacombs. He commands Nicholas to guard the fortress and manage any rising issues while he's away. You and I can see the carriage approaching the fort guarded by Nicholas and Angela. Sky asks if this is the place. Steve agrees, noting that entering from such an obvious spot would only draw unwanted attention. They then quietly guide the carriage inside. Sky pulls back the curtain and tells Steve to stick to the plan. Steve snaps back, telling him to get back inside. The moment Steve's carriage reaches the gate, the guards immediately yell at them to halt. They demand to know their business at the Gambini fortress. Hearing these shouts from the guards, Nicholas, who is inside, gets quite startled. Sitting calmly on the carriage, Steve replies to the guards, explaining that they brought cargo according to their instructions. We are delivering much-needed food and essential supplies for the fortress, sir. Hearing this, Nicholas rushes over to the guards, suspiciously asking what is going on as a guard responds to him. The guard reports that they claim to have supplies. Nicholas is highly skeptical, his mind racing with intense doubt. Supplies? How on earth could random merchants possibly know about our critical food shortage? Steve shouts back that they received an urgent order from the Benicia royalty to deliver these goods. Nicholas remains deeply suspicious. He looks closely at Steve, wondering if he has crossed paths with this man before. Steve continues trying to convince the suspicious soldiers, adding that everything has already been fully paid for, so they just need to accept the delivery. Nicholas is still not convinced, demanding proof that they are actually real merchants. Steve quickly offers up his official contract and identification badge from his employer, inviting the suspicious lieutenant to examine them closely. Though Nicholas remains highly cautious and hesitant, he eventually orders the massive fortress gates to creak wide open. Right on cue, Steve flashes a triumphant grin as the starving soldiers celebrate the sight of incoming food. They cheer about finally having food. Nicholas thanks Steve, admitting they can all breathe a huge sigh of relief now. Hearing that, Steve replies he's glad to deliver, noting the scorching journey. Stick around, because we're about to see their real plan unfold next. Do you want to inspect the cargo? Steve asks, his smug grin twisting into a much more sinister, bloodthirsty smile. Nicholas replies, of course. With that, Steve pulls back the carriage curtain. Let's dive in. As Nicholas eagerly waits for a feast, but behind that curtain, there is actually no food, only a deadly gun pointing right at him. Bang! The gun fires instantly, ripping a massive, blood-soaked hole right through the middle of Nicholas's headscarf. A panicked soldier screams out in pure terror. "We are under attack!" Inside the carriage, the crew grins triumphantly, including Sky, while a slightly tense Elena draws her weapon, fully ready for battle. Meanwhile, Steve wears a bright smile, looking like he has been waiting for this clash forever, as both sides charge with weapons raised. Steve unleashes his magic, conjuring small black spheres wrapped in a vibrant, glowing green energy in the palms of his hands. He shouts, "Tesla!" And like a triggered fuse, those magic spheres shoot straight toward the soldiers guarding the fortress. They halt right in front of a baffled guard who stands frozen, completely clueless on how to react to these strange objects. Now pay attention here. Those spheres suddenly detonate in a massive blast, leaving the terrified guard screaming, "What on earth is happening? Who are these people?" But before he can even finish, Sky snipes his comrade standing right next to him. Peerless, ruthlessness, and killing intent wash over Sky's face as he mutters from the carriage, "That pain is what I felt my entire life." Realizing they cannot compete with Sky's lethal firearms, the enemy archers quickly decide to retaliate, aiming their deadly bows straight at him. Instantly, a volley of sharp arrows is unleashed from the bowstrings. But unfortunately for them, before the arrows can even reach Sky, an unseen force shatters them mid-air. Sky flinches in surprise, but before another enemy arrow can fly, a swift countershot pierces the guard's left eye, a sharp reminder from Elena to keep his head in the game. "Don't get too emotional, Sky. Watch your surroundings," she warns. Sky smiles, "Thanks. I haven't felt this alive in a whole century." Up above, a massive, overwhelming pressure looms in the sky. After a brief, intense clash, the defending soldiers of the fortress find their combat strength severely depleted. Covered in bloody wounds, they collapse to the ground, yet they still struggle to stand up, cursing, "That total bastard." A guard screams desperately, "We have to take down that wizard first." Instantly, dozens of arrows fly straight towards Steve, yet he remains completely unfazed, standing there with absolute, calm composure. Right on cue, his face turns deadly serious as he unleashes a wind-cutting spell. But suddenly, a lone soldier wielding a spear charges through the chaos, rushing directly at him. Steve fails to dodge in time, and the spear pierces straight through his body in an agonizing blow. He charges in to finish Steve off, but we both know main character armor is real, and the author says absolutely not today. Despite the deep, bloody stab wound, Steve merely scoffs, looking at the soldier with a mocking expression on his face. "Attacking all by yourself? Next time, you should really bring some backup." Grabbing the spear shaft with his bare hands, Steve activates his self-healing magic, instantly restoring his stamina and completely closing up the wound. Witnessing this insane regeneration, the terrified soldier gasps, "What kind of monster is this?" But before he can even blink, Steve's fist is already flying toward his face. Steve mutters, "Wind bullet." Instantly, a concentrated blast of compressed air erupts from his hand, slamming straight into the guard. The devastating power of the spell blasts the soldier back dozens of meters, sending him flying until he crashes violently into the fortress wall, leaving a massive, crumbling crater in the solid stone. Steve declares, "I will only say this once. Surrender voluntarily and your lives will be spared. Don't make this any harder than it has to be." Hearing this, the remaining soldiers initially refuse to yield, determined to fight to the death. But soon enough, they throw all their weapons down. After all, nothing is more valuable than your own survival. Completely overwhelmed by Steve's absolute power, the guards surrender en masse, tossing away their gear. With a bright, cheerful grin, Steve happily announces, "Mission accomplished." Hearing that, Sky responds, "Well, that was way easier than I initially expected. What now?" Steve tells Sky, "She and I are heading down to the crypt to secure the remaining treasures." Before Steve can even finish his sentence, Sky cuts him off, saying, "You want me to set up traps, right? Don't worry, I know the drill, just hurry back." Once Steve and Elena leave, Sky takes charge of the group, shouting at the top of his voice, "Strip them of their weapons and armor, tie up the survivors, and round them up. I have plenty of questions for them." Meanwhile, the scene shifts deep into the fortress crypt. Dark, ominous energy radiates from the shadows, sending a cold shiver down anyone's spine. At that moment, Steve recalls Myriet's warning that monsters in the northern tomb regenerate much faster than anywhere else. Steve starts calculating his next move, guessing the crypt's core artifact must be incredibly powerful. Mortem then chimes in, noting that a brutal battle once took place here. Steve pinches his nose as the stench of rotting flesh and old blood fills the air, wondering what kind of special monster could thrive in this place. Elena cuts off his thoughts, whispering she hears noise behind the door and trust me, we should brace ourselves. "All right, you and I are joining Steve as he decides to check out these soldiers," immediately pushing the door open. Once he sees what is inside, Steve gets lost in thought, staring at the dry bones scattered across the floor. This crypt seems easier than expected. But suddenly, a loud voice barks a warning to get back, startling the entire squad. As it turns out, Angela is also down here, shouting a warning to everyone that those are not ordinary bones. Right on cue, the skeletal pieces on the monster begin to shed, revealing a truly hideous form. Someone screams that it is a golem as it releases a massive wave of power, sending chills down everyone's spine. The wounded soldiers lie writhing on the ground, screaming in pain, as the furious golem swings its arms, shedding skulls from its body. Suddenly, a powerful blast strikes the monster straight in the head. That same energy blasts its right leg, then immediately strikes the golem's left foot, causing the terrified soldiers to scream in panic. "Look, it is falling over!" Angela, who was spamming his spells, warns everyone to back up so they do not get crushed. Concentrating magic directly into his hand, Angela readies another massive attack as the badly shattered golem desperately crawls closer toward him. He aims straight at the beast, unleashing his final blow. As the beast is shattered to pieces, a glowing purple core from inside the golem's head reveals itself, and Angela throws a punch, thinking he has got it. That glowing sphere is instantly pulverized by his attack, prompting the relieved soldiers to celebrate. "It is over, let us head back." Angela is awesome, but Angela sharply orders them to stay alert and help the wounded. But don't blink, because a sudden surge of energy from behind forces Angela to quickly counter and barely dodge a deadly strike. He roars in absolute rage, demanding to know who is there, while Mortem whispers to Steve that the enemy is likely using an artifact. Angela stares in complete shock, realizing they have an intruder. How on earth did he bypass the fortress defenses? But wait, he might be setting up some sort of provocation magic. "Stop wasting my time. I will just wipe all of you out in a single shot." Suddenly, a blast of energy slams into the door right in front of Elena, shocking her. It was just a warning from Angela, calling her brave. To arrogantly sneak into Benia's treasure room, he then demands to know what Elena and her companion are doing down here. She sighs, letting out a smirk as if she knows a secret. Angela's eyes widen in sheer panic as he stares at Steve, who instantly chants a spell. A powerful wind bullet blasts straight into him, forcing him to cough up blood in utter disbelief. What the hell was that? He is sent flying backward, yet still manages to curse that there was absolutely no warning. "I could not even see that attack." Elena calmly notes that he is still alive, as Angela struggles to wipe blood off his face. "I know what you are thinking, but this guy is tough." And Mortem suggests he use teleportation magic. The soldiers rush over to help Angela up, asking if he is alright, but he brushes them off, acting completely fine. "Leave him to me." Still, Angela cannot believe that even after softening the blow with teleportation, he was still sent flying. What kind of crazy magic is that? Shaking it off, he tries to focus and attacks again. No, there is no time to think. He cannot possibly dodge this next move. He is just human, so consecutive blasts should finish him. Steve leaps into the air to prepare an attack, while Elena simultaneously fires 2 rapid arrows straight toward Angela. The surprise attack freezes him in shock as both arrows fly true and strike Angela one after another. Steve lands, praising her shoot, while the charging soldiers yell to focus on her and support Lord Angela. In response, Elena extends both hands and begins channeling her magic, summoning a massive gale of wind. Elena's spell conjures a wild tempest throughout the dungeon, leaving the blinded soldiers struggling to shield themselves from the raging dust storm. Steve squats down, cheering her on before immediately activating his unique animal senses skill. Dashing forward at an unbelievable speed, he leaves the coughing guards scrambling blindly as they desperately try to locate their enemy. A soldier's eyes widen in sheer horror as Steve wipes out their entire squad with a single, devastating sword slash. Hearing his men scream in agony, Angela barks orders from afar, telling them to escape the blinding sandstorm immediately. But suddenly, he senses an icy, freezing aura wrapping around his entire body. Before he can even react, solid ice begins crawling up his legs, making him wonder if another ambush is coming through the mist. He frantically searches for a counter as Steve charges ahead, planning to use his teleportation to escape. Angela is absolutely shocked to see Steve's weapon, realizing he is no wizard as the sword slices straight into his waist. Blood sprays everywhere from the wound, but he holds his ground, leaving us on the edge of our seats for what happens next. Alright, let's jump right into this madness as Steve barely reacts before Angela swings a vicious fist from behind. The punch flies with full force towards Steve, but luckily he manages to dodge it just in time. Gasping for breath while holding his fresh wound, Steve warns her not to fight head-on. But then, Angela suddenly targets Elena, gathering massive magical sparks high above. He barely finishes speaking before a sudden blast of raw power strikes Elena directly. "Attack from a distance!" Steve panics as he sees her get knocked down, growling in pure anger at that bastard. Charging forward like a violent tornado, Steve rushes him, but the villain braces for defense. Steve gets blocked flat by a heavy shield of magical energy. Steve clenches his fist, desperate to shatter the defense of Angela, the notorious curse eater. This broken technique absorbs energy from cursed items to massively boost both physical strength and skills. Screaming at the top of his lungs, Steve unleashes his full power. He slams down hard, ready to fight, before charging right back into the fray. Now watch his eyes here. Steve glares at Angela with a look that could literally kill. Angela grimaces, utterly shocked by this insane strength. Is he really matching him using pure physical force alone? Is this guy even human? They clash head-on, perfectly matched and ready to tear each other apart. Nearby soldiers watch in shock as a massive shockwave slams into the ground, erupting upward. With absolute rage written all over his face, Steve throws a devastating punch to finish him. Angela grits his teeth, completely unable to fight back. He yells in frustration as Steve's incoming fist unleashes a massive wave of energy, forcing him to counter as both powers violently collide, nearly shattering the air. Steve and Angela clash repeatedly, but the villain is clearly getting overpowered by Steve's raw strength. Calling him a monster, Angela falters. Behind them, Mortem cheers him on, shouting, "We are stronger, keep pushing him back." Steve glares with that same relentless determination, while Angela returns a look of sheer desperation to survive. The two enemy privates watch in pure terror, whispering to each other, "Oh my God, look at them, we have to do something." Elena stands right behind them, and honestly, we can all feel her panic as she hesitates. Suddenly, the private aims his bow at her, but she quickly fires back, aiming for Angela as both arrows zoom past each other. Her arrow flies incredibly close to Angela, while on the other side, an enemy arrow skims right past Steve's face. Caught slightly off guard, Steve unleashes a quick defense to slice the incoming arrow, shouting his skill name, "Wind Cutter." Angela reacts just as fast, throwing up a magical barrier to deflect her arrow, shouting, "Shield!" Steve's eyes lock on with deadly precision. Grimacing, he drives a brutal, crushing blow straight into Angela's stomach to finish him. Unable to dodge, Angela takes the impact head-on as Steve unleashes a blazing fast attack, screaming in fury. A massive burst of energy rains down from above, obliterating the ground and sending shattered rocks flying. The impact leaves Angela completely covered in blood, screaming in agonizing pain with zero strength left to resist. Meanwhile, the terrified privates cover their faces from the violent wind and flying debris. Staring at their defeated leader in absolute panic, they call out in trembling, desperate voices, "Lord Angela!" His face is twisted in agony as blood drips from his nose. Covered in wounds, his eyes slowly fade to black. Riding high on his victory over Angela, Steve glares at the remaining soldiers and issues a cold warning. "Drop your weapons and surrender right now, or else." Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoes as something massive plunges down from the cliffs. Everyone gasps in panic, completely clueless about what is happening. What is that? It's moving. The beast crashes directly onto the screaming privates who scramble for cover. One of the soldiers screams in sheer terror as his face literally melts away, begging, "Help me, please." Steve watches in horror as the man melts, muttering, "He is disintegrating. What kind of monster did we just wake up?" Steve stands before a colossal entity easily 100 times his size. Mortem warns him, "That is the ancient tomb guardian. It looks like a mass of rotting flesh, but its core is definitely a golem." Steve groans. "We just got here, and already have to fight this?" Mortem explains from behind. "This ancient tomb has been starved for centuries. Since the fortress guards only stayed outside, the guardian grew incredibly hungry. Now, it's hunting on its own." The grotesque golem lets out a deafening roar. Sensing the immense danger, Elena shouts in panic, "It is preparing to attack. What is the plan here?" Prepping a massive fireball, Steve smirks with absolute confidence. "Same as always, we fight." He hurls the spell forward, creating a massive explosion of flame that spreads across the entire cavern. "Fireball!" he yells, unleashing a stream of intense heat. The massive guardian is instantly engulfed in Steve's raging flames. Its flesh burns and melts away, but it heals at a terrifying speed as Mortem shouts a warning. It heals almost instantly. "We need to find its core." As the beast fully regenerates right before their eyes, Steve turns to Elena. "Elena, can you locate the core? Trust me." Looking at her worried face, "You and I know this fight is far from over. Stick with me." As the monster regenerates right before them, Elena admits she cannot see a thing. That dark energy is way too thick, and her arrows can never pierce through its slimy body. Steve looks absolutely determined, realizing he has to go in and find the core himself. So the slimy body is the main issue here? Steve slams his hands onto the ground, preparing his move, while Elena readies an incredibly powerful shot. No need to hold back since this thing is not human. He instantly freezes the ground beneath it. A massive wave of ice locks the monster in place, and Steve screams for Elena to shoot now. Elena locks her eyes on the target, draws her bow with absolute focus, and releases. She knows failure is not an option, and her gaze shows she will make this count. The arrow flies with incredible force. Elena's aim is flawless, sending the projectile straight into the monster's massive body. The golem nearly explodes from the impact, Have Elena and Steve actually managed to defeat it already? Just when it seems down, the beast regenerates instantly, slamming its massive fists into the ground in a terrifying display of rage. It towers over Steve and Elena, radiating pure fury as it prepares to pounce on them like an unavoidable natural disaster. Elena gasps, wondering what it is doing and if it is angry. The golem is so terrifying that the very earth cracks under its rage. Now pay attention to this moment. Steve is desperately trying to save both of them, screaming in sheer panic as he realizes the overwhelming danger they are facing. He screams out, "Oh no, Elena, run!" It slowly advances toward them, and each terrifying step triggers a mini earthquake that shatters the rocky ground. The golem is so massive, it resembles a Tyrannosaurus Rex looming over them. Honestly, it might be even scarier than a dinosaur. Elena and Steve look like tiny ants standing before this giant beast. She is completely shocked and terrified by the golem's new form and its sheer destructive power. Glancing down the steep cliff, she prepares to either jump or find a way to cling onto the edge. And just like that, Elena leaps off the edge, clinging tightly to a rock projection to escape the disaster, right as something shoots upward at an unbelievable speed. It turns out to be Steve, who also jumped down to grab onto the cliffside right opposite of her. He sighs in relief, but suddenly, a strange red streak flashes by like a piece of the monster. This red tendril wraps tightly around a leg, squeezing with crushing force. The victim of that red streak is Steve. He groans in agonizing pain, clenching his teeth as he tries to endure the intense burning sensation. Elena looks on with deep worry, her eyes filled with concern as she calls out his name. The red substance is actively corroding his leg, eating through his flesh in several spots as he screams in absolute agony. Steve looks down helplessly at his own leg, watching it dissolve right before his eyes. He grunts in pain, asking if this is some kind of lethal poison. "It is about to melt my bones." Suddenly, a sword is drawn from the stone as a voice echoes out. I have absolutely no choice left. It is Steve who draws the sword and dives down to face the monster, yelling to Elena not to follow him. "I will defeat this thing and come right back." Elena watches him plunge down as his voice echoes from below. "Prepare an escape route first." She frowns, feeling a mix of worry and irritation, muttering that he is acting on his own yet again. But get this, Steve dives straight down with his sword, following the red trail on his leg. With a deeply annoyed face, Steve mutters that this is highly irritating, slicing the toxic tendril off his leg with swift and absolute precision. Steve throws a determined fist because his ring, Mortem, told him that this monster is entirely alone down here. Since its body is so massive, no matter which direction we attack, we are bound to score a direct hit. Enshrouded in darkness, Steve replies that he understands. He prepares to unleash almost all his remaining power in a massive wind blast. The powerful explosion releases a bright light shooting straight down. Steve calls out his signature wind blast technique, watching his punch create a massive, brilliant golden light ahead of him. Steve looks highly unsatisfied with his strike, muttering that it probably was not enough to get the job done. Suddenly, a purple gas drifts right past his face. Steve looks closely, wondering what else is coming at him. It is a highly toxic gas. Steve quickly forms a fireball in his hand, calling for support as he readies his fire attack. A brilliant golden light plunges from above, slamming directly into the monster. Steve's massive fireball erupts, instantly engulfing the entire beast in a chaotic sea of flames. Elena gasps in shock as she watches the massive explosion, her eyes wide with panic at the sight. Confused and unable to tell what is happening through the raging flames, she mutters, "What on earth is going on down there?" A pair of boots steps forward with immense power. It is Steve, looking incredibly majestic as he asks why it is so dark. "Can you see anything?" Mortem points him toward a blue orb, which is tightly wrapped in a thick cluster of tree branches. Steve smiles. "Ah, here it is." Deeply satisfied, he wears a confident victor's smile and remarks that all golems are exactly the same once you manage to find their weak spot. Steve stands before it, preparing to unleash a massive strike with absolute confidence. And trust me, you need to see what comes next. All right, you and I are back with Steve, locked in with that sharp, determined glare as he conjures a wave of ice. With his other hand, he summons a swirling vortex and yells, "Bursting wind!" Steve slams both hands together, crashing the icy wave and the exploding wind right into each other. By combining his spells, he unleashes a raging blizzard, sending a freezing gale that completely locks down the entire battlefield in solid ice. Steve stands tall as his magic spreads across the battlefield, instantly freezing the massive monster solid. Totally confident in his deadly combo, he looks down at his prey and speaks with absolute certainty. "Just like I said, every single golem is the same." With the golem's blue core frozen solid, Steve drives his blade straight through it and whispers, "It is over." Suddenly, the earth beneath them violently ruptures, shattering into pieces with a deafening rumble. Two onlookers nearby watch in sheer confusion. They turn to each other, asking, "What on earth is happening?" The ground shakes violently under their feet. One asks, "Is this tremor coming from the tomb?" They squint into the distance, trying to spot Steve. "Now watch this." Out of nowhere, Steve and Elena materialize right in front of them, leaving the guy completely baffled. He stammers, "Did you just teleport? What is going on here?" Steve lets out a long sigh and casually replies, "What do you think? We thrashed those guys and walked right out. I think the tomb's entrance just collapsed, causing a little tremor, so it is nothing to worry about." The two of them are stunned by Steve's sheer capability. One secretly thought he had just run away like a coward. Someone holds out a water bottle, speaking up. "I was skeptical before, but you really have gotten a lot stronger, haven't you?" It is Sky, offering Steve a drink with a sharp, calculating look, adding, "Seeing you clear that tomb and survive with just 2 people is unreal." Steve grabs the water and confidently replies, "If I were weak, I wouldn't dream of taking down the prince. By the way, what have you been up to?" As Sky speaks, an image of Zero flashes by. He smiles, "Don't worry, I threw that idiot some bait he simply cannot resist. You will meet him soon enough." Meanwhile, a questioning voice echoes right near the grand entrance of the kingdom's gates. "So you filled this entire area with gunpowder?" Sky smirks, glancing at the gates, saying it is not just gunpowder, it is an explosive welcome for the royal family. Steve lets out another heavy sigh, staring at him. "It is literally just gunpowder, man." Sky continues, gesturing to the surrounding soldiers to explain, "Either way, we have already taken care of all the guards around here. My men are fully armed, and I have also planted quite a few explosives around the perimeter." Steve chuckles, "You are pretty thorough. Looks like your past experiences are finally paying off." Sky closes his eyes and reaches his hand out toward him. "Most of it, yeah. Now, you and I know he wants something. Hand it over," he says. Steve asks, "Hand what over?" Sky instantly grabs his arm. "The artifact. Did you really think I would let you go without checking it out?" Steve frowns and asks, "How did you even know?" Sky stares intensely at his arm and says, "I noticed you wearing something shiny that you definitely did not have before. What is it made of? Feathers or metal?" He finally lets go of Steve's arm and raises his hands defensively with a playful grin. "Either way, I want to take a closer look at it later. Go get some rest." Steve lets out a tired breath, staring back. "I thought you wanted to see it right now." Sky raises an eyebrow. "What, do you expect me to snap your arm off when you are clearly exhausted?" He waves his hand dismissively. "I set up 2 tents for you guys. Go sleep, it will take some time before our target finally arrives." Sky then gestures to his subordinates, ordering someone to guide Steve and Elena to their resting quarters. Inside a tent draped in green curtains, a soft voice sighs with appreciation. Sky is surprisingly nice. Sitting inside, Steve hangs his head, frowning as he wonders, "What am I supposed to do with this?" He stares down at his severely bruised and purple leg, muttering, "What on earth is happening to my body?" Suddenly, Motem's voice echoes directly in his ear. "I did warn you about this, you know." Steve snaps his head around to look at the spirit. Motem continues, "Regeneration only heals physical wounds. It does absolutely nothing to neutralize deadly venom. Unfortunately, there is nothing I can do to help right now." Steve asks grimly, "So if antidotes do not work, will I ever recover?" Motem explains that regular antidotes are completely useless against the poison of the Tomb Guardian. The spirit pauses in deep thought, analyzing that the toxin is a lethal blend of dark magic and raw poison. But since the Guardian is dead, the poison should eventually fade. The real issue is, we have no idea how long that will take. Steve's face drips with cold sweat. He grits his teeth, groaning, "I have another massive battle coming up, but I cannot fight him like this." He finally collapses backward onto the bed, muttering, "Whatever. I have survived far worse than this before. I can definitely handle a little bit of poison." Motem warns him, "Stay calm. Getting angry will only slow down your recovery. And remember, you will not die as long as I am here." 3 days later, a massive convoy marches forward across the endless golden desert sands. Zero sits tall on his horse, scanning the horizon before him, when he suddenly calls out, "Tell me, Lieutenant." The lieutenant riding right beside him glances over and answers, "Yes, Your Highness." The prince asks, "As hard as it is to believe, did that letter from 3 days ago really state our entire expedition force was wiped out inside the tomb? And trust me, you and I are about to see this mystery unravel. Stick with me here if we arrive too late. Just how much destruction do you think we are going to find there?" An image flashes in the lieutenant's mind, showing a brutal scene from the northern battlefield. Gambini doesn't just shield the kingdom from invasions, it also keeps that underground tomb from spiraling out of control. So if that fortress ever falls, it'll tear a massive, gaping hole right through our northern shield. Hearing those heavy words, Prince Jero can only bow his head in a silent sigh, saying absolutely nothing. The anxious lieutenant keeps speculating. If a high-tier fortress like that falls, an endless horde of monsters will swarm the Benea territory. In the worst-case scenario, they might even flood straight into the heart of the kingdom. But here's where things get even more terrifying. He starts realizing another highly probable and devastating outcome. If word leaks that the northern front line has been breached, the surrounding northern kingdoms will definitely launch a full-scale invasion. Zero, who had been silent this whole time, suddenly asks, "Do you think so too?" making the lieutenant panic instantly. "Forgive me, Your Highness. I didn't mean to judge the royal family." The prince simply frowns, bowing his head as he replies, "It's fine. I have no intention of using this to blame anyone." But suddenly, the urgent voice of a soldier echoes right in his ear. "Your Highness, I can see Gambini right ahead." Hearing this, Zero quickly asks, "How does it look? Is it bad?" Looking through his binoculars, the soldier reports back, "The outer gates still look completely intact, Your Highness." Prince Zero frowns, a knot of worry tightening in his chest. Did we actually make it in time? High up on the battlements, 2 sentries spot Prince Zero's incoming party and rejoice, calling out, "You made it, Your Highness. We are opening the gates right now." The soldier next to him immediately turns and barks an order down. "The prince has arrived. Open the gates." Looking up at them from below, Zero demands, "We received your distress letter and came to help. Where is the fortress commander?" A guard shouts back, "He is fighting off beasts down in the tombs, sir, but I do not know how much longer he can hold out." Watching the massive wooden gates slowly grind open, Zero turns and commands the forces waiting behind him. "Is that so? Everyone, move out toward the tombs." On his order, the carriages and troops begin marching inside. Suddenly, a cloaked figure comes rushing toward them in a frantic panic, shouting out, "Your Highness, you arrived just in time. If you had been even a single day later, everything would have been lost." Zero squints at the approaching figure, his instincts screaming that something is off. Where are the rest of the guards? Suddenly, the cloaked stranger flashes a sinister grin. Then, he yells a mock warning before hurling something directly at the prince. He triggers an ignition skill, sending a volatile spark flying forward. Acting on pure reflex, Prince Zero shifts his weight and barely manages to dodge the incoming blast. And get this, that spark lands with deadly precision, hitting explosive barrels rigged right along the inner gateway. Only now does Zero spot the traps that had been secretly hung above, but it is already far too late. A deafening, catastrophic explosion rips through the entire gateway, unleashing a raging inferno. Thick smoke and fire consume the ruins. Prince Zero lies there completely stunned, his mind scrambling to understand what just happened. The outer wall has totally collapsed. Injured and trapped in the rubble, Zero realizes the worst part: most of his soldiers are still locked outside. Is this an inside coup? Or is it a trap set by some cunning monster? Sky looks down at him from above, wearing a mocking smirk. My, what a gorgeous explosion. Though your face says otherwise. Guess all that misery and isolation was totally earned. Frowning deeply, Zero looks up and snarls through gritted teeth. "Who are you?" Sky chuckles, pointing a finger behind him. "Oh, I'd love to introduce myself, but there's someone else who's been dying to meet you first. Say hello." Emerging from the shadows, Steve approaches them, clad in a dark cloak with glowing eyes and sword drawn. Prince Zero still doesn't recognize his face, only staring blankly forward with a deep frown. Steve reaches up, pulling back his hood while flashing a familiar ring on his finger. Zero's eyes widen in absolute shock as he stares. Steve offers a cold smile. "Long time no see, boss." Veins pop across Zero's face as pure, unadulterated rage takes over. Zero's hand white-knuckles the grip of his sword, channeling all his fury. With a deafening war cry, he charges at lightning speed. Both warriors plunge forward, their massive power levels colliding head-on in a brutal shockwave. Steve shouts above the din, "Why are you the angry one? I'm the one who got betrayed." Locking eyes in a deadly struggle, Zero snarls back, "That ring is mine. I didn't suffer through hell just to let you steal it." Steve snaps, delivering a brutal headbutt straight into the prince's face. "You absolute idiot, you're a real piece of work." Sky turns to Elena, shouting over the chaos, "Steve can handle the prince. Let's sweep up those soldiers outside." Glancing back at the intense duel between Steve and Zero, Elena barks orders to the rest of the crew. "Ranged units, form up in front of the fortress gates." And that's where we leave it for now, Zero gritting his teeth, demanding to know what kind of suffering Steve actually went through. Stet screams at him in pure rage. "You're too damn scared to do the heavy lifting, so you make others do your dirty work, you coward." He frowns, calculating his options, and trust me, if he uses Gera alone, the recoil is going to be absolutely brutal. He has to take Stet down with a physical blow as fast as possible, as a dark purple aura erupts from Stet's entire body. "Show me everything you've got," Jero yells. "I'll show you exactly how hard I've prepared for this day." Magic cloak. Stet's energy completely envelops Jero, making him feel the crushing weight of his power. Shaking, Jero struggles to hold his sword and wonders, is he really getting a massive boost right now? Stet raises his hand, unleashing his signature spell, Wind Blast. Instantly, a massive tornado erupts right in front of Jero, sweeping him off his feet like a dry leaf. But Jero just sneers, clicking a hidden button in his palm. That absolute bastard really thought he could just ruin everyone's lives like this. As the thick white smoke finally clears, the battlefield is revealed, but his enemy is nowhere to be found. Suddenly, a dark figure bursts from the shattered ruins of a nearby wall, charging straight at Stet. Stet reacts in a split second, raising his sword to block the surprise ambush. He can't comprehend it, wondering, how the hell is this guy still so incredibly powerful, even after all those hits? Jero glares, throwing every ounce of his strength into the clash. So you've finally shown your true colors, huh? But don't get cocky, Steve Atelier. I've dealt with plenty of monsters on the northern battlefield. He swings his blade with brutal force, boasting that he has crushed countless powerful warriors just like Stet. Stet tilts his head only to see Jero's knee flying straight toward his face. Jero delivers a devastating knee strike, sending Stet flying backward. Feeling fresh blood slowly trickling down his face, Stet groans in pain, his forehead creasing as he recovers. But the onslaught doesn't stop there. Stet looks up only to find Jero already closing the distance, raising his sword for another lethal swing. Stet grits his teeth, thrusting his sword forward to counter. Watch closely, another massive explosion erupts, sending shockwaves echoing through the area. Jero's sword is knocked upward, while Stet is forced to slide back to regain his footing. Jero glares in absolute disbelief, wondering how Stet could possibly push back his legendary artifact with just a basic iron sword. Instantly, Jero uses lightning-fast speed to rush straight forward. Gritting his teeth in pure frustration, he locks his sights onto where Stet is standing and charges like a maniac. His sword traces a deadly arc through the air towards Stet. Just then, a warning voice echoes in Stet's ear. Watch out! Stet immediately dodges, tilting his head to avoid the blow, before unleashing his counterattack wind blast. Jero dodges to the side, slicing Stet's wind magic clean in half with his sword. But Jero's sword arm is left trembling. He glares at the young mage. So, you've picked up a few new tricks, haven't you? Stet backs away, preparing a brand new spell. Your sword can slice through wind, right? Then let's see how you handle electricity. Stet fires 2 swift electrical orbs forward, catching Jero completely off guard. Grimacing, Stet channels every drop of his remaining magic to unleash his ultimate spell, Tesla Arc. A massive bolt of lightning strikes Jero directly, forcing an agonizing scream of pure pain from his throat. The high-voltage current surges through his body, burning his flesh inch by inch as he writhes and groans in agony. Stet remembers his past suffering, and let's pause here because his words hit hard. How does that burn feel? Now you know exactly what I went through. Jero's body begins to slowly burn away, the searing flames gradually consuming the flesh on his face. Gripping his sword tighter and tighter, Jero's mind races as he desperately screams inside. Power! I need more power! Suddenly, Jero throws his head back with a roar, the intense flames engulfing him as he gets blasted backward by the impact. Stet stares at him, gritting his teeth in utter disbelief. How are you still standing? Pointing his blade forward and radiating pure malice, Jero declares, I'll destroy you and take back that ring. Nearby, Mortem glares at him, utterly disgusted by his delusion. What is he babbling about? Stet growls back in anger. That ring was never yours to begin with. Across the field, Jero moves again, vanishing into a lightning-fast blur. Stet frantically scans the area, cursing under his breath at how insanely fast he is. Before he can even track him, Jero blitzes in and slams Stet's head violently into the ground. With a brutal swing of his arm, Jero throws Stet crashing toward a nearby wall. Stet smashes right into the stone. Groaning, he raises his hand, unleashing his Rising Wave spell. Anticipating the move, Jero keeps his eyes locked on Stet's sudden gesture. He swiftly raises his blade, effortlessly blocking the incoming attack with perfect precision. Glaring at his opponent, Jero sneers, Time for a reality check. I would have destroyed you by now. If only you didn't have that ring. Stet clenches his fists, glaring back. You're the one who needs a reality check. Stet unleashes his power, Primeval Tree. Observing him, Jero notes that Stet's physical form suddenly looks far more toned and powerful. Stet shifts his weight, preparing to blitz forward, and we can't miss what happens next. You and I are jumping right into Jero grimacing, wondering if Steve still has a hidden trick up his sleeve. But while Jero is still caught off guard, the swords of Steve and Jero clash with absolute fury, sending sparks flying everywhere. Gripping his hilt with both hands, Steve lets out an absolute deafening roar as he pours everything into the strike. He channels a surge of raw, destructive power straight down his arm and into the blade. The artifact Pondus triggers its basic effect, massively boosting his raw strength. Though Steve grips the sword tight, the bones in his arm begin to fracture under the sheer pressure of his own unleashed energy. Jero glares back, gritting his teeth. He struggles desperately against Steve's rapidly multiplying power. It is too heavy. Finally, Steve's eyes flash with determination as he delivers a devastating swing. A massive wind blast erupts, launching Jero's entire body high into the clouds from the heavy impact. Blood sprays wildly from his nose as he floats helplessly in midair, his face completely battered. His mind reels in utter denial, screaming, "This is absolutely impossible. Damn it." After being launched to those dizzying heights, his battered body begins a rapid freefall, slamming violently back down onto the hard ground. Steve gasps for air, staring down at his defeated opponent with pure disgust. You are not worthy of the title Prince of Benesia. Did you really think you could protect the northern front? Meanwhile, Steve's sword hand is shaking violently from overusing his power. Let us see you block this next. Let's pay close attention here. Below the castle walls just moments ago, their leader raised his hand to cast a spell, commanding his soldiers to unleash every single drop of magic and physical strength they had. The soldiers immediately obey, thrusting their hands forward to unleash a devastating barrage of lightning strikes and raging fireballs. A massive explosion echoes from below, forcing the defenders standing high on the fortress walls to duck down and take cover. Looking down from the high ramparts, the sun-kissed, blonde-haired soldier named Nancy watches the chaos unfold and praises their defense. This fortress is incredibly solid. They did not even leave a single scratch on it. Beside him, a round-faced soldier holding a heavy bomb grins widely. Plus, we still have a mountain of explosives. I honestly cannot remember the last time things went this smoothly for us. He throws the bomb straight down, triggering a massive blast that sends the enemy soldiers below screaming in absolute terror. Nancy looks up toward the high tower, thinking to himself that having an overpowered sniper on their side is incredibly clutch. Watching Elena draw her bow back with perfect form, he mutters in awe. They do not stand a chance against us, but what on earth is she aiming at? Sky turns back toward the two of them, yelling out to get their attention. Get distracted in battle, and you will get your head blown open. He barks orders, telling them to keep throwing bombs. Suddenly, a nearby soldier narrows his eyes, staring intently ahead before calling out, "Boss, we have got something coming our way." You and I can see the confusion on Sky's face as he stares into the thick dust, asking what they mean. But then, a dark silhouette slowly starts to emerge from the haze. The moment the identity of the newcomer becomes clear, absolute panic washes over Sky's entire face. He leans forward, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Gather everyone. They just brought in reinforcements." The soldiers panic instantly upon hearing his warning, murmuring in fear. Wait, what? Reinforcements? How is that possible? What did he say? Where did backup come from? Slowly, the face of the approaching man becomes fully visible. Sky announces that it is Morwell, the Eastern commander. Nancy furrows his brow, asking in total disbelief. Wait, hearing that name, a soldier wearing a hooded cloak and headband completely freezes in terror, his jaw dropping in absolute shock. Another worried subordinate with sharp eyebrows asks nervously, shouldn't he be stationed back at Cinema? What is he doing here? What is his plan? Sky bites his nails anxiously, admitting he completely failed to foresee this twist. Deep down, he realizes this actually works in their favor. He never expected the prince's right-hand man to personally travel all the way to this brutal northern front. Sweating with anxiety, Nancy turns to Sky standing beside him and asks, "So what do we do now?" Sky frowns, staring intensely down at the dusty ground before delivering his command. Get everyone into a long-range defensive formation, and make sure nobody fires a single shot until I give the command. Heavy, ironclad boots step down from a horse onto the battlefield as an urgent voice calls out to him, "Lord Morwell." The panicked officer rushes over and asks what brings him here. Morwell simply stares straight ahead, demanding to know if Prince Jero is inside. Staring at the smoking ruins before them, the officer replies immediately, "Yes, my lord. He entered first, but as you can see, the main exit is completely blocked. He is currently trapped inside, and with the enemy keeping us from getting any closer, it is incredibly difficult to confirm his current status." Morwell stares ahead, nodding slowly as he processes the dire news. "Is that so? Gather the troops. I will go investigate myself." Nancy spots Morwell moving below. "Trust me, you and I do not want to miss what happens next." "All right." You and I are diving right into the heat of battle as a soldier asks if they should attack. But Sky just grits his teeth and snaps. Ignore him. Standing high above, Elena overhears his command and casts a sharp glance down at the battlefield below. Without hesitation, she leaps straight down from the tower to the ramparts, while Sky keeps coordinating with his team. Sky orders his troops to focus fire on the army instead of attacking their main commander. Elena steps closer, questioning why they should ignore their enemy's absolute leader when he is standing right there. Is there some special reason for this? Sky tilts his head and looks right back at her. "Haven't you heard of him? The thing on his back is an artifact," he explains. "That man's legendary military achievements are known by everyone." Let's pause on this. He has never been defeated, and everyone knows the sheer, unstoppable power that artifact holds. That shield absorbs all incoming physical attacks and fires the damage back 1,000 times stronger, Sky warns as he explains. "The commander is trying to bait us, but we will target his army instead of him." Mac looks up at the wall, realizing that not a single arrow is pointing his way. He silently admits their defense commander is definitely no fool. From behind, a low-ranking soldier calls out to report that everything is fully prepared for the attack. They are awaiting his final orders. He glances back and calmly gives the word. All right, let's begin. Pay attention to this setup with me. Sky observes the enemy's bizarre formation, wondering if they seriously plan to breach this massive stone fortress with just a few standard cannons, but they are aiming way too low. Realizing their true target, Sky suddenly panics and screams for his men to act. Focus fire on those cannons, Sky roars. Elena gasps in shock as he yells, do not let them fire. The enemy officer frowns deeply, completely stunned that his strategy was seen through so quickly. The soldier next to him stands with his mouth wide open, completely speechless. Nenny can only stare back in pure disbelief at the sudden turn of events. Down below, the prince's officers scream the order to fire, unleashing a massive hail of arrows into the air. Mac summons all his strength and roars out to his ranks. Mages, do it now. Instantly obeying, the mages slam their hands onto the earth, conjuring a massive physical barrier to block the incoming volley. The solid magical shield deflects the lethal hail of arrows right back toward the ramparts. Witnessing this defense, Sky grits his teeth and lets out a curse. Damn it, Sky growls. Down below, Mac's lips curl into a cold, triumphant smirk. He raises his shield and commands his artillery to fire. A barrage of heavy cannonballs rains down directly on Mac, triggering a massive, fiery explosion that engulfs the area. Though completely surrounded by raging flames, a confident smile plays on the corner of his lips. Suddenly, the beast emblem engraved on his shield roars to life and opens its mouth wide. It vacuums up all the raging flames engulfing his body, sealing the destructive energy inside the shield before snapping shut. Max slams the heavy shield onto the ground. Sky can only watch in absolute horror as he curses. Max smiles, channeling his raw mana into the artifact. Sky instantly screams a desperate warning, everyone, get away from the wall. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Sit's intense duel. Sit frowns, growling that his opponent is completely unworthy of the Prince of Benea title. His hands tremble violently as he grips his sword with everything he has. Try blocking this. Sit roars, swinging his blade forward to strike directly at Magic Zero. He unleashes a powerful slash through the air, but Sky's frantic warning suddenly echoes. Sit, clear the entrance right now. Confused, Sit glances back over his shoulder with a totally bewildered expression, asking, what did you say? The lion emblem on Mac's shield opens wide, releasing a devastating beam of pure energy. The blast slams straight ahead, obliterating the solid stone fortress wall into a million pieces. The wall has fallen. Charge ahead and overwhelm them. Mac bellows to his troops. On the defensive side, Sky shouts his counter orders. Draw your weapons and hold them off at all costs. Hearing the command, Jero's elite troops charge forward with weapons drawn. Suddenly, Mai Hai, who was standing at the front, leaps high into the sky. He executes a series of mid-air flips, soaring right over the heads of the charging soldiers below. He sticks the landing directly in front of Sit. Frowning, Sit stares at him and demands, what the hell is going on? But Sit quickly freezes. Wait, it's him. Mac looks back with a deadly serious expression, locking his eyes onto Sit. Without saying a word, the massive shield on his back begins to glow with deadly power, before Sit can even react. While Sit is left frozen in place, the massive metal shield flies forward and delivers a devastating direct hit. Sit lets out a painful cry as the impact blasts him backward, throwing his body dozens of meters right through the fortress gates. Blood pours down Jero's battered face. Gritting his teeth, he demands to know, Morwell, what are you doing here? Morwell steps up and offers him a bottle of pink liquid, noting he looks terrible. And with that, you and I have to wait to see what this potion does. Alright, you and I are about to watch Zero swallow that mysterious liquid without a single question. Mac watches him lean against the wall. Your wounds are healed, but you are still completely exhausted. You must rest. Bowing his head, Jero snaps. Don't tell me what to do. Mac instantly drops to his knees respectfully. Your brother sent me to deliver a message. Jero instantly freezes up upon hearing those words. He says you owe him one this time. Jero can only curse that absolute bastard in his head. He waited until I was almost dead to help, then claims I owe him. Mac speaks up to remind him. You're wrong, Prince. Looking down at the heavy sword on the ground, Mac continues speaking. Escaping with Gamera's power would have been simple, but you refused. Mac turns to leave, giving him one last glance. You lost your head and just wanted a brawl. That is why you failed. I will handle the enemy. Go think it over. Zero gnashes his teeth, staring at his back. Totally pointless. Meanwhile, over on Steve's side, he frowns and exhales a heavy breath, waiting. Watching the enemy slowly close in, he begins to wonder, how did reinforcements get here? Did someone already know about our battle? Suddenly, a voice whispers in his ear. Hey, stop fighting them. We need to fall back now. Steve glances over. What is happening out there? And where is that guy from? Watch closely as Sky asks. Haven't you heard of the unstoppable Eastern Beast? Steve immediately replies, Of course I have. I mean, what is he doing here instead of the East? Sky frowns, speculating. I get what you mean, but we don't know why he's here either. Just know we must avoid physical attacks. Steve glances to the side and asks, so you're saying I should use magic? Man, thanks for stating the obvious. Opposite them, Mac clasps his hands together. Enough talk. The tiger head on his shield begins to glow. With eyes locked forward, he rockets straight toward them like a missile. Sky stands frozen, frowning in shock. Oh my god, he's too fast. Steve glances over, panic rising. Sky can't dodge this. But just as he tries to move, sharp pain flares in his leg. Damn it, why is my old injury acting up now? Right then, Mac crashes right in front of them. With brutal precision, he strikes both of them, sending Steve and Sky flying dozens of meters away. Looking at Sky's battered state, Mac exhales. Well, that took care of one of you. His face shows utter impatience as he looks at them. Let's end this. Are you ready to surrender? Steve quickly plans to stall him with a fireball spell. Instantly, Mac raises his shield to block the blast. I thought he was a swordsman. Unstoppable, Steve immediately unleashes another attack at the brute. Lightning shock. Watching the move, Mac begins to suspect. So, is he actually a mage? Now, you and I need to watch closely as Mac reaches into his cloak, pulling out a strange black sphere. Recognizing the object, Mortem screams a warning. Hey, do not let him throw that thing. Confused, Steve asks, what? Boom! A massive explosion erupts, filling the entire area with thick, gray smoke. Frowning in the blinding haze, Steve coughs. What is this? A smoke bomb? Mortem explains. That is dyspolium. The guy is definitely no fool. Hearing this, Steve immediately covers his nose tightly. Mac praises his reaction. Fast move, but too late. The toxic particles are already in your lungs. Mortem frowns, warning him. This is bad. Given your current endurance and mental state, you have zero chance of winning. Even if I revive you, he'll just crush you again. Steve snaps. What do you mean? There has to be a way. Mortem looks at him, his face twisting into deep thought. Finally, Mortem glances at Sky and tells him, you must unleash everything. If you don't crush him now, looking back at the prince, he adds, not only will you fail, but our entire plan will be completely ruined. Giving them no time to chat, Mac charges forward, channeling all his explosive strength into a raised fist. He lands a brutal blow right to Steve's face, making him cry out in absolute agony. The impact sends him crashing backward onto the ground. Stepping forward, Mac leaps high into the air. His eyes flash as he descends on Steve, raising his heavy sword to deliver the final strike. And trust me, you and I are about to see a massive shift. A mysterious voice echoes, devour. Suddenly, Steve flashes a bizarre smile. Mac freezes, staring down in absolute confusion at his unexpected attitude. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a blinding beam of light flashes right past his face. Alright, you and I are about to see Mortem taking over Sky's body, aiming that gun right at us. He is really something else. How long has he been hiding this power? It looks like his focus is pure speed rather than raw power, Steve notes, glancing back at him. Seeing you use that skill is still pretty awkward, but Mortem just cuts him off talk later. Then the fire in his eyes blazes even hotter as he tells Steve to hold on tight. Inside the fortress walls, soldiers are frantically shouting warnings to one another. Hold them back, do not let them breach the gates. Meanwhile, something is slicing through the air with absolute blinding speed. Mortem, eyes burning with determination, locks onto his target and unleashes a relentless barrage of gunfire. Opposite him, Mark is forced to raise a single arm, desperately blocking the onslaught of incoming bullets. Seizing his moment, Mark launches himself forward with incredible speed. He throws a massive punch straight at Mortem, countering those deadly shots with raw force. Mortem dodges in a flash, frowning as he instantly raises his gun once again. I am not sure what that gear is, but it is insanely tough to break. Across from him, Mark eyes him warily, watching his opponent prepare to fire another round. Mark instantly thrusts his massive shield forward, blocking the relentless rain of bullets coming from Sky. Bracing against the impact, Mark sneers in his mind. Does this idiot really not see what is coming next? Mortem keeps firing like an absolute hurricane, but that heavy shield blocks every single shot thrown his way. But pay attention here. Mortem suddenly screams out, Steve, catch him! Hearing the signal, Steve triggers his skill and lunges forward. At the exact same moment, Mortem stops shooting. Damn it! While Mark is still trying to figure out why the firing stopped, Steve is already soaring directly over his head. Sensing danger at the very last second, Mark whips his head around to look behind him. Watching the blade plunge toward him, Mark sneers. That sword looks weak. Does he seriously think that can hurt me? Steve roars, driving his blade down with full force. Did you think some basic metal shield could stop magic? His glowing sword slams violently against the solid face of the heavy shield. Mark grits his teeth, pouring raw energy into his defense. But a split second later, the counterforce blasts Steve straight into the air. Mark glances over, letting out a heavy sigh. Man, That was a highly annoying strike to deal with. Before he can even catch his breath, Steve is already diving back down toward the shield. His hand makes contact with the metal, triggering his next skill. Pondus, increase weight. The massive surge of energy makes the shield incredibly heavy, pinning it directly to the ground. Mark frowns, straining with all his might to lift it. Why on earth did this get so heavy? At that exact moment, Mortem strikes from behind. Mark tightens his grip on the heavy shield, pushing his limits to hold it up. At the same time, he raises his free arm to block the incoming hit from Mortem. Mortem slams his foot directly against Mark's guarding arm, only to quickly retreat and change his angle of attack. Mark stands completely stunned, unable to read the move. Why did he just jump away like that? Steve uses one hand to force the shield down, continuously scaling up his weight increase magic. With his other hand, he drives his sword at Mark, but it gets blocked. Steve quickly unleashes dual magic, targeting both sides at once. All Mark can do is grit his teeth and take it as blue energy begins to erupt from the shield. The massive blast of raw power instantly erupts, blowing Steve backward and away from the fight. Now, you and I can see the smoke clearing as Steve lands safely, while Mark is left covered in deep wounds. Looking up at him, Mark admits he is surprised he never expected his opponent to be this incredibly strong. Suddenly, a bizarre, overwhelming energy surges from the city gates, forcing both of them to stop and look over. Jero is completely enveloped in a terrifying, dark power as someone calls out to him as Prince. With glowing red eyes, he slowly steps closer to them. Steve! He suddenly rasps his name. Steve looks back, frowning deeply. What on earth is wrong with this guy? Out of nowhere, Jero's arm whips straight toward his face. But Steve reacts instantly, thrusting his sword right through the limb. He tries to wrench the blade free, pulling back with all his might to slide it out of the arm. Steve grimaces. The blade is completely stuck. Is his body regenerating around the sword to trap it? Jero's eyes are completely lifeless and hollow as he smiles creepily. I have got you now. Mortem appears right beside him, shouting a warning. Steve, make a cross. A memory flashes in Steve's mind of Sky warning him I built in a secret feature, but it only works once. Back then, Steve had snapped at him not to mess with it. But now, you and I can hear that desperate voice urging him to use it. Alright, you and I are diving right into the action as he stares ahead and says, let's see how strong this is, sigh. He carefully touches the middle of the blade, hoping for the best. Instantly, power surges inside as a blinding, dazzling light shoots out from deep within the sword. A split second later, a massive explosion erupts right where they stand, its thunderous roar echoing across the entire sky. Sky's blurry face slowly appears before him, his expression filled with deep worry as he begs, please, open your eyes. Finally, Sky's face comes into sharp focus, staring down at him as he calls out, hey, wake up, come on, you are opening your eyes now, so do not make me punch you. Steve's eyes slowly blink open just as Sky called out, but he immediately groans, spitting out a mouthful of strange white liquid. Terrified, Sky takes a quick step back and stares at him. My God, what is wrong with you? What did you do this time? Steve just mutters back. Do not worry about it. Sky rubs his shoulder, looking over at the rising smoke and flames as he sighs. Man, I cannot believe you used a secret weapon while I was knocked out. I really wish I could have seen it. Must be crazy strong. The last thing I remember is getting hit. He falls flat on a ant on his back, looking totally spent. By now, Steve has managed to sit up, telling him, we need to talk once we get back. And don't blink, because this is where Elena comes rushing over to them, looking completely panicked. Steve, are you okay? Sky lies there, staring at the sky and chuckling sarcastically. Haha, I am right here too, you know. Guess I am invisible. You are one lucky guy. Steve, I am happy for you. He turns to her, letting out a soft sigh. Do not worry, I am fine. I am just too exhausted to talk. Hearing this, Elena lets out a sigh of relief and looks around at their surroundings. That is a relief. Steve gazes back toward the burning wreckage and asks, what happened to those guys? Are they dead? Sky sits up as well, looking in the same direction. Probably. I made that using rare gunpowder and even infused some wind energy into it. Just at that moment, Elena's ears pick up a highly unusual and threatening noise. The heavy sound of footsteps echoing as someone walks forward. It is Mark, carrying the unconscious body of Jero over his shoulders, slowly emerging right out of the raging flames. With a deep scowl, his face dripping with dark red blood, he glares directly at them. Both Steve and Sky freeze in absolute shock upon seeing him. Sky grits his teeth, whispering, that guy is an absolute monster. Elena is also left speechless, stunned that he managed to survive that massive explosion unharmed. She quickly calculates her remaining energy, realizing she is almost out of mana but can still fire one last shot. Suddenly, the booming sound of cannon fire echoes through the area. Elena looks back at the flames erupting outside the fortress walls, panicking because she thought they had already destroyed all the enemy artillery. A soldier rushes toward them in a panic to report, Commander, we have got a huge problem. You and I both know how bad this is. Nenny warns them those are long-range magic cannons. They are targeting us from a distance. The very second he finishes speaking, a series of deafening explosions start blasting all around where they stand. Sky shields his face, scowling as he yells to the others. It looks like we need to escape right now. Elena turns her head to look at him, arguing. But our main target is right over there. He glances back at her, explaining, I know, I am just as frustrated as you, but we have to be smart about this. Sky begins assessing their current situation. I mean, look at that guy's condition. And yet, he is still holding his shield up to protect the prince. He looks at the battered states of Mark and Jero, noting, both of them are completely exhausted. If we drag this out until their reinforcements arrive, we are done. Elena looks at him and asks, so what do we do now? Sky raises his hand. I have an idea for everyone. We are pulling back. With that, he pulls out a small white sphere from his pocket. Nenny is holding an identical small sphere in his hand. With a sudden boom, the entire castle is swallowed by a thick, dark gray fog. Elena furrows her brows, covering her nose as she questions, is this a smoke bomb? Sky pulls his horse's reins, turning back to explain to her, it is a special kind of smoke. Most magical targeting skills cannot penetrate this. Now quickly get to the horses. I will leave Steve in your hands. Nenny also pulls his horse over, keeping a watchful eye. Everything is ready. Give the order to retreat. Sky climbs onto his saddle, warning the surrounding soldiers not to get captured by those guys. Move out! With his loud shout, the entire cavalry division splits up in multiple directions and dashes away. The enemy forces instantly spot their sudden movement. What on earth is that? Look over there. One of the prince's loyal soldiers shouts an order. They are escaping. Capture them. Nenny looks at the man beside him and says, we should split up. Good luck to us, Commander. Sky smiles back at him. All right, see you at the safe house. I expect to see every single one of you there. That night, inside the camp as the army sets up tents to rest, a voice calls out. You must rest, sir, Mark says, entering. Trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next. All right, you and I are starting with a dire question. How is the prince? His subordinate reports he still cannot move. Mac's brows furrow tightly as he stares at the motionless figure on the bed. Prince Jero's broken body is no longer whole. The subordinate continues his grim report, stating they still have not found the missing arm. Judging by the wound, it was likely blown to pieces in the previous blast. Hearing this, Mac crosses his arms with a heavy sigh, replying, I know. Suddenly, a loud, piercing scream echoes from outside. He whips his head around toward the sound, demanding to know what happened. Outside, Jero's ancient sword is suddenly unleashing a strange, violent energy. Terrified soldiers report that the prince's relic is going wild. Mac rushes outside, looking up at the glowing blade. Gomera, look out! The sword suddenly lunges straight at him, launching a vicious attack. Mac clenches his fist, tightly gripping the heavy shield in his hand. He raises it in front of him, bracing to block Gomera's fierce strike. Mac grits his teeth, pouring all his strength into blocking the impact. What on earth? The hovering blade is radiating a sinister, pitch-black energy. Suddenly, the weapon changes course, sending a surge of dark energy shooting into the sky. Then it dives down, aiming right for Jero's bed. Trust me, Mac grinds his teeth in sheer rage, roaring, How dare you? He instantly unleashes the hidden power of his defense shield. A blinding beam of light erupts from the crest, blasting directly toward the floating sword Gomera. Mac charges forward with lightning speed, closing the distance to Gomera. He raises his massive shield high, then slams it down with an earth-shattering blow. The watching soldiers stand frozen in absolute shock at the impact. A strange green liquid erupts from the cracked blade, spraying everywhere. The first soldier stares, his face blank with confusion. Is that blood? The second soldier standing nearby shares the exact same shocked expression. How is a legendary relic bleeding? The bizarre green fluid splatters all over Mac's face. On the ground, the sword is now completely fractured and broken. The strange green blood keeps oozing from the deep cracks. Then, the liquid splashes upward, staining the surface of his heavy shield. Meanwhile, 3 figures in black outfits hide in a dark corner, one making hand gestures. He spots armed guards patrolling from a high vantage point. They have guards everywhere, so stay alert. Sky frowns, letting out a heavy sigh. Damn it. I knew sneaking around here wouldn't be easy, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. Steve nods in quiet agreement. With guards everywhere, he presses a marked brick on the statue. At least we made it to our destination. The door opens as a voice echoes, there's no place like home. Stepping inside, he pulls down his hood, visibly annoyed. Why are you laughing? You completely destroyed my sword with that bomb of yours. Sky snaps back. Stop whining, you're still breathing, aren't you? Let me sit down and rest for a second. Seeing them arrive, a companion turns around joyfully, calling out that the commander is back, catching the attention of another older man. You and I both knew he'd survive, right? He smirks. Did you think I was dead? But why is it so quiet here? Where is everyone else? Nancy replies. With so many guards outside, it'll probably take them some time to slip in. Only we and a few sentries outside have gathered so far. Hearing this, Sky nods. So that is why I don't see that loudmouth around. We barely made it ourselves. So, any new updates? He places a hand on his chin, his voice dropping. Do you remember the Python Guild? They are pretty famous in Beaton's criminal underworld. He replies, Ah, yes, I know them. The youth continues, explaining they were arrested just a few days ago. Hearing this, Sky is stunned. What? Seriously? You mean ordinary soldiers captured them? That doesn't sound like them at all. He explains that Iron, Supreme Commander of the Western Forces, tracked them down personally. Thinking of her and McDowell, he scratches his head. So the prince's guards and soldiers are still lingering outside? Man, they must be absolutely furious. Sky then turns toward Steve, declaring, Well, now we're absolutely certain that you can't stay here anymore. Hearing this, he asks, What? He replies instantly, With Benia's forces hunting you, you can't take a single step outside without being caught. Steve breaks into a cold sweat, falling silent. Nancy points at the wanted poster, adding, The good thing is, not many people recognize your face yet. There is only one photo on the poster, but it is only a matter of time before they expand their search radius. Hearing their words, he drops his head onto the table, groaning in frustration. Both the plan and the timing were flawless back then. Why do unexpected problems keep popping up to ruin everything? Sky cuts in. Stop complaining. Focus on what we should do next. Steve snaps irritably. Where am I supposed to go? The entire northern region is ruled by Benia. He sighs in pure annoyance. Honestly, I never want to see Jero's face ever again. Frowning, Sky makes a suggestion. If you have nowhere to go in the west, then go north. Hearing this, he looks up, imagining an empire covered in endless white snow. Sky says, If you hide in the northern Chromatos Empire, not only is Benea powerless to chase you, but we're going to see you build your own unstoppable army. He keeps speaking. You and I probably already realize this by now. Fighting Jero alone is completely useless. What you need right now is the strength of an army. That is exactly what you should bring back when you return from the north. Steve can only remain silent. Outside, the scene shifts to a massive vessel with its sails fully spread, ready to depart. Stepping forward under his dark cloak, Sky pulls his hood down and speaks. To make up for breaking your sword, I got you a ship. Steve looks highly skeptical. I honestly thought you brought us out here just to pull a prank, he continues. The entire harbor is locked down by the royal army, and I do not even see a single small boat around. Hearing this, he rests a hand on his hip and replies, Did you think a smuggler ship would be easy to spot? Wait, it should be here. Just as Sky finishes speaking, look closely, a giant ship slowly appears as the cloaking magic fades away right in front of them. One of them exclaims in shock, Wait, is that entire ship actually invisible? How long has it been sitting here? Elena responds in absolute wonder. It is a form of optical illusion. I have never seen it cast on something this massive. Is that him? Standing on the deck, a woman appears and speaks up. I was worried when you told me he was your friend, but he actually looks pretty polite. Then she introduces herself. I am Claudia, and this is my beloved ship. Steve politely introduces himself in return. I am Steve Atelier, and this is my companion. Claudia asks, So is it just the two of you? By the way, I am glad you are on time. If you were late or caused trouble, I would have left you behind. Sky smirks. Haha, classic Claudia. Thanks for coming. Even though times are tense, I will pay the travel fee as soon as I can. She turns away with a wave of her hand. I am just doing my job, and when did I ever ask you for money? Just buy me a drink next time, and some for my crew too. Claudia suddenly turns back and asks, I just remembered, is this your first time heading north? Do you get seasick? He answers honestly. No, actually, this is my very first time on a boat. Once their conversation wraps up, the vessel sails peacefully across the vast, open ocean. On board, Steve is trembling and throwing up violently from severe seasickness, prompting a frustrated crewmate carrying cargo to complain. Can you go below deck? You are blocking the way. He has been like this for 2 days, making Steve look completely miserable. This sucks. What can I even do? I feel like I am literally dying here. Right then, Mortem appears and suggests, well, using recovery magic will help you feel better temporarily, but you will keep vomiting as long as you are on board. Now, I know what you are thinking. Elena approaches with a worried voice. Oh my, are you okay? Leaving him totally confused. This is your first time on a ship, and your senses are sharper than I expected. How are you completely fine? Looking at the vial in her hand, she replies, just like the captain said, some are born sailors, some are not. Then she hands it over. Here, drink this. Steve takes it, feeling curious. What is it? She replies. It is some medicine the captain gave me. It will help ease your seasickness. Just as he is about to drink, he remembers something important. Have you spoken to her? How much longer must we travel? Elena replies. She said it will take about 2 weeks to bypass the magical storm separating the continents. Steve is so shocked he spits the medicine right out. 2 weeks. Seeing this, she quickly warns, "Do not spit it out. That is your lifesaver." Tears stream down his miserable face as he wonders if he will die before they even arrive. Mortem tries to comfort him. "Do not worry, I will heal you." Steve groans that he is not helping at all. Right then, Claudia walks over and asks, "How are you holding up, kid?" He reluctantly replies, "A bit better, thanks to your medicine." She says, "I haven't brought that out in ages. I'm glad you used it, so don't feel ashamed about getting seasick. Everyone on this ship is smuggling themselves to the north, so I can't guarantee you won't meet shady characters. Stay alert." Hearing this, Steve asks, "Did you come out here just to tell me that?" Claudia rests her hands on her hips and chuckles. "Well, I am the captain, so it is my duty to look after everyone. Plus, I wanted to tell you guys to hold on tight." Confused, he asks, "Hold on for what?" She points a finger upward. "I hate to break it to you, but until we completely clear the storm, the journey will be rougher than expected. It is going to rain tonight." Looking up at the clear blue sky, he wonders silently. Rain, when the sky is this clear? Sure enough, just as Claudia predicted, the sky turns into a heavy storm and downpours begin. Inside the cabin, voices whisper about how unpredictable the sea is. Where did those clouds come from? What is the plan? This is your first trip north, right? Steve rests his chin on his hand and sighs. First, I will stop at a station to check if I need a new explorer license. Because entering dungeons without a license is illegal, and I want to make an epic, grand debut in the north. I really don't want any trouble right when we arrive. Elena smiles. I see. In that case, I will study northern culture. He asks how, but trust me, you and I will have to wait, because her ears suddenly twitch at a strange sound. All right. You and I are diving right into the action as Elena suddenly stands up, warning Steve that something is outside and the pouring rain creatures crawling up from the deep. Her voice trembles, claiming she hears something scraping against the hull. A middle-aged man strokes his chin, muttering about them arriving earlier than usual, before picking up a massive blade with a grim expression. He orders everyone to stop eating, pack up the leftovers, lock themselves in their rooms, and stay inside. With that, he slams the door and vanishes, leaving the confused passengers whispering and wondering where on earth he is going. Outside, Claudia looks irritated by their early arrival and immediately barks orders for everyone to grab their weapons. She shouts that they cannot let the reputation of the Tanis Charlie be ruined by passenger injuries. Otherwise, she will toss them to the sharks. Hearing this, the crew quickly arms themselves, though one guy complains about his heavy blade. He grumbles about the massive numbers today, but she raises her voice, telling them dinner is officially over and it is time to work. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere thickens with pure panic as anxious murmurs fill the room, everyone wondering what is going on. One passenger stands with hands on hips, suggesting that since even the chef is out fighting, they should probably help too. Another passenger quickly objects, confidently claiming the ship will be totally fine on its own. He argues they would only get in the way and should stay inside, while two mysterious black-cloaked figures remain completely silent. Suddenly, someone turns to Steve and asks if he knows anything, calling him Brian. He calmly raises a hand, asking for some quiet. With that, he closes his eyes to focus his senses. Now, pay attention here. Steve suddenly opens his eyes in shock at how quiet it has become, just as someone suggests they check outside. Thinking the battle must be over, he opens the door without hesitation, while the others curiously peek out behind him. The sight leaves Steve completely stunned. He freezes, noticing the heap of dead monsters pinned down by various weapons. Someone identifies them as A-Queens, while another marvels at how they never seem to tire, despite always being slaughtered. Steve asks if they always attack the ship, and Claudia nods, explaining they are used to these beasts appearing whenever they set sail. It has practically become a routine training drill. Holding her weapon, she warns everyone to stay alert, noting that they hunt in packs and more could be lurking nearby. She adds that their rising numbers lately are extremely concerning. At that exact moment, a sharp spike on a supposedly dead monster on the deck suddenly begins to twitch. But don't blink, because in a split second, a sharp white spike shoots straight towards Sia. Steve instantly grabs her arm to pull her aside, effortlessly snapping the monster's sharp weapon with one hand, while unleashing a powerful kick to send the beast flying. Inside the ship, shocked voices immediately erupt at the sudden commotion. They yell in disbelief, wondering how one was still alive, while Wilcom bites his lip in anger and swings a curved blade. Steve notices the attack, but a sharp axe is already pressed tightly against his neck. Wilcom demands to know what Steve thinks he is doing to her, but Steve calmly replies there has been a misunderstanding. Right then, Chia punches Wilcom square in the jaw, furiously yelling that Steve actually saved her life. She scolds him for trying to threaten people, leaving him clutching his swollen face and stammering excuses. Annoyed, Steve asks if Wilcom has anything to say to him, but the hothead just sighs in frustration and walks away without a single word of apology. Steve mutters a curse under his breath as Claudia crosses her arms and apologizes. When he asks why, she admits that as captain, she never expected to rely on a passenger. Steve asks why she did not just use the same invisibility spell she cast on the ship before. She smirks, explaining that if it were that easy, she already would have. Unfortunately, cloaking a ship of this massive size does not last long and cannot be used frequently. She believes facing these struggles head-on is just part of paying their dues to the sea. Welcome to the ocean once again. Inside, the ship falls quiet, with only the rhythmic hum of the engine echoing through the cabins. Steve leans on the table with a sigh, wishing his morning had not been ruined by seasickness, as Elena watches him curiously. She asks what he knows about the North, and when he admits it is not much, she wonders if they eat sweet syrup over snow. Steve says no, but she eagerly asks if he knows about the dwarven snow sleds they use to travel. Amused by her endless stream of bizarre questions, Steve cannot help but ask. He wonders if she read it in books. But Elena happily explains that her incredibly smart and kind roommate told her all about it. She points right at Sia, leaving Steve wondering if that girl is from the North, and that is where we leave it. But trust me, we are just getting started. Stick with me because this mystery starts now. Watching Keisha slam the table, he wonders what Northerners are doing on this ship from Benia to the North. Honestly, she does not look like the shady type. Then a figure approaches Steve, asking if they can talk. Steve acts cold, demanding to know what he wants. WCOM just scratches his head, sighs, and admits his girl forced him to apologize. With that, he casually turns and walks away. Steve is stunned, muttering that he gets it. Wait, is that it? You call that a conversation? Fine, whatever. Outside, the sky gradually transitions into a deep, heavy shade of orange. Shouts from inside the ship urgently tell everyone to move. As everyone gets into position, Steve wonders why they are in such a rush. Crew members sprint past, yelling to double-check the passages inside the ship immediately. Elena steps up to explain that from what she gathered, the storm is rolling in way faster than predicted, and that is not the only issue. Right then, Claudia yells out, demanding to know why everyone is panicking. We still have plenty of time before the storm hits. A crewman reports that, while that is true, the wind and currents are defying all their instruments. Every warning sign is flashing, meaning something is seriously wrong. Watch closely now. She grabs her binoculars, ordering a sharp turn to starboard, and telling them to dodge any incoming obstacles, no matter what. Even if it ruins the schedule, the crewman salutes his captain. Claudia raises her binoculars again, scanning the horizon for danger. Through the lens, a faint, ghostly mast with an unrecognizable flag appears in the distance. Why is a ship even out here? Wait, could it be? Suddenly, water erupts from the sea as deafening explosions echo across the waves. A chill runs down her spine. Seeing this with her own eyes for the first time, she curses her terrible luck. An ominous vessel emerges, and Claudia recognizes it instantly as the Greybone ship. She screams for everyone to brace, or they will be sunk. As torrential rain pours down, the terrifying Greybone ship continues its relentless approach. Sensing the extreme danger, Claudia tightly grips the diamond artifact in her hand and yells orders. Lower the sails and blow that thing away before it is too late. The crew scrambles to position as she whispers her Kini spell. Instantly, a dazzling, rainbow-like light wraps around their vessel. Claudia commands her men to ready the cannons. Fighting the violent, crashing waves, the crew grips the heavy artillery tightly. Ready, Captain, they shout, as she orders them to get as close to the enemy as possible. We lost our positioning after that blast, so hold your fire until my exact command. The ship swerves, charging directly at the skeletal threat. At that exact moment, Claudia screams to fire. A massive, blinding beam of golden energy erupts from their main cannon. Yet, no matter how many devastating blasts they fire, a glowing purple barrier completely blocks every single strike. The sight leaves the entire crew in absolute shock. Claudia silently wonders what kind of magic this is. A shield? A crewman screams that the recoil knocked them completely off course, and the bone ship is closing in fast. Now, pay attention here, because things are about to get ugly. Dark, bizarre objects grow from the enemy ship, launching a massive barrage. Someone shrieks that they are about to be rammed. Shocked by the onslaught, Steve wonders if this is a ghost ship. Elena shields her face from the incoming debris. Meanwhile, WCOM leaps in front of Keisha to protect her, keeping his guard up against the violent shockwaves. Claudia does not waste a single second, instantly shouting that they are under siege. She orders the combat squads onto the deck to prepare for hand-to-hand battle. From above, black, shadowy figures are seen leaping onto the ship alongside the barrage of projectiles. A commanding voice rings out above the roaring chaos, alerting the crew. Listen up, enemies are boarding our ship. Right then, a heavy chain whips through the air, slicing a corpse clean in half. In the blink of an eye, weapons are drawn, locked in a fierce combat stance. A zombie charges forward, only to be instantly impaled by a lethal strike. Elena stands completely calm, holding her glowing weapon as if this is nothing. He watches her in stunned silence, before WCOM quickly glances over to see how Steve is handling his fight. With one hand, Steve slams an undead head into the deck. Frowning, he stares at the skull in his grip, wondering what kind of monsters these actually are. But skeletons or zombies, it really does not matter right now. Looking around, Steve suddenly spots a strange purple glow enveloping everyone. To his absolute horror, he realizes his own skills are not working at all. A rotting corpse lunges, but Steve blocks it barehanded. With a dead serious expression, he pauses, wondering if he is starting to hear voices. First a ghost ship, then his powers fail him, and now he is hearing voices? Nothing is making sense anymore. Right then, Mem's voice echoes out, calling his full name. That familiar voice snaps Steve awake, his eyes widening in shock. Steve glances around, asking what is going on. Mem replies that it has been trying to wake him up, adding that there is no time to explain, so it is cutting straight to the point. You were caught in a massive illusion. I managed to wake you up, but trust me, we are running out of time before you slip right back under. Confused, Steve asks, and trust me, we would be lost too. What is this illusion? Mortem answers that everything, literally everything he just saw, is a trick. The only reason he is still trapped inside is because he does not fully trust him yet. He continues. Think about it. Is not it incredibly strange that we are just standing here talking? The enemies are not attacking. Steve looks around and realizes everyone is completely frozen, like time itself stopped. Mortem warns him, do you feel it now? Why would the enemies choose close combat instead of just shooting us? And why did the curse have no effect? Mortem explains, if we had time, I would let you figure it out and wake up on your own. His eyes are completely blank white right now, but the spirit's next words finally snap Steve back to reality. But we are out of time, so I am waking you up right now. All around, everyone on the ship is enveloped in a faint purple glow. A mysterious voice breaks the eerie silence. Everything is quiet as usual. Move it, hurry up, one of the intruders says with absolute admiration. Our captain is incredible. I cannot believe that illusion still works from a mile away. The silent guy next to him just gives a quick thumbs up. Meanwhile, their leader picks up a girl. Now watch closely, because he demands them to shut up and move out. Unable to hold back his curiosity, one grunt asks why the captain wants this girl. The leader replies, how should I know? She is probably the kid of someone powerful. Go ask the captain yourself. Before leaving, another grunt calls out, wait, we have not had a haul this big in forever. Why not steal some loot for ourselves? The leader shrugs, if you want to grab something, make it quick. The grunt waves his hand, no need to rush. None of them realize that right at this moment, a nearby hand is clenching into a tight fist. Glowing particles of energy begin to swirl right in front of him, and a sudden explosion on deck completely startles the black-cloaked intruders. The leader mutters in pure shock, how is this possible? The illusion was supposed to last much longer. Steve emerges with deep, dark eyes, grabbing the head of the stunned intruder, who just got blasted by the explosion. Then he coldly demands, what exactly do you want from my ship? Seeing this, one intruder draws a dagger, calling him a bastard, but his ally warns him to forget it. They do not have time to fight. His mind is racing. This was not part of the plan. What should they do now? Then the intruder shouts, hey mage, gripping his dagger tight and warning him not to take a single step. You know what happens if you do not listen, right? Hearing this threat, Steve grits his teeth in anger as the enemy points the blade at Kasia, yelling, back off if you take another step. Right at that moment, Mortem possesses his ally and presses a sword against his neck, whispering, prepare to die. Feeling the cold blade, the intruder panics, thinking, how did this happen? I did not even see him move. You and I need to watch as Mortem controls the intruder, warning him to stay still because he needs his head intact to read his mind. Mortem's glowing blue soul surges into the intruder, causing dark green mist to radiate from his trembling arms. After forcing the three intruders to tie each other up, he confirms they are just low-level, brainless lackeys who know absolutely nothing about the actual motive behind this sudden kidnapping. But there is one more thing. Mortem points out the strange, faint purple barrier surrounding the gray bone ship. The illusion masking the ship is gone, but it is still protected by a powerful shield linked to an ancient relic, meaning breaking through will not be easy. Hearing this, Steve raises a question. Is it impossible to break it using magic? He answers, unless you blast it with a massive amount of high-tier magic. But that would just waste your mana. Let's wake up the others first then. I am sure they are smart enough to realize something is off right away. Mortem's spiritual mist gently drifts over Elena, and within seconds, she completely wakes up from the powerful illusion. She panics, looking around out of breath and asking where the enemies are, but Steve quickly calms her down. It is fine. Just breathe. She then realizes everyone on the boat has just snapped out of the trance, desperately asking, Steve, what on earth happened? Meanwhile, After tying up all the intruders, the ship quietly continues its peaceful journey across the open ocean. Elena suddenly voices her suspicion. Were they trying to kidnap Kasia? Steve turns to confirm. Wait, is that her name? But Elena still does not get why they would target her. Steve replies, I have no idea. None of those grunts know either. Elena, could you do me a favor and tell the captain what happened? I need to go have a little chat with our guests. Meanwhile, WCOM scratches his head and asks, Young lady, what are you doing up on the deck? I specifically told you to wait safely in your cabin. Kasia snaps back. Do not tell me what to do. I do not even know what happened. I just woke up and found myself out here. He sighs. You always do this. As the successor of our family, you really need to be more careful. Right then, Steve jumps down to intervene, asking if they can stop arguing. WCOM turns to apologize, then asks, But can you tell us what actually just happened? I only remember bits. Trust me, things are about to get wild. Alright, you and I are diving right into this crazy moment where Mortem notices a shift in his attitude. Is he actually backing down? Meanwhile, he crosses his arms and explains that everyone on deck fell under some cheap illusion. He was just the first to wake up. He explains how he had to punch a few creeps trying to kidnap her. Hearing this, Claudia is shocked. Me? He points toward those guys in black. Looking closely at them, WCOM admits he has absolutely no clue who they are. We have never crossed paths before, but their clothes and that ship look incredibly familiar. Right then, a sword slams hard into the deck. Claudia, hands on her hips, furiously declares that familiarity does not matter, and no bastard gets near their ship from now on. I heard it from your girl. Did we really hallucinate everything? The skeleton crew, the ghost ship, and even that crazy storm? Steve looks at her and nods. Exactly. As Claudia lets out a tired sigh of frustration. Captain, things are looking bad, but she is determined to make them pay. Still, she wonders how they managed to disguise themselves as a skeleton ship to fool everyone. I will rip them apart. He gently tells her he understands her rage, but they lack the firepower to sink that ship right now, so he needs to ask a favor. Steve confidently holds up a ring crackling with dark energy and says, Let us handle their ship, while you focus entirely on getting our vessel moving forward. Shocked, she asks, Wait, are you really planning to fight them all by yourself? Without another word, he quietly stands at the bow of the ship and begins chanting a dark curse. Clenching the ring tight, his spoken words trigger an avalanche of power. Instantly, the sea freezes solid, as freezing mist rises. Watch closely, Claudia is completely stunned by this sight, but she quickly snaps out of it to yell her orders. Full steam ahead. Now we shift to the Royal Benezia estate, where bright sunlight casts a surprisingly peaceful glow over the palace. There, Raptor sits with his legs crossed, quietly reading a brown scroll in his hand. Suddenly, the door flies open and he instantly warns the intruder. Do not slam the door like that. I do not want to be disturbed. Anfet demands, What did you do? Raptor simply sighs and calmly replies, How can I answer if you do not explain yourself? He questions how his brother predicted the Gambini Fortress incident, but what truly confuses Anfet is something else entirely. How did you send Madorwell and his army from the Far East as reinforcements? You and I both know that distance from the capital makes this play absolutely impossible. Anfet is highly suspicious. How on earth did you know what happened at the fortress? Raptors calmly replies. From Conrad, obviously. I assumed you already knew, so why ask me? Then he reminds him that Conrad works for him, so of course he knows. Anfet argues back that Conrad's visions are only partial, they never reveal the whole picture like that. If they got it wrong, it would have been a massive disaster. He locks his hands behind his back and speaks. Yet you acted solely on Conrad's vision without consulting anyone. You mobilized an entire army without getting any authorization. Do you have any idea what could have happened to the kingdom? Raptors rests his chin on his hand. I never knew you cared so much, how reassuring. Then, flashing a sly grin, he adds, I honestly thought you were just mad because I snatched the throne from you. Hearing him claim he used predictions to protect the north, Anfet swallows his rage, veins bulging on his face. Raptors chuckles mockingly, Do not look so down, little brother. I made the right call. Who knows what would have happened if I did not act? He points out all the casualties, noting they already suffered heavy losses. We should be glad things did not turn out far worse. I already have enough of a headache from that Gambini mess. Meanwhile, Anfet frowns, thinking, should I seriously be glad we did not lose harder? All these disasters have ruined my plans. The real mystery keeping me up is how on earth he saw Conrad's vision. Staring at Raptor's cold, calculating smile, Anfet suddenly realizes a vital truth. I must assume he is going to watch my every move from now on. Raptors picks up his paper again, asking, Why the long face? If that is all you came to say, you may leave. With all the chaos I am dealing with, I simply do not have time for idle chatter. Hearing this, he turns away. Fine. Anfet storms out and slams the door shut. Raptors just keeps the... Meanwhile, walking down the long corridor, his mind is racing. I need to figure out exactly what game my brother is playing. That is my top priority right now. Anfet grits his teeth at this dangerous truth. Before making any moves, I have to find out. We cut back to the ship, which has finally arrived at the Empire, a lookout shouting from high above Spot's land. We are here, that is the port city of Nia. Steve throws on a warm coat and sighs. Finally, we made it to the Chromatos Empire. Suddenly, Claudia calls out to them, "Hey, can you two come over here for a second? I need to tell you something before we enter the city." He and Elena listen in surprise as she reaches out to shake Steve's hand. "Thank you." Claudia is deeply grateful because without their help, everyone would be dead. "And trust me, you and I are ready to see what crazy adventure awaits them next. Stick with me here." Steve warns her that these guys will definitely try attacking again after failing. But just in case, they must remain cautious. She then takes out a special item as a small token of gratitude. Steve looks curious, asking what it is. She hands him a folded paper to explain. She explains that while she is usually busy, this paper will connect him to the sailors, and she will receive his messages first. If they ever need anything, she will drop all of her work to assist them immediately. Steve takes the paper, promising to cherish it. As heavy snow blankets the harbor, a voice tells them not to worry about customs and just get off the boat. Saying goodbye to those on the ship, Steve and Elena head into the city together. A security guard instructs them to show their identification papers. Wherever they go, the friendly locals wave and welcome them. Looking around, Elena sighs, wishing the South could be peaceful like this too. A place where elves, dwarves, and humans live in harmony. Steve nods in agreement. She then asks where they should head. Steve replies that they must find lodging first, and then they can start gathering information about their situation. Suddenly, a voice calls out, asking them to come along for a moment. They both look over in surprise. Now here is where it gets interesting. We see Sia and WCOM wave them over to jump into their carriage. Along the way, Steve asks if they are heading to her house. She raises a finger, smiling at his surprise. She insists that since they saved her life, she cannot let them leave without properly returning the favor. She politely asks what brought them to this place. Steve crosses his arms, staring out the window, unsure how to answer. Elena also looks outside, admiring the snowy forest. Meanwhile, Mortem speaks up and chimes in. He explains they fled from the Southern Prince after a failed assassination, adding that southern travel is currently closed. Chia gently smiles, saying it's fine. She notes that most smugglers arrive in the north with zero connections. She assumes they are probably in the same boat, having nowhere else to go. Steve sighs, thinking how he spent all his dungeon money helping Sky, before admitting it is not a great start. Sia tells them she wants them to get used to the north, offering full financial and logistical support from now on. Steve is stunned, pointing out that this kind of support will cost an absolute fortune. Chia remains calm, while Elena is completely mesmerized by the beautiful scenery passing by outside. Sia officially introduces herself as Sia Hardin Brock. She is actually the heiress to the biggest merchant family in the north. Trust me, you'll love their snow-covered mansion. Sitting inside the grand room, Steve looks at the sofa, wondering just how expensive the furniture actually is. Elena gasps at the sheer luxury of the house, while Steve sinks into the soft cushions, feeling quite envious of her family's incredible wealth. He realizes he could never earn this much money even if he spent his entire life raiding ancient tombs. Chia walks in smiling, glad they are comfortable. Elena wonders if she should call her Lady Hardin Brock now. Sia laughs, telling them to drop the formalities and treat her just like they did on the ship. Steve gets serious, questioning why she is offering so much help, suggesting there must be something else she wants. Sia nods solemnly, asking if they remember the sailor they captured back on the ship. Steve explains that his interrogation only revealed they were hired to kidnap her, without knowing the actual reason why. She agrees, noting her guard WCOM got the exact same results from his interrogation. Meanwhile, WCOM reaches into his sleeve and pulls out a dagger. Chia nervously continues speaking. She explains she found that very dagger on a thief who tried to rob her right before leaving. Initially, she thought it was just a normal thief, but Steve examines the weapon closely. He notes a normal thief wouldn't carry such high-grade gear, especially with a specific name carved on it. Chia mentions the name Augustin Riverwood, explaining he was her father's best friend and business partner. With deep regret, she adds that he was brutally murdered in a robbery just days before she left. Remembering the cloaked men, she connected the dagger to the very people who wanted him dead. Now they used a ghost ship to kidnap her, meaning her family is unsafe on land and sea. Steve wonders if this is all just a coincidence, asking why she thinks one person is behind everything. She reveals her family plans to restore trade between the North and South. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, let's dive into a world split by a massive magic storm though. Sia explains crossing it is tough, but not impossible. Smugglers have already managed to pull it off, she continues. But both sides have vastly different ways of treating non-human races, and they exploit these smugglers in their own way. That is why both sides are eager to solve their own problems. She adds that this is exactly why a few northern merchants have started acting in absolute secrecy. My father is their leader, backed by hundreds of merchants, including Augustine. Chia admits that as her family's representative, she can't actually order anyone around, other than heading south to sign contracts and discuss future plans. Her voice grows increasingly quiet as she speaks. And the moment we started setting up the business, news came that project members were being targeted, and I almost got kidnapped myself. You still don't get it, do you? Sid asks. And pay attention here, they targeted you so openly because they knew your exact coordinates. Someone inside this project is pulling the strings, and Sia realizes there is a dangerous traitor hiding in the shadows. Steve nods in agreement. But what she truly wants is something else entirely, begging him with desperate eyes. I want to uncover whoever is behind this, Sia declares with determination. But don't worry, I will still support you completely even if you decide to turn down this job. She emphasizes that these are two separate matters, treating her request as a personal favor. Despite her plea, Steve isn't fully convinced yet and questions her. Is there any particular reason it absolutely has to be us? Crossing his arms, he sighs and continues. Aside from Lantrum, who was just bored on the boat, we are basically strangers. Plus, we have absolutely zero experience or knowledge regarding the North. By asking us, you are picking the worst possible candidates to handle your family's highly important and sensitive mission. Placing a hand on her chin, she disagrees. Actually, you two are the absolute perfect fit for this. No one has any clue who is behind those incidents. Sia explains further that if she sends her own people to investigate, the mastermind will notice instantly and interrogate them, making the entire plan completely useless. Hearing this, Steve lets out a heavy sigh. Fair enough. It doesn't matter what they look like, they won't get a thing out of me. Is that why you brought us here? She nods. It wouldn't be very smart to discuss secret business at the docks in broad daylight. Holding up two fingers, she continues. Aside from Augustine, there are two other merchants tied to this project. I need you to keep a close eye on both. Noticing his reluctant expression, Keisha clenches her fists to emphasize. Of course, I will compensate you handsomely for this job. Mortem then chimes in. Sounds like a pretty sweet deal, right? Our main goal is to collect ancient artifacts in the north, it continues. Even if we have to wander around and explore the entire continent just to find those merchants she mentioned. You and I know this is a total win-win, right? Exploring the north with a wealthy sponsor backing them is too good to pass up, and Steve soon nods in agreement. Yeah, that makes sense. Then he declares decisively, all right, I accept. Since the two of us will be traveling around anyway, we will handle your request too. Hearing his answer, Keisha collapses back into her chair with absolute relief. Really? Oh, thank goodness, I was so worried I could barely breathe. WCOM smiles warmly. This is fantastic news, milady. Still, Steve harbors some doubts, asking, aren't you worried about trusting me with something so critical? You used to be pretty harsh with me. He calmly replies, you have already shown us what you can do, so if Sia is willing to trust you, I will respect her decision unconditionally. Mortem remarks that he is completely different from their first meeting, and even Steve has to admit his attitude changed fast. Chia turns to WCOM with a frown. Don't say things like that. You are just going to pressure them. Brian agreed to help, so let me do my job. Then she warmly turns and tells WCOM to show their guests around the place. Stepping outside, Steve looks down at the sword in his hand. We have basically been living like royalty these past few days. I actually feel a little guilty accepting such an expensive dwarven sword, even though I do need it. Behind him, Sia steps up with her hands raised. Don't feel bad. I was actually surprised you only took that sword. I was fully prepared to give you an entire armory. Steve declines. This is plenty. I prefer traveling light. Then, he asks with a serious look. So there are two suspects and you want me to watch one of them, right? The one named Novelia Riverfell. She confirms that he is a merchant supplying the dwarf town of Silas nearby, which makes it easy for you to reach. Why are you so indifferent anyway? Sheathing his sword, Steve asks with curiosity. By the way, do you know where the nearest adventurer guild is around here? I need to take a test to get my license back. Chia is surprised. A license? Then she offers to just hand him one. That way you won't have to worry about the test, unless there is a specific reason you want to. Hearing this, he nervously asks if it is illegal. Chia gives a wry laugh. In my experience in the underworld, illegal is a word that only applies to those without money. That is pretty embarrassing. You should go get your license from Macomb. Steve knows it is not his first rodeo, but as you and I can see, hearing a wealthy merchant speak so casually about the law is definitely chilling. Are all merchants this prepared? You and I are about to find out as Warcom finishes packing the carriage with all the food, gold, and survival gear needed for this wild expedition. He then hands over a glowing sphere. This is an artifact designed for long-distance communication. It connects you straight to the CIA, so use it only when necessary. But remember, you have 10 charges total. Warcom then presents another item. And here is your Class A Explorer license. It becomes active as soon as it's verified. Steve takes the license, realizing it's forged from a special alloy designed to prevent forgery. It glows only when the true owner touches it, a craft secret known exclusively by the association. Finally, he bids both of them a safe and successful journey ahead. We are counting on you, he adds reassuringly. Don't worry, we handled plenty of missions like this back when we were operating in the south. Once everything is loaded, the two hop onto the carriage and set off. Reaching a nearby town, Steve speaks up. Elena, let me warn you about something. Sadak warned us that we must avoid drawing any attention to the artifacts. Elena tilts her head. Why is that, she asks. He replies, because dozens of rivals are usually plotting to steal tomb treasures. In many cases, entire parties get slaughtered before even reaching the tomb. Now watch closely as they enter the guild, because Steve warns her that we must stay alert around anyone who approaches us. Entering the Explorer Guild headquarters, Steve scans the room and mutters, let's see what jobs are available on our route, and remember to keep a low profile. Reading a quest board flyer, he whispers, the Grand Duchy of Lacan. I suppose it's better than nothing, but why is the pay so low? Then again, beggars can't be choosers. Steve approaches the guild receptionist and says, I'd like to take this escort request. The receptionist, puffing on a cigarette, squints at him. I've never seen your face around here. What rank are you? His voice draws the attention of everyone inside the hall. Ignoring their stares, Steve asks, has anyone else accepted this request besides us? Rubbing his chin, the receptionist replies, around 5 people, I believe. Honestly, getting that many applicants is a miracle. Who wants to work under these harsh conditions nowadays? Besides, it's hard enough to find a Class B Explorer, let alone an A rank. Anyway, you'd better get moving, as the group is gathering at the West Harbor entrance this afternoon. Stepping outside, Elena whispers in confusion, why was everyone staring at us like that? We didn't do anything to stand out. Steve replies calmly. They are probably just jealous or bitter that a couple of outsiders snatched up a job right under their noses. He adds, besides, they don't exactly like newcomers like me. A young rookie flashing a Class A badge is bound to turn heads in this world. But look ahead with me, because Steve spots a crowd and figures that must be their escort target. Coleman glares at them and demands, who are you? Holding up his contract scroll, Steve answers, we are here for the job. Are you the client looking for guards to escort your caravan to Lacan? Snatching the document, Coleman looks surprised. I was honestly losing hope in the recruits today. But an A-rank explorer? Looks like we finally have a real professional on our hands. But you don't mind working for just 200 groats a day, right? Funds are extremely tight, so I can't offer any more. If I actually cared about the pay, do you think I'd be standing here? Turning around, Coleman chuckles. Fair point. Get inside the carriage. As the caravan lines up and begins to roll out, someone shouts, watch the lead carriage. Keep a close eye on the map, guards. Stay alert for danger. I'm not paying you guys to sit around and do nothing. Steve peers out the window and sighs. Everyone here is just as obnoxious as the crowd down south. It's exhausting. Suddenly the carriage driver speaks up. It's nice to meet you, kid. The name's Closet, a Class B Explorer. Steve replies casually. Sounds pretty impressive. Driving the horses, Closet laughs. Haha, spoken like a true Class A. How on earth did a young guy like you reach such a rank? Steve looks serious. It's nothing special. Just focus on surviving and don't bite off more than you can chew. Keep yourself alive to find your opportunities. If you do that, you'll reach A rank yourself one of these days. Closet sighs. You make it sound so easy, but that's exactly the hard part. Besides, I've realized lately that having tons of gold is the quickest shortcut to promotion. If we were already rich, why would we even be explorers? Turning to him, Elena says, Steve, I have a question. He hums in response, and she immediately asks, with so many high-paying quests available, why did you choose this escort mission? Steve explains to her, well, it's not just because this escort contract ends at the Nobilia Merchant Association headquarters, stopping at the Nobilia Merchant Association inside the Grand Duchy of Raken, but a low-tier merchant directly transporting goods to a massive trading guild's main branch is ridiculous. Something highly unusual is definitely going on here, which means something major is going on, and it's a golden opportunity for us to make our move. Once we pull this off, we can negotiate directly with the merchant union. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how they plan to make a killer first impression. We must keep the carriages packed as tightly as possible. Make sure we don't lose sight of the leader. Just then, a harsh, sudden gust of wind blasts Closet right in the face, causing him to instantly complain. Man, this sudden blizzard has the absolute worst timing. And of course, you and I are watching this unfold right when their shift starts. And Steve simply replies with a polite yes. But deep down, he is thinking this is the perfect moment to make his move undetected. With that in mind, he draws his sword, but accidentally cuts his own finger. He quickly pulls out a small pouch of medicinal powder. The moment Elena sees it, she asks Steve what that powder is, and he tells her it is a bleeding control medicine. It is a common ingredient in healing potions, but using it like this works too. It will make the scent of blood much stronger. While explaining this to her, Steve goes ahead and drips some of his own blood directly onto the powder. Afterwards, they both step down from the carriage, and he carefully drops the blood-stained powder right under the thick snow. At that, Elena asks Steve if this bloody scent is the opportunity he was talking about. He honestly nods, saying, "Yeah, we do not need to carry it with us anymore. Can you scan this entire area?" A second later, she catches a sound from far away and quickly warns Steve, telling him that someone is rapidly heading directly toward them. Steve immediately asks, "How far away?" And she replies, "About 150 meters. When do you plan to move?" But he simply says if there are no witnesses, they do not need to do anything. We have to wait until they get closer so the others can see us. After that, they continue their journey through the freezing blizzard. After traveling a bit, Conrad suddenly shouts, "Hold on, the monsters are here." The moment Coleman sees them, he asks in complete surprise, "Snow apes? They usually never show themselves. Why are they suddenly appearing here, of all places? Prepare to fight. They are closing in from behind us too." At this, Steve grips his sword tightly and mutters, "Well, looks like we can't just stand by and watch." Beside him, Elena quickly activates her magical powers, gearing up for the incoming battle. Steve immediately points the tip of his blade toward the monsters. "Now watch closely." Elena asks him why he's using a sword instead of magic to end this quickly. But Steve just whispers that it's best to keep some skills hidden. In the blink of an eye, a snow ape lunges to attack him. However, Steve does not show a single shred of fear. Eventually, the battle ends. They safely make it to their destination and rest at the Z-Mini Merchant Guild outpost. Inside, everyone is drinking and chatting happily. Meanwhile, the guards request to stop the carriages so they can thoroughly inspect the cargo. Next, seeing someone arrive, the man sitting at the head of the table raises his hand and calls out, "Hey, Brian, get over here, quick." Steve quickly replies, "I'm coming," as the friendly guy offers to buy them around, saying, "A beer for everyone, please, and bring some more food." A second later, Claus beams with a huge smile and says, "Excellent, we are almost done with this carriage escort mission." Next, he brings up the fight against the snow apes and says, "I can't believe you defeated so many snow apes on your own. You really are an A-rank powerhouse." At this, Steve scratches his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Haha, it was nothing special." Meanwhile, the man at the head of the table asks what Steve plans to do once this job wraps up. "We're planning to clear some nearby dungeons after this," but Steve immediately declines, saying, "I'll have to pass on that one. I'm not really cut out for teamwork anyway. You and I both know Steve prefers working alone. He figures they just want to recruit an A rank." The guy laughs. "Well, guess I can't force you. But if you ever want a new squad." Right then, Coleman opens the door and walks in. Seeing him, the guy's face darkens as he grumbles, "Ugh, why is that old man here? Did he come to drink?" But Coleman snaps back angrily, "I have something important to discuss with you all." Hearing this, both Steve and Elena find it strange. Still, they decide to follow him out of the room. Steve then asks, "What's going on? It isn't time for you to pay us yet, is it?" Coleman simply replies, "Someone wants to meet you two." Another question pops into their minds. As they approach a closed door, they suddenly hear a voice saying, "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am the deputy branch manager of the Z-Mini Merchant Guild." Steve's eyes widen in absolute shock as he looks at the man. Meanwhile, he quietly thinks to himself that this guy made his move much faster than expected. The next second, Lutz gestures toward him and says, "I have already heard about everything that happened from Coleman. I want to personally represent the Merchant Guild and thank you for bringing our cargo safely. You really saved us in a time of desperate need. All I can say is that we were incredibly lucky." Steve politely smiles and replies, "It was just our mission. We were only doing our job." But as he speaks, he accidentally lets his ring flash right in front of the manager. At that moment, Lutz grows highly suspicious, thinking to himself, a ring? Why is it glowing like that?" With that, the magical light of the ring seeps out of the room. The scene then cuts to both of them in a library. While searching through the shelves, Steve asks Elena if she's found anything of interest. But she sighs. "I haven't noticed anything unusual at all." Steve agrees, finding nothing suspicious in the records. "Trust me, you and I are going to see what shocking secrets they uncover next." Alright, you and I are jumping right back in as Mortem finally returns after possessing Ruth's body. He suddenly activates his magic, warning them they only have 10 minutes before the seizure ends. Meanwhile, the old man is moved to safety. A moment later, Steve turns to Mortem and asks, "Did it really take that long?" "Think carefully. Is there absolutely nothing else?" He just sighs and snaps back, telling Steve to stop ordering him around with that arrogant attitude. Meanwhile, Elena just stands there in silence, listening to their bickering. But then Elena sighs. admitting she always thought Steve was strange, but actually owning an ancient artifact with a literal soul trapped inside? That is just on a whole different level. Since he only just revealed it, Mortem merely scratches his head with a weak reply, while Steve closely examines a map. Look, I found it. The Nobelia intelligence was actually correct. He thought that Nobelia guy had been living as a total recluse, but it seems his contact with the outside world was only restricted recently, with the last record dated just 1 month ago. Elena then asks what the chances are that this guy is the actual culprit behind the attack on the intelligence agency, but Steve hesitates, pointing out they still lack the evidence to make that call, especially since there are absolutely no records in the books. If they could just find his associates, they might squeeze out some answers. Hearing this, Mortem yells out in clear annoyance, completely disagreeing. What? This possession magic is useful, but it is definitely not some all-power cheat code. He warns that forcing their way into someone's head could completely shatter their mind. But Steve quickly cuts him off, saying he knows and they probably do not need to dig through Ruth's memories anymore. It is pretty clear the guy knows absolutely nothing about Nobelia's current situation anyway. Watch closely here, because all they need to figure out is where this letter is going and who is supposed to receive it. Once they crack that, they will uncover Nobelia's exact location and what he is plotting. Hearing this, Mortem deduces that the delivery method must have been set up by Nobelia himself, which means there is only one option left: they have to go investigate the site themselves. Steve immediately asks where they are heading, and Mortem explains that the location is on the outskirts of this very city. Trusting Mortem's directions, Steve makes his decision, choosing to use the letter as bait to lure their target out. Throughout all of this, Elena stays quiet, intently listening to their strategic planning. Turning to her with a surprised look, Steve asks if she has any questions she wants to ask, while Mortem curiously chimes in. Elena speaks her mind without hesitation. I have been wondering. Memento Mortem is such a mouthful. Wouldn't it be much better if we just gave you a simpler nickname? The sentient relic practically explodes in outrage. Meanwhile, in the next scene, Enfet is absolutely furious, his voice dripping with pure, fiery rage. Hans violently grabs Conrad by the collar, screaming at him to spit out the damn truth. When did you first start betraying me? Who is pulling your strings? Shaking in fear, Conrad frantically begs, claiming he would never even dream of betraying his master. I would never do such a thing, Your Highness. But Enfet is not buying a single word. Only the two of us knew about the prophecy. Unless I have lost my mind, you are the only one who could have leaked it. Terrified by his explosive fury, Conrad desperately tries to calm him down. Yes, you are absolutely right, but please think about it. Do you honestly believe I even have the power to betray you? Gritting his teeth, Enfet stands in tense silence, weighing Conrad's desperate plea. Finally, he releases his tight grip on his collar and admits that Conrad has absolutely no reason to betray him. You and I can both see the pressure is getting to him, with all these chaotic crises piling up. Since Mark vanished right after receiving medical treatment, handling the entire situation in the East has become a massive headache. It is a total disaster. Just then, a frantic soldier rushes in, begging the prince to follow him immediately. Enfet demands to know what on earth is going on. The soldier quickly gasps out the news: the third prince has finally regained consciousness. Without wasting a second, Enfet rushes to his brother's chambers. Inside, the room is dead silent as attendants stand quietly around the bed, caring for the wounded prince. After silently observing the tense scene for a moment, Enfet slowly approaches the bed and softly says, "You are finally awake." Jero suddenly gasps out, asking what happened during those 35 days of slumber. Hearing this, Enfet lets out a heavy, dramatic sigh, pretending to be deeply exhausted. He goes on to lay out the entire series of events, filling Jero in on everything that has transpired from that moment up until now. Are you satisfied with how things turned out? Hearing the sharp question, Jero just bows his head in heavy silence. Annoyed by his silence, Enfet reminds him that he could have retreated or called for backup at any point during the battle. But you refused to do it, all because of your stupid, stubborn pride. Jero just glares back at him, remaining completely silent. Glaring back, Enfet drops a bombshell, telling him that their father left a direct message for the moment he opened his eyes. According to the story, Emperor Zero was absolutely ruthless, declaring that because Jurot Messer lost the vision of an Eastern expedition general, he failed to protect the front line and let enemies breach the fortress. You also caused devastating losses to our army, and we both know what comes next. I cannot overlook any of this anymore. From this moment on, you will take full responsibility for your own actions. Your title as General of the East is stripped away. Hearing this, Jero clutches his head in deep, painful regret. As his brother relays the king's harsh decree, Jero flashes back to that brutal clash with Steve. Meanwhile, you and I need to watch closely as Steve, Elena, and Mortem tail their next target. Steve turns to them with a serious look, reminding them they have been stalking this guy for 2 days. Elena shoots back, questioning if he is about to claim it is the wrong guy. But Mortem snaps. asking if she doubts his professional tracking skills. Do you honestly think a guy searching for a letter in the dead of night is just some normal citizen? Just make sure you are reading that map right. We need to know where we are going and find the nearest landmark. Steve hesitates, scratching his head and admitting he is not entirely sure. Stunned and confused, Mortem stares at him before finally exploding in pure frustration. Don't tell me you dragged us all the way out here without even knowing our location. Steve quickly defends himself. Do you know how hard it is to maintain active tracking skills in a blinding blizzard? Animal instinct is not some cheap trick to keep active, and I have been running it non-stop for 2 straight days. Elena cuts in, pointing out that the closest spot is the Principality of Raken. Surprised, Steve blinks and asks how she knows that. Let's pause here. How did she know? Well, Elena lays out her quick analysis. Based on the map from the CIA, I calculated our general direction. It points directly toward that territory. The Principality of Raken sits perfectly between 3 major nations, making it a lawless zone free from any outside interference. Steve gasps in surprise, while Mortem agrees it is the perfect hideout, telling Steve he could learn a thing or two from her. Shortly after, they follow the target straight into the crowded streets of Raken. Steve looks around in awe, praising Elena. You really are amazing, exactly what I expected from a top-tier hunter elf. But Elena warns him to stay focused on the target, and Steve immediately nods in agreement. Steve notices the guy heading into a dark alleyway. He figures it is best to take him down fast before things get messy. They slip into the alley behind him. After a short walk, Steve whispers, asking Elena where this path actually leads. A second later, she confidently replies that she knows the way. Suddenly, a massive brute blocks their path and roars, asking what they think they are doing wandering around here. I have never seen you punks before. You did not think you could cross my turf without paying up, did you? Hearing the commotion, the young target glances back in absolute confusion. Realizing he has been spotted, he immediately bolts down the street. Steve sighs, thinking this is just how the underworld runs. But you see that? The target is already bolting. Steve curses, realizing they have been made. Meanwhile, the giant bearded thug just laughs mockingly at his face. Oh, you are not going anywhere while I am standing here. Go ahead and try it if you dare. Before he can even finish his sentence, Elena delivers a brutal kick right to his face, making him scream in agony. Elena immediately rushes past him to chase down the fleeing target. Hearing the painful screams, his fellow gang members instantly rush out, wondering what is wrong with that crazy girl. But Steve leaps in, roaring, "You should not pick a fight and then try to run away." Steve unleashes a massive punch that sends him flying. He crashes hard into the distance. Steve cracks his knuckles, telling the rest to come at him all at once. While the young man desperately runs for his life, Elena closes the distance instantly. She easily catches up by activating her swift stride skill, allowing her to cover massive ground with incredible speed. Her rapid footwork unleashes a force that is as fast as a raging tornado. Elena tackles him to the dirty ground, leaving him groaning in pain. She immediately demands to know the location of Nobelia Riverfell. The guy grimaces and spits back, asking if she honestly thinks he is going to talk. In response, Elena summons a sharp eagle beak, threatening him right in front of his face. Talking is much better than getting your skull crushed. Terrified, his attitude flips instantly as he begs her to let him go. He guides her to a secluded spot. After looking around, Elena grabs him by the throat, demanding to know if this is truly the place. Feeling the terrifying aura radiating from her, he weakly asks who they actually are. With a swift blow, she quickly knocks him out cold. Tossing him aside, she knows someone is inside. "Trust me, you and I must see what happens next. Let's dive in." Stepping inside, she's shocked to find someone actually there, but Elena doesn't say a word just yet. Approaching him slowly, she whispers in a low voice, "Are you Nobelia Riverfell?" Hearing this, the man jumps in pure shock. He whips his head around to face her, snapping angrily, "So you finally show up after everything has already gone to ruin." Elena is completely baffled by his words. But before she can process it, he chucks his glass straight at her face. Fortunately, her quick reflexes kick in, and she easily dodges the flying glass. The glass shatters against the wall. With a swift grab, Elena slams his head onto the table, cutting off his shout. Pinning him down, she wonders if this terrified weakling is really the legendary Nobelia. Meanwhile, the man screams in terror, "What do you want? Why can't you just leave me alone? If you're going to kill me, just get it over with." She releases her grip and awkwardly says, "I didn't come here to kill anyone." Right then, a deadly assassin creeps up behind her. Sensing the danger, she whips around just in time to see him swinging a massive axe right at them. Elena immediately unleashes her wind magic. A violent gale erupts, blowing away everything in the room. Nobelia groans from the intense pressure, but the mysterious assassin stands his ground, completely unfazed. Elena is stunned to realize he is a professional killer. Glaring at her with absolute hatred, the assassin lunges forward. Meanwhile, her eagle companion quickly bites off a solid chunk of the wooden table. It chews and spits the sharp wooden splinters like bullets. However, the assassin casually deflects them with his axe. Right on cue, Steve kicks the door open and delivers a brutal dropkick to the killer's face, making him scream. He tosses the assassin across the room like a rag doll, leaving Elena completely stunned by his sudden entrance. Steve turns to Elena and casually asks, "Who is this guy? Is he Nobilia's personal bodyguard?" Steve adds, "I only blocked your strike because you aimed it at me." The assassin roars in fury while Elena sweats nervously. "I think you actually gave him a fatal blow," she stammers. Steve whispers back, "What is going on here? I have no idea what's happening either. But let's take care of this attacker before dealing with Nobilia." Just then, the assassin pulls out a secret pill and pops it into his mouth. Elena spots this and screams, "Steve, stop him!" In his mouth, he swallowed something. Instantly, Elena wraps her hands around his throat, choking him till he gasps for air. Steve lunges forward and delivers a heavy punch to his chest, yelling, "Hold him tight." The impact forces the assassin to spit the pill out. As he coughs, Steve catches it and mutters, "From murder to suicide, huh?" Honestly, we are all thinking the exact same thing. What a mess. After dragging him over, Steve uses a magic orb to contact Keisha. "So, does this mean Nobilia isn't behind the kidnapping?" Keisha replies, "Nobilia is definitely not a traitor. In fact, both of them." She suddenly goes quiet. Keisha firmly states, "Actually, both of them, including Augustin, are nothing but helpless victims in this whole mess." Nobilia just sits there listening to them, trembling. "Please, do not leave me alone with that monster." After a brief pause, Keisha adds, "There was also a highly coordinated assassination attempt targeted directly at Nobilia. What about this assassin? Does he know anything?" Steve answers, "I think we are going to find out right now." A moment later, Steve turns to Elena. "Can you step outside and let me talk to Nobilia alone for a bit? I have some things to discuss with him." Hearing this, Nobilia asks in confusion, "What do you want?" Elena nods, "Sure." Steve then approaches the bound assassin, who glares at him with complete confusion and shock. Watch closely now, as Steve unleashes the terrifying power of his Mortem ring to crush the killer's spirit. In an instant, the entity Mortem forcefully seizes the assassin's soul and possesses his entire physical body. Every single memory, from Elena choking him to the table splinters being chopped, is thoroughly scanned by Mortem. Soon, Steve asks, "Did you find anything?" Mortem replies, "Hold on," and silently continues searching through his mind. After a brief silence, Mortem gasps in utter shock. "What? How is this even possible?" While Steve waits in tense silence, the magical artifact Mortem suddenly exits the assassin's body, leaving him to collapse lifelessly onto the hard floor. Steve immediately asks, "What is wrong? Are you finished?" Mortem quickly replies, "I was reading his memories, but something blocked me. It feels like someone deliberately placed a barrier inside his mind. But since when? There is this filthy, sticky mist blocking his memories, making them completely unreadable." Puzzled by this, Steve asks, "Did it actually manage to block your power? Who blocked this assassin's memory?" Stick with me, because we are about to find out next time. Alright, you and I are diving into a mystery where the killer's mind isn't sealed, it is filled with a murky darkness blocking every single memory. But there is one thing we did see inside this bastard's head. Something massive enough to pierce the sky, the World Tree. Hearing this, Steve asks in complete shock, "The World Tree? I heard it only exists in the Lerm Elf Kingdom. So why is it inside a human's head? And why target Nobilia?" Immediately, the Mortem artifact asks how far the Lerm Kingdom is from here. Steve replies, "It is extremely far. We would have no idea how long it would take by horse." After a brief silence, it replies, "Good. At least you know of it, which means that is where we are heading." Taken aback, Steve gasps in disbelief. "What? We are traveling all the way to Lerm just because of a vision you saw?" But the Mortem artifact firmly responds, "We must investigate." Steve immediately questions, "Investigate what?" The artifact then explains that the dark power currently surging inside this man is identical to the energy of the treasure from Regia Valley. Right after, Steve uses his magic orb to contact the CIA. While I do not have all the details, the assassin seems connected to Lerm Kingdom. He adds that he read the assassin's memories and saw the World Tree, causing Elena to wonder if it is the famous World Tree of Lerm. The CIA operator replies that it is in the completely opposite direction from where they are now. Why would such a distant place even be mentioned right now? Steve lets out a heavy, frustrated sigh and retorts, "How am I supposed to know? We need to look into it." Speaking of which, what about the last person? Didn't you say there were more suspects? Watch closely here, this is where things get complicated. Kezia admits that while they were away, she investigated, but has no idea where the target is currently hiding. Feeling completely stuck, Steve groans and yells that they have hit a total dead end. Keisha suggests that her side will handle that investigation, leaving Steve and his crew free to do as they please for now. Having no other option, Steve reluctantly accepts, offering a brief thanks to them for their hard work. Oh, by the way, can you protect Nobilia for us? He is far too clumsy for us to just let him run around doing whatever he wants. This startles Nobilia. Steve also mutters that he cannot believe such a sloppy method of communication has even worked out for them this long. I guess the guy is pretty extraordinary. The CIA agent on the other end speaks up, promising to send someone to pick him up. He tells them to wait at the Mini Merchant Guild, where the perfect person for this job will meet them. The CIA operator wraps up, promising to get back in touch once they uncover any new leads. Steve agrees with a simple nod, and after a couple of seconds, he deactivates the magical orb. Let's pause here. Nobilia finally steps up to thank them, explaining things were moving too fast earlier for him to show his deep gratitude. I missed my chance since everything happened so fast, but why would you call me clumsy? That is ridiculous. I was simply out there collecting vital information. Setting up an info network and a retreat plan is standard procedure, ensuring I could pass on everything I gathered in case things took a turn for the worst. Hearing this, Steve looks at him with utter confusion and asks, "What on earth are you talking about? Information?" At this point, Nobilia realizes he has to come clean with everyone. When I heard about Augustine's death, I knew it was no accident. There is absolutely no way it was a coincidence. My gut was screaming that someone was pulling the strings from the shadows. And so, I started looking into Augustine's death on my own. I mobilized every single contact and information broker I knew in the city of Rakan, digging up all kinds of dark intel, ranging from the targeted assassinations of key figures to bizarre, unexplained cases of sudden accidental deaths that didn't make any sense. I gathered everything, and this is what I uncovered. They are using a dungeon in Salis as their base, I am sure of it. But Steve is still skeptical. Do you actually have any concrete proof to back that up? Unrolling a map, Nobilia immediately points to it and explains that all the suspicious funds and black market goods circulating recently lead directly back to one single location, the dungeon in Salis. I swear on my entire career as a merchant. Isn't that enough to prove what I'm saying is true? Steve smiles in satisfaction and chuckles. Well, I guess despite looking clumsy, you really are a prominent merchant after all. A moment later, Steve recalls the chilling words of the Mortem artifact and ponders silently. A creature of darkness, an icy energy that pierces the soul, and a wave of deathly aura moving like a living beast. He never expected to hear about this phenomenon in the North, a state where someone completely loses control over their powers. Sensing his distress when they are alone, Elena turns and asks him why he looks so serious. She notes that it feels like he hasn't slept well in days, wondering if something is wrong. Steve quickly replies that it is nothing, but you and I know he is hiding a massive storm. All right. You and I are jumping right into a moment where our main character actually gets teased. He sighs, saying it is rare to see her care, leaving her completely flustered and shocked. Blushing, Elena quickly looks away and tries to change the subject, telling him they need to hurry up. She mentions this path leads straight to Eisen of Kuss, and Steve readily agrees, urging her to pick up the pace. After walking a while, she stops, wondering if they arrived. Steve looks around in absolute shock, unable to believe a massive city like Eisen actually exists deep underground. Elena points out the sweltering heat, asking him if the underground location is the reason for the high temperature. She then turns to Steve, asking where they should head first. He suggests checking out some weapons first. As they both take off their heavy travel cloaks, Elena looks confused, asking if they do not already have enough gear. But Steve quickly explains his reasoning. Sure, their current gear is good, but if they get caught in a magic neutralizing field during an emergency, a powerful physical weapon is the only thing they can truly rely on. As the duo heads deeper into the bustling subterranean city, they run into two locals. One of the dwarf elders gasps, asking Dorian if those two are actually humans. Dorian looks over in surprise, wondering if humans really traveled all this way. Turning to the travelers, he asks them what they are looking for and if they ended up getting lost. Steve immediately replies that it is perfect timing, explaining he wants to commission a sword but has no idea where to go. Dorian kindly points the way, explaining that while weapons are everywhere, the truly legendary master craftsmen are found much deeper in the city. He adds that his own shop offers the absolute best quality gear for the most reasonable price. Steve chuckles, thanking him for the offer, but says he prefers to explore a bit further first. Now pay attention, because right as Dorian laughs and lets them go, the ancient artifact Mortem suddenly speaks up, telling Steve to wait, while Steve tells it he is busy. Ignoring his attitude, Mortem urgently explains that it senses a strangely familiar energy nearby. Steve raises an eyebrow, questioning what the artifact means by a familiar energy. While Elena silently listens to them argue, the artifact Mortem points towards a nearby alley, claiming that his companion over there actually sensed the energy before he did. Steve immediately asks what it is, but Mortem is not entirely sure, stating that it needs to investigate the source firsthand. It seems like something highly interesting is brewing. Steve stands in front of a shop, feeling skeptical, and mutters that it looks like nothing more than a basic, ordinary blacksmith run by some old dwarf. Mortem impatiently asks why they are just standing around instead of going inside, but Steve hesitates at the entrance, calling out to see if anyone is home. I know what you are thinking, but watch the legendary Melch Chilo inside. He looks surprised, then slowly walks out to see who called. The moment Steve locks eyes with Melch Chilo, he awkwardly stammers, asking if the dwarf is the local blacksmith. Without a word, the old man suddenly turns and runs back inside, leaving Steve completely baffled. He turns to Mortem, asking what that reaction was all about. The artifact replies that its instincts were spot on. Even though the scent has faded over time, a very distinct smell definitely lingers here. Steve asks in confusion what kind of smell it is, and Mortem quickly clarifies that it is death energy. A heavy, unmistakable scent of death energy is radiating directly from both the man and his home, leaving Steve wondering why such power is in this place. Mortem lectures him, asking why he is giving up after being guided here, adding that he should have literally grabbed the old dwarf by his cloak and begged for help. Sitting down at a table, Steve sighs heavily and turns to talk with Elena. He points out that since the old man shut them out, they cannot just barge inside. He then wonders if that dwarf is actually a blacksmith. Mortem immediately chimes in, explaining that for dwarves who spend their entire lives working with hot iron and heavy mud, the smell of the forge seeps deep into their bones and never truly washes away. Steve, however, remains skeptical that the artifact could actually smell that. The artifact insists that the old dwarf is on an entirely different level compared to any ordinary blacksmith they have encountered in this city so far. He is hands down the absolute best master craftsman in this underground city. Steve wonders if that is true, noting the dwarf seemed to despise being called a blacksmith. Right then, Dorian walks up, asking why they went over there. Both of them look back at him with confused expressions, while the surrounding crowd of dwarves begins whispering and gossiping about them. The onlookers wonder what outsiders are doing at someone else's forge and who could have sent them. Dorian cheerfully remarks that they said they were going further, yet they ended up right there, asking if they are completely new to these northern lands. Steve honestly admits this is indeed their first time in the north, while Dorian quickly turns to wave off some concerned dwarf friends nearby. Dorian tells the crowd he will handle things, advising them to go back to work since newcomers are bound to make mistakes. Dorian then turns back to Steve, smiling as he says he probably does not even need to introduce himself. He introduces himself as Dorian, while Steve plays it safe using the fake name Brian, and you and I are about to see if this deal actually goes down. Alright, you and I are diving right into a wild encounter, as Dorian and Steve get introduced to Brian, who reaches out with a smile and says, "Great to see you again, let's skip the small talk. Let's dive in. Did you guys meet him?" He asks in shock, hesitatingly admitting that, yes, they did. However, Dorian quickly warns him that it is much better not to speak of him here. Steve asks why, learning only that the man got into trouble here. Intrigued, Steve questions, "Trouble?" He honestly reveals the man was a fallen blacksmith who tried to combine artifacts with weapons. That is him. His name is Melchilo. Inside the tavern, Dorian, Elena, and Steve are talking. Fusing artifacts and weapons, Dorian muses. Surely you have thought of this. So why go to such trouble? Dorian calmly explains over a scene of piled ice. Simply put, artifacts are just like ice. Whether round or sharp, their shape and power are entirely random and completely out of control. It is a gift of fate. But Steve curiously asks, what if that ice melts? As a sharp red blade flashes, it liquefies and changes shape, transforming into a pure form of energy. Dorian continues explaining that it would become an artifact or weapon with the ideal shape the user desires, which was Melchilo's dream. The ultimate item. Pay attention here. Mortem calls it an interesting but flawed theory, as Steve asks about the trouble he caused. Dorian downs his beer. Refreshingly satisfied, he explains it was to melt artifacts filled with death energy. Melchilo used cursed tools forged by absorbing the dark death energy found deep inside dungeons. Some dwarves naturally possess a certain level of resistance to magic and death energy. We see Melchilo working at his forge. Dorian explains that though the method worked, Melchilo himself eventually collapsed from it. Showing a tense face, Melchilo adds that it caused the experiment to fail. The forge is consumed by dead energy as the experiment fails, sending Melchilo collapsing in agony. Dorian keeps talking. The uncontrollable artifact released a massive wave of death energy and exploded on the spot. Covered in a massive amount of death energy, that rotting poison seeped into his hands, making him gravely ill. Dorian calmly adds that from the city's perspective, they wanted to execute him for such a dangerous trial. But the Lord banished Melchilo to the city's edge, living in a ruined house deep within a cave. He continues, noting that because of Melchilo's past achievements, executing him would be a waste. Sitting alone in despair, Dorian notes that Melchilo cannot even move his hands without strong painkillers. Let that sink in. He really is a tragic soul. Success would have made him legendary in Kuss and the North, but to other dwarves, he is just highly notorious. Steve speaks with a serious expression, saying he has a theory, while Mortem floating nearby agrees he does too. We cut to the cave house, showing a cluttered workbench scattered with various tools. Next is Melchilo, thinking about Steve. He wonders, who is that kid? Is he a blacksmith? A sudden knock interrupts his thoughts. Melchilo wonders, who is there? Is it the medicine? Opening the door, he is shocked to see Steve's smiling face. The boy gives a friendly greeting. Hello. Panicked, Melchilo runs inside. Steve calls out, wait a minute, do not run away. Steve casually walks right inside, ignoring Melchilo as he furiously yells at him. Get out before I call the guards. This is trespassing. Steve pleads. If you listen first, I will leave. Hearing his name, Melchilo turns around. Standing before him, Steve asks, do you not want to fulfill your dream? Met with pure anger once again, Melchilo simply yells to get out. Steve urges, please listen to me. I came here to talk to you about the experiment you conducted. This only infuriates Melchilo more. What does it matter to you? How much more miserable do you want to make me? Steve confidently offers, use me. I am completely immune to the death energy of the artifact. Shocked by his words, Melchilo tells him not to talk nonsense. Steve remains calm. Steve extends his hand to Melchilo as a partner. Let us create a true masterpiece together. Now in a freezing, snowy region, Elena asks how much further they still have to go. Trust me, this gets wilder. On a freezing bridge in a blizzard, Mortem replies that they are almost there. Alright, let's jump right into this. Steve passes Mortem's message to Elena, letting her know they're almost there. Reaching a cave, Mortem points inside, and the two step in, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Steve says, I guess nobody uses this mineral. This dungeon is incredibly far out. Elena looks at him and asks if that's the mineral called chromium. He nods, explaining that since it's a metal capable of holding death energy, absolutely nobody wants to use it. But ironically, it is actually the perfect match for the artifact. A dungeon dripping with dark energy appears right before them. Steve tells her a massive dungeon like this will surely yield both chromium and the artifact. Asking if she's ready, he says let's go, and they leap down. They are greeted by a shimmering ice cavern. Steve remarks this place truly fits the frozen north, then waves her forward, telling her to head deeper to investigate. But as they take a few steps, they get a shock. The temperature is rising, despite this being an ice cave. After heading deeper and clearing out all the resident monsters, Steve asks Elena if she has spotted any mineral veins along the way. She sighs and tells him she has only seen ice. Steve admits it's the same for him. Shouldn't death energy minerals be close to the artifact? Suddenly, Steve spots a strange cluster of ice crystals and asks if this is it. Mortem confirms that it indeed is, radiating with death energy. Steve snaps a crystal off and asks a question. Shouldn't there be a guardian for a massive space like this? He tosses the crystal fragment onto the ground. Instantly, the entire dungeon begins to shake. A bright light flashes from deep inside, and a massive beast appears before them. It opens its hideous maw and lets out a deafening roar, shaking the cavern to its core. Immediately jumping into a combat stance, Steve tells her they will mine the crystals after dealing with this beast. Inside the monster's mouth, ice crystals slowly condense into a solid mass as it prepares to unleash an attack. Sensing extreme danger, he immediately shouts over to her, barking a quick command to hide behind the wall. Before she can move, the beast fires a barrage of sharp ice crystals straight at her. Steve quickly summons an ice shield to protect her. The spells collide with a massive explosion. Steve yells back at the beast, telling it to take this next hit. Elena is stunned by his move, recognizing the bullet he previously used with his weapon. He swiftly loads the bullet, conjuring a blazing flame in his hand and aiming it directly at the monster. Steve yells that nothing works better against ice than fire, does it? Following his shout, a massive, blazing red fireball launches straight at the beast with incredible speed. The fiery blast impacts the monster, making it shriek in absolute agony. But pay attention here, that massive fireball only melts a tiny bit of its icy armor before the monster instantly regenerates. Steve clicks his tongue, frustratedly grunting that it freezes right back up the moment he melts it. He charges straight at the beast, calling out loudly to her. He yells for Elena to distract it. She draws her bow, loads it with Steve's explosive bullet, and fires a shot that rips through the air toward the beast. With an ear-splitting explosion, her arrow hits the target dead on. Steve nimbly leaps high above the monster, taking advantage of the smoke from her arrow that completely blinded the beast. Now, you and I know this is his best shot, Steve yells, bringing his sword down with all his might as a bright slash cuts the air. Steve's blade strikes the thick ice crystals on its body. But suddenly, those very crystals begin to rapidly grow. They tightly trap his sword. He gasps in shock as the monster suddenly blows him away with a powerful strike. The growing crystal spikes pierce right into him, leaving his side severely wounded by this brutal counterattack. Steve grits his teeth in agony as his sword snaps in half from the impact. Elena screams his name in sheer panic. That devastating wound leaves Steve writhing in intense pain, yet the monster relentlessly keeps charging straight toward him. The beast roars. Elena firmly draws her bow and aims. Releasing the string, she sends a volley of arrows whistling through the air. Each arrow detonates, shaking the entire icy dungeon. Steve uses this perfect distraction to activate his recovery magic, quickly healing his wounds. However, those exploding arrows seem to have only enraged the monster even more. Its eyes widen as if preparing a final move. Suddenly, it drives the massive ice crystals on its body deep into the ground. Elena keeps firing. She finds it strange, wondering why the beast seems to be anchoring itself to the floor. Her arrows keep exploding against its thick hide, but a fresh layer of solid ice is slowly wrapping around the beast. As the smoke from the blasts clears, the monster is already gathering energy, ready to strike back. Sensing the immense danger, Mortem panics and screams at Elena to dodge the incoming blast immediately. As that terrifying blast of energy erupts, Steve barely manages to pull her behind a thick wall of ice. And as we leave them hiding behind the wall to watch the beast, Mortem warns Steve to pay attention to this highly unusual ice. "All right, stick with me here," our hero answers. "I know, I can't recover from that." He scowls in sheer frustration at his failure to put the monster down. He mutters, "Is there really no other way?" But right then, a sudden realization hits him. He calls out to her, "Elena, hold the pillar and smash its lower half for me." Her face shows sheer confusion, having no clue what he is planning, but she still complies. She replies, "Fine." Meanwhile, he uses the distraction to absorb raw energy from the death-infused ore. Mortem is stunned by his reckless actions. As waves of lethal energy flow into him, the creature screams a devouring curse. Just then, a system screen pops up, announcing that his skill has successfully leveled up. Surprised, his thoughts are suddenly cut short. Elena screams, "Sid, the pillar is breaking apart." Dropping into a stance, he channels all his strength into one fist, ready to strike. In an instant, the temperature drops as freezing air condenses around him into massive glaciers. Standing firm, he supports the colossal block of newly formed ice with one hand, preparing to counterattack. Now pay attention to his smirk. It is like he already knows how this ends. The beast stares in horror, its eyes wide with fear, as it desperately charges energy within its body. It unleashes a massive, powerful blast of dark energy, but before its attack can land, his colossal ice glacier slams into it, smashing the beast back into the wall and shaking the entire dungeon. Terrified, the monster looks at the jagged ice wedged deep in its throat, desperately biting down to crush it. Sid leaps high into the air, looking down at the beast struggling to destroy his deadly ice. Once again, he condenses freezing air into his palm, unleashing his full power for the final blow. This time, a colossal icy tornado sweeps through, obliterating the monster and completely neutralizing the danger of this dungeon run. Cut to the loot from their raid resting on a table, as he identifies them as a relic and chromium. He proudly tells Melkilo, "I delivered, didn't I? Use it however you want." Dorian also points at himself, boasting, "Not gonna lie, I was pretty awesome too, old man." Seeing the smug looks on their faces, Melkilo looks worried and asks, "Are you sure you will be fine? If the others realize you are hanging around me, they will." Before he can finish his warning, Dorian cuts in to reassure his old friend. "Whatever we do here won't be officially recognized or known anyway. In other words, no one will ever find out what we did." Steve chimes in alongside them, adding, "Besides, I am just a passing adventurer who will be leaving very soon anyway. And honestly, you and I can easily see how terrified Melchilo is, as he calls them both completely reckless. Yet Sid stays totally calm. He tells him that the desire to forge an even greater masterpiece is the ultimate drive for any dwarf. Sid's words strike a chord, slowly swaying Melchilo's resolve. He asserts that the mastersmith understands this best, and surely wants to witness the exact moment a legendary masterpiece is forged. Hearing this, Melchilo's hands begin to shake. Melchilo falls silent, pondering over a choice that clearly carries immense weight for his future. After a long pause, he finally makes up his mind and mutters, "Fine, let's do it." Tying his hair back, Melchilo enters his zone, his eyes burning with intense determination. He tells Sid, "Toss the relic into the furnace, and get ready to pull it out, Brian. You said you are fully immune to its death energy, so make sure to use that to your advantage." The scene shifts to a roaring forge with blazing flames, thick plumes of black smoke billowing into the air. Steve is now holding the relic with tongs, with Mortem floating nearby. He stares at the artifact in confusion, noting it looks like ice. "It is still holding its solid shape," Mortem explains to him, "because only a relic has the power to destroy another relic." "I have never seen anything like this before," Melchilo gasps, pointing directly at what the boy is doing. He yells, "No, put those tongs down and grab it with your bare hands." Hearing this, Sid is utterly bewildered. Melchilo quickly explains, "No need to worry, those gloves you are wearing have already been infused with raw death energy." His gloves begin radiating a sinister dark aura. Melchilo observes him closely and mutters, "Looks like you are holding up fine. You really are completely immune, so don't even worry about the heat." Sid looks down at his hands, his face filled with shock. Suddenly, the relic in his grasp starts violently vibrating, as if actively rejecting his touch. Melchilo explains that the death energy in his gloves and the relic are fiercely clashing with each other. His face turns incredibly grim. He tells the boy, "This is the ultimate wall that ordinary blacksmiths can never hope to cross." He instructs him further, "Imagine your gloves are heavy hammers and crush that relic into pieces. In the process, a massive blast of deadly energy is guaranteed to erupt." Right then, he remembers the horrific disaster he personally faced years ago. Melchilo adds, "If you survive, keep forging the relic. But if you fail, every single person in this room will die. Trust me, anyone would be absolutely furious seeing the old man deliver that life-or-death warning while hiding far away. All right, you and I are diving right into the heat as Steve snaps. Why are you hiding back there and talking trash?" The cowards quickly make excuses, claiming they are just cheering him on. Mortem cuts them off, reminding Steve to focus. The harder he squeezes his power into the artifact, the stronger the death energy it unleashes. Turns out, this relic actually converts to raw energy under extreme heat and pressure. Suddenly, Mortem notices the artifact shifting right in Steve's hands. It is warping rapidly, on the verge of leaking unstable death energy. Mortem offers another tense, but helpful warning. If even a fraction of this power leaks out, it will trigger a devastating chain reaction of massive explosions. Watching from a safe distance, Dorian and Melchilo look on in absolute terror as the energy goes wild. Dorian turns to Melchilo in disbelief, whispering, "That death energy is insane. How did an old-timer like you survive, being drenched in that stuff? And you actually walked away from those explosions?" Ignoring his shocked friend, Melchilo quickly yells instructions over to Steve. He shouts, "Embed the chromium into the relic now." Hearing the desperate order, Steve tensely forces it in. A massive explosion of purple light erupts, blinding the entire room. Melchilo holds his breath, watching the smoke slowly clear. He whispers in fear, "Is it over?" But pay attention here, a brilliant crystal rests on the table, radiating a strange new energy. Seeing this, Melchilo rejoices. The chromium successfully sealed the ancient artifact's energy. With this brand new metal in our hands, I can finally craft the ultimate weapon of my dreams. Dorian watches his friend's wild excitement and asks, "But old man, are your hands even going to be okay?" Melchilo ignores the worry, stepping towards Steve and the new metal as he replies. He grins, "Didn't you say it yourself? This is our ultimate reason to keep living." Approaching the glowing metal, Melchilo cannot hide the pure thrill on his face. He pulls on his blacksmithing gloves and looks at his partner. "It is all about mind over matter. Get ready, because now it is our turn to shine." He unwraps his heavily bandaged hands, letting the bloodied cloth drop to the floor. Dorian watches him with deep concern. "Hey, are you really okay?" Now that the adrenaline is fading, my hands are killing me. Both of them collapse onto the floor, completely exhausted. But then, Melchilo looks around and blinks in confusion. "Wait, when did we actually send for that kid, Steve? We have been waiting forever and he is still not here." Just as the words leave his mouth, a familiar voice echoes. Steve steps out, saying, "I am right here." Melchilo grins. "Ah, there you are," and hands over a newly forged sword. The blacksmith smiles. "Now, take a look. You and I can see the sheer awe in Steve's eyes as the blade pulses with raw energy. This is your sword." The blade is completely hollow. Mortem stares at the bizarre weapon, muttering, "What on earth is this?" Surprisingly, I do not feel any special presence from it at all. Confused, Steve looks up at both Dorian and Melchilo. "You guys already gave it a name, but why exactly call it the Hollow Blade?" Melchilo shrugs and explains, "Well, that is because the inside of this sword is completely blank." The razor-sharp edge hums with a strange, mystical force as he continues detailing the sword's origin. It was forged to serve, but it does not know who its wielder is, or what their deepest desires are yet. So, does it not make perfect sense for it to start completely empty? Smiling, Steve admires the sword in his grip and says, "I get it now. Thank you, Master. How much do I owe you for this?" Melchilo waves his hand dismissively. "Keep your money, just take it." Still lying exhausted on the floor, he replies, "Who on earth would work this hard just for a bit of gold? Just having the rare chance to forge a masterpiece like this is more than enough payment. If you really want to pay someone, give that money to the friend who helped me." Right next to him, Dorian has already collapsed into a deep, exhausted sleep. Melchilo groans, "Now go, I need some rest." The old smith groans, "Controlling that chromium for so long completely drained me. I am going to sleep now, but make sure to drop by whenever you are free, kid." Steve hums happily, admiring his brand new custom sword. Before he leaves, the old man calls out with one last warning. Make sure you treat that blade with the respect it deserves. Steve quickly nods. I will. We cut to a frozen, jagged mountain pass where Steve's party is trekking through the snow. He asks their dwarf guide, are we really going to find the next dungeon by following this steep Fod mountain range? The dwarf nods, answering his question. Exactly. The faction that raided Augustin definitely marched down this very trail. He looks back at them apologetically, adding, I am truly sorry for making you leave your mounts behind to hike on foot like this. He sighs heavily and explains further, with all these rumors about snow apes slaughtering northern merchants, I just could not bring myself to ride comfortably in a carriage. Steve offers a reassuring smile, waving his hands. Do not sweat it. You are guiding us through this freezing wasteland, so walking like this is the least we can do. Thinking back to his summoned white ape, Steve sweats. While defeating them is simple, he worries internally. Snow apes? Please tell me the rumors about my summons have not leaked out already. Leading the carriage ahead, the dwarf chuckles warmly. It looks like I was paired up with some incredibly reliable adventurers. We will reach a cave soon to rest before moving on. But get this, Steve's brand new sword suddenly glows and shakes violently. Trust me, you and I do not want to miss what comes next. Alright, let us jump right in as Steve watches his sword glow. He is totally baffled. Why on earth is this happening now? A dark energy begins creeping through the heavy air. Suddenly, the dwarf's horse lets out a terrified shriek, sensing the impending danger. Motem's sharp instincts immediately detect the threat, quickly warning Steve that something sinister is heading their way. A sudden gust of wind sweeps past them so fast they can barely catch a glimpse of it. Steve stands there in shock, wondering what just zipped by. That mysterious wind bypasses the two in front, targeting the dwarf who is desperately raising his axe in a defensive stance at the back. Caught off guard, the dwarf watches in sheer horror as that bizarre wind takes control of his physical body. Steve spins around, shouting a desperate warning. Watch out. But the possessed dwarf is already charging, swinging his massive axe straight at him. Steve lets out a yell and leaps backward to dodge the deadly strike. The heavy axe slams down, shattering the solid ground into pieces. Drawing a line in the dirt, he demands angrily, What on earth do you think you are doing? A dark shadow with glowing eyes rises from the dwarf. He groans in agonizing pain, trying his absolute best to resist the entity controlling him. Now watch this. Motem spots the shadow behind him, asking if it is a wraith while desperately seeking any explanation for this sudden arrival. But how did it get here? Steve asks in confusion. He stares at the glowing blue ghost with its terrifying, devilish face hovering in front of them. Motem struggles to explain, stating that a wraith is an otherworldly entity belonging to the vast cosmic realm. It makes absolutely no sense for it to be roaming freely here in our physical human world. Surprised by its strange origins, Steve questions if it is an otherworldly presence, almost like a wandering human soul. Before Motem can reply, the possessed dwarf roars and lunges forward, raising his heavy axe to strike. Steve quickly jumps back, barely dodging the blade slicing through the air. Motem quickly adds that the wraith likely possessed the dwarf, because its spiritual form cannot directly affect Steve or the young elf girl. Wanting to end this chaos immediately, Steve turns to Motem for answers. Can I use my usurpation skill to resolve this? The dwarf grunts in agony as the entity tightens its grip, panting heavily while staring at Steve. Motem responds to his question with caution. You can certainly try, but if too many souls merge together, his existing mind could completely collapse. Steve listens carefully, furrowing his brow in frustration as he struggles to decide. Does that mean he will die? Steve asks, desperately trying to figure out a safer option. If he lets this continue, the dwarf's life will be in serious danger. Steve knows he has to act fast, but what can he do? But wait, this is where things get interesting. His sword suddenly flashes and vibrates, urging him to act, as Motem yells for Steve to draw it out. He draws the blade, staring in absolute amazement at the brilliant light radiating from it, muttering that the weapon is actually glowing. Before he can process this, the dwarf charges forward again, let out a wild roar as he swings his axe down. Startled, Steve grits his teeth as the possessed dwarf rushes right at him. His glowing sword clashes violently with the heavy axe, unleashing a loud, piercing metallic screech. Suddenly, the glowing sword erupts in a blinding flash, completely illuminating the dark forest around them. The dwarf lets out a painful, agonizing scream. Steve shields his eyes from the glare, staring at his radiant weapon in total disbelief. What is with this light? Moments later, the intense glow finally fades away, and the surroundings slowly become clear again. The dwarf is collapsed on the ground, with thick smoke dispersing around him. Steve steps back, watching the scene unfold in disbelief. Looking down at the motionless body, Steve asks with worry, Please do not tell me he is actually dead. Motem reassures him that the dwarf is still alive, and the malicious wraith has been completely exorcised. Relief washes over Steve as he stares at his incredible sword. So this weapon is actually useful, Steve remarks. Motem looks around and warns him, Do not let your guard down just yet, because I can feel many similar dark energy signatures nearby. Still in complete shock, Elena looks at the unconscious dwarf and anxiously asks if he is dead. What should we do now? Steve points to the ring representing Mortem on his finger, quickly explaining the situation to her. He told me that I only drove the ghost away. He also mentioned that there are plenty of similar dark forces lurking nearby. Mortem sighs in annoyance, saying there is nothing to overthink. You simply have to go out there and deal with all of them. I am absolutely sure you are their primary target. Steve looks at Mortem like he is crazy, asking what on earth he is talking about. Are you certain? Mortem confidently replies that it is completely obvious. Mortem explains, pointing out how the possessed dwarf acted. Once the spirit took over his body, it went completely wild trying to kill Steve and ignored everything else. Steve wonders why that is. Elena sighs and looks at him, mentioning that she only had to step aside earlier so she would not get in his way. Mortem looks at him and says, regardless of the situation, I can easily lead you straight to their main hideout. The dwarf will probably be much safer if you go there alone. Steve grips his sword tightly, responding to Mortem with deep determination. And that is where we leave it for now. Armed with this awesome new weapon, Steve is ready to find out who is hunting him, heading straight north. Let's dive in as Stit and Elena venture deeper toward that terrifying dark energy. The scene shifts to a gloomy, ominous cave as the two press forward. Looking around, he cannot help but feel suspicious. What is wrong with this place? This is no ordinary cave. It looks exactly like a dungeon. The sword at his waist keeps shaking, glowing brightly as if warning him of impending danger. Looking down at his weapon, he mutters that the sword hasn't stayed still since they arrived. They keep pushing forward as Mortem floats right above them and speaks. I am not surprised. Just keep following this path inside. I can clearly sense the foul, unique scent of cosmic entities drifting up from deep underground. Deep inside the cave, the scene shifts as a dark, gloomy voice echoes out, asking how the mission went. A black-cloaked figure surrounded by dark energy appears, kneeling down to report to the entity sitting on the throne. I failed, sir. The leader stares down at the cloaked servant with cold, dark eyes and demands, You actually failed? Clenching his fists, he shakes with pure rage as terrifying deathly energy begins radiating from his body. He growls that he went through so much trouble to create those phantoms using his very own life force. Glaring down at the kneeling servant with crushing pressure, he mutters that he now knows the truth for certain. Thinking about Stit and Mortem preparing to enter deeper into this cave, he realizes the boy must be the direct descendant of their ancient, sworn enemy from the past. It seems after all this time, their enemy has finally returned. He orders everyone to prepare immediately, while Stit's team continues walking deeper into the cavern. Floating in the air, Mortem complains that the rotting stench of the cosmic entities is getting stronger by the minute. Elena turns to look at him with concern, asking if they are in serious danger with so many otherworldly entities lurking nearby. He looks back at her, asking if she means the phantoms, but Mortem quickly speaks up to answer for him. It explains that because of the unique mental link between an artifact and its user, Stit actually possesses a decent level of mental resistance. Go on and tell her that. He glares angrily at Mortem as the creature hides back inside his arm, saying, If mind control were that easy, I would have used usurp to take down Jero. Clenching his fist, he turns back to Elena and warns her that this is only a basic defense, so they still need to stay on high alert. She nods, showing she understands. He goes on, explaining that these creatures have many ways to attack besides simple possession, and she agrees, promising to be extremely careful. The two continue deeper into the cavern, but they only find empty space and hear eerie, echoing sounds. He looks around, wondering why everything is completely empty when they have already traveled so deep inside. He asks Elena if she can detect anything, and after a moment of thought, she replies that she senses no living things. Now pay attention here because just as she says that, Mortem pops out with a terrified look, warning them that they are already completely surrounded. To their horror, dozens of black-cloaked figures suddenly appear out of thin air, completely surrounding them. Instantly taking defensive stances, Elena looks at the cloaked figures in absolute confusion and asks where on earth they came from. Stit is equally baffled, muttering that he did not sense a single presence nearby. What is going on here? Bress suddenly materializes right in the middle of the cloaked crowd. Showing his dark, ugly face, he mockingly welcomes the intruders and waves his hand towards Stit with a patronizing sneer. Confused by the villain's words, Elena looks over at her companion and asks about this greatest enemy title. Greatest enemy? Stit is just as confused, glaring at the old man while asking what kind of joke this is. The scene shifts to a tense battle, as Stit snaps that he is not looking for answers from him. Instantly, he activates the power of Mortem. Activating the usurp ability, he aims directly at Bress and yells for the old man to shut up and take this. A beam of light strikes the old villain's forehead, but it barely has any effect. Mortem immediately curses under his breath. He looks in confusion at Mortem floating right next to him and asks why he is still here, while Mortem yells for Stit to draw his sword. With his eyes turning pitch black, Bress calls it an interesting move. Looking down at them from above, He mockingly asks if that was supposed to be some kind of holy light to purge evil. Feigning surprise, Bress mutters, "Oh no, actually it is quite different. I know what you're thinking, this villain is talking absolute nonsense." Stitt is completely furious, demanding to know what rubbish the old man is spewing as he babbles about some divine enemy. Wondering what gibberish this guy has been talking about, Stitt watches as Bress waves his hand, unleashing a thick cloud of black smoke. The villain remarks that Stitt seems to have prepared well before coming here. As the surrounding cloaked figures suddenly begin to dissolve into thin air, they transform into thick trails of dark smoke, flowing rapidly toward the old man's raised hand. Staring at this in shock, panic starts to set in. He realizes those figures dissolved like smoke, wondering if they were actually phantoms. Once they fully vanish, nothing is left behind except their empty black cloaks scattered all over the cavern floor. And that's where we leave it. Stitt finally realizes why he couldn't sense their presence. They weren't even alive. Alright, stick with me because this battle is about to get terrifying. After absorbing those dark cultists, his arm shrivels into a skeleton, and he charges straight ahead. His entire body has fully transformed into a decaying skeleton, wielding a massive scythe in his hand, looking exactly like the Grim Reaper itself. He glares down and yells, "Die!" Brad raises his skeletal arm, lifts the massive scythe, and unleashes a devastating downward strike right at the boy. Steve struggles to raise his sword in a guard, barely blocking the devastating blow, but the sheer force blows him straight back. Standing right behind him, Elena watches in absolute shock. She trembles as the dark energy unleashed by the old monster surges directly toward her. Steve grits his teeth, fighting with everything he has against Brad's pressure. Seeing him struggle so miserably, the villain mocks him. "Did you honestly think your pathetic level was enough to make you an enemy of God?" Furious, he shouts back, "What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" At the same time, he activates a magic spell, enchanting his sword with glowing power. With his skill activated, he deflects the blast, sending it flying. Blown back, Brad stares at Steve in pure shock. Just then, the old monster senses another danger rushing in and quickly turns his head, as an arrow shoots right toward Brad. Catching the arrow aimed right at his head with perfect precision, he snarls in fury, "How dare you interfere?" His terrifying glare locks onto Elena, giving her goosebumps as he spits out, "You worthless, insolent little elf. Now pay attention," because Steve instantly exploits this brief distraction. He channels raw mana into his arm and fires a massive magic vortex straight at the villain, but with a casual swing of his scythe, Brad easily shatters the incoming spell. He sneers at Steve, demanding to know how someone carrying the mark of his greatest enemy could be this weak. Filled with doubt, the monster wonders if the boy is holding back, or if he is truly just a pathetic weakling. After a brief silence, Brad suddenly bursts into a mad laughter that echoes through the cave, leaving Steve highly confused. The monster mutters, "No wonder something fell off." Without another word, he lunges forward to attack once more, declaring, "It seems I was completely wrong from the very beginning." The black scythe descends on him, and Steve barely holds his guard. This strike is far more devastating than the last one. Steve grits his teeth, sweat dripping down his face as the pitch-black blade hovers inches from his eyes. Unable to hold out, Steve is sent flying as the scythe cuts deep into his chest, spraying blood. Suddenly, a fast-moving projectile flies toward Brad, forcing him to turn in surprise. Another arrow pierces clean through his skeletal body, infuriating him. In a rage, he immediately channels a lethal spell aimed directly at Elena. He snarls, "Stay out of our business." Her eyes widen in horror as the deadly magic streaks toward her, leaving no time to dodge. The blast blows her away, slamming her violently against the stone wall behind with a thunderous explosion. You and I both know she stands no chance against him. Looking at the heavily injured, motionless elf, he sneers, "I have no interest in you. Just stay down." With that, he grabs Steve by the arm and drags him up, muttering, "You cannot even control your awakened state." Lifting Steve high, Brad glares at the ring on his finger and demands angrily, "How dare a foolish mortal enter this sacred place?" Steve panics, realizing the monster can actually see the hidden artifact. He thinks in terror, does he recognize the Mortem ring? The spirit of Mortem suddenly speaks up from the ring, saying, "My apologies, but I am just like my human companion." Manifesting in the air, Mortem floats calmly and talks back to Brad, saying, "I do not understand a single word of your nonsense." In response, Brad conjures crackling black lightning around his entire bony body, mockingly asking, "In that case, perhaps looking at this will help you understand." A crimson orb wrapped in dark lightning appears, projecting a shocking image that both Mortem and Steve recognize immediately. They both stare in absolute disbelief, unable to trust their own eyes at the sight. Brad gloats, "Indeed, have you not seen this many times before?" At that moment, dark energy wraps around his hand, shaping into a razor-sharp blade. He glares down at the helpless boy and says, "I am merely a fragment of that great being, and a humble representative of his will. My goal is to..." Without finishing, he grabs Steve's arm, lifts it high, and violently severs the hand wearing the Mortem artifact. Steve lets out an agonizing scream of pure pain. His severed hand falls limply onto the cold ground. Brad bends down to pry the ring off the severed hand, cold-bloodedly continuing to wipe every single one of his enemies off the face of this earth. Staring at Mortem now in his grasp, he sneers. But you should actually feel proud. At least this human you brought along has managed to survive the longest of anyone I have ever faced. The scene pans to show their utterly tragic, defeated state. Elena lies unconscious against the ruined wall, while Steve desperately clutches his bleeding, severed arm in agony. Amused, Brad tells Mortem, "You trained him well." But having lost his precious artifact, Steve grits his teeth, muttering in frustration, "Damn it, the ring." Just then, the voice of Mortem echoes in Steve's mind, telling him to stay calm. He quietens his mind to think. After a moment, Steve asks internally, "But how?" It quickly explains, "Our bond is not broken just because a ring is gone, so calm down." Meanwhile, the monster scoffs, saying it does not matter if you understand. "Trust me, you and I are about to see a wild turn of events next time. Let's dive in." As the monster growls, "Both you and your companion will be sealed. That person will continue that seal once they return to this world." Hearing this, the Mortem relic instantly screams in shock. "What?" The monster mockingly continues. "I actually pity you. You are doomed to repeat your actions over and over again, until the day you finally perfect yourself. Even recovering your own lost memories is something you will never be able to achieve. What an absolutely tragic fate." But while the beast spouts this nonsense, Steve secretly uses healing magic on his broken arm, muttering a rapid recovery spell to patch himself up. Meanwhile, the monster just stands there, silently staring down the Mortem relic. Once the healing is done, Steve smirks and asks, "Well, is this exciting enough for you?" The monster recoils in surprise, asking, "Is that so? It seems you two won't get bored since you're being sealed together." Hearing this, Steve starts sweating, nervously thinking, "Shoot, what should I do next? Charging in blindly will only get me killed. Should I rely on magic instead? But what kind of magic would actually work against this thing?" Just then, the Mortem relic activates its magic, yelling, "Light! Remember what happened to the dwarf. It will definitely work." In an instant, the beast clashes with Steve once again. But the beast is left completely shocked and baffled when its dark magic fails to even scratch the sword in Steve's hands. Now, pay attention here. Steve is shocked and confused, realizing that this light magic actually works against him. The Mortem relic quickly chimes in with a crucial reminder. Remember the blacksmith's words. The sword's core runs on your own will, and it will respond to your desires. Reaching a sudden realization, Steve lets out a powerful battle cry, unlocking his true potential to unleash his hidden strength. In the next split second, his newly awakened power erupts, leaving the beast absolutely dumbfounded and terrified by the sudden surge. The monster screams in absolute panic. What the hell is this? Meanwhile, Steve stares at his glowing blade in complete disbelief, muttering quietly to himself. Is the sword's light transferring into the relic? With this, Steve then activates his special skill, Bondus, to drastically reduce his weight. Next, he uses BK to cast an enchanted full-force attack straight at the monster. Steve unleashes a relentless barrage of heavy strikes with all his power. The monster screams in pure anger as he struggles to defend, while Steve watches with immense satisfaction. Yeah, I knew it. Handling 3 ancient relics at once is almost too much to bear. He lands another brutal hit, forcing the panicked beast to fly backward to defend itself. Steve instantly follows up with a flurry of rapid slashes, making the terrified monster shriek in absolute agony. Steve demands answers, asking, "Who are you?" "No, actually, what the hell did you mean by that great enemy you just mentioned?" The monster violently coughs up blood, wheezing. "When the time is right, you will find out. What's the point of knowing the truth now? Just keep doing what you must, and maybe one day you will wipe us all out for good." We both feel his frustration as Steve snaps, demanding he stop giving such vague answers. The monster gasps out, "From the very second you slipped that cursed ring onto your finger, everything that unfolds is your absolute destiny. Reject it, and you die. Embrace it, and you will witness the ultimate truth with your own eyes. So keep struggling as much as you like." Hearing this ominous warning, Steve clicks his tongue in annoyance. He's literally swallowing the curse. Once the dust settles, they travel to a brand new region, and Steve turns to Elena. "We've arrived at CNT. This is the City of Engineers," Elena replies softly. Compared to Eisen, this place looks so much more peaceful. Steve suggests they find a place to rest up and inspect the mysterious scroll they acquired. Ever since escaping that hellish dungeon, we haven't had a single second to inspect our loot. With all these scrolls, we're bound to uncover some highly useful information here. They eventually settle down inside a local tavern to continue their discussion. The pages are filled with weird numbers, bizarre diagrams, and strange items they've never heard of. Elena listens silently, pondering, before pointing at the text. Wait, look at this line right here. Steve takes a closer look, reading aloud, forming inside the capsule and moving. What on earth were they researching? All orders are to be sent directly to Chuck Lee's workshop. The deadline is the end of October. Chuck Lee's workshop. Looks like they've finally got a solid lead. But right then, a massive explosion shakes the streets outside. Boom, the sudden blast leaves both of them startled and confused, but the waiter quickly apologizes, saying, "Oh my, a bit noisy out there, isn't it? Please excuse that racket." Steve politely waves it off, replying, "No worries, it's actually our very first time visiting this city. Did that loud noise come from the local workshop?" The waiter nods quickly. "Yes, exactly. It's not surprising, since today is a bit different from usual. After all, it's a very special day." Steve immediately perks up, asking, "A special day?" The waiter smiles and explains, "Yes, the Grand Engineering Fair is scheduled to kick off in just 2 days. Engineers from all across the land will gather to present the revolutionary research projects they have been working on. With the deadline near, all the workshops are buzzing with activity. And trust me, you and I need to see what they find. All right, you and I are about to join Steve on a wild quest." Hearing the waiter talk about all the amazing architecture nearby, his eyes lit up in pure excitement. "Oh," he exclaimed before asking, "Hey, by any chance, do you know where Chuck Lee's workshop is?" The waiter hesitated, looking highly doubtful. "Well, I can draw you a quick map to Chuck Lee's place, but honestly, he probably won't be taking any orders at all." Finding this a bit strange, Elena chimed in, asking the waiter if it was because the blacksmith was busy preparing for some upcoming showcase. But the waiter shook his head, instantly shooting down her theory. "No," he explained. "His father's workshop has completely stopped running altogether. The building is still standing, but word is it shut down about a month ago." Hearing this, both of them froze in utter shock. To make matters worse, the waiter added, "I think he is actually inside right now, packing up his remaining tools." This sudden news caught him completely off guard. Steve cursed under his breath. "Damn it, why did it have to happen right at this exact moment? Please, draw me that map as fast as possible." Shortly after, the duo arrived at a nearby shop down the street. "Now watch closely." Steve approached the owner, saying, "Excuse me, we came here because we heard this was Chuck Lee's legendary workshop." The moment Chuck Lee's name left Steve's mouth, the man looked completely shocked. A second later, he whispered softly, "Charlie is my father's name." He introduced himself as Chet, saying, "As you can see, I'm afraid our forge hasn't been active for quite some time now. We aren't taking on any new orders." Hearing this, Steve immediately pressed further, asking, "What on earth happened to this place?" But Chet flatly refused to explain, muttering, "I really don't feel like sharing our personal family matters with complete strangers. If you don't have other business here, please leave." A moment later, the magical artifact, Mortem, whispered to Steve, "Should I just hijack his mind to force the truth out?" It would be incredibly simple to do, but Steve immediately shut down the idea. "No way, we need to gather our information through ethical means. Just give me a second." Turning back, Steve politely apologized, saying, "We are incredibly sorry for digging into things without knowing it was a private family matter, but right now, we are secretly tracking something down, and we're deeply worried your father might have gotten caught up in deep trouble." Hearing Steve say this, Chet felt a mix of shock and intense curiosity. Getting worked up, he demanded angrily, "Do you actually know something about what happened to him?" Seeing him lose his cool, Steve calmly replied, "No, I can't guarantee that we know for sure." Even so, Chet desperately pleaded with Steve, begging him to help uncover any trace of his missing father. "Now, you and I are heading inside a quiet tavern where Steve introduces themselves, saying, 'She is Elena, and my name is Brian. So, your father has completely vanished?'" Chet slowly bowed his head in heavy silence. "It has been an entire month now, and I honestly don't even know if he's still alive." He sighed, recalling the day several mysterious men in black cloaks arrived to meet his father. "They brought some blueprints with them and asked my father if he could forge a specific set of items." Chet lamented, remembering how incredibly isolated and lonely his father looked working late every single night. At first, he was thrilled to try crafting something completely new and poured his soul into the project. But he grew visibly thinner every time he came back home. Then, Chet's voice turned deadly serious. Until suddenly, one day, he vanished into thin air, along with every single item he had painstakingly created. "I did everything I could to track his movements." Chet sighed in heavy frustration, "but I couldn't find a single trace left behind." With that, he stared directly at Steve, hoping this young traveler could finally bring some answers. As night fell, Steve stretched his tired arms and walked out of the tavern. He said he would return tomorrow. Elena glanced at him, questioning, "So is this officially the dead end of the trail we've been chasing?" Steve hesitated before answering her. "Yeah." But suddenly, Mortem popped up beside them to reassure them. "Don't sweat it. Even though it's tricky, there's actually another clue left behind." Steve looked totally baffled. Are these guys really sloppy enough to leave clues? Mortem answered nonchalantly, completely unaware that their entire group was currently being watched. They probably never expected anyone to pay attention to a basic town like this. As the words left its mouth, two figures leaped off the roof. Right on cue, the heavy thud of them landing caught their attention, proving Mortem's theory absolutely correct. Look at them. They showed up so fast, like they're trying to dodge a beatdown in a dungeon. Instantly, the two cloaked figures drew their weapons. Seeing this, Mortem confidently declared, "If they're this amateur, you can easily wipe the floor with them without even breaking a single sweat." Unsheathing his blade, Steve smirked and called out to them, "Hey there, gentlemen." Pointing his weapon forward, he unleashed a brilliant, glowing sword, shouting, "Take a look at this." The blinding flash of the sword forced the cloaked assassins to shield their eyes. The radiant light grew overwhelmingly bright, completely swallowing their entire bodies. Staring down at the pile of dust on the ground, he sheathed his weapon and said, "Yep, now I'm absolutely certain of it. If small fries like these are involved, then Chuck Lay didn't just run away. I'm willing to bet he was kidnapped and is being held captive somewhere." Elena asked a chilling question. "Do you think they've already killed him?" "You and I will find out next time." "All right, you and I are jumping right into this." Steve calmly points out that unless the villains find another craftsman, they won't dare kill him. With that settled, the group keeps moving, talking as they go. Their plan is as clear as day. They secretly kidnapped him to carry out some dark, hidden agenda. Let's go and check the quieter areas first. Cut to a beautiful, snow-covered landscape as they discuss their options. "How about this place?" Elena activates her power, sensing the surroundings and saying, "I can definitely feel it here. It is faint, but there is definitely the life force of a living being nearby, and it is not a monster." Hearing her words, Sit calls out to see if anyone is there. "Hello?" Then she adds, "I caught a brief glimpse of it, but I cannot tell if it is dangerous to us. And not only that, there is more." Mortem chimes in right on cue. "The foul stench of those crazy cultists is still lingering around here, and it is absolutely disgusting." Unlike those two, our main character eagerly draws his sword. "Well, no point in waiting around then. Let's move. We will wipe them out fast and make a quick exit. Besides, MK forged a seriously powerful weapon for me." Moments later, a black-robed cultist gets grabbed by the collar and chuckles. A new opponent has finally showed up, huh? Sit scowls, clearly annoyed by him. "You guys and your opponents." The cultist just keeps smirking, mockingly teasing him. "We do not fight our foes without a good reason." Hearing this, our guy scoffs. "Oh, really? I do not buy that for a second." He grumbles while unsheathing his glowing blade. "Every single guy I ran into before said the exact same thing, yet they all tried to end my life. Now watch this." The black-robed cultist looks at the blade's intense glow and screams in absolute terror. After clearing out the mob, Elena and Steve head deeper inside. She looks back at the aftermath and remarks, "That was easier than expected." Annoyed, he sheathes his sword and complains, "I seriously cannot believe these guys. What is even the point of fighting enemies who just vanish the moment they see my sword glow?" After walking for a bit, they stop right in front of a cave entrance. This must be the main area. Suddenly, his eyes widen in complete surprise as he spots someone trapped inside. He sees the man tied up there and gasps in shock, calling out Chuck Lai. Sit rushes over to Chuck Lai, throwing his coat over him while quickly assigning tasks. "Elena, check on Chuck Lai's condition. I will look around to see what we are dealing with." She quickly replies, "Got it." Leaving the old man in her care, Sit stands up and begins searching the area. His mind is racing, and pay attention here, because ever since he stepped foot into this main chamber, that strange sensation has only grown stronger and stronger. Right then, a sudden flash of light pierces through the darkness. Sit peers into the shadows and finds an object chained to a stone altar, radiating the unmistakable glow of an ancient relic. Picking it up, he wonders to himself, what on earth were these guys planning to do with a relic in this place? With a grunt, he crushes the relic, shattering it to absorb the curse. Immediately, the system rings out. Active skill, Ice Wave, has now upgraded into Ice Needles. Passive skills unlocked. 2 new abilities, including acrobatics, have had their seals removed. The additional skills of the relic Mortem are currently being unsealed. Once all conditions are met, the restriction will be fully lifted. Relics absorbed so far is 5. Current mana reserves are 67,503. Locked abilities. Relic Sync number 4 requires 45,000 mana. Relic Substitute requires 9,000. Unknown skill, unknown relic, and unknown mana. Staring at the status window, he realizes he has been too busy lately to properly check his stats. With that, he taps the unsealed skill window. A moment later, Steve returns to Elena to check on things. How is he doing? Looking down at Chuck Lai, who is fast asleep on the floor from sheer exhaustion, she replies, "He is stable now. I cast a healing spell on him and had him swallow a recovery pill, but he likely passed out from the extreme stress." Hearing that, Sid immediately calls out, "Great. We have got a lot of heavy lifting to do, so let's move fast. Time passes, and the three of them make it back to Chuck Lie's house. Sitting on his bed, the old man says gratefully, "You two, I really do not know how to thank you enough. I genuinely thought my life was over. I couldn't move a muscle, and was just stuck in that dark, damp hole." Sid offers a warm smile to comfort him. "We are just glad you are safe, sir. Though we do have a few questions for you now that you are awake." Hearing this, the old man just keeps his head down in silence. What on earth actually happened back there? After hesitating for a long moment, the old man finally speaks. "You both already know I received an order from those beasts, right?" Steve nods and replies, "Yes, we do." Chuck Lie continues, "To be honest, the job itself was quite simple." He slowly reveals the truth. The item they ordered him to make was some kind of syringe. They forced me to craft this item, yet intentionally hid any information regarding how it would be used. But with my decades of experience, keeping secrets from me is useless. Trust me, you and I are going to see this backfire. Alright, you and I are kicking things off with some dark secrets. He recalls his family being watched and held hostage, forcing him to comply with their terrifying demands. I created the prototype for that injector. Then, those absolute bastards filled it up with some kind of mysterious, pitch-black liquid. Afterward, they took that liquid and injected it straight into a dead child's body. Chuck Lie's gaze turns heavy as he relives that nightmare. And hours later, the child's corpse actually came back to life. Hearing this, both Steve and Elena freeze in absolute shock. Seeing their horrified reactions, he continues, saying they killed it immediately, but there was no doubt that dead body was breathing. Listening to the horrifying tale, he grits his teeth in pure frustration. Are they really trying to resurrect the dead? And they are doing this with elixirs instead of relics? No, even with a powerful relic, bringing a soul back to the living world is completely absurd. It should be absolutely impossible. He quickly calls out to Mortem, asking if this is even possible. The voice falls silent before answering, "That child. Now hold on a second, did that kid actually come back to life?" Steve quickly snaps back, asking where the injector is now. Chuck Lie answers him cautiously. From what he knows, after final testing, they sent it to the elf kingdom of Galem. I do not know what happened next, but I am certain it can only mean trouble. The scene shifts to a majestic palace, where a servant is begging desperately outside a locked royal bedchamber. "My prince, please, just come outside and show yourself to us." Hearing his frantic shouting, the palace guard calls out, "Lord Banstock!" The prince needs his rest right now. But Banstock ignores him, shouting continuously despite how exhausted the prince must be inside. "My prince!" Inside, Jero remains completely silent, too weak and exhausted to even utter a single word in response. As Banstock grits his teeth in despair, a sudden voice cuts through the tension. What is all this noise about? He spins around in shock, gasping at the newcomer. "Prince Anfit!" The guards and Banstock quickly bow, apologizing for the scene. "I am deeply sorry for causing a disturbance in the palace. I was just so worried." But the prince calmly cuts him off. "I understand. Of course you are worried about your master." Saying this, he glances directly toward Jero's closed door. "Still, you cannot keep doing this." Just then, the bedroom door slowly creaks open. A pair of elegant boots slowly steps inside. Jero avoids eye contact, letting out a soft sigh as he speaks. "It has been a while, Banstock." Seeing the tragic, battered state of his master, Banstock cries out in absolute heartbreak, "Your Highness." At that, Anfit scoffs and chides him. "You have rested so much that your appearance has become a total mess. Go clean yourself up for the royal audience hall immediately. His Majesty has urgent matters to discuss with you." Hearing this, Jero is stunned, and trust me, this cannot end well. What? A moment later, fully dressed and groomed, Jero enters the grand hall as the servants loudly announce his arrival. Stepping inside, Jero speaks with a calm, deeply respectful voice. The third prince, Jero, greets His Majesty, Emperor Sinchero. He quickly drops to his knees in deep, respectful reverence before the throne. "I have come at your royal summons, father." Emperor Sinchero casts a cold, displeased look at his son kneeling below. Staring directly at Jero's missing arm, he asks coldly, "Good. How is your body holding up?" Remaining bowed, the prince answers with absolute composure. "Thanks to your generous care, Your Majesty, I am feeling much better now." Wasting no time, the emperor cuts straight to the point. "Let me ask you something, Jero." Across the vast, silent audience hall, Emperor Sinchero's question carries a chilling gravity. "That missing arm of yours, do you want it back?" Hearing this, Jero's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. "Do you actually have a plan, father?" The warm palace fades away, replaced by a freezing blizzard where two figures travel together. "Galem, did you say that is the kingdom of the Northern Elves?" "That is right. Why?" Elena smiles with excited anticipation. "I know this is not a time for celebration, but I cannot help but feel thrilled. As a Southern elf, seeing the only world tree on this continent is a dream." Seeing her excitement, Steve chuckles softly and replies, "Ah, yes. I think I have heard about that before. To elves, the world tree is the ultimate source of life. You must be looking forward to this. He recalls the world tree, muttering to himself. Come to think of it, that mutated tree serving as the gatekeeper of the shadow forest, wasn't that a subspecies of the world tree? Elena then shares a bit of ancient lore with him. Legend says that before the continent split, our ancestors carried seeds of the world tree with them. They settled in the forest of shadows and planted those seeds. I doubt they ever foresaw the world tree's corruption. But how did you even know about any of that? Steve immediately raises his hand, showing off the ring on his finger. The ring told me. Stick with me, because this journey is about to get wild. All right, stick with me here. They hope that if they are lucky, they might even find a seed to bring back and plant in the south, chatting away as they keep heading forward. I deeply appreciate your consideration. However, besides all of that, I have also heard that the natural environment surrounding the world tree is normally supposed to be extremely stable. But if things keep getting worse like this, aren't we all just going to freeze to death? Just as he says that, Mortem pops up and confidently fires back. You won't die. Steve stares blankly as Mortem shares his theory. So you mean if I freeze to death, you'll just drag me back to life? Mortem quickly corrects him. I mean, that won't even be necessary. Soon, they walk further, and a beautiful, lush green grassland unfolds right beneath their feet. They pull down their hoods with completely stunned expressions. Steve stares at the bizarre, contrasting climates clashing together, totally baffled. What is this place? Did we just walk into some illusion? Mortem chimes in to offer an explanation. You can relax. If this were a real illusion, you wouldn't even realize you were trapped. Steve hesitantly asks him back, so Mortem carefully breaks it down for him. They have officially set foot into the sacred land protected by the world tree. Gesturing toward a massive tree nearby, Mortem says that is exactly why whenever elves look at it, they feel an overwhelming surge of love. Quite amazing, really. The moment she sees that giant tree, Elena looks deeply moved, her voice soft and full of emotion. That is the world tree of Galerm. But unlike her, Steve grits his teeth, feeling nothing but frustration. Now think about this, what on earth are those zealots targeting that requires the world tree? He recalls his chat with the magic orb back at the inn. So if we piece all the clues together, you're saying the Mastermind's troops have already invaded the Galerm kingdom? He replies, yes, I want to catch them as fast as possible in that kingdom. Chia speaks from the other side of the communication orb. If their ultimate target is indeed in the north, then luck is finally on our side. We actually tracked down the location of the only remaining merchant. Their last reported location was right inside the Galerm kingdom, which is highly suspicious. Back to the present, Steve frowns slightly, thinking, if that merchant really is a dark trace, this is our golden opportunity. What is their name? The voice on the other end of the magic orb quickly reveals it. Sylvestin Gray. Hearing that name, Steve reassures her. Understood? I'll look around and see what kind of info I can dig up. His flashback ends, and the three of them keep moving forward while Mortem urges them along. Steve, you already knew, right? His eyes turn deadly serious as he replies telepathically. Yes. I noticed it the very second we stepped inside here. He can feel his sword vibrating slightly, making him wonder if their real target is actually us. Mortem immediately corrects him, saying they are likely trying to wipe out anyone who gets in their way. Steve then alerts Elena behind him. Hearing Steve call her name, Elena quickly catches on. I know, a simple cold wind wouldn't trigger my Amrita like this. The moment she finishes her sentence, two masked creeps block their path. Who goes there? Now check this out, they mockingly say our heroes don't look like they just accidentally stumbled in. But hey, it doesn't even matter. The one-horned masked freak hoists a giant warhammer onto his shoulder, while his two-horned partner draws a massive broadsword, instantly matching his battle stance. Steve quickly slips on his exploding light gauntlets while complaining to Mortem. I told you these guys talk way too much. But one of them snarls back, saying they'll use them as sacrifices for a return gift to Chuck Lai. A thick cloud of dust erupts from his gauntlet's bomb, prompting Mortem to recall a dangerous old foe. That bastard radiates the exact same creepy vibe as that Reaper we fought before. I really don't think these guys will be as easy to defeat as those ghosts. After unleashing a small flash explosion, Steve charges forward, telling him not to worry because he's gotten much stronger too. He tightly grips his sword, ready to combine his Bondus technique with a powerful enchantment. First form. He aims directly at the two-horned freak who has been quietly watching him this whole time. But the moment Steve slashes down, the enemy effortlessly blocks the strike with his broadsword, leaving Steve sweating in complete disbelief. What? But I put the same amount of power behind it as last time. He vividly recalls sending the Reaper flying with that exact same move, wondering if there is some hidden trigger condition he needs to activate. Meanwhile, the masked villain sneers with twisted amusement. You really are an interesting fellow. Seizing the opportunity, the one-horned freak leaps high into the air, raising his massive hammer to crush Steve. Just then, a volley of familiar arrows comes flying straight at them, A massive, ground-shaking explosion erupts as their powers violently collide, but the one-horned masked freak actually catches Elena's arrow with his bare hand, and his two-horned partner is no different. He grabs the arrow in his palm, easily snapping it in half. Immediately after, both villains turn their gaze toward the thick smoke billowing from the blast. Hidden inside the cloud, Steve quickly coordinates a counterplan with Elena behind him. "Elena, back me up!" Drawing her bow, she readily replies, "Got it. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next." "Alright, you and I are jumping right into a high-stakes battle as a deadly arrow shoots through the smoke, only to be deflected by the one-horned fiend's massive hammer. Seizing the split second, Steve charges from behind, right under the brute's arm, channeling all his explosive power into his weaponized gauntlets. This is a dangerous weapon that literally uses the caster's own energy as ammunition. But just as he unleashes the punch and shouts his move's name, a dark shadow slips between them, cutting off the blast. The two-horned fiend parried the strike just in time with his giant blade, leaving Steve to grit his teeth and curse inwardly. Seeing them struggle, Elena quickly draws her bow and aims. Without uttering a single word of warning, she lets loose a deadly arrow straight into the fray. The two masked demons coordinate with terrifying speed. One slams his hammer where Steve just stood, while the other effortlessly deflects Elena's incoming arrow. The moment Steve hits the ground, he pulls out two small bomb spheres with a grin. Without losing a second, Steve swings his arm and hurls both explosive spheres straight at the two masked fighters. But the two-horned brute steps up, raising his massive sword like a seasoned baseball player tracking a pitch. With one simple, powerful swing, he bats the explosives away. Immediately after, he unleashes another devastating sword wave flying straight toward Steve. Steve frowns in surprise as he spots the slashing arc. An energy slash? He reacts instantly, raising his own blade to block the blow while complaining. Why is every single one of their skills so different? He quickly pivots, shattering the two-horned bastard's attack with a precise counter. But pay attention here, in that split second of distraction, Steve doesn't notice the one-horned beast charging from behind. Only when the massive hammer is inches from his face does Steve finally realize the danger. A deafening blast rings out once more. Covered in soot and dust from the shockwave, Steve grits his teeth in a mix of rage and disbelief. What happens next? As the smoke clears, the one-horned brute is suddenly seen flying backward, smashed several yards away. The savior is none other than McDwell, casually rubbing his wrist before offering a cool, "Long time no see." Elena is completely stunned to see him here. But for Steve, his pupils dilate, veins bulging on his face as he locks onto the man with pure, unbridled fury. General McDwell. Fueled by pure rage, he instantly lunges forward to attack, letting out a wild roar. "You absolute bastard." Elena fires a quick cover arrow to support him, but McDwell, though visibly confused, calmly raises his heavy shield to block their joint assault. Steve's blade clangs against the shield's carved lion head, its glowing red eyes flashing with power. Recognizing that glowing lion shield, Steve grimaces, and honestly, you and I would be sweating too before McDwell easily shoves him back several meters. McDwell speaks up, trying to stop this meaningless feud. "Before you try fighting me, we need to deal with the threat in front of us first." Then, showing surprisingly good intentions, he warns Steve about a threat looming directly above them. "Look up!" Steve quickly raises his sword just in time to block the two-horned masked demon's giant blade. Sensing the slight tremble in Steve's grip, the brute mockingly sneers. "Well now, don't you look incredibly relaxed?" Taking advantage of his distraction, Elena fires an arrow that pierces the brute, sending him flying and freeing Steve. Wasting no time, Steve grabs the brute's fallen blade, activates his gravity-defying weight reduction skill, and launches a dual-wielding onslaught of sword and saber directly at him. But the moment Steve blows him away, McDwell suddenly charges forward, shield raised high. Hearing those heavy footsteps, Steve spins around with a shout as the two clash yet again in a massive collision. The stolen greatsword in Steve's grip slams hard against the lion crest on McDwell's shield, unleashing a shower of blinding sparks. The sheer impact sends both of them sliding backward, but McDwell easily digs his boots in to halt his momentum and stand tall. Steve manages to recover as well, but quickly notices the stolen greatsword is turning into ash. Meanwhile, the masked demons behind them start barking orders. "Get up," yells the two-horned demon before asking his partner, "What should we do with these troublesome intruders?" The one-horned brute grunt is confused. "What do you mean?" Suddenly, a massive heavy hammer slams down onto the earth. As their terrifying bodies begin to warp and merge, they declare their sinister plan: every single one of these trespassers must be eliminated. With that final threat, they fuse completely, morphing into a massive, pulsing sphere of absolute darkness. A skeletal hand suddenly clawed its way out of the pitch-black void. Bracing himself in a defensive stance, McDwell senses the terrifying power shifts. Looks like this situation is getting way more dangerous. As McDwell speaks, Steve stands completely dumbfounded by the horror unfolding before them, staring as the fused bodies of the two masked demons reshape themselves into a terrifying death knight. The Death Knight looms over Steve and his allies. Elena rushes to his side, calling out as a look of pure dread washes over him. Turning this chaotic situation into a three-way battle would be a massive mistake, Elena warns, while McDowell silently frowns, processing her urgent words. But if we temporarily team up with someone we can actually negotiate with, wouldn't that work? And trust me, you and I can't blame him. Partnering with McDowell is a tough pill to swallow. Steve glares at her and barks, "What? Instead of cooperating with that bastard, I would rather destroy this entire place." Mortem immediately pops up, cutting Steve off. He snaps, "You idiot, shut up and listen to the elf. Trust me, you and I can clearly see that the shield guy showing up means a deal is absolutely possible." Glancing at the Death Knight who is already swinging his sword, Mortem continues speaking. "If you two want to kill each other, save it for after we defeat that monster." Steve grits his teeth in rage, turning back to glare at McDowell as he yells, "Hey you bastard, I will charge in first, and you follow up right behind me. I have a few words for you, but that can wait until we clean up this massive mess. Got any complaints, or are you ready to fight? You can leave if you want." McDowell frowns, realizing Steve actually understands his fighting style, then smirks and responds, "Fine, got it." The Death Knight charges straight at them as Steve shouts to Elena, "Protect the two of us." Suddenly, the Death Knight is right in front of Steve. He swiftly dodges the slash and counters with his own sword. Riding the momentum, Steve unleashes a relentless barrage of strikes on the Death Knight. But the monster is relentless. Gripping his spear tightly, he swings it with savage force straight at Steve. Luckily, Steve dodges in time, though the sharp tip still grazes his cheek, leaving a small cut. Now watch closely. Steve grits his teeth, realizing the Knight's attacks are completely unpredictable. Where did that spear even come from? The Knight doesn't let up, lunging forward with explosive speed and forcing a shocked Steve to retreat. He hurls his spear at Steve with earth-shattering force. But in that split second, McDowell suddenly leaps right in front of the beast. With a brutal counterslam, McDowell catches the Knight completely off guard, sending him crashing into the dirt. Raising his massive shield, a bright halo of energy flares up as the lion carving's eyes glow a menacing crimson. The crushing weight of the light pins the Death Knight down, forcing him to desperately block with his sword and push back with all his might. Before he can even recover, Steve's blade is pointed right at his face, his voice dripping with absolute venom. "You really are a pain of a teammate." Leaving the Knight baffled, Steve wastes no time and slashes down, making the monster scream in agony. Winding up his steel-reinforced fist, Steve grits his teeth in frustration, thinking, "Damn it, that slash was too shallow. He is incredibly tough." He immediately unleashes a devastating, flame-infused punch that catches the Knight completely off guard. The Death Knight leaps back to gain some distance, but a sudden magical projectile flying straight at his face catches him completely off guard. Dashing out of the way, he mutters, "How interesting," before turning to glare at McDowell in total confusion. McDowell scowls, gathering a massive surge of energy into his shield before unleashing a devastating forward bash. A massive explosion erupts, and you and I are left wondering along with Steve as he shields his eyes. Did that actually work? Mortem quickly chimes in, "No, the shield warrior's devastating attack did not even scratch that monster." The Death Knight had raised his own barrier, completely absorbing McDowell's strike as a stunned Mortem gasps. "He blocked it!" Lowering his shield, the Knight sneers, "How annoying, you really have turned into a meddling busybody." He silently warns himself that he absolutely cannot let these pests reach the World Tree. Suddenly, Steve's sword begins to glow and vibrate intensely. He glares at his blade, wondering why its reaction has suddenly grown so powerful. Without warning, the Knight collapses to the ground, only to rise back up in a terrifying new form of pure shadow. McDowell watches in utter shock as the shadowy figure blitzes forward, wrapping his hand around McDowell's neck before he can even react. His body trembles. Gritting his teeth in pure agony, McDowell wonders, "What is this life-draining chill?" Steve panics, shouting, "What?" He only touched him and he is already freezing over. Mortem quickly chimes in with an explanation. That bastard has abandoned all defense to focus purely on offense, and Arch's dark chill is actively draining his life force away. Steve leaps in to strike Arch from behind, thinking that an opponent with zero defenses is the perfect target. But a physical hand suddenly erupts from the monster's smoke-like body, striking Steve first and catching him completely off guard. Steve crashes hard to the ground as Mortem warns him that Arch has no physical form. Arch grabs Steve's throat, leaving him gasping in rage, while his other hand keeps McDowell pinned down. He rears back to punch Steve, but a sudden flash of light blocks the blow and blasts Arch backward. Elena scowls, having fired that rescue spell, prompting Arch to turn his creepy, shadowy hand directly toward her. The monster clicks his tongue, dismissing her as a mere miserable elf, which gives Steve the perfect opening. He lands a heavy punch to Arch's face, making the beast howl. You and I can feel the hype as Steve yells, "I am betting everything on this battle, you bastard." A thick layer of ice suddenly freezes his legs solid. Unable to move, Arch panics, thinking, "My legs!" Stick with me, we're launching straight into battle as Steve leaps high, gripping his sword to trigger a massive weight boost. With sheer focus, a surge of blue electricity wraps around his arm and the entire blade. Steve drives his blade straight down, piercing the beast's body with brutal force. The impact triggers a massive, earth-shattering explosion that completely vaporizes the entire area where the monster was standing. Later that evening, Elena and Steve gather around the warm campfire alongside Mark. Steve ponders for a moment before finally asking Mark, "Are you hiding something from us?" He demands angrily, full of suspicion. "Last time, you were trying to capture us. Now, you offer medicine and want to cooperate? Plus, how on earth did you even track us down?" Mark replies calmly, but Steve's intuition tells him something is off. "What?" Steve asks, and Mark continues. "As long as Venya remains an enemy of the Southern Coalition, the entire South will be a path paved with thorns." Elena and Steve listen intently to Mark's words. In a situation like that, didn't you realize your escape destination would be completely obvious to anyone looking? Remembering his lonely trek through the pitch-black night, he adds, "Of course, you don't need to worry about being followed. Tracking you all the way from Venya to this place was solely my own choice." Steve lets out a heavy sigh, reflecting briefly before speaking. "Are you seriously asking us to trust you, a Venya noble and general who threw everything away just to come north?" Mark smiles and responds, "You've got it all wrong. I was actually born in the north. Even if you searched the entire continent, you wouldn't find anyone with less loyalty to the South than me." Looking at the two of them, he continues, "I simply heard rumors about an adventurer who achieved legendary success after traveling north, so I followed that trail here." Steve sighs and mutters, "Those rumors are seriously getting out of hand." Mortem manifests right next to him and whispers, "If he really was a northerner, he could have just stayed there quietly. Why go all the way south just to spout this absolute nonsense?" Steve turns his gaze back to Mark. "So, what exactly did you mean by not having any loyalty?" Sitting close to the crackling fire, Mark answers, "Heading south and climbing the ranks to general was simply because it fit the path I wanted to walk. Prince Lapchus is an honorable man, but even he doesn't have the power to bind me to a single place forever." Steve remains silent as Mark continues, meaning, "I'm under no obligation to report my movements or blindly follow anyone's orders." Mortem pops up again, muttering, "This guy has completely lost his mind." Steve presses on, asking, "Then what is your actual purpose for coming here alone?" Mark grins with intense excitement and replies, "My goal is incredibly simple: to fight someone truly powerful. Let us finish the duel we started last time. That is all I want." Hearing those words, Steve freezes in utter disbelief, his mind racing. I know what you're thinking. Who throws away an empire for a rematch? Well, Steve is asking that exact same question. Mortem sighs in disappointment, saying, "I take it back. He's just an absolute idiot." The next morning, Mortem advises a frustrated Steve, "Calm down. Don't be angry." Steve snaps back, irritated. "Do you honestly think I can just let this go?" Mortem counters, "If he wanted you dead, he would have left you to the Death Knight." Steve mutters back in annoyance, "I know, but," and Mortem interrupts, "You've gotten much better at making allies anyway, so what is the issue? You can fight him later." Currently, Steve is traveling alongside Mark and Elena. Steve lets out a weary sigh, turning his gaze toward Mark. "Hey, since you're originally from the north, do you know anything about the World Tree?" Startled, Mark snaps his head toward him. He replies, "Aside from the World Tree being vital for the northern continent's ecosystem, I don't know much. However, I am quite familiar with the elves who protect it." Elena's ears twitch, and she flinches in surprise upon hearing him mention that. As images of Zenta flash in his mind, Mark explains that the roots of the World Tree lie deep within Zenta, the Forest Kingdom's capital, guarded by highly skilled elves. An elf appears in his memory as he explains that these elite tree guardians are officially known as the Slayers. Steve quickly cuts in, asking, "Guardians? So, who would win in an all-out battle between the Zealot Squad and the Slayers?" Mark replies, "The Slayers hold an overwhelming advantage." Steve asks, utterly confused, "Wait, what? Why is that?" Comparing the massive World Tree to humans, Mark explains that the legendary tree itself bestows immense power upon the Slayers. Because of that divine blessing, their magic is on an entirely different level compared to mere humans. As glorious visions of the giant World Tree and the massive Slayer army fill his mind, Mark adds, "Considering that thousands of Slayers reside in Zenta, no group on Earth can ever compare." Steve sighs, thinking to himself, "Well, I guess I really shouldn't expect anything more then." He speaks up, saying aloud, "I suppose you actually are from the north after all." A moment later, the three of them are standing inside the town right before the giant World Tree. And trust me, you and I are about to witness their biggest and most dangerous challenge yet. Damn it, you are way too much. An elf guard standing watch high above immediately spots the three of them. She glares down, cold and sharp, demanding, "Halt. Outsiders are strictly forbidden from entering this area." Turn back now. All right, let's jump right back into this chaos. Steve stood down below and shouted, I have an urgent matter to discuss. I'm sorry. But then he thrust forward his fist containing Motem's spirit and begged, please forgive me. Motem let out a shout, convulsing. Instantly, he took complete control over the young elf girl's body before she had any time to react. Once he had gained full control of her body, Motem spoke up, I have located the inside. I will escort everyone, so please follow me. Witnessing this shocking turn of events, M's eyes widened, wondering what on earth had just happened. Stepping forward, Steve waved his hand dismissively and said, there is absolutely no time for explanations right now. The faster we get this job done, the sooner we will secure our victory. So keep quiet and follow us. If you do not want to, you do not have to. With that, all three entered the world tree. Steve opened the door and walked inside. An elf wearing a cloak demanded, who are you guys? Frowning in annoyance, he continued to press them. You burst in right during our highly important meeting, so explain exactly what is going on here. The elf girl, controlled by Motem, spoke up, saying, I apologize for disrupting everyone. However, I came here because there is something you absolutely must see. He called out to Steve to draw his sword. Steve looked at Motem in utter confusion and asked, so suddenly? He replied, that sword has a very high level of awareness, unlike its master. Drawing the blade, Steve was also quite surprised by the situation unfolding before him. As the sword glowed and vibrated, Motem continued, because it can sense this bizarre, heavy atmosphere at the exact same time as me. His blade erupted with a blinding flash, and suddenly, a disgusting, sticky black liquid began oozing out from the cracks in the walls. Seeing this bizarre phenomenon, the elves cried out in shock, how impudent! What kind of magic did you just use? The elf girl, controlled by Motem, urgently spoke, we have no time to lose. I will explain everything in detail once we evacuate everyone. Outside, the world tree was enveloped in a dark, thick fog, while violent winds whipped up fallen leaves everywhere. Steve looked around in confusion, asking what was happening. Motem replied, as you can see, these elves can still be targeted by the Zelos, despite having exceptional eyesight. Now, pay attention here, because Motem admitted, it was quite a successful illusion. Even I did not suspect a thing until we got closer. Realizing they had merely hidden the massive tree instead of blinding each elf individually, that dark, familiar sensation from earlier washed over him once again. Recalling Steve standing on the deck during that fierce, raging storm back then, Motem continued, because this illusion is identical to the one we encountered on the ship sailing north, though its scale here is on a whole different level. One of the cloaked elves finally spoke up, demanding, hey, what on earth have you been blabbering about this whole time? Are you saying someone is deliberately manipulating the world tree? Motem responded instantly, no further explanations are needed. You are surprisingly quick to understand. Suddenly, the nearby elves shrieked in agony, collapsing to the ground in droves as a mysterious black mist swirled around them. Steve cried out, what is happening? Everyone seemed off. One elf suddenly began to mutate, screaming wildly with completely white eyes, looking as if some unseen force was controlling him. Motem immediately barked, Steve, get your sword ready. Panic seized Steve as he asked if they were actually turning into ghouls. Okay, I know what you are thinking, but Motem warned, if they disappear completely, then it means we are already too late. They are no longer human. Steve quickly unsheathed his blade. The radiant light bursting from his sword made the mutated elf scream out in pain, before dissolving into nothingness. Watching this unfold, a cloaked elf was utterly dumbfounded, staring in shock as he wondered, what on earth is this? And just who is that kid? No, that can wait for later. Quickly pressing 2 fingers against his neck to transmit a telepathic signal to his comrades, he commanded, listen up, all slayers who are currently stationed across the city of Zenta, staring out at the sheer chaos engulfing Zenta, he continued. Round up the citizens immediately and quarantine them behind a protective magical barrier. If you spot anyone acting strangely, do not hesitate, eliminate them on the spot. Motem remarked to Steve. That elf adapts to the situation remarkably fast. Steve replied to him, so you are saying they managed to contaminate the world tree by distracting all the elves with a giant illusion? Is such a thing even possible? Watching the strange black liquid continue to ooze from the world tree, Motem muttered, I am looking right at it. Ever since their illusion shattered, that vile black sludge has not stopped pouring down from the tree. I suspect this entire surrounding area will be completely flooded very soon. Elena stared at the scene in utter disbelief. Realizing the black slime pouring from the trunk was making things worse, she then raised her voice, saying, if this continues, countless citizens are going to turn into ghouls. Motem responded, the world tree is what sustains the entire ecosystem of this region. It completely neutralizes magic, dissolving it back into the atmosphere. Looking closely at the liquid continuously oozing from the giant trunk, he added, that is exactly what they wanted. They poisoned the world tree, which acts as a giant filter, thereby contaminating the entire water supply down below. Envisioning a hypodermic needle in his mind, he continued, "And trust me, we are left on a massive cliffhanger," as Mortem explained. "They must have used a massive syringe to inject something truly sinister directly into the world tree." Steve let out a heavy sigh, muttering, "So that means I will have to climb all the way up there?" "Alright, let's jump right in," as Elena turns to Steve, saying, "Why do you even need to ask?" "We are going up," Mark joins in, admitting he never dreamed of climbing the world tree, but he is absolutely going with them, standing right before the massive world tree trunk, which is now dripping with a disgusting, slimy black fluid. Steve says, "Good. Let's move fast then." Meanwhile, in a nearby area, two cloaked elves desperately rush toward their leader, Simus, shouting that they have an urgent report to make, but Simus cuts them off immediately. He says there is one vital thing he needs to hear first. He takes off his hood, turning around to ask, "How are the citizens doing? Are they finally safe?" One soldier replies that Seller has gathered as many survivors as possible, but the reality is that the entire city's security system has been completely wiped out. Outside Seller's glowing defensive barriers, the rest of the ruined city lies in utter devastation. He adds that while some districts are still in total chaos fighting off the wild vines, Seller has managed to easily take control, meaning casualties are finally dropping fast. Frowning with deep worry, Simus warns that they are running out of time. "We must resolve things here immediately and send reinforcements to back them up. We have to move fast." Both soldiers salute, shouting back their understanding. Inside the world tree, many nutrient tubes are still active. Remembering this, Simus silently puts all his trust in Steve's party to make it through. By riding the powerful air currents flowing through those nutrient tubes, they can ascend the tree at a breakneck speed. "So I am leaving this in your hands." Instantly, Elena, Steve, and Mark begin soaring upward, riding the surging air currents. Looking straight up, Elena warns them that the draft is rising too fast, and if they lose focus, they might get trapped. "I am going to hold on to you tightly until we reach the upper levels." Steve cannot say a single word because he is squeezed so tightly against Elena, leaving him completely flustered and blushing red. Mark just chuckles, recalling how easily Steve controlled someone earlier, a truly insane skill. Thanks to the strong draft, the trio shoots up higher and higher in seconds. They quickly touch down on a high platform. It feels too early to be this high up, but pay attention here because a sudden voice echoes out of nowhere, welcoming them. A strange figure stands waiting right in front of them, clapping his hands and mocking that they arrived faster than expected. Steve immediately demands, "What even are you?" Without even waiting for a reply, he instantly draws his glowing sword to declare that since this guy got here first, he is definitely no ally of theirs. The figure claps with amusement, praising Steve for being so straightforward. "I like that," he sneers. "Wrapping things up quickly is much better." Suddenly, his single eye glows a bright blue, activating some mysterious power. In a flash, both Elena and Mark are violently blasted backward. Steve spins his head around in absolute shock. That guy did not even move an inch. Seeing both Mark and Elena knocked completely unconscious with a single unseen blow, panic grips Steve's mind as wild questions start racing through his head. Did I miss something? Was it some hidden magic? Or a spell I could not detect? Or is someone else hiding nearby? If they are outnumbered, what can he even do? He glares ahead, desperate for answers. "Wait, that's it." He grits his teeth in anger. There is no way he could stand completely still while launching a massive attack like that. Steve closes his eyes, forcing himself to calm down. He opens them, exhales slowly, and suddenly, Motem's voice echoes in his head. "You and I both know Steve isn't stupid," he mutters that his eyes are open and he won't fall for the same trick twice. Glancing at his friends to ensure they are safe, Steve answers Motem, saying he is positive he has felt this strange energy once before. Motem remembers when they first met the elves inside the World Tree trunk. He confirms, "You are absolutely right, it is him." The ghost ship illusion and the World Tree anomalies are both his doing, fueled by the power of the rare relic he holds. The one-eyed villain is shocked to see Steve break completely free from his mind trick, stammering out in disbelief. "What? How did you figure it out?" Steve, ready to fight, unsheathes his brilliant sword of light. Beside him, Elena finally wakes up from the spell. Gasping for air, Mark also breaks free from the mental trap, realizing with a shudder that it was all just an illusion. Watching Steve use that powerful sword to save his friends, the villain clicks his tongue in sheer frustration, grumbling under his breath. He realizes his magic was forcefully cancelled, which is incredibly annoying. Anxiously biting his nails, he glares at Steve's weapon, wondering what kind of crazy power that sword holds. He curses, realizing this was supposed to be a simple kidnapping. How on earth did everything go so completely wrong? Remembering how he infiltrated Seller's guild, handled the ghost ship, and even came all this way, he is furious that he still hasn't made a single dime. Gritting his teeth, he begins gathering energy in his palms, deciding it is best to retreat early from this mess. Crossing his arms, the bastard fires a massive blast of raw energy straight at them. Steve watches in confusion, wondering if the guy just threw a shield at them. While Mortem remembers the defensive barrier from the ship, he warns that ordinary magic won't block it, so trust me, you and I are about to see an epic clash next. Stith asks, so which method should we use? Let's find out. Right then, Mar steps up and blocks the one-eyed guy's direct attack with his own shield, leaving Steve completely shocked. The moment their shields collide, the villain's shield shatters into tiny pieces. Mar declares, no chance, I am taking this guy down. Stith glares at him, whispering, you absolute bastard. He channels his inner energy into his shield, launching a massive blast straight at the one-eyed foe. The enemy easily blocks it with his shield, mocking him. Oh, you use a shield too? Are you just the type who blocks physical attacks? He summons two massive shields right behind the main character, catching him completely off guard. He sneers, then you can never defeat me. His twin shields slam down, pinning the main character to the floor. Taking advantage of his distraction, Elena fires an arrow speeding right toward him, but he senses it, letting out a grunt before summoning another shield to block her attack with ease. He glares at Elena and says, so you are a ranged fighter. She stays silent, completely stunned. He shifts his gaze to Stith, asking, is the last one a mage? Stith summons Mortem's magic, yelling Tesla as he unleashes a lightning spell at the one-eyed villain. Stith grits his teeth, watching closely to see if his attack lands. The magic fades to reveal an incredibly solid shield protecting him. The villain speaks up, saying, you are quite a tough opponent. He sneers at Stith, speaking with pure contempt. I am sure your head will fetch a very high price. Suddenly, a strange pitch-black liquid begins to slowly ooze from his pupilless eye. Now pay attention here, because he raises his hand, summoning dozens of magic shields instantly. Seeing this ridiculous display, Mortem gasps in panic, saying this is going way too far. Steve is equally confused and terrified, asking if this guy is taking things too far. Mortem adds, keep attacking him until his mana runs completely dry. That is the best we can do right now. Stith yells for Elena and Mar to keep pressure on. Elena aims her bow, calling out Spiratus cannon form. Instantly, her bow transforms into a massive cannon, leaving the one-eyed enemy totally stunned by the sight. Elena fires a devastating direct blast right at him. He conjures a shield in front of himself, and her powerful shot is easily blocked. With Stith's assistance, the main character leaps high into the air, shouting, air bullet. He instantly slams his own shield against the enemy's barrier. The intense pressure begins to make the magic shield shake. Finally, it shatters into a million pieces. The one-eyed man is knocked backward, leaving Stith absolutely shocked. You saw that too, right? He wonders how it shattered when it blocked him before. The villain struggles up, gnashing his teeth in fury. Clicking his tongue, his trembling hand pulls out a glass vial filled with black liquid, muttering about running out of time. He remembers getting it from a mysterious man. The stranger had told him that if any issues arose with the request, this potion would make everything much easier. However, he was warned to only use a tiny drop when absolutely necessary. Without hesitation, he downs the entire vial. Soon, the dark liquid begins dripping from his other eye as well. He thinks to himself that there isn't much time left. Seeing this happen, Mortem gasps in shock, noticing the black liquid. He smashes the empty glass vial onto the ground. As a sinister dark aura surrounds him, he grins. Yes, this is it. Give me more power, and I will decapitate you all. Suddenly, something falls, making him turn around in surprise. Staring at his own hand melting away and dripping to the floor, he panics, wondering what is happening. How is this possible? Why? He glares at Stith's party, thinking he must at least take their heads with him. Moments later, his vision fades as his eyes shut. Mar watches him dissolve, leaving only his empty clothes behind, asking, what is going on? Is he dead? Stith asks if it was some kind of potion side effect. Mortem quickly warns him. Not yet. He is still alive. Something begins rising from the dark puddle left beneath the empty clothes. Mortem shouts a warning. A shadow demon. Stay back. I know almost nothing about this type of monster. The horrific, slimy beast covered in black mud and sharp teeth looks incredibly disturbing. Stith quickly gestures to Elena, telling her to test its reactions first. Elena rapidly fires an arrow at the monster, but it swiftly conjures a magic shield to block her attack. Stith gasps, wondering how on earth this transformed beast can still use its relic. Enraged, the beast whips out liquid tentacles toward the party. Mar takes a direct, devastating hit from one of them. Stith and Elena cannot escape the onslaught either. The monster relentlessly bashes them with its whipping tentacles. Stith grits his teeth in anger, while Elena trembles in pain behind him. He raises his hand to summon Mortem, calling out, Recovery! Mortem responds, telling Stith they cannot afford to drag this out. Glancing over at Mar, who is writhing in pain, he continues, The Elfin Defender are near death. Let them handle the rest, and let's end this battle together. Alright, you and I are diving right back into the action where Steve opens his system window and asks Modem about the sync, right before a blinding light erupts across the entire area. With his active skill fully synced, static electricity surges around his body, wrapping him in crackling energy. This active skill can swap with any of his existing abilities. His legs are suddenly synced with lightning speed, letting him move at a pace that shatters his normal human limits. The damage piles up in real time. Steve dashes toward the monster step by step. Frowning with absolute rage, he charges straight ahead and drives his fist directly into the beast. The synced skill, Burst Core, triggers. It takes whatever natural elements the opponent relies on and infuses them with parasitic magic to turn their own power against them. Taking a fatal hit, the monster lets out an agonizing shriek. Steve grits his teeth, holding back the intense pain. The monster suddenly explodes, scattering wet chunks across the floor. Screaming, it struggles to pull itself back together. Steve immediately draws his glowing light sword. He wonders if this creature will even give him time to use his relic. Gritting his teeth, he swings his sword down with everything he has. The blade slices the monster clean in half. This devastating cut seems to completely stop the creature from pulling its body back together. Exhausted, Steve begins to collapse, but watch closely as Mark quickly steps in to catch him. Staring at Steve, Mark asks, "To think you were hiding this kind of power. If you had such a strong skill, why didn't you use it against the Black Knight earlier?" Gasping for air, an exhausted Steve chuckles and tells him to shut up. Mark fires back. "Then why should I trust you when you put yourself in this much danger? How arrogant." Soon, the three of them gather around a campfire inside the World Tree, where Elena asks Steve how he is holding up. Startled, Steve replies, "Oh, I am feeling a lot better now." He stretches his aching body and adds, "It does not even hurt to move anymore." Watching the airflow inside the trunk of the World Tree slowly weaken, he goes on, "Once the sun sets, the air inside the supply tube drops, so we should wait here until the currents start picking up again." Elena asks curiously, "Now that I think about it, did you get anything after defeating him?" Steve replies, "Oh, right, his bag." He opens up the enemy's bag and pulls out a single piece of paper, muttering, "There is not much in here, just a map and some notes on what to do with the skull ship." Mark watches him closely but remains completely silent. Feeling annoyed, Steve snaps at Mark. "What? If you have got something to say, spit it out." Mark replies, "You know what that is because you saw it too." Images of the giant World Tree flash through his mind as he continues. The World Tree represents peace and stability, a sacred guardian of nature. If it were to be cut down, that is something no regular person could ever even dream of. He looks at Steve and adds, "You explained from the very beginning that you were only tracking them down to return a simple favor." He recalls their intense clashes with the masked men and that one-eyed bastard from earlier. Mark continues, "But if we keep going, I get the feeling our real enemy is someone very close to you. Am I wrong?" Steve stays quiet for a moment, sighs deeply, and replies, "Everyone acts like they know everything, but I really don't. I am completely in the dark. Unfortunately, I have nothing more to say about this." Mark stares silently. "I know what you're thinking. Steve is definitely hiding something." As he pulls his blanket up, he says, "If you are going to doubt me, you might as well just go to sleep." Elena immediately pulls up her blanket to sleep too, leaving Steve totally dumbfounded. He adds, "We do not have far to go before we reach the top, so save your energy." Cut to the next day, where the three of them are riding the airflow straight up. Grimacing, Steve pants, "It is getting harder to breathe." Modem appears and warns, "If we keep climbing at this altitude, we will reach a point where there is absolutely no oxygen left. Without the World Tree, we would have passed out already." Elena looks around and notes, "The supply tube is getting darker the higher we go. I think we are almost at the very top." Sensing something, Mark warns, "Everyone, get ready." He points to an opening right above them and says, "There is the exit." The three shoot through the exit and land on a massive branch of the World Tree. Steve spots several silhouettes ahead, wondering if they have finally found them. A cold voice echoes, "So, you finally arrived." Startled, Steve wonders if these enemies were actually tipped off about their arrival. A man with a thick beard sneers, "To think my opponent would show up at a perfect time like this." Steve grits his teeth, releasing his magic power as he snaps, "Fine, let us not waste any more time. Actually, this works out great. A quick fight means a quick result." He roars at the top of his lungs, "Sync, lightning speed." Steve instantly charges like a bullet toward the group of enemies ahead, but the bearded man casually blocks his strike with his bare hand. A loud metallic clang rings out, leaving Steve completely dumbfounded. He gasps, "What was that sound? What kind of monster is this guy?" Blocking the sword, he smiles, "My intel was right. Trust me, you and I are in for an insane battle next time." "Alright, you and I are jumping right into a battle that has been years in the making." Stitt mutters angrily, saying he talks too much, before leaping high into the air and catching him completely off guard. Sensing something is terribly wrong, the man glares as Stit swings his heavy sword straight down at him. Pulling off his hood, the panting man calls Stit way too hot-tempered, while Mortem and Elena quickly draw their own weapons. Clicking his tongue, Stit warns his ally to stay focused because their strategy remains exactly the same. He orders Elena to protect him while he takes the front. Just then, a shorter man steps up, laughing and mocking that the boy is nothing to worry about. The giant man replies, "He might look weak, but he is still the enemy. Underestimating him is an easy way to get yourself killed." Raising a hand to hold the smaller man back, he tells him to stay behind, leaving Silverstone to gasp in complete shock. "But sir," Stit suddenly recognizes him and immediately asks if he is actually Lord Silverstone. The man demands to know who he is, but Stit just frowns, snapping that it is none of his business unless he declares himself friend or foe. Pointing his glowing sword of light directly at him, he continues, because otherwise, he simply needs to know whether to end his life or let him live. Clenching his fist with excitement, the man smiles, eager to see how this fight plays out. "Challenge me once more," he demands, making Stit grit his teeth in pure rage at the constant provocation. "Now pay attention to this insult. Where did your power go? Are you actually scared or just distracted?" Stit wonders if he is just trying to bait him. Suddenly, the man slams his hand onto a nearby nozzle, mocking that this is his target. "If you do not move fast, you will never get the outcome you came here for." Grabbing his cloak, he warns that he is obviously not going to make this easy for them. He rips off his cloak, revealing a massive, muscular build. But Elena uses the distraction to fire a compressed wind bullet. The attack slams directly into his chest. Stit watches anxiously, knowing it cannot be this easy, while Mortem warns them not to waste any more precious time. Mortem materializes, telling him that relying on basic, low-level spells right now is just a massive waste of his remaining mana. Stop wasting time and unleash both synchronization and the Hollow Blade at once. If you keep worrying about the risks of your skills, the entire northern region will fall into absolute chaos. Now watch closely as Stit takes a deep breath, realizing he has no choice but to use his forbidden skills. A blinding flash erupts right where he stands, wrapping his entire body and sword in crackling static electricity. The giant stares in shock at the sudden glow, but before he can react, a streak of light charges straight at him. Unable to defend himself, he groans in agonizing pain, staring down at the deep wound carved across his body. Having delivered the lightning strike, Stit leaps backward, gritting his teeth as absolute exhaustion begins to take over. The giant collapses heavily to the ground, leaving Silverstone wide-eyed as he stammers that this is completely impossible. Turning his head back, Stit coldly tells Silverstone that it is time for him to leave after everything that just happened. Instantly vanishing into a cloud of dark smoke, he spits out a final curse, claiming they only fight like this when facing death. Suddenly, another grotesque monster rises from the black puddle, looming directly in front of Stit. It glares and growls before letting out a furious roar, but Stit catches it off guard with a swift slash of light. Punching straight through the liquid vortex, he triggers a core burst, but the beast violently shoves him away with raw power. Stit slides backward to recover, but his eyes widen as he suddenly senses something completely unexpected. A liquid tentacle from the beast suddenly whips forward, skewering Stit. He screams in agonizing pain as a relentless barrage of attacks completely overwhelms his defenses. Completely drained of strength, Stit collapses as his eyes roll back and he loses consciousness, leaving Mortem screaming in panic. Calling out about a trapped soul, Stit suddenly snaps his eyes open and pants in sheer terror. Sitting up in his torn clothes, he realizes his body is miraculously uninjured. He mutters that he definitely felt the sensation of being stabbed, wondering if that bizarre loop just happened once again. Mortem appears and screams at him to pull himself together and get back up, because he definitely just died once. Watching Stit calmly stand up and shed his torn cloak, the monster is stunned, his brow furrowed in utter confusion. The beast is absolutely certain its attack pierced him, while Elena watches in shock, realizing it is as if he did not actually take any damage. Stit looks back and warns his allies to stay away, screaming that a single hit from this thing will kill them. Charging the beast, he plans to keep his distance to find an opening, but the monster instantly pins him down with ease. It mocks him with a smug grin. Pinned down, Stit starts trembling, but suddenly, Elena's glowing arrow streaks in. "Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next." "Alright, watch closely as Mars gathered light blasts the beast. The monster gets blown to pieces, losing massive chunks of its flesh, but it instantly regenerates every single part, right before the utterly stunned eyes of Elena and March. It glares at the two who dared to attack it, then charges toward them with terrifying speed. Clicking his tongue, Mar realizes his range is off, so he shoves Elena out of harm's way as the beast closes in, taking a brutal, bone-crushing hit straight to his leg. Mar screams in sheer agony from the impact, and Steve watches him get buried under the monster's thick, black slime. Furious, Steve yells at the sleeping beauty, then unleashes a powerful blast of fire right at the beast. "Where are you looking, you piece of trash?" Radiant Tempest, Instantly, a swirling vortex of roaring flames engulfs the monster. Swept up in the fiery storm, the creature shrieked in agonizing pain. Mortem possesses Steve, charging straight into the flames before the demon. And trust me, what he says next is wild. He shouts, triggering Sync to crush the enchanted talisman as static electricity wraps around his hand and blade, vowing to return everything even if he dies from a blessing or curse. Steve leaps high into the air and swings his sword down with devastating power. I will return it all. Die. The monster explodes, and as the smoke clears, Steve is left sitting silently on the ground. He anxiously scans his surroundings, his eyes locking onto the nearby nozzle as he wonders if it is finally over. A voice suddenly echoes, saying she was right, startling Steve, who spins around to look at Mar's leg, asking if it is broken, as Mar looks back at him. This girl actually knows a bit of healing magic. He turns to Elena, saying he is deeply grateful to her. He looks over at Silverstone and calls him a complete bastard. We do not know if he was attacked by a monster or if he is just lying around, but we must take him with us, as he cannot die yet. Suddenly, a group leaps up from below as a voice calls for everyone to advance, standing defiantly in front of Steve's party to explain that they are the rescue team, held back until now. The elf removes his helmet, only to find the three of them sitting there completely calm. Realizing everything seems over, he stammers, asking if anyone can explain what on earth just happened. With the atmosphere remaining grim, Mar and Elena step up to explain the situation to the elves, while Steve stands by in silence, prompting Mortem to call out. They both look at the nozzle in front of them, and Mortem warns that this nightmare will not end until they destroy the device. Steve simply replies that he knows, raising his fist toward the nozzle and casting Air Bullet, which completely obliterates the spraying device with its sheer impact. Dark fog leaks from the ruined nozzle, and you're probably wondering the same thing as Steve. What is this stuff? Mar and Elena turn in shock to watch the black vapor rise from the hole where the destroyed nozzle was, as Mortem notes that instead of decaying, it has transformed into a gas. Steve narrows his eyes in worry, asking what happens now since it won't end, and Mortem tells him to use Curse Eater to absorb it, leaving Steve to doubt if it'll even work. Mortem explains that, theoretically, the idea that most of the decaying energy is corroding the world is nothing but a massive scam. By utilizing Sync to speed up skill synchronization and drawing the energy out through the port where the device was installed, he recalls the image of the world tree oozing that slimy, dark liquid and continues his explanation. But I am not sure if we can extract it through that port. Steve asks in surprise what to do, and Mortem tells him to prepare. He adds that the energy inside is far greater than any level they have ever absorbed before. Even if we succeed, we have no idea what the outcome will be, and we cannot be certain of anything. Steve crouches and presses his hands onto the ground, golden lightning-like light radiating from his body as he mentally triggers his Sync ability. As his palms touch the earth, a gentle green glow wraps around his hands, and he uses his mind to activate Curse Eater. Steve's face tenses up, his teeth gritted tightly, as heavy drops of sweat pour down his forehead. He silently realizes there is simply too much energy trapped inside this tree. The people nearby watch his reckless action in absolute shock, muttering to themselves, "What is he doing? Is he really trying to do this all alone?" They turn to look at the massive, withered tree releasing thick plumes of dark smoke, calling out to their captain to look at the dark energy pouring out of it. Within moments, the dark, gloomy sky begins to clear up, letting a soft, warm sunlight shine through. The giant, dying trunk is suddenly reborn and filled with vibrant energy, sprouting fresh green leaves right before their eyes, causing everyone who witnessed it to cheer with absolute joy. Life has returned to the tree, leaving the green-haired elf completely stunned, wondering how this is even possible. A mere human absorbing the destructive aura of such a massive tree, while Steve is left alone, gritting his teeth through the unbearable pain. So this feeling is. Steve clutches a black cube in his hand, sensing its power and realizing it is a non-duplicable black relic. His face contorts in agonizing pain, and you and I will have to wait to see if he survives as his vision fades. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a high-stakes family betrayal as worried Elena rushes forward. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, we see two men. A weakened Achiban is shown leaning heavily against a large rock. Suddenly, a sharp voice echoes saying that is enough. The old man remains silent as Eston steps forward, standing tall and speaking up. "Father," Eston suddenly speaks up with a conflicted face, finding it hard to believe that is in your possession. Panic-stricken, Achiban clutches the pouch on his waist and gasps, "No!" Furious, he shouts that it is not what they think. Seeing his wild reaction and hearing those crazy words, Eston grits his teeth, unable to take any more of his nonsense. "So what?" Achiban clenches his teeth in pure rage, his entire body trembling uncontrollably as he glares back. He bolts away instantly, leaving Eston standing completely frozen in the middle of the path. Achiban runs with all his might, desperate to escape through the dense forest. Suddenly, a blast of white energy surges forward, slam-dunking a spear deep into the ground and forcing him to a sudden stop. Retrieving her spear, Deshara speaks with a dead serious look, saying he should give up because his actions are completely wrong. Stubbornly clinging to his beliefs, Achiban snaps back. Wrong? Stop talking nonsense. If this is wrong, he points at the helpless-looking Deshara, shouting that those trying to stop him are the ones who are wrong. With bloodlust in his eyes, he lashes out, screaming, "Get out of my way!" Deshara easily sidesteps his frantic attack. Realizing his blow missed, Achiban quickly turns and bolts back into the trees. He grits his teeth, running for his life. Now watch this, because as he keeps looking behind him while running, he fails to notice a glowing blue barrier ahead. As expected, he crashes headfirst into it, bouncing backward and crashing onto the ground in absolute pain. As the blue barrier slowly fades, Cain steps out and speaks. "I won't say this again." Grasping his sword hilt with a terrifying expression on his face, he coldly demands that his father immediately hand it over to them. Lying defeated on the ground, Achiban defiantly spits back, "I can never do that." Drawing his sword, Cain mutters that he understands. He swings his blade downward, kicking up a massive storm of dust. Deshara and Eston watch in absolute silence. Through the thick dust, a faint silhouette appears holding a long, sharp sword. A faint voice calls out Cain's name. In the shattered earth, a pair of glasses lies reflecting the bright light. His face darkens as he mutters with a heavy sigh, "Sorry, my hand slipped." Cain turns and walks past Deshara and Eston, coldly stating that their father cannot escape far anyway, while Deshara looks on with a deeply pained expression. "You and I know they are all after the same thing." Hearing Cain's deep voice tell them to calm down, they can only listen with grim expressions. "We just need to clean this up." Meanwhile, Achiban struggles to sit up, gasping heavily for air. He glares up with pure hatred. Gathering his strength, Achiban conjures a massive white energy orb with a furious roar, but the strain is too much, sending him tumbling backward and rolling on the ground. His 3 children stand before him coldly, stating that although they gave their father a chance to surrender, this is how it ends. Lying defeated, Achiban spits back with pure contempt. "Surrender?" His face contorts with rage as he snaps. "Do you honestly think I am weak enough to yield to mere words?" Sitting cross-legged in sheer anger, Achiban barks, "This entire mess is because of you 3. If you actually understood my grand plans, things would never have had to end like this." Cain completely disagrees, shooting back that their father was the first one to cross the line, while a tragic vision of countless faceless victims flashes on the screen before us. "Billions of innocent lives have already been sacrificed for your ruthless plan." Deshara listens with a grim, guarded expression as Cain continues. "What kind of reaction did you actually expect from us after witnessing all that horror, father? Sympathy? Understanding? It is impossible to forgive you, no matter what twisted excuse you give." Eston stands right behind them, furrowing his brow as he firmly declares, "But no more. I will not stand by and silently watch your madness any longer." Meanwhile, Achiban secretly reaches into his side pouch, whispering, "If that is really what you children think." He pulls out a mysterious black cube radiating a heavy, sinister, dark energy. As the dark power floods his body, turning his eyes blood red, he hisses, "Then I have nothing left to say," channeling the dark energy between his open palms. This sudden move catches Cain completely off guard, his eyes widening in pure shock. Suddenly, a massive orb of dense dark energy begins to loom dangerously close to him. Caught completely off guard, Cain has no time to dodge, and must use all his strength to hold the orb back. Thinking fast, he targets a weak spot, and hurls his sword directly into the heart of the sphere. His explosive counterstrike completely ruptures the massive dark orb, shattering it to pieces. Shocked, he freezes. "Trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next." "Alright, you and I are jumping right into the action," as Achiban slams his hand down, holding a dark cube radiating pure shadow magic, summoning a massive, uniquely patterned sphere of energy. The colossal crimson orb collides violently with the surging dark power. As the dark energy fuses into the new sphere, his hands begin to tremble, uncontrollably under the immense strain. Thick beads of sweat coat his forehead as a sudden rush catches his attention, drawing an angry shout. "We are family, sharing the exact same blood. Must everything between us really end like this?" Achiban thrusts his hand out, safely shielded inside the massive protective barrier of the glowing sphere. Now pay attention, because as Achiban pours his strength into the sphere's surface, their strikes fail to break through, forcing Deshara to unleash a flurry of floating, pale blue shards. With a sharp cry to her father, those vibrant blue crystal shards launch forward under Deshara's command. The razor-sharp crystal fragments relentlessly strike the outer layer of the crimson orb, while Kayan rushes in right alongside them, his face burning with absolute determination to fight. His heavy blade slams directly into the outer membrane of the giant sphere, with flawless, razor-sharp precision. Faced with their combined, triple-threat onslaught, Achiban simply cannot hold his defenses much longer. He barely clings on by a thread, his teeth gritted in sheer agony inside the barrier. While desperately blocking the joint attack from his 3 children, He quietly conjures a dark magic circle with his free hand. But Kayan senses something is wrong while pouring all his strength into the strike. Just as a dense, dark shroud of magic suddenly erupts and flies straight at him, he swiftly swats away the dark mist with his blade, screaming out warning cries to Deshara and Aston. The battle rages on with terrifying intensity as Deshara and Aston charge the crimson orb, shield raised to block the incoming blows. Suddenly, a massive burst of flames erupts through the area, shattering the barrier and sending Ichiban flying backward in sheer, agonizing pain. Just then, a figure blurs right past Aston's shoulder, calling out, "Aston, let me use your shoulder for a second." Seizing the perfect opening, Kayan leaps off him and drives his sword straight into his own father. Ichiban's face darkens as blood sprays violently from the deep sword wound, his mouth agape in an agonizing scream that echoes through the battlefield. Ichiban collapses heavily to the ground, his blood rapidly pooling around him in a massive, dark puddle. Looking back at Kayan, we might wonder, is this really the end? That strike was incredibly fast, but it is not enough to put Ichiban down. Pushing himself off the dirt, he gasps that it was indeed impressive, but as he clutches the artifact, he sneers that they still cannot defeat him. As the words leave his lips, something suddenly wells up in his throat, swelling his cheeks before a few drops of dark red liquid escape. A massive geyser of blood violently erupts from Ichiban's mouth onto the ground, instantly catching Kayan's eye. His face tenses up instantly. Cold sweat pours down his forehead as he realizes things are going terribly wrong, while Deshara panics at the sight, yelling out to Kayan about that strange liquid. Kayan's expression turns deadly serious as he agrees, recognizing that the fluid contains the vast majority of their father's magic. Just as he predicted, the pool of dark slime on the ground begins glowing purple, floating into the air alongside his escaping power. Kayan looks at the heavily panting Ichiban and says that he understands, and that they are finally reaching the end. Meanwhile, his father realizes that fleeing is his only survival option, so Ichiban tightly grabs the vibrating black cube at his feet, unleashing a colossal pillar of crimson energy that shoots straight into the heavens. Aston anxiously mutters that they made a terrible mistake. To truly stop their father, they should have been prepared to kill him, leaving Deshara to ask in despair, but how? But during this desperate dilemma, Kayan speaks up with absolute resolve, declaring that he will do it to prevent further devastation from spreading. Under the gloomy sky and heavy pouring rain, Ichiban flies through the air at a blinding, desperate speed. He keeps his focus locked dead ahead, until he senses a presence behind him and spins around in utter shock. Following his gaze, we see Kayan hot on his heels, catching him completely off guard as panic spreads across his face. Ichiban grips both sides of the black cube tightly with his trembling hands. Realizing Kayan will easily catch up to him at this breakneck rate, his palm glows with a dangerous red light as frantic survival thoughts race through his head. Since things have gone this far, a sharp blade suddenly comes hurtling toward him alongside a loud yell. Kayan desperately screams for his father to stop, just as the sword drives deep into Ichiban's body mid-air. A massive explosion erupts between the two clashing powers, before the scene shifts to Steve peacefully closing his eyes. Suddenly, he snaps his eyes wide open, sweat dripping down his face as he silently stares at the ring on his finger. As he stares at the ring, he panics in absolute shock, wondering why on earth he would take the dark relic. Morning light bathes the world tree, and in his room, Steve wonders if the tree is finally back to normal, but you and I will have to wait for the next chapter to find out. Stick with me, let's see what has our main character so focused. He's actually staring at the skull ring on his hand in total confusion. Come to think of it, why has he been so quiet? Is he just stretching his body again? Suddenly, Elena walks into his room to check up on him, asking with a smile, "Oh, you are already awake? How did you recover so quickly?" Stetch keeps his eyes on the ring while replying to her. "It feels like I absorbed the dark artifact much more efficiently this time around. How many days has it been? Did not the last treatment take a whole 2 weeks?" Elena lets out a soft sigh and answers with a bright smile. "Just about 1 week. I had less work, more hands helping out, and my physical condition was in a much better state this time." Right at that moment, another friend walks in. "Dalton, today is. Oh, you are finally awake. How do you feel?" Seeing him, Stetch honestly replies that he is doing fine and feels no pain. Hearing that, his friend lets out a joyful sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. I must go inform the president. If you do not mind, can we meet in the lobby in about 30 minutes? Stetch easily agrees to the meeting, then turns and whispers to Elena. "Yeah, that works. Lenore, do you happen to know her real name?" Instead of answering him directly, she simply tells him she will get ready. Later, at the conference table, President Simu spots Stetch and happily calls out a warm welcome. "You are finally awake. I was far too busy last time to properly introduce myself." He offers a friendly smile before introducing himself. "People call me Simus, and I am the president of the esteemed Zenta Council. How are you feeling?" Stetch clearly and confidently replies, saying that he is fine. "Aside from being hungry, there is a lot I have not heard. Let us get straight to the point. Watch closely, because this is where the truth comes out. You do not waste any time, my friend. Your teammates have already interrogated one of the merchants you captured up on the World Tree. The urgent reason I called you is to share what we found about him. Hearing this, Stetch immediately recalls the name. Ah, is it Sylvester Gray? Then, he directly asks what that man was actually doing up there. Seamus immediately explains that those fanatics have been supporting them behind the scenes, providing vital communication networks and transport. It seems they have built a very strong, cooperative relationship over a long time. From what I know, he was a highly reliable collaborator for them. Furthermore, the president has managed to uncover another shocking secret. I have learned quite a few hidden secrets through his interrogation. One of them actually involves Cassia, the girl you and your team saved. At this point, Seamus turns to Elena and asks Lenore to explain. She quickly steps forward and reports the entire situation in clear detail. The interrogation revealed that the fanatics, through Sylvester, ordered the assassination of the Hardenbrock family head, his wife, and also targeted Cassia. Hearing this, Stetch is confused. Assassination? Was it not supposed to be a kidnapping? Let's see how she explains this. Apparently, kidnapping her instead of carrying out the assassination was entirely Sylvester's own personal choice. She adds that kidnapping Cassia was meant to control the rival Hardenbrock family, hoping to fully dominate the northern trading area. I have already transmitted this crucial information to Cassia through our communication device. Stetch quietly realizes that if not for Sylvester's unilateral decision, both Cassia and the world capital would have been completely wiped out. It was indeed pure luck. He then asks if the South gained any benefits from blocking their trade. Seamus calmly steps forward to give his answer. In truth, our council has known about the existence of these fanatics. We have actually been aware of them for a very long time. This revelation completely surprises Stetch, making him ask in disbelief. Oh, you already knew? But how? Seamus explains without hesitation that this cult calls themselves the followers of Achibo, and their active history in the north is much longer than you think. Stetch quickly follows up, asking if he has ever reached out to the Empire or other kingdoms, believing they would easily listen to his requests. His direct question causes the president to reply in an incredibly serious tone. Among the followers of Achibo we uncovered, there is a prominent noble from the Chrome House Empire, making it impossible to know who to trust. Acting too hastily could easily cause sensitive information to fall into the wrong hands. Seamus then finally reveals their true motive to answer Stetch's question about their gains. The reason the followers of Achibo tried to block trade with the South is simply to prevent any hostile southern forces from invading their lands. Then, the president asks him a question that instantly makes Stetch remember Prince Jero. Do you happen to know the kingdom of Venya? Later, at a carefully prepared banquet table, Stetch continues to stare at the skull ring on his hand. He focuses deeply, wondering why the artifact still has not shown any reaction. Well, since I absorb so many artifacts at once, it is not surprising if something is acting up. Just then, someone approaches, making him sigh and ask what else they need. Marcus asks him in response if he is pushing himself too hard today. Stetch helplessly replies that while it looks fine on the outside, there is no response. Marcus sighs deeply in disappointment, admitting it is indeed a pity. He then turns to leave, reminding Stetch to contact him when he is ready, as he will be busy working at the city restoration site for now. His words leave Stetch wondering, did he make a useless promise? You and I will have to find out. Alright, you and I are jumping right in as Seamus suddenly sits by Steve, who asks, "Oh, Chairman, what are you doing here?" He hesitates for a second before admitting, "To be honest, I was really worried seeing you in the conference room. When Venya Kingdom was mentioned, you looked terrible. I tried asking Reno about it, but she refused to say anything." Hearing his honesty, Steve can only grit his teeth and reply with a forced nod, "It is just a personal matter. There was really nothing else I could do." Then, he suddenly asks, "By the way, have the followers of Achibo completely vanished yet?" Seamus answers but has a lingering question of his own. "Yes, thanks to you, their core members are gone. But is this really the end?" he asks, chatting warmly while enjoying his meal. "Don't worry, they took a massive hit this time. They won't recover easily. Plus, we'll be fully prepared so we don't make the same mistake twice. Anyway, thank you again." "So, what is your next plan, Steve?" Stuffing food into his mouth, Steve replies, "I do not have any solid plans yet, but I will figure it out. I have things to do. But will you be okay with the current state of Kanlum?" Seamus quickly replies, "It should be fine, though I'm going to be extremely busy. The leaders of Chrome House and Silas have requested a meeting. Now pay attention here." He confirms that even in those two kingdoms, the danger is now visible to the naked eye. "I can't avoid this meeting anymore. It's time for other kingdoms to know." Later, after eating his fill, Steve heads back to bed, letting out a heavy sigh. Man, things are getting way too complicated. Suddenly, the ring on his finger starts glowing, grabbing his full attention. A system screen pops up. The absorbed mana has exceeded the limit, triggering the next evolution phase. His ring suddenly begins to fade, The system alerts continue, unlocking Cursed Cloak Level 2 and Cursed Armor Level 3. Activating the armor now forms it directly from his will. Also, Curse Step can now be channeled through his hands without items. When this skill is activated, it constantly weakens nearby enemies over time, and successfully blocks incoming attacks from his opponents. Curse Devourer Level 1 and Level 2 can now be boosted up to 3 times a day using self-generated mana, without needing any cursed items at all. With each boost, his physical stats and magic power are significantly enhanced. Just then, a familiar voice echoes in his head. "Where are you?" Steve quickly replies to Mortem inside the ring. "You are finally awake? Just like last time, both of us blacked out, but at least I woke up 3 days before you." Mortem replies, "All right. It honestly feels like I just closed my eyes and woke right back up. Is the world tree okay? Now watch," because Steve hesitates before telling him. "There is a lot you need to catch up on." Sunlight streams into the room. After hearing everything, Mortem calmly shrugs it off, claiming that in simple terms, it is nothing too serious. His words make Steve snap back in anger, questioning, "Nothing too serious? Do you have any idea how worried I was? All because you wouldn't respond?" Seeing Steve so upset, the spirit sighs. "It is fine, really. Now, let us decide our next destination. You have been completely obsessed with gathering relics for quite some time now." Totally ignoring its comment, Steve demands, "How long has it actually been since you ended up absorbing that corruption? And why are you suddenly acting so strong now? You saw the exact same vision I did, so how are you completely fine?" It honestly replies, "I have always been like this. I just haven't had much time lately." But stopping mid-sentence, it hesitates. "Actually, no. Let me tell you about this later, after I think it over a bit more." Seeing Mortem avoid the question, Steve doesn't push. "Yeah, fine. I didn't expect you to give me an easy answer anyway. We have plenty of time. We can leave it for later." Over in the training room, Mar asks Steve, "Are you feeling okay?" Steve smiles confidently. "My ring is completely fixed, so we can fight for as long as we want now." Hearing this, Mar gets excited and drops into a battle stance. "Awesome. Let's get started right away then. Are you ready?" Steve replies with absolute hype, telling Mar to come at him with everything he's got. The very moment the words leave his mouth, Mar charges straight toward him. What an incredible aura, calm and composed. Steve immediately activates his new cursed armor. This catches Mar slightly off guard. A split second later, the two collide with a massive, earth-shattering boom. Suddenly, one of them is sent flying backward. It is none other than Steve, who finds himself seriously wondering if he can even survive this. Out of nowhere, he notices Mar gearing up to unleash a devastating energy blast. Just as he feared, Mar fires a blast of pure, overwhelming force, sending Steve flying backward. But then, something totally unexpected happens, leaving Mar utterly shocked. It was blocked. What kind of skill is that? It turns out Steve took 0 damage, still having the energy to show off. It is a new skill, still getting used to it. And trust me, seeing this, Mar's battle hunger is officially back on fire. Alright, let's see if this duel is actually just to test an unproven skill. Perfect. Then I will completely crush you with this dense smoke. Since you're arrogant enough to challenge me without fear, I'll gladly oblige. Instantly, Steve unleashes his legendary lightspeed skill, forcing Mar to stay on guard. This shield-shrouding dispel acceleration is highly dangerous, making it impossible for the opponent to even channel mana. The second Mar loses his focus, Steve suddenly teleports right behind him, and then, he serves up a brutal punch straight to his face. The impact is devastating, sending Mar flying back. But a single blow like this is nowhere near enough to put a fighter of his caliber down. Damn it, that was too heavy to dodge. Struggling back to his feet, Mar gasps, noting that simply suppressing the dispel effect shouldn't be enough. You can actually inflict a debuff effect around it, can't you? Steve looks back, dead serious, and admits Mar's combat instincts are incredibly sharp. I'm impressed you figured it out so fast. Your raw durability is seriously top tier. This match is payback for getting in my way. Hearing Mar say this, Steve reflects on that past clash and casually thinks, revenge? But honestly, considering how angry I was back then, even if you killed me today, I wouldn't complain. Mar lets out a heavy sigh, nodding at his words. Plus, I received quite a bit of help myself, so let's declare us officially even. With that settled, Steve turns and walks away. Man, what an incredibly intense battle. Now watch closely, because the guild president has called an urgent meeting. Go wash your face and head to the hall as our trio gathers together. Steve asks, "Did you call for us, President Simus?" Seeing them arrive, Simus gets straight to the point about why they were summoned. "Thanks for coming. I've been completely tied up with negotiations between the two kingdoms, which is why I couldn't meet you in person sooner." He hands them a mysterious scroll, explaining that he has a crucial request he needs them to handle. Steve accepts the scroll, scanning it skeptically. Wait, is this basically just an employment contract? Simus chuckles at the reaction, insisting, "Hey, don't look at me like that. This is a win-win proposal, and you're entirely free to turn it down. I heard you guys are searching for a dungeon for your next raid." Steve raises an eyebrow, instantly curious about how he knew. Simus confesses he got the tip from Drano. Steve nods in understanding, and the president begins explaining the dungeon situation in detail. But honestly, tracking down active dungeons in the Great Forest territory is practically impossible. He explains that the World Tree constantly purifies the area, preventing corruption from taking root. But Simus pulls out a massive stack of documents, explaining they are urgent letters sent via magic overnight, all coming from various villages and towns surrounding the Great Tree. He reveals the grim contents of the letters to the trio. Every single one is a desperate cry for help regarding sudden dungeon outbreaks. Ever since the World Tree was corrupted, evil energy has been condensing across the land, rapidly spawning dangerous new dungeons. Simus drops another crucial detail. Due to the World Tree's influence, the entire forest is absolutely overflowing with rich atmospheric mana. Because of this, the local monsters are insanely overpowered, making it impossible for ordinary guards to defend their towns. That's why I'm personally begging you. Simus looks at them with absolute gravity, asking them to purge these dungeons. I'll reward you handsomely, and of course, any loot you find inside is entirely yours to keep. The generous proposal immediately grabs Steve's attention. Well, when you put it like that, I'm interested. Let's pause here, because an exclusive dungeon just for us to exploit without any annoying competition is an absolute dream offer we can't pass up. Steve walks down the hallway, highly amused. Normally, I'd just steal the artifacts and run, but now we're getting official funding and backup. He turns to his companions, flashing a smirk. Honestly, isn't this the perfect win-win situation for all of us? Of course, this only works if we prove we're strong enough to handle it. Elena remains silent, just smiling softly. Suddenly, Steve turns toward March. Hey, there's actually something I need to ask you. Mar looks back, responding instantly. Steve asks with absolute seriousness if his current strength is enough to defeat Jero. This question leaves Mar dead silent. Mar carefully explains that while Steve managed to take down the third prince in the past, things have changed. They had set up a perfect trap before, cutting off supplies and isolating him completely. But Venya won't let them pull off that trick again. Mar warns Steve that he needs to be prepared to take on the entire kingdom this time, offering some genuine advice. If you ask me, we need thorough preparations to avoid any unexpected disasters. Steve has to admit that Mar is a calculated, cold guy, but his tactical analysis is completely spot on. Then, Steve asks where Mar is heading next. Steve hesitates, admitting there are too many places to visit, and asks if Mar has mapped out their route yet. This question makes Mar look back in confusion. Wait, shouldn't I be following you? Why did President Simus even summon me? Steve flinches, snapping back. Are you seriously following me again? After today's beating, we're done. But trust me, you and I know this journey is far from over. Alright, you and I are diving right into the moment he boldly steps up to prove his resolve. The results are already clear. From now on, all I need is to travel the world to observe, learn, and sharpen my skills. Right then, Mortem appears with some harsh criticism. But remember, no matter how useful he is still just a battle-crazy fool. Steve agrees completely, noting there is absolutely no guarantee this guy won't betray us down the line. If he loses interest, he is definitely the type to immediately hunt for new prey. Suddenly, Mark speaks up, pointing out that at least for now, he has not done anything like that. This catches Steve off guard. What? But Mark remains completely unfazed, telling them to stop playing these useless games. Then, he makes a solemn vow, until the day he demands another duel like today, he will never betray them. If I ever break my promise, feel free to slit my throat. That should be easy enough for you, right? This extreme vow makes Steve sigh, admitting that he truly cannot figure out what kind of person Mark is. Suddenly, Elena steps in and pay attention here, because she is not playing around. Pointing her sword at Mark, she warns him that betrayal carries a deadly price. Her bold threat makes him marvel at her intensity. It feels almost like a vow, but he still calmly responds. Fine, I will keep that in mind. Just then, Steve notices Elena's weapon and asks if she made some changes to it. She explains that she examined the sword while he was still asleep, uncovering a fascinating secret about this legendary weapon. Apparently, it can easily shift into multiple forms, though mastering it is going to take some serious practice. With that settled, she asks to be absolutely sure if this guy is really joining them, and Steve calmly nods. For now, there is no harm in it. His words leave Mark silently staring at them, while Elena meets his gaze, lost in thought. Finally, they shake hands. She agrees to trust him just this once, while he promises he won't let them down. Later that night, a voice calls out through the quiet dark, bringing over some medicine and snacks. The guard on watch responds with a simple nod, prompting the guy below to ask if anything is happening. The guard reports that everything is quiet, So the delivery guy tells him to come down and grab the supplies. The guard starts climbing down, deeply relieved because he was genuinely worried they would run out of medicine. But suddenly, he spots something strange in the distance and shouts for him to wait. He spots a group of goblins lurking in the woods, cackling like maniacs. Without wasting a single second, he fires 2 arrows straight at them. His partner climbs up, asking if he got them. He confidently replies that there is no way these monsters would let him sleep tonight anyway. He can't help but complain. For 20 days, ever since the nearby dungeons opened, monster numbers have surged while their temporary barriers are reaching their absolute limits. Still, his friend notes that, since they have increased their defensive forces, their reaction times are much faster now. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently. An earthquake? No, trust me, it is something far worse. Everyone, prepare for battle. A massive horde of monsters is rushing their way from the distance, forcing the guard to scream, "It's the Organos!" The delivery guy gasps in utter shock, while the archer beside him suddenly notices something highly unusual. Wait a minute. Looking closely at the beast's behavior, they realize something is off. They aren't trying to attack, they are running for their lives. Suddenly, another tremor hits, forcing a terrified beast to sprint even faster. Massive explosions suddenly erupt in the distance, throwing the panicked guards into absolute chaos. What is happening? Through the thick smoke, a voice calls out to check for any injuries, leaving the blonde delivery guy completely dazed. What on earth is going on down there? Steve suddenly appears with his companions and proudly declares that backup has arrived to wipe out every single monster. Showing off his magical ring, he smugly notes that no corpses remain. Shortly after, inside a wooden cabin, a voice speaks up. "So, you all came from Zenta?" Steve shakes hands with the blonde guard, who introduces himself as Brian. The guard dazedly shares his name, but Steve ignores the introduction and gets straight to the point. As you all know, because of these sudden chaotic dungeon outbreaks, countless local villages have already suffered severe damage. On top of that, these outbreaks are hitting cities all over the continent simultaneously, forcing Zenta to deploy their forces everywhere to manage the threat. He then instructs Elena and Mark to stay behind to keep the villagers safe. There is a high chance more monsters will attack soon. They agree immediately, and Steve adds that he will clear the dungeon. Just then, Ensign walks in, asking where the rest of the squad is. He offers to help, but Steve casually reveals there is no one else. "Trust me, you and I are about to see a legendary 3-man raid. Alright, you and I are starting with a shocker as Steve's response makes the guy scream, "Wait, you're going into the dungeon alone? It's pure madness." But Steve calmly reassures him with a simple, "I'll be fine." Gripping his sword, he boasts about wrapping this up in no time. Cut to a bit later, and Steve's already soloing monsters while complaining. Muttering that he has cleared out absolutely everything, and is probably close, he walks a bit further before finding a massive door and kicking it straight open. Stepping inside, he quietly mutters under his breath, "Let's see what we've got." Looming right in front of him is some nameless, hideous beast. Without warning, the creature opens its jaws and spits acid directly at him. Steve sighs, wondering if this monster uses liquid-type attacks, before gracefully leaping into the air to dodge. Just then, Mortem warns him that keeping his distance will only cause trouble. Steve completely agrees with that logic. Right, so he instantly activates his signature cursed armor skill, stacking it simultaneously with his lightspeed technique for maximum output. In a flash, he blitzes the beast and delivers a devastating slash. Taking a direct hit, the monster roars out in pure agony. Not stopping there, he seizes the opening to drive his blade deeper, but the thrashing beast slams him hard onto the ground. Watching this, Mortem instantly chimes in, asking why he didn't just dodge that. Steve doesn't answer directly, only laughing and bragging that his armor has him covered. Now, pay attention here. Mortem argues he needs to be absolutely sure, which is exactly why Steve is testing it right now. "I have to test my limits first. Now, time for round 2. He immediately unleashes his flame suppressor skill. The beast roars in surprise as a massive fire vortex suddenly engulfs it, giving Steve the perfect opening to leap forward with massive momentum. He rockets toward the monster, delivering a deep, devastating slash. But of course, he is not done with it just yet. Activating his center explosion skill, a massive blast erupts right on the creature's body, blowing it into absolute smithereens. Back near the village, onlookers watch this display in absolute shock, muttering, "Are they just that strong, or is something fishy going on?" The person beside him mutters a hesitant reply. Right then, a heavy shield comes out of nowhere, smashing a goblin right in the jaw. The beast who delivered that brutal shield strike is none other than M. Meanwhile, a sword is raised high as Elena ruthlessly executes another monster. In the heat of battle, she suddenly spots something shocking. The dungeon is actually collapsing, sending the villagers into a total state of panic. "What on earth?" Steve mutters in absolute confusion as the entire dungeon literally falls apart. "Okay, I know what you're thinking. A dungeon collapse?" The soldiers are absolutely terrified, shouting that it's coming down, when suddenly a voice cuts through. "What are you doing?" Elena's sensitive ears twitch as she sighs, muttering that she never expected things to spiral out of hand like this. She just responds with a gentle smile. Meanwhile, under the snowy night sky of Baden Bear, the chaotic sounds of a massive manhunt echo through the streets. They are still nearby. Crouching on a rooftop, Sky watches the frantic search party scouring the streets below. The guards below are frantically chasing after someone, shouting out, "Over there! I found one of them!" Hearing the shouting below, the figure on the roof gasps in horror as a brutal guard ruthlessly impales the fleeing runner from behind. The young kid groans in pure agony from the severe wound. Watching this play out, an enraged Sky draws his gun, but Nancy quickly stops him. "Leader, you cannot do this." He urgently begs his leader, "We must go now. Don't waste the precious opening your people died to create. Every single one of us volunteered for this." Sky freezes, gritting his teeth in pure frustration as he finally relents, turning around to sprint across the snowy rooftops alongside him. "Let's go." A while later, on a completely deserted road, Sky finally breaks the silence. "I knew we were suspected of supporting Z, but I honestly never expected the Venya to move this fast. They have been running wild all night long." Nancy immediately chimes in. "Since I made the call to strike the third prince, was this really the outcome you were hoping for? Everyone made their choice. If you don't want their sacrifices to be in vain, focus on escaping this city alive." Sky grits his teeth at those words, asking, "If I run away at the cost of all those lives, how can I ever live in peace?" Suddenly, a chilling voice echoes from the darkness. "Don't you feel any guilt whatsoever running away like a coward?" Spinning around in alarm, they gasp as a mysterious figure slowly steps out from the shadows. "Damn it, where is that coming from?" Standing before them is Western General Hereta, mockingly welcoming the dirty rats. Forcing a smirk, Sky mockingly notes what a warm welcome this is. Surprised the Lord of Baden Bear came personally to capture him. Smirking, she draws her blade, replying that there is always time for a quick nap, even without a good reason. Sky steps in front of him, ordering him to back off, while Nancy hesitates and asks if he did not already warn him to stay far away from here. Suddenly, a dark, blindingly fast shadow lunges straight toward them with lethal intent. His eyes widen in utter shock as he grabs Nancy, diving aside while shouting to watch out. Let's find out what happens next. After dodging, Sky throws him aside and yells, "Get back, let me handle her. Trust me, you and I are about to watch a crazy battle unfold here." He turns around, frowning with worry, and realizes there is absolutely no way he can avoid this looming fight. Looking at the swirling dark energy, he mutters that a bigger crowd will only cause chaos, ordering his ally to go secure their escape route. Sky makes a quick deal with Nancy behind him, promising to finish this crazy girl off and escape the city together. Nancy hesitates for a second before nodding in agreement, warning his friend, "Fine, just make sure you don't die." As Nancy runs off, Sky's mind races. He wonders if that sudden, lethal strike was actually dark magic. He heard the rumors, and she is definitely utilizing that dark state. Eyeing the deadly sword in her hand, he quickly pulls out his gun, ready to make his move. Dealing with magic items is easy enough, so where is she hiding? Wasting no time, he charges straight ahead. She mocks him instantly, asking if he is seriously attacking with a gun. Pointing her glowing sword, she scoffs that it is a low-level way to fight. Now, keep your eyes on the screen as black smoke starts trailing Sky's footsteps. Right at that moment, a single bullet slips out from his sleeve. He grips the bullet, thrusting it forward as a blinding light flashes. Arrow shields her eyes in shock, wondering if it is a lightning attack. No, that is not it. Glancing at her sword, she grows anxious about how her dark magic will hold up. Suddenly, his familiar voice cuts off her thoughts. He presses the gun cold against her forehead, calling her a noble and speaking slowly. Street fighting is not taught in this kingdom. Sky grins, cocking the gun, and remarks that real lessons only come from experience. The moment he finishes speaking, the gun fires with a deafening blast. Looking down at the body on the floor, he wonders if it is already over, frowning slightly at how easy it was. It seems Western generals are nothing special. Suddenly, a dark shadow lunges straight toward his face. He dodges instantly, but the shadow still grazes his cheek, leaving a thin cut. Suddenly, a terrifying familiar voice screams in anger. Seeing her stand back up, Sky is utterly shocked. Where did she even crawl out from? He looks around in a panic, realizing she can create shadow clones. He wonders if his weapons are weaker than magic artifacts. He readies his gun again, smirking. This is getting interesting. Let's see who survives, because only one of us is walking away. Arrow grips her sword tight and charges, screaming that she is going to rip him apart with her blade. Sky fires off a barrage of bullets, but she instantly dives into the shadows to dodge the gunfire. You and I know she is incredibly fast. Sky tenses up at the sight, wondering what else could be lurking inside those dark shadows. Suddenly, she leaps out from behind him to attack, but Sky just responds with a mysterious smirk. Her blade pierces him, drawing a splash of fresh blood, but he instantly spins around to fire a clean countershot directly at her face. However, the bullet is instantly blocked by swirling shadows. Sky grinds his teeth in sheer frustration, realizing she can automatically shield herself with her dark magic. Cursing his luck, he ducks as she strikes down hard at his shoulder, screaming for this kingdom parasite to die. Luckily, Sky blocks the strike with his gun and snaps back that his battle is strictly about survival. He raises his hand again, and seeing this movement, she instantly recognizes it as another cheap trick from before. She kicks his arm away with a high kick, her eyes filled with rage as she warns him not to trick her again. Her words are followed by a deadly sword thrust, and Sky panics as he realizes the blade is way too close. Staring at the incoming steel, he can only let out a bitter laugh. Unable to dodge, a mysterious voice suddenly speaks up, warning him that his subordinates would be embarrassed if he failed. Watching the blade close in, Sky mutters that if his crew saw him like this, he would honestly die of embarrassment. Just when it seems over, a ghostly, glowing hand suddenly reaches out from the shadows behind him. Right as the sword strikes, Sky vanishes into thin air, leaving her wondering what this green mist is. She stares in disbelief at the vanishing mist and screams, demanding to know what kind of cheap trick he just pulled as her eyes burn with absolute fury. Furious at his escape, she melts into the shadows to pursue him, swearing to capture him next time. The faint green smoke drifts away, and a moment later, Sky materializes inside a small cottage, gasping for breath while Nancy catches him. Nancy asks if his leader is okay, while the mysterious savior tells them there is no need to panic. He notes that getting dragged through the void is always tough to handle your first time. Catching his breath, Sky gently pushes Nancy's hand away and demands a full explanation from this stranger, asking who he is. The man suddenly realizes he forgot to introduce himself. Garrett proudly introduces himself as a wanderer of Venya and leader of Bandis. And trust me, you and I are going to love what he does next. Right now, you and I are completely alone. But ignoring Sky's judging gaze, he just kept rambling on about how he waited at the rendezvous point to support them after hearing their proposal. Seeing no reaction to his words, he turned around and gestured for them to start moving if they got the basic idea. Since I was in a rush, I didn't go far and must turn back now. But a voice suddenly stops him. Wait, I still don't understand any of this. I have no idea what Nancy promised you in exchange for this. But is it really worth risking your life just to save us? Who do you think we are? Garrett just chuckles with amusement and replies casually. The prime suspects of the Gambini crisis are indeed an interesting bunch. Honestly, I didn't particularly enjoy hunting you guys down all over Venya either. Letting you guys die like that would be a total waste of talent and courage. Though, I have heard that line before. As they keep chatting away, they remain completely unaware that something is approaching. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Have you ever heard that saying before? Word is, you guys create some pretty fascinating items. You and I need to watch closely here, because as Garrett makes this request, Sky suddenly notices something strange. Just then, a shadowy figure leaps out from the dark. Spotting the intruder, he immediately screams out a desperate warning. Hey, right behind you. But it is too late, as a sharp blade pierces straight through Garrett. Damn it. Suddenly, his body completely dissolves into that same blue mist. Reappearing safely, he materializes right next to Sky. This prompts the young man to question him. Do you possess an ancient artifact too? Garrett panics, yelling that he almost died, and that was not fun at all. How on earth did you get here so quickly? Witnessing this trick, Arrow speaks with utter contempt, admitting that it is actually a decent technique. But once my darkness fully envelops you, there is absolutely no escaping my grasp. Right then, the ominous power radiating from her blade grows incredibly intense. This entire area became mine, the very moment my darkness spread all across the land. Without hesitation, Garrett draws his own sword, offering an amused compliment. Nice spirit. If we had time, I would gladly fight you, but this is my ultimate skill. Try not to fall after just one hit. At this moment, Arrow senses danger. She grits her teeth, realizing that if she hesitates during a 2-on-1 fight like this, she will easily get wiped out. With no other choice, I have to counter their offensive stance right away. Noticing her hesitation, Garrett quickly signals Sky. Hey, now is our big chance. Can you distract her with one of those cool items of yours? Now, I know what you are thinking, isn't Garrett supposed to be strong? Sky asks him that exact question, wondering where his ultimate skill went. Do you really think that would work on her? Remember, she is a high-ranking general. We have to be a bit reckless here, so just take a deep breath first. Sky moves his fingers slightly, realizing Garrett is definitely not your average fighter. With that thought in mind, he instantly fires a bullet forward as a distraction. But since we are mid-battle, I will just play along and trust you for now. The silver bullet spins rapidly toward Arrow. She scowls in deep contempt at the bullet, claiming she will slice his lightning attack in half long before it can even detonate. True to her word, she swings her sword and slices the bullet. But unexpectedly, a thick smoke screen bursts out from the pieces. Arrow swiftly drives her sword downward, complaining in deep frustration about whether these cowards even know how to fight properly. She thrusts her sword into the dirt, vowing to slaughter every last one of them. Seconds later, she stands alone in the smoke, sweating and tense. As the heavy dust cloud finally clears, she discovers there is nobody left around. Her hands tremble as she tightly grips her sword, realizing she cannot sense any signs of life nearby. She envisions an empty, silent city before snapping back to reality, her eyes burning with pure rage as she makes a final vow. This is the final straw, she declares in absolute frustration. Meanwhile, in another region, a massive explosion shakes the entire area. Through the smoke of the blast, a familiar face emerges, grumbling about what a massive pain this is. Hearing the complaints, Elena and Mar look over. Are you still angry? This last village really is in the worst shape. He looks over the ruined town, explaining that the devastation occurred because a dungeon manifested right in the center of town. The villagers simply could not react fast enough. Plus, being so far from Zigenta made getting reinforcements virtually impossible. He continues trying to comfort Steve, pointing out they did their absolute best by clearing every single dungeon the moment they arrived. I get why you are furious, but do not blame yourself. Steve just snaps back, telling them to put that topic aside. What really pisses me off is what we found inside. I spotted a cloak belonging to those spider-legged bastards. He lowers his voice, noting that only ruins remain. It seems the enemy had already packed up and left beforehand. They were supposed to self-destruct anyway. As the trio turns to leave, you and I are left wondering what he asks them next. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the action. Did they find any survivors outside? Elena finally speaks up to answer. No one survived, but we found traces of the villagers. Following her lead to the footprints, he carefully repeats her words. Traces. Steve kneels to examine the confusing footprints, wondering why they are all outside. Were they fleeing from monsters? With that, he closes his eyes to activate his survival instinct skill. Following the faint trail of smoke and the misty vision appearing before him, he deduces they fled toward the southern forest. Suddenly, Mem's projection appears, warning that their scent is still fresh. The spirit slowly reveals a dark threat. They might have dragged the villagers along. Hearing this, he grinds his teeth in pure rage. What? Those bastards. The scene shifts to the royal palace of Venya, inside Conradic's chambers. He sits there, staring into his magical orb artifact. Suddenly, the crystal ball flares with a blinding light. Through the orb, a hazy image of a distant place flickers into view. As the blinding light fades, he exhales a heavy breath and mutters about an absolute future. He spins around and dashes off, leaving the orb behind while whispering a name, the Cadelt Desert. Conrad runs, shouting the news aloud. A prophetic song of the future. My prince, it is the great Cadelt Desert. Watch closely here, Steve's group has just arrived in a frozen wasteland. Stepping away from the World Tree, a biting wind hits them. Elena marvels at how incredible the World Tree's power is. Mac quickly chimes in with his own complaints, shivering just thinking about this intense cold. While they are busy talking, a strange bird suddenly appears right above their heads. Of course it does. The bird suddenly dissolves into thin air, dropping an object that catches his attention. He catches it gently, whispering, "A letter with Chairman Simus's signature?" Staring at the paper in his hands, the curious young man wonders if it contains any special news. Steve opens the letter, skims it, and answers. He says they have discussed how to handle the current situation moving forward with global leaders. As he reads every word, he visualizes the scene of Chairman Simus drafting this message. The world leaders are finally realizing the gravity of the threat, resuming operations immediately after the Ceres incident. If the villagers were actually abducted, this will escalate into a major international crisis. Who knows where the remnants of that terrorist group will hide and what they will do next? Snapping back to reality, he continues reading the letter aloud with deep focus. Although we have the perfect device to track down those apostles, they say using it gets harder the further we go from the World Tree. But wait, pay attention here. Mac chimes in, pointing out those apostles actually succeeded in communicating with the World Tree from the start, and for the past 4 months, hunting them down to lock them up hasn't seemed wise. As he finishes, Elena chimes in with a question. Regarding the investigation of the ruined villages, Steve calmly rolls up the letter and responds. They said scouts were sent, but the extreme distance means it will take time. For now, they are leaving the hunt to us. With that, they move out. He quickly urges the other two forward, reminding them they promised to send alerts to the other nations. So hurry up, we have no time to lose. A short while later, they step through a teleportation gate into a completely new region. Steve groans in sheer annoyance. What? How is this possible? Did we seriously just go from a snowy peak straight into a scorching desert? Ever since we got involved with them, everything has been a mess. Mac, walking behind, adjusts his scarf and makes a suggestion. The mana in this desert is unusually dense, so we should probably move faster. Even with our gear, the stinging sand still cuts deep. It really hurts. Hearing his whining, the young man scoffs at how dramatic such a big guy is being. But then, he pauses. He raises his hand to cast a wind spell, howling wind. Once the sandstorm settles, he turns to check on him, asking if he is okay. Breathing should be easier around here now, and visibility is much better. That really is a handy technique. Let's keep moving. Suddenly, Elena cuts them off as she notices something. There seems to be a mountain over there, she describes, staring in that direction. I see figures. Hearing this, Steve shields his eyes from the sun and scans the horizon, confirming there are indeed people. Looking up at them, he shouts at the top of his lungs. Hey, what are you doing out here? Are you apostles? The man standing above hears him and replies coldly. Apostles? Who is that? I know nothing about them. Suddenly, Steve's face twists in shock as if he has just recognized something. Staring at the speaker, Steve lets out a smirk. Well, I never expected to run into a familiar face in a place like this. Raptors flashes a handsome smile, greeting them from above. Long time no see. The general looks up at him, utterly bewildered by his presence. My prince, what are you doing in a place like this? Before the question even lands, he remembers a certain figure and answers himself. Ah, is it because of Conrad's prophecy? Did you come here? Right then, the two companions beside Raptors stare at him in complete disbelief. Are you really a general? Why are you traveling with these people? Raptor suddenly cuts in, stopping their conversation. Enough. I don't think this is the right time for a long reunion. Where have you been? Were you sleeping? And what on earth is an apostle anyway? Steve has zero patience left, drawing his sword in frustration as we leave off on this cliffhanger. Who is that old man? Wait, what does this have to do with you? Let's dive into this epic clash as the prince charges straight at him. Moving with absolute blinding speed, he effortlessly breezes past the prince's two guards, leaving the purple-haired lackey completely stunned as he spins around. Even Stella is bypassed? What? How on earth did he close the distance so incredibly fast? Steve charges straight forward, driving his blade right at the spot where Raptor stands, but his strike hits empty, hollow air. Shocked, he gasps under his breath, wondering how anyone could possibly dodge an attack at that speed. Suddenly, his voice echoes from the sky, mocking that it was a close call and calling him rude. While below, Elena quietly watches this intense battle play out. She sizes up the opponent, silently evaluating his threat level. Hovering effortlessly in midair like that is definitely a highly advanced, difficult skill to master. Back to Steve. Mortem speaks up in his mind, questioning if some high-level relic is letting him react this fast. What a massive pain. Steve analyzes the situation, replying that it is not just flight. It feels like he has another relic active. Listening to the advice, Steve conjures a small flame to test the waters. He then hurls the rapidly growing sphere high into the sky, unleashing a massive fireball. Just as the blazing fireball closes in, a glowing portal suddenly materializes out of nowhere. It expands into a spatial rift, swallowing his massive fireball whole. Seeing this, Steve gasps, his eyes widening in complete shock. Now watch closely here, that same spatial portal suddenly opens right next to Steve. What? A massive explosion immediately erupts, followed by absolute chaos. A dark figure suddenly charges out of the thick smoke. Aside from a slightly singed cloak, Steve is completely safe, letting out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for his armor. What on earth was that? Mortem looks at the shrinking portal and answers. A short-range teleportation gate? But using it defensively like that? That artifact must drain a ton of his energy. Those relics actually belong to Raptor's two guards. Stepping forward, they declare that no matter how strong this guy thinks he is, they will never allow him to lay a single finger on their prince. Just as they say that, the male lackey's rings fire a beam of light straight into Stella's portal. Mortem quickly alerts Steve, warning him that they are doing it again. Seeing this unfold, Steve grits his teeth, momentarily losing his words. Suddenly, a bullet of light shoots out from the portal, heading straight for him. Luckily, his armor deflects the blast, though Steve growls in irritation at their annoying tricks. I am a little busy right now, you bastards. But his complaints are cut off as two more barrages fly from both sides. Fortunately, Elena and Mara arrive just in time, blocking the attacks and yelling at Steve to go grab the prince. She looks back with a reassuring gaze, delegating the tasks. You just stay focused entirely on the prince. Now, let's see how he handles this. Power surges into Steve's legs as he leaps high, shouting that he's counting on them. All right, we've got you covered. Seeing him take off, the enemy lackey stares up in utter disbelief. How could a legendary general betray the prince? Mara calmly replies, Sorry, but I am no longer a noble of Venya, nor am I your general. That is right, this is betrayal, and I have absolutely no reason to explain my choices to you. Hearing his cold answer, the lackey grits his teeth and launches a furious, non-stop assault. No way. Mara easily raises his shield to block the attack, mockingly telling him to take a deep breath. but a portal secretly opens behind him. Fortunately, Elena dashes in just in time, deflecting the lethal sneak attack. She turns and scolds him, warning that he is hesitating. If he has any foolish doubts, he should just spit them out. I am ready to knock some sense into you, so snap out of it. Mirror calms down, frowning as he counters her. No need. I will never betray my own choice. You are right. This is a battlefield. One slip up and I am dead. Staring at the enemy lackey, he reminds himself that even a single moment of carelessness could cost him his life. He glares over at Stella with a cold, hostile gaze. Meanwhile, the figure hovering high above looks down at the chaotic battlefield below. Sensing their powerful auras, Raptors laments, "Is that how the god of war appears?" Truly a pity. Suddenly, a familiar, cold voice cuts through his thoughts, asking him where exactly he is looking. Startled, he spins around only to find Steve right in his face. Frowning, he quickly sizes up this bold challenger. This guy has clearly surpassed normal human limits. Coming face to face with Raptors, Steve thrusts his sword forward without any hesitation. The sword dashes forward with incredible, blinding speed. Yet, the strike is effortlessly blocked by a casually raised bare hand. Did you honestly think I could make it this far just because of my ability to fly? Steve feels a massive, crushing weight on his blade, gasping in utter shock. What? Why is my body frozen? And trust me, you and I are going to watch things get ugly as Raptors kick Steve, sneering that he doesn't even know who he is. Stick with me here because a brutal boot suddenly crashes right down onto our main character's head as a cold voice sneers. Raptors slam Steve straight into the dirt with a deafening crash. Emerging from the rising dust cloud, Steve calmly mutters, "I see. I get it now." Unharmed thanks to his protective armor, Steve glares up at his floating opponent. "So you can fly, and you can slow down time? Is that it?" Just then, Motem's voice chimes in with a quick analysis. He probably only controls time within a very limited range. Steve watches Raptors hovering above and silently agrees with the theory. But if he really holds that kind of power, he could easily wipe out all three of us. Why is he just standing there, watching? Motem instantly warns him with a serious reminder, telling him he can investigate further, but not to overuse their synchronization. Suddenly, a massive, familiar figure materializes right beside him. M quickly apologizes, explaining that he did not mean to cause any disruption. 1 second, he was in the middle of a battle, and now he is here. Steve instantly cuts him off. Perfect timing. Steve was planning to end the prince in one shot, but he quietly asks M about the plan, fearing the target might flee. "What do you think?" M gives him a calm, absolute answer with zero hesitation. The prince cannot retreat from this spot. No way. But just as Steve processes this shocking claim, a sudden bullet comes flying right at them. What? Without warning, Steve shoves him out of harm's way, shouting at him to get back and stay away. Steve grit his teeth, dodging the incoming fire while grumbling. Damn it, before he can even ask, Motem chimes in, advising that inner intel is usually reliable. Now watch closely up in the air. Raptors has been silently observing this entire exchange. Down below, Steve thrusts his sword deep into the ground. Then, with his bare hands, he blasts a powerful shockwave of compressed air straight ahead. He immediately follows up by launching a massive fireball, fusing the wind blast and flame into a lethal, explosive combo. The newly created fusion technique surges straight toward Raptors. A colossal firestorm erupts instantly, followed by a deafening explosion that rattles the entire area. Coughing violently, Raptors bursts out from the blazing inferno. Spotting him, Steve gasps in pure disbelief, shouting, "What? How is he still? Is he trying to run away?" Motem watches his movements closely and immediately refutes Steve's assumption. Look closely. He only dodged the direct impact and stopped nearby. Witnessing this bizarre behavior, Steve narrows his eyes in deep confusion. You're probably wondering he's not running. High above, Raptors grits his teeth, barely holding on. He wonders if that sudden, massive area of effect attack was triggered by the clash with the god of war. He quickly visualizes his next move and makes a solid calculation. The power Steve gained from the relic is absolute, but the skill's range is restricted to a single axis. Once that skill is activated, his mobility is severely limited. Damn it, he must have been warned beforehand. Raptors suddenly recalls Conrad's previous warning and mutters a quiet reminder to himself. Even so, according to Conrad's future prophecy, something major is bound to happen right here. A massive, world-altering event is coming, and I must get into position. Reaching back, he slices through the barrier behind him, cursing his lack of foresight. If I knew this would happen, I would not have come alone just to travel light. What a massive mistake. Slitting a hole through the barrier, Raptor sighs, realizing at least he is not separated too far from the rest. Right then, Steve rockets upward from below to grab his attention, shouting, "Where do you think you are looking?" Clenching his fist, Steve channels a dark energy aura, preparing to strike. But to Raptors, Steve's speed looks as slow as a crawling snail. The prince sneers, "I am truly impressed by your raw power. But it seems you have learned absolutely nothing." Catching Steve's fist with utter disdain, he asks, "Do I really need to remind you that attacking me like this is completely useless?" Tutting, the prince notices Steve's bizarre smirk and scoffs with a cold laugh. "Have you completely lost your mind?" Raptors has no idea that Steve is secretly activating a hidden device on his hand, unleashing a blinding flash of pure, radiant light. Instantly, the device detonates, sending a wave of sheer agony through the prince. Hearing his painful cry, his two nearby minions whip around. Seeing their master plunging toward the ground, they sprint forward in a panic, screaming, "Your Highness!" Seizing the moment of distraction, Elena raises her arm to draw a glowing, magical bow that suddenly manifests in her grip. As she charges up her energy, she readies her shot. The arrow explodes with power and flies forward at lightning speed. Sella glances back, immediately spotting the lethal projectile homing in on them. In a panic, she rapidly conjures two warp portals to redirect the incoming arrow. As the redirected arrow comes racing back toward her, Elena suddenly spots a massive shadow moving. It is M, diving in front of her with his massive shield while roaring, "I will hold the line." At the same time, the lion emblem on his shield glows with raw energy as he smiles and thinks, "This is more than enough." With that power released, his shield fires a massive blast forward. And trust me, you and I are about to see absolute chaos unfold as the panicked minion screams, "Sella, open a portal." Alright, you and I are jumping right into the middle of a massive magical clash as she opens her portal. She struggles against the pressure, cursing in her mind that there is absolutely no time to set coordinates. Thinking fast, she moves her hands to immediately conjure a second portal next to her. That portal absorbs the oncoming blast and redirects it elsewhere, just as Mortem senses danger and yells for them to take this. Hearing this, he panics and screams a warning, telling everyone to get away from the sand dunes immediately. Right after his warning, a massive explosion erupts, catching the prince's two henchmen completely off guard as the destructive energy pierces through everything and incinerates the earth. Moments later, the devastating flames sparked by that blast begin to fade away. Stella is completely terrified, stammering out that protecting the prince is their absolute top priority, while desperately wondering in her head where on earth that horrific explosion even came from. Right then, another earth-shattering explosion goes off alongside a chorus of loud, panicked screams. Soon after, someone activates their survival instinct skill in the darkness, just as a loud crash echoes. Then, a voice calls out asking if they can hear him and telling them to run, as Elena and Mark safely peek their heads out. As they drag themselves out of the sand, Steve is already waiting there, sighing that they luckily were not buried too deep. The moment Mark breaks free from the debris, he immediately asks what that was, and how the prince and his squad are holding up. Steve calmly replies that he has no clue, guessing they are either buried under the sand or already dead. Scanning the area, he explains that he detects no signs of life other than them, noting the massive piles of sand have raised the ground level, but adds that this is not their biggest concern. He points ahead, and trust me, you and I can see exactly what he is talking about. What he is pointing at is a strange, dark energy drifting ominously through the dusty desert air. Staring at the phenomenon, Mark is stunned, gasping that he cannot believe they can actually see this dark force with the naked eye. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the earth, causing him to panic and yell about what is happening now. Is it an earthquake? Even Steve grits his teeth, wondering what kind of nightmare they are facing this time. Suddenly, a giant shadow looms over Steve and Mark, as an absolute colossus of a monster appears right before their eyes, its hollow chest immediately catching Motem's attention. A dark artifact is embedded right in its chest, and just as someone screams in terror, Steve notices something odd about his own sword. Why is my sword suddenly glowing? Looking at the glowing eyes of the giant, he realizes with a shock that this beast is actually one of Iba's disciples, though he quickly tries to calm himself down that there is nothing to fear. Just because he is huge does not mean he is strong, so I will take the lead like always. He dashes past Elena and Mark, but the split second he reaches the monster, the beast casually kicks him right across the desert. Elena screams in absolute horror, while Mark is left stunned, wondering how a creature that massive can move with such insane speed. Steve recovers and tells everyone not to panic and keep their focus locked on the target. He unleashes his Inferno attack combined with the flame wave of his hollow blade, confidently declaring his next move. "I'm going to burn him to ashes," he yells, wasting no time in ordering Elena to shoot with everything she has. She nods in agreement, instantly drawing back her bow and letting loose a powerful, magic-infused arrow. As the arrow streaks forward, the giant is caught slightly off guard, but he calmly raises his massive arm to block the incoming shot. But instead of blocking it, the arrow pierces straight through his hand, giving Steve the perfect opening to charge in. Now pay attention to this diversion, because it catches the beast completely off guard. Raising his sword high in the air, he strikes down with a lethal slash, but to his utter disbelief, his blade cannot even pierce the giant's tough hide at all. The monster immediately retaliates, forcing him to curse in frustration as he gets overwhelmed. The giant slams a heavy fist down, smashing his face into the dirt, before ruthlessly delivering another crushing blow to his back. Feeling the incredible impact, Steve desperately wonders how this monster can possibly be this strong. Mortem warns him to focus, saying that even if he heals his broken body, he will just get crushed again if he does not escape. He snaps back that it is easier said than done, asking how on earth he is supposed to escape, as another fist comes flying. Suddenly, Mortem calls out from the dark, alerting him that he can feel the distinct energy of an artifact buried in the sand. This leaves him utterly confused, questioning why an artifact would be here, when something deep within the sand suddenly begins to react. The familiar energy signature makes him wonder if one of the prince's party members is actually buried alive right beneath them. Mortem confirms his theory, and trust me, you and I are about to witness a crazy power-up as he prepares to devour the curse. His ring instantly begins to surge with dark power. Let's start with a crazy system notification that leaves Steve absolutely shocked. He just unlocked a brand new skill, Incarnation. Just as the giant is furiously smashing the ground, a massive surge of energy erupts right beneath him, catching the beast completely off guard. Even Steve's jaw drops to the floor. Standing right there is a mysterious girl, and she is badass enough to stop the giant's fist with her bare hands. This gorgeous girl has one hell of a trash-talking mouth on her. Listen up, you bastard. This is where your journey ends. Pulling back her fist, she immediately delivers a devastating counterpunch right to his face. Shaking off that heavy blow, the giant groans in pain and takes a few steps back. She sighs, turning to a totally dazed Steve, and snaps, "Get up. Were you planning to sleep there all year?" Still completely stunned, he stammers out, "Who are you?" But that dumb question just pisses her off, and she whips her head around to scold him. "What? Who am I? What kind of nonsense are you talking?" And right then, her true identity is revealed. It is actually Mortem, but in her human form, Freya. Steve finally recognizes her just as the system displays the explanation for her human transformation suddenly. The incarnation skill allows her to manifest her soul energy into a physical body. Steve is still trying to process this wild skill, but seeing him look so utterly clueless, she yells angrily, "Stop standing there like a statue, wake up." Then she quickly adds, "Save your questions for later. Right now, we need to focus on the enemy." Steve has no complaints. Understood. But right then, his attention shifts to his glowing sword in total shock. Did my sword transform? Watch closely now, because the giant suddenly lets out a deafening roar. That roar snaps Steve back to reality as he scrambles to understand. Wait, this is so confusing. Hold on a second. If you are out here, does that mean I cannot use the ring? Freya charges forward as she yells back. Aside from a few specific skills, it won't affect anything. I told you to save those stupid questions for later. Without wasting another second, she dives headfirst into the battle. I am going in. Just then, Elena and Mark rush over to Steve. Are you okay? Mark asks, but then his eyes land on Freya. Who is that? Another enemy? Elena chimes in before he can even finish. Is she a friend or a foe? Steve answers, totally flustered. Honestly, I am not really sure either. Saying that, Steve leaps into the fray, but not before giving them a quick warning. Let us handle this crazy fight. You two find a safe place to hide. Right now. His words leave Elena utterly confused. Meanwhile, on the other side, Freya is winding up to deliver a massive punch. She lands a brutal hit, sending blood spraying straight out of his nose. She unleashes a rapid flurry of relentless punches, leaving Steve watching in awe from behind. She is incredibly strong. But wait, you and I knew it could not be that easy. Suddenly, Freya gets slammed into the ground with a massive crash. As the dust settles, Steve gasps in shock. Freya sits on the ground, furiously cursing. Damn it, I am still not strong enough. Seeing her so frustrated, Steve tries to comfort her. Calm down, you actually hurt him. My sword could not even scratch his incredibly tough skin. Hearing this, she snaps back. Exactly. There is no way I can defeat this monster using only these weak fists of mine. Only then does she finally notice the weapon in Steve's hand. Wait, when did your sword change into that form? He honestly explains, oh, this? Right after I almost died a few minutes ago, it suddenly transformed like this. Freya groans in frustration. What? If I had known that earlier, we would not have gone through all this trouble. Now you can definitely take down this monster with that sword. Her bold claim leaves him wondering. Is it really that powerful? How do you know? She gladly explains. The sword transformed because it is directly connected to the very source of my power. The stronger I become, the stronger that sword gets. I can feel it. Then she suddenly remembers. Do you recall what Lai, that dwarf, said? Your sword has the ability to grant its owner's deepest desire. She further explains that this is exactly why it absorbs all usable energy from the surrounding area, including the dark energy and even my own power. I finally figured it out after fighting him myself. This sword only reacts this intensely against those damn cultists. The only way to permanently kill this beast is for you, its true master, to deliver the final strike. Having explained everything, Freya turns back and says to Steve, "There is barely any energy left in the ring since I manifested, so you only have one single shot to finish him. Got it? I will back you up and create an opening." The moment she finishes speaking, she charges directly at the giant. Waiting for the perfect opening, her reckless attitude makes Steve grit his teeth. She is still as crazy as ever. Now, Freya unleashes her devastating fire technique. The giant counters, but trust me, you and I are about to see if her distraction actually works. Alright, stick with me here, as she dodges his fist, slides up his arm, and delivers a brutal strike right to his face. Seeing her chance, she screams out the signal. Right on cue, Steve leaps high into the air. Instantly, the system alerts that their combo skill, La Eva, has unleashed a torrent of scorching fire. This skill drains an immense amount of mana in real time. The bigger and hotter the flames get, the faster his energy burns away. Steve puts everything he has into this final slash. As the flames erupt wildly, he delivers a devastating, fatal blow to the giant. Seeing the monster finally fall, he exhales a massive sigh of relief. With a massive crash, the giant collapses to the dirt. In the ruined wasteland, this monster is officially dead and gone. Freya stands watching him as Steve cautiously walks over, but suddenly, the giant's massive fingers start to twitch. Freya scoffs at his stubbornness and tells him to finish it, while Steve curses under his breath in pure annoyance. Cursing the stubborn beast, Steve unleashes his magic without hesitation. But right then, something completely unexpected happens, forcing him to gasp in total shock. The mysterious power from his ring is slowly devouring the giant's corpse. Once it's completely consumed, a strange object slips from his chest onto the sand. Freya picks it up and snaps. "Make sure you hold on to this." She looks at the squirming creature in her hand, visibly annoyed. The creature struggles to break free. Suddenly, Steve looks at her and asks if she is going to absorb this one. She calmly shrugs and asks what if she suffers a backlash. Passing the bizarre, squirming object to Steve, she warns him not to be so impatient. After all, we still have so many unanswered questions. Steve slips the artifact into his bag instead of absorbing it, agreeing to deal with it later. Dragging their enemies out of the sand, Steve, Elena, and Mar shudder. Suffocating under the dunes is a brutal way to die. Looking at the corpses, Elena asks Steve if he plans to burn them right here. Steve explains that since their artifacts are likely parasitic, they are completely useless to them now. Glancing down at his ring, he shoots a sudden burst of energy from his palm. A torrent of flame erupts, instantly turning the bodies to ash. Staring at the flames, Steve suddenly turns to Mar and asks if he regrets fighting alongside him. Mar casually replies with a simple no. He explains that even if they hadn't crossed paths today, those people would have met a brutal end sooner or later. The Benicia royal family has far too many enemies. It was always just a matter of time. Steve nods, saying he understands. Thinking back to his earlier confrontation with the prince, it's clear he already knows exactly why they came to this place. Mar honestly reveals that Benicia possesses an ancient artifact capable of predicting the near future. That is how he knew the raptors would be here, and how he managed to lead the reinforcements to Gambini Fortress just in time. Apologizing for bringing it up, he suggests the prince must have foreseen something of great value here. That is exactly why he refused to leave. Hearing this, Steve sighs deeply, lost in his own thoughts. Thank goodness I didn't rush into Benicia unprepared, or I'd be dead. I guess I should be glad we uncovered this secret just in time. Now pay attention, a sudden voice cuts through the air, catching him completely off guard as they demand answers from Brian, or rather, Steve. Realizing her mistake, Elena panics as she remembers accidentally blabbing his real name during the chaotic fight. Steve sighs at the slip-up while she gasps. Mar then looks at Steve, dead serious, and asks why he was chasing the third prince. It looks like you hold a serious grudge against him. Steve stays silent, sighing deeply before waving his hand to call Elena over to his side. Amidst the blistering desert heat and the crackling flames, a startled voice suddenly rings out in pure disbelief. Your artifact actually brought you back to life? Talk about a wild twist of fate. Mar turns to Elena and adds, and your companion is a dark elf. And yeah, I know what you are thinking. Things are finally adding up as Steve points to Freya and reveals her true identity. And that is Memento Mortem. He emerged directly from my ring, even though he does not usually look like this. Freya suddenly snaps in irritation, barking at him. Are you planning to stand there and gossip all day? If you are completely finished with your little chat, get up here, she demands. I can't see a single thing inside this massive pit the giant crawled out of. We need to go down and inspect it ourselves. I am going first, so follow me. Shortly after, the entire group descends into the pit. Elena pinches her nose as they walk, complaining about the awful stench, while Freya casually pushes open a nearby door and steps right in. Stop standing around. There is something in here. As Steve steps inside the chamber, even he has to cover his nose and complain. This stench is absolutely unbearable. Steve stares at the pile of clutter before him and wonders, What kind of place is this? What are all these wooden crates? Freya turns to him, ordering him to open one, which only leaves Steve thoroughly confused. Wait, you actually think we can open these? Despite his doubts, he cautiously begins prying one of the crates open. The moment it pops open, the contents inside leave him completely horrified. And trust me, you and I won't believe it either. It is a mummy. What is up with all of these creepy coffins? Stick with me, because Freya is sure these are the missing villagers of Eden, the town we visited before the desert. Elena completely agrees with her chilling theory. You're right, the bodies are badly decayed, but that foul stench is still lingering here. Stetch hesitates, turning to ask. So, do you mean every single one is a helpless villager? Freya looks at the massive pile of coffins, guessing they grabbed victims from wherever they could find them, not just from one town. Stetch looks at the corpses and says in fury, so this is where those bastards dragged all of these innocent people. Suddenly, the mummy they just uncovered snaps its eyes open, and Elena gasps, I hear someone moving. The mummy sits right up while Stetch is still asking, you hear someone moving around in here? Right then, the monster lunges forward to attack him. Unlucky for it, Stetch slaps it so hard it flies across the room, muttering in confusion. What the hell? I thought they were already dead. Suddenly, his eyes drop to his weapon and he gasps. My sword. It's glowing. This sparks a sudden realization. That glow means every single mummy in this room is actually a disciple. Now, watch closely because things are getting tense. Pointing his sword at the creature, he wonders, what is going on? I thought we were already safe. A bizarre phenomenon occurs as the mummy instantly crumbles to dust the second his blade gets too close. Right then, Freya calls out, Stetch, come over here. Totally confused, he asks her, what is it? She points to a slot, asking Stetch if he recognizes the shape on the altar. Stetch grits his teeth, immediately pulling out the strange black key he had just looted from that dead giant. Hold on. Are those bastards actually using this thing? Staring at the massive magic circle inside the chamber, he mutters, to create these disciples? Meanwhile, the group continues exploring the area. A proposal is made to split up since the underground chamber is massive. Dividing into two groups seems like best. Freya focuses on the ancient runes engraved on the stone slab, teasing Stetch. You should worry about yourself. At least that elf is smarter than you. Her jab immediately makes him snap, but she stays completely calm, explaining that those two upstairs are likely in a much safer spot than they are. If anything goes wrong, we're the ones who'll be in real danger down here in this creepy basement. Hearing this, he quickly suggests, then let's search this place and get back up as soon as possible. I can't find anything useful here anyway, so let's move. Right then, Freya reveals what she has just noticed about the crimson writing covering the chamber walls. It might be invisible to the naked eye, but there's definitely something written all over these ancient walls. It looks like some kind of complex magic circuit. The big problem is, this dark artifact doesn't seem to be activating it at all. She sighs, looking lost. Okay, let's look at this closely. Do we need something else to trigger our reaction? The air is thick with mana, but Stetch has another cool idea. Based on my raiding experience, the golden rule of searching is to stay completely calm, think rationally, and figure out what isn't working correctly here. His words make her look back down at the object in her hand, hesitant to answer. We aren't missing anything specific. I know this black artifact is supposed to interact with objects, but it's just completely dead right now. Suddenly, he offers a bold theory. Maybe it's completely out of energy. This guess leaves her staring at him in total disbelief. Wait, what? Stetch takes the artifact from her, explaining his logic calmly. Don't you remember? This dark thing was radiating massive, overwhelming energy when we first saw it. We even saw it glowing brightly inside that giant's body. But right now, it looks like it's totally drained dry. He points out that it probably burned through its dark energy reservoir just to transform that disciple into a massive monster. If it hadn't, all those disciples in the other room would have ambushed us by now. His reasoning forces Freya to rethink everything, muttering, dark energy, huh? To prove his theory is absolutely correct, Stetch points out that this underground tomb is overflowing with dark energy. So, let's see if my crazy theory holds up. There is absolutely no point in just standing around guessing. Without hesitation, Stetch immediately activates his cursed armor skill, triggering a massive transformation that makes Freya gasp in awe. It's working! Even you can see the glowing letters now. That was actually a brilliant idea. Right on cue, Mao and Elena walk inside. Feeling the heavy pressure radiating through the room, Mao asks, what is this dark energy? Hearing him, Stetch turns around and asks, oh, did you guys finish checking the area up there? We're about to try something down here, but I'm not sure how long it'll take. Stetch instructs the two to close the basement door and wait upstairs until everything is finished. He even asks Mao to protect Elena, which completely catches him off guard. If anything goes wrong, I'm trusting you to protect her, big guy. Suddenly, Freya calls out to Elena. Hey, elf girl. She brings up what Elena said back then, asking, do you remember what you told me before? Back then, Elena suggested. Why don't we come up with a simpler name to call you? Recalling those words, she asks, you said I needed a nickname, right? And trust me, you and I are about to see Freya boast proudly. Alright, let's jump right into this. She has been thinking since then, and finally she reveals the secret nickname she came up with for herself. Call me Freya, you can use that name. Shifting back from human form into a ring, she softly mutters those words. My name is Freya. A moment later, Steve sits completely still in the cellar, realizing he is witnessing a vision. Two figures suddenly appear, making him wonder if his mind is playing tricks. One shadow glides right past him. The man stands before his disciples, shouting that the enemy's token has vanished. In a harsh, low voice, he says they have gathered everyone to search the entire north for years, but they still have not found a single trace of it. Suddenly, the ring on Steve's finger glows. The leader turns to his subordinate and asks, do you know what that means? The follower stammers, asking if it could be in the south, and the leader instantly confirms it. Exactly. The token is definitely in the south. But those bastards from the Benia royal family are still ruling down there. Once they realize how important that token is, and learn how to use it, we will have no way of stopping them. The leader's words shock Steve to his core. What? Are these disciples actually plotting against the Benia royal family? Right at that moment, the leader shouts to calm his panicked followers. Pay attention here, because this next part is absolutely chilling. He tells everyone to calm down, stating they have only one option left before stepping closer and making Steve shudder. The enemy will soon reappear, which means we must train a brand new army to fight back against him. That declaration leaves his followers completely shocked, as they demand to know how they could possibly create a new army of disciples. The leader quickly responds, saying they will seize the world tree and take control of its entire mana circulation system. He details his plan to inject this sacred power directly into the tree, meaning they can soon begin the process. They will turn every living creature within the realm of the world tree into a host to breed even more disciples. He screams in fury, asserting that whether it is the enemy or not, they will crush anyone who dares to stand in their way. Their ultimate goal has remained completely unchanged. Shouting with all of his remaining strength, he declares that everything they do is to prepare for God to return to Earth. Those terrifying words make Steve shudder in absolute horror. The moment the vision fades, he finally snaps back to reality, gasping heavily from pure exhaustion. He asks if it is over and what that was, and Mortem immediately replies that it was a recording. It explains that the mana circuit acts as a storage device, capturing and playing back the conversations that once took place inside this very basement. Shifting back into human form, she guesses that, since they mentioned the world tree, this must have happened not too long ago. Alright, let's look at this closely. Steve suddenly tells her to wait, realizing he can finally guess Freya's true identity based on what they heard. You must be the enemy's token. He figures the previous user disappeared along with the token itself, which is how she was created, and it has likely been a very long time since the last enemy appeared. Connecting the dots, he theorizes that he became the designated enemy the very moment he picked up this token. So they are basically preparing for a massive war against me, right? Steve's words only make Freya groan with a massive headache. It is so frustrating, I do not remember anything, and have to piece my memories together like a puzzle. Since there is nothing else left to find down here, they head back upstairs, where a voice eventually echoes through the room. So that explains why they attacked the world tree. One of them wonders, noting that while they must leave, there is still an issue. But there is a major problem. His warning makes Steve curious, so he explains that while he was investigating the dungeon, he realized that the desert mana flow outside has been growing progressively stronger ever since they arrived, meaning they are now completely trapped inside. His shocking revelation leaves everyone gasping out loud in total disbelief. Meanwhile, outside in the burning desert, harsh winds carry dark magic through the air while down in the cellar. Freya shares her own thoughts on this. She noticed something incredibly strange earlier, pointing out that they possess an artifact so powerful it could actually corrupt the entire world tree if they wanted. The bizarre thing she realized is that this ancient artifact has remained completely inactive after all this time. Frowning deeply as she speculates, she realizes that its massive energy must be currently directed and used somewhere else. If her guess is right, she asserts that the energy is fueling this very desert. She is absolutely certain that energy is keeping this wasteland alive, suddenly asking Steve if he remembers the strange mana he felt upon first arriving. She explains that while he might not have noticed because his skill blew all the surrounding air away, that mana was actually incredibly thick and dense. Because of this, she believes the only way to drain all that power is by maintaining an entire desert of mana. So, if we absorb this artifact? Trust me, things are about to get wild. Alright, you and I are jumping back in as the mana that Big Guy mentioned dissipates, finally letting us escape this desert. Freya's words immediately worry Elena, who anxiously points out that absorbing the artifact will only knock him out cold all over again. Steve gently rests his hand on her shoulder, reassuring her that his body is finally getting used to the energy. He explains that each time he absorbs dark energy, his blackout periods get shorter, plus he always feels safe by her side. This smooth line has her blushing like crazy. He quickly snatches the artifact from Freya's hand, telling them it's time to get this over with. Instantly, a heavy wave of mana surges through Steve as he activates his signature technique, Curse Eater. Meanwhile, over on the Cadell Plains, a cold voice demands answers. Deshara fiercely interrogates his captive, giving him just one final chance to reveal his master. The prisoner just sneers, letting out a mocking laugh. Aggravated, Deshara pulls the chains tighter around his throat, threatening him with a brutal end. Right then, an ally suddenly bursts onto the scene, shouting Lord Deshara's name. Asen screams a warning to stay away, but it's too late. Pay attention here as the captive suddenly mutates, spraying blood everywhere. Floating high in the air, Deshara frowns deeply at the lifeless body collapsing onto the dirt. Asen lands right behind her, anxiously asking if she is okay, while she quietly glances back at him. Staring down at the corpse, he wonders if the man really committed suicide. But Deshara admits she was only trying to scare him. With a heavy sigh, Asen notes how often this has happened, warning Deshara to stop digging into this mysterious group for now. There are bigger problems to face, but hearing this, Deshara scans the area, suddenly wondering where Cain has run off to. Asen frowns, explaining that Cain went south to mediate a brutal war breaking out between the elves and the dwarves. He adds that he only ran into her by pure chance. Lowering her weapon, Deshara sighs, realizing she never gets a moment of peace. They agree to handle the immediate crisis first, before digging any deeper into the mystery. Meanwhile, far away in the Sky Fortress, a torrential rainstorm is absolutely pouring down. A bearded warrior is violently blasted back by an invisible force, while the blonde soldier he was clashing with is thrown back as well. Cain's eyes flare with rage as he raises his massive sword high into the sky. Lunging forward with insane power, he brings the blade crashing down, shattering the very earth. As agonized screams echo through the rain, Cain freezes in place, letting out a heavy, exhausted sigh before turning his cold gaze onto the survivors. Get back to your posts, now. Surveying the absolute devastation around them, Cain issues a chilling warning to the wounded troops, telling them they had better not make him draw his sword again. His glowing eyes lock onto the crowd, sending a violent shiver down the spine of the terrified, bearded soldier. The blonde soldier grits his teeth in sheer panic as chaos erupts, sending the remaining troops fleeing in absolute terror. You and I see only one person standing calm before him, Deshara. Lowering his head, he asks in a hollow voice where he went wrong. Gearing at her, Cain screams that it took every ounce of his resolve to finally slay their father with his own bare hands. A flashback reveals him driving his blade through their father's chest without a single shred of hesitation. As the rain pours heavier, mirroring his dark mood, Cain wonders why things have only gotten progressively worse. Gritting his teeth, Cain stares down at his blood-stained hands, regretting ever taking their father's life. Trying to comfort him, Deshara gently explains that someone else is pulling the strings behind these tribal wars. She adds that she and Asen are investigating, but Cain furiously cuts her off, telling her to stop pretending. Cain covers his face in sheer frustration, muttering that they both know the truth. There is no shadow villain pulling strings. Opening his eyes, he stares at his hands again, recalling when he could end a war with a simple wave. He asks if she even understands why he had to pick up a blade and fight. He feels humanity straining against their chains, trying to break free. The absolute control he once held over his own creations has completely vanished. Deshara's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as she presses him to explain. Cain stares blankly ahead, explaining that because they lost control, he had to force fear deep into their minds. He claims fear is the only way to awaken them, leaving Deshara clutching her chest, utterly unable to process this madness. Cain coldly notes that under normal circumstances, it should be impossible. Standing in the freezing downpour, he demands to know if she truly fails to see what this really means. We are gods. They are our creations. And trust me, you and I are about to see what happens when gods lose control. Stick with me. Not only can we not control them, we do not even know what started this mess. The mastermind you are trying to track down is the very one blocking us. Desra bows her head, completely unable to believe it, whispering, "How can that even be possible?" Cain frowns deeply, completely lost in his own thoughts as he speaks. Out of everyone we know, who is the only one capable of suppressing and neutralizing us? There is only one answer, the person behind everything you are searching for. An image flashes in Desra's mind, the father who created them, as she hangs on Cain's words. It is none other than our father. Hearing this, Desra is stunned, remembering that day and stammering in disbelief. But you know that's impossible. You were the one who killed father that day. Cain stares down at the ground, remembering the day their father died. He recalls how hard their father fought back during that final clash. The father I knew was not the type to act so impulsively. He merely tried to use his power to suppress his children. Even though he could not stop his children, his regretful words still echoed through the pouring rain. Yet he fought us to the bitter end in a hopeless battle. Cain can feel that something is seriously off about this. There are so many doubts about his sudden death. Trust me, there is still something massive being hidden from us. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind them. Something has happened. Aston drops down to the ground out of nowhere. Kine turns to face him. Aston. He urgently tells the two of them, I just wrapped up the war in the northeast, but now the elves and dwarves are clashing again. Desra looks at him anxiously and asks, What? Where are they? He lifts his feet, preparing to take off into the sky. Follow me. Desra immediately flies after him, leaving Kine all alone. He bites his lip and glares toward where they left, wondering to himself, could it really be our father? Standing on the cliffside in the pouring rain, they watch the army below. Once the conflicts across the continent finally settle down, Desra captures several suspects believed to have incited the riots. Draped in dark robes while radiating a black aura, they claim to be disciples of Achiban. A question pops into Keen's head. Wait, so these disciples have been around since then? Inside a dark room, Steve opens his eyes to find Elena sleeping right beside him. He smiles, seeing her resting there, realizing she stayed by his side. Steve sits up and looks toward the door, deciding to let her sleep. Where is Big Head? Is he outside? Steve looks up at the blazing sky above. What in the world? Is this really the same desert as before? A voice rings out next to him. See? My theory was right. The mana in the air has finally stabilized. Watching the desert vegetation slowly come back to life, Mortem makes a prediction. With this much mana in the air, the land will soon be teeming with life, especially if humans stay away. McDowell stands below and asks him, Are you finally awake? Steve looks down at him. Yeah, I owe you one. McDowell responds with a completely indifferent tone. Forget about it. By the way, this is a massive opportunity. Steve asks, An opportunity? McDowell frowns and explains. And yeah, we are about to see why. Hasn't the only barrier blocking the desert entrance vanished? Now, both the north and south can pass through here freely. Steve starts calculating. True, nothing is more tempting than unclaimed land. This means Benasia could clash with other kingdoms. McDowell looks at Steve. Exactly. In the worst-case scenario, war could break out. What do you plan to do now? He pushes himself up and stands tall on the rock. So, are you turning your back on them? He remembers the current image of a one-armed man wrapped in bandages. Zero has been retired. McDowell continues, and the first prince has been dealt with. A smug grin spreads across Steve's face. Let's go see the miserable looks on those Benasia bastards. Steve sits on the cliff, looking down at the man below. Anyway, we should head out once Elena wakes up. McDowell replies, Absolutely. Steve looks into the distance, silently planning his next move. I'd better check what's happening in the south before launching an attack on those Benasia cowards. Recalling the ambush, he thinks to himself, no matter how strong a single person can get against an entire army, I must be at least as strong as the enemy. He learned this valuable lesson during his previous castle raids. I realized that during the assault on Fortress Gambini, but I cannot ask Sky for help again. I need to figure out a completely different way. Elena approaches him from behind, asking with deep concern, Are you feeling any better? Steve turns to her and replies, Yeah, thanks. I just woke up. How long was I out this time? Elena looks at him and speaks. About 2 days. Compared to the 2 weeks you slept before, your body seems to be adjusting to the dark energy. Steve smiles, looking at her. Yeah, I guess. And trust me, you and I will want to see what happens next. Alright, let's dive into our journey as we figure out where to go next. Elena blushes when Steve asks, should we visit the Forest of Darkness? Meanwhile, punches echo endlessly inside the training grounds. Jero pours every ounce of his strength into his arm, unleashing a massive phantom punch forward. Opposite him, a heavily bearded commander training alongside him swings a heavy fist, launching a direct counterattack. But Jero is one step ahead, driving a brutal, precise blow right into the commander's stomach. A massive, painful dent caves right into his silver chestplate. The bearded commander is sent flying back from the sheer impact, and the surrounding crowd immediately bursts into loud cheers. Incredibly impressive, young prince. Someone calls out to him, noting he seems to move without any trouble now. Jero stares at his prosthetic arm. It took him over a month of grueling effort to finally master it. He examines the arm forged from the tyrant artifact, quietly concluding that it had better perform perfectly when the time comes. His face twists in a tight grimace as a memory suddenly flashes back. Someone once asked him, let me ask you this, Jero, do you want your arm back? Now, watch closely here. His hand squeezes so hard it shakes, teeth grinding as he vows to destroy the bastard who stole his arm and his future. Next time we meet. Veins pop across Jero's face as he gnashes his teeth in pure rage. I will crush you with everything I have. Furious, Jero smashes his fist into the stone pillar behind him, shattering it completely. Debris and stone dust rain down over his head. A nearby soldier gasps, pointing out it was a solid stone pillar. The commander who just fought him steps up and chimes in. It is unbelievable that he was hiding such monstrous strength. Suddenly, a voice echoes from afar, asking, how is the new arm? Anfet and Van Stock. Jero looks at the two approaching men and answers, "It is better than I expected." Remembering his crushing defeat, he highly praises the brand new weapon, saying, "My old Jero artifact cannot even begin to compare to this masterpiece." Hearing this, Anfet looks deeply thoughtful. Yes, back then, Jero had completely lost control of his body, as that ancient arm tried to consume him whole. That is because the tyrant form links directly with the nervous system, completely rebuilding both bone and blood vessels from scratch. I heard that surviving this extreme level of pain is practically impossible without heavy medication. Absolutely nobody has ever survived the excruciating pain and physical mutation of the bonding process. That is why this deadly artifact remained locked away in storage until recently. Anfet asks him, "Was it your burning desire for revenge that gave you the strength to conquer that agony?" Jero bows low, expressing his deepest gratitude. Anfet simply nods and replies, "You do not need to thank me. My father is the one who granted you this legendary item, not me." "Yes, Lord Anfet." Jero replies with a respectful bow as the noble turns to leave. "Are you done with your training? If so, follow me. The king wants to hear about your progress with that arm." Inside the grand, luxurious palace, a powerful voice echoes, "Tell me, how do you feel training with your brand new arm?" Jero kneels reverently before the figure on the throne, answering, "I am highly satisfied, Your Majesty." The emperor looks down and praises him. "Good." The emperor then declares, "As of this moment, I officially reinstate Jero Messer as the commander of the North." Sitting proudly on his throne, he commands him to end his training and return to the front lines. And honestly, we all know Jero is ready, answering, "Understood, Your Majesty." Suddenly, a panicked soldier rushes in through the doors, shouting, "Your Majesty, we have an emergency in the Celt Desert." Two royal guards immediately block his path, yelling, "What do you think you are doing? You cannot just barge in here." The messenger desperately presses on, reporting, "I received urgent news that the massive mana storm in the desert has completely vanished." Hearing this shocking report, Anfet whips his head toward the entrance, gasping, "What?" Jero also stares in utter disbelief, thinking, has the legendary mana storm in Celt Desert really disappeared? The king finally speaks up, demanding, "Are you absolutely certain about this?" A dark wave of excitement washes over him. Realizing what this means, he wears a menacing smirk. He is finally here, the one I have been waiting for. Meanwhile, far away near the forest, a lone bird glides across the sky. Steve looks at the secret letter he just intercepted, muttering, "All right. I have received the official response from President Simus." He tucks it away and stares at the military camp ahead, declaring, "Let's break through the front lines and head straight south." Hiding behind a nearby boulder, his ally shares an assessment. Their defenses are far stronger than I remember. This must be the aftermath of the Gambini incident and the sudden disappearance of the mana storm. Steve raises his hand, channeling his power. "Just give me a second, and I will wipe out these weaklings to seize this outpost." A bright glow radiates from his fingertips as he activates his skill. Suddenly, a strange, swirling energy manifests right above the guards' heads. As a confused soldier tilts his head up to investigate, something sharp suddenly shoots straight down toward his face. The guard next to him turns and sees his partner trembling violently, asking in concern, "Hey, what is wrong with you?" While they are completely distracted, a deadly blade comes flying out from the shadows. The razor-sharp tip pierces deep into the soldier's chest before he can even react. His eyes flash with lethal light. "Now, let's watch how we clear out the rest of these fools, shall we?" Let us kick things off with a mysterious blast of energy that sends the soldiers into an absolute panic. What on earth was that? What is wrong with you guys? Mac shakes his head, sighing in awe. I still cannot believe how incredible that skill is. This must be how he took down Gambini Fortress. Steve and his squad step into the camp with Elena, shouting, "Hey, big brain, come down here. Let us wrap this up and keep moving." Looking at Elena walking right beside him, she seems to be deeply lost in some serious thought. Sit looks at Elena and asks, "Are you worried about heading to the forest?" Snapping out of her thoughts, she looks at him and says, "Yes, partly." Then she turns her head away with a sigh, whispering, "It is nothing." But in her head, she is dreading one thing. When she returns, her father will ask about everything that happened. If my father finds out that I am fighting against the kingdom of Benia, no, I cannot tell him the truth. I need to make up a good excuse for him instead. Deep inside the forest, golden shafts of sunlight filter through the tall trees, illuminating the lush green grass covering the earth. A man munching on a piece of bread stares blankly ahead as a voice calls out to him from behind. "Cry, you are not supposed to eat until the shift change." He tilts his head to glance back, muttering, "Nothing has been happening around here lately anyway, so what is wrong with eating? I hate feeling hungry." The guard standing behind him responds, "Did you not hear what the scouts were saying?" The guard frowns, warning him that humans have been acting exceptionally strange over the past few days. They have been executing aggressive moves and moving massive armies around. They are clearly planning something big. Can you not see that? Suddenly, his ears pick up an unusual rustle. Now watch closely. because he instantly draws his bow to take a stand. Something is coming. Cry tenses up beside him, whispering, "I feel it too." His eyes widen in shock as he spots who is appearing ahead. Huh? The other guard asks in absolute disbelief. Am I just imagining things right now? Seeing Steve's group of 3 approaching, they call out her name in surprise. Elena! She looks over at them, smiling, and says, "Long time no see, I am glad you both are safe." Cry nods toward the man standing behind her, saying, "Thank you for bringing Elena home safely." The guard beside Cry looks over at Mar, asking with a puzzled expression, "By the way, who is that guy?" Sit glances at the man standing beside him, pauses to think, and replies, "Him? Yeah." He closes his eyes with a sigh and introduces him. "He is a friend of mine, a mercenary, and we are really close." Mac, standing right beside them, remains completely silent, and you and I know he is remembering his strict warnings. If we run into any elves in the dark forest, make sure you pay close attention to what I say, especially regarding Benea. Cry, having zero suspicions, simply smiles back at them. "Is that so? Well, the elder will be pleased to meet you." The other guard standing nearby starts making conversation as well. "Elena, are you back for good?" She smiles and waves, answering, "I am just visiting, so do not get too emotional. But things are fine, so you guys do not need to worry." Deep inside the Elven Kingdom, Renoa beams as he happily welcomes his daughter back home. "Elena, it is so wonderful to see you." He embraces her tightly, asking, "How long has it been?" Blushing, Elena mutters, "Father, please, everyone is staring at us." Renoa finally lets her go, turning his warm smile toward the 2 standing behind his daughter. "Haha, my bad. Please, take a seat. The meal will be ready soon." Sighing with relief, she slips her cloak off her shoulders and asks, "How is grandmother doing?" He tells her everything, saying she has retired and is currently resting at home. Shifting his gaze, Dranoa eyes the shield leaning against the chair, sizing it up. "That gear you are carrying is truly remarkable." Elena casually rolls her wrist, giving a brief, distracted response to his compliment. "Oh," he goes on, "I know that staying safe in the outside world can be extremely difficult. You do not have to share what you have been doing if you do not want to. Just promise me you will always stay careful. Understand?" She bows. "Yes, father." Dranoa looks at his daughter sitting before him and notes, "I see now that you did not return with plans of staying forever. You are just here to rest up, aren't you?" Sit, who had been completely quiet, finally turns to clarify the situation. "Yes, sir, Elena wanted to visit. We also need to assess the current state of things in the south since we are here. Would it be all right if we stayed for a few days?" Dranoa blinks, freezing for a second as the young man answers in Elena's place, but he immediately flashes a bright smile. "Haha, of course. Stay here for as long as you all want. I was so excited to see you that I did not even let you unwind. I will prepare rooms for you. Go rest once you finish eating." Night falls, draping the area in quiet stillness while the bright full moon glows in the sky. Sit collapses onto his bed with a heavy sigh, thinking, "Man, how long has it been since I last got to relax?" Suddenly, a voice sounds from right outside the door, forcing him to sit straight up and stare. "Sit, do you mind if we talk for a quick second?" Sit looks at Renoa stepping inside and agrees. But what does he want? "Stick around, because we are about to find out." "All right, let's jump right into this quiet room," as Dranoa sits opposite Stit, apologizing for interrupting his rest. "I just wanted to speak with you about a few things." "I am sure you already noticed," he laughs out loud. "My daughter really seems to like you. She is absolutely terrible at hiding her emotions." Stit flinches, staring back in total disbelief as he stammers out, "Wait, excuse me?" Dranoa narrows his eyes, asking, "You seriously did not notice anything during all that time you 2 spent together?" "I could tell the instant I saw her." In his mind, she smiles brightly at him. Stit lowers his head, completely lost in thought. Maybe he genuinely did not understand Elena's feelings, or perhaps he just chose to ignore them. Stit recalls when he was unconscious, and she was the only one there to watch over him. Thinking back to all they endured, facing life and death together, Stit finally speaks up. "And that goes for my own feelings, too." Clenching his fist, raw energy begins radiating from his body. "Sir, my life is far more dangerous and unusual than you realize. It is simply too risky for me to drag anyone else into this chaotic world of mine. Now watch closely." Dranoa frowns, rubbing his chin, and asks, "You haven't told Elena any of this, have you?" Stit looks up. "Well, I did say something once out of concern for her safety." He flashes back to the moment he told Elena that if this plan succeeded and they finished off the prince once and for all, would that mean everything between them would finally come to an end? "I guess so." Completely blind to her feelings, Stit had bluntly told her, "Now that our plan is finally coming to an end, it is all over. Don't you think you've already done more than enough to repay your debt to me?" Hearing those words, Elena had glared at him with pure resentment and sorrow. When she finally left the room, she slammed the door behind her as hard as she could. Back in the present, Dranoa sighs deeply after hearing the story. Oh boy, that was a massive mistake. Listen here, Stit. I bet the real reason you two never talked about what happened outside that forest is because you would probably lose your mind if you knew the danger. Am I wrong about that? Stit remains completely silent, offering no reply. Dranoa continues. Then do you know why I still let Elena go with you, despite knowing all of that? He slowly begins to explain. Ever since I disappeared, my poor daughter has lived with zero freedom. She has been completely consumed by her duty to protect our community as the next village chief. Invisible walls have constantly kept Elena trapped, not to mention her burning desire to seek revenge for what happened to me. Because of that, she completely wasted her childhood. Stit bows his head, unable to change the past. Even now that I am back, there is absolutely no way I can ever repay her for all that precious time she lost. So I feel the least I can do is let her live life on her own terms. That is the best I can do as her father. Now, pay attention as he stares directly at Stit. I have one very important question for you. Dranoa's expression turns dead serious. How do you truly feel about Elena? Stit stares right back, his eyes wide as he speaks honestly. I like her, sir. Meanwhile, outside on the roof, Elena is sitting right by the window. Her face is completely flushed, and she covers her mouth with her hand, terrified she might make a sound. Suddenly, a voice greets her from behind, causing her to jump and quickly spin around. Freya grins playfully, teasing her. Eavesdropping in the middle of the night? That is not a very healthy hobby. Flustered, Elena quickly tries to explain. I am not spying. I just overheard them while doing my night watch. She turns to her, asking quietly, Does Stit know I am here? Freya sighs. No, that big idiot is probably way too distracted to notice. Besides, as you already know, I am not a human. I can instantly sense the presence of anyone who is nearby. How long have you been listening? Elena asks, looking down. From the very beginning. Freya, I want to ask you something. They continue talking in the quiet, cold night air. I know we still have so much left to accomplish, but knowing all of that, I can't help but wonder. Will I ever hear Stit say those words again? Tears well up in Elena's eyes, her face filled with deep sorrow, as if she is about to break down crying. Freya sighs, looking at her. You really need to be calmer than that stubborn blockhead. This is such a silly thing to stress over. She sits down right beside Elena. Tell me, ever since that brutal battle back at Gambini Fortress, has that idiot ever once told you to go home? Elena glances over at her and shakes her head. No. Freya smiles. He might not be the sharpest guy around, but he definitely does not lack determination and resolve. She smiles warmly, looking at the girl sitting beside her. With another soft sigh, Freya's physical form slowly begins to fade. Gently patting Elena's head, she leaves her with one last piece of advice. Stop overthinking things, go inside, and get some sleep. You do not want to stay awake all night, do you? Elena's face remains totally flushed as she lowers her head in silence. Meanwhile, Stit is lying in bed, hand on his forehead, completely lost in his own complicated thoughts. Freya appears, asking, What will you do? He asks her back, and we are all dying to hear his answer. About what? She asks, but she fires right back. You know exactly what I mean, so don't play dumb. Do I really have to spell it out? Stit frowns, lost in deep thought before finally declaring, All right, I've made my decision. The next morning, bright golden sunlight floods the entire area. Inside her room, Elena lies awake in bed, listening to the gentle sound of birds chirping just outside her window. Her face is completely drained, sporting heavy eyes from a sleepless night. Suddenly, a sharp knock at the door startles her out of her thoughts. She sits up, calling out toward the door in a tense, annoyed voice. What is it? From outside, a voice we know all too well calls out. Oh, sorry, were you still sleeping? Stit stands outside, scratching his cheek, nervously asking, I was just wondering if you wanted to take a quick morning walk with me. I can never seem to find my way around here. He awkwardly adds, If you are too tired though, please feel free to go back to sleep. Inside, Elena covers her blushing cheeks with both hands before calling out, All right, just give me a second. I will be right out. As the two stroll down a quiet forest path, Stit looks over and asks her how it feels to finally be back here after so long. Elena replies that everyone is doing much better than she expected, prompting him to smile and say, That is really reassuring to hear. Stit looks up at the thick canopy of leaves overhead and asks, Do you know what is weird? He never even belonged in this forest, but as you and I can see, he feels totally at home here, prompting her to look up with him. Most people call this place the dark forest because of its gloom, but to him, it feels surprisingly warm and cozy. Stit shifts his gaze, looking over at the girl walking beside him. Then he stares intently down at the pathway, countless memories of their shared journey flashing through his mind as he silently wonders when everything actually began. In the beginning, Elena was just a reliable partner. But over time, they grew closer, and she went far beyond what any normal ally would do. She saved Steve's life on multiple occasions, constantly putting her own survival on the line. He suddenly calls her name, causing her to turn around. Elena looks at him with a puzzled expression as Sit says, "There is something I need to tell you. Seeing you with your father yesterday made me feel so guilty for some reason, and trust me, things are about to get complicated." "All right, stick with me." Steve looks down, avoiding her eyes, saying that with his father back, his family is finally together. "But I feel like I ruined it." The moment those words leave his mouth, they both fall silent, staring directly into each other's eyes. But then, Elena turns around, preparing to walk away, saying it was entirely her own choice. "If you only called me here to get all sentimental like this." Panicking, Steve reaches his hand out to stop her, pleading for her to wait. "That is not it." Steve finally catches up, his hand grabbing hers tightly to hold her back. Now pay attention to her face blushing. Standing behind her, Steve sighs, wondering why on earth it is so hard to say something so simple. Confused, she looks down and asks what he means. Steve explains that at first, he tried to deny his own feelings. He wanted to bury and hide them, but it was impossible. The more he speaks, the redder his face becomes. "I have always kept myself under perfect control, but around you, I feel my heart completely melting." His hand on Elena's arm gently pulls, spinning her entire body around to face him. When her eyes lock onto Steve's, her face flushes a deep crimson. She freezes in shock, staring blankly at Steve. "Wait a minute." Her chaotic thoughts race. Is this really happening right now? His face leans closer and closer to hers, until just a split second later, they are standing chest to chest, and yeah, I know what you were thinking. But Elena is panicking, slowly clenching her hand into a tight fist. Steve notices her hand moving, but it is already too late. Elena lands a perfectly aimed, powerful punch straight into his gut. His face twists in pure agony. Completely confused, he groans, asking her what that violent punch was even for. Snapping back to reality, she covers her face and gasps. "Oh my God." Elena frantically looks at him, asking if he is okay. She apologizes, saying she was just startled. Slumped on the ground, Steve chuckles, saying she should really warn him before punching next time. He looks up at her with a warm smile, thanking her for actually falling for a guy like him. "And I like you too." Hearing those words, Elena's worried expression instantly turns into an embarrassed, bright red blush. She stammers, completely lost for words, barely squeezing out a yes. Suddenly, the Mortem relic symbol glows on Steve's hand. The relic laughs out loud at the sight of them, mocking those two idiots for finally understanding each other before vanishing into thin air. A human and an elf make a wild couple, right? Now, let's head over to the palace of King Jero. Alright, let's jump in as three men stand before the Emperor, reporting they have absolutely no clue what just happened. He explains that the raptors have gone missing and the magic storm in Cadell Desert has vanished, leaving Jero in deep thought. Trembling, the man begs for forgiveness, while Anfet stands beside him, and trust me, you do not want to miss what happens next. Alright, let's dive into this mystery together. He stays silent, thinking that while the desert is one thing, the Emperor is completely ignoring the news about the missing raptors. What on earth is he thinking? The second prince wonders to himself. Now, Emperor Jero reassures the three of them, telling everyone to stay calm. "Our kingdom stands as the ultimate shield for the Southern Alliance. We must remain strong no matter what happens," he continues, then commands Anfet to establish contact with the northern kingdoms as quickly as possible. Hearing this, Anfet immediately replies, "Yes, Your Majesty." Jero continues his instructions, stating he is absolutely sure they are not the only ones shocked by this turn of events. We must reach them before they jump to any wrong conclusions. Then, he turns his attention to General Henrietta, ordering her to stay in the capital because her services might be needed soon. She immediately obeys, saying she understands, before King Jero dismisses them, telling them they may all leave. But just as everyone turns to leave, the king suddenly calls the second prince back, saying, "Oh, one more thing, Anfet." "Yes, father," he replies. Jero then commands him to stop searching for the first prince, saying they cannot waste their military forces on him. Now, watch closely. A confused Anfet looks back and asks, "What do you mean by that?" Furrowing his eyebrows, the king speaks with cold resolve. "This is his punishment. I have no intention of making someone driven mad by ambition my successor. If he is still alive, he will find his own way back," Jero declares. Anfet is slightly stunned by this ruthless decision, but he simply bows and replies, "As you wish." Meanwhile, over in a meeting room with Steve and Mar, Elena slams her hand onto the table, announcing she heard some serious rumors from the other scouts this morning. A gang was completely wiped out from Benea. Hearing this, Steve immediately connects the dots, asking, "A gang? It has to be Sky." Luckily, their leader managed to avoid capture, but he is currently missing, Elena explains. Steve pauses for a few seconds to think before saying, "He probably escaped, but that Western general is running things over there now. I can't believe he actually managed to evade her. I have to admit, the guy really knows how to slip away," he thinks. Steve then asks if there is any other news, to which Elena responds, "Actually, there is this." She hands him a scroll, which he quickly opens. It turns out to be a wanted poster for Steve himself, boasting a massive 6-figure bounty. An insane amount of cash. He can't help but laugh. "Wow, I am famous now, 8 million gold. You and I can see they got his face spot on this time." Elena points out the drawing is way clearer, and Steve knows it is payback for destroying Gambini Fortress. Mar, who has been sitting quietly in the corner, suddenly speaks up. "Be careful. With posters like that circulating, we cannot rule out the possibility that Benea's forces might come searching right here in the Forest of Darkness." Hearing this, Steve crosses his arms in deep thought. "If that's the case, I need to find Garrett." Elena asks in confusion, "You mean that bandit? What can he do?" Steve immediately gives her his reason. "He told me he has informants working for him all over the kingdom. I'm going to start by questioning my own information sources in the south. Danton, my old contact in the black market, might have some leads." Steve looks over at Mar and adds, "Oh, by the way, big guy, you need to stay behind." Mar is totally baffled and asks, "What? Why?" Steve explains that a massive warrior carrying a giant shield like his is going to attract way too much unwanted attention. Besides, people down south will recognize you instantly, and we can't risk that. Mar realizes Steve is completely right and quickly nods in agreement. "You're right. Plus, I need to prepare defenses here in case Benea decides to launch an attack." Steve lets out a sigh of relief. "Exactly. And since I'm asking you for a favor, I should probably give you something in return." Steve mentions a great training arena that the local elves love to use. Mar nods. "I've actually been there before. It's an amazing arena." Steve then makes a deal. "Keep this village safe while I'm gone, and I promise to spar with you there until you're fully satisfied." Mar stares at him for a moment, then smiles and agrees. "Deal, you sneaky guy. I'll protect this village until you get back." Soon, Steve and Elena arrive at a beautiful, sunlit forest clearing where many elves are currently gathering. "Steve, Elena, I heard the news from Kane. I didn't think you two would be leaving us so soon," Elder Benora says warmly, wishing them the best of luck on their journey. Beside her, Dranoa steps forward to speak. "Oh, by the way, Elena, take this." He holds out a necklace with a massive, glowing gemstone, and she gently accepts it. Surprised, she asks her father, "But this is the village chief symbol, the relic that's supposed to grant the protection of the gods." He nods. Dranoa gives her a warm, affectionate smile full of fatherly love. "I hope this protects you on your journey. And don't worry, I made a fake one to keep here. Trust me, you and I couldn't ask for a better father." She smiles through her tears, running forward to wrap both of them in a tight, emotional hug. Over on this side, Mar says to Steve, "Take care of yourself." He goes on to say, "Because when you return, there will be an arena battle waiting for you." Watching Mar, you and I can tell he is strangely excited about this fight, and Steve can't help but wonder why he is so pumped up. Either way, Steve says it is time to go, and the two of them finally depart, turning back to wave goodbye one last time. Wishing everyone well, they soon arrive in a peaceful, sunlit field, where Elena suddenly seems to notice something ahead of them. She immediately alerts Steve, letting him know she can sense people nearby. Sensing the exact same thing, he replies to her, "Yeah, we will run into them soon. This is Londo Town." Hearing this, Elena asks in surprise, "Huh?" The town looks completely different for some reason. Gazing down at it from above, UT asks, "Has it always been this noisy? It looks like there are way more stone buildings now." She then begins to complain. "Looks like they made a fortune from the mine I told them about after the dungeon raid," Elena adds, making Steve wonder, "Wait, is this all because of that mine I mentioned?" She replies, "Danton has hit the jackpot now. He must have made great use of his black market experience." Elena continues, "I know you are happy to see the town thriving like this, but I have no idea how we can squeeze past all those people." Hearing this, Steve pauses in deep thought before finally answering her, "Yeah, you make a good point, in that case." And pay attention here, because Steve suddenly remembers some crucial old memories. Back then, he said Yudi's absolute favorite food was freshwater fish. Now, it is her time to shine, and he calls her out. A spirit then materializes and mutters, "Using magic is such a hassle." After a soft sigh, Steve reaches out and presses his hand against the wall. Blue energy erupts all around his palm. "Avatar," Steve shouts. Instantly, a woman emerges and leaps right out of the wall, wrapped in crackling blue lightning. Steve reassures her that, since she is already inside, there is no need to worry about checkpoints or any misunderstandings. He then asks, "You know what you have to do, right?" She replies, "Yeah, I need to go find this Danton guy and let him know you want to meet up." Steve answers, "Exactly. But keep in mind, the locals might sense you are an outsider, so please do not cause any trouble." Hearing that, she flashes a sly smirk and immediately agrees. That sounds simple enough. But suddenly, her eyes lock onto a passing villager, and she immediately grabs him by the collar, leaving him completely baffled. She roughly interrogates him, saying, "Listen up, human. I am looking for a guy named Danton. Do you know where I can find him?" Shaking in fear, the man can only stammer back, "What are you doing?" Completely ignoring his panic, her face remains filled with pure, murderous intent. "I said, Danton, tell me where he is." By now, the poor villager is sweating bullets, stammering out, "Oh, Danton, just a moment ago. He was terrified just a second ago, but you can see him blushing now, thinking she is actually gorgeous." Sensing his weird reaction, she gives him a quick beating and snaps, "Do not go blushing at me, you absolute weirdo." The terrified villager quickly apologizes for his behavior and gasps out, "If you are looking for Danton, you can definitely find him at the Medikov Trading Guild." She ponders this for a moment and asks, "Medikov Trading Guild? So Danton is really in there?" Outside the massive building, a voice echoes, "If you are looking for Danton, you can find him right inside the Medikov Trading Guild." She furrows her brow and double-checks. "The Medikov Guild, you say?" Freya pushes open the doors and steps into a bustling tavern packed with rowdy patrons, scanning the lively crowd to lock onto her target. Right at the center bar, a massive, burly man stands quietly polishing a beer glass in his hands. Freya thinks to herself, "Found him. There he is. He looks exactly like he did when I saw him from inside the ring." She walks over and takes a seat at the bar right in front of him. Danton looks up and asks, "What brings a beautiful lady like you here? What is your profession?" Freya glances back at a noisy group talking behind her and says, "I have a question for you. Have you ever heard the name Brian Gosling?" Hearing that name, he flinches, hesitantly stammering out, No, I do not think so." Freya then pulls out a wanted poster showing Steve's face. "How about this guy then?" Danton is sweating bullets on the inside, panicking. "Steve, what on earth did you do this time?" He covers his mouth and clears his throat. "Sorry, but tracking down people is not my line of work. Now, would you like to order something?" Freya sighs, turning away. "Fine. I will just be direct. You might look like a bear, but you have the cunning of a fox. Steve was smart to make you his friend. He is waiting outside the city walls, stressed because he cannot get in." Hearing this, Danton immediately asks her in a rush, "Wait, he is here? Lead the way." Moments later, a loud shout echoes inside a spacious room as Danton pulls Steve into a massive hug. "What have you been up to? You almost gave me a heart attack." And that is where we leave it, with Steve getting squeezed half to death. You and I are jumping right into our hero, literally suffocating. Freya and Elena can only stand aside, watching the two in sheer disbelief. Oh my. Danton's face gets pushed away by Steve's hand, but the man refuses to let go, squeezing even tighter to ask a question. What in the world is going on here? How did you get so much stronger?" He finally lets go of Steve. "What have you been doing out there, and why is the bounty on your head suddenly so much higher than before?" Freya watches him panting and makes her assessment. He really acts just like a child. Steve bends over, panting heavily with a brief laugh. "Haha, I will explain everything later." He then looks up to meet the eyes of the man before him. "By the way, I am impressed you have not been arrested yet, especially since things have gotten pretty intense around here lately." He recalls that moment and asks, "I am sure plenty of people here saw us together, so has no one reported you to the guards?" Danton raises his fist, laughing so hard that tears form in his eyes. "Haha, if it were not for that mine you told me about, the guards would have definitely locked me up by now." He spreads his hands out to explain, "Plenty of people know we are friends, but since my mining business is crucial to the town economy, they cannot afford to lay a finger on me." He gloats with a smug grin as he speaks. "That means I am more important than ever in the black market." Steve looks at his amused expression and warns him, "You are certainly living the good life right now, just do not let it get to your head." Now listen close, as Danton warns him next. "Anyway, having someone come to town and contact me instead of calling you directly was a very smart move. The truth is, not even the black market is a safe place for you anymore. With an 8 million coin bounty, even the black market cannot stay quiet for long." He sighs and sits on a wooden chair. "I guess that makes sense." Steve looks up at him and asks, "By the way, how is Lai doing?" The smiling face of the man Steve just mentioned pops into Danton's mind. "Ah, Lai? He has plenty of creativity but lacks direction, so I assigned someone to guide him in his work. And that is when his true potential really began to shine." He continues, "By the way, have you sold the sword Cly made for you yet? He is going to be pretty annoyed when he finds out." Steve turns to look at the sword resting beside him. "Sell it? No way, of course not. It is just broken. And trust me, you are not ready for Steve's answer when Danton asks what happened he tried to kill the third prince of Benesia." Hearing this, Danton knits his brows and stares at him. "The third prince?" Steve continues, "That sounds like a crazy story." As time flies by, a single candle on the shelf lights up the entire room. Danton, now drenched in sweat, shakes his head. "You have gotten way more wild since the last time I saw you." Steve's crazy tales literally have Danton sweating. First, you take over a royal fortress, then you almost assassinate a prince. And what about your time in the north? And what about it? Steve waves his hand like a fan. Your blood pressure is rising. Breathe in, breathe out. Danton rubs his forehead with his hand, letting out a long, heavy sigh. How can I not be shocked by all of this? No wonder your bounty is 80 million coins now, and those Benicia bastards are hunting you, though they obviously cannot catch you. Then, Danton looks over at Freya, who is waving her hand to greet him from across the table. So that young lady who came to see me earlier is actually an artifact. I have never heard of such a thing. Steve turns to explain it to him. In any case, if your life is suddenly in danger because of what the Benicia people are doing, that is indirectly my fault. I am sorry about that, but I have no intention of stopping until my revenge is complete. Hearing his words, Danton smiles and crosses his arms to respond. If you think I would judge you for that, you are dead wrong. This kingdom desperately needs a massive change. Just look at all the oppression. People are getting heavily overtaxed. Regardless of how much income they actually make, citizens are beaten, and there are endless conflicts between different tribes, including humans. Elena turns pale as she listens. None of this will ever change as long as the current royal family holds on to power, he continues, exposing their crimes. Benicia is basically the leader of the entire Southern Alliance, which is why they rule with such an iron fist. I am positive the situation is pretty much the same in almost every other southern kingdom. Then he covers his mouth, muttering, I am surprised there has not been a coup or rebellion in a place like this. Steve grabs a loaf of bread and looks back at him. The royal family possesses an artifact that allows them to see future visions. Danton loudly repeats the word he just heard, visions. Chewing on his bread, Steve explains that this is how they crush even the tiniest spark of rebellion before it even begins. Danton closes his eyes and nods. I used to think you were exaggerating, but now I see that unless you corner the royals, this kingdom will never change. And trust me, you and I are going to watch them fall. Steve bows his head and says, At first, all I wanted was revenge. Let's dive into his story. I never had any grand vision of changing this entire kingdom, but I guess I might as well do it along the way. Suddenly, he snaps his eyes open as if remembering something important. Oh, right, Danton. I'm trying to track someone down, but I have no idea where he is. His name is Skyen. Ever heard of him? Danton immediately pictures a familiar face in his mind. Skyrkin. Yeah, I know him. Birds of a feather really do flock together. What's your connection to him anyway? All of you are giving me a massive headache. Danton turns around and pulls a sheet of paper from his drawer. Fine, I'll contact some guild members to ask around. Steve turns his head to look at him. Then I'm done here too. Should I just wait around until you find something? Do you mind if I crash here for a bit? Danton's hand tightens, squeezing the rolled-up scroll with immense force. Listen, Steve. As long as you are staying in this town, there is one crucial thing you must remember. Steve winces, listening to the advice. Your revenge might have started as a personal grudge. Danton then thinks of his homeland, hoping that, but I truly hope you completely turn this outdated, decaying kingdom upside down. And remember, I'm not just saying this as the chief of a local black market branch. Danton smiles, pointing a finger directly at him. I will always have your back and support you, never forget that. Steve smiles and lets out a soft sigh, looking at him. Thanks, Danton. Before leaving the room, Danton suddenly stops in his tracks. Oh, I have another question before I go. Steve looks up seriously, waiting. Pay attention, because things are about to get very awkward. Danton finally speaks up. Do you guys need a private room? Elena's cheeks immediately flush a bright rosy pink after hearing his question. Freya bows her head, closing her eyes as she giggles quietly at his words. Steve immediately yells, What the hell are you thinking? Danton asks him in a highly teasing tone. What? It is a fair question to ask, isn't it? A man working with his head down instructs his subordinate to put that item over there. The subordinate replies instantly, Yes, sir. The voice of a man wearing a black cloak echoes in their ears. Clyde actually has his own apprentice now? I can't believe my own eyes. Clyde frowns, chuckles, pulls down his goggles, and turns his head. What? Who just said that? His eyes widen in absolute shock when he sees the person standing right in front of him. Oh my God, it is you. Steve smirks, waving his hand warmly at him. Long time no see. Clyde. Clyde gasps aloud. Steve, what on earth are you doing here? Outside, the sunset sky glows with a warm orange-gold hue, and inside the quiet forge, a peaceful silence takes over. Clyde sits by the roaring hearth, looking at him. What the hell have you been doing out there? Your wanted posters are everywhere. Let's see how Steve casually brushes this off. Steve turns his head to look at the weapon resting beside him. Oh, you mean the sword you gave me? I'm really sorry to say this, but it broke. Clyde's face tenses up as he anxiously asks. But was it useful to you? Steve chuckles softly. Useful? Haha. It literally saved my life, and did so much more than that. Clyde relaxes and laughs along with him. Good. As long as my weapons or armor serve their master well, I am happy. So, what kind of weapon are you using now? Steve reaches into his pocket to pull something out. Oh, I'm currently using this. Clyde stares at the gauntlet and sword placed before him. You mean someone actually had the skill to craft gear like this? He picks up the sword, examining it closely. Wait, is this actually a hollow blade? How on earth did they think of turning a weapon into an item like this? Truly a brilliant concept. Clyde then picks up the gauntlet to evaluate it. And these joints. They are designed specifically for piercing. This is an absolute masterpiece. If you plan on staying here for a while, leave these items with me. I think I can make them even better for you. Steve looks at him with deep gratitude. I really appreciate it, Clyde. A steaming hot plate of eggs and meat is placed right on the table. This is our guild's special signature breakfast. Steve looks at the man, thoroughly confused. Why are you still cooking and cleaning glasses? You are a literal guildmaster now. Danton looks back and replies. Old habits die hard. Plus, I actually enjoy this kind of work. By the way, did you hate your room? You look completely exhausted for some reason. With massive dark circles visibly hanging under his eyes, Steve growls. You put us in the same room on purpose, didn't you? Steve's face flushes a deep red as he grinds his teeth in frustration. Thanks a lot. I couldn't get a single second of sleep. That is why I look like this. Are you happy now? Danton laughs so hard that tears start welling up in his eyes. Hee, look how red you are. So, what happened? You can thank me for that wonderful favor whenever you are ready, you know. Steve stands up, turns around to leave, and dismissively waves his hand to signal that absolutely nothing happened. Don't be ridiculous. Thanks for the food, though. Danton quickly calls him back. Wait, you and I are not done here yet. Danton reaches into his coat, searching for something. All right, you and I are diving right back into the mystery. After hearing what you told me yesterday, I had my men search the area and found a very interesting document. Steve crosses his arms, staring down at the paper on the table. Basically, someone else was also asking around for information on Sky. He confirms it with a nod. Exactly. And we received this request just 2 weeks before the criminal arrest operation in Beaton 3 even started. Sounds highly suspicious, right? He looks at the man across from him and asks, is it a noble or maybe someone from the royal family? Danton begins to explain, you know how seriously we take background checks in this business, especially when there could be spy rings lurking around. But this buyer looks like a completely normal person on the outside. Steve lowers his head, staring intently at the paper. I need to find out who this is. Can you do that for me? Danton rolls up the paper and immediately replies, of course, I will do my absolute best. Oh, and one more thing. You did not just come all the way here to eat and run, did you? His face goes blank as he watches Danton head toward the kitchen. Danton hands him a plate of food, telling him to take it back to that young lady. He happily watches the boy walk away. I am only trying to help you out, my friend. Good luck. Steve looks down at the plate of food in his hands, wondering, I did not even know he could make something like this. Now think about this. Back inside the room, a curious voice asks, is someone else really investigating Sky? Elena takes a bite of food, glancing at Steve sitting across from her. I suppose the timing could be a coincidence, but do you have anyone in mind? He closes his eyes and sighs. I am not entirely sure, but Danton said he would look into it, so I am confident he will uncover something. Hearing this, Elena relaxes and happily keeps eating, replying, well, then there is absolutely nothing to worry about. Steve looks at her, his face turning a soft shade of pink again. He mutters to himself, oh, this is not good. Elsewhere, a man dismisses his subordinate, telling him he is free to go. The soldier stands straight and salutes him. Yes, sir, please take care. Footsteps clad in dress trousers and boots then stride directly into a quiet room. Anfet looks around the space, silently evaluating everything. He takes in all the different items stored away in this place. Even though most of it is just useless junk, Anfet quickly reaches out and touches a surface embedded with red gems. You and I both know what this is. A wiretapping artifact that can transmit nearby sounds over a massive distance. He grinds his teeth, thinking, I cannot believe he actually had this. Recalling when he grabbed someone by the neck, this explains exactly how the secret battle plans got leaked. Anfet tightly grips the solid artifact in his hand. With that in mind, he channels his power into it, attempting to activate the ancient device's functions. Images of the castle interior flash before his eyes, eventually leading him directly to where the matching device is hidden. An alarm suddenly triggers, signaling its location. Anfet spins around, cursing silently. That absolute bastard actually installed one of these right in my own room. He storms off in pure frustration. Even with these powerful tools, that idiot still managed to ruin everything. What a complete fool. A soldier guarding the door sees him approaching and asks in confusion, why are you in such a hurry, Prince? Has something happened? Anfet waves him off, snapping that it is none of his business. Stepping outside, he frowns and closes his eyes for a moment, clutching the device as he walks forward. Then, his eyes snap open as a realization hits him. That guy must have installed a wiretapping device in Conrad's private office as well. Anfet's footsteps stop right outside the door of a room. But wait, that is not all. He reaches out with both hands and throws the massive doors wide open. Anfet looks around the spacious interior, realizing the bastard has placed one here too. Staring directly at the grand throne in the center of the room, he curses raptors silently once more. What a despicable lowlife. Then, he looks down at the artifact in his hand with a sinister, plotting smile. I will treat this item as a little parting gift from you and make good use of it. Meanwhile, on the training grounds, the instructor's voice echoes, look straight ahead and run as fast as you can. Zero yells at the soldiers, you are supposed to be the defenders of the capital city, Benezia. Is this really the absolute limit of your endurance? Just then, a voice calls out to him from behind. Excuse me, Commander. He turns his head, glaring at the newly arrived subordinate, demanding what he wants. The soldier stands at attention and salutes, reporting that the Emperor wishes to see him. Walking close behind, Zero observes, I see we are heading toward the Emperor's private office. Is there some sort of trouble? The soldier turns back with a worried expression, answering, I am not entirely sure, sir. But the Emperor specifically ordered us not to let anyone else inside. Stopping right outside the door, the guard loudly announces, Your Majesty, the third prince has arrived. A commanding voice echoes from inside, enter. Zero steps into the room and bows respectfully, standing perfectly still behind the Emperor. Then, he looks up and asks, Did you wish to speak with me about something, Father? Zero thinks to himself, he would never summon me here unless it was incredibly important. But as the Emperor issues a silent command, you and I are left holding our breath for what comes next. Let's jump right in as Anfet immediately pushes open the door and steps inside. Seeing him barge in, Jero grimaces and grits his teeth, wondering what Anfet is doing there, before turning his gaze back up to the Emperor standing in front of them. May I ask why you wanted to meet us, Your Majesty? Jero asks, as the Emperor slowly turns around and frowns at them. I brought you two here to explain the mess you've gotten yourselves into, the Emperor states, while Anfet silently watches his father's cold expression. Anfet has never seen his father this furious. When the Emperor suddenly roars Jero's name, the startled prince quickly responds with a tense nod. Yes, Your Majesty. Emperor Shinchero stares him down with a heavy gaze and demands, How much do you actually know about your opponent? Jero bows his head in deep thought, asking if the Emperor is referring to their main enemy, Steve Atelier. But the ruler immediately dismisses his words. No, I am talking about his artifact. Jero's eyes widen as he gasps in shock, asking, How in the world do you know about that? Standing quietly next to them, Anfet watches Jero's reaction, while the Emperor coldly retorts, Does how I got that information actually matter to you? How I know is irrelevant. I only kept quiet because it was necessary. But look at the pathetic outcome of your useless actions. Not only did you lose the entire elite army you took with you, but you even let that incredible artifact fall right into another's hands. Jero hurriedly tries to explain, speaking up desperately. But Your Majesty, that was completely unintentional on my part. He recalls the terrifying vision he received back then, warning him that anyone who dared to use the item would be cursed to dissolve into nothingness. Now, pay attention here, because the Emperor simply scoffs and calls him a complete fool, explaining that it was never a curse, leaving Jero utterly speechless. What do you mean by that, Father? Emperor Shinchero explains that the artifact is actually designed to test the ultimate will of anyone who attempts to use it. Specifically, it tests a person's absolute desire to live when staring death right in the face, as well as their willpower to endure and conquer every ounce of pain. Once they prove themselves worthy of the artifact's power, it burns their old physical vessel away, granting them an entirely new lease on life. He continues, explaining that during this intense process, the artifact optimizes the user's body so they can fully channel its raw power. What you mistook for a deadly curse was actually just the regular activation mechanism. Jero stares down at his hands in disbelief, arguing, but when I held it in my hand, the Emperor firmly confirms, yes, exactly. And if you hadn't foolishly given it away over some non-existent curse, that legendary artifact would belong to you right now. Having stayed quiet this whole time, Anfet finally speaks up, asking if they could, but the Emperor immediately cuts him off, saying he already knows what he's about to ask. He orders both of them to follow him, wanting to show them what lies beyond the basic history they think they know. You and I are about to uncover a massive secret, as the Emperor prepares to share a hidden truth passed down only through royal blood. He turns and begins leading them down a dark hallway. A very long time ago, the Wicked Elves launched a devastating territorial war against humanity. They even went so far as using dark forbidden magic to craft ancient relics, which possessed the terrifying power to completely annihilate the entire human race from this world. Fortunately, before the elves could complete and activate all of these relics, humanity managed to secure a decisive victory over them. Our victory was only possible because those relics are unable to unleash their true, destructive power, unless every single one of them is gathered in the exact same place. With a firm push, Emperor Shinchero opens the heavy double doors ahead. The war ended, and the remaining elves scattered all across the far corners of the land. While we monitored the elves to ensure they never dreamed of rebelling against humanity again, a legendary figure stepped forward to seal those dangerous relics away so they could never be used by anyone. Both Anfet and Jero peer into the chamber their father just revealed. The Emperor continues, explaining that this great savior was none other than the founder of Benesia. As the three walk down into the dimly lit vault, he notes there was a limit to what he could achieve. First, these cursed relics were simply too powerful for any human to destroy, meaning the only viable option was to place them under a permanent seal. And second, the location of the final, most terrifyingly powerful relic remained completely lost to history. Jero stares at the ruler in front of him, his voice trembling with absolute disbelief. "Are you really saying?" Emperor Shinchero stops him with a firm, "Yes." He stares intensely at the mysterious object hovering right before them. "The relic you gave away was indeed the final piece, while three dark, glowing spheres pulse with ominous magical energy. If you had secured that final item, the relics would have clashed and completely destroyed each other, and we would finally be free of this cursed fate." Jero frowns and raises another question. "If it's such a vital artifact, why didn't Benetia hunt for it years ago?" Emperor Shinchero responds with his own question. "Jero, do you actually know why I sent you on that dangerous expedition in the first place? Out of all your royal siblings, you are the only one with an unbreakable attachment to life and an endless will to keep fighting. I place my ultimate trust in you because you managed to survive the brutal northern border while serving as our chief general. So tell me, do you finally realize what a disastrous mistake you've made?" Jero bows his head in heavy silence for a long moment, before quietly asking what his father wants him to do now. The Emperor simply answers, "Do absolutely nothing." The Emperor slowly tilts his head, casting a cold glance toward Anfet. "At least not yet." His eyes widen in sheer terror. "And honestly, you and I wouldn't want to face that chilling royal glare. All right, you and I are about to watch a powerful royal family completely tear itself apart." Leaving the room, Anfet replays his father's chilling words. The Emperor is most worried about him. The ruler ruthlessly analyzed everyone. Raptor was agile but blinded by pride, while Jero possessed endless determination but lacked the brilliant intellect needed to rule. Yet they both share a critical trait that Anfet lacks. What is it? They actually make things happen. Even if Raptor and Jero failed to reach their ultimate goals, the Emperor believed that creating some action is far better than producing no results at all. Anfet grinds his teeth in sheer rage. "You simply do not have what it takes to be king. A skilled politician, yes, perhaps even a prime minister at best." His knuckles turn white as those brutal words echo in his mind. He is not meant to wear the crown, but to serve the king. With a deafening roar of rage, Anfet hurls his glasses violently against the solid stone wall. Hearing the crash, the guards outside peer inside in panic, asking if Prince Anfet is all right. "Shut up and get back to your posts," he snaps, leaving the terrified soldiers scrambling to apologize as they withdraw. His shattered glasses lay in pieces on the floor, surrounded by his heavy, ragged breathing. Anfet squeezes his fists together tightly. A dark aura radiates from his trembling body. He gave everything to build this kingdom, and a mere assistant is all his father thinks he is worth? How incredibly pathetic. Now, watch closely. If the Emperor wants him to take matters into his own hands, he will do exactly that. We cut to Steve walking forward. He never expected their targets to find them first, especially using Danton to track them down. Elena turns to him, questioning the highly suspicious meetup location. It is in the middle of nowhere. Could this be a deadly trap for them? Frowning, Steve raises his fist. Trap or not, he is ready to crush anyone who stands in his way. They will pay if they dragged us out here just to waste our time. Suddenly, Elena's ears twitch as she catches a faint noise in the distance. Steve asks how many there are. Elena tilts her head, focusing on the sounds, and whispers 5. "No, make that 6. Hearing this, Steve shouts up at the surrounding cliffs, telling them to come out. "Do not even think about ambushing us. Show yourselves." Up on the cliffs, the cloaked figures listen intently. "If you make me angry, you will suffer the consequences. I will end you all." Standing high above, Sale frowns as he stares down at the duo. "Wait, is that Brian?" Sale leaps down to the ground, surprised, as he thought Steve was heading north. "What are you doing here anyway?" Steve looks at him with utter confusion, asking if they have actually met before. Pointing at him, Sale introduces himself, reminding Steve that they have crossed paths quite a few times in the past. Mortem appears behind Steve to jog his memory, mentioning the magic user who worked for Garrett. Steve finally remembers. "Right, of course. But what are you doing here?" Sale turns around and shouts up at the cliffs. "Hey everyone, it is a false alarm. He is our ally." Up on the cliffs, the cloaked figures echo his words with relief. "An ally?" Sky frowns. "Let us pause for a second. Who has been following us these past few days? Was it you?" Steve stands stunned at the sight of him. "Sky? I am glad you are safe, but what is going on here? As the group climbs down the cliffs, a frustrated voice sighs, asking why Steve could not have arrived any sooner. Why did you wait until my entire crew was completely robbed before showing up? Sky complains, glaring at him. And you even dared to challenge me? Talk about arrogant. Sky grabs Steve by the collar, getting visibly angrier by the second. I really need to teach you a lesson. Behind them, one of the men watches the two bicker and sighs. Garrett points a finger at them. So your real name is Steve Atelier, not Brian? Is that right? You are the wanted criminal everyone is searching for? And yet, you are actually close friends with Sky? Even with Sky gripping his collar, Steve remains completely unfazed and calmly nods. Garrett then turns his gaze toward the other two companions sitting nearby. So you girls must be using fake names as well? She smiles warmly, introducing herself as Elena. When he turns his gaze to Freya, she coldly tells him to mind his own business. Clutching his chest in disbelief, Garrett silently complains about her attitude. That is no way to talk to a bandit leader, especially since I helped Sky get this far. Well, at least Sky answered my questions earlier. I guess that makes us allies in some weird way, doesn't it? I am really trying to stay positive here. Sky suddenly releases Steve's collar, his face filled with pure panic. So, what exactly did you do up in the north? Steve exhales a long, heavy sigh and confesses he killed the first prince. A shocked scream echoes through the camp. What? All the nearby subordinates immediately freeze and turn their attention toward them. You and I can guess Sky's utter shock as he stammers out. What do you mean? You killed who? Garrett glared, his face dripping with sweat. You and I are jumping right into his explanation of why the first prince mysteriously vanished from public eye. So, it turns out he actually bit the dust? He looked at him and began to recount exactly what happened. Yeah, I found him traveling with just a tiny escort, completely unprotected by any army. So, I took the chance to eliminate the prince and his henchmen, then burned their bodies to ashes. Sky looked over at Stet with genuine approval in his eyes. You seriously never fail to amaze me, Stet, and this is absolutely fantastic news. Think about it, the Eastern General is currently missing, the first prince is dead, and the third prince might as well be considered dead at this point. Now all we have left to deal with is the Western Army's commander in Baden-Ba and the second prince. Not bad at all. Stet thought to himself, this probably isn't the best time to bring up the big boss. Then he spoke up. I actually overheard some interesting things while finishing off the first prince. Meanwhile, a hand cast a spell over a crystal ball. They mentioned an ancient artifact in Benicia that grants them the power to see the future. Suddenly, a panicked voice echoed. What? Sky gritted his teeth, his brow furrowing deeply. If that is true, then aren't we basically doomed to lose from the very beginning, no matter how hard we try? So that explains why the Eastern General showed up in Gambini, but Garrett turned around, instantly dismissing that theory. No way. As an artifact user myself, let me tell you that absolutely no relic in this world is truly omnipotent. At most, it only shows a few critical moments. Now, pay attention here because this is where their real game plan begins. As they sat huddled around the campfire mapping out their strategy, Garrett added, besides, we can actually turn this weapon against them. The bigger the threat we pose to the royals, the easier our moves are to predict. Steve nodded in agreement with his logic. Exactly. No matter what crazy scheme we pull, we always have to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Right now, what we need is absolute adaptability to handle whatever is thrown at us, not some rigid, flawless plan, Sky added. I agree. But first, Zit, there is something I have to ask you. Sky frowned, staring directly at him. You are always the absolute core of every single plan we make. That means you are carrying the heavy burden of my men's lives, along with everyone else. Are you truly prepared to shoulder a massive weight like that? Elena sat silently to the side, but she gave a firm nod, fully agreeing with Sky. Steve's face hardened with absolute determination as he assured them. Of course, I know we can win this, but we'll need every bit of help possible. Leaning forward, he asserted. Make no mistake, this is a suicide mission. I absolutely won't blame anyone who decides to walk away right now, which is why I have one crucial question for you all. Sky sighed as Steve looked around, asking, no matter what challenges the future holds for us, will you stand by me until the end? Elena smiles and nods. We both knew she was in, no questions asked. Garrett let out a low chuckle, shaking his head. Unbelievable. You bunch of idiots are seriously planning to wage war against an entire kingdom. But honestly, I love that crazy drive. He stood up, gesturing for them to follow. Follow me. Let's get you guys settled into your temporary quarters. Soon, they arrived at a secluded, completely empty tent. Once inside, Garrett leaned over, pointing his finger at the map spread out before them. Fortunately, Benicia is currently severely weakened. Iron Henrietta is the only talented commander they have left, he explained, analyzing her reliance on an artifact known as belonging to the night. It summons deadly shadow minions, growing exponentially stronger the darker the surroundings get. Sky, having dealt with this power before, knew it well. She is bound to strike at night, right when her dark relic reaches its peak power. But since other divisions require light to fight, she usually operates entirely alone, acting as a separate unit. We also must avoid using any light, or we'll give away our positions instantly. He then brought up a clever workaround. We're going to use specialized night vision goggles to help us navigate the pitch black. My men are moving those tactical supplies as we speak. Stet nodded, pressing further. And what about our second scenario? We still can't be entirely sure Idrin will lead their forces. Garrett closed his eyes, frowning deeply. Please. From what I know, the second prince is completely useless on a battlefield. Unlike his brothers, he has always focused entirely on political administration rather than combat tactics. There is no way a desk-bound nerd who spends his life reading documents would suddenly charge onto a battlefield. Suddenly, a panicked scout burst straight through the tent doors, shouting breathlessly, "Commander, we have a massive, urgent problem. There is a large group of strangely dressed people marching straight through the valley toward us." Shocked, Garrett instantly barked, "What? Lead the way, now!" A massive sea of armored soldiers kept marching forward, their heavy metal boots shaking the ground. Peering over a rocky cliffside, Garrett watched the massive force marching below before letting out a sharp curse. Damn it. As the troops drew closer, he realized with shock that these were elite soldiers from Benicia. Stunned, he muttered, "What are they doing here? How many troops are we talking about?" Garrett demands. "Stick with me, because a terrified scout is about to crash their meeting. Let's dive in." As a scout panics, screaming, "Boss," before whispering to Garrett, who gasps in shock, "What? Why are you only telling me this now?" With Benet finally peaceful, they head toward the northern front. Their forces split into two groups, one heading east and the other south, as Garrett's scout explains the situation to the three of them. Then he continues, "I'm not sure about the south, but the army approaching us is definitely their eastward force." Observing the advancing troops, Steve chimes in, saying that the southward division is definitely marching toward the Shadow Forest. Steve falls silent, wondering to himself if they really intend to assault the Shadow Forest with such a massive army. Right now, he can only trust that Big Head will be able to handle everything over there. With that thought, he calls out, "Hey Garrett, didn't you say before that you installed dispum plates across the valley?" Steve asks. Hearing this, Garrett answers immediately without making him wait. Not across the entire valley, but yes, to some extent. Steve then follows up, asking if those plates can actually block incoming fire from the enemy cannons. Garrett keeps his eyes on the army, replying that while the plates can handle pure mana ammunition, solid metal shells will almost certainly tear right through them. Steve quickly replies, "Now pay attention here, unless we know the exact ammo they are using, we can't predict anything." "But what about their commander? Can you see who it is from this distance?" "Let me check," Garrett says, raising his binoculars to his eyes. After spotting the figure through his lens, Garrett lets out a heavy grunt. The leader is none other than Second Prince Anfet. He wonders what Second Prince Anfet Messer is doing here, just as Mortem speaks up, telling Steve to look closely at his chest. What Mortem is pointing out is a dark orb secured by a heavy chain around Anfet's neck. "It is a dark relic," it says, looking toward the second prince. Even as his soldiers call out to him, Anfet remains completely silent, as if his mind is entirely elsewhere. It is only when Banstock asks, "Are you all right, Your Highness?" that the prince finally reacts. Anfet replies, "Oh, it's just been a while since I've been on a battlefield. I'm fine." Hearing this, Banstock reassures him, "You do not need to worry so much. Your Highness, the army here will do everything to protect you. Just do not get too far ahead of us." Anfet simply replies, "I understand." But internally, he curses his luck, thinking, "Damn it, if I had secured the vision I needed back then, I wouldn't have had to split my forces like this." Anfet continues out loud, "And check this out, he's positive that bastard Steve Atelier is here," reaching up to touch the dark relic resting on his chest. Suddenly, a memory of the relic flashes back. "Anfet, you may have this if you wish." In his memory, King Shinchero holds the orb and says, "It will react whenever an ancient holy relic is nearby, though of course, you are free to choose." Biting his teeth in pure rage at the thought, Anfet snaps back to reality and roars, "All mana cannons, load and take your positions." Instantly, the soldiers realign the massive mana cannons, locking them into place, just waiting for the command to open fire. Seeing this, Sky panics and shouts, "What? Are they seriously going to fire their cannons from that crazy distance? Can they even reach us from all the way out there?" Even Elena looks completely stunned, panic showing in her eyes. Elena thinks to herself, those cannons are loaded with mana-dense shells, as another teammate warns that they can absolutely reach them. And then, the moment of death arrives. Anfet barks the order to fire, and countless mana cannons unleash a terrifying barrage of light. The explosive shells soar straight toward the cliffside where Steve and the others are standing, painting a truly horrifying scene. Unsatisfied with just one wave, the prince screams, "Do not stop, keep blasting them to pieces." Even with the assault, Anfet's face is twisted in fury as he realizes, if they fire back in this narrow terrain, we'll be completely cornered. But I won't give them that chance. I will blow them to pieces from a distance they can't even dream of reaching. Show yourself, Atelier. Up on the cliff, the team scrambles desperately to dodge the relentless rain of cannon fire. Sky screams, Garrett, get your men out of here right now, or they're all going to die. Steve replies, completely helpless. I want to do exactly that, but the bombs are literally raining down everywhere. Their voices are filled with desperation and helplessness. We really shouldn't have split up our forces to encircle them like this. If we aren't careful, we'll take a direct hit. Steve suddenly stands up, muttering, damn it, if that's the case. Which immediately makes Garrett shout out in worry, hey, are you trying to get killed? Keep your head down. But Steve completely ignores the warning, focusing on his breathing, synchronization, and speed. With his mindset, countless streaks of light instantly surge, enveloping his body. And trust me, you and I are left just as shocked as Sky and Garrett, who watch him gasp. What is he doing? Alright, you and I are jumping right into a wild showdown, starting with lightning flashing on a cliff as Anfet wonders what that light is. Before the lightning even fades, Steve transforms into a massive, glowing sphere of pure electric energy. Then he dives straight down toward Prince Anfet while the enemy soldiers scream in panic. Anfet, completely clueless about what is coming, just stands there asking, is that a bomb? But then Steve's voice echoes out, you really should have stayed behind your desk. Why did you even come here? Seeing him face to face, Anfet looks absolutely horrified, unable to believe his eyes. Steve's allies up on the cliff are just as shocked. That guy always rushes in alone and drags everyone into trouble. What an idiot. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind Sky and Garrett. Hey, can you two lend me a hand? It is Elena. She points to a massive relic and says, this thing is huge. Garrett stares at her in disbelief before asking, do you even know how to use that object? Then he adds, Sky, fire the signal flare. They already know we are here, so it is finally time to fight back. Sky snaps back, do not order me around. But he immediately shoots a brilliant flare, lighting up the entire night sky. Listen up, Garrett screams. I need everyone nearby to gather as much stone and metal as possible so I can use them as cannon ammo. I do not care how you attack, just unleash every single strike on these Benesian bastards right now. Garrett shouts that it is time for payback. Right then, Elena unleashes her dragon head weapon. The entire mountain feels like it is exploding as enemy troops scream in terror. Now pay attention to Anfet's face as he watches his army get crushed. Suddenly, Steve warns him to look over here. He charges forward like a speeding arrow, shouting, let us see if you can last any longer than your brother did. Despite seeing the danger charging right at him, Anfet stands completely frozen in place. Suddenly, the villain's magical sphere glows brightly. Steve is sprinting at maximum speed, but some mysterious, invisible force suddenly locks his body down completely. Ugh, what is happening? Steve grunts, his face twisting in panic. I am trying to run, but my body will not move. Then a smug voice laughs. It is useless. Finally, I get to wipe that arrogant look off your face. Steve, it is indeed Anfet. He sneers. Let us see if all your big talk comes from real confidence, or just some pathetic, empty pride. Helpless, Steve desperately calls out to Mortem. Hey, can you do something about this? I am completely paralyzed here. The spirit can only sigh and scold him. You idiot, why did you charge straight in without knowing what they could do? It explains that the enemy is using a relic that can manipulate and control the very space around them. We are trapped inside this barrier with absolutely no way out. Hearing this, Steve can only curse under his breath. Suddenly, Anfet barks another cold command. All magic squads get into formation and attack. The commander screams, telling his troops to move immediately. We can see Steve is in deep trouble as the enemy army surrounds him. Anfet furiously screams the final order to fire. Instantly, an absolute ocean of flames erupts from the enemy army. Every single attack is aimed directly at Steve in the center. Yet, despite this massive barrage, Anfet looks slightly worried. He wonders, how is this guy still alive? I have to admit, surviving those previous attacks is seriously impressive. My magic has been heavily buffed by the Dark Relic, and I have got an entire army backing me up. Yet, the only thing I can manage is keeping him in one spot. Realizing this, Anfet's frustration starts to boil over. He mutters to himself, well, I never expected taking this monster down would be easy. No matter how long it takes, I will chew you up and spit you out. Meanwhile, Steve's allies are still trying their absolute best to help him. A scout reports, Boss, there are way too many enemies. I do not know how we can push through to regroup. Watching the chaos unfold from above, even Garrett feels completely helpless in this situation. Damn it, I do not know how, but he is paralyzed. Is it really okay to leave him out there like that? Noticing the team losing focus, Sky quickly snaps them out of it. Garrett, tell everyone to forget about that idiot and focus on our own fight. This sudden chaotic shift is actually our best opening. Keep pushing and apply pressure on them, he commands. Meanwhile, Steve is struggling hard to endure the relentless onslaught of Anfet's massive army. He thinks to himself, damn it, even with my special absorption ability, I cannot break free from this force field. Then Motem's voice echoes, if we keep taking damage like this, even your ultimate armor will eventually shatter into pieces. Suddenly, Steve's sword moves as if guided by an unseen hand. Huh? My sword? He gasps. Motem explains that the sword is reacting directly to the prince's dark relic. Though, I honestly do not know if it can help us in this desperate situation. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You and I are about to see if the sword obeys its master. We're diving right in as Motem tells Steve his sword will obey him, asking, did you just get an idea? I'm trying to think here. Shut it. I am not even sure if this will actually work. Steve snaps, desperately trying to break the deadlock and expand his cursed armor. Pondus enhancement, Steve shouts. Right after using the skill, it looks like those fierce flames are actually pushed back. It actually worked, he marvels. I can feel an immense wave of mana surging directly through Pondus. Just as Steve says this, Anfet's sphere violently vibrates. Shaken, the prince wonders what is wrong with his artifact. Furious, Anfet screams at his men. What are you idiots doing? Use every single attack to destroy him. Clenching his fist, Steve throws a devastating punch at the barrier, knowing exactly how to direct the surging mana within. After that massive strike, cracks begin spiderwebbing rapidly across the flow of mana, sealing him in. If I can just make one tiny crack, I can shatter this entire prison, he declares. And just like that, Steve breaks free. Sensing the massive energy spike, the soldiers outside panic and scream, where is this terrifying dark energy coming from? Steve steps out, leaving everyone utterly stunned, calmly mentioning that this sword is far more useful than he first thought. Staring at him, Anfet's face fills with absolute disbelief, stuttering, you absolute monster. How did you survive that? Pay attention here, because Anfet is losing his mind wondering how Steve shattered a spatial distortion spell reinforced by mana. Reacting instantly, Bansok shields his prince, shouting, Your Highness, please step back right now. Steve looks at Bansok with a smirk, saying, Long time no see. Crony, weren't you still Jero's little assistant back then? Ignoring the insult, Bansok simply glares at him and snarls, Save your breath and just give up. Bansok boasts, Behind me are over 30,000 soldiers and mana-powered artillery. This entire force was assembled for one single purpose, to end your life. You might be powerful, but you are nothing compared to our overwhelming numbers. Hearing this, Motem warns Steve to hold his sword tight. A bit confused, Steve just blinks and asks, Wait, what? Motem explains they are prepping a signal flare to launch the attack. What are you talking about? Steve asks, as Motem snaps, I can literally smell it. Do you remember the sky bomb from the Gambini raid? Motem asks. Steve gasps. A bomb? Right then, a bright flash erupts from the mountains behind them. With absolute panic in his eyes, Steve asks, Is that what I think it is? The bomb detonates, instantly engulfing the entire area in a massive, blinding cloud of thick smoke and dust. Soldiers scream in absolute agony as the entire battlefield is swallowed by a thick white haze, completely blocking all vision. You really should have told me sooner, Steve groans. So what? I can easily resurrect you if I have enough mana anyway, Motem says casually. Now, we can all feel Steve's rage as he snaps back. What on earth are they thinking? How could they shoot at me without caring about their own allies? I swear, once I get back, I'm going to teach that bastard a lesson. Motem dryly reminds him, You realize you are literally their only ally on this side, right? But thanks to that ruthless blast, most of the frontline troops are wiped out. On Anfet's side, a battered Bansok struggles to his feet. Clueless about what just hit them, he groans. What the hell was that? Suddenly, a voice echoes through the haze. Hey, crony, mind repeating that for me? Yep, it is Steve. Wearing a highly mocking smirk, Steve asks, What did you say about your army again? Bansok's fury has officially reached its boiling point. Screaming at the top of his lungs, What are you waiting for? All units, attack. The remaining army rushes Steve like hungry beasts. Watching from a distance, Garrett says worriedly, Man, they have completely lost their minds. All of their remaining forces are swarming Steve right now. Shouldn't we go down and help? But Elena is far more composed. She calmly reassures him, There is no need to worry. The enemy's remaining forces are just ordinary, low-level soldiers. Their sheer numbers simply do not matter. Our main priority right now is taking care of our own allies. Staring down a massive swarm of enemies, Steve shows absolutely no fear, even letting out a confident smirk. Meanwhile, Motem eagerly urges him on, saying, Hurry up, I am itching for action. Let's give them a taste of their own medicine. Grasp, Steve yells, unleashing a punch of devastating power. In the crowd, one of the enemy soldiers flashes a creepy, wicked grin. A thick cloud of dust fills the air, leaving the surrounding soldiers coughing violently while covering their noses. Suddenly, a soldier's expression turns to pure terror. It turns out one of their own comrades is being completely controlled by Mortem. He starts ruthlessly slaughtering his own comrades, leaving them screaming in sheer agony as they are cut down. One by one, dozens of soldiers are brutally cut down by their own mind-controlled comrades. Witnessing this absolute madness, Tarasque is left in complete and utter shock. Why are they attacking each other? Is this another cheat skill? Stick with me to find out. Alright, let's dive into the ultimate underdog revenge. Tarasque stands there completely baffled, wondering, how could a once useless, mediocre adventurer like Steve suddenly become so incredibly powerful? Countless soldiers lie dead all around him, yet Steve remains standing, completely untouched without even a single scratch. Tarasque gasps in utter disbelief. Impossible. While Anfet screams at his troops, "What are you doing? Charge and attack him!" But none of his soldiers can even take a step, frozen as razor-sharp wind blades slice through the air all around them. Every step Steve takes leaves a trail of defeated enemies, his sheer dominance terrifying the survivors. He is way too strong. None of our attacks are even scratching him. Even Anfet stares in sheer disbelief, wondering how on earth a single man can wield such terrifying power. Now pay attention to this chilling moment. The battlefield lies in complete ruin, with Steve standing alone amidst a mountain of corpses. Seeing his terrifying smile, a desperate Anfet wonders if anyone can stop this monster. Suddenly, Steve vanishes into thin air, leaving Anfet in a state of sheer, absolute panic. What the? Before he can even process it, Steve teleports right in front of him and grabs him by the face. Steve slams Anfet's head into the ground with a brutal crash, making him scream. Yet, even pinned down, the arrogant villain still tries to threaten him. "You bastard! If you dare touch me, my entire kingdom will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Do you think you can escape?" But before this brat can finish, Steve cuts him off with pure disdain, saying, Yeah, I get it. I have been fully prepared to face death every single day since that fateful moment, so you really don't need to worry about me." With those cold words, Steve raises his weapon high, preparing to deliver the final, fatal blow. "I do not hold any personal grudge against you, so I will make this quick." A single, effortless slash cuts through the air, sending his soul straight to the afterlife. Blood pools onto the dirt, soaking his scepter as a bone-chilling voice echoes through the silence. "As for you?" Steve stares down at the trembling Tarasque, declaring that he wants him captured alive. Tarasque is completely paralyzed, utterly unable to resist. Overwhelmed by the dark energy, he can only sit there in pure, helpless terror. Steve steps forward, his voice dripping with pure ice as he delivers his final judgment. "You stood there and watched innocent people lose their lives, treating them like nothing but worthless insects." The memory of that heartless gaze flashes in Steve's mind as he declares, "I will never forget that." Without wasting another second, Steve grabs Tarasque by the neck. Honestly, we all know he deserves this. Steve looks at him with murderous intent, whispering, "Let's see what kind of face you make when you die in absolute agony." His words are immediately followed by a bone-chilling, agonized scream. Sometime later, a wild celebration feast is underway, with everyone raising their glasses to toast Steve. A heavy beer mug slams onto the table with a loud bang. Garrett, absolutely furious, points his finger straight at Sky and angrily demands answers for his reckless actions. "What was that crazy bomb you just set off? How could you build something so incredibly dangerous right inside our own base?" Seeing him lose his mind, Sale quickly tries to hold him back, pleading, "Calm down, boss." But Garrett is just way too furious to stop. "How can I stay calm? That lunatic almost blew up our entire base along with all our people." Sky just rolls his eyes, muttering that Garrett and Steve are exactly the same, using him when it is convenient, then screaming at him the second they are safe. "Maybe I should have just blown up the whole place with my cannons." Hearing this, Garrett loses his mind all over again. "What did you just say to me?" Sensing imminent disaster, Sale quickly drags his raging boss away, begging others to help pull them apart. Steve watches the hilarious chaos from the high balcony, letting out a heavy, exhausted sigh as he takes in the scene. Well, looks like everyone is having a good time. Just then, Elena steps up, smiling and saying it is completely understandable after such a massive victory. Seeing her, Steve offers his sincere gratitude, thanking her for successfully exposing the enemy's critical weakness during the battle. Truly impressive. "What on earth did you use to hit them like that?" She openly answers that it was a special liquid bomb created by Sky. She explains how she loaded the dangerous weapon, saying she poured the liquid directly into the sparatus to use as massive cannon ammunition. We see a flashback of Garrett helping her carry the heavy barrel, nervously asking if it was actually safe to pour all of that in. Honestly, even she was shocked by the sheer scale of the explosion, admitting she had never fired a shot that massive in her life. "The blast was way bigger than I expected." Hearing this, Steve sweats, questioning Sky's crazy invention. How does that guy always come up with such insane, chaotic ideas? Ignoring Steve's funny, exasperated face, Elena gently points out that this victory has brought them much closer to their ultimate goal. And that is a very good sign. Steve, of course, completely agrees with her assessment. You are right. The Benizia Empire has officially ordered all of their forces from the northern front to retreat back to the capital. This means they will not be launching any attacks anytime soon. Steve gently pats her head, advising her to rest before their journey back to the dark forest. And trust me, you and I do not want to miss what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the action. He casually turns around to leave, tossing back a cold line. I have some business to take care of. Moments later, a door creaks open. Steve steps inside, asking if she managed to find anything. Hearing his voice, Freya looks up and teasingly replies, "Is our little break over already?" "No, I found absolutely nothing." She stares intently at the strange, swirling black orb in her hand, utterly puzzled. I really wonder how that prince got his hands on a relic like this. But Steve has zero patience for curious staring. He wants to investigate this cursed object immediately. He sighs. Got it. No point in waiting around. Let us inspect this thing right now. He instantly activates his signature skill, Curse Devourer. His surging energy begins to wrap around that mysterious black sphere. Suddenly, they are dragged down into a pitch-black abyss, where figures are already waiting. As three shadows glide past, Steve mutters, "What kind of memory is this?" A white-haired figure leads the way. But the moment Freya spots Jero and Anfess standing there, she murmurs, "I can't say for sure why they are here, but it looks like this ancient relic somehow absorbed the prince's memories. The end is coming soon. And that guide is none other than Emperor Zero." Seeing him makes Steve wonder, what is the king of Benizia plotting? Suddenly, a chaotic commotion erupts outside the Grand Hall doors, and Jero abruptly drops to his knees in defeat. Steve finally recognizes his face and gasps in sheer disbelief. Wait a second, that is impossible. Watching the man summon enough strength to bow before Anfess, Steve grits his teeth in rage. That stubborn bastard is still alive? Damn it. I should have finished him off for good when I had the chance. Though alive, his limbs have been completely rebuilt using bizarre materials. Right here, pay attention, Freya suddenly warns him. Focus. Steve, the memory is shifting. Before the words fade, a bright flash of light sweeps them to another location. A resigned voice echoes through the space. It seems this is truly my end. Followed by desperate weeping. Lord Desra, please, do not do this. You must stay strong. Desra remains silent, letting out a heavy, weary sigh. To think my time would come while I was still busy working at my forge, fading away while living among humans. Yes, this is my final hour. He then looks at his weeping followers and gently comforts them. Do not weep for me. This is not a true death. My power has simply run dry, and my physical body is returning to the dust. In that very moment, an elf with a deeply panicked expression cries out, "But Lord Desra, what will we do without you?" Desra calls out his name with sudden, stern authority, Elerin Ponzadrano. The young elf quickly responds, "Yes, Lord Desra." The deity calmly explains, "Look at the other two races. They have already lost their gods, yet they continue to survive and push forward. My absence does not mean a dark, hopeless future for our entire race." These words make Elerin want to argue back, but Desra patiently raises a hand to comfort him and the weeping crowd. "There is absolutely nothing to fear. I did not raise you all to be a weak and helpless race." Even as Desra's body steadily crumbles to ash, his gentle voice continues to echo, "I will depart soon, but I hope my teachings will remain in your hearts forever." With those final, comforting words, he vanishes entirely, leaving his grief-stricken people behind in deep mourning. I know what you are thinking, is that really the end? Well, wait. Suddenly, a tiny spark glimmers within the piles of ash Desra left behind. This catches Ellerin's attention. He quickly reaches out and scoops the glowing object up from the dust. Staring at the sparkling gem, he softly whispers Desra's name. Realizing his master was right, a new strength surges within him, making him feel braver than before. We are not weak. The only way to honor his legacy is to survive and live our lives to the absolute fullest. With that resolve, he carefully places Desra's keepsake stone inside his necklace, thinking quietly to himself. This is his last will, the hope he chose to leave behind for all of us. This sacred necklace will always remind us that he is with us. Suddenly, a bright flash of light drags Steve out of the memory realm. Gasping for air, he pants, "Hey, did you see that?" Freya frowns deeply and replies, "Yes, that necklace. It looked incredibly familiar." Steve turns and asks Freya, "That young elf Elerin, do you think there is any chance he might be one of Elena's direct ancestors?" But instead of answering, she suddenly dashes off, shouting back over her shoulder, "I need to check on something right now." Her sudden exit leaves him completely baffled. What? Where are you going? Meanwhile, Freya charges down the hallway, her footsteps thudding loudly on the floor. Sorry, coming through. Hearing the commotion, Elena spins around in confusion, wondering what on earth is happening. Wait, what is that? Suddenly, Freya aggressively marches up to her, reaches directly inside her collar, and commands, "Stay still." Shocked by Freya's incredibly bold move, Elena flinches and shrieks at the top of her lungs. "What do you think you are doing?" After a brief, frantic search, Freya grabs the exact necklace from the memory and immediately crushes it with her bare hand, leaving Elena totally stunned. "Wait, that is a sacred relic. What are you doing?" Seeing her furious panic, Freya quickly tries to calm her down. "Just look at it." And as we see the glowing stone in her hand, Freya confirms our suspicions this is indeed Desra's legendary core. "Alright, let's dive back in," as Elena asks, pointing at the glowing stone. "Is that Deshara's core?" Elena speaks up to confirm, "Yes, that is true. We clearly saw his memories while absorbing the dark relic of that wretched prince. This sacred relic had been passed down for so many generations that people completely forgot what was hidden deep inside. The only thing they still knew was that it was incredibly important." Then she turns to Steve and asks, "Do you remember the words the goddess spoke right before she vanished?" He answers immediately, "This is not real death." Then Steve suddenly remembers what Deshara said before she disappeared, that she was simply draining her entire source of energy, and that is why her physical body returned to dust. Elena nods, confirming that's correct. At first glance, it seemed like she just said that to comfort the elves. But it was more than that. She had actually told them the whole truth right from the start. She stares down at the glowing core resting on the table and continues, "It is possible that her physical form has completely vanished, but the core holding her essence has been passed down ever since, and now, it is sitting right here in front of us." Hearing this, Steve raises a question. Does this mean that she can actually be awakened once again? I mean, the goddess of the elves. Freya nods, suggesting that it is highly likely. "Now, pay attention here," Elena asks in complete shock. "We can actually resurrect the goddess?" Freya doesn't give a direct answer to her question. Instead, she explains that things which seem totally unrelated at first are slowly connecting. After that, she begins to list every single piece. First is the most powerful entity that created the saints for the three races. Right after that is the dark relic. Based on these clues, she forms a theory regarding the king of Benesia, saying, "I have a bad feeling that he is plotting something evil, and we absolutely cannot underestimate it." After listening to this, Steve asks, "Do you have any idea what we should do next?" Freya thinks for a moment before replying, "The goddess does not die and decay like other organic life forms. Instead, she vanished in a brilliant flash of light. If we can gather enough powerful mana, it would definitely be worth a try." However, she points out there is a major issue. Hearing her words, Steve immediately asks what the obstacle is, and she begins to break down her analysis. To successfully construct a brand new body strong enough to hold the vast mind of the goddess, we are going to need an incredibly massive supply of highly powerful mana. Even if we manage to create that body, keeping it active will still require an overwhelming amount of power. Hearing this, he asks, "How long do you think I can hold out using the mana in my ring?" She cannot give him a precise timeline, so she can only offer a rough estimate, probably 5 to 10 seconds at most, which is barely worth considering. Steve falls silent, lost in thought, before suddenly looking up and asking, "Wait, a completely new body? Then, what if we already have a brand new body that is in a completely perfect state?" After asking that, he slowly turns his head to look at Elena. Meanwhile, a loud voice echoes from the hall down below. "What on earth is all this about? Let's pause here." Sky snaps, "If this isn't anything special, I'm out of here. I have a whole mountain of experiments to finish." Hearing this, Garrett snaps back furiously. "Excuse me? If you keep making more of these bizarre creations, I am personally going to break your arms and legs." Sky immediately fires right back. "What is your problem anyway? You know you are going to end up using whatever I create regardless." Garrett stubbornly yells back, telling him that if he plans on making something so dangerous, he should go far away and do it by himself. By now, Steve has arrived downstairs alongside Elena. He steps in to pacify them, saying, "Hey, calm down. I already have a massive headache. Can you two stop arguing for a second?" He sighs in frustration, saying, "I initially planned to handle this myself, but if anything goes wrong, it will get incredibly messy later. That is why I called you both here to explain everything." His words leave both of them completely baffled, wondering what needs explaining. Right away, Steve asks them, "Have either of you ever heard of the elven goddess, Deshara?" Only absolute silence answers his question. A moment later, Steve pulls out the core of Deshara, presenting it to his two friends. "So, this gemstone you see sitting here is actually the core of the goddess, and we are planning to resurrect her." Garrett is utterly bewildered by this. "Wait, hold on a second. What are you planning to do?" Sky loudly demands. "Didn't you just say you don't have enough mana? How do you even expect to bring her back?" Steve calmly points right at Elena and replies, "Elena is going to handle that part." That completely casual attitude drives Sky crazy, and he demands through gritted teeth, "But how exactly is she going to do that?" He quickly explains the process. When we channel mana into the core, it will revive Descara's mind first. The physical body comes after, and Elena will provide that vessel for her. Specifically, there is one crucial step to make sure this whole operation succeeds. So, we are going to trick the core into believing that the physical form of the goddess is already completely finished. Hearing the plan, Garrett gets an extremely serious look on his face. Don't tell me you are actually being serious. This is way too dangerous. Have you even considered what could happen to Elena if a single mistake is made? Steve sighs and replies, "Of course, everything is already decided. Besides, this plan was actually Elena's idea from the start." Right at that moment, Freya appears to offer more reassurance. "Do not worry, because the goddess's consciousness will simply exist alongside Elena's mind. The two of them will definitely not end up merging together. We can halt this process at any moment if things get dangerous." And as we leave it here, Garrett asks anxiously, "Is there truly nobody else who can do this?" "Alright, stick with me here." Freya explains that the ritual only works if the host shares a personality with the goddess, and as fate would have it, Elena shares a striking number of traits with the goddess. Knowing he cannot stop this absolutely crazy plan, Garrett finally throws in the towel. "Fine, you would not stop even if I tried, so just do whatever you want." But unlike his worried friend, Sky is actually super excited about this wild plan, saying this is going to be incredibly fun. "If you are doing this, make it quick." Stid also reminds his two friends that they need to step up their game as well. Then he turns back to Elena, asking if she is absolutely sure about doing this. She sighs softly and replies that, like she said before, it is an honor to help the goddess in any way possible. Once she agrees, he immediately promises her that nothing will go wrong, swearing on his word. And she trusts him completely, saying she believes in him with all her heart. Her absolute faith brings a happy smile to his face. Now, pay close attention as Steve brings Desha's core to touch Elena. Suddenly, a massive surge of power erupts, completely wrapping around her. Garrett and Sky are left standing there in absolute shock. Garrett cannot believe his eyes, gasping that it actually worked. As Desha's power flows into Elena, everyone waits in breathless silence. Of course, the talkative Garrett just has to ask if that is really all. But then, Elena's eyes suddenly snap open. She is gone, replaced by the goddess Desha herself. As she addresses them as mere humans, the three boys stare with eyes wide open. Sky speaks up for the group, asking if this is really the goddess. That is when Freya chimes in to explain. Right now, Desha has full control over the body. It seems Elena willingly stepped back into her own mind, and everything looks stable. Suddenly, Steve drops to one knee and speaks with deep respect. "Forgive my rudeness, but I must confirm something with you." Looking at Desha in Elena's body, he asks if she is truly the goddess. The question makes her sigh, wondering if humans have forgotten her after all this time. Without wasting any time, he gets straight to the point, saying they have questions for her. And that is why they summoned her physical form, using the bloodline of her own descendant, Elena Dren. He promises to do his best to answer any questions she might have. Touching Elena's chest, Desha first thanks this sweet child, but then asks why they took such a massive risk to wake her up. Hearing this, Steve raises his head and gives his answer. "We only want to know the absolute truth." Right at that moment, look closely, because the strange ring on his hand begins to glow. Desha spots the glowing ring, realizing that if he carries such an artifact, he must already know a great deal about their secrets. She then asks if they are ready to hear her tale, warning them that it is going to be a long one. Flashing back to the past, a voice on the high balcony asks Desha if she noticed their father acting strange lately. Desha looks up, quite puzzled by this. "Father? In what way?" He admits it is hard to explain, but shares the bizarre behavior he has been watching over the past few days. He explains that their father used to share all his master plans and ideas, but lately, he seems to have zero interest in talking. In fact, the last time they actually had a conversation was 4 whole months ago. Desha sighs deeply at this, telling her brother that their father would never act like this without a very good reason. She jokingly asks if he did something to make him mad, like constantly bragging about his stupid little inventions. This comment immediately makes him defensive, raising his voice in protest. He insists that everyone loves his brilliant inventions just as much as they love him, even if they occasionally blow up in their faces. But right as he is hyping up his creations, something suddenly drops out of the sky, sending him into a screaming panic. He screams, asking what that is, only to see it is actually Kane who fell. Gasping heavily for breath, Kane desperately begs Desha for her help. Recognizing their injured friend, both of them shout his name in complete shock, as Desha looks on with deep confusion. She asks what happened, and Kane quickly explains the urgent reason behind his desperate plea for help. He reveals that an all-out war has erupted between humans and elves in the south, and since neither side will listen to him, he cannot stop it alone. Hearing this, Desha is completely stunned, saying there is no way they would refuse to listen to him, but her brother does not overthink it like she does. He excitedly tells them not to waste any more time, while Kane offers to lead the way. He promises to guide them and immediately takes off, with the two sibling gods following right behind him. Urging them to follow, they soon arrive at the chaotic battlefield where humans and elves are locked in war. The sheer scale of the destruction leaves them completely horrified, wondering how things got this bad. As they hover in the air, one of them spots a terrifying sight down below a human warrior, driven completely mad by rage, trying to beat a helpless elf to death. Pointing down, they yell to look over there, causing Dacia's eyes to widen in shock. Wasting no time, she quickly unleashes her divine magic to save the helpless elf. The brutal warrior is instantly blasted backward by her magic. Without a second thought, she quickly floats down to confront the man she just struck. Furious at his insolence, she prepares to end his life. But just as she is about to strike, a loud voice screams to stop. Trust me, you do not want to miss what happens next. No, Dashara, stop. Aeon descends to remind her that gods like them cannot directly harm their own creations. Stick with me on this journey. We cannot afford to forget the very first law we set for ourselves. His words make Dashara bite her lip and reconsider, finally letting it go. But the moment she walks away, Kine screams in frustration, asking why on earth different species must fight each other. Right then, the very beast whose life Dashara just spared grabs a massive rock nearby and charges at her in a crazed frenzy. This shocks Kine. He rushes forward to stop it, screaming for the creature to halt. Months pass after that first clash between the races, and thanks to the intervention of the three gods, the war quickly ends. But the aftermath is far worse than expected. Having suffered the heaviest losses during the conflict, elves and humans completely lose all trust in one another. That devastating war left both races despising and hating one another. Following the clash between elves and humans, bloody conflicts among all three races erupt all across the land. But nobody knows how these bloody battles truly started, or which side was the first to cross the line. Pay attention here, as the three gods travel the continent, desperately trying to calm everyone down. But things quickly spiral out of control, forcing even the deities to resort to violence. Kine is ultimately driven to draw his sword to handle the threat. Following that devastating clash, lifeless bodies lay scattered across the ground. As Dashara heals a survivor, someone anxiously asks her, "How does it look this time?" Frowning in sheer helplessness, she replies, "It is the exact same phenomenon as before. I cannot comprehend why or how they ended up turning on each other." The order of his memories is completely jumbled and messy. She also reveals there are bizarre gaps in his mind. This clearly shows that some mysterious third party we know nothing about is actively interfering in this situation. But what could they possibly gain by inciting violent conflicts all over the continent? Aeon mutters, equally confused. Indeed, the entire continent is falling into ruin, and there is not a single clue or hint explaining why this is happening. Suddenly, Dashara proposes an idea, asking how many times they have to witness things like this in a single day. Why do we not ask Father about this before the situation gets even worse? However, Aeon reasons that, while he would normally agree with her, Father has completely stopped speaking to them recently, just as he mentioned before. Besides, I am certain he would want us to handle this matter on our own. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy appears, startling all three of them instantly. A shocked Kine asks where that sinister power is coming from. Aeon anxiously replies that he has a terrible feeling about this and urges them to go investigate. Meanwhile, painful screams echo from a dark tower. A beastly foot raises high into the air before brutally impaling the helpless victim right in front of it. The victim cries out in absolute agony as the beast pierces them. Just then, Kine rushes to the scene, shouting that he is going in. He suddenly bursts forward, leaving both Dashara and Aeon behind. Now watch closely, because the monster is about to strike another victim. Refusing to let it strike again, Kine sends the beast flying with a powerful punch. Landing swiftly, he growls with absolute rage, demanding how the creature dares to murder a human right before his eyes. Glaring at the beasts, he vows to track down whoever sent them here later. But first, he will wipe every single one of them out. Nearby, Dashara uses her divine powers to analyze the chaotic situation. Once finished, she mutters in sheer confusion. What kind of creatures are these anyway? Aeon quickly asks if they should assist him, but Dashara assures him that Kine can handle it. She is far more concerned with something else. Watching the dark energy bleed into the air, she grows highly uneasy, sensing a deeply disturbing and alien power. Is that where it originates? Dashara approaches Kine from behind while Aeon calls out to issue a direct order. Kine, evacuate the townspeople first. I have a terrible feeling about this. The warrior quickly nods in agreement. He replies that he already has an idea of where they came from. Dashara adds that they both sensed it on their way here. A powerful, dark mist must be erupting from the mountain cave located just on the other side of this town. The group sets off together immediately. As they step inside the dark abyss, Kine mutters that this cave sends chills straight down his spine. Dashara agrees, whispering that the entire place feels deeply unsettling. Aeon nods in agreement, replying that he feels it too. As they venture deeper, Kine tightens his magically charged fists and warns that a vile energy surrounds them. They cannot afford to waste another second. With those words, he suddenly unleashes his magic, turning back to tell the others that he is leaving the rest to them. Hearing this, Aeon gasps in disbelief while Deshara spots monsters heading their way. All the while, Aeon continues to grumble about Kine's reckless actions. He always leaves the hardest parts for us. Meanwhile, Kine dives deeper and deeper into the dark bowels of the earth. Eventually, he reaches the bottom of the abyss. Join me next time to see what awaits. Alright, you and I are about to jump into a crazy battle. Right in front of Kane is a three-headed wolf covered in blazing fire, and he growls. So you are the one behind all this evil energy. The beast lets out a deafening roar, and without wasting a single second, Kane leaps forward to strike. Kane lets out a fierce battle cry to pump himself up. A moment later, Deshara and Eston finally catch up to him. Eston calls out, asking if that was finally the last beast. Hearing his voice, Kane turns around in surprise and asks, "Well, what took you guys so long?" Deshara snaps back, telling him to stop complaining since the other floors were packed with monsters too. "We cleared them all out, so is that the main boss?" Kane turns and points, saying, "No, it is not over yet. Look over there," Eston gasps, his eyes widening as he spots something glowing in the dark. "Wait, a necklace? What is a random necklace doing here?" A strange, mystical energy begins radiating from the piece. What do you make of it? After studying it, Deshara suggests that all the monsters in this cave in the town were spawned by the magic inside this necklace. Hearing that, Kane reaches out to grab the necklace and agrees with her completely. He glares at the artifact in annoyance for a moment, and then uses his magic to turn it into dust. Seeing him destroy it, Eston frowns and asks, "Do you not think that was a bit too hasty of you? I wanted to take a closer look at it." Kane sighs and says, "That is not our main concern right now. We have to go see Father immediately." With that, he storms back to the house in a total rage. Seeing his anger, Deshara tries to stop him, calling out, "Kane, calm down. What do you think you are doing? Just remember how furious Father got the last time when we entered his private home without his permission." Kane snaps back. "He can be mad all he wants, but I need to see where this tunnel leads and when he even built it." And just like that, Kane heads deeper into the secret passage, completely ignoring his father's rules. Walking a bit further, Kane calls out, "Father, what on earth are you up to?" After looking around, he is shocked to find an old book resting there. Kane picks it up and whispers, "This is Father's journal. Pay attention here, because this book is about to reveal everything." Inside, Achiban, living in Jero's body, was reflecting on his lonely life. "Why am I so incredibly alone? No matter how many centuries pass by, absolutely nothing ever seems to change. I am always trapped in this empty loneliness. Yes, life. I will create new living beings to keep me company." Now, Achiban wanders through a magical forest. Using his powers to create a tiny sapling, he wonders how much time has passed. The world is now overflowing with life. But as he looks around, he still feels unsatisfied. It is just not enough. He needs more. Raising his hand, Jero decides to create something different, molding the first form of Kane from clay. Soon, Eston and Deshara are sculpted too, as he dreams of finally building a real family of his own. Looking at his finished creations, Achiban smiles with pure satisfaction. Before long, all three are kneeling at his feet. Their faces are filled with absolute loyalty, and they live together with Achiban in perfect, peaceful harmony. Eventually, the three say their goodbyes and leave their beloved home. Achiban stands there, looking quite proud to send them off. But soon, Achiban has a sudden change of heart. Waving his hand, he feels a strange shift happening deep within himself. Watching his three children walk away, laughing and bickering, he realizes that once immortal blood is divided, it slowly begins to fade. But he cannot accept that fate. Panic washes over his face, remembering how many eons he spent crafting these children. Looking down at his hands with deep regret, he whispers that he cannot lose everything to the cold limits of death. Immortality. He desperately needs a way to secure immortality. Life. He must research the secrets of life even further. Consumed by these dark thoughts, Achiban grows ruthless, willing to cross any line to conduct his dark research. You and I can see exactly what is tormenting him here. Achiban is completely obsessed with solving this one massive obstacle. There is simply no way to store natural mana in one place. He tried gathering it artificially, but it always faded away. A wave of dark memories floods back with every word spoken. But then, he discovered a completely new source of power with strange properties, known as black energy. This dark force only appears after a mortal dies, a side effect of the three gods' creation. It only manifests when someone is unjustly wronged through murder or betrayal, though the energy itself possesses no real power. However, Achiban discovered that he could easily condense it by gathering it close to raw mana. So, under the pouring rain, he decides to commit murder to harvest this black energy. Frowning deeply, He catches his breath and smiles. It actually worked. As the dying man radiates black energy, you and I can see his descent into absolute madness. If I can just combine more dark energy with all this natural mana, my grand plan will finally succeed. Stick with me here. As he reaches out to gather that swirling mana, something completely unexpected starts to emerge right from the center. What? What is happening? Why is the energy reacting like this? Watching it grow, he gasps in shock. What on earth is that? A living creature is actually forming inside the manosphere. Born from the fusion of dual energies, a new life form emerges. Ichiban has just created his very first monster. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a quiet, desolate town, sitting under a dark and heavily clouded sky. Scattered skeletons litter the streets as a light, creepy mist drifts through the air, prompting Ichiban to burst into wicked laughter. Splendid, he cheers, drawing the attention of the colossal beast. The sheer amount of dark energy and mana here is incredible. As he speaks, the massive creature raises its heavy arms, locking onto him and preparing to strike. The more lives I extinguish, the thicker the dark energy grows, allowing me to hoard even more mana. Showing absolutely no fear, Ichiban casually raises his hand to cast a counterspell. At this rate, I can easily gather massive amounts of mana way faster than I ever imagined. What a delightful surprise, he chuckles, watching his magic completely bind the rampaging beast while plotting his next move. But I need to kill people faster. Now, watch this closely. The monster's entire body starts bubbling violently in response to his words. If I rely solely on these mindless beasts, there is a good chance my own children might try to stop them. Just as he reaches a decision, the monster's head suddenly detonates. In that case, I will definitely need a different strategy. With a cold, murderous glint in his eyes, he resolves his path. I must find a way to harvest dark energy on a massive scale, without relying on beasts. Sometime later, on a peaceful morning, his quiet footsteps echo as he wanders across a vast, open farming field. This catches the attention of the local farmer. Feeling uneasy, the man calls out to him, "Hey, over there, are you lost?" Ichiban slowly glides over with a calm smile. "Oh no, I'm quite all right. Could you do me a favor and stand perfectly still?" He gently places his hand onto the confused farmer's forehead. Instantly, a bright, eerie spark of magical light erupts from his fingertip as he prepares to voice his command. "Submit to me." The moment the command is uttered, the farmer's eyes instantly ignite with an eerie, vacant glow. Gripping his rusty pitchfork with white knuckles, the mind-controlled farmer silently obeys. Ichiban orders him to head straight into town, grinning wickedly as his puppet marches off. I know what you're thinking, but absolutely no one suspected Ichiban was the puppet master orchestrating this brutal human conflict. From there, everything proceeds exactly as planned. Now, we see him standing thoughtfully before a colossal, bizarre mass of dark energy. But just as he struggles to comprehend what he is looking at, the massive structure suddenly begins to shift and squirm. Is this what happens when I condense the absolute limit of dark energy? Wait. What is this? Perhaps the energy is attempting to evolve into a much higher form. Hearing a sudden cracking sound, Ichiban freezes in sheer disbelief. As the giant mass cracks open, a mysterious necklace is briefly exposed, but he completely misses it. What is happening? Suddenly, the entire construct detonates, releasing a massive, devastating shockwave of pure, unadulterated darkness. As the shattered debris starts swirling together, Ichiban leaps high into the air to escape. Floating above, he watches in utter confusion as the dark fragments and energy begin to rapidly consolidate. Ichiban gasped, completely overwhelmed by the unbelievable surge of raw power. The broken core begins violently absorbing the surrounding earth. Right before his eyes, the flying rocks and debris instantly snap together like building blocks. Hovering in midair, he watches with rapt attention as the debris molds itself into another colossal structure. But this time, the fused dark mass shapes itself into an ominous cave, letting out a bone-chilling, monstrous roar. Witnessing this miracle, a delighted smile creeps onto his face. It has completely encased itself in darkness to form a self-generating monster nest. Impressive indeed. What excites him even more is seeing a ravenous horde of feral monsters burst from the cavern's mouth, racing directly toward the unsuspecting town at the foot of the mountain. The beasts brutally slaughter the terrified villagers, creating a massive pool of dark energy that begins drawing even more victims into its deadly grasp. And just like that, Ichiban created the very first dungeon. The memory fades, and warm sunlight once again filters through the windows of the quiet cabin. Returning to the present, Stis sits frozen in absolute shock after hearing the horrifying truth of the past. Desa lowers his gaze, adding that all of these horrific secrets were recorded in the research journals found within his father's hidden basement. Stiz carefully asks about what followed. So, what happened after that? Desa solemnly replies, "My father's terrible plan was a massive success. Countless dungeons lured in unsuspecting humans from all over. My father then gathered their spilled dark energy, fused it with mana, and successfully created the core. Hearing this, Stiz bows his head in deep thought. Then that core. It must be referring to the legendary relic. So dungeons are just mana factories to help Ichiban cheat death. And with that chilling realization, we leave them to uncover the rest of this mystery. Alright. You and I are about to dive into an epic battle of gods, starting with a father who did everything to evade his children and keep spawning deadly dungeons. And in the end, he managed to gather the powerful cores from all of those dungeons. By channeling his remaining mana, he fused all of those cores into a single entity. As he recalls this, he describes how they condensed into one massive, dark mass. Hearing this, Steve instantly recognizes it and gasps, "It was a black relic!" Daisha nods in agreement. Yes, with that massive amount of mana concentrated in a single spot, there was no way we could miss it. Aston and I set out to search for our father, finally tracking him down just as he was attempting to absorb that core. But right in front of us, he ended his own life. Steve is completely stunned, barely able to believe it. What? Why? If he went through so much pain to separate from his own children, why would he choose to end his own life? Hearing his question, he hesitates before revealing the grim truth. It was not self-destruction. Meanwhile, in another location, a man is pinned violently against a door as a voice barks, "Tell me now." The heavily bearded captive, bloodshot eyes trembling, struggles to reply. "You will never be able to stop what we have set in motion. We are the disciples of Ichiban, and even gods cannot hope to stop us." These words only fuel his captor's rising anger. Without hesitating for a single second, he snaps the man's neck and releases his grip, letting the lifeless body slump to the floor. Just then, another person runs up. "Exxon, I found it." Kane holds out a fragment of dark energy and says, "This is the relic these disciples possessed." Now watch closely seeing that item. Everything suddenly clicks for him. It all makes sense now. This explains exactly why our godly powers had absolutely no effect on them. It's because of that fragment. Since it was crafted by Father, even Daisha couldn't locate it. Kane nods in agreement. "Exactly. I believe they are plotting to resurrect our father by gathering these black fragments." Exxon goes quiet, dons his armor, and gives an order. "We must hurry. We don't have enough mana left to maintain this physical form for much longer." Crushing the dark fragment inside his tight fist, he says with absolute resolve, "You are right. We have to end this before we close our eyes once and for all." Back in the chamber, Steve is still deep in conversation with Desha's residual mind. "So those disciples we fought weren't actually just normal cult members?" "That is correct. Both their bodies and minds had been completely corrupted and influenced by our father." The deity solemnly explains that they began wandering across the entire continent, desperately searching for those remaining fragments of their father's power. Now let's pause. They wanted to destroy every piece, but time was rapidly running out. With deep concern, he explains that their godly powers are fading fast, while those disciples keep growing stronger and bringing chaos to the world. So, they came up with a desperate plan. In his flashback, an enormous face suddenly appears. "I need the essence of you both." Meanwhile, a tense meeting is taking place inside the Temple of the Three Gods. "We came here to hear your plan on what to do after we completely disappear. Why do you suddenly need to take our very essences? If we surrender any more of our essence, you realize it will only accelerate our ultimate demise, right?" Daisha agrees, urging them on. "We cannot simply leave our heavy burdens behind for the next generation to carry. We must finish this before we vanish." But he quickly cuts her off, saying, "I understand how you feel, Daisha," he gently cautions. "But we must never underestimate the sheer cunning of our father. In the near future, his loyal disciples will do whatever it takes to resurrect him." Stepping down from the pedestal, he reveals his grand design. "On the other hand, we no longer possess the power to fight. That is why I plan to create a proxy. Follow me." Though highly confused, the two follow him anyway. An immortal representative? Yes, exactly. An immortal proxy of the gods. A vessel to carry on our legacy and fight our war for centuries to come. Standing before a chalice radiating immense energy, Aston begins to explain. "We will use this proxy to purge those disgusting fragments from the face of the earth." He gazes proudly at a skull ring floating above the chalice. "This will be the greatest masterpiece of my life. I will call her Daishara." Hearing that name spoken aloud completely shocks Freya. Silent. She bites her lip, quietly hanging on to every single word he says next. "You are an artificial relic, created to carry on our mission once we fade from this world." Looking up at her, he smiles with genuine, gentle warmth. "It is wonderful to finally meet you face to face. I have not seen you in centuries." But Freya pulls back, clearly uneasy with his words. "Artificial? I have absolutely no idea who you are or what happened back then." Seeing her cold reaction, Daisha patiently explains without a hint of anger. "Of course you do not know. You were programmed solely to clear dungeons, hunt monsters, and destroy Ichiban's disciples." Hearing this, her brow furrows in deep confusion. "Trust me. You and I are about to see her entire world unravel." Alright, let's jump in. That explains absolutely nothing, so why can't I remember my own past anyway? He bows his head, explaining to her that they created this ring with two primary goals. First, to wipe out dungeons and monsters. Daisha recalls every single detail about the ring. According to those details, the ring was first equipped with a power known as curse eating. This solves the ultimate mana supply issue, which is the most critical part of using relics, and makes finding dark relics easier when hunting down monsters. The second goal is stability. Since the disciples excel at mind control and brainwashing, just building a powerful weapon was never going to be enough. After all, if the user gets brainwashed and hands the ring to their enemy, their entire plan would instantly fail. Back in reality, he explains that is why they forged a brand new soul and sealed it inside the ring. He pictures Steve and Mortem merging together into a single host, explaining the process. The ring fuses with the user, forcing two souls to share a single body, meaning the host is forever immune to any mental attacks. Frowning, Steve stays quiet and carefully absorbs every single word he says. They also needed that second soul to select the right host and manage the ring's powers. With that said, Desha turns his attention to Freya. Surely she has experienced this herself, he notes, quickly bringing up a past event as proof. When the right person wears Mortem, the auto-resurrection power keeps running to protect the user from death. But when Mortem faces an actual threat of destruction or true death, the ring is designed to instantly discard the host body to escape the danger. Watch closely, because this exact reminder triggers a memory of what the Grim Reaper once told them. You just keep repeating the same cycle until you finish the mission, and yet, you still have zero memories of anything. I feel pity for you, Daisha admits, bowing his head with guilt. Unfortunately, the pain inflicted on both body and mind is simply too horrific. While it is true we created the ring's soul for our own private purposes, he says, looking at the glowing energy on Steve's hand to reassure him, I can still promise you one thing. Neither we, or at least I, ever wanted you to remember the agonizing pain of constantly repeating that terrible loop. After hearing everything, Freya just silently stares at the person before her. Later, in that very same room, sunlight still streams through the window. Daisha's consciousness departs, leaving Elena back in control as she checks on Steve, asking if he is okay since he looks uncomfortable. Steve answers calmly, saying he is fine, before letting out a tired sigh and admitting that he is actually not doing great. But I think Freya is hurting more. Now, you and I knew she was listening, and she immediately speaks up to object. I am not hurt, she insists. Seeing her appear, Steve immediately questions where she came from after she vanished into the ring without a word. Freya coldly makes an excuse, saying she just needed time to process everything. She turns her head towards Steve, telling him that she only cares about her current memories and has absolutely no interest in her past. So, I will do everything in my power to keep you alive. I must, because losing these current memories means starting all over again. Seeing her reaction, he smiles with satisfaction, noting that it sounds exactly like something she would say. Besides, I have been thinking about what the goddess mentioned earlier. As he speaks, Steve recalls Daisha's words. He said they hid the ring inside a dungeon and sealed the gathered shards of Achiban in a special area of the elf forest. But that might not be entirely true, Steve reveals with a frown. Since the forest the goddess mentioned is gone. It ceased to exist when the Cadell Desert split the continent into north and south, which was the site of a massacre of humans who fought the elves. Elena calmly adds on to his explanation. Countless elves lost their lives during that brutal conflict, causing them to despise humans even more. This prompts Freya to voice her own deep suspicions about the matter. A war started by humans. I bet those brainwashing disciples were pulling the strings behind that as well. Now I understand why the king of Benea possesses so many dark relics. Meanwhile, a high-stakes chase is currently unfolding inside the royal palace. No, Prince, this can't be happening. As he runs onto the royal training grounds, he finds countless corpses laid out in neat rows. Zero screams out in absolute panic, desperately searching for the commander. A soldier immediately approaches, presenting a wooden box to report to him. Sir, we received this package. Inside the wooden box lies the severed heads of both Bach and Anfet. Seeing their severed heads, his entire body begins to tremble with profound shock. Zero roars in grief and fury, his scream echoing all the way to the palace watchtower. A sinister grin creeps onto an old man's face. Truly devious, my long-awaited destiny is finally close at hand. Behind Zero, a magical orb begins to release an immense wave of power. As we cut to a quiet forest, Steve walks alone, letting out a heavy, troubled sigh. All right, let's jump in. Seeing Steve worry, Mortem appeared to reassure him. Don't complicate things, the king is supporting the prince. Your main goal remains unchanged, and this simply gives you another perfect excuse to wage war against Benea. He understood her words, but his mind still raced with doubts. The king of Benea must be one of Achiban's disciples as well, right? Then why did he hand over a black relic to the second prince? Steve tightly gripped the ring in his hand as he theorized. If he knows I have you, He must know I can absorb black relics. Mortem immediately declared that they needed to pry more details out of either the king or the prince. After all, if Iban is resurrected, this entire continent will be completely destroyed. We must stop them before that happens. The two kept walking forward, talking, completely unaware that someone else had just slipped in behind them. You are right. The longer we overthink this, the more time we give our enemies. Suddenly, that person spoke up to warn them, telling them to never lower their guard even for a second. Startled by the voice, Steve whipped around and saw the manifestation of Desha, who warned him that his opponent held several shards, and there was no telling what he might do. Inwardly, Steve gasped in sheer terror, realizing that Desha had now completely adapted to Elena's body. He had not even heard him sneaking up from behind. Shaking off his shock, he politely asked if he could raise a question, and Desha casually gestured for him to speak. What is it? Steve raised his hand, pointing at his ring, and noted that Mortem still had 2 unactivated abilities. Just as he said, "Pay attention here," the system displayed the locked skills, prompting him to ask if Desha knew how to unlock them. The gem on Desha's forehead glowed faintly as he pondered, advising Steve to treat those abilities as a final resort. Hearing this, Steve gasped in disbelief. A final resort? Desha began to explain further, stating that skill activation was merely a tool designed to help the user clear dungeons and slaughter monsters much more efficiently. Any mana you thought you had consumed during the activation process of those new abilities, and was actually being stored directly inside Mortem. As he explained the inner workings of the ring then surged with energy, radiating the very light it had absorbed. Listening to this, Steve only grew more confused. But why? Desha did not mind explaining further. It is a fail-safe mechanism in case my father is successfully resurrected. The skills will activate on their own when the time is right, but you had better pray that day never comes. As the spirit finished speaking, Steve looked down at his ring and whispered, "I see." A moment later, the scene cuts back to the tavern as a door slams shut. Inside, Garrett was impatiently rushing him. "Time to cut the chatter and plan. What took you so long? Are you scared?" Steve blankly stared at the 2 lazy slackers and shot back. "Okay, let's pause. I'm still trying to process everything, but that's exactly why I came to see you both. We need a solid plan, and I never said I was scared." Hearing his reply, Garrett grew incredibly annoyed and scolded him. "If you jump into another fight without a plan again, I swear I will end you myself. We are going up against an entire kingdom this time, so we must be fully prepared." Sky chimed in, agreeing completely. Benea has already lost most of its military. As long as they feel threatened, they won't dare step outside their castle walls. So we have to take the fight directly to them. Hearing Sky's words, Garrett was secretly impressed. He can be surprisingly sharp in moments like this, Garrett thought, before praising him out loud. "You are right. I heard they have gathered a massive force at the capital, so we need a surprise move to scatter them," Garrett said, laying out the harsh truth. "We just don't have the numbers." Steve seemed to agree, replying, "Exactly. We need a strategy that is both highly effective and powerful." At that very moment, in the royal palace hall, Jero addressed the 2 standing before him. "Listen closely. The entire military force of Benezia is now in your hands." He stared at his son, who was looking away. He ordered in a stern voice while looking at Tero, "It seems your spirit has recovered." But the king had no idea that Tero was burning with rage inside, thinking, "My spirit recovered? He looks like he doesn't care at all, that he just lost 2 sons." Sitting upon his throne, Jero grinned with sinister amusement and revealed, "I have seen a vision." He spoke of his prophecy with absolute confidence. "Within 3 days, elves from the north will march straight into the capital. The timing is too perfect to be a mere coincidence." He then uttered a name to provoke Jero below, suggesting that Steve Atelier was the mastermind behind everything. Noticing that dark expression, Jero continued, "You are finally beginning to adapt to that heavy suit of armor. That arm of yours will prove to be an invaluable asset in the coming war." As those words echoed, Tyro instinctively clenched his iron arm, unleashing a terrifying wave of dark energy. With furrowed brows and burning hatred, he growled, "Steve, I will crush you once and for all. Trust me, this showdown is going to be epic. Let's dive right back in as King Jero shifts focus to the battlefield. Normally, as our northern commander, you would head back there, but right now we must consolidate our entire army." He then barks orders. "I will let the soldiers deal with the elves. You and Edrin must protect the capital." Instantly, they both bow deeply. "Yes, your majesty." Right after, Jero turns to leave, whispering under his breath, "Just wait." Clenching his fists with deadly resolve, he glares straight at the throne. "Once I return from this mission, I will kill you, father, for sending my unit and brothers to their deaths." Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a quiet room where Steve and Elena are talking. "Are we just waiting for more news from the kingdom?" He nods softly in agreement. "Yeah, basically. Garrett wants us to save our energy while he investigates. He basically said we would only get in his way. Sky is also busy working on something. Elena quickly chimes in, saying she still has one thing left to ask. The curious voice of the ancient soul residing in Elena's body makes him shiver. How did you two end up as lovers? Feeling completely awkward under her gaze, Steve can only groan inwardly. Is her soul syncing so perfectly with Elena's body that her hair doesn't even change color anymore? Trying to deflect, he asks. Where did you hear that? Desra smiles gently, revealing Elena told her last night, adding that so much has happened to the elves since her departure. His face flushes red as he desperately tries to dodge her question. Why the sudden curiosity? Amused by his obvious shyness, she chuckles warmly. I heard human and elf relations are terrible now, so I really never expected to witness such love right beside me. Now pay attention here because what she says next gets even better. This explains what you hear every single night. Hearing this, Steve panics and shouts to cut her off. Hey, can I please get some privacy here? Just then, someone walks in and snaps a warning. I told you to rest. Stop wasting your energy on this useless nonsense. Seeing them return, Steve snaps back to reality. Oh, you are back early. How is it out there? Garrett, standing beside Sky, sighs in frustration. Stop interrupting, it is too quiet. With that, he pulls down his hood to deliver his report. We sent the surviving soldiers back with a little bait to test them, but they didn't react at all. Spreading a map across the wooden table, he explains that just as Sky said, Benezia has consolidated all remaining forces inside the capital, making the castle virtually impenetrable. If we plan on launching an assault, we must find a way to breach their defenses. You and I both know they need a major distraction to break their line. Steve reaches into his pocket to retrieve an item, offering a solution. We should ask the North for help. Garrett repeats, confused. The North? Placing a large sphere on the map, Steve explains that since the entire South has turned against them, the North is their only option left. Garrett frowns, highly skeptical. Who in the freezing North would cross that massive desert just to march all the way down south and fight our battle? Steve calmly utters a single phrase. The Northern Elves. Garrett instantly glances at Desra in Elena's body, who slowly turns her head with an "oh." Feeling uneasy, he presses further. Are you planning to use the elven goddess? Realizing Garrett totally misunderstood, Steve quickly corrects him. Wait, use her? I don't think they would appreciate that phrasing. It is much better to tell them we are launching a holy war against the Demon King. Desra sighs softly, smiling in a Sky speaks up, saying that the resurrection of their goddess alone should be more than enough to grab their attention. Steve then recalls the letter Simus sent, carefully assessing the situation. They are somewhat familiar with Achiban's disciples, so they will most likely march down to aid us. He carefully lays out the grim reality to them. This is not just about exploiting anyone's power. If we do not stop King Benezia right now, casualties will skyrocket. Desra remains silent, hanging on every single word he says. We cannot afford to hesitate any longer. The more time we waste, the stronger our terrible enemy becomes. He immediately delegates the tasks, instructing Sky to build something that will inflict massive, devastating damage on them. Go ahead and push past your limits. As for Garrett, keep a close eye on the capital. Report back immediately if anything seems off. Hearing his orders, Garrett grins with excitement, saying, Got it. Clutching the sphere, Steve takes on the hardest part, saying, Elena and I will rally as many northern forces as possible. Standing tall, Steve's voice echoes with absolute authority. Get ready to welcome some powerful new allies. This is our golden chance to finish what we started at Gambini Fortress and make Benezia pay for his crimes. He smiles with pure determination. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what comes next. All right, you and I are about to watch Steve beg Chairman Simus for help, desperately needing his support. Every single member nation of the Southern Alliance is on the same side. Not a single one will help us. I know crossing the desert is no easy task, but before he can even finish, the chairman cuts him off. He needs a moment to process this massive news. Are you seriously telling me the ancient elven goddess has been resurrected? Do you realize how incredibly important this is to us, adventurer? I am completely bewildered here. Meanwhile, Daisha steps in to remind him. Hold on. Did you just say you are in contact with the North? If so, isn't that where the World Tree is located? Hearing this, he pauses to think before turning to reply with a simple, that is correct. Immediately, Daisha casts her magic straight into the crystal orb, speaking directly. The very next second, there is a reaction on Chairman Simus's end, causing him to speak in complete disbelief. What on earth is this? Right then, an aide rushes in panicked, shouting, Chairman Simus, the World Tree's mana is suddenly surging. Hearing this, he gasps in shock, shouting, What? No way. Don't blink here, we are about to watch him rush straight to the World Tree. He literally cannot believe his own eyes at its sudden massive change, asking, What is happening? Meanwhile, Daisha happily explains everything to him. Did it work? Well, this sight alone is more than enough of an answer. That tree you call the World Tree is merely a fraction of my being. I can easily control it with a single finger. I do not even need to gather any mana. Listen to me, my children, hear my voice. Kin Extent and I made a grave mistake when we abandoned you, our descendants, leaving you to deal with the consequences of our own problems. I have absolutely no intention of making excuses for our past actions. I know it is shameful to ask this of you, but without your help, this entire continent will drown in a bloody war. I beg you, not as a distant god, but as the mother who created you all. Hearing these powerful words, Chairman Sima stands there, utterly unable to believe his own ears. After a brief pause, he suddenly raises his hand, immediately barking out a series of urgent orders. Listen up, citizens of the North. The goddess is summoning us. And at the mention of her name, the entire crowd erupts in cheers. Next, he orders them to head south. Now, let's look at this. Kezia happily tells Steve she heard the northern elves are finally on the move. We will do everything in our power to make their journey across the harsh desert as smooth as possible. A relieved Steve replies, I am truly grateful, Keisha. Thanks to you, we can put our plans into motion much faster. She smiles and adds, well, I couldn't just sit around twiddling my thumbs when something this monumental is happening. Take care of yourself out there. But right at that moment, an unexpected visitor arrives, catching both of them completely off guard. The newcomer is none other than Garrett Finver I, who immediately questions them both. Did you really manage to recruit the elves? Steve lets out a sigh, replying, of course, and I secured plenty of supplies too. How is the situation in Benicia? Garrett sighs deeply, replying, right now there are around 100,000 troops stationed there. Steve gasps in absolute shock. 100,000? Garrett immediately lays out the map to explain the dire situation in detail. And even as we speak, those enemy numbers are continuing to climb. We have to take action against Benicia before fighting them becomes an absolute nightmare. Hearing this, Steve is completely stunned by the scale of it. Garrett continues, the northern elves you recruited are going to play a highly critical role in this plan. The fortress is completely surrounded by massive, thick walls, leaving only two entrances, one in the south and one in the north. If the northern elves strike at the perfect moment, the capital forces will be forced to reinforce their northern defenses. We can use that opening to launch an assault on the southern gate. Up in the loft, Sky chimes in, asking how many troops they have left. Garrett answers honestly, only about 2,500. Our goal is to draw as many of their forces away from the fortress as possible. We need to avoid a direct clash for as long as we can. Because of that, the terrifying gap between our army sizes won't be an issue. When it comes to leading our army into battle, I want you and this young lady here to take charge of the mission. After hearing the plan, he simply gives a quiet nod. Yeah. Meanwhile, Desha keeps completely silent, her face incredibly grim. He then adds, while you do that, Steve and I will focus on weakening the fortress walls on either the east or west side. Steve questions Garrett, asking if they have a foolproof way to stay completely undetected. Garrett confidently replies, of course. If everything goes smoothly, we will take the shortest direct path straight to the castle. At this, Steve admits his deep anxiety, saying, it sounds great in theory, but it is incredibly risky. If one thing goes wrong, you and I both know we are dead. But Garrett calmly replies that they must succeed before getting caught. After all, their ultimate targets are none other than the king and the prince. All right, you and I are dropping right into the endgame once Steve infiltrates the castle and kills them. This whole match is finally over. Right then, Sky speaks up, saying he understands the point but agrees with Steve that it is too risky, since this entire plan relies way too much on individual skill. But McDowell just scowls, demanding if they even have any other choice right now. This is the best they can do with their current forces. Plus, time has run out, so he will just have to create yet another masterpiece. He tells Sky to go ahead and test one of his wild, crazy inventions on their own troops. A moment later, Steve gives everyone a sudden ray of hope by mentioning he actually knows someone who can help them. Sky finds it hard to believe, while Garrett instantly asks who it is. Steve hesitantly adds that he has a bad feeling they will not like this guy at all. Meanwhile, over at a dusty training ground, McDowell is absolutely furious, yelling at his student to strengthen their weak stance before angrily disarming them and sending their sword flying far away. Jester stands there shaking all over, joking that McDowell is way too strong for a mere human. Now pay attention here, things are about to get intense as Dranoa approaches, asking how the training is going while looking absolutely terrifying. McDowell replies with an annoyed sigh, stating that the Lord's troops are in such great shape that they are making rapid progress. Hearing this, Jester and the other soldiers quickly salute Lord Dranoa. The Lord just laughs warmly, saying their combat morale has skyrocketed ever since McDowell arrived to take charge of the training. He expresses deep gratitude for saving the town, but McDowell tells him to drop it, thanking the Lord for taking him in. Suddenly, McDowell spots a strange, glowing object floating in the sky and mutters in surprise, asking what it is. Dranoa quickly explains that it is a magic messenger spell. But after reading the secret letter, his face darkens as he grunts that he knew they were up to something, though he never expected their plan to be this extreme. He adds that there is a letter for him too. Hearing this news makes McDowell incredibly tense, immediately falling deep into serious thought. A second later, a smirk crosses his face as he realizes it is finally time, telling the Lord that he must leave. Dranoa sighs deeply, replying that he understands and won't hold him back if he really must go, thanking him for keeping their town completely safe. You and I can both see how embarrassed Steve is with Elena sleeping right next to him as he asks why she wanted to meet. Elena softly replies that she is just incredibly anxious about the upcoming battle, especially since the elves are joining the fray. Steve awkwardly repeats her words, wondering to himself if this is really Elena talking or if some goddess is just playing a trick on him. She looks up at him, asking if he feels the exact same way. Steve immediately shares his honest thoughts, admitting he sometimes wonders if Benezia is actually setting up a massive trap for them. He confesses he would be lying if he said he wasn't worried, but promised to give it his all. Suddenly, Elena hugs him tight, whispering that she will too. Up on the walls, soldiers are frantically moving heavy supplies to prepare for the incoming war. Suddenly, one guard asks what is wrong, and his comrade admits he is just wondering if an attack will actually happen today. He keeps talking, saying he knows it sounds ridiculous, but that is exactly what the vision had foretold. With no way of knowing what the elves might do next, the northern front must always remain in a state of battle, while they do everything they can to defend the capital. Meanwhile, up on a windy hill that overlooks the entire layout of the massive fortress, Garrett Finver watches the situation closely, while reminding his comrades that today is finally the day. 70,000 northern elves have already started approaching the border, meaning they have to hit the fortress with absolutely everything they have. Garrett wants to know what Steve is actually planning, and what he is hiding right now, prompting a hesitant Steve to finally step forward and speak. Steve starts by thanking everyone for coming, admitting he is terrible at public speaking, and promises to keep his speech short. He knows they are all terrified right now, but urges them not to obsess over saving their homeland, just focus on doing their absolute best. If everything goes according to plan, they will all survive to see tomorrow's sunrise. Unfortunately, his attempt at comfort does absolutely nothing to help the heavy tension, only making the grim atmosphere even worse. Garrett turns with a deep scowl, asking why he is suddenly being so depressing before demanding exactly when they will launch the attack. Steve clenches his fist with determination, telling them to hold their positions until their secret weapon finally arrives on the battlefield. Back on top of the fortress walls, the enemy commander is ordering his troops to aim their heavy cannons toward the northern gate, while up on the hill, Garrett's ally shouts that the enemy's artillery is fully locked on the north. Garrett gasps in shock as a scout suddenly rushes in to report a massive army led by an unknown commander is approaching, with soldiers begging for the order to fire. "Trust me, you and I are about to witness an absolute bloodbath," the general sneered. "Only one leader leading them?" He laughed out loud at what he called an incredibly foolish formation. "Look at this, hundreds of flying and sailing warships are closing in on the giant walls of the fortress." Realizing the danger, the general warns his men about the approaching enemy. But as they get closer, his eyes widen. Is it really him? M pokes his head out from behind a massive shield to explain. "Hold your fire. We are currently facing the General of the East. Lower your weapons immediately," the general barks. "The general I am talking about is Mark McDowell. Have you forgotten that you are no longer welcome in Benezia?" Mark smirks back, completely unfazed. "Oh, I remember perfectly. But I cannot wear the kingdom's leash around my neck forever, so watch me enter Benezia." Suddenly, smaller boats pull up alongside the massive warship. Grappling hooks fly onto the deck, and hooded figures swiftly board the vessel in the blink of an eye. Simus greets them. "Ah, it is you. I have heard quite a lot about your skills. It is great to have such reliable reinforcements." Sky looks up with a deep frown and says, "I have heard plenty about Salos too." He grits his teeth in anger. "So this is the secret Steve has been keeping from us." Murmurs ripple through his allies. "Now pay attention to this. He has to serve under his worst enemy while carrying a massive grudge. Cut the attitude. I do not like this any more than you do, but saving Benezia is our top priority right now. Focus." Suddenly, he pulls out a shotgun and points it straight at Garrett's head. "Hey, big guy, do not get any funny ideas about switching sides. Otherwise, I will put a massive hole right through your skull," he warns half-jokingly. Garrett's casual reply makes Sky steam with absolute rage. "I cannot stand that guy." Meanwhile, at the southern gate of Benezia Fortress, a scout urgently delivers his report. "What is the status of the cannons? Are they ready, sir?" Just as he finishes speaking, a massive crowd rushes forward like a broken dam. Pointing ahead, the commander barks out a frantic order. "All units, aim for the southern gate and open fire." Right as the words leave his mouth, a stray arrow pierces straight through his cheek as a brutal warning. Cannon fire wipes out hundreds of lives, but it barely slows down the massive, oncoming horde. Elena calmly mutters that they are out of her target range. Down at the base of the wall, enemy soldiers batter the gate with everything they have until the heavy doors finally burst open. Sky stands tall on the deck, raising his rifle to lock onto his next target. M smirks, shouting to show them what we are made of. By the walls, both armies clash violently, like mindless puppets of war. You and I both know Steve has gone through hell, but Garrett still asks why he is not used to this pain. This is not your first time, after all. Ignoring him, Steve simply begs, please, just let me rest for a moment. Turning toward the massive estate, he responds, either way, we do not have any time to stand around complaining. If you need to throw up again, do it quickly because we still have another gate to cross. Hearing this, he quietly nods in agreement. Inside the pitch-black room, both of them struggle against the immense pain radiating from the walls. Garrett urges him to hold it in. Gasping heavily for air, Steve mutters, I just hope the other group is doing okay. Garrett replies, do not worry about them. They are more than capable of handling themselves. Just do what you said and keep your entire focus on your own mission. A look of pure determination flashes in Steve's eyes. He is right. Time to find a way out. He uses his X-ray vision to locate an escape route. I cannot hear a single thing, but there is definitely something lurking here. What could it be? He calls out. From here on, I will proceed alone. Garrett is shocked. What? You cannot go without backup. But Steve insists he will be fine. Besides, your powers will be much more useful out on the main battlefield. Garrett still hesitates, asking one more time. Are you sure? I feel like the guards at the entrance already heard us. But if that is your choice, I will not stop you. Before turning away, he wishes him luck on his solo run, warning him not to get killed. Steve softly replies, yeah, stay safe out there. Garrett vanishes instantly into thin air. But the second he leaves, Steve senses something that freezes him with absolute dread. Blasts of dark purple light erupt violently from the stone floor. Fortunately, Steve's sharp reflexes allow him to dodge just in time. He realizes this dark shadow manipulation can only belong to the General of the West. She must be hiding in the shadows, just like the rumors said. Arrow fumes with intense rage. Steve Atelier, how dare you step foot inside this sacred place? She hurls a small ball onto the ground. As it bounces off the floor, Steve wonders if it is a smoke bomb. Before he can react, it explodes, filling the entire chamber with thick fog. She channels her dark power, driving her sword straight into the floor. I will slaughter that bastard for what he did to our kingdom. As her blade pierces the earth, the surrounding air grows colder and more menacing than ever. Dark shadows completely envelop the room, but suddenly, a blinding golden light flashes brilliantly right from the center. And trust me, you are going to want to see what happens when Steve tears her darkness apart with a smug grin. Trust me, you will love this. I have heard so much about you. Is that all? He clings to the black wall. Boom! The sturdy wall completely collapses. Steve steps out without a single scratch, angrily raising his fist high into the air. Are you hiding in another shadow? He slams his fist into the floor, sending yellow lightning crackling outward from the bursting core. The golden sparks pierce through the floor, bleeding into an entirely different dimension. Arrow watches in sheer panic as the power spreads closer. Damn it! His mana is seeping straight into her shadows. Her eyes widen, determined to stop it. But brace yourself, because we are about to see her react way too late. The seeping mana surges right through her, bypassing her defense. Trapped in a passive state, she desperately decides she must escape this place immediately. Summoning every ounce of her remaining strength, she drags her heavy body out of the collapsing wall of shadows. She stands battered and defeated before Steve. He coldly calls out her name, Irene Henrietta, staring as if he could easily tear her apart. Fighting through the blinding pain, she slowly looks up to meet his gaze. She already knows what comes next. It is over for her. He is going to end her life with his very next strike. Suddenly, the floor gives way beneath her. Steve raises his dagger, locking his sights on her as he plunges downward to finish it. His single, brutal strike sends her flying hundreds of meters. Steve slowly approaches, pressing the blade to her neck. It's time to end this. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupts. Enough. Annoyed, Steve looks up as Jero furiously growls his name, Steve Atelier. Refusing to back down, Steve glares back. Jero steps past him to ask Han if she is okay, and she immediately drops to her knees. Forgive me, Your Highness. Please, have mercy. But his only response is a silent, reaching hand. I told you he was too strong to fight alone. Instead of showing her any sympathy, Jero suddenly grabs her throat with one hand, choking her as she cries out, Your Highness! With a completely blank expression, Jero lifts her high into the air, ignoring her agonizing screams. Steve stands stunned at this brutal scene. What the hell? Did your body rot just to match your garbage personality? Jero shoots back a terrifying warning glare. This is none of your business, brat. He tosses her aside. But still, I have to praise you. You and I know he's just playing mind games. You are the first to push me this hard. You've come far for a lowly adventurer, Steve Atelier. Steve asks, confused. What nonsense are you talking about? I will not stop until I have crushed you, once and for all. He gathers a massive surge of icy mana, unleashing it like a freezing winter blizzard. He charges straight at Jero, intending to trap the villain in solid ice. Jero struggles to block the freezing strike. Steve mocks him. Looks like you've gotten much better since you lost that arm of yours. The replacement arm you've got now actually looks useful. Jero's face turns incredibly dark. This can't be all you wanted to show me. Show me your true power. With a roar, Jero shatters the thick ice beneath his feet into 1,000 pieces. Steve leaps back, smirking. Are you absolutely sure you won't regret saying that? Without waiting for a reply, Steve gathers his mana into floating blue energy spheres. Tesla. Jero gasps in shock. Could it really be that technique? The blue spheres launch forward with terrifying speed. Jero watches confidently, fully believing he can easily block the oncoming attack. As the spheres detonate, Steve vanishes in a flash of light. He lunges through the smoke like a hungry wolf after its prey. Die! Steve screams, pinning the villain down and unsheathing his sword in one fluid motion. His blade is packed with enough raw mana to end Jero's life right here. But luck is not on Steve's side today. Using his monstrous physical strength, Jero blocks the sharp blade barehanded. Yet, Steve keeps pouring in raw power, forcing Jero to struggle under the massive pressure. Steve grits his teeth, wondering, how on earth did this guy get so incredibly strong? Successfully pushing the blade back, Jero smirks. My turn now, right? Steve gasps in shock. How is Jero channeling that corrupted black energy? Jero swings his leg up, kicking Steve squarely in the face and drawing blood. Steve instantly realizes from the heavy impact that Jero is packing way more power than before. Jero mocks him. Are you seriously grimacing over this tiny scratch? As he launches forward to strike again. After everything you have done to my loyal soldiers and my beloved kingdom, Steve pulls out his cursed shield, shouting back in disbelief. What the hell are you talking about? You literally just choked your own general. Is that how you treat people who displease you? And what about all the absolute chaos you have brought into my own life? Steve hopes to use Jero's own speed against him, but the moment Jero's hand touches him, all of Steve's defensive shields instantly vanish into thin air. Steve panics internally. Damn it! Can his left hand actually swallow up raw, dark energy too? Suddenly, a thick black fog engulfs the entire room. Before the darkness completely consumes him, Steve only has time to think. Flash! Steve struggles painfully against Jero's massive dark energy, while Jero screams, I expected more from you after that talk. Trust me, we can't wait to see the next episode. Alright, you and I are diving into a clash where the villain mockingly boasts that the hero is weak, telling him to struggle all he wants since things are just getting started. Immediately after, he launches another attack. In this tense moment, Steve starts analyzing the situation, trying to figure out a way to close the distance between them. Next, Jero mockingly asks him why other people have to sacrifice their lives just for his pathetic, worthless revenge. While still trying to find a gap to approach, Steve spots a tiny opening. Without wasting a single second, he begins his move. Fortunately, Steve successfully closes in on Jero. Striking immediately, he yells back that if that is the case, Jero should never have sacrificed him in the first place. Seeing the sudden charge, Jero is caught completely off guard. A second later, Steve blasts him backward, sending him flying as he screams out in pure agony. The internal damage is severe, forcing him to cough up blood. Seizing the moment, Steve unleashes a heavy Pondus strike to multiply the gravity. Steve then glares at Jero, growling that every single word from his mouth drives him crazy, calling him a complete bastard. However, the villain somehow manages to dodge the deadly strike, leaving Steve in absolute disbelief. Before he can react, Jero launches a brutal counterattack, wounding him and making him cry out in intense pain. Suddenly, a severed arm goes flying through the air. Jero sneers, telling him he is far too arrogant for a mediocre, low-level adventurer. How does it feel to stand where I stand? But watch closely, because a second later, Steve does something that leaves Jero completely baffled and shocked. His mind is blown because Steve's severed arm now looks exactly like his own prosthetic. To make it worse, Steve taunts him, asking how they could possibly be alike. Jero grits his teeth in rage, wondering how the kid healed himself so incredibly fast. He realizes that if he had obtained that ring from the very beginning, he would never have faced all this trouble. Snapping back to reality, Jero screams out Steve's name. He lunges forward with a crazed attack, making the young hero worry as he prepares himself. Damn it, his arm is still not fully healed yet. As Jero closes the gap, the madman screams that he is going to end his life. But luckily, Freya intercepts just in time, delivering a heavy kick to his face and declaring he won't be killing anyone today. The impact sends Jero flying backward. Shocked by her sudden arrival, Steve asks what she is doing here when he specifically told her to protect Elena. Freya lets out a heavy sigh, complaining that he told her to help Elena, while Elena told her to help him, asking them to just make up their minds. She admits he is really annoying, adding that Elena can take care of herself, and that he clearly looks like the one who needs backup. She points out that he almost died just now. Hearing this, Steve grits his teeth, stubbornly insisting that he is doing perfectly fine on his own. He notes that something is off with their enemy, as if his physical stamina and endurance have suddenly received a major boost. But for some reason, the sword keeps reacting to his prosthetic arm. You noticed that strange connection as well, didn't you? Freya immediately agrees, noting it feels very similar to a dark relic, but suggests they observe it closer first. Right then, dragging himself out of the ruins, Jero loudly curses at them. He yells that Steve should be utterly ashamed of himself after all his efforts to provoke him, mocking him because, honestly, you and I can see he believes Steve cannot win without relying on his little servant. Freya just giggles at his ignorance. Did you seriously just call me a servant? I will remember that. You do realize that was just a warm-up, right? I hope you do not think you are stronger than him just because you barely survived a couple of extremely light attacks. Jero grows annoyed, demanding to know what she means. The next second, Freya turns to Steve, telling him to show off his real power. Right after, to Jero's absolute disbelief, Freya transforms back into her true relic form, the Mortem weapon. He panics, wondering if the weapon just absorbed her. Before he can process it, Steve blitzes forward, attacking with the speed of lightning. Shocked, his mind races as he struggles to track this unbelievable lightning-fast speed. He grows incredibly anxious as Steve completely vanishes from his line of sight. Suddenly, a cold voice asks if he has lost track of him. Steve is already standing right behind Jero. He repeats the chilling question, letting him know that he has completely lost this fight. Whispering the words, asking if he can even see him anymore, Steve materializes behind Jero. At the critical moment, he unleashes a devastating rapid-fire combo directly on Jero's body. The impact forces Jero to spit out fresh blood. As he crashes hard onto the ground, he weakly asks how Steve achieved this. Demanding to know what that woman did, Steve prepares to deliver another heavy stomp, mocking him by asking what a mere little servant could possibly do, Your Highness. With a single devastating stomp, Jero is smashed straight through several layers of earth. Paralyzed and unable to move a single muscle, he still desperately gasps out, asking what just happened. Walking up to him, Steve explains that he understands his confusion, revealing that the woman was actually a brand new friend Jero helped create for him. Since she was busy handling things elsewhere earlier, he had let her carry away half of his total power. But now that his full strength has returned, he tells Jero that the end is completely obvious. Slowly, the villain struggles to sit back up. Jero hangs his head in defeat, leaving you and I wondering how someone could fight on par with him while keeping himself at such a massive disadvantage. How is he this strong? Stick with me, because this makes no sense. While Jero is lost in these thoughts, Sid lands a devastating uppercut, sending him crashing backward while coughing up fresh blood. Even as he falls, Jero's mind is still racing, desperately wondering what on earth he is still missing. Then, he remembers the words of Emperor Shinchero. If you had not given it away over that ridiculous curse, the relic would already be yours. Do you even know what a pathetic mistake you made? Overwhelmed with regret, Jero covers his face and collapses in despair. Now, Jero lies there defeated, face down in his own pool of blood. Yet, his sheer willpower refuses to let him die, forcing him to keep pushing. Mutters desperately to himself, Jero struggles to drag his broken body back up. Sid is genuinely surprised that Jero can even move after that hit. But against all odds, the villain actually manages to stand. Now watch closely, because Jero glares at Sid with pure hatred and growls, "I won't let you leave like this," as he drags himself up. Directing a venomous glare at Sid, he spits out his final warning, promising that he will never let him walk away alive. Sid whispers to his relic Mortem in absolute disbelief. How can he possibly recover from a fatal blow like that? It quickly explains that Jero's dark energy is surging as his body rapidly heals itself. Without wasting a single second, Sid charges forward once again, yelling at him to die. A split second later, a massive explosion rocks the castle. Panic-stricken, the soldiers shout to their leader that an explosion just occurred inside. After a brief moment of utter shock, the commander demands to know what is happening there. As a soldier quickly reports that they have an active intruder, he curses silently to himself, wondering how on earth the enemies could have possibly scaled the massive walls surrounding this castle. Could they have received help from a traitor on the inside? Or has the southern gate completely fallen already? Suddenly, another massive explosion rips through their exact position, sending all the soldiers screaming in absolute terror. Quickly regaining his composure, the commander barks out orders, telling his vice commander to take full charge of the northern gate. "Half of you follow me. We are heading back to the castle." The vice commander salutes and tells him to be careful. Right at that moment, Mark Dowell makes his return, launching a surprise attack that leaves everyone screaming in sheer shock. Seeing them suffer, Mark laughs in pure amusement. Let's be real, his line here is brutal. "Where do you think you're going?" Meanwhile, Elena launches a fierce ambush on another section of the castle, while Deshara whispers quietly in her ear as the raging battle grows even more intense by the second. "Aren't you worried?" Hearing this, Elena turns and replies, I would be lying if I said I was not, but Sid knows exactly what he is doing. At this moment, Sid is still locked in a fierce, brutal clash with Jero. Collapsing from sheer exhaustion after a while, Sid clicks his tongue, admitting he probably should not have wasted so much time taking his anger out on him. On top of that, Relic Mortem tells him she will distract the enemy so Sid can get close. True to her word, she instantly manifests in the physical form of Freya. The moment she appears, Freya gasps in shock, demanding to know what on earth is going on here. Freya is completely stunned because Jero's body is suddenly transforming into a monstrous shape, letting out a terrifying scream. Sid curses in anger, demanding to know what the hell is happening as he desperately tries to deactivate the summon. In an instant, Freya is forced back into her original form as the Relic Mortem. Sid quickly asks her in deep concern, "What just happened? Are you okay?" The Relic Mortem quickly explains in terror, "He almost absorbed not only all of my mana, but my entire soul as well. It is far too risky for me to take physical form now." Hearing this, Sid reassures Mortem, telling her it is fine and she did enough. She then tells Sid that there is absolutely no doubt about it anymore. His artificial arm is actually a black relic, meaning it is not just a simple cursed magic item. He literally plans to absorb every single drop of mana in this entire area. Confused by this revelation, Sid asks her, "But was it not King Benisia who gave him that black relic in the first place? I bet he knew this ring could absorb relics. So what on earth is he actually planning?" In the next second, Jero suddenly lunges to attack. Thankfully, Mortem shouts a warning to Sid, who gasps in surprise as he tries to dodge. Despite his efforts, Jero's monstrous arm tightly grips Sid's throat, choking him as he lets out a painful cry. Seeing him suffer in agony, Mortem cries out in panic, urging Sid to do something quickly. She warns that Jero is trying to steal their mana again. Grimacing, Sid grunts that it is easier said than done, while quietly pulling out a small explosive bomb. He immediately throws it directly at Jero, triggering a sudden explosion that catches the villain completely off guard. Using the blast to break free, Sid quickly grabs his dropped weapon. Meanwhile, thick, heavy smoke billows from Jero's direction, completely blinding Sid's view of the enemy. As the dense dust cloud finally begins to clear, Jero slowly emerges. To make matters worse, his arm has fully regenerated. Taking advantage of Jero's brief distraction, Sid quickly rushes in and delivers a heavy slash. Jero immediately feels the agonizing pain. Gritting his teeth, Sid realizes with growing dread that the monster is already healing back up. He must strike again before Jero fully heals. But as Mortem warns him, "Trust me, you and I will want to see what happens next." Alright, you and I are jumping right into this crazy battle as Steve backs away, asking what is happening. Seeing the mana around him surge violently, Mortem warns Steve to get as far away as he possibly can. Hearing that, Steve backs off and asks if that is indeed one of the relic's powers. While Mortem quickly replies, "I think so. His mana field is draining all life and energy around it, and there is no telling what will happen if we stay here too long." Steve then tells the artifact that he needs to find a way to land a direct hit on him, but if I get close, that thing will instantly drag me in. Cursing, Mortem replies that there is no other choice, meaning Steve must attack him once more. Hearing those words, Steve turns to the Mortem relic and asks with a deeply shocked expression on his face, "What? But you just said that doing this was way too dangerous." In the blink of an eye, the relic cloaks him in armor and says that this cursed gear can buy some time by covering his body in dark energy. Looking at his bizarre transformation, dragging this fight out is a terrible idea. So go out there and show him everything you have got. Making up his mind, he steel hardens his resolve, muttering that he will give it a shot, before instantly blasting forward at high speed. Now watch closely as he lands a devastating slash and yells that the strike actually worked on him. That heavy blade slices straight across Jero's head, and Steve does not stop, immediately winding up a massive follow-up punch. The next second, he punches him hard, making Jero scream out in absolute rage, calling him a crazy bastard, as his helmet starts to crack and shatter. Striking him again, Steve yells that it is finally time to destroy him and finish this fight once and for all. At this point, Jero is completely overpowered, falling backward into the raging flames that are now burning violently all around them. Jero gets blown far back, and just as Steve starts walking over to finish him, the Mortem relic quickly warns him to stop. Hold on, his regeneration speed has slowed down a lot, and after taking a close look at Jero, Steve realizes she is totally right. You are right, that blow worked, and since Steve has both the cursed devouring magic and the cursed armor, he immediately starts to synchronize them both together. Then, Steve roars out, shouting, "Here I come again!" The next second, he gears up to charge at Jero, moving with absolute lightning speed while Jero locks his gaze on him, watching intently. Instantly, they clash once more, and Jero lets out an agonizing scream as another heavy strike lands right on his head. Backing away again, the Mortem relic quickly warns him not to draw too much distance, or he might hand over total control of the battlefield. Steve quickly replies that he knows, just as Jero suddenly stretches his massive arm forward. Even though he cannot figure out what Jero is trying to do, Steve still grips his sword tightly with a worried look. And I know what you are thinking, this looks bad. But Steve fights back fiercely, as Jero strikes again and again. Having completely lost his cool, Jero attacks wildly, while the relic urges Steve to strike right now while Jero is focusing his energy. Speeding ahead, Steve spots a crucial opening, slicing his blade right through the gaps left behind by his opponent's wild attacks. Shocked by this sudden, unexpected counterattack, Jero's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Seeing Steve leap backward to safety, Jero lets out another furious, enraged scream. Glaring in complete shock, Jero stares at Steve, but in the next instant, his arm is severed, allowing Steve to summon his mighty Leviathan magic to deal the final blow. Jero desperately retaliates, and within seconds, both of their massive mana waves violently crash into each other. Roaring to release his pent-up fury, Steve strikes, triggering a massive, earth-shaking explosion in the castle as bright, raging flames spread everywhere. Witnessing this, the panicked soldiers yell to their leader that a massive explosion has just torn through the castle. Staring in complete shock at the burning fortress, the commander cannot help but curse silently under his breath in deep worry. Damn it, what is going on? Where is His Majesty, the general, and the third prince? What am I supposed to do now? Standing over a defeated Jero, Steve clicks his tongue, saying he cannot believe the man is still breathing after taking all of those hits. Do you have any last words left to say? Asking this, he points the sharp tip of his blade directly at Jero's neck. Spitting blood, Jero desperately croaks out. What is the real difference between us? A ring choosing its own master on its own? I have never heard of anything so ridiculous. Just because you got it first, does that mean I never deserve to be its true owner? Hearing this, Steve replies, you are doing it again, blaming your circumstances. But do you not even remember what actually happened? You chose to give that ring away yourself, and even when you had the perfect opportunity, you did absolutely nothing with it. You have not changed a bit since the day we met. And Freya steps in, adding that he seems to have a massive misunderstanding. Even if you had laid your hands on the ring first, I would have never accepted you as my partner or companion. Frustrated, Jero asks why, but Freya stands close, giving us the perfect ending line. Simple, because you are a jerk, and I do not like you. Alright, you and I are about to see how, looking at things from Steve's perspective, this is the absolute best you could have done, regardless of the situation. Let me guess. While we're talking here, you're probably making excuses, thinking everything would have gone smoother if only you had that ring. There are plenty of reasons why it failed, but the truth is, you were never good enough to wield the ring in the first place. Raising his sword high, Steve sneers, since I already know you're a living nightmare. I truly hope I never have to set eyes on your pathetic face again. Yet Jero manages to slip away yet again, leaving Steve completely stunned as he mutters, what in the world just happened? Did he seriously still have enough strength to block that strike? Even Freya can't believe her eyes, snapping in frustration. No way, he was practically dead. Quiet down, he couldn't have made it very far yet. She immediately unleashes her mana detection to track Jero down, and within seconds, she pinpoints his location and warns them. He's right below us, moving beneath the floorboards. Hearing this, Steve clenches his fists tightly and grinds his teeth in sheer rage. Damn it. I should have ended that bastard right then and there. I swear I'll slaughter him the instant I lay eyes on him again. With that, he slams a devastating punch straight through the floor. Now, pay attention here, because Steve plunges straight into a massive hidden underground arena right beneath his feet, completely shocked by its sheer, staggering scale. Staring around, he mutters to himself in disbelief. I can't believe a massive place like this exists right beneath the kingdom. Just then, Garrett catches up and calls out to him. Startled by his sudden appearance, Steve asks, what on earth are you doing down here? I thought I told you to go help with the battle outside. But Garrett simply replies, never mind all that. What was that massive explosion? Did you finish him off? Hearing this, Steve replies with frustration, not yet. He suddenly vanished in a cloud of smoke. But before he can even finish his sentence, Jero abruptly materializes right in front of them. Garrett gasps in a panicked voice. Is that him? He looks like he's on the verge of death, leaving Steve completely puzzled. What is he even talking about? Besides, Steve is thinking that Jero seems far too weak to actually levitate himself like that. How is this even possible? Just then, the echo of approaching footsteps rings out through the chamber. Seeing the figure emerge, Steve tenses up with anxiety, while Garrett grinds his teeth, muttering, did he come to check on his son? It's King Jero. He silently inspects the broken body of Jero, and without a single word, the Emperor suddenly unleashes a surge of magic. Grabbing Jero tightly by the throat, he coldly declares, you have finally served your purpose. With that, King Jero tightens his grip mercilessly. Jero screams in agony, gasping for air, until a massive, violent wave of dark mana erupts from his body, shaking the entire cavern. In that chaotic moment, a sudden flashback of King Zero's early life begins to play out. Standing in a completely unfamiliar wasteland, the young Zero looked around in utter shock, thinking to himself, "What is this? What happened to me? Where am I, and who am I?" Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes out, "Bring the black relics to us." Hearing this, King Zero is left completely baffled and highly startled. He wonders where that creepy voice is coming from, entirely unaware that the black orb floating nearby is speaking to him. Once again, the voice from the mysterious dark orb hovering close to him echoes aloud, "Bring the black relics to us and aid in our revival. To resurrect our master, Achiban, for that is the ultimate purpose of our very existence." Hearing this, King Zero grows deeply anxious as the eerie voice whispers further, "Everything exists for your sake. Now go and gather the black relics." Slowly picking up the dark orb, he contemplates his new reality. The moment he became self-aware, the single driving thought burned into his mind was gathering those black relics to resurrect Achiban. Before long, he encounters other beings just like him who call themselves the disciples of Achiban, and they soon discover that reviving their master is actually quite simple. And get this, all they had to do was use their brainwashing powers to spark deadly wars among the three races, harvesting the massive dark energy. Initially, this task was incredibly difficult due to the constant interference of the three gods. But once those gods faded away, the disciples easily resumed their grand scheme, though their peaceful reign would only last for a short while. With the sudden arrival of the adversary created by the three gods, their entire master plan was pushed to the brink of collapse. This adversary was the disciples' absolute greatest nightmare, because unlike the gods, this champion draws primary strength directly from slaying monsters and absorbing ancient relics. This meant the adversary could survive almost indefinitely, boasting powers custom-tailored for the sole purpose of obliterating the disciples. While creating a single disciple is an incredibly long and tedious process, the adversary only needs to meet a few simple conditions to gain virtually limitless power to hunt them down. As time passed, and that's where we leave it as the disciples' numbers dwindled, one of the original members began to seriously doubt this entire strategy. "Alright, you and I are about to watch him rename himself Sin Shinero and flee south with his relics." He flatly rejected every single disciple who tried to recruit him, choosing instead to build his own massive southern empire. And that is how Benizia was born. Using his disciples' homelands as a source, he created the Cadal Desert. At the same time, he launched a brutal genocidal war to steal the dark relics sealed by Sin, all to resurrect the supreme god, Achiban. While trading blows with Shinero, Steve growls in confusion, wondering what that massive explosion was all about. Freya instantly appears at his side, warning him, "Steve, I have a really bad feeling about this." Nearby, Garrett is coughing violently from the thick dust, while Freya warns them not to let their guard down. Suddenly, catching sight of a bright flash of light, Steve anxiously asks, "What just blew up? I hope the others are okay. Pay close attention here." Freya screams for Steve to look, and his eyes widen in shock as he witnesses Zero's body beginning to mutate. "Wait, Zero?" Steve asks, but Freya hesitantly tells him it is not him, leaving Steve to ask, what on earth is he trying to do? Zero suddenly bursts into laughter, mocking them. "You absolute fools, I am not trying to do anything, it is already complete." Hearing that, Freya quickly whispers, "Steve, I think I know what is happening," as Steve begins to piece the truth together. Could it be? In the next second, Freya explains that this looks exactly like how they resurrected Desa using relics and cores. She believes he has successfully resurrected the god in a new body, but Steve remains doubtful and hesitates to agree. But he has only just entered Zero's body. We still have a chance to take him down right now. Steve mentally prepares a gravity enhancement spell, but the terrifying energy radiating from Zero is skyrocketing. Real panic sets in, and he mutters anxiously in his head. If our theories are actually correct, then this god has literally only just awakened, which means he can't possibly utilize his full power in that vessel yet. But while Steve is thinking, Zero's hand suddenly grips his sword. In the very next second, the two begin a desperate struggle. Steve grits his teeth, knowing this is their only shot to kill him, even as life floods back into Zero's eyes. Suddenly, another massive explosion goes off, leaving Sky totally baffled. Wait, did the dark relic just shatter? What on earth is Steve doing in there? I am seriously going to yell at him when he gets back. Meanwhile, Max McDowell speaks up, noting that the massive blast at least wiped out a huge portion of the enemy guards inside the fortress. Wait, what? Shut your mouth. I absolutely hate having you here. Unlike some people, you are definitely the type to hold a grudge forever. You and I both see what is happening, right? Suddenly, Garrett gasps in surprise as Leonidas begins to glow with an intense light. Suddenly, a thick cloud of dust erupts and spreads everywhere, causing Garrett Finver to cry out in absolute panic. "Steve, are you okay?" But Steve simply groans back in response. That's not him. That thing isn't Zero. Standing before them now is no longer Zero, but the supreme god Achiban, silently staring down at Steve without uttering a single word. Immediately, Emperor Shinero drops to his knees in deep reverence, declaring, "My lord, I am your humble and loyal servant." Ichiban slowly turns his cold gaze toward him and demands, "Whose body is this?" Shinero quickly explains that to provide a worthy vessel, he prepared a perfect physical body constructed with the dark relics as its foundation. This body should easily hold out for at least a minute, even if you unleash your absolute maximum power. Hearing this, Ichiban silently processes the information while flexing his new arms to test the physical limits. Testing his magic, he effortlessly summons glowing golden patterns across the ground. Watching this happen, Elena is left completely frozen in absolute shock and confusion. Above them, she witnesses a terrifyingly massive torrent of pure mana swirling violently through the air. Elena mutters anxiously to herself, "What is this?" Her weapon suddenly slips from her trembling hands as she panics, crying out, "What is happening to me?" Meanwhile, Garrett is also utterly suppressed by this overwhelming magic, watching in absolute horror as his relic weapon completely disintegrates into nothingness. "My relic is gone. Steve, we have a Steve turns to Freya in a panic, asking, "What is going on? My sword and Garrett's relic just vanished." Freya explains that it is all because of him. He is not only absorbing all nearby relics, but he is literally summoning his original mana from every single dungeon across the continent. Look closely, every single speck of energy he is absorbing is actually a relic shard. Essentially, what he is doing right now is replicating the creation of the very first dark relic. He then asks Freya how she feels, reminding her that the mana used by the three gods to create her came from him. Freya hesitantly replies, recalling that according to the goddess, Ichiban only ever wanted to create independent living beings capable of free will. And trust me, as a creation of those three gods, I won't be affected by Ichiban's power. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the action where Steve finally understands Freya, but when will her remaining powers awaken? If those powers were meant to help her fight Ichiban, shouldn't they be bursting to life right now? A second later, she honestly admits to Steve that they are awakening inside her, but she still needs more time. Steve quickly glances down at the ring on his hand and mutters a quiet response, but the next moment, absolute shock hits Steve. Ichiban uses his magic to suspend both Freya and Garrett in midair, making Steve scream in frustration, while she desperately cries out his name. Meanwhile, the villain turns to Shinchero and demands to know who they are. Their energy feels strangely familiar to him. In response, Shinchero bows respectfully and suggests that it might be better for his lord to test them personally. Now, Freya is forced to grit her teeth and endure his painful torture. Because of her connection to Steve's ring, she suffers the exact same agonizing fate. Angered, Steve screams out, demanding that the monster lets them go. Watching Steve react with such defiance, Ichiban simply glares at him and immediately unleashes another wave of his dark magic. Steve writhes in agony and lets out a painful scream, but the villain goes further, quickly taking control of the boy's mind. Terrified, Freya screams for Steve to wake up while desperately casting her own recovery magic to help him. In an instant, Freya's pure magic washes over Steve's mind, bringing him back to his senses and restoring his focus. And watch closely, even the mighty Ichiban gasps in surprise, completely shocked by their stubborn resistance. Ichiban attacks Steve's body once again, fueling the boy's anxiety. The villain scoffs in annoyance, muttering that he thought Steve would have broken by now. Squeezing his fist, Ichiban forces Steve to spit up a mouthful of fresh blood. But the cruel monster is far from done. A second later, he twists his fist, subjecting Steve's body to another wave of agonizing, bone-shattering torment. Ichiban immediately casts another spell, causing more and more of the young hero's blood to spill onto the ground. Astonished that Steve is still holding on, Ichiban looks at him and asks how mere humans could have evolved to this extreme level during his long sleep. He praises Steve's incredible endurance, but then immediately unleashes a dark relic spell to finish the job. Fortunately, Destra arrives just in time, crying out to her father and instantly catching the ancient tyrant completely off guard. He slowly turns toward her, a cold smile forming as he acknowledges her after such a long time. She agrees, telling him that when she finally woke up from her long slumber, she found the entire world to be a completely different place. When she asks about his plans, he just laughs, and trust me, his goal is as dark as it gets. After all this time, the conditions are finally perfect for him to absorb all the mana in this world. Once he gathers his full mana, he can execute his grand design, allowing him, Destra, and Cain to finally live together as a family just like the old days. Before the old man can finish talking about their grand family reunion, Destra sharply interrupts his delusional speech. She reminds him that he was the one who taught them the joy of creating and nurturing new life. She demands to know what gives him the right to decide the fate of these innocent creatures, forcing her father into a heavy, thoughtful silence. A second later, Ichiban stares down at his clenched fist and scoffs. He declares that he does not care about her creations, claiming they are worthless without his three children, the only family who ever truly understood him. Without his children, he would be forced to spend another lonely millennium completely by himself. He sees nothing wrong with bringing them back to protect their bond, viewing it as simply reclaiming the very seeds of life he originally sowed into this world. But Destra instantly fires back, arguing that every living soul has the right to seek freedom, and that death is an inevitable part of existence. Achiban falls silent, contemplating her words before delivering a cold, calculated response. He claims her weak physical vessel has corrupted her mind, promising that he will soon restore her to her true, normal self. With those words, he flashes forward, brutally driving his hand straight through Destra's body in the blink of an eye. Shocked by the brutal sight, Steve lets out a furious roar as the incredible power of matter conversion suddenly awakens deep within him. Freya also senses this massive, sudden shift in his power. This surging energy instantly breaks her free from her bindings, but the sheer force of it racks Steve's body with intense, unbearable pain. As Steve lets out another thunderous roar, his body completely shatters the heavy magical chains, escaping Achiban's tight control. Achiban gasps in disbelief as the boy breaks free, but before he can react, Steve lands a brutal punch directly to his head. They clash violently, terrifying Shinchero, until Steve finally delivers a crushing blow that forces Achiban to cough up blood. With Destra's spirit finally leaving her body, Elena slowly shifts back into her original human form. She collapses from her wounds, but Steve catches her, leaving us to wait for the next crazy chapter. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the action where Achiban asks Steve if the two of them are lovers. Steve just glares at him, but Achiban just stands up, casually asking him, "How does it feel watching the one you love die right in front of your eyes? Now you will taste the exact same pain I did. Maybe then you will finally understand why I did what I did." Hearing this, Steve snaps back in pure rage. "Understand? What is even the difference between Jero and a monster like you who stole his body? You are both the same. You think it is fine to ruin other people's lives, but you never realize that in the end, you always pay for your mistakes." Achiban just sneers arrogantly. "Oh, is that mana coming from the ring? I could do so many greater things with high-quality energy like that." Terrified for their safety, Steve immediately begs Garrett to take Elena and run as far away from here as possible, and make sure she does not get hurt again. Hearing this, Achiban mocks him. "Now I really want that mana for myself." Instantly, Achiban lunges forward, and Steve braces himself, dropping straight into a combat stance. The next second, his body undergoes another physical shift, drawing power from the data stored inside the Mortem relic. Shifting into the Leonidas form, the legendary weapon materializes right in Steve's hands. When Achiban strikes, Steve uses it to block the devastating blow. Now pay attention here, because Achiban is completely stunned as he wonders, how did he absorb that attack? And what is this insane mana I am feeling? In the next second, the power of Leonidas surges to the next level, blasting Achiban backward as he screams in pure frustration. At the same time, Steve's body undergoes another incredible shift, activating the Spiratus form. Instantly, the Spiratus unleashes a torrent of crimson flames. Seeing the roaring inferno, Jero stumbles backward in absolute shock, whispering to himself, "So this is the legendary divine power created by the gods to defeat the supreme god once he is resurrected." However, that ring was forged from the essence of three gods. I seriously doubt a mere mortal body can endure that divine power for long. In the end, it will be a brutal race to see who collapses first. Realizing this, he mutters to himself, "It is time for me to go and finish my actual goal. Unfortunately, I will not be able to stick around and see how this battle ends." With that, he turns and leaves. Meanwhile, Achiban is desperately racking his brain as he thinks to himself, that attack felt incredibly familiar for some strange reason. Why is that? Feeling a sudden wave of tension, old memories flash back to him. Are these the memories and knowledge of my former disciple? Ah, I recognize these faces. The three who created that ring. Did you really hate me that much? Were you truly so determined to kill me, your own family member, that you actually went and crafted something like this? On the other side, Steve's body undergoes a heavy mass transformation. Seeing this, Achiban rushes in to attack. You and I can see he is desperate as he thinks. "I will destroy this annoying thing and prove you wrong." Screaming at the top of his lungs, he braces for impact. In an instant, the two clash once again. Steve takes a direct hit, coughing up blood as he roars in anger. Gathering his remaining strength, he prepares a final, decisive blow. The next second, they both throw massive punches at each other, while Achiban curses him out. But immediately after, Steve is left utterly shocked and confused as he watches the enemy's body turn into pure nothingness. He is completely speechless as Achiban's physical form slowly fades away right in front of him. But Steve quickly realizes that Achiban is actually using a molecular shift to escape. Watching this happen, he vows that he will never let this monster get away. Steve immediately gives chase. Meanwhile, Garrett is sprinting away while carrying Elena, yelling at everyone to move. A crowd of people is running right behind him, and Sky yells out, demanding to know what is going on. Next, Mar chimes in, "What is happening? What is the situation like in there?" But Garrett just panics, screaming that they will explain later because they need to evacuate immediately. From a distance, Steve easily overhears those frantic words. Steve says absolutely nothing in response. Catching up to Ichiban, the villain mocks him. "You arrogant brat, how dare you look away while you are in a fight against me?" Steve instantly fires back. "Arrogant? Shut your mouth, you goddamn walking corpse. My last thread of patience has finally snapped." With that, Steve starts channeling all the energy inside his body. Ichiban channels his own energy as well, thinking, So he is transferring his massive power straight through the floors. Meanwhile, the ground beneath Steve begins to warp. Moments later, his raging mana erupts into a massive pillar, rising straight into the sky. Ichiban immediately takes off to escape, and Steve flies right after him in hot pursuit. Sky is completely dumbfounded as he watches the two of them fly across the horizon. He can only gasp in disbelief. What on earth is that? "Steve." Just as they look, Chairman Seamus walks over, asking what is going on. "And trust me, we are about to find out. You and I are jumping right into a crazy battle where a massive monster just soared into the sky. Who is this enemy anyway?" Hearing that voice, Garrett Finver immediately spins around to look in absolute shock. Staring upwards, he stammers in utter disbelief, recognizing the legendary Northern Elves. At long last, the ancient god that Ichiban's devoted disciples have been trying to resurrect has finally reclaimed the open sky. Meanwhile, Steve is hot on Ichiban's heels. But out of nowhere, a massive explosion rips through the clouds. The blast triggers a secondary shockwave slamming into the ground, completely blocking Ichiban's path and cutting off his escape. The villain stops dead in his tracks, staring up at the sky in pure disbelief. Steve seizes the moment, launching a fierce strike that makes Ichiban howl in rage, while our hero grins and drives the pressure home. But Ichiban quickly retaliates, pulling out a sinister black relic that catches Steve completely off guard. Watch closely right here, because even Chairman Seamus is left speechless by the sheer scale of his terrifying mana. He mutters in a trembling voice, claiming this nightmare was supposed to end in the Cadell Desert. He wonders how they managed to pull off such a ritual out there, his mind racing to process the unfolding chaos. As Steve dives straight toward Ichiban, Freya suddenly materializes out of the ring, forcing him to yell her name in sheer panic. She launches a surprise flank attack, catching Ichiban completely off guard as he snarls in utter confusion. Capitalizing on the distraction, Steve triggers an explosive transmutation and strikes from the front, landing a heavy blow while praying for the blast to detonate. But the villain stubbornly holds his ground, forcing Steve to dig deep, ramp up his power, and keep hammering him. Realizing the strikes are doing nothing, Steve grits his teeth as his mana flow gets completely shut down. Freya warns him that Ichiban has fully absorbed Garrett's relic, raising the stakes to a whole new level. But as she yells the warning, Ichiban silently creeps up right behind her like a shadow. With a brutal thrust, he drives his weapon right through her, leaving her screaming in agony as Steve cries out her name. He rushes to her side, frantically asking if she is okay. Freya gasps that she can heal, but his strange power is baffling, while Ichiban just sneers, enjoying their desperate struggle. He mocks them, asking if borrowed power is all they have, claiming he expected a much better fight. "I know you and I want to see this smug villain get wrecked," and Steve snaps, telling him to shut his mouth. Unleashing a roar of pure fury, Steve channels his Leviathan energy, desperately throwing everything into his next strike. Ichiban simply sighs, mocking him by saying that weak, pathetic attack won't even scratch his skin. But his smugness vanishes instantly as he gasps in shock, realizing he cannot move. Heavy black chains suddenly wrap tightly around his body, materialized by Freya using her powerful night transmutation magic. She screams for Steve to strike him down, and our hero leaps forward with a devastating blow. Yet right before the Leviathan energy connects, it freezes completely mid-air as Ichiban unleashes a chilling blast of counter magic. The massive mana flow solidifies into solid ice, leaving Steve staring in utter, terrifying disbelief. He curses, wondering if his ultimate Leviathan attack was really frozen, before the massive icy structure shatters into a million pieces. Ichiban chuckles, calling it an amusing little trick, before threatening to send the attack right back at him. He sneers, asking if there are any other desperate moves left, before vanishing into the void using shadow magic. He reappears instantly, striking Steve with a brutal blow that sends him flying across the battlefield screaming in pain. Defenseless and battered, Steve can only watch the monster approach, wondering if Ichiban is somehow growing even stronger. Or is my own mana rapidly draining away right now? But at death's door, something inside Steve shifts as his ultimate system ability triggers, his eyes locking onto Ichiban through the rising dust. He quickly realizes that he is indeed the only one whose magical energy is being drained. Seeing him on the verge of collapse, Freya desperately screams for him to wake up before time runs out. Ichiban immediately turns to silence Freya, while Steve desperately crawls toward his fallen sword, his fingers barely scratching the hilt. He curses, knowing he needs to pick up his sword, but his hands are far too weak. Is this really how it ends for him? Dying uselessly without the strength to save a single soul. But just as hope fades, another transmutation sparks within him, triggering his ultimate hidden ability. The next second, he feels a strange sensation spreading deep inside his body. He grunts as a wild transmutation begins to activate, revealing the legendary power to bring the dead back to life. And trust me, you and I are about to see if he can truly revive the dead. Thinking of injured Elena lying in bed, Steve pushes himself to the absolute limit. We are about to see if he can pull off the impossible. They must have designed it incredibly well. Out of nowhere, a massive explosion erupts right where Steve is standing, leaving Ichiban completely stunned and utterly confused. After a moment of silence, Ichiban asks him in sheer disbelief, "Why won't you just give up? Can't you see that I hold all the cards? The longer this battle drags on, the lower your chances of winning become." Steve snaps back in pure rage. "Shut your mouth. I don't care about any of your nonsense. All I want is to wipe you off the face of the earth and survive. Freya, switch back now." Seeing him fully recovered completely catches her off guard. But Steve just smiles and tells her, "Follow my lead, I want to try something." Meanwhile, Ichiban is just scoffing in his head. Watch closely as he steps forward, shouting, "You are only wasting your time." With those words, he menacingly marches straight towards Steve. Though slightly surprised by Ichiban's arrogance, Steve doesn't hesitate and charges straight ahead. Just like that, their high-speed clash begins once again. Ichiban unleashes his black relic just like before, but Steve is already closing the distance. But in the next second, Steve suddenly swaps places with Freya, completely shocking the old villain, as she unleashes a massive explosion spell. Freya immediately locks hands with Ichiban in a fierce struggle, but he just sneers. "These cheap tricks of yours won't work on me." Before Ichiban can finish his boast, Steve suddenly dives back into the fight, catching him off guard. With lightning speed, Steve embeds an explosive punch directly into his chest. Ichiban screams out in agony, silently cursing this absolute monster of a kid in his mind. "You bastard!" Steve immediately follows up with a heavy sword slash, before both fighters finally back away to catch their breath. Grinning, Steve admits, "It was just a crazy theory, but it worked out way better than I actually expected." Freya transforms back into her totem relic form and mutters, "I still cannot believe you actually pulled that off." To strike at the exact split second he was compressing his mana to disrupt his skill. "Were you just incredibly lucky, or did you actually plan this whole thing out?" Steve honestly confesses it was just a sudden flash of inspiration, before adding, "Thank you, everyone." As Steve speaks, the faces of Elena, Mark, Sky, and Garrett flash through his mind. Meanwhile, Ichiban demands to know, "What on earth is wrong with you? If you keep pushing past your human limits like that, mark my words, you are only dragging yourself straight to your death. And I mean an absolute, eternal death that even your special ring will not be able to save you from." Steve is visibly shaken, especially as blood begins to drip from his nose. Wiping it away with his hand, he firmly responds, "That is not how I see it. I would do this 100 times over if I had to, as long as it kills you in the end." With that, Steve charges forward once more. Ichiban quickly channels his spell and mocks him. "No matter how proud you are, you have nothing left without mana to back it up." But before he can even finish his sentence, he whips around in total shock, screaming, "Are you seriously trying the exact same trick again?" In the blink of an eye, Ichiban strikes Steve with the power of his black relic. But what he absolutely did not expect was Freya appearing right above his head, shouting out, "I am up here, old man." He glances down to see Steve rushing in as well, and before he can react, both of them launch a coordinated pincer attack from both sides. Both of them unleash their explosive magic at the exact same time, with Freya yelling, "Steve, do not let him escape this time!" Steve shouts back, "I know," while silently cursing him in his head, "Swallow this curse." A second later, Ichiban's flesh begins to visibly rot, causing him to panic and mutter, "What on earth is happening to me? Is he actually devouring my mana?" Reading the pure horror on his face, Steve sneers, "That is right. All your mana is mine, and I am going to tear you to shreds, piece by piece." With blinding speed, Steve unleashes a relentless barrage of strikes. Seeing Steve's massive fist zooming toward his face, Ichiban is frozen in pure terror, before being violently sent flying backward onto the cold ground. He struggles to his feet and gasps, "I don't understand. Your body reached its limit ages ago. How can you keep fighting with a body that is completely broken?" Spotting his opening as Ichiban falls, Steve immediately presses the attack. Desperate and frustrated, Ichiban screams at the top of his lungs, "Why? Why are you so determined to destroy me? The three gods who gave you this mission mean nothing to you, and you do not even know the person you are trying to save. Even if you win this battle, you gain absolutely nothing in return. So why do you keep throwing your life away like this?" If you want to be reunited with the woman you love, I will bring her back to life for you. Is that not reason enough for you to end this pointless war? Steve scowls in disgust and angrily snaps back. I am absolutely sick and tired of listening to your pathetic lies. I despise arrogant hypocrites like you more than anyone else on the face of the earth. The kind of trash who thinks they are superior just because they are stronger. Trust me, he is about to pay for that pride. Alright, let's dive into this. People like you confidently think they can just do whatever they want, but this world would be so much better off without your kind. In this moment, Steve combines everything in his arsenal. Wind bullets, dark energy, fireballs, and ice waves, fusion skill, elemental burst. This devastating move is created by merging several completely different forces of nature together. This skill grows even more powerful each time a brand new element is added to the mix. Everything merges into a massive sphere of mana right above his head. A second later, Steve mutters, "This is the end." Meanwhile, Ichiban is left completely stunned by what he is witnessing. In the very next second, Steve screams, "Just die!" The giant sphere instantly hurtles straight towards him. While Ichiban desperately struggles to fight it off, Steve just stands there, gasping for air. Ichiban's body begins to rapidly decay as black blood starts pouring uncontrollably from his mouth. Every bit of his earlier arrogance is completely gone. Picking up his sword, Steve thinks, "Cha, he is still not dead yet." Just then, Freya steps forward and says, "I will make a deal with him." Her words leave Steve staring at her in shock. Now watch closely as Freya walks over to Ichiban. Meanwhile, he desperately mutters, "My mana is fading faster than I can gather it." Ichiban glares up at her with pure hatred, spitting out, "So, are you going to be the one to do it?" Freya calmly replies, "Yes, it is my sole duty to eliminate you once and for all. You might not understand why your own child created me, but I know he wanted me to punish you with death for taking so many innocent lives. That is my entire purpose for existing." As she utters these final words, she gently places her hand directly on his head. Casting her spell, she whispers, "You will remember death the moment you close your eyes for the last time, in the name of the Mortem relic." Hearing her words, Ichiban weakly asks, "Is that really all you are going to do? Just following someone else's will with zero purpose of your own?" But Freya firmly replies, "That is indeed what Desha said, but I don't agree. In the end, I want to be entirely free of you and live my own life." The moment she finishes speaking, his body disintegrates. Freya looks down sadly and whispers, "Wow, that took way too long." Meanwhile, back at the castle, Sky asks curiously, "I wonder who is going to win. How will we even know?" Mar replies, "I bet on him." Hearing that, Sky teases, "What, do you love him or something? How can you be so sure he will win without even seeing the battle with your own eyes?" Mar quickly fires back, "Are you saying you actually want him to lose?" Sky rolls his eyes and snaps, "Fine, just forget I asked." Right then, Steve finally returns. The guards below spot him in the sky and shout out, "Boss! Something is flying straight towards us." As Steve lands with a heavy crash, the impact causes everyone to scream in fear. Garrett panics and yells, "Is that another enemy?" While Mar barks out orders for everyone to grab their weapons immediately. But the scout quickly shouts, "Wait, that's not an enemy. It's actually Steve." Walking towards them, he instantly asks, "Where is she?" After a heavy silence, Sky sighs, "Is she going to be okay?" While Garrett just stammers. Garrett then awkwardly adds, "I mean, physically, she looks fine." But let's stop and see how Steve responds to this. Don't get me wrong, I'm not delusional or in shock. Just answer me quickly. Where is Elena? Nobody answers him, but they all silently turn their gaze in one direction. Steve follows their eyes and is utterly devastated to see her lying nearby. Yet, Steve doesn't rush over right away. He just stands there, silently staring at her from a distance. Only after a long moment does he run over to cradle Elena, whispering, "We promised to spend the rest of our lives together. I won't let you leave me forever." Immediately, he activates the Mortem relic, channeling resurrection magic directly into her body. Sky, Garrett, and Mar all stare at Elena, desperately praying for a miracle to happen. At last, the healthy color slowly begins to return to her pale face. Fortunately, Elena finally wakes up. Looking around in utter confusion, she asks what everyone is doing here, but nobody answers. Instead, they just stare, causing her cheeks to suddenly turn bright red from embarrassment. Suddenly, Chairman Simus breaks the silence, muttering in disbelief, "I cannot believe my eyes. Did he really just do that? Bring someone back from an entirely different species?" After a moment, Steve lets out a sigh of relief and smiles. Steve explains, "This spell doesn't work on just anyone. It only works on those who passed away very recently, and only if they didn't die from natural causes. That's why I didn't answer earlier. But you already planned ahead, which is honestly so impressive. But regardless, welcome back, Elena." Saying this, he gently rests his forehead against hers. That night, a heavy storm pours over the castle. Down at the local tavern, Cly asks Danton, "No more customers tonight, right?" He replies, "The boss said it's time to close." Cly then asks, "So, what made you suddenly want to drink together?" Danton smiles and replies, "Trust me, this is way better than the cheap beer you and I usually drink. Alright, let's kick off with something special today." But Clyde ruins the vibe by grumbling, "Wait, is that a bottle of Gemenia 67? Only royalty can afford a bottle like that. How did you manage to get your hands on it?" Hearing his surprise, Danton casually replies that working in the black market occasionally brings rare opportunities like this. Clyde's anxiety instantly spikes as he asks, "Man, you are making me nervous. What is so special about today that you are breaking out your ultimate treasure?" Smiling, Danton slides over a formal invitation card and laughs. "Do not ask me, just read it for yourself." Clyde snatches the envelope, muttering, "Let me see. It is a wedding invitation." Danton simply nods with a grin. Clyde asks if it is from Steve. Danton quickly confirms, leaving Clyde utterly shocked to hear that he is marrying an elf. Clyde stares at Danton in complete disbelief, while Danton literally starts crying from laughing so hard. They both shout, "Congratulations." Meanwhile, Bantaza is busy working away down in the mines. A moment later, Nicholas runs up carrying Steve's wedding invitation, shouting, "Lord Bantaza, you have a letter." He replies in surprise, "A letter? Someone routed this to me through the black market." Upon opening it, Bantaza freezes in shock. But wait for it, he suddenly bursts out laughing, prompting Nicholas to curiously ask, "What on earth is that, sir?" Bantaza tosses him a heavy pouch, saying, "Are you still here? Well, take this. I am feeling incredibly generous today." He walks off, leaving Nicholas holding the bag, completely baffled by this bizarre behavior. "But sir, this is way too much for a simple delivery." Yet Bantaza does not slow down. He just keeps walking, shouting back, "Good news is rare in this dark cave. I hope you return with even more of it." Meanwhile, Sit runs over to Milyat in a total panic, yelling, "Milyat, look at this letter." She looks up, completely caught off guard. "A letter? What have you been doing lately? We have been taking every precaution to make sure no one can find this place. So how could anyone possibly send this to us?" Sit is left sweating and speechless under her intense glare. Fumbling for words, Sit desperately stammers, "Wait, it is really not what you think. An elf from the dark forest personally came and handed this letter directly to me." Milyat quickly snaps, "Just give it to me." She tears it open, reading the lines in tense silence, her eyes widening as she struggles to believe what is written inside. Seeing her stunned expression, Sit's anxiety flares up as he nervously asks, "What does it say?" You and I can probably guess her reaction. She commands a sudden evacuation, leaving a confused Sit to stutter out, "Wait, what? Where are we even going?" She coldly replies, "To the dark forest." Elsewhere, Claudia's subordinate runs up to her, frantically waving an envelope and yelling, "Captain, Captain! A letter has arrived." Claudia blinks in surprise. "A letter?" Her crewmate quickly nods. "Yes, it came straight from the dark forest." Breaking the seal, she mutters, "A letter sent to a smuggler? Who has the guts to do this, and how did they find me?" But as she scans the message, Claudia's serious face melts into a massive grin. She orders the crew to take a break and rest up. Confused, her subordinate asks, "Wait, what is the special occasion?" Walking away, Claudia replies, "No special reason. I just want to stop by the mainland to handle a few things." Her crewmate looks worried, remembering, "But Captain, you always get terribly sick whenever you step foot on dry land." Claudia waves it off. "I can handle it for this destination. Let us just hope I packed enough anti-nausea." Over at Xia's place, Wycombe delivers the envelope, saying, "My lady, the letter has finally arrived." Xia beams with excitement. "I can tell you what it is without even opening it." Wycombe gasps, "Wait, really?" Xia giggles. "It is from an old friend we both know. Go ahead. Open it and read it out loud." Wycombe immediately obeys her command. Hearing the contents, he asks, "This is fantastic news. Will you be traveling there right away?" Without a second thought, Xia replies, "Of course. No endless desert is going to keep us apart anymore. We must go and celebrate with them." Meanwhile, Melko is also handed the letter, with his subordinate confirming it has arrived for him. He sighs, "It would be awkward if they sent it to you directly. That is definitely why they addressed it to me instead." His helper asks, "Is it not exciting?" Melko gives a bittersweet smile. "All the big names are currently competing to honor your legacy, you know? At this point, I would not even be surprised if they built a bronze statue of you. They used to mock your theories about fusing weapons and artifacts, but now, it has officially been proven correct. This letter proves the young explorer finished his grand quest, even though he vanished right after sending you his thanks. And that is where we leave it today." Melko speaks these heavy words beside a grave, where an unopened letter and a sword now rest. "Plus, he told me I never opened the letter since it wasn't meant for me anyway. But hey, stick with me as we dive right back into this insane story. Furthermore, Steve had also sent an invitation to President Simus. So, after reading his letter, the president happily muttered, "At last." Right then, his subordinate rushed into the room and hurriedly asked, "What is it, Mr. President?" Simus replied, "It is a wedding invitation." I knew there was something going on between those two right from the very start. Out of breath, his assistant with hair over one eye quickly asked, "Pardon me, sir, but do you actually intend to attend this event? It will push back your schedule quite a bit." However, the president replied, "Of course I am going, do not even try to stop me." After thinking it over in silence for a brief moment, the assistant reluctantly responded, "Understood, sir. I will do my best to adjust your schedule. Forgive my curiosity, but where exactly is it taking place?" Smiling warmly, Simus answered, "In the shadow forest of Benia. I am only bringing a few guards, so it will be perfectly quiet. You worry far too much, and that is your problem. Besides, even if anyone tries to find me." At that point, his words suddenly trailed off as he hesitated. A second later, he casually added, "The new emperor of Benia will protect me." Meanwhile, back with Steve, Sky was sighing with a heavily annoyed expression. Seeing this, Steve smiled and teased, "So how does it feel to be king? Just picture it, the new emperor of Benea, Lord Sky of Crossford." However, Sky angrily fired back, "I absolutely hate the whole idea of ruling an empire, which is exactly why I did not want this. But pay attention, because Steve firmly replies there is no other choice. Out of all the warriors who fought in this brutal war, you are easily the best man for the job. Just think about it. You are the son of the Duke of Crossford, one of the most highly respected families in all of Benea. Is that not the perfect title for a brand new emperor?" Yet, Sky could only sigh and mutter, "I still cannot believe any of this." Who could have guessed his supposedly dead lineage would suddenly show up right at this moment? Then, Steve turned to ask Garrett Finver how he had been, and Garrett cheerfully replied that he was doing great. "This job suits me much better. Right now, I am supervising the nobles to make sure they do not exploit anyone under Sky's rule. Nobody is causing me any trouble at all. It is a walk in the park." Garrett said this because he was now Benea's Minister of Finance, Garrett Silvereye. Hearing this, Sky immediately teased Garrett, telling him to enjoy it while he still could, because eventually, "I am dragging you back to the castle. You did not think I would pay for your food and travel forever, did you?" Garrett fired back, joking that someone was already turning into a tyrant. "And hey, I know what you are thinking," but Steve just laughed and said, "I really appreciate you two coming despite your busy schedules. We still have some time before the ceremony starts, so make yourselves at home and relax." Right at that moment, President Simus walked up and greeted them. "Ah, so this is where you all are. Thank you for the invitation, Sky. Thanks to your help, crossing the border was completely trouble-free." The moment Sky saw the president, he stood up and warmly replied, "Ah, you made it, President Simus. There is absolutely no need to worry about how the Southerners might react to you. Benea is going to reform the South and completely abolish all of their outdated cultural policies and values, so you can easily treat this place as your second home." Saying this, Sky walked over to him. Simus smiled and happily replied, "Thank you, I truly appreciate that." Watching Sky suddenly carry himself with the genuine dignity of a true king in front of the president, Steve was completely stunned and left utterly speechless. With an incredibly surprised tone, Steve asked Sky, "Where on earth did all of that suddenly come from? Did you prepare a short speech?" Looking slightly embarrassed, Sky replied, "I have always been way smarter than you." Simus added, "In a way, you are literally making history, you know?" Steve looked back at him and asked, "What exactly do you mean by that, sir?" Simus quickly explained, "There has never been a single marriage between a human and an elf in the entire North until now. Even though there is far less prejudice here than in the South, most elves still harbor a deep hatred toward humans to some degree." Hearing this reality check, Steve was once again left completely shocked and unable to find his words. Simus continued, "You are the first actual example of a human-elf marriage. But anyway, I should not keep you any longer. I know how incredibly busy you are. I heard the ceremony takes place this afternoon, so I will let you get on with the preparations. I actually plan to have a long discussion with the leaders of the Shadow Forest. Either way, I will see you both later." Sometime later, at the wedding venue, Renoa looked at him and asked, "I am sure you are already well aware of this, but the absolute biggest obstacle keeping different races from marrying is the massive difference in lifespan. Human lives are infinitely shorter compared to elves. Tell me, have you ever seriously taken that into consideration?" But Steve confidently replied, saying his body had changed completely from wielding magic for so long. "And trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what happens next. I hope to live just a little bit longer than ordinary humans. Actually, a lot longer. Elena and I will have so much time together, and no matter what happens, I'm staying right by her side." Elena's father cried as he said those words, deeply touched by his resolve, and asked him to take good care of his daughter from then on. Now watch closely as Stetch turns around in surprise. only to find Elena standing right behind him. She is already holding her beautiful wedding bouquet, and Stetch smiles with absolute happiness just looking at her. Elena immediately returns that gaze with the warmest, most radiant smile of a happy bride. Simus laughs happily at this, joking that their future children will literally be the very first of a brand new species. He says he can't wait to see them. Garrett agrees with him immediately, admitting he is also extremely curious to see what their children will actually look like. Even Sky admits he can't picture what a human-elf hybrid would look like. And with that, the creator UMKY steps in with a special final message for all the readers. Can you believe it's been 3 whole years since this series launched? It took a long time for Stetch to get his revenge. During that long journey, I even ended up with high blood cholesterol. I moved houses, and I tasted pure hell when my main computer broke down. A lot of things happened, but we finally made it. I'm just glad we got to see this ending together.